In the vastness of the starry sky, a radiant light, akin to a brilliant star, flickered and sped through the cosmos, revealing a cerulean planet ahead. As the luminescence gradually retracted, a figure quietly suspended before the azure sphere emerged. This individual was none other than Whis, wielding the staff of an angel. At that moment, Whis gazed at the blue planet before him, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Have we finally arrived? Is this Earth? He mused that, I am indeed curious. I wonder what remarkable figure has incited such apprehension among you. Whis's thoughts drifted back to the day prior, to the plaza of the Grand Priest's temple in the realm of nothingness, where the Grand Priest himself stood, a serene smile adorning his face as he contemplated the distant stars, murmuring, Whis, you have arrived. With utmost respect, Whis bowed and inquired, Yes, esteemed Grand Priest. May I ask the reason for your urgent summoning? The Grand Priest replied nonchalantly, Isn't that fellow Beerus still in slumber? Surely you have nothing pressing on your agenda? These words caused Whis to pause momentarily, pondering. This is quite uncharacteristic of the Grand Priest. When has he ever summoned me simply to delegate tasks in such a manner? The tone he employed, almost conversational, sparked a wave of peculiar apprehension within Whis. Surely, there must be an extraordinary reason behind this. The Grand Priest then cleared his throat lightly. There is nothing too alarming. I merely have a special task for you to undertake. I wonder if you have any particular thoughts regarding this matter? The lack of specifics regarding the task perplexed Whis further, for it was indeed uncharacteristic of the Grand Priest. However, as an angel of the seventh universe, Whis had cultivated a certain composure and decorum over the years. He replied earnestly, Please feel free to assign me any task, esteemed Grand Priest. Seeing Whis's unwavering reverence, the Grand Priest chose not to dwell further on the matter and, after another gentle cough, elucidated, Here is the situation, Whis. A childhood friend of mine, someone quite dear to me, has been in a deep slumber for an extended period. Yesterday, I sensed that he has seemingly awakened, and he should now be within your seventh universe. Since you have been rather idle of late, would you be able to pay him a visit and look after my good friend and brother? Upon hearing this, Whis let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, so you wish for me to play the role of caretaker? That is indeed a task well within my capabilities. Having collaborated with Lord Beerus on numerous endeavors over the years, even managing to coexist with such an eccentric destroyer god, I doubt there will be any complications in tending to the Grand Priest's dear friend. Just as Whis felt a sense of ease wash over him, he caught a glimpse of the Grand Priest's expression, which suddenly stirred a sense of unease within him. For he noticed a subtle distortion in the Grand Priest's visage when he uttered the words good friend and brother. How could this be possible? How could such a matter occur to the High Priest? Given the High Priest's steadfastness and demeanor, it is perplexing that he would exhibit such a peculiar expression towards a friend. This only deepened Whis's suspicions. Could it truly be such a simple task? He then inquired, Esteemed High Priest, since your dear friend has awakened, why am I being sent in your stead? This question struck a nerve with the High Priest. He raised an eyebrow, immediately realizing his lapse in composure. He quickly regained his tranquility and addressed Whis in a gentle and calm tone. You know well that the new universe is on the verge of formation, and I am utterly preoccupied. Moreover, that fellow, no, my dear friend, has only just awakened, and much of his power has yet to return. Building a rapport with him now would greatly benefit you in the future. At this point, Whis was thoroughly perplexed. His powers are not fully restored, and yet I must establish a connection with him? Who exactly is this person? I beseech you, esteemed High Priest, please enlighten me. Seeing that there was no escape from this predicament, the High Priest sighed deeply and elaborated to Whis. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. This individual is named Luo Hao, my childhood companion and a confidant with whom I've grown up. Honestly, he is the best friend I have ever had, bar none. However, this lad can be rather peculiar at times. Most people might find him difficult to endure. There is nothing more to it, Whis. Among my many children, your talents and abilities stand out the most. I have a fair degree of confidence in your capacity to undertake this task. The grandiose praise bestowed upon Whis only served to amplify his confusion. This was hardly characteristic of the High Priest. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. The individual who had awakened was indeed someone of considerable significance. Given that he could call the High Priest a brother, and was a childhood companion. He must be no ordinary character. Thus, Whis refrained from further hesitation and asked, "Esteemed High Priest, what is the objective of this task?" It appeared that Whis was indeed willing to accept this challenging assignment, which alleviated some of the High Priest's concerns. He replied leisurely, "In essence, there is but one requirement for this task. As long as this individual remains within your seventh universe, you must fulfill all his requests." Yes, that is the crux of it. There seems to be nothing more than a peculiar task coupled with an unusual demand. What an array of oddities permeated this endeavor. Suddenly, Whis remembered an important question and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed High Priest, I have but one inquiry." The High Priest, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, "Very well, pose your question. Whatever I am able to do, I shall strive to assist you to the best of my ability." What? Even before the question was posed, such a promise had already been made? Could it be? Upon considering this, Whis became increasingly resolute in his thoughts and inquired, "Esteemed High Priest, I wish to ascertain the prowess of this notable individual, particularly in comparison to your OWT these words." The High Priest was momentarily taken aback, but soon addressed Whis with a tone of conviction. "What need is there for elaboration? As the chief steward of the pantheon of cosmic deities, what manner of being could possibly stand on par with me? Really, Whis, there is no cause for alarm. That fellow is unequivocally no match for me. How could you even entertain such doubts?" Chapter 2. The Awakening of Luo Hao. At this moment, Whis discreetly observed the High Priest. Although he spoke with righteous fervor, his wandering gaze and fleeting demeanor caused a sense of unease to stir within Whis. It seemed that his words were not entirely congruent with his actions. However, this was no longer the crux of the matter. Just as Whis prepared to pursue further inquiries, he noticed a narrow crack suddenly appear in the grand door of the All-King's temple, revealing a charming little head peeking through. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than the All-King himself, who appeared to be eavesdropping on the conversation between Whis and the High Priest. Such a clumsy prank. The All-King, undeterred by the glances exchanged between the High Priest and Whis, anxiously inquired, "High Priest, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." As Whis was about to step forward to pay his respects, the High Priest cleared his throat and replied, "Yes, indeed, just as you suspect, that individual has awakened." Upon hearing these words, the All-King fully emerged from the doorway, his bewilderment evident as he stammered, "Are you referring to Luo Hao? Has he truly awakened?" Receiving the High Priest's affirmative response, the All-King, without hesitation, solemnly declared to Whis and the High Priest, "I shall enter seclusion for the time being. Even if the entire universe collapses, do not disturb me. That is all, farewell." With that, he swiftly vanished back through the crack, and the massive door of the All-King's temple slammed shut with a resounding thud, indicating that it would remain closed for a considerable time to come. At this moment, Whis found himself utterly bewildered. How peculiar. There must be something amiss. The presence of both the All-King and the High Priest, the most illustrious deities in the universe, engaging in such furtive behavior, surely indicated that there were matters unknown to him. The task at hand reeked of strangeness. Thus, Whis decided against further questioning. Remaining in a bowing posture, his gaze fixed intently on the High Priest, eager to hear what more he might reveal. The All-King's unexpected interruption had completely unraveled the High Priest's previously composed demeanor. With a resigned smile, the High Priest finally conceded, "Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall disclose the truth to you. However, this is an absolute secret, and it must remain confidential." Whis nodded vigorously, realizing there indeed was a secret to unveil. His curiosity was finally piqued. Ever since he ascended to the status of the universe's most powerful angel, life had grown rather tedious, particularly with his partner sleeping most of the time and only awakening to eat, leaving little room for entertainment. Boredom had stretched on for too long, but now, perhaps this opportunity to glean new information from the High Priest and the All-King could provide a welcome distraction. As for the High Priest's so-called childhood friend, was there truly anyone he could not handle? Indeed, one cannot underestimate Whis. The Grand Priest, after much contemplation, let out a long sigh and said, "Whis, there is indeed much to discuss. You are aware that there were originally 18 universes, correct?" Whis nodded and replied, "Yes. I understand. This is part of our cosmic history." The Grand Priest spoke with a grave demeanor. "Do you know why only 12 universes remain?" Whis nodded again and remarked, Is it not said that 6 were erased due to Lord Zeno's displeasure? Is there an issue with that? The Grand Priest, with a serious tone, explained, in truth. You only know part of the story. The disappearance of those 6 universes is directly linked to a certain individual named Luo Hao. Upon hearing this, Whis was taken aback. What? The vanished 6 universes are connected to the target of my current mission? This task is no mere assignment. Initially, Whis had perceived it as an ordinary caretaking duty, but the Grand Priest's revelations left him utterly bewildered. What began as a simple task had now escalated into a life-threatening endeavor. The magnitude of this shift was indeed considerable. However, the Grand Priest reassured him, saying, "It is not as dire as it seems. As long as you meet his requirements, he is not excessively unreasonable, though his temperament is peculiar. As long as he remains in the 7th universe, it should not pose a problem." Observing Whis' despondent expression, the Grand Priest offered further comfort. Do not be so pessimistic. This individual has only just awakened, and there is ample time before he reaches other universes. If you can establish a good rapport during this period, he is unlikely to bring harm to other realms. With this, Whis finally grasped the rationale behind such peculiar demands and asked, "So, Grand Priest, you mean to say that as long as we keep him in our 7th universe, ensuring he only causes disruption here and not elsewhere, that is the essence of it?" The Grand Priest, recognizing Whis' astuteness, felt a tinge of embarrassment regarding the matter, which even he, as the steward of this universe, found somewhat awkward. With a nonchalant glance at Whis, he vanished in a flash of golden light, leaving no trace behind. Now, in the vast expanse of the plaza, Whis stood alone, pondering, is this fortune or misfortune? How did I find myself embroiled in such a predicament? Yet, I had confidently accepted the task. There was no turning back now. With the Grand Priest having disappeared, and Lord Zeno in seclusion, it appeared that all challenges lay before him. At this moment, Whis began to envy Beerus, who slept soundly without a care in the world. Regardless of the circumstances, that fellow always seemed to be napping, leaving Whis to bear the weight of all matters and uncertainties alone. Especially regarding this so-called childhood friend of the Grand Priest. Why awaken in our 7th universe of all places? It truly is outrageous. Is it necessary to return to the realm of destruction and awaken Lord Beerus to discuss matters with him? This task seems rather daunting for me. However, upon further reflection, I quickly dismissed the notion. The Grand Minister did mention that this is a confidential matter not to be disclosed to outsiders. Should I awaken Lord Beerus, I would inevitably have to clarify everything with him, which would constitute a breach of confidentiality. It appears that I must confront all challenges with my own abilities. Nonetheless, Whis is not one to shy away from adversity. After all, among all the offspring of the Grand Minister, Whis considers himself to be among the most distinguished. Yet, what is destined to occur will inevitably unfold, and evasion serves no purpose. I am eager to discover the identity of the individual who can provoke such secrecy from both the Grand Minister and the Omni-King. My thoughts then drifted back to the vastness of space above Earth, where Whis gracefully descended to the planet's surface. "Ah, I have found you." It turned out that on the 2nd floor of a noodle shop in West City, the young man, Luo Hao, stretched his arms in a grand yawn. "Oh, how peculiar these days have been. I am beset by bizarre dreams, and strange memories surge into my mind, which is leaving me feeling somewhat frazzled. Each dream feels as though it were a lived experience, accompanied by subtle changes within his body, imparting a particularly strange sensation upon Luo Hao. It appears that this is no ordinary dream. The peculiar transformations in his body left him utterly bewildered. Just last night, he dreamt of a weeping child, clinging to him with a runny nose, and gradually, these memories became increasingly vivid. At this moment, Luo Hao let out a sigh of relief. It seems I may have awakened some memories or inherited an extraordinary legacy, as long as I am not losing my mind. He feared that these experiences might signify a descent into madness, which would spell disaster for him. At this juncture, Luo Hao had completed his morning rituals and quietly approached the floor-to-ceiling window adjacent to his bedroom. He prepared a cup of his favorite milk coffee, gazing into the distance with profound contemplation, attempting to organize the chaotic thoughts that had plagued him over the past few days. Various figures flitted through his mind: Grand Minister, Omni-King, angels, and destroyers. What a perplexing array. Yet each character appeared so vivid and real. Could it indeed be that memories from a past life were resurfacing? As Luo Hao endeavored to untangle his disordered thoughts, he recalled a technique known as the art of following one's heart, which had also surfaced in his memories. What could this possibly be? Is it also a peerless skill he practiced in a previous life? Well, this at least offers some clarity, if there exists a technique. It affirms that he is not merely an ordinary individual. This is how one embarks on a splendid life. Suddenly, Luo Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Someone is observing me. Who could it be? Not far from Luo Hao, Whis was quietly suspended in midair. At that moment, his brows were tightly knitted, and his staff was gently waving, revealing all the information regarding Luo Hao. As he perused this comprehensive dossier, Whis found himself utterly bewildered. Name: Luo Hao. Age: 16. An ordinary earthling, a high school student from Shidu High School, an orphan who, for reasons unknown, had unexpectedly inherited a substantial fortune that allowed him to live comfortably until the age of 16. This individual's most notable trait was his passion for the culinary arts. At the tender age of 14, he had taken advantage of his spare time during classes to open a modest noodle shop, becoming a well-known young entrepreneur in the vicinity. This is the person I am to oversee. Whis furrowed his brow even deeper, as, after a considerable period of investigation, he had found nothing particularly remarkable about this ordinary earthling named Luo Hao from any angle, despite having reviewed Luo Hao's profile 3 times with his investigative techniques. There seemed to be nothing of significance warranting his attention. Perhaps a closer encounter would yield more definitive insights? Whis pondered, and in an instant, his figure flickered before he appeared right behind Luo Hao. The latter was gazing into the distance when he raised an eyebrow slightly, and without turning around, exclaimed, "Ah, Whis. It's you. What a surprise." At that moment, Whis, who had just materialized behind Luo Hao, was taken aback. This individual, despite appearing unremarkable in both looks and information, had managed to detect his presence without turning around and even called out his name directly. Could it be that he is indeed a hidden powerhouse? As Luo Hao slowly turned around, he greeted Whis with a broad smile. "I can't believe it's really you, Whis." Whis stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at Luo Hao with a look of confusion, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Luo Hao seemed to read Whis' thoughts, offering a warm smile as he said, "Hey, Whis, don't be so tense. As you've investigated, I'm just an ordinary earthling." Whis, almost involuntarily, asked, "How did you discover my presence?" Luo Hao chuckled. "That's simple. I saw your reflection in the glass in front of me." Whis glanced over in realization. Indeed, his reflection was visible in the window, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps he had overthought the situation? This fellow truly seemed to be just an ordinary earthling, leaving Whis startled for no reason. While wiping the sweat from his brow, Whis suddenly recalled a pressing question. "Wait, that's odd. How do you know me? I've never been to this planet before." At this moment, Whis seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. The real question was not how this young man had detected his presence, but rather how he had come to recognize him. That was the essential point. Observing Vis's perplexed expression, Luo Hao shrugged and remarked, "This matter is rather lengthy to explain. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss it at a leisurely pace. By the way, Vis, would you care for a drink?" However, Vis, with utmost respect, bowed and began to speak, only to be interrupted by Luo Hao, who insisted, "There's no need for such formalities. I hold no official title. Addressing me with such reverence feels overly distant." Vis revealed a gentle smile, contemplating that this individual lacked pretension, seemingly contradicting the fierce depiction provided by the high priest. Perhaps he was indeed a person easy to converse with. He then inquired, "How should I address you?" As Luo Hao approached the coffee table, pouring a cup of coffee for Vis, he continued, "Let us dispense with the formalities. Our meeting is serendipitous. From now on, we shall regard each other as equals. You may call me Luo Hao, and I shall call you Vis. This will facilitate our communication. Now, Vis, do try this coffee I brewed, and let me know if it suits your palate." The young man truly did not exhibit the aloofness Vis had anticipated. Since the other party was inclined towards an open and candid discussion, Vis had no objections. Although he was an angel of significant power, confronting such an enigmatic task felt akin to a maiden's first journey in a palanquin. His plethora of inquiries had accumulated to a point of near explosion. If clarity eluded him, he feared he might succumb to frustration. As he caught sight of the freshly brewed coffee, the peculiar aroma wafted through the air, leaving Vis in a state of disbelief. How could a mundane planet produce such a delightful beverage? It was indeed an experience unlike any he had encountered before. Luo Hao, noticing Vis's astonishment, felt a wave of understanding wash over him regarding the young man's seemingly unworldly demeanor. This appeared to have a taste for the finer things, suggesting he had rarely indulged in true delicacies. In terms of gastronomy, Earth claimed the title of the second best in the universe, with none daring to claim the first. Well, it seemed this young man was fortunate to find himself in his company. Thus, Luo Hao resolved to extend the hospitality befitting a host. After all, this was a bona fide angel and a relation of his childhood friend, making Luo Hao a predecessor in a past life. At that moment, Whis clutched his staff tightly, sitting upright on the sofa, emanating a tense and rigid posture. Luo Hao casually remarked, "Whis, here you are as if in your own home. There is no need to be so anxious. I am hardly a beast of burden. Besides, you are a formidable angel. Is such tension truly necessary?" Whis pondered this, recognizing that their acquaintance was still in its infancy. To behave in a manner that would compromise the dignity of an angel seemed rather impolite. Luo Hao casually patted Whis on the shoulder and said, "Whis, relax a bit. After all, we are in your own home. There is no need to be tense." At that moment, Whis' smile completely froze on his face due to Luo Hao's gentle tap. This was not because Luo Hao had launched any form of attack against Whis, but rather, this seemingly trivial gesture invoked a tumult of emotions within Whis. It was only due to Whis' composure that he did not leap up in shock, as anyone else might have done. It was not a significant matter. However, Whis truly understood the profound implication behind this casual act. This fellow had inadvertently shattered his mastery of the supreme ease technique. How could this be possible? This was a family technique personally imparted by his father, the Grand Priest. Whis believed he had cultivated it to an extraordinary level. Given his current mastery of the supreme ease technique, it would be impossible for even the god of destruction, Beerus, to disrupt it casually. With his understanding and skill, he had reached a state of instinctive evasion. By this measure, his opponent was undeniably not an ordinary earthling. Whis could not fathom that the insignia on his staff could be so misleadingly ordinary. Then, Whis pondered a crucial question. This individual seemed to have just awakened, yet was capable of disrupting his supreme ease technique. If this person were to fully awaken, what a terrifying existence he would become. It was no wonder the Grand Priest and the Omni-King were so reticent about this individual. It all made sense now, observing the myriad changes in Whis' expression. Luo Hao contemplated briefly and suddenly grasped why Whis' demeanor was so captivating. Luo Hao then smiled broadly. "Hey, Whis, no need to be so alarmed, all right? I understand what is troubling you, and I can provide a reasonable explanation for it. The technique you are using is called the Supreme Ease Technique, isn't it? Haha. It's impressive that Daguan has managed to refine it to such an extent. To be honest, this technique was co-created by Daguan and me in our youth. I didn't expect him to pass down this little divine skill we devised as children to you descendants. Quite remarkable." Upon hearing this, Whis' previously unsettled composure surged once more. "What? Daguan, are you referring to my father, the Grand Priest?" Without a moment's hesitation, Whis posed this question, noticing the vigorous nods from Luo Hao, which seemed to confirm his suspicion. At this moment, Whis was wiping the sweat from his brow. It was the first time someone had dared to refer to his father, the Grand Priest, as Daguan. This title alone suggested a profound relationship between the two. The explanation given by this individual seemed to clarify everything. Indeed, the Supreme Ease Technique was a wondrous skill co-created by this person and his father in their childhood. With this understanding, Whis felt a sense of relief wash over him. Since the cultivation techniques were created by others, it is entirely understandable that one could effortlessly dissolve their own supreme mastery. Whis was absorbing this immense amount of information, gradually restoring his expression to tranquility. Observing that Whis appeared to have come to a realization, Luo Hao smiled and said, "By the way, Whis, what was it that you asked me earlier? I believe I have just awakened, and many of my memories remain fragmented, yet to be fully connected. Perhaps our exchange will assist in the restoration of my memories." Your timing is impeccable. At this moment, Whis recalled the first question he intended to ask. That Ro is called Luo Hao. He hesitated to utter the name, as he had been accustomed to showing utmost reverence in front of his father, the Grand Priest, and Lord Quan Wang. Suddenly addressing such prominent figures as equals made Whis feel somewhat timid. Noticing the peculiar gaze directed at him, Whis resolved to be bold. "All right, Luo Hao. I shall ask directly. How is it that you know my name? And how did you recognize me at a glance?" Chapter 5. Luo Hao. This fellow is indeed a glutton. After speaking, Whis smacked his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. The other party has made it abundantly clear that he is merely at the nascent stage of awakening, and he is not only a close friend of my father, the Grand Priest, but also a childhood companion. Thus, it stands to reason that he would recognize me. I truly am dim-witted. Seeing Whis appearing both awkward and conflicted, Luo Hao felt a twinge of sympathy. Isn't this fellow reputed to be among the foremost angels? How has he been reduced to such a state by my presence? Could it be that the volume of information is simply too overwhelming for him to process? Did the Grand Priest fail to clarify matters before his arrival? Well, it is indeed quite a challenge for him. Luo Hao then gestured towards the coffee in front of Whis. Whis, take your time, don't be anxious. Why not sample my brew? I prepared this coffee myself, and I hope you will enjoy it. With the stalemate thus broken, Whis hesitated no longer. He picked up the coffee and took a hearty sip, his expression instantly freezing in place. The sensation in his heart could be summed up in 2 words: delicious. 3 words: truly delectable. 4 words: exceedingly delightful. At this moment, watching Whis' face become rigid while his eyebrows danced animatedly left Luo Hao momentarily astonished. What is wrong with him? It's merely a cup of coffee, yet he can conjure such an odd expression? Remarkable. After standing in a daze for a full 3 seconds, Whis finally gulped down the coffee. He then swiftly downed the entire cup, exhaling a long sigh. This is truly exceptional. Absolutely exquisite. In all my years, I have never tasted such a delightful beverage. Luo Hao, you truly are a genius. I never anticipated that you possessed such a remarkable talent in the culinary arts. It appears that coming to fulfill this task was indeed fortuitous. My dear father has been quite considerate of me. Oh dear, I inadvertently revealed my innermost thoughts. Observing the awkwardness of Whis, Luo Hao smiled and said, Mr. Whis, would you care for another cup? Noticing Whis nodding vigorously, Luo Hao mused. This fellow is indeed, as I remembered, a glutton from childhood, willing to forsake everything in the presence of delectable food. Oh, this is the angelic Whis I hold dear. As cup after cup of coffee was consumed, Whis gradually emerged from his state of embarrassment, slowly regaining his usual graceful demeanor. At that moment, the elegant Whis delicately savored the 18th cup of coffee that Luo Hao had brewed for him, remarking, This is truly delightful. I still find myself wanting more. Luo Hao sighed softly. You, my friend, who would have thought you were such a voracious eater? Well, if it pleases you, indulge a little more, but my reserves are limited. I may need to venture to the supermarket to procure more if necessary. Whis blushed slightly, saying, I am truly sorry for imposing upon you during my first visit. Ah, it is no trouble at all, Luo Hao responded with a reassuring glance that conveyed. Since you are in my home, how could I not treat you well? By the way, Whis, having shared so many fragments of my memories, I find myself recalling numerous past events. What brings you here to seek me out? Upon realizing they were finally approaching the crux of the matter, Whis momentarily froze, suppressing his previously carefree smile, and stated with utmost seriousness, I have been entrusted with a mission from the Grand Priest to look after you. What? Look after me? Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly comprehend. Oh, so you are here to take care of me. You have my gratitude, Whis. However, what does looking after me entail? Could you clarify? Whis mentally chastised himself for unwittingly disclosing his mission to Luo Hao. This was indeed a closely guarded secret, yet it seemed unnecessary to withhold it from a true friend. With a resolute heart, Whis relayed the entirety of the task assigned to him by the Grand Priest, word for word, learning that a celestial angel from the 7th universe had been appointed to tend to him. He realized that as long as he remained within the 7th universe, any request or desire would be fulfilled. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hao exhaled deeply and remarked, Well, it seems the Grand Priest is quite thoughtful. He must be concerned that I might encounter dangers if I were to leave the 7th universe before my powers are fully awakened. Moreover, prior to this, should I encounter any peril in another universe, this fellow would undoubtedly come to my rescue. If that is the case, it seems that Daguan, this lad, is indeed quite chivalrous, having not forgotten the bonds of camaraderie from our youth. With this thought, Luo Hao felt a profound sense of relief. Observing the eager expression on Whis' face, Luo Hao furrowed his brow and inquired, What is it, Whis? Do you have something to say? At that moment, the flames of gossip ignited within Whis' heart, burning intensely. Oh, Luo Hao, it's not merely idle chatter. The way you refer to my father, the esteemed divine official, signifies the unbreakable friendship you shared in the past. Could you perhaps share some tales from your childhood? These matters have always been shrouded in secrecy by my father, never revealed to my siblings and me. I am genuinely curious about what my father was like in his youth. This is indeed a rare opportunity for exclusive revelations. Can you enlighten me? Luo Hao, I know you are the best. Luo Hao twitched his lips, responding helplessly. This may not be appropriate, Whis. After all, we are discussing your father, the esteemed divine official, and to speak of such matters in secrecy seems to contradict my principles. Yet, Whis's eyes sparkled with fervor, as it appeared he was aware that Luo Hao possessed the knowledge and could be persuaded to divulge it. With an intense gaze fixed on Luo Hao, Whis declared, "In that case, very well. My mission here is to assist you wholeheartedly. Whatever you require, I shall comply unconditionally, as long as you share some secrets about my father with me. I am truly curious. After all these years, I would be the first to hold my father's secrets. Please do tell." Chapter 6, The Sniveler, the Crybaby. Witnessing Whis's unwavering determination, a glimmer of clarity shone in Luo Hao's eyes. "Do you genuinely wish to know, Whis? You would agree to any condition?" Whis nodded vigorously, "Of course. As long as you are willing to speak, I will do anything you ask." Luo Hao began to mutter to himself, "In truth, De Guan hesitates to meet with me, perhaps due to his own reservations. For we are indeed too familiar with one another. Moreover, there is hardly a trivial matter from his childhood that I am unaware of." At this juncture, Whis's eyes sparkled even brighter. Luo Hao continued to muse aloud. "In fact, I made a promise to him, since our coming of age. I have vowed not to speak of the nicknames he bore as a crying baby and a sniveler to outsiders. This is a secret shared between brothers, one I shall never divulge." Upon hearing this, Whis, seated directly across, was fervently wiping his brow. Sniveler? Crybaby? The esteemed divine official had these two illustrious nicknames? It seemed that only this dear friend of his father could know such stories from his childhood. Nevertheless, it appeared that these tales would remain buried within him. If he were to divulge these secrets, it is likely that the high priest would personally eliminate him before he could even take his first breath. This notion weighs heavily on Whis's mind. Meanwhile, Luo Hao seems to be caught up in a reverie, having opened the floodgates of conversation and continuing to speak to himself. At this moment, Luo Hao appears lost in deep reflection, murmuring, "Back in the days, that rascal pilfered the female teachers." Just as he reaches this point, he suddenly becomes aware of his loose tongue and hastily covers his mouth, feigning innocence. I mustn't say. This matter is absolutely confidential, as we have an agreement. How could such a secret be shared so carelessly? All right, Whis, cease your probing. Secrets of this nature will remain untold." Looking at Whis now, he is drenched in perspiration, despite his hands being too busy wiping away sweat. He thinks, is this not revealing a secret? You have already spoken it. So why the theatrics? Whis now comprehends fully why the high priest harbors both affection and disdain for this individual, showcasing an air of secrecy. Observing the high priest's expression back then, coupled with Luo Hao's current demeanor, Whis finds himself in agreement. If he were to befriend someone like Luo Hao, he would undoubtedly feel exasperated. He hopes fervently that this fellow's lips remain sealed, should the high priest discover that he is privy to certain forbidden secrets. It is likely that Luo Hao would escape unscathed, while Whis himself might very well meet his demise at the high priest's hands. The fact that this fellow would even bring up matters of pilfering from a female teacher reveals the deep bond these two shared in their youth. In Luo Hao's profound gaze, Whis glimpses a glimmer of clarity, and his heart finds solace. This prominent figure possesses a delightful humor. Although he presently walks the earth as an ordinary human, he must still embody the essence of a remarkable individual, making Whis ponder the propriety of their relationship. At this juncture, Whis has come to terms with everything, gradually adopting a poised demeanor as he engages in casual conversation with Luo Hao. Meanwhile, Luo Hao grows increasingly perturbed. The angel has arrived, all necessary explanations have been made, and they have even met. Why does he linger here still? However, Luo Hao, by nature, is not one to hastily issue a dismissal. Yet this fellow shows no inclination to take his leave, which poses a dilemma. He recalls the earlier mention that as long as he does not depart from the seventh universe, all would be permissible. Could it be? Surely not. He has his own life to lead. If this persistent entourage remains by his side, how will it affect his studies, his business, his very existence? Observing Whis, who is engaging him in polite conversation, Luo Hao holds a favorable impression of this angel, whose temperament aligns well with his own. Nonetheless, the sudden emergence of such a vibrant presence into his life feels rather peculiar. Casually, Luo Hao inquired, "By the way, Whis, what is your task this time?" With a radiant smile, Whis replied, "Of course, it is to take good care of you. As long as you do not leave this universe, we can discuss anything." "And what comes next?" "Next? Well, there is nothing more to it. As an angel, I am destined to be by your side. From now on, I shall reside here. Luo Hao, please show me where would be the most suitable place for me to stay." With that, Whis began to explore Luo Hao's home without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao found himself utterly convinced. This fellow was not only familiar, but had completely disregarded any notion of being an outsider. In his mind, he was indeed a childhood friend of his father, yet that seemed to pertain to a past life. After all, he had been reincarnated and reborn. He was, in essence, merely an awakening earthling. Contemplating this, Luo Hao's mind turned, leading him to a rather unconventional idea. He rummaged through his bedside drawer and produced a yellow object, handing it to Whis, saying, "Here, Mr. Whis, take this." Whis blinked in surprise. "What is this?" "I merely said I would take care of you here. Why are you giving me this?" Luo Hao chuckled softly. "It's quite simple, really. I do not keep idle hands around here. You see, I am in the food industry and manage this small noodle shop during my spare time from studies. I run it all by myself, and it can be quite overwhelming. I could really use someone to help out. So here, wear this. It's your first work uniform. Try it on and see if it fits. Since you will be staying here frequently, why not lend a hand at my shop?" At that moment, Whis stood frozen in disbelief. "What? I am a genuine angel, and you expect me to serve as a waiter in an ordinary noodle shop on Earth? Isn't that a tad excessive?" Observing Luo Hao's sincere demeanor, it became evident that he was serious. Meanwhile, Luo Hao smugly thought, "Let this grand angel serve in my noodle shop for a few days. I doubt he can truly remain here for long. My life, my future, does not require an angelic attendant. Let us see how you respond to this." Chapter 7. The majestic angel becomes a waiter. Whis' expression underwent a brief struggle and transformation, but soon, he calmly slipped into the work uniform presented by Luo Hao, a yellow checkered apron. Well, it was indeed fitting. Wearing the apron, he truly resembled a waiter at a noodle shop. In that fleeting moment, Whis battled countless thoughts in his mind, ultimately recalling the task assigned by the high priest. He realized that completing this assignment was his primary objective, as he was indeed here to care for this significant individual. Working as a waiter in a noodle shop was not beneath him. It was merely a job to do. Plus, he could enjoy free meals and drinks while at it. What's not to like? Seeing that Whis had so swiftly accepted, Luo Hao felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This fellow truly possesses an admirable temperament. Is it the case that all top-tier deities are such adaptable characters? Nevertheless, it matters little. To be candid, his modest noodle shop is indeed in need of a waiter, and since this individual is willing to assist, he may as well stay. After all, this is a gesture of goodwill from a distinguished figure, and employing other means to drive him away seems rather incongruent with Luo Hao's disposition. Suddenly, a flicker of memory sparked within Luo Hao, and he directly inquired, "By the way, Whis, don't you have several sisters serving as angels in other universes?" Whis nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I have 3 sisters. What does that have to do with my role as a waiter here?" With this revelation, Luo Hao's heart completely relaxed. I shall undoubtedly devise a few strategies to gently nudge this little angel away. Having a beautiful female angel by his side would be far more befitting of his so-called illustrious status. As Whis adjusted his newly acquired work uniform, Luo Hao pondered how he might replace Whis with the likes of Batos and other female angels. At this awkward juncture, the doorbell of their home suddenly rang, incessantly chiming with urgency. Whis paused momentarily, glancing at Luo Hao. Who could that be? Luo Hao sighed in resignation, judging by the manner of that doorbell. It must be Bulma. No one else could be so persistent. Bulma? Whis inquired with curiosity. Who is that? Luo Hao shrugged and replied. She is my high school classmate and desk mate, a girl named Bulma. This girl has been pestering me for days, and I never anticipated she would show up at my home today. It's truly bothersome. As he spoke, the doorbell's ringing intensified, and Luo Hao offered Whis an apologetic smile. Noticing Whis' lack of reaction as he continued to adjust his uniform, Luo Hao hastily made his way to the door. This girl is as impatient as ever. Upon opening the door, a beautiful young lady stood there, her expression filled with playful reproach. Luo Hao, I know you're home. Why did it take you so long to answer? Moreover, what's the matter with you? Why have you been avoiding me? Now I've caught you red-handed. Luo Hao responded with a wry smile. Bulma, let us take our time with this. I have been preoccupied, you see. Preoccupied? Just you, a single dog. What could possibly keep you so busy? Are you going to leave me standing at the door, refusing to invite me in? Luo Hao scratched his head and conceded. Very well, come in. With that, he stepped aside to usher Bulma into his room. Once inside, Bulma continued to murmur. Luo Hao, what on earth are you up to? What time is it? Shouldn't you be getting ready to serve customers? Don't you want to operate your noodle shop? Luo Hao shrugged. It's just that there are guests at home. Pointing casually at the upright figure of Whis standing nearby, Bulma seemed to have just noticed him. Oh, there's actually another person here. How did I not notice? At this moment, Whis found himself at a loss for words, thinking, here I am, a sizable presence, standing right here. This girl seems to have eyes only for that boy, Luo Hao, completely disregarding me. However, Whis chose to overlook this, and simply offered Bulma a gentle smile. This was Whis' signature expression, and upon seeing it, Bulma paused in surprise before immediately tugging on Luo Hao's sleeve and exclaiming loudly, Hey, Luo Hao, is this your friend? I've never seen him before. Quickly tell me, where did you find this Uncle Avatar? Uncle Avatar? Upon hearing this, Whis' smile faltered, leaving his face momentarily frozen. Does this girl even know how to speak? What does she mean by Avatar? Fine, I may not understand that, but why call me uncle? Am I really that old? Whis, feeling insecure, touched his face, searching for any wrinkles. I hardly resemble an uncle. Observing Bulma's astonishment, Luo Hao earnestly explained, All right, Bulma, stop the nonsense. This gentleman is neither an avatar nor an uncle. His name is Whis. Bulma pouted, You, always being so secretive these past few days, hiding a dashing uncle at home. What do you mean by that? At this point, Luo Hao swiftly covered Bulma's mouth with his hand, saying, You have a real knack for speaking without thinking. This new arrival, Whis, is my recently recruited waiter for the restaurant. You know that I manage it all alone and have been quite overwhelmed, conducting interviews these past few days. I just signed a contract with Mr. Whis today. He will be working as a waiter at my restaurant. Do I really need to consult you about every little thing? Upon hearing Luo Hao's explanation, Bulma finally understood. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I thought something mysterious was going on. Luo Hao retorted, What could I possibly be up to? Honestly, how can someone of your age have such impure thoughts? Bulma responded, somewhat helplessly, You should have just said you needed help. You could have asked me. Luo Hao replied, I have asked you before, but you refused to endure any hardship. What have you done at my restaurant besides coming to enjoy free meals? Chapter 8. Bulma, why do I feel like he resembles Avatar? At this point, it seemed to strike a nerve with Bulma. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she circled around Whis, murmuring, Uncle Avatar, you really are quite handsome. Are you truly here to apply for the waiter position? Luo Hao, somewhat exasperated, remarked, You truly are quite the chatterbox, my dear. I have already informed you that this gentleman is named Whis. Do not underestimate him. For he is indeed a genuine angel. This statement marked one of the most earnest declarations Luo Hao had ever made, solemnly acknowledging Whis' celestial stature. At that moment, Whis stood tall and proud, exuding the aura befitting an angel. However, Bulma, with a tone of skepticism, interjected, An angel? Surely not. He seems more akin to an avatar. At that instant, Whis' inherent energy surged forth unconsciously, prompting Bulma to clap her hands, only to find herself grasping at empty air. Bulma, now visibly displeased, retorted, Luo Hao, this fellow claims to be an angel, yet lacks wings and a halo. I suspect he is a fraud. Have you investigated his identity? We cannot afford to employ dubious individuals in your little shop. What if he turns out to be a criminal or an outlaw? That would spell disaster. We cannot invite a wolf into our fold. Luo Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, Very well, Bulma. What brings you here today? I have already signed a contract with Mr. Whis, so you need not worry about this matter. Bulma seemed to suddenly recall a pressing issue. Ceasing her inquiries regarding Whis' identity and whether the gentleman was an avatar or an angel, with the enthusiasm of presenting a prized possession, she produced a large pocket watch-like device from her bag and handed it to Luo Hao. Luo Hao, look at my research achievement. I have finally succeeded in creating it. Luo Hao scratched his head in confusion. What is this contraption? Why have you gone to such lengths to seek me out? Seeing that Luo Hao had completely forgotten about the matter, Bulma's frustration boiled over. casting aside her previously cultivated image of a demure lady. One foot perched atop Luo Hao's coffee table, she placed her hands on her waist and shouted, "Did I not tell you that I discovered a 2-star Dragon Ball in my home as storage?" Luo Hao nodded. "Indeed, you mentioned that before." And then, Bulma continued, her irritation mounting. "I informed you that I had consulted the texts and discovered that these Dragon Balls are wondrous objects. There are 7 in total. If we gather them all, we can grant a wish. Have you forgotten?" Luo Hao pondered for a moment, recalling that there had indeed been such a discussion. Yet, at the time, Bulma had mentioned it casually, and he had merely listened without giving it further thought. And then, Bulma exclaimed, her frustration reaching its peak. "You forgot such an important matter. From the energy emitted by this 2-star ball, I developed this device known as the Dragon Ball Radar. With its existence, we will be able to locate the remaining Dragon Balls, no matter where they are hidden, thus enabling us to successfully gather all 7. What do you think? Isn't my idea quite innovative? Once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, any wish can be granted. Haha, my dream could finally become a reality. How intriguing." Luo Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling that at one time, he indeed had such a plan. "But," Bulma interjected sharply, "did you not promise me that as long as I could create the Dragon Radar, you would accompany me in the quest for the Dragon Balls? Have you completely forgotten?" Luo Hao patted his head, realizing he had indeed made that vow, yet the passage of time had caused him to forget. Must they truly embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls? At this moment, Bulma had vented her frustration and ceased her irritation towards Luo Hao. She began pressing buttons on the radar, revealing 7 shimmering lights at its center. "Look, this one is at my home, quite close. And this one, the farthest from us, is 8,000 kilometers away. There are several in every direction. With my latest flying machine, we can gather the Dragon Balls in no time. You promised me this. So no backing out." Luo Hao shrugged. "I suppose that is what I said, but what about our studies?" "What studies?" Bulma retorted, exasperated. "You've become so muddled running a noodle shop. It's the holiday now. Are you really thinking of anything else besides searching for the Dragon Balls during this break? Do not give me any excuses or reasons. This search for the Dragon Balls is something we agreed upon. If you dare to change your mind, I possess a special technique of entanglement, and I will not let you off the hook." Bulma's threats were indeed effective. Reflecting on the moments shared with her over the years, all Luo Hao could do was smile wryly. As an orphan, he had always been perceptive about the complexities of human relationships. In terms of character, he was resolute and decisive, unafraid of any challenge, drawing from both his past life's memories and his current experiences. Yet, it was only with Bulma that he had ever found himself at a disadvantage. Despite her lack of certain skills, once her academic prowess eclipsed that of the genius girl, Bulma developed a keen interest in Luo Hao, employing various methods to draw him closer. This might be the innocent stirrings of youthful affection. However, Luo Hao remained blissfully unaware of this budding sentiment. While Bulma's relentless pursuit brought him considerable distress, due to her family background, she employed special tactics to ensure they were placed in the same class, even becoming his desk mate. Although it was perplexing, it was a source of great vexation for Luo Hao. Bulma would invariably involve him in her matters and had mastered the 3 great skills of girls: crying, throwing tantrums, and persistent nagging. Whenever he declined her requests, she would incessantly chatter beside him. If success remains elusive, the incessant murmurs will inevitably transform into relentless nagging, culminating in tears and tantrums, eventually leading to life-threatening threats to coerce Luo Hao into submission. Beside him is a classmate, the campus belle, whose unyielding persistence places Luo Hao in a state of bittersweet torment. Chapter 9. With me, Whis, what desire remains unfulfilled? Although he has awakened memories of his past life during this period, and has completely lost interest in pursuits like finding the Dragon Balls, confronted with Bulma's relentless determination, Luo Hao finds himself at a loss and surrenders. "All right, you win. It seems there is indeed something to attend to. I will accompany you in the quest for the Dragon Balls. Surely that suffices?" Finally receiving the answer she sought, Bulma gleefully stowed away her Dragon Radar and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Now that's more like it. You're finally wise." With that, she dashed into Luo Hao's kitchen, much like a general celebrating a hard-won victory, and helped herself to a can of drink, slurping it down with satisfaction. Observing the newfound tranquility between the two, Whis comprehended the intricacies of the situation. It appears this pair of young souls has entangled matters between them. Now that he grasped the context, As a newly arrived angel aiming to foster a good rapport with Luo Hao, he pondered whether it was time for him to make his entrance. Especially since Luo Hao seemed reluctant to accompany Bulma in her search for the Dragon Balls. With renewed confidence, Whis contemplated that assisting Luo Hao in this matter could indeed mark a splendid beginning. Adjusting his apron, he gazed at the two locked in a silent stare-off and spoke in a gentle tone. Is it true that such a miraculous artifact as the Dragon Balls exists on Earth? They say they can grant any wish. Is that genuine? However, why seek far and wide? Bulma, casting a puzzled glance, queried, why is this uncle still here? Angel uncle, do you have any questions? At last, the girl had uttered some kind words, no longer referring to him as Avatar, which lightened Whis's otherwise somber demeanor. With a broad smile, he responded, as I previously mentioned, I am a magnificent angel, endowed with boundless power. With my divine abilities, I can fulfill any request you might have without necessitating the search for Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Should you have any inquiries, simply approach me. I am the greatest deity in this universe. With that proclamation, a radiant angelic staff materialized in his hand. He gracefully waved the staff, striking what he considered the most dashing pose, and confidently declared, with me, Whis, at your side, what wish could possibly remain unfulfilled? Young lady, feel free to share your desires directly with me. There is no need to gather the Dragon Balls, for I can grant all your wishes. At this moment, the entire room fell into a profound silence. Bulma pointed at Whis, yet her gaze was directed towards Luo Hao. Inquiring with a tone of skepticism, is what this gentleman says true? He is not deceiving me, is he? Luo Hao, with a gaze he deemed sincerely earnest, replied to Bulma, shall we give it a try? Beneath the veneer of their insincere conversation, Whis was on the verge of losing his composure. Did these two truly consider themselves performers or deceivers? Well, at least I am the genuine angel of Universe 7. Is there anything within this universe that I cannot accomplish? Moreover, even if I falter, I, a dignified angel, am undoubtedly far more powerful than the so-called dragons summoned by your Earth's paltry Dragon Balls. These two naive youngsters dare to doubt my integrity. It seems I must demonstrate my true capabilities to avoid further embarrassment. Initially, Bulma was engulfed in doubt, but having witnessed Whis conjure a magnificent staff out of thin air, her skepticism began to wane. Since Luo Hao suggested she give it a try, Bulma genuinely wished to explore the possibility of meeting an omniscient angel. Why exhaust herself searching for elusive Dragon Balls? With her arms crossed, Bulma pondered deeply, contemplating her wishes. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled, and she turned to Whis, saying, Angel sir. How about? Just then, Whis interrupted, wiping the sweat from his brow. Bulma, may I propose something? You may simply call me Whis. No need for prefixes like sir or angel. After all, Luo Hao and I are good friends, and we address each other by our names. Would it not be simpler to call me Whis? Bulma glanced at Luo Hao, who shrugged. Indeed. It's best to address him as Whis. Otherwise, it feels a bit awkward with all this hierarchy. What is the point of that? I call him Whis, and he calls me Luo Hao. It's much better to be on equal footing. Bulma thought for a moment. All right then, Whis, I am about to express my wish. Upon hearing this, Whis straightened his posture, exuding confidence. I am indeed a true angel. What special challenge could a mere girl from Earth present that I cannot overcome? Don't be ridiculous. With Whis brimming with confidence, Bulma eagerly stated, Whis, can you provide me with the most delicious cake in the world? Whis' previously vibrant expression instantly froze. You want me to be a chef? That seems a tad challenging. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Whis candidly replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot cook. Oh, so you cannot make food? Bulma's face fell with disappointment. Since you can't cook, could you help me fight off classmates who bully me? This time, Whis responded with unwavering resolve. I cannot. What? Not even that. With neither culinary skills nor prowess in combat, Whis weakly defended himself, stating, Our angelic race is truly neutral. We abstain from any conflicts and skirmishes. He asserted, This is a matter of principle for us angels, and we shall not breach it for anyone, a fact that is utterly indisputable. Observing Whis' solemn declaration, Bulma began to wonder if her earlier request had been somewhat excessive. Consequently, she conceived a simpler desire. Perhaps my previous wish was a bit unreasonable. Since you cannot assist me in battling and claim to possess unparalleled strength as a formidable master, could you impart a few techniques to me, enabling me to triumph over that individual? Chapter 10. Bulma's ambitious intentions toward the angelic scepter. Immediately, Bulma directed her delicate fingers towards Luo Hao, stating, "As long as you teach me enough to overcome this person, I would be grateful. He frequently bullies me. So if you could bestow upon me some martial skills to handle him, that would suffice." At this, Whis was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, "Bulma, what are you saying? You wish for me to teach you a few techniques to defeat Luo Hao? Surely you jest." In truth, Whis was now wiping the cold sweat from his brow, pondering, this young lady truly dares to make such a bold request. Not only would I struggle against Mr. Luo Hao, but even if our esteemed Grand Minister were to personally intervene, the outcome would still be uncertain. How could you possibly wish for such a thing? As Whis's expressions shifted endlessly, Luo Hao maintained his gentle smile, observing how Whis would navigate this predicament. At that moment, Bulma grew increasingly displeased. This guy is incapable of anything and claims to be an angel, able to grant all wishes? He must truly be a fraud. She approached Luo Hao and timidly inquired, "Are you certain this individual is not a charlatan? Not merely an actor?" Luo Hao nodded emphatically, assuring her, "Indeed, Whis is a genuine angel. I can vouch for that with my integrity. Bulma, please do not press him further. Your requests seem rather excessive." Hearing Luo Hao's words, Bulma paused to reflect. Were her demands truly unreasonable? Well then, perhaps they were a bit excessive. A smile then graced Bulma's face as she addressed Whis. "It appears I may have indeed been a bit demanding. Please forgive me. I am merely an immature girl. How about this? I shall not disregard you entirely. I will present one last small wish. If you can fulfill it, I shall retract all my previous judgments of you. Surely, that is manageable?" In that moment, Whis exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this girl possesses some sense and is not intent on pursuing her demands indefinitely. Though the wishes she expressed were not particularly challenging, they posed an insurmountable task for Whis. It seemed that this girl had unwittingly granted him a glimmer of opportunity. Whis promptly regained his earlier spirited demeanor, and, since the other party had mentioned that fulfilling her final wish merely required a gesture, he adopted a gallant stance. "Very well. Miss Bulma, as long as your wish is not too outrageous, I shall certainly endeavor to fulfill it. Pray tell, what is your final wish?" Bulma extended her petite hand and gently pointed. "Asking you to perform something else indeed seems a bit demanding. I am uncertain of the true extent of your angelic abilities. How about this? If you could simply relinquish your staff to me, that would suffice. Surely, this wish is not too difficult to grant. Moreover, I did say that a mere flick of your hand would suffice for its completion, and the staff would then belong to me. Is that agreeable? This staff is truly exquisite, don't you think, Luo Hao?" At this, Whis became utterly rigid, incredulous. Was she jesting? This was a top-tier artifact. And this girl had the audacity to make such a request. While indeed beautiful, it was not an object that an ordinary mortal from Earth could possess. This staff was a privilege bestowed only upon genuine angels by the Grand Priest, a coveted treasure that ordinary trainee angels had longed to touch but could not. How could she ask him to give it to her? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Whis suddenly retracted his expressive demeanor, offering a wry smile. "What has come over me? Ever since arriving on Earth and meeting Luo Hao, I seem to have lost all sense of composure. Furthermore, the grace I have cultivated over the years appears to have been cast aside today. What is happening to me? Does this enigmatic planet possess some arcane charm that has completely disoriented a dignified angel?" He chided himself for squabbling over such matters with a mere girl, finding it rather perplexing. To alleviate his own embarrassment and prevent Luo Hao from witnessing his plight, Whis's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed Bulma. "Miss Bulma, I now affirm that your quest for the Dragon Balls is indeed a prudent decision. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Luo Hao?" Noticing Whis blinking in surprise, Luo Hao clapped his hands and replied to Bulma, "Since Whis has already consented, let us prepare to set off tomorrow." Whis, wiping the sweat from his brow, thought to himself, "What do you mean by my consent? Do you suppose my disagreement would halt your expedition? How absurd. After all this, you truly do not regard me as an angel." Yet, reflecting on the recent events, he began to vaguely understand why the Grand Priest had dispatched him to this planet rather than coming himself. Perhaps the birth of a new universe and the Grand King's seclusion were merely excuses crafted for him. Even a female classmate with whom Luo Hao shares only an ordinary relationship proves to be quite the challenge. One can only speculate what actions this individual might undertake should he regain his former prowess. Upon hearing that Luo Hao has indeed consented to accompany her in the quest for the Dragon Balls, Bulma's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "That is splendid. I will make the necessary preparations. and we shall set off tomorrow." Just as she was about to leave, Luo Hao called after her, "By the way, have you requested permission from your father for this venture?" Bulma turned back with a smile, replying, "Of course. Initially, my father, Dr. Briefs, was opposed. But once I mentioned that you would be joining me, he readily agreed without hesitation. Is there any further doubt?" It became evident that Dr. Briefs harbored immense trust in her, and Luo Hao had no further comments. "In that case, let us meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we shall not be late." Thus, Luo Hao, Whis, and Bulma officially embarked on their journey across the earth in search of the Dragon Balls. As in the original comic, their quest led them to encounter friends such as Goku, Master Roshi, Krillin, Launch, Puar, and Oolong, as they courageously gathered all the Dragon Balls. Chapter 11. Bulma summons the Eternal Dragon during their quest for the Dragon Balls. Any inappropriate advances aimed at Bulma were swiftly thwarted by Luo Hao. Throughout this endeavor, Luo Hao discovered that the fragments of memories he had regained, along with the acceleration of his divine power and comprehension of techniques, had progressed remarkably. This realization gradually dispelled any thoughts he had of trying to oust Whis from his side. It seemed that having this little angel around him served a significant purpose. And it was no wonder that his childhood friend, the Grand Minister, had sent him. It was evident that there was genuine intent behind it. Given that his good friend had his best interests at heart, it would be rather ungrateful to engage in any peculiar antics. However, Whis proved to be an exceptionally amiable companion. Despite the odd quirks of characters like Master Roshi, Launch, and Oolong, Whis seamlessly integrated into the group. He recognized the kindness in Goku, Krillin, and others, and did not dwell on trivial peculiarities. Throughout their quest, Whis generously shared his wisdom, often offering martial arts guidance to Goku, Krillin, and Launch. Although Whis' mastery far surpassed theirs, he consistently extended kindness in subtle ways. Luo Hao observed all these gestures with appreciation. Having such a devoted companion was indeed a fortunate choice. It seemed to Luo Hao that this individual was truly well suited to serve as his aide. Currently, Whis' guidance to the warriors may appear to yield little tangible effect. However, as Goku and his companions embark on their true journey of cultivation, the benefits of Whis' subtle teachings will gradually manifest. Their future achievements will be significantly propelled by these seemingly casual insights from Whis, a fact they themselves may find hard to believe. In this regard, Luo Hao remains somewhat skeptical, pondering that Whis is likely not genuinely invested in their training. Perhaps he is merely bored and offers a few random pointers, which he believes to be Whis' true intention. Nevertheless, in the future, these individuals will undoubtedly express boundless gratitude to both him and Whis. Why include himself in this gratitude? It is simple. Whis' kindness and selflessness have earned Luo Hao's respect. This being is unreserved in sharing guidance with these relatively weaker earthlings. And as a true figure of significance, Luo Hao does not hesitate to discreetly impart his understanding of the ultimate technique in an undisclosed manner to Whis. As for the heights Whis, the angel, may achieve in the future, that depends on his own destiny. This ultimate technique is one that Luo Hao comprehended in his past life, a supreme martial art unmatched in this universe. Even with the strength of the Grand Minister, his power merely ranks among the top 5 in this cosmic realm. He does not claim to be invincible. However, the fact that Whis has been dispatched to engage with him signifies that Whis holds considerable importance in the Grand Minister's eyes. Since the sentiment is mutual, Luo Hao does not consider himself indebted to anyone. Indeed, the principle of reciprocity applies here. If you honor me with a foot, I shall honor you with a mile. Though unspoken, it is certain that Whis' future accomplishments will surpass all other angels, and only time will reveal the extent of this elevation. Thus, this peculiar group, by some mysterious twist of fate, successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. The next step involves making wishes upon them, and the most excited among them is Bulma. In truth, she is not overly concerned with the wishes the Dragon Balls can grant. Her primary objective is to find an excuse to invite Luo Hao to join her, to engage in activities together, which fills her heart with joy. Although she laments that this delightful journey will conclude once the Eternal Dragon appears, Bulma believes it marks a promising beginning. She senses, perhaps through a young girl's intuition and sensitivity, that she has secured a significant place in Luo Hao's heart. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. With Bulma's spirited call, the sky darkens, and the 7 gathered Dragon Balls emit a gentle golden glow. Suddenly, a colossal green dragon materializes before the group, startling her companions with its imposing presence. So this is the eternal dragon, immense and magnificent, with a notably serious demeanor. The summoning of the celestial dragon, which transformed the entire sky into a canvas of darkness, left many companions in awe. However, the majestic figure that emerged in the heavens quickly faltered upon its arrival. The green dragon, appearing in the sky, wiped the cold sweat from its brow, its two crimson eyes fixated in bewilderment upon the smiling yet silent figures of Luo Hao and Whis. Who was this dragon? The aloof creature, upon being summoned, immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of Luo Hao and Whis. They emanated a subtle divine power, a presence imperceptible to the likes of Goku and his companions, yet unmistakably palpable to the dragon, who recognized these two as formidable beings. How could such terrifying figures summon it? What had transpired in this world? It was utterly insane. Having existed on Earth for many years since its creation, the dragon had never encountered beings possessing such overwhelming divine strength. At that moment, the dragon, continuously wiping the cold sweat from its brow, disregarded the eager companions who had summoned it, instead bowing respectfully to Luo Hao and Whis. All the customary opening lines had escaped its mind, and it timidly inquired, "Esteemed sirs, what is your command?" Was the dragon stuttering? Meanwhile, Oolong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Bulma, is the dragon we summoned a fake? Why is it stuttering?" Bulma, also frowning, was at a loss for words. However, the awkwardness of the situation was soon overshadowed by the dragon's imposing presence, leading the group to discuss what wished to manifest. Amidst their hushed conversations, Luo Hao and Whis exchanged a knowing glance. This creature was indeed a true dragon, capable of sensing their extraordinary divine power. Chapter 12. The dragon summons a cup of coffee and then disappears. Whis smiled slightly. Indeed, I also sense that this being is unlike the fraudulent ones. It can perceive the divine energy within us, suggesting it is no imposter. Noticing that the two powerful figures were not entangled in conversation with it, the dragon exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as it was about to ask something, Luo Hao gently waved his hand, saying, "Dragon, since you have been summoned, fulfill your wishes without concern for us. Whis and I are merely ordinary individuals present here. Do not mind us." The dragon, feeling as if granted a reprieve, addressed Bulma, Goku, Oolong, and the others with an authoritative tone. "Gatherers of the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire." It then stood silently, awaiting their command. Meanwhile, the companions below continued to murmur amongst themselves, unable to reach a consensus on what wish to make, as each person's desire was utterly distinct. Observing the ongoing debate, the dragon felt a twinge of exasperation. Did these individuals summon it without having contemplated their wishes? The ongoing discussion here is utterly excessive. Do they not comprehend that my time in this world is finite? Yet they persist in this procrastination. Gradually, the cold sweat that the dragon had just repressed began to flow profusely once more. Were it an ordinary being confronting a typical human, summoning them in such a dilatory manner, the dragon could easily disregard the crowd and vanish at once, leaving them to await another year. However, standing before him were two extraordinary figures of immense power, rendering the dragon's departure impossible. As he sensed his strength waning, the dragon stammered to Luo Hao, "Esteemed sir, as you can see, my time is indeed limited and nearly at its end. If you do not express your wishes soon, I may truly vanish." It became evident that the dragon had exerted all his power to the utmost. Failure to articulate their desires would indeed mean waiting for the next opportunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd, previously engaged in fervent discussion, momentarily fell silent, the world around them coming to a complete standstill. At that moment, as if by divine intervention, Whis yawned and remarked, I truly desire a cup of coffee right now." This utterance effectively extricated the dragon from his predicament. A cup of perfectly brewed coffee began to descend from the heavens, landing delicately in Whis's hands. The dragon's eyes glowed with a flash of crimson as he declared, "Wish granted, farewell." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the astonished crowd behind. The 7 Dragon Balls that had transformed into the dragon reverted to ordinary stones, dispersing into the 4 corners of the world, disappearing from sight. The sky promptly returned to its normal hue, while Whis, bewildered, gazed at the coffee in his hands, pondering. Did this fellow truly fulfill his own wish? I merely expressed a desire for coffee, and he actually obliged. That cunning dragon. I shall surely settle the score with him next time. With a resigned smile, Whis took a sip of the coffee conjured by the dragon and remarked, "Alas, Luo Hao, this dragon is indeed stingy. This is clearly just an ordinary instant coffee, lacking any sincerity. Next time we meet, I shall make sure to teach him a lesson." Luo Hao, however, wore an expression of self-preservation, and Whis then realized that the dragon balls, which they had painstakingly gathered, had been so hastily realized. Nonetheless, Whis was quick-witted. He downed the instant coffee in one go, placed the empty cup in Luo Hao's hands, and without a word, turned tail and fled, offering no chance for the others to retaliate. The companions, feeling their pride deeply insulted by Whis' maneuver, each grasped their weapons and embarked on a frenzied pursuit. Observing the group's antics, Luo Hao couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, they were a kind-hearted bunch. With such companions, spending a period in this place might just prove to be a wise decision. Thus, a grand and fervent quest for the Dragon Balls has gracefully reached its conclusion. Although the ending elicits a mixture of laughter and tears, it nonetheless allowed everyone to experience the power of the dragon. It appears this legend holds truth. Bulma's arduous efforts were not in vain, albeit it ultimately benefited that rascal Whis. As everyone returned to their respective homes, the one who felt the most disheartened was Bulma. Ever since Whis committed that misdeed, every time Bulma laid eyes on him, her gaze burned with fury. She relentlessly employed her signature technique, grumbling and incessant nagging, tormenting the already frayed nerves of Luo Hao at his noodle shop every day. In the days following her return to West City, Bulma directed all her ire towards Whis, unleashing a barrage of complaints. However, the angelic figure was notoriously good-natured, regardless of what Bulma said or did. He always responded with a sincere smile, never exhibiting anger or annoyance, even amidst their banter. Ultimately, Bulma found herself at her wits' end with Whis, resorting to mischievous antics and even dusting off the powerful laser gun she had invented at the tender age of 6, preparing to teach Whis a lesson and release her pent-up frustration. Yet, to her dismay, she discovered that no matter the tactics she employed, she could inflict no harm upon Whis, not even a minor setback. Given Bulma's sharp intellect, how could she possibly concede defeat? However, she ultimately surrendered, realizing that in terms of intellect, capability, and strength, she was indeed leagues behind Whis. Now, Bulma began to entertain the notion that perhaps he truly was an omnipotent angel. Yet, this angel merely appeared daily at Luo Hao's noodle shop, donned in his signature apron, radiating warmth with his gentle smile. Sometimes, when engrossed in work, he would inadvertently sport a few streaks of flour on his face, resembling a devoted waiter in a restaurant. Since Whis' arrival, Luo Hao's establishment had experienced a remarkable surge in business. Chapter 13. Luo Hao surrenders to Bulma. Previously, Luo Hao managed the small shop during his spare time. Now, with Whis' assistance, the business had flourished, a testament to Whis' seamless integration into Luo Hao's life. Yet, it was Bulma who found herself in despair. However, she soon conceived a brilliant idea. Since she was at a loss with Whis, why not turn her attention to this fellow named Luo Hao? After all, it was Whis whom he had brought back. Bulma's original intent was to deepen her bond with Luo Hao, as she felt an innate joy in his company. Perhaps young Bulma did not yet comprehend the concepts of love or emotion. She merely knew that she enjoyed this interaction, nothing more. In her dealings with Luo Hao, Bulma unleashed an entirely new strategy. Since her defeat at the hands of Whis, she has come to realize that her usual tactics appear utterly ineffectual against men with thick skins. However, with Luo Hao, having shared the same school and desk for so long, Bulma has unleashed many of her ultimate strategies. For instance, one evening during a bustling business hour, Bulma stood silently before the busy Luo Hao, neither scolding nor entangling him, but instead gazing at him with eyes filled with sorrowful longing. No matter what Luo Hao said or did, Bulma maintained that melancholic gaze, resembling a forlorn woman in a secluded chamber. This peculiar scene stirred whispers among the diners in the restaurant. After all, a stunningly beautiful school belle casting such a mournful look upon Luo Hao, without uttering a word, inevitably invoked an air of strange intrigue and inexplicable speculation. What could this young man have done to evoke such a look from her? Or was there a matter between them that incited the imagination? Why were the young lady's eyes so filled with sorrow? Moreover, how could the restaurant owner remain so indifferent? Was he made of stone? Amidst this atmosphere, Luo Hao felt himself teetering on the brink of despair. While the angelic Whis could easily disregard Bulma's antics, Luo Hao, As an ordinary earthling, found it impossible to overlook her behavior, especially since they were good classmates and friends. Yet, Bulma continued to entangle him with her subtle emotional manipulation, pushing him to the edge of his wits. Initially, he had been an amused observer, but now, with Bulma turning her focus squarely on him, he chose to surrender. After all, quarreling with a young girl was hardly in Luo Hao's nature. Ultimately, pressed by Bulma, he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. All right. Bulma, just say what you need to say. Please stop this daily torment, will you? Upon witnessing Luo Hao's capitulation, Bulma's sorrowful gaze instantly transformed into one of radiant joy. With such a remarkable ability to shift her demeanor, Luo Hao thought it would be a travesty if she did not earn an Oscar for her talent. Bulma then pointed casually towards Whis, who was busily attending to customers, and declared, Luo Hao, this waiter is bullying me, and you must seek justice for me. Oh, so that was the crux of the issue. Luo Hao had anticipated Bulma would make some outrageous demands, yet it was merely this trivial matter. How easy it would be to resolve. He patted his chest and replied, all right. I understand that the last wish for the Dragon Balls has become a burden for you. I promise to deal with him when I have the chance. Surely, that will satisfy you? However, Bulma huffed and replied, with the bond you two share, you think you can handle him? Don't try to deceive me. I'm not a 3-year-old. Luo Hao shrugged his shoulders and asked, then what will it take for you to be appeased? Bulma's eyes sparkled with mischief as she immediately declared, I want compensation. He has taken my wish, and I refuse to accept it. Both of you must compensate me. Should the compensation satisfy me, we can consider this matter closed. Otherwise, I shall pursue you relentlessly, without end. It seems Bulma has truly made up her mind. After some contemplation, Luo Hao thought it reasonable to request some form of compensation, given that it was Whis who had seized everyone's wishes. Moreover, Bulma was the initiator of the Dragon Ball search, and it was her invention, the Dragon Radar, that ultimately yielded nothing. Reflecting on this, Luo Hao felt a twinge of guilt towards her. With that in mind, he thumped his chest and declared, very well, whatever demands you have, speak them, and Whis and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Does that not suffice? Seeing Luo Hao genuinely acquiesce, Bulma felt a surge of confidence. For Luo Hao was not one to make promises lightly, but once he did, he would invariably follow through. This reliability was one of the reasons Bulma cherished their interactions. After a moment of thought, Bulma said, I don't desire much else. You know I have a penchant for technology. As long as you provide me with various high-tech items, I shall be quite pleased, and we can put this matter behind us. However, do not attempt to placate me with mere, ordinary items. You are aware that my family is the wealthiest on Earth, and I seek things I have never encountered before. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao found himself in a bit of a quandary. Yet, a promise once made is like water spilled. It is not in Luo Hao's nature to retract his word. Very well, let it be agreed upon. Come back tomorrow evening, and Whis and I shall offer you a satisfactory response. This is your commitment, so do not attempt any trickery. Luo Hao raised his hands in exasperation and said, when have I ever deceived you, my dear? Having secured the answer she sought, Bulma strutted home like a victorious little rooster, her pride evident. After the noodle shop closed, Luo Hao summoned Whis to the rooftop of his home and recounted the entire situation. Whis wore a wry smile and remarked, it appears this girl has taken advantage of us. Luo Hao sighed. Who can argue with that? What shall we do, Whis? We need a swift solution. Fortunately, her demands are not overly extravagant this time. Whis tapped his head and replied, Luo Hao, you truly present me with a challenge. Their family is already the wealthiest on Earth. Where shall we find more advanced technological equipment? Chapter 14. Whis, let us borrow some items from Frieza. Luo Hao pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, I just remembered. In my previous life, there was a time machine in Universe 12. Why not? Just as he mentioned this, he noticed the change in Whis' expression and immediately raised his voice. No, absolutely not. I have promised the Grand Minister that as long as you do not leave Universe 7, you can do anything, but do not entertain such thoughts. Luo Hao, puzzled, inquired, what's wrong? Is it really so difficult to venture into the 12th universe and, with your connections, procure a time machine to return? Witnessing the current state of Whis, who has lost his usual composure, murmuring to himself, no, absolutely not. Do not rush. I have a plan. I could not help but silently scoff. Is such a reaction truly warranted for a mere trip to the 12th universe? Yet, given Whis' demeanor, It appeared he was not feigning. Very well. If you claim to have a solution, do share. Thus, I gazed at Whis with earnest eyes, while his face grew increasingly flushed from the pressure of not having a viable idea. Eventually, he could no longer contain himself. At that moment, a spacecraft soared toward us, providentially relieving Whis from his awkward predicament. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Bulma returning. What could compel her to fly out here at such a late hour? Soon, I received my answer as Bulma maneuvered her craft to hover in midair and casually handed me a shotgun, declaring, "Here, this is a gift for you." I stood there, perplexed. What does this mean? Why would you come all this way in the dead of night to give me a shotgun? Bulma, with an exasperated expression, replied, "You really should learn to protect yourself. Your lack of strength is one thing, but having someone utterly useless by your side is quite another." Whis wiped his brow, thinking to himself, how did I get caught in the crossfire? I haven't said a word. Bulma continued, I heard that the security in this area has been deteriorating, with local thugs causing havoc. So I'm giving you this shotgun to ensure your safety. Don't forget our agreement. With that, she piloted her spacecraft away, leaving Whis and me behind. That girl truly knows how to make an entrance. I looked at the double-barreled shotgun in my hands and sighed, acknowledging Bulma's thoughtfulness in considering my safety. However, if she truly understood my capabilities, she might realize that even an army would be of little use. Bulma's interruption sparked a thought in Whis, who suddenly slapped his arm. Now I truly have an idea, and I must thank Miss Bulma for her reminder. Meanwhile, I slung the shotgun over my shoulder, casting a skeptical glance at Whis. Speak up. What is your plan? Don't try to deceive me, or else rest assured. Whis confidently assured me. I just remembered that Lord Beerus has a subordinate named Frieza, a notorious space pirate across the universe. Since Miss Bulma mentioned the local security issues, it suddenly occurred to me that this infamous pirate might be involved. And then what? I inquired. Puzzled. Whis remarked, well, that's quite simple. These individuals are perpetually piloting their spaceships, wreaking havoc and pillaging, thus assisting Lord Beerus in fulfilling certain planetary destruction tasks. Given this, that fellow must possess a wealth of advanced technology. Perhaps we should approach him for a loan. It would also serve to fulfill Miss Bulma's wishes. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hao responded, borrowing some high-tech equipment from Frieza is indeed a plausible decision. However, Whis, do you believe he would be willing to lend it to us? Whis, with an air of nonchalance, replied, with me? Whis, personally intervening. Is there any task that cannot be accomplished? Do not underestimate my capabilities. After all, this is the 7th universe. Noticing Luo Hao's skeptical demeanor, Whis clapped his hands in resignation. Very well, Luo Hao. Since it is thus, we shall go together. You can certainly oversee the proceedings, right? I assure you that I will successfully complete this mission and will bring back some advanced technology for you to present to Miss Bulma. That should be agreeable, yes? Seeing no objections from Luo Hao, Whis gently summoned his angel staff, tapping it lightly in front of him. Instantly, Frieza's visage along with the images of his legion materialized before them. Whis pointed, behold, this is the gentleman known as Frieza, and behind him lies his army. Their equipment and technological prowess surpass that of Earth by several magnitudes. Securing anything from them should suffice for your report to Miss Bulma. Luo Hao glanced at the display and conceded. All right, Whis, I appreciate your effort. Let us embark on this journey. Whis chuckled, as you wish. With a graceful motion, he stood before Luo Hao. Luo Hao, simply place your arm upon my shoulder. I shall now take you on our flight. Luo Hao complied, resting his hand on Whis' shoulder. Whis then delicately tapped his staff against the ground, emanating a radiant light akin to that of stars, enveloping both of them. In an instant, they transformed into a meteor traversing the fabric of space-time, vanishing from their previous location. This marked the first interstellar journey for Whis and Luo Hao, with Whis exerting his utmost effort in orchestrating the endeavor. In a flash of brilliance, they had already exited the Milky Way galaxy. During their voyage, Luo Hao inquired, Oh, Whis, your speed is quite impressive. Whis replied, Indeed. As angels, we can attain the first cosmic velocity, which means, within this universe, no one can surpass our speed. Luo Hao, slightly dismissive, retorted, Is that so? I seem to recall a technique known as instant transmission. Do your angels not possess that ability? Upon hearing this, Whis' expression soured. According to the regulations of the divine realm, destroyers and angels are prohibited from casually employing instant transmission. Luo Hao continued to inquire, Then, if you were to fly at full capacity, Approximately how long would it take to reach Mr. Frieza? Chapter 15. Frieza lay prostrate on the ground, and Whis, after counting on his fingers, remarked, "It will take approximately 18 minutes. It seems that this fellow's fleet is indeed quite far from us. They have a considerable distance to traverse." Luo Hao gently shook his head, saying, "It's no trouble. Why don't I lead the way this time? Just provide me with their coordinates, and I will transport you there directly using instant transmission." Whis raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. "It's merely a matter of a few minutes, Luo Hao. Are you truly unable to endure this?" Luo Hao responded with a peculiar smile. "I shall guide you there. And on our return, you can take the helm. Does that seem agreeable?" At that moment, Whis regarded Luo Hao with a skeptical gaze, pondering whether he was harboring some ulterior motive. "Well then, since you are willing to utilize instant transmission, I shall not hold you to it. On our return journey, I expect to lead the way. After all, I have always been the one to fly Lord Beerus around without ever leading him astray." With that, Whis promptly provided Luo Hao with the coordinates of Frieza's army. Luo Hao silently recited an incantation, and in an instant, he and Whis vanished from their place in midair. It was evident that Luo Hao had fully mastered the art of instant transmission. His execution was seamless, suggesting that his strength and divine power had returned to a significant degree. Should he choose to fly at full capacity, one could only imagine how far he might outpace Whis. However, flying directly to their destination would undoubtedly diminish Whis's pride, given his title as the foremost angel. After all, with instant transmission at their disposal, who would require space travel? In the depths of space, upon an unknown planet, Frieza sat within his spacecraft, commanding the operations of his fleet. Standing beside him, Dodoria respectfully reported on the progress of their mission. "Your Excellency Frieza, we have approximately 30 minutes remaining to conclude the war on this planet. Soon, this world will belong to the Frieza force." Frieza adopted an elegant posture and inquired, "How long until Guldo's forces arrive?" Nearby, Zarbon wiped the sweat from his forehead, his own device in hand, and dutifully replied, "Your Excellency Frieza, Lord Guldo's army will arrive in about 46 minutes. However, by that time, we shall have already concluded the battle, and no matter how many troops he brings, they will receive no share of the spoils, as we will have completed our mission." Dodoria then interjected with a resounding compliment. "Even the astute Lord Guldo could not have anticipated that you, Your Excellency Frieza, would deploy the Jinyu force for this conquest. It seems rather excessive for this planet. With the might of the Jinyu force, finishing the battle within 30 minutes is entirely feasible." Frieza cackled gleefully. "Humph, Guldo, once I conclude this battle, do you still wish to partake in the spoils? Not a chance. This planet could indeed fetch a handsome price, haha." Just as Frieza, brimming with pride, uttered these words, he noticed the lights in the main command chamber of the spaceship flicker ominously before extinguishing entirely. What could this mean? Was there a malfunction in the energy supply of his command ship? The previously self-satisfied Frieza's expression darkened. "Dodoria, what is happening?" Dodoria, struck with sudden alarm, immediately fell to his knees. "Forgive me, Lord Frieza. I shall investigate at once." With that, he opened the hatch and vanished in a flash. Yet, as Dodoria departed, he inwardly cursed. Which fool is on duty today? How could they fail to manage the energy control of the command ship? Thankfully, Lord Frieza is in a good mood. Otherwise, I would bear the brunt of this failure. I might not even know how I would perish. If I discover which incompetent is neglecting their duties here, I shall ensure their swift demise. Without delay, Dodoria darted into the energy room of the spacecraft, but upon entering, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The two subordinates who were supposed to be on duty lay inexplicably unconscious on the floor, and before him stood two peculiar figures, one tall and slender, wielding a staff, the other, equally lean, carrying what appeared to be a double-barreled firearm. Who were these two? When did they infiltrate our ship? Why had there been no alarm raised throughout the vessel? Dodoria bellowed furiously, "You two scoundrels! How did you get in here? Who are you?" The two figures appeared indifferent to his inquiries, with the staff wielder murmuring, "Ah, this must be the control center of their ship." Yet, judging by the energy levels, it seems to embody the essence of high-tech equipment, does it not? The one with the double-barreled firearm nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the technological sophistication of this vessel, it should suffice for our dealings with Bulma. Should we not seek out the owner of this ship to discuss matters? The staff wielder enthusiastically nodded. Yes, yes. If they consent, we could take the ship back with us." The pair continued their leisurely conversation, igniting Dodoria's fury to its zenith. "You two imbeciles. I am addressing you." Just as he exclaimed this, he suddenly blinked, and the two nonchalant figures vanished entirely from his sight. Dodoria stood there, bewildered. What just transpired? How did they arrive? How did they leave? How could I have failed to perceive their presence with my own strength? He slapped his somewhat dim-witted head in confusion as he returned to the command chamber. Upon opening the hatch, he was met with astonishment, for he discovered the once proud Lord Frieza now prostrating himself on the ground, reverently bowing toward a certain direction. As Dodoria raised his gaze in the direction Frieza was facing, he was met with the sight of the two rascals causing a ruckus in the energy chamber. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Dodoria's already muddled mind struggled to grasp the situation. Meanwhile, Sabo beside him persistently signaled Dodoria to bow in reverence. However, caught in a daze, Dodoria failed to comprehend the urgency, pointing at the two individuals across from him, and, observing Frieza's peculiar stance, muttered to himself, "What on earth is going on?" This prompted a sharp reprimand from Frieza. "Silence, you imbecile." Chapter 16. Whis, Frieza, may I borrow your spaceship? Then, adopting a sycophantic tone, he addressed Lord Beerus. "I am utterly astonished by your esteemed presence. My apologies for the lack of proper welcome. Please, instruct me on your desires." The command room fell into a profound silence. At this moment, Frieza dared to steal a glance ahead, only to find a scene that diverged from his expectations. Although the earlier incident had instilled a sense of trepidation within him, the figure standing in the center was not the terrifying god of destruction, Beerus, but rather an ordinary youth of slender build, carrying what appeared to be a double-barreled shotgun. Who was this individual? Based on the earlier display of light and speed, it was evident that Beerus had played a role, that much was certain. Upon examining the youth more closely, it dawned on him that this lad must be the attendant of the god of destruction, Beerus. If memory served him correctly, he was known as Whis. The staff, the energy, the manner, the attire. Yes, it was indeed him. It seems that this time, the god of destruction Beerus is not present. At this moment, Frieza felt an inexplicable confusion wash over him. Previously, Whis had always led the way for Beerus's arrival. Such a familiar light, such a familiar technique, could only belong to Beerus and Whis. Unexpectedly, it was the same aura and method, only with the god of destruction replaced by a young man carrying a shotgun. What sort of bizarre occurrence is this? Yet, this realization allowed Frieza to finally release the tension that had gripped him. As long as it was not Lord Beerus, it seemed there was room for negotiation. Frieza had initially feared that his recent lack of diligence or some transgression against Beerus's authority had summoned a reckoning. It appeared that if it was merely Beerus's attendant accompanied by another, it likely wasn't a matter of grave concern. At this juncture, Frieza had entirely discarded the fawning tone and subservient demeanor he had previously adopted. Gradually, he regained his composure, standing tall and allowing a self-assured smile to return to his visage as he greeted Whis. "Good day, Mr. Whis. What brings you here without Lord Beerus?" Whis, casting a disdainful glance at the so-called Emperor of the Universe, replied, "You truly are blissfully unaware, Frieza. Given your lack of perception, it is a miracle you have survived this long. The individual before you is clearly far more formidable than Lord Beerus, and you remain entirely oblivious to it." A moment later, Doria wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly approached Frieza with an obsequious demeanor. "Lord Frieza," he ingratiated. "These two rascals were causing a ruckus in our spaceship's energy chamber. Just as I was about to apprehend them, they suddenly fled here. Shall I take immediate action to subdue them or eliminate them outright?" Frieza's expression darkened slightly. Is it truly them? Would they dare to disrupt the energy chamber? How curious. However, it must be noted that while I am unfamiliar with this young man, the gentleman accompanying him is Mr. Whis, a retainer of Lord Beerus. Being a companion to a god of destruction, he surely cannot be an ordinary individual. In light of this, it may be prudent to treat the situation as though nothing untoward has occurred. Offending Lord Beerus's attendant here would not bode well for me. As Frieza pondered, Doria, fully aware of his role, activated the device affixed to his forehead. After a couple of beeping sounds, he was struck with astonishment. Pointing at Whis and Luo Hao, he exclaimed, "Lord Frieza, these two knaves dare to cause chaos aboard our cosmic warship. Allow me to apprehend them. The one with the staff possesses a combat power of 0, but the individual accompanying him is markedly stronger." Frieza was taken aback. This fellow is stronger?" Doria struggled to suppress his laughter. The one bearing the primitive weapon has a combat power of merely 5. Ha ha ha, it's utterly laughable. Lord Frieza, their combat powers are 5 and 0, yet you treat them with such deference? In that moment, Doria realized he had inadvertently crossed a line, touching upon Frieza's sensitive nature. A terrifying aura of menace emanated from Frieza's eyes, causing Doria to break into a cold sweat. Without hesitation, he prostrated himself and repeatedly bowed his head to Frieza. I apologize, Lord Frieza. It was my thoughtless words that led to this mistake. At that moment, Frieza chose not to dwell on Doria's indiscretion, thinking to himself, I shall deal with this indiscreet fool later. Yet, he pondered the implications of having a servant of a god of destruction visit his command room alongside another individual. According to Doria, these two had emerged from the energy chamber. Did they harbor some interest in his vessel? Meanwhile, Luo Hao, observing the commotion, signaled to Whis with a look that suggested he should handle the situation. As a figure of significance, Luo Hao found the antics of the clowns before him unworthy of his attention. Whis sighed softly. Very well, it seems I must intervene. With a gentle smile directed at Frieza, Whis remarked, Frieza, I have heard that you have been performing admirably of late. The tasks assigned by Lord Beerus have been executed quite well. Across from them, Frieza nodded with understanding, saying, Indeed, indeed. I am grateful for Mr. Whis's compliments and hope you will speak favorably of me in front of Lord Beerus. I cannot express my gratitude enough. The two engaged in a surprising exchange of pleasantries. Luo Hao, growing impatient, shot Whis an exasperated glance. Whis, with a resigned cough, stated, The matter at hand is quite simple. I would like to discuss borrowing your spaceship. What? Frieza's mood instantly shifted, turmoil brewing within him. He thought to himself, what does this fellow mean? He dares to request the use of my spaceship? Is this borrowing? His demeanor suggests he intends to seize it outright. Does he truly think I, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, would be so easily trifled with? If it were Lord Beerus himself, that would be one thing. But you, a mere servant of the god of destruction, have the audacity to come here with a ragtag companion whose power level barely reaches 5, attempting to rob me of my ship? Not a chance. Chapter 17. Frieza, defeat me, and the entire fleet is yours. However, Frieza recognized that this was not the time to confront the attendant of the god of destruction. His triangular eyes darted with cunning, and he quickly devised a plan. Mr. Whis, this spaceship holds significant importance for me. Here is the deal, if you wish to use it. I cannot refuse you outright. Simply agree to one of my conditions, and the ship is yours. Whis paused, taken aback by Frieza's surprisingly pragmatic approach. He had expected more resistance. The fact that Frieza only required a small favor in exchange for the ship suggested that Whis's visit had not been in vain. With a smile, Whis replied, Very well, Mr. Frieza, what is your request? Frieza clenched his fist and declared, It's quite simple. Should you and your companion manage to defeat me, not only shall you have this ship, but my entire fleet as well. Upon hearing this, Whis was momentarily stunned. This Frieza truly has no sense of his own limitations. He dares to challenge me in Luo Hao? It would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Typically, Whis followed Beerus, engaging in routine assistance, and by right, both the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai could be considered his apprentices, trained by him personally. Yet here was Frieza, a mere subordinate of Beerus, audaciously provoking him. Did he truly believe that Whis, a formidable angel, could be so easily intimidated? However, it must be noted that as an angel, there existed an unyielding code of conduct to uphold. Despite their immense power and exalted status within the universe, they were bound to maintain neutrality in all matters, serving only to supervise and sustain order without intervening recklessly. Although Whis could effortlessly reduce this presumptuous individual to cosmic dust, such an action would contravene the sacred principles of the angels. Upon contemplating this, Whis found himself somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Indeed, he had Luo Hao by his side. This esteemed individual was neither an angel nor a destroyer, and thus would not be bound by the cosmic laws. Currently, he appeared to be merely an ordinary 16-year-old boy from Earth. Yes, with him present, was there any need for Whis to intervene? With a cunning smile, Whis remarked, Luo Hao, it seems I must rely on you now. I have already endured his disdain. Luo Hao, adopting a posture of resignation, replied, Whis, you truly are something else. You claim this fellow is a subordinate of Beerus, yet it appears you are not quite as influential here. Whis, remaining unperturbed, countered, say what you will. It matters not to me. After all, I cannot take action myself. If you desire the equipment here, then it falls upon you to defeat him. With a chuckle, he added, I am confident that with your prowess, dispatching this minor Frieza should pose no challenge. Luo Hao sighed in resignation. Very well. It seems I have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. This is truly vexing. He had merely sought a spaceship, yet unexpectedly, this individual insisted on offering his entire fleet. To refuse would seem rather disrespectful, would it not? Whis, taken aback, exclaimed, what? His entire fleet? Luo Hao chuckled. He stated that if I conquer him, his fleet shall be mine. Did you not hear him earlier? The two resumed their banter, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Frieza's patience had reached its breaking point. These two imbeciles. One possesses paltry combat power, and the other is merely an ordinary attendant. Yet they dare to treat me as if I were a pushover? Am I so easily trifled with? Without further hesitation, Frieza's aura shifted dramatically, and with a series of explosive transformations, he revealed his final form before them. With an air of arrogance, Frieza proclaimed, Mr. Whis, out of respect for you, since you introduced this opponent, I shall engage him in my complete form with all my might to honor Lord Beerus, the Destroyer. I am a man of my word. Should my fists prevail, everything I possess shall be yours. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. All negotiations shall cease. It was evident that Frieza was resolute in facing Luo Hao in battle. Behind Frieza, Dodoria, seeking to atone for his earlier blunder, pondered deeply before finally voicing his thoughts. With a scornful tone, he shouted, You wretch! How dare you challenge Lord Frieza with your meager combat power of merely 5? Truly, you are unaware of the meaning of death. Do you not understand that Lord Frieza's combat power exceeds 530,000? This elicited a laugh from him. In that moment, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from Frieza, who cast a cold glare in Dodoria's direction. You fool, silence yourself. I am now in my ultimate form, and I shall reveal to you that my full power is a staggering 120 million. What 530,000? Do not speak nonsense if you are unaware of the situation. If you utter another word, I shall obliterate you on the spot. At that moment, Dodoria realized he had misspoken once again and instinctively directed his scouter towards Frieza. With a resounding thud, the device on Dodoria's forehead disintegrated into mere fragments. Indeed, Lord Frieza's power was unfathomable. Even the scouter could not withstand a mere touch. This only indicated that Lord Frieza's strength exceeded their wildest expectations. At this juncture, Zebon exhibited remarkable quickness in seizing the opportunity. Although he and Dodoria were not on amicable terms, he did not hesitate further in this critical moment and urged Dodoria, saying, A great battle is about to ensue. We must depart at once. Dodoria, having made 2 grievous errors already, acquiesced. Remaining here could very well lead to their immediate demise. As the 3 grappled with their dilemma, Luo Hao casually swung his fist and playfully addressed Whis. Are you certain you wish for me to intervene? I must preface this by stating that my strength has only recently returned to a mere 2 or 3/10 of its former glory. My control over this power is not yet perfected, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Chapter 18. Whis and Frieza engage in rationale. Whis interjected with a chuckle, Fear not. Should any mishap occur, I shall be here to cushion the blow. What calamity could you possibly instigate? With a bona fide angel such as myself present. Is there anything that cannot be rectified? Very well. With such assurance, I shall feel at ease. Casting a glance at Frieza, Luo Hao remarked disdainfully, It appears that Mr. Frieza is quite fond of rational discourse. Very well, I too appreciate a good argument. However, to strike at you directly seems somewhat unfair. After all, this was Whis' suggestion, and I must afford you some semblance of dignity. With that, Luo Hao nonchalantly selected a direction and unleashed a punch. An invisible ripple emanated from the trajectory of his strike, gradually expanding outward. At that moment, Whis, who had previously been smiling serenely, felt his pupils constrict to the size of pinpoints. This seemingly casual blow from Luo Hao had cast a shadow over the entire command room of their ship, altering the very fabric of the universe itself. Was this truly an attack powered by only 2 or 3/10 of his strength? Following the path of Luo Hao's strike, everything along its trajectory vanished. Planets, armies, stars, and galaxies were all reduced to a vast, gaping black hole. The once expansive cosmos and its celestial bodies were utterly obliterated by this single blow, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. The stars that had existed along the trajectory inexplicably disappeared, resulting in a peculiar alteration of the surrounding light. There were no explosions, no thunderous roars, nothing at all. Everything simply vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Frieza nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets in disbelief. What on earth? Was this strike truly delivered with such casual indifference? Fortunately, the target is not myself. Otherwise, one might think, as Doria suggested, that I am merely an ordinary being with a combat power of 5. How is that even conceivable? Just from the sheer force of this strike, devoid of any build-up, explosion, or discernible power, it is an extraordinary phenomenon. Is this truly all? What a farce. Not only would I falter, but even if all my legions joined forces with the elite members of the Ceto organization, it would still be insurmountable. Not even the god of destruction, Beerus, could possess such might and terrifying destructive capability. This being transcends even the gods of destruction. Yet, he has claimed to have only restored 2 or 3/10 of his power. If he were to unleash 50 or 60%, or even his full strength, would this universe still endure? Where on earth did Whis discover such a prodigy? No, I should have anticipated this, since Whis serves as the attendant to Lord Beerus, and has now become another subordinate. That individual must surely be formidable. And that scoundrel Doria, asserting that the opponent's battle power is merely 5, is undoubtedly a facade. Indeed, it dawned on me that my so-called detector can only sense the energy and power of ordinary mortals, but is utterly inept at detecting the divine energy of true gods. I have been exceedingly careless, inadvertently offending such a terrifying figure. Fortunately, I had left a margin for error due to Whis and Beerus's presence. Otherwise, had I acted as per my usual disposition, I would not even know how I perished. Yet, it seems there is no opportunity for regret now, as I realize that the direction of Luo Hao's punch is precisely towards the planet I aim to conquer. Moreover, all my elite troops, my fleet, spaceships, and forces, including the very location I sought to seize, have vanished without a trace. It appears that I am left with only this battered spaceship beneath my feet, alongside Doria and the bewildered Sabo. What shall I do now? In the command chamber, the only sound was the chattering of Frieza's teeth, for he could no longer utter any boastful words. Thankfully, the target of this assault was not myself. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly unpredictable. Meanwhile, Whis was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Luo Hao, I merely suggested you teach this fellow a lesson. Why have you caused such a commotion? Half a galaxy has already collapsed." Luo Hao, exasperated, waved his hand, saying, "My apologies, Whis. As I mentioned earlier, I have only just awakened, and my strength is still not fully restored. Particularly now, my control over this power seems somewhat misaligned. I inadvertently exerted a tad too much force. I shall be more cautious next time." Whis continued, "You call that a slight increase in strength? You have obliterated half a galaxy. Is that merely a little force? If you were to unleash your full power, would the 7th universe even continue to exist?" Suddenly, Whis recalled a crucial issue. "Indeed, we came here to procure equipment using the spaceship, but with such a punch from you, not only would we lose the equipment, but everything would be annihilated. Before us lay nothing but an empty void and a terrified Frieza. How could we possibly explain this to Miss Bulma upon our return?" Meanwhile, Luo Hao clenched his fist and offered Whis an excellent suggestion. Whis, you just mentioned that you would cover for any issues. You are, after all, a versatile, full-time angel." Whis, with a wry smile, replied, "I was merely being polite. Who knew you possessed such overwhelming power? Even Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, cannot compare to your abilities. He could at most obliterate 1 or 2 planets that displeased him. But you have the capacity to annihilate half a galaxy with a mere gesture. Alas, I must admit, I may have been somewhat overconfident. What do we do now?" However, Luo Hao gazed at him with a bright smile. "Whis, we have reached this point. Why continue the pleasantries? Don't you angels possess the ability of time reversal? Is there any need for you to conceal your talents?" Upon hearing Luo Hao's inquiry, Whis wiped the sweat from his brow. "All right, you have been waiting for me here. My time reversal ability cannot be easily unleashed. You are truly compelling me to contravene the principles of an angel." Luo Hao continued to smile cheerfully. "In that case, let us venture to Universe 12. It would be delightful for me to revisit old haunts, would it not?" Upon hearing that Luo Hao was preparing to leave Universe 7, Whis immediately capitulated, resolutely stating, "What rules, what requirements? All of it is mere talk. Let us address the matter at hand. Since you have requests, I shall certainly fulfill them. Indeed, only 2 minutes have elapsed. It is the perfect moment to utilize time reversal. Can such a trivial matter possibly trouble me? Although it will consume a significant portion of my divine energy, it is indeed worth the effort. Chapter 19. Frieza willing to bet and accept defeat. Witnessing Whis' abrupt change in demeanor, Frieza was left utterly dumbfounded. This seemingly unassuming figure possessed such formidable destructive power. This ordinary attendant of Lord Beerus could even reverse time. Could he truly restore everything to its former state? Such an ability must be even more terrifying. It turned out that the most formidable force was none other than this attendant of Lord Beerus. He must indeed be a significant figure. However, if this prominent individual could accomplish everything he claimed, then this Luo Hao must possess a status and identity far exceeding that of Lord Beerus. Well, I must consider myself fortunate to have encountered such an extraordinary individual. It seems prudent to cultivate a good relationship with him. With his backing, who needs to fear Beerus or any god of destruction? At this moment, Frieza was already devising his own plans in his mind, while Whis hesitated no longer. He gently tapped his staff 3 times in midair and chanted a spell, his divine aura surging forth. In an instant, the time reversal skill unfolded at a speed visible to the naked eye, swiftly rewinding everything that had just transpired, akin to a tape being rewound, back to 5 minutes prior. This extraordinary technique left Frieza, Dodoria, and Zebo utterly astounded. The vanished fleet, the lost planets, the obliterated galaxies, all gradually reverted to their original states. This individual truly possesses the ability to manipulate time. Is this the power of an angel? It seems I have underestimated Beerus' subordinate. This is indeed a formidable figure. At this moment, the hearts of the onlookers settled, realizing that the adversary was genuinely engaging in reasoned discourse. It became apparent that they had been akin to frogs in a well, particularly for Frieza, who had long held a disdainful attitude, bolstered by Beerus' support. He had become a brazen representative among the Frozen Demon clan and the Zeta organization alike. Following this episode, witnessing the restoration of everything to its former glory filled Luo Hao with elation. He turned to Whis and remarked, "Whis, I never anticipated that you would master such a technique. I truly underestimated you. However, with you by my side, I feel reassured. May I practice this skill more frequently?" Upon hearing this, Whis began to wipe his brow vigorously, exclaiming, "My dear brother, to speak candidly, this time reversal is incredibly taxing on divine energy, and the use of this skill comes with a cooldown period. Caution is imperative. If overused, I might inexplicably vanish from the cosmos myself. As you know, we angels cannot unleash our full power, for our strength is nearly depleted. Without recovery, we cannot activate the time reversal again, and I doubt you would wish for my unceremonious disappearance, would you? Oh, if that poses a danger to your existence, then I shall exercise greater caution henceforth." With that, Luo Hao's gaze shifted to the trembling Frieza, who appeared utterly bewildered. "Mr. Frieza, regarding our earlier agreement." At this moment, Frieza seemed to awaken abruptly, and without hesitation. He seized the quaking Dodoria and Zebo by their collars. "You two imbeciles, immediately issue orders to cease hostilities. Gather all battalions at once and heed my command. Did you not hear the directives from Lord Luo Hao and Lord Whis? Why are you still dawdling? Hurry." Thus, the war on this unknown planet came to an inexplicable end under an eerie atmosphere, and the soldiers of Frieza's army assembled in a bewildered manner. The remnants of resistance, which had previously been in a state of despair, now found themselves utterly perplexed as they witnessed the fierce warriors of their adversary retreating unexpectedly. What on earth is happening? Amidst the confusion and uncertainty, this highly rated planet mysteriously regained its former tranquility, and the war vanished as abruptly as it had begun. Upon a nameless planet, on a highland, the execution efficiency of Frieza's army was remarkably high. In merely a few minutes, an entire fleet of spaceships was meticulously aligned in the square before them, presenting a truly magnificent spectacle. Various colossal warships and spacecraft, down to the weapons, gear, and helmets used by each individual, were arranged in an orderly fashion before Luo Hao and Whis. This indeed exemplified the principle of wager and concede. It appeared that Frieza was, after all, a man of his word. Whis observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, while Luo Hao remarked nonchalantly, "Whis, your team has truly performed admirably. It seems that Beerus has quite the discerning eye. Although this little subordinate of his is a bit arrogant, he is nonetheless very trustworthy. See, he has made no concessions regarding our demands. Whis, with a slight smirk, retorted, perhaps he is merely intimidated by you. This fellow is certainly not the most amiable of characters. Is that so? Luo Hao expressed his disagreement with Whis. At that moment, Dodoria, seated behind Frieza, struggled under the weight of his cumbersome armor, calling out to Zarbin, Zarbin, why aren't you helping? Hurry up. This is the last piece of armor I have to manage. Everything else is ready. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, with one hand on his forehead and a bemused expression, exclaimed, Hey, you, the pink, rotund one. Yes, I mean you. You need not remove the armor you've already worn. Your scent is something I would rather avoid. You can take that with you, but leave the rest behind. Whis wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the sincerity of these individuals. If Luo Hao did not intervene, would he have ended up surrendering his battle suit, and even his undergarments? If that were to reach Bulma, it seemed he would be safe. Yet Luo Hao might find himself incessantly troubled by her. It appeared that sheer strength was indeed the ultimate truth. Luo Hao approached Frieza with a cheerful demeanor, gently patting his shoulder. At this gesture, Frieza's face turned pale with fear. Was this individual about to settle the score and strike him? Frieza immediately prostrated himself on the ground, pleading, Lord Luo Hao, I have complied with all your requests. Please do not punish me further. Chapter 20. Luo Hao. I borrow. Not steal. Luo Hao clapped his hands together, contemplating. It seems Frieza is genuinely terrified. He then reassured him, no need for alarm. I merely wish to commend you for being reasonable and trustworthy. Thus, let us put our misunderstandings behind us. However, I must clarify that these items are borrowed, not stolen. As you can see, Whis is here, and the value of these belongings rests with Beerus. If you have any objections, feel free to discuss them with him directly. Do not spare my feelings, haha. Whis, with a hand resting on his forehead, wore a face of dismay as he remarked, You scoundrel! You speak with such grandiloquence, claiming it was a mere loan. How shameless! You clearly intimidated others before plundering their troops and equipment. And you dare attribute this to Lord Beerus? Humph. If only Lord Beerus were awake to learn the full story, he would surely be furious with you. However, upon further reflection, if Beerus truly sought to trouble you, it would merely be inviting his own downfall. With your prowess, by the time he awakens, not even 10 of him would stand a chance against you. Perhaps we shall witness an entertaining spectacle in the future. Nearby, Frieza quivered with trepidation, exclaiming, I wouldn't dare. I truly wouldn't. I willingly concede these assets. They are entirely yours, my lord. Luo Hao, with an air of resignation, waved his hand dismissively. Please, drop the formalities. Just call me Luo Hao. I have made it clear to Whis that I am merely an ordinary earthling, without any official title. Being addressed as my lord feels quite awkward. Frieza, unable to retort, seethed inwardly. Initially, the intelligence I gathered was meant to secure this lucrative planet before the Gula Legion's operation, allowing me to sell it for a handsome profit. But unexpectedly, these two figures emerged, completely derailing my plans and decimating my forces and resources. This venture has turned into a significant loss. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed numerous dark specks materializing in the sky. Could Gula have arrived? Frieza's anxiety resurfaced. What if he commits some egregious act that implicates me? In that moment, he disregarded his cautious demeanor before Luo Hao and displayed an expression of contrition, soaring into the air to confront Gula's fleet. From above, Gula's voice echoed with a mocking tone. Frieza, my dear brother, your speed of action is impressive. But why have you not fully conquered this planet? Do you wish for me to partake in your spoils? Perhaps I have arrived just in time. With Gula's audacious laughter, Frieza felt beads of sweat forming. This fool truly lacks understanding of the situation, still finding time to challenge me. Frieza, with a chill in his voice, shouted at the fleet above, Gula, you wretch. Silence yourself. In response, a figure resembling Frieza emerged from the sky, mocking him. Frieza, what are your troops doing? Lining up for my inspection? Such a neat formation. I never expected your command skills to have improved. As Gula continued his taunting, he suddenly appeared before Frieza. Astonished to see him standing in a complete battle stance, with a cold smile, I merely spoke a few words. Do you truly wish to engage me in combat? Is it truly necessary for you to take matters into your own hands to conquer such a commonplace planet? At that moment, Frieza was there, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Gula, my dear elder brother, could you refrain from speaking so much? Gula, wearing a skeptical expression, replied, Oh, This is not your usual style. When did you start calling me brother? What scheme do you have in mind? Speak up. Let me tell you. You are certainly no match for me now. Frieza, with a resigned expression, approached Gula, who was eyeing him warily, and recounted the events that had just transpired. Gula's expression shifted rapidly between doubt and suspicion. Frieza, you wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you? Are you setting a trap? Not only do you wish to rob me of the planet I have my eye on, but you also have designs on my fleet? Frieza shrugged his shoulders. Gula, do not hold me accountable for a brother's lack of loyalty this time. He pointed and continued. You see that fellow down there? I need not elaborate on his prowess. However, his previous identity was that of a servant to Lord Beerus. A servant of a destroyer willingly accompanying another to reason with me. Do you truly think I jest? Gula's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of skepticism. It was unprecedented for Frieza, so often rebellious, to approach him with such gravity. Gula had long held a secret. In terms of strength, cunning, and capability, while Frieza was a prodigy of the Frost Demons, he still paled in comparison to Gula. Why did their father, King Cold, support Frieza so extensively? Was it not due to the fortuitous circumstance of Frieza clinging to the powerful leg of the destroyer Beerus? With such a formidable ally backing him, no matter his future actions, he would likely escape punishment. Yet now, even though Beerus had not appeared, the angel Whis, often seen by his side, was indeed present. This lent considerable weight to Frieza's claims. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential threat. Such was Gula's guiding principle. With a servant of Beerus appearing here, if he wished to forge a connection with the destroyer in the future, he could not afford to offend those who served him, no matter how weak they might be. As for the enigmatic individual Frieza had mentioned, he deemed it unimportant. Losing a bit of fleet equipment was a trivial matter. If he could indeed secure an alliance with a significant figure, Gula would be able to navigate this universe with ease. Regardless of whether Frieza's words held truth, Gula resolved to take the gamble. Indeed, in terms of cunning and capability, Gula was far superior to Frieza. Had Frieza possessed such foresight and intent earlier, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Chapter 21. Gula's generous contribution of all high-tech equipment. The two brothers whispered to each other in midair when Gula swiftly descended before Whis, kneeling respectfully and stating, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Whis. My brother Frieza has informed me of your keen interest in our battleships. I have also brought a portion of my troops and am willing to offer all my high-tech equipment for your consideration." With that, he awaited Whis's response. Whis exhibited a faint smile tinged with irony, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Upon his arrival, he had engaged in cordial discussions with the individual named Frieza, who had shown little inclination to heed his words, insisting that Luo Hao demonstrate his prowess before yielding. In stark contrast, Gula opted for immediate submission, revealing the exceptional caliber of their chilling, demonic lineage. However, the decision to accept these offerings bore no relevance to him. He gestured toward Luo Hao, saying, "I am merely an attendant this time. Whether I find your items intriguing rests upon Luo Hao's judgment." Gula cast a scrutinizing glance at Luo Hao, pondering. This individual appears devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, as he is favored by Lord Beerus, he must possess some remarkable qualities that remain unknown to me. Unlike Frieza, Gula maintained a demeanor of deference, promptly stating, "Please, Mr. Luo Hao, provide your guidance." Luo Hao, deep in contemplation, eventually declared, "Whis, whether we raise one pig or two, the principle remains the same. Since Mr. Gula has shown such sincerity, let us accept his offerings with a smile and forego further formalities." Whis shrugged. "Very well. As long as you do not depart from this universe, you may proceed as you wish. Moreover, since they genuinely wish to present these supplies to you, I have no objections." Subsequently, Gula commanded his fleet to arrange all the ships and high-tech equipment before Luo Hao and Whis, mirroring Frieza's earlier display. In a gesture of goodwill, Luo Hao pointed to a small spacecraft, saying, "Mr. Gula, thank you for your generous gift, but we shall decline this vessel, as you must return home with your many troops. Please keep it for yourselves." Gula, taken aback, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Luo Hao. I am truly appreciative." Frieza and Gula, accompanied by approximately 2,000 of their subordinates, crammed into the designated small spacecraft, resembling a can of sardines, filled to the brim. As the vessel swayed gently into the air, Whis sighed. "Luo Hao, your taste is indeed surprising." Luo Hao responded with a serene smile. "It suffices, Whis, that I could spare them a ship, a gesture of recognition for Gula's perceptiveness. Amidst the ethereal void, the spacecraft, swaying gently, suddenly surged its engines to their utmost capacity, howling as it burst forth from the planet, vanishing without a trace, never to be seen again. Are we truly so fearsome? Luo Hao cast a resigned glance at Whis, who, gazing at the heavens, mused, only the sky knows. Then, with a wicked glint in his eye, Whis turned to Luo Hao. Look at this sea of spaceships and equipment. How do you intend to bring them back? It seemed an insurmountable challenge, with only the two of us as pilots or operators. Luo Hao chuckled. Do you really expect me to devise a solution? You see, I am merely an ordinary boy from Earth. What means do I possess to transport all this gear back home? If I had a method, what need would I have for you, my celestial companion? Upon hearing this, Whis' expression of schadenfreude froze in disbelief. Are you suggesting? Luo Hao nodded earnestly. Indeed, it rests upon you, Whis. Do your best. Whis' demeanor instantly soured. Seriously? All this equipment is to be entrusted to me? What can I possibly do? With a gleeful grin, Luo Hao replied, Come now, Whis, spare me the pretense. I know you possess a unique ability to create an expansive hidden chamber. If you could simply enlarge that space to encompass all this equipment, we could easily transport it back. Whis hesitated, but activating that ability won't allow for instantaneous movement. Luo Hao maintained a playful demeanor. Thus, when we arrived, I used instantaneous movement. On our return, you can envelop everything with your divine power and gradually navigate back. I did mention, did I not? I led us here, and you shall guide us home. Whis' face transformed into a mask of despair. Fine. So you truly intend to use me as your beast of burden. This is outrageous. In the depths of space, a crowded spaceship sped forward, its interior bustling with activity. Sabo, annoyed, swatted away a foot that had intruded upon his personal space, cursing, which imbecile dares to thrust their foul foot in my face? From beside him, Deloria's voice rang out in exasperation. Enough, Sabo. Do you think I relish this? It's not by choice. Look at us. Even I am being jostled. Oh, whoever you are, could you kindly refrain from pressing your backside against my face? The situation was disheartening. Initially, an army had mobilized to assault the planet, only to be inexplicably ambushed. All the ships and equipment seemed to have been plundered, leaving only this small mothership behind. Yet, with so many individuals crammed into this diminutive spacecraft, could it be anything but cramped? Alas, there appeared to be no other recourse. Sabo helplessly remarked, If I possessed the ability to survive in the vast cosmos, would I be crammed in here with you lot like sardines? However, Doria retorted without a hint of politeness. Feeling cramped? If that's the case, why not head to the command room? Lord Frieza and Lord Cooler have ample space. Do you dare venture there? Amidst their bickering, a chilling voice resonated from the corner of the compartment as Captain Jinyu sternly interjected, Are you two finished? It's already cramped enough without your incessant chatter. Endure a little longer. We are nearing Frieza's third planet, where we should find sufficient equipment to swiftly depart this star system. He then exclaimed, And you, geese, keep your hands to yourself, will you? You've touched my ribs. How unfortunate it was to be crammed in this metallic kin with such riffraff. Where could he possibly seek justice? With Captain Jinyu having spoken, the remaining subordinates expressed no dissent. Chapter 22. Cooler, this loss shall be attributed to you. Meanwhile, in the command room, Frieza and Cooler exchanged glances filled with resentment. It was Cooler who broke the silence. Aren't you typically disdainful of these underlings? Why bring them along this time? He cast a mocking sideways glance at the forlorn Frieza as he whispered the question. Frieza, irked, shot Cooler a significant eye roll, responding, Is this my fault? These soldiers were borrowed from my father, King Cold. Should anything happen to them, I would have to answer to him. Otherwise, their demise on that planet would concern me not in the slightest. Cooler took a sip of his red wine, exhaling a resigned sigh. You truly have a knack for attracting trouble. How did you manage to entangle yourself with such a formidable adversary? Frieza retorted with irritation, I have no recourse. Cooler then adopted a serious demeanor, inquiring, By the way, isn't your patron the god of destruction, Beerus? Why not seek his assistance? Isn't he heralded as the greatest deity in this universe? Even our father, King Cold, wouldn't he dare act recklessly in his presence. Observing Cooler's incessant chatter, Frieza snapped. Just say what you mean. Humph. Did you not notice that the individual accompanying that fiend is Beerus's attendant? They are surely inseparable. Why provoke them? Aren't you quick to recognize the situation? Enough. Speak your mind or release your gas. I lack the patience for idle conversation. Seeing that a few words had already sent Frieza into a frenzy, Cooler nonchalantly placed his wine glass upon the table. Since you are so forthright, I shall dispense with the subtleties. As you have observed, the fleet I brought is of a brand new model. As for manpower and combat power, let's not delve into that. The probes were just dispatched from my father, King Cold, and I have yet to settle the payment. Thus, the entirety of this loss shall rest upon your shoulders. Frieza immediately erupted in indignation. On what grounds? Why should I bear the brunt of this? Had I not cautioned you against acting impulsively, let alone your equipment? It is uncertain whether you could even survive to leave that planet. However, Gula replied with an air of nonchalance. I am indeed grateful for your advice. After all, you are my most beloved younger brother. Nevertheless, let us be clear, the expenses incurred from this loss shall be attributed to you. Frieza immediately bared his teeth in anger. But Gula placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Stay calm, my friend. This is not the time for you to unleash your fury. We have but this single spacecraft left, and I assure you, we will manage to survive in the cosmos. However, if anything were to happen to this vessel, our soldiers behind us would be doomed. I wonder how you would explain that to Father. Gloatingly, Gula continued. In the past, you had Lord Beerus backing you, and Father would grant you some leniency. Now, even Beerus's minions dare to rob us. Should Father learn of this debacle, you would truly face dire consequences. This statement struck a nerve with Frieza. Having lost the support of Beerus, the losses incurred from this operation, combined with Gula's, would surely weigh heavily on his conscience. He pondered how many years it would take to settle this ever-looming debt. His former arrogance as a member of the Frost Demon race was primarily due to Beerus's influence. Now, he had been decisively struck at his vulnerable point. However, the thought of seeking vengeance filled Frieza with trepidation. What a jest! That being's power evidently surpassed that of a god of destruction. Even at Beerus's peak, he could not obliterate half a galaxy with a mere flick of his finger. There was always a need for preparation and a moment to gather strength. This entity, it seemed, could effortlessly achieve the destructive capability typical of a god of destruction with a mere casual strike. Now, as we shift our focus back to Whis and Luo Hao, in stark contrast to Frieza and Gula's predicament, a brilliant light akin to the stars flashed across the cosmos, moving at speeds unfathomably greater than Frieza and Gula's. Yet, what was truly surprising was that while a radiant glow led the way, a large green square behind it trailed a long, fiery tail. This was Whis's unique transport space, housing a myriad of warships, equipment, and spacecraft. In a remarkably relaxed manner, Luo Hao rested one hand on Whis's shoulder, adjusting himself into a more comfortable position as he gazed at the lengthy tail of fire behind them, exclaiming in admiration, Whis, you truly are remarkable. I never anticipated that with such an abundance of equipment, you could achieve such incredible speed. I must admit, I have underestimated you. Whis retorted with a hint of irritation. Oh, spare me that. You only bully me because I am more accommodating. Humph. Don't think I'm oblivious. If it were you in my position, your speed would surpass mine by countless folds. It's merely your laziness, I assent it. However, Luo Hao showed no sign of embarrassment at being called out. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, All right, Whis, enough of your complaints. I know you simply want a cup of coffee, right? Here's the deal. When we return to the 7th universe, I shall personally brew you a cup. How does that sound? Whis' eyes sparkled with excitement. And he immediately replied, No way. I want 10 cups. Luo Hao sighed helplessly. You are indeed quite greedy. Fine, considering your labor this time. I shall grant you 10 cups. It was surprising how readily he agreed. Usually, he was rather stingy. Since their first encounter where Luo Hao had been generous, it was only during Whis's commendable behavior that Luo Hao would personally brew him coffee, a fact that had long vexed Whis. Whis had attempted to make this peculiar beverage himself, but whether due to incorrect proportions or improper temperature, he could never replicate the flavor of Luo Hao's brew, which had troubled him for quite some time. After residing on Earth for a while, the angel had developed a rather discerning palate, raising his standards for food and drinks to an elevated level. One could only wonder if he would adapt to life on the desolate planet of Beerus, his god of destruction realm, if he were to return. Chapter 23. Whis seemed certain of Luo Hao's identity, however. The fact that he had just boldly requested 10 cups of coffee and Luo Hao had agreed, without a second thought, indicated that the lad was in remarkably good spirits. Seizing this opportunity, Whis's mind whirred as he contemplated a question he had long wished to ask. but had never dared to voice. Luo Hao was notoriously tight-lipped. No matter what tactics Whis employed, he could never extract any information, leaving him feeling as though he were being tormented by clawing cats. Now seemed a fortuitous moment. As Luo Hao was in a good mood, and perhaps he might reveal some information after all, Whis casually inquired, Luo Hao, I must admit, I'm rather curious. That trick you used to intimidate Frieza, why does it seem so familiar? Luo Hao, standing behind him, responded with a hint of exasperation. I didn't intend to scare him. It was merely a matter of misjudging my power. With regular practice, I won't make such mistakes again. But in all honesty, I'm grateful for your time reversal ability. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the lives that remain on that planet. If my momentary lapse had resulted in such devastation, I would truly be at a loss for words. It appeared that Luo Hao was indeed in high spirits today, even divulging some information that Whis had been eager to learn. Through this exchange, Whis gleaned a wealth of information, confirming that Luo Hao had once been a formidable figure. A mere flicker of power could obliterate half a galaxy. What manner of being could possess such might? For true celestial beings, be they angels or gods of destruction, such feats are hardly remarkable. Moreover, even the omnipotent king could effortlessly erase an entire universe with a mere incantation, rendering the extraordinary commonplace. However, this individual is merely a fledgling, newly awakened, and according to his own assertions, he has only regained a fraction of his former strength. What then might he become if he were to attain his full potential or recover all of his memories? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Whis' mind. Could this being be? He recalled that the High Priest had alluded to a connection between this entity and the 6 annihilated universes. If this were indeed true, the identity of this being, known as Luo Hao, would become glaringly apparent. If his conjecture held any merit, then he was indeed. At this thought, Whis shuddered, and without hesitation, he posed his question, Luo Hao, if my assumptions are correct, are you the god of destruction? His tone had shifted from inquiry to affirmation. Whis was resolute in his belief that this being was none other than one of the legendary triad of cosmic titans, the long-lost god of destruction. It could not be otherwise. How else could one explain the terrifying power he wielded upon mere awakening? Furthermore, his close ties to the High Priest, coupled with the palpable tension between the High Priest and the king regarding this individual, left no room for doubt. If he were not the god of destruction, then who could he possibly be? Whis, a legitimate celestial being, while somewhat uncertain about the ancient events, possessed a clear understanding of the divine hierarchy. In a typical universe, there exists the triad of angels, gods of destruction, and supreme Kai. Within this temporal realm, the High Priest serves as the steward of all deities. He assists the king in maintaining cosmic equilibrium, and naturally, he would have a supreme leader among the gods of destruction, namely, the god of destruction himself. Yet, this matter remained shrouded in secrecy between the High Priest and the king. It had never been openly discussed. The peculiar behaviors exhibited by the being before him left Whis resolute in his conviction that if this was not the reincarnation of the god of destruction, he would not believe it under any circumstance. However, upon witnessing Whis' unwavering confidence in Luo Hao's identity, the expression on Luo Hao's face plunged Whis into a state of confusion once more. From behind him, Luo Hao's languid voice rang out, "The god of destruction? Who is that? I have no recollection of such a figure. Why would you think I am the god of destruction? Is he truly formidable?" With these words, Whis, who had just moments ago brimmed with confidence, felt deflated like a punctured balloon. Well, based on your response, I must have indeed misjudged. Yet, aside from the god of destruction, who else could you possibly be? Why can I not fathom it? However, observing the manner of speech of this individual, he seemed to bear no relation whatsoever to the great destroyer. Whis appeared exasperated, casting a sidelong glance at the languid figure behind him, and seriously remarked, "Well, we have spent quite some time together, haven't we? I suppose we are friends who share everything?" Luo Hao nodded in agreement. "That is certainly true. Given all the assistance you have provided me, as a good friend, you have been exceedingly competent and diligent." Whis, however, gravely responded, "Since we are good friends, we ought to be open with one another, wouldn't you agree?" Luo Hao gave a non-committal sound of agreement. Whis turned around abruptly and exclaimed to Luo Hao, "You must tell me your true identity, right? After all this time, is it truly entertaining to keep it a secret? Are you not aware of my insatiable curiosity? I have speculated endlessly to no avail. Could you not simply reveal to me who you are? Really, Upon witnessing Whis' forlorn demeanor, Luo Hao pointed ahead. Whis, you must watch the road while flying. No sooner had he spoken than the enormous tail flame trailing behind them collided directly with an unknown planet, obliterating it into a cloud of cosmic dust. In that moment, Whis hurriedly adjusted their flight path to avoid a second planet obstructing their way. The thrill of the incident surged through Whis, for even with his angelic might and power, casually crashing into an unknown celestial body was indeed a rare occurrence. It was evident how stirred Whis was, to the point of neglecting basic piloting skills. Observing Whis' woeful expression, Luo Hao felt a pang of sympathy. He withdrew his previously carefree smile and said softly, Whis, you are mistaken about me. It is not that I am withholding information. Rather, I too have been unable to recall everything. I have only just begun to awaken fragments of memories, and for deeper recollections, I require more time to piece them together. Currently, I can only remember some events from the High Priest's childhood and bits and pieces concerning Daquan and Xiaochuan. Many of these memories have begun to connect due to your presence. As for other matters, it is not my intention to keep them hidden. Chapter 24. Luo Hao, brother, you have flown too far. Upon hearing Luo Hao's words and observing the sincerity in his eyes, Whis pondered. Could it be that he has indeed misjudged this individual? After all, how could one expect a patient with gradually resurfacing memories to recall everything at once? It appeared that he was quite unaware of his own identity. Perhaps he had been a bit hasty, and he felt a twinge of guilt towards Luo Hao. After all, the one suffering most from the incomplete recovery of memories was indeed Luo Hao himself. Thus, with this thought, Whis felt a slight sense of remorse. Yet he soon recalled what Luo Hao had just mentioned, Daquan and Xiaochuan. This appears to be yet another monumental revelation. Swiftly, Whis adjusted his flight path, striving to avert a cataclysm reminiscent of a celestial collision. Although the recent planet bore no signs of life, its destruction would have been inconsequential. However, should he inadvertently obliterate a planet teeming with life, would that not render him a harbinger of destruction? Such an act would contravene the principles upheld by their celestial kin. For an angel like Whis, who staunchly adheres to his convictions, transgressing such taboos is simply unfathomable. Yet, the words of Luo Hao had ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. Daquan? Xiaochuan? Who might they be? They seemed to belong to an echelon akin to that of his father, the High Priest. Suddenly, a thought struck Whis. Daquan? Xiaochuan? Could it be that you are referring to Lord Quan Wang? Without hesitation, Whis posed his query. Luo Hao, as if recalling something, responded, Huh? Did I mention that? Whis affirmed. You did, referring to Daquan and Xiaochuan, which must indicate Lord Quan Wang. If one of Daquan or Xiaochuan is indeed Lord Quan Wang, then who could the other be? Luo Hao tapped his forehead, pondering. Let me think. Then, as if a memory surfaced, he exclaimed, I believe I remember now. Yes, the Lord Quan Wang you mentioned must be Xiaochuan, a round-headed, adorable little fellow. Am I mistaken? Whis nodded vigorously. Finally, we have made a connection. After such a winding journey, I have come to realize that Lord Quan Wang was once affectionately known as Xiaochuan. How delightful to consider. Yet, such a statement seems to be one only Luo Hao would dare utter. In the presence of another, a mere flash of white light might suffice to erase them from existence at the hands of Lord Quan Wang. However, returning to the matter at hand, why? Upon learning of your awakening, would even Lord Quan Wang retreat into seclusion? Have you, in some way, instilled a profound psychological trauma within him? And who, pray tell, is Daquan? Yet, Whis found himself unable to voice this inquiry. Meanwhile, Luo Hao murmured to himself, is there truly only one Quan Wang now? That cannot be right. The bond between Daquan and Xiaochuan is exceptionally strong. I recall that in our childhood, Daquan was exceedingly protective and affectionate towards Xiaochuan. Why then? Is there only one Quan Wang? This seems amiss. Whis quickly inquired, what is the relationship between Daquan and Xiaochuan? This appears to be the crux of the matter. Without hesitation, Luo Hao replied, they are, of course, biological brothers. Xiaochuan's elder brother is Daquan. How is it that you seem unaware of this? Something feels amiss. Whis found himself thoroughly ensnared in a state of perplexity. Conversing with this individual is truly a cerebral endeavor. He had initially sought to glean more about ancient matters, only to encounter yet another figure named Daquan. If his conjecture holds true, the Daquan spoken of by Luo Hao must indeed be the legendary Lord Daquan. Yet, why has he, from the moment of his birth until now, never encountered any tales regarding Lord Daquan. Moreover, even the matters concerning the great destruction god remain shrouded in mystery. It appears that I must seize an opportunity to earnestly inquire with my father, the esteemed high priest, about this bewildering situation, particularly regarding the fellow behind me, who appears to possess an abundance of knowledge, yet struggles to recall many details due to his recent awakening, leaving him with only vague clues to offer. The more I ponder this, the more it gives me a headache. Alas, I have unwittingly accepted an enigmatic task filled with complexities beyond my comprehension. This may very well be the trial bestowed upon me by the high priest. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I was jolted by a soft sigh from Luo Hao behind me. "VS, what on earth are you up to?" VS, taken aback, responded, "What is it, Luo Hao?" He then noticed Luo Hao wearing a look of exasperation. "Brother, you've gone too far ahead," with Luo Hao's gentle reminder. VS seemed to awaken to a realization. Upon checking his coordinates and the solar system behind him, he could not help but smile wryly. "What has come over me? I am so distracted that I am making mistakes even while flying through the cosmos. Having reached my destination, I nearly brushed past it, allowing this fellow behind me to witness my blunder. Well, since it has not resulted in any significant errors, I suppose that is fortunate." VES abruptly halted in midair, pivoting towards Earth, muttering to himself, "Hey, it's all your fault for providing me with such an overwhelming amount of information that my sense of direction has completely faltered." Luo Hao chuckled. "All right, it's my fault. What about the coffee?" VES immediately shouted in anger, 10 cups. Not a single one less." That morning, as the small noodle shop had just opened, Bulma stormed in with great urgency. Observing this unexpected guest, both Luo Hao and VES were left speechless. This girl is truly impatient, arriving so early. Come to collect her debts, perhaps? VES continued to leisurely wipe his dishes behind the counter, thinking that he had already taken care of his obligations and that she would not be able to find him. He could savor the coffee she promised at his leisure while she dealt with her own issues. Seeing VES reveling in schadenfreude, Luo Hao felt no need to comment, relieved that their efforts the previous day had not been in vain. Otherwise, having this girl blocking the door would indeed have been quite troublesome. To their surprise, Bulma's visit did not involve directly demanding payment. Instead, she chose a seat by the window and loudly called out to Luo Hao, "Luo Hao, first, make me a bowl of noodles. I'm hungry." Alas, arriving so early, she had forgotten to have breakfast. Luo Hao thought, well, this girl not only comes to collect debts, but also expects to enjoy a meal. Nevertheless, with business at hand, it would be unreasonable to refuse. Luo Hao smiled brightly. "All right, what would you like to eat?" Chapter 25. Bulma, I have discovered an issue with your development. Bulma, in a rather irritable tone, remarked, as usual, "Bring me a bowl of egg noodles. With your level of skill, what other delectable dishes could you possibly create? At least your egg noodles seem somewhat presentable." In response, Luo Hao helplessly patted Whis on the shoulder, saying, "It's your turn." Whis' expression of schadenfreude quickly morphed into one of dismay. "Why is it always me? I'm the one doing the menial tasks here, washing dishes, and now I have to cook noodles too? Aren't you the owner of this establishment?" Luo Hao replied with a sense of authority, "Of course, I'm the owner, and you are the one assisting. If I don't direct you, who else should I? Humph. Hurry up, no more nonsense. Off you go." Whis hesitated momentarily, realizing that perhaps there was some merit to Luo Hao's words. Was he truly being treated like a beast of burden? Well, since it was his assigned task, he would dedicate his youth to it. Thus, he convinced himself and entered the kitchen, where his voice soon echoed, "Miss Bulma, would you like 1 egg or 2? Bulma, sounding quite annoyed from outside, shouted back, "Of course, just 1 egg. I'm on a diet, I can't handle 2. Before long, Whis emerged with a fragrant bowl of egg noodles, a skill he had clandestinely learned from Luo Hao during his time there. Although his culinary abilities were still leagues behind Luo Hao's, he deemed it sufficient to appease Bulma, who had come merely for a free meal. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, having nothing better to do since the shop had just opened, settled down opposite Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, what brings you here so early? Is it just for the noodles, or is there something else?" Bulma chuckled, "What else could it be? I'm just making sure you and Whis don't slip away. Humph, once I finish my noodles, we must discuss the debt you owe me from yesterday." It turned out that she had indeed come to collect her dues, fearing that she might lose track of them both. How astutely she underestimated their intentions. Luo Hao then earnestly remarked, "Oh, why are you only having 1 egg? Eating just one can lead to imbalances." "What does that mean?" Bulma asked, puzzled. However, Upon catching a whiff of the steaming egg noodles Whis had brought, she quickly forgot her confusion, commenting, while your skill may not quite match Luo Hao's, it's still acceptable. After all, Whis, you're a newcomer. Keep practicing. Whis, with one hand on his forehead, felt speechless, thinking, this girl really knows how to pick and choose. She criticizes my cooking while never having paid for her meals. He could only grumble internally, for voicing his thoughts would likely subject him to Bulma's incessant nagging for half an hour, a fate he had already experienced. As Bulma blew on the steaming egg noodles, ready to take a bite, she suddenly noticed Luo Hao staring blankly at her chest. What is this scoundrel doing? Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she hastily covered her chest with one hand, exclaiming fiercely, what are you staring at? Yet Luo Hao, feigning innocence, shrugged and replied, I warned you not to eat just one egg. It can lead to imbalance. Clearly, there's an issue with your development. Why do I always feel like one is larger than the other? He intended to suggest she should consume 2 eggs instead. At that moment, Bulma's face turned as red as a monkey's rear, her forehead buried deep in her bowl, obscuring her expression. Was she joyful or enraged? Her little head trembled uncontrollably, while Luo Hao remained oblivious to her brewing storm, muttering to himself, this girl is something else. I was merely offering a piece of friendly advice. If she doesn't want to listen, that's her choice, but must she make such a fuss? Suddenly, Whis sensed an invisible wave of murderous intent emanating from Bulma's direction and thought, oh no, is she about to erupt again? The best course of action is to withdraw. Accustomed to the playful banter between the two, Whis swiftly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, sensing Bulma's unusual demeanor, noticed her trembling form and wondered if he had misspoken once more. Glancing back at Whis, who had disappeared like a rabbit struck by an arrow, he felt betrayed by the lack of loyalty. Turning his attention back to Bulma, he observed her complexion shifting from red to blue, then pale, and finally to an ominous black. She resembled a canvas of vibrant hues. With all her might, Bulma unleashed a roar that echoed, Luo Hao, you scoundrel! I shall have your head. Luo Hao, maintaining an expression of innocence, retorted, I'm only looking out for your best interests. It's a fact that one is indeed larger than the other. In this day and age, one cannot even speak the truth. Bulma's anger surged from within. Fueled by rage, you insufferable brat, how dare you say that? In a swift motion, she pushed her bowl forward and, from seemingly nowhere, produced an assault rifle, aiming it squarely at Luo Hao, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. At that moment, Luo Hao realized he had crossed a line, and it appeared this girl was intent on a fierce confrontation. No wonder Whis had fled so swiftly. He was indeed sensitive to danger and hostility. As the restaurant erupted into chaos amidst the sound of gunfire, a group of thugs outside, preparing to indulge in a meal at the newly opened noodle shop, were led by a brash red-haired leader who scoffed, the owner is just a mere high school student, a pretty boy at that. Our gang dining here would be a favor to him. We wouldn't even bother to pay. Just as they were about to push through the door, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed in their ears. In an instant, an errant bullet severed a portion of the leader's red hair, causing him to instinctively recoil, exclaiming, my goodness, is this truly a den of iniquity? Brothers, we must retreat. Recently, I have heard that the security in this vicinity is quite poor. Initially, I thought we were merely stirring up trouble, but it seems we are the genuine victims. The group of ruffians who were previously strutting about with bravado have been reduced to frightened shadows by this inexplicable gunfire, fleeing without a trace. Before long, the gunfire within the restaurant also gradually subsided. Bulma, in a fit of rage, tossed the emptied assault rifle onto the dining table. Chapter 26, Luo Hao, I have prepared numerous treasures for you. Gazing at the still smoking barrel, she furiously exclaimed, Luo Hao, you scoundrel, do not let me lay eyes on you again. If I do, I shall strike you each time. Remarkably, she then resumed her position in the noodle shop, which was left in utter disarray by her earlier outburst, and began to slurp up her egg noodles. After venting her frustrations, she even indulged in her meal without a care. Meanwhile, Whis, having narrowly escaped this calamity, quietly appeared behind Bulma, shaking her head in resignation. Well, it seems I must clean up this mess once again. How outrageous. This unscrupulous owner, withholding my wages, expects me to toil in such a manner. I am a dignified angel, reduced to a mere server, and now I must bear the burden of this couple's flirtations? The thought left Whis feeling quite disheartened. However, Luo Hao gently patted her shoulder and said, Whis, I leave this to you. Fortunately, it is within 5 minutes. It's manageable, and the area is quite small. With an expression of melancholy, Whis turned to him and replied, Brother, is my time reversal power truly meant for such occasions? Is my divine angelic strength so undervalued? Luo Hao gazed helplessly at the bar, now riddled with damage, along with the shattered entrance and the scattered tables and dishes, remnants of Bulma's rampage. He sighed, Whis, I apologize, I am at a loss. If I possessed the ability to reverse time, would I still require your assistance? Very well. I promise to brew you an extra cup of coffee. Will that suffice? Upon hearing his generous offer of an additional cup of coffee, Whis' eyes sparkled with delight. Agreed, as you wish. Consequently, Whis summoned her angelic scepter and restored everything to its state prior to Bulma's fury. Having an angel by one's side proves advantageous. Yet, as Whis performed the time reversal, she silently grumbled to herself, Where has my pride gone? I have been duped by Luo Hao once again. 1 cup of coffee has cost me another time reversal. How does this transaction balance? It seems I am the one who incurs the loss. This fellow must be doing this on purpose. If he had not provoked Miss Bulma, how could we have arrived at this predicament? He likely relies on my presence. Even if he offers me 10 cups of coffee next time, I shall not agree to another time reversal. This fellow has truly become increasingly intolerable, regardless of Whis' incessant jibes. Luo Hao approached Bulma once again, appearing unfazed, and produced a device from the Frieza force. Here, don't be upset. This is a little gift I meticulously prepared for you. Take a look. It's something that surely doesn't exist on Earth. This should resolve everything, right? Bulma, having just finished a bowl of egg noodles and brimming with indignation, was ready to confront Luo Hao. However, upon seeing the intriguing gadget he offered, her eyes lit up. Oh, this seems quite novel. It resembles something akin to a pair of goggles. What is it? Her curiosity and desire to explore completely overshadowed her initial intention to chastise Luo Hao. Moreover, she scarcely noticed that the restaurant had reverted to its previous state, for ever since Whis had appeared by Luo Hao's side, many extraordinary events had unfolded. Without Whis' unique abilities, she would never have dared to wield any weaponry in this quaint establishment. Though she had her doubts about Whis' claim of being an omnipotent angel, Bulma had observed his remarkable powers and recognized him as a good-natured and capable individual. As for other matters, she was not privy to clear information and thus chose to remain silent. Her mind was solely occupied with the peculiar companion beside her. Given that he had presented her with a cutting-edge technological marvel, it seemed that he was indeed sincere. Evidently, he had not completely forgotten his promise from the previous day. However, the audacity with which he had remarked about her asymmetrical chest, attributing it to her insufficient egg consumption, was utterly intolerable. Bulma's temper was not one to be trifled with, and she seized this opportunity to cleverly extract some form of compensation from Luo Hao. In her estimation, Luo Hao was akin to toothpaste. Squeeze him, and something would surely emerge. With that thought, she slyly tucked the device into her pocket and declared, This is insufficient. Far from enough. You believe this trinket can compensate for my emotional distress? What did you just say about me? Luo Hao, exasperated, replied, I did this for your benefit. Bulma, how can you be so ungrateful? As Bulma prepared to unleash her fury once more, Luo Hao quickly capitulated. All right. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Since we're discussing it, let me show you something else. I have additional equipment that I can offer you, provided you cease your incessant pestering. Pestering? Bulma erupted at the mere mention of the term. I am renowned as a genius prodigy, once the top student in my school. Ever since you, this scoundrel, transferred here, you have usurped my position. I am the daughter of the world's most affluent family, a celebrated beauty and former academic elite, and I spend my time entertaining you. And you dare call me a pest? Mumph. Luo Hao, what qualifications do you possess to dare bully me? Well, it appears that my incessant nagging has not yet been fully comprehended by you. This time, I shall demonstrate to you the true art of relentless admonition. As Bulma prepared to unleash her skills to their fullest extent, Luo Hao promptly declared his surrender. All right, it's all my fault. Is that acceptable? The items I have prepared for you are quite abundant. Take a look first. If you are dissatisfied, you may unleash your powers afterward. Bulma, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, pondered for a moment, deeming his words somewhat reasonable. With hands as delicate as spring onions, she extended them toward Luo Hao. Bring it forth. What treasures do you possess? Allow me to see. If it pales in comparison to the previous detector, Do not expect an easy passage. Luo Hao, exasperated, replied. This place is simply too cramped. I cannot produce them. However, Bulma's gaze sparkled with skepticism. Are you making excuses? This is the main hall of your noodle shop. Could it possibly be too small? Luo Hao nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is small. There is simply no room. Vados chimed in, nodding vigorously. Yes. I can attest to that. This little space cannot accommodate it. Chapter 27. The wealthy and stubborn Bulma reluctantly bows down with a commanding presence. Bulma seized Luo Hao's hand, dragging him to the small courtyard behind the noodle shop. Surely, this space will suffice? Can you not retrieve a plethora of innovative high-tech devices? Do not attempt to deceive me. Observing Bulma's earnest demeanor, Luo Hao shrugged. It truly cannot accommodate them. You must find a larger area, otherwise. Fine, since you insist, Bulma replied, producing a universal capsule and promptly unveiling a flying apparatus. Let us go to my home. There is ample space. Humph, I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. In an instant, the flying device ascended into the air. Meanwhile, Vados smiled faintly, subtly adjusting her form to keep pace with Luo Hao and Bulma. Soon, the trio descended in front of Bulma's grand villa, where she pointed. Is this sufficient? This is the largest open space outside our villa. It must surely accommodate everything. All the experimental equipment my father and I have moved in and out has been transported through here. And there is the largest warehouse nearby. Can it truly not fit? You better not be exaggerating. At that moment, Luo Hao sighed in resignation. Alas, you, my dear girl, possess such limited insight. I assure you, it truly cannot accommodate everything. If all were piled here, I dare say your family would have to relinquish it. Bulma, upon hearing this, thought to herself, goodness, you truly are troublesome. Without delay, she pulled Luo Hao onto the flying device, venturing to a remarkably spacious area. Upon disembarking, Bulma pointed to a vast expanse. What do you think? Surely this will do? This is the largest golf course my family has. Humph, if you can fill this space, I shall grant you any request, including absolving you of today's grievances against me. How about it? If you can fill this space, I shall be exceedingly magnanimous. Upon gazing at the expansive stretch of grass in the distance, which indeed resembled a vast golf course, Luo Hao nodded in approval, remarking, well, this location is quite suitable. But are you truly certain that your family no longer desires this golf course? What? You can actually fill it to capacity? Very well. Then I shall take charge of this decision. From this day forth, this golf course shall belong to you, as long as you manage to fill it. No matter the extent of its disarray, I shall not hold you accountable in any manner. Does that suffice? With Bulma's agreement, Luo Hao nodded. In that case, prepare yourself to receive the equipment. Hee, I reckon you'll have your hands quite full for a while. Bulma appeared quite elated. Am I truly such a nuisance to you? As she pondered this, preparing to express her indignation, she caught sight of Whis, who wore a subtle smile, murmuring to himself, the contents of which remained a mystery. Suddenly, a magnificent angelic scepter materialized before him. With a gentle tap of the scepter, a pale green luminescence manifested in midair. Subsequently, an array of items cascaded from above as if it were raining. Bulma was left utterly astounded. Initially, some peculiar devices, armor, hand cannons, and helmets fell. But soon the objects grew larger. First, miniature spacecraft, followed by sizable vessels, and ultimately, colossal ships. Oh my goodness! It seemed as though there was no end to this deluge, which persisted for nearly half an hour, transforming the golf course into a veritable mountain of equipment. What an astonishing assortment of high-tech gear. Bulma's jaw had dropped entirely, her eyes wide with disbelief, devoid of the grace and poise befitting a wealthy heiress, as she gawked at the immense pile of advanced technology, rendered speechless. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to awkwardly realign her dislocated jaw and stiffly turned her head to Luo Hao, exclaiming, "What on earth have you done? Have you robbed some affluent individual? How could you possibly acquire such a multitude of spacecraft and high-tech apparatus? And you, Whis, have you too crossed paths with someone you ought to have avoided?" Luo Hao shrugged, responding, "Well, it's a rather lengthy story, but to put it succinctly, a friend of Whis possesses a fleet. We intended merely to borrow a ship for research purposes. That individual was exceedingly generous, claiming that if we could defeat him, he would give me the entire fleet. By sheer happenstance, I managed to best him, and thus he bestowed his fleet upon me. It wasn't he initially this abundant, however. With the arrival of his older brother, who offered assistance, I inadvertently acquired his brother's fleet as well. Hence, this accumulation of equipment. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this gift? You did mention that as long as your golf course was filled, our past grievances would be laid to rest. Having spoken, Luo Hao intended to depart with Whis, conversing as they walked. What a wealthy young lady, appearing utterly naive, so easily astonished by such trivial matters. At this moment, Bulma was overwhelmed, her astonishment surpassing the limits of her imagination. Even if Luo Hao were to utter derisive remarks, she would not hold it against him. The array of equipment before her was simply staggering. With a glint in her eye, Bulma abruptly tugged at Luo Hao's sleeve, exclaiming, You cannot leave." Luo Hao, perplexed, inquired, "What is it?" "The items have been delivered, and was it not stated that this was your family's golf course?" Bulma gazed at him with a melancholic expression and replied, "Very well, let us consider all past grievances settled. I owe you a significant favor." It was indeed rare to witness Bulma, the proud girl, acquiescing in such a manner after all these years. Given her concession, Luo Hao chose not to press the matter further. "The items have arrived. Do you have any further requests?" Bulma gestured towards the towering pile of equipment, stating, "As a girl, how am I expected to transport all this back home? At the very least, you must assist me in placing these items in our laboratory. It would be rather improper to leave them heaped outside like a pile of junk, wouldn't it?" Upon reflection, Luo Hao acknowledged that Bulma had a valid point. It was indeed unreasonable to expect her to manage such a substantial amount of equipment alone. He then shifted his gaze directly to Whis, who suddenly shivered, thinking, "Not again. Is it me once more?" Chapter 28. Bulma's tireless pursuit of high technology. The days of tranquility passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Several years had gone by. Notably, Bulma had seldom troubled Luo Hao during this time. Ever since acquiring that mountain of advanced technology from Luo Hao and Whis, she had devoted herself entirely to the pursuit of her scientific aspirations. Of course, the training of Goku, Krillin, and others continued in an orderly fashion. They resolutely took Master Roshi as their instructor and grew through various battles, culminating in the defeat of the Red Ribbon Army's Tao Pai Pai, as well as the fierce clash with Demon King Piccolo, which catalyzed Goku's true growth. In fact, Bulma reaped the greatest rewards during this period. In a subsequent quest for the Dragon Balls, she finally gathered the last of them, fulfilling her modest wish to retain her youth. Given the limitations of the dragon's power, it could only slow the passage of time for her youthful visage, rather than grant true immortality or eternal youth. Nonetheless, for Bulma, this was entirely beyond her expectations. This tech enthusiast resolutely focused all her energies on her high-tech research. Moreover, the incident involving Frieza propelled Earth's technology several leaps forward, especially in the realms of medicine and space travel, marking a truly transformative advancement. Regarding Dr. Briefs, he was notably inspired by the unique equipment of the Frieza Force, leading to his successful creation of a super-gravity chamber for Goku and Krillin to train together. From that point onward, Earth embarked on a path of peace and harmonious development. As for Luo Hao and Whis, after Luo Hao's successful graduation from university, he transformed his modest noodle shop into a distinctive large-scale dining club. This endeavor was not driven by financial need, but rather by personal passion. Whis, in particular, took great pride in this development. Having risen from a mere server at the noodle shop, he gradually became the actual overseer of the entire dining establishment. Whis viewed this transition as one of the wisest decisions of his celestial career. Being an unabashed foodie, Whis found his culinary cravings thoroughly satisfied since Luo Hao's restaurant upgrade. Regardless of new dishes, beverages, or spirits, Whis was always the first to indulge in the exquisite offerings. Consequently, he cast aside any dissatisfaction stemming from his previously inexplicable mission. With ample food, drink, and entertainment, this formidable angel seamlessly integrated into Earth's society. Perhaps sharing a meal represents the finest form of communication and connection between individuals. Of course, Luo Hao did not remain idle during these years. Through his experiences on Earth, his memories and abilities gradually awakened and evolved, though these developments were not readily shared with outsiders. However, throughout the years, Whis found that aside from enjoying an array of delectable cuisines to satiate his appetite, his greatest amusement stemmed from witnessing Luo Hao's continual missteps in matters of the heart. Luo Hao's emotional intelligence could hardly be described as anything above zero. In fact, it was more akin to a negative value. Despite being an outstanding young man, handsome and charismatic during his school days, and now managing a substantial dining club. He remained oblivious to romantic overtures. As Bulma would put it, Luo Hao embodied a pure, painted concrete figure, utterly detached from the nuances of affection. For him, notions of romance and flirtation were nonsensical. While he had no issue with camaraderie or friendship, discussions of love and personal matters sent even the unflappable Bulma into a frenzy. After years of familiarity, Bulma had grown accustomed to Luo Hao's behavior and had learned to adopt a more indifferent perspective regarding these matters. His antics certainly left one exasperated. One sunny morning, Bulma unexpectedly set aside her pressing work and, in her limited-edition supercar, roared into the parking lot of Luo Hao's dining club. With a screech of brakes, she eagerly leaped from her vehicle and glanced over, exclaiming, "Oh, Mr. Whis, what are you up to?" Whis, wearing an expression of utter despondency, lamented, "What else can I possibly do? As you can see, the flower beds here are in dire need of watering, and I am the one tending to them." Bulma, rolling her eyes dramatically, sighed and retorted, "Honestly, both of you are something else. I could overlook the small noodle shop back in the day when having just one errand runner was sufficient. But now, your business has expanded tremendously, evolving into a renowned dining club. Why must all the menial tasks fall solely on you, Mr. Whis? Have you not voiced your concerns to Luo Hao? Isn't he being a tad excessive in this regard?" Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Whis, who, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Who could argue otherwise? Whether it's watering the plants, tidying up, cleaning every nook and cranny, or delivering dishes, it all falls on my shoulders. It appears that every task within the establishment is mine to handle, even counting the earnings. That fellow is clearly nothing more than a hands-off manager." Witnessing Whis' righteous fury, Bulma felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Surely Luo Hao must provide some sort of explanation for you?" she inquired. "Explanation? What a joke." Whis, usually so composed, let a curse slip from his lips. That scoundrel Luo Hao has the audacity to say, "To whom much is given, much is expected. I'm a mighty angel with ample divine power. So he assumes he can leave everything to me without worry. How outrageous. After all these years of working alongside him, I haven't received a single penny in wages, yet my workload remains unchanged." Bulma, with a hint of amusement, pointed out, "Yet you continue to assist him unconditionally. If you truly disliked it, couldn't you simply walk away?" Whis, deflated like a punctured balloon, replied, "Alas, what can I do? That fellow brews such delightful coffee. Otherwise, I would refuse to serve this rascal." With that, he tossed the hose aside and, in a flash of brilliance, regained his spirited demeanor. Polishing his manners, he addressed her, "Miss Bulma, what brings you here in such high spirits?" Noticing the shift to serious matters, Bulma smiled mysteriously. "Is Luo Hao at home?" Chapter 29. Bulma confidently strode into Luo Hao's bedroom. Whis nodded. "Indeed. He has taken refuge in his room under the pretense of training, though I have no idea what he is actually up to." Bulma casually closed the car door. "This fellow has been training for years, yet I have yet to see any remarkable results. After all these years of hosting the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, he hasn't achieved any noteworthy rankings. Just last year, even Goku managed to triumph over Piccolo in the tournament and smoothly wed Chi-Chi, while this guy remains utterly oblivious. However, Goku has been rather merciless lately, frequently bringing Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien to our gravity chamber for intense training. I wonder how strong they intend to become before they are satisfied. Sigh. To speak of it would take a considerable length of time, so I shall refrain from venting my frustrations here. Nevertheless, I am genuinely grateful to you all. The impressive array of equipment you brought back last time has been sufficiently absorbed on my part, and now I have a delightful surprise to share with you. Come, let us first seek out Luo Hao. I fear this fellow may be startled." Observing the triumphant Bulma, Whis felt a peculiar sensation wash over him. Could it be that this girl is about to stir up some mischief? Has it truly only been a few years of tranquil existence? Very well, let us see what this girl intends to do. As always, Bulma exuded an air of confidence, boldly striding into Luo Hao's bedroom without a care for any potential awkwardness. With a resounding kick, she flung open the door, charging in with great zeal. At that moment, Luo Hao, still in a state of bewilderment with foam in his mouth and clad in pajamas, looked at this whirlwind of a girl who had once again barged into his room, feeling utterly exasperated. Is it so difficult to maintain a semblance of modesty as a young lady? Then, seeing Bulma's eyes sparkling with excitement, she commanded, "Luo Hao, hurry and change your clothes." I have a monumental technological breakthrough to share with you. Be quick, do not dwell on trivialities. Luo Hao, glancing at the casual attire she carelessly tossed his way, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Alas, even in her haste, could she not afford him a moment's privacy to change? Bulma, however, retorted with irritation. What pretense are you putting on in front of me? Hurry up. What is there that I have not seen? At this moment, Luo Hao felt a mix of exasperation and dizziness. This girl truly regarded him as a close companion, showing no reserve whatsoever. With no other option, he began to change his clothes while addressing Bulma. Surely, you ought to avert your gaze a little. Bulma feigned modesty, turning her head away while peering out the window, murmuring, "This is the greatest technological revolution I have ever achieved in my life, and here you are, dilly-dallying. I thought of sharing this with you at the earliest opportunity. Enough of the small talk, just don't be shocked when you see it. I genuinely appreciate the items you and Whis brought back, as they have helped me overcome numerous scientific challenges. Otherwise, I might have had to wait several more decades to realize my dreams. I am truly the most perfect genius, bar none. What's more, even my father, Dr. Briefs, and my mother, Bunny, are unaware of this latest research achievement. If they were to find out, they would surely be astonished." Looking at the self-assured Bulma, Luo Hao felt a sense of helplessness. What madness is this girl concocting? Although the equipment he and Whis had brought back did indeed lead to significant advancements in medical and interstellar travel technology for Earth, it held no particular research value for Bulma. Could it be that this child has truly created something akin to Iron Man or the Hulk, products of ultra-advanced technology? If that is the case, one can only say that they inadvertently wandered into the wrong set. However, it seems that such entities do not exist in the realm of Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, I believe the mystery will soon unravel. Just as Luo Hao had slipped on his second shoe, Bulma rushed in like a gust of wind, grasping him and tossing him into her supercar. She greeted Whis, saying, "Mr. Whis, come along." Whis, with a resigned eye roll, replied, "That car of yours appears to accommodate only two. Are you suggesting I hang on to the back?" Bulma chuckled mischievously. "Oh, you can fly, I'm well aware. Now, stop dawdling and come with me." With a swift press of the accelerator, they sped away, while Whis lamented, "It seems Luo Hao can fly faster than I can. Why does he get to ride while I must fly on my own?" Upon further reflection, he realized, "My task is to stay grounded and follow him closely. Alas, one must bow their head when under someone else's roof." Yet, he mused, visiting Bulma's home might indeed yield some intriguing delicacies to satisfy his palate. Perhaps it would turn out to be a fortunate event. With this thought, Whis's previously melancholic expression transformed into one of sunny optimism, and with a flash of white light, he arrived at Bulma's doorstep even before her and Luo Hao. At the entrance, Whis glanced around, when suddenly Bulma's mother, Bigny, approached, offering a colossal ice cream cone the size of a basketball, smiling gently. "Mr. Whis, are you waiting for Bulma again? Don't fret, enjoy this sweet treat to soothe your throat." Whis graciously expressed his gratitude, reflecting on how every visit to Bulma's home came with such extraordinary perks. Truly delightful. The Briefs, both kind and gentle, left him pondering why such amiable parents would raise a daughter with Bulma's fiery temperament. This aspect remained a perplexity for Whis. As a genuine angel, he had little interest in delving into such intricacies. After all, with dessert in hand, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. Before long, Bulma and Luo Hao burst through the door at lightning speed. Bulma held Luo Hao in her left hand while tugging at Whis, who was still enjoying his ice cream, and they marched towards her private laboratory. With a click, the laboratory door swung open, revealing a pitch-black interior, obscuring everything from view. At that moment, Bulma appeared even more enigmatic, while Luo Hao and Whis exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what this girl was up to so early in the morning. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, illuminating the vast warehouse. Chapter 30. Bulma creates the time machine. In that instant, the chaotic scene unfolded before them. Was this not Bulma's laboratory? Could there truly be something earth-shattering awaiting them? As they stood in bewilderment, Bulma led them to a device enveloped in a massive canvas. With a vigorous tug, the canvas was pulled back to reveal an oddly shaped object resembling an egg, standing before Whis and Luo Hao. "What is this?" They gazed at Bulma, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly perplexed. "Is this truly remarkable?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hao remarked, "It resembles the spacecraft of that fellow named Frieza, doesn't it?" Whis nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, It bears a striking resemblance to Frieza's infant vehicle. But could it be that Miss Bulma has a peculiar fascination, transforming Frieza's craft into a pram with a protective canopy? What could this signify? The two men began to critique the circular contraption. A pram? Frieza's pram? What peculiar thought processes you two possess? Can you not discern? This is the pinnacle of technological advancement in our era. Bulma rolled her eyes and explained with exasperation. Observing the ignorance of her companions, she could no longer withhold her excitement and sternly declared, "This is my newly invented time machine. Surprised, aren't you? Indeed. It is a genuine time machine, enabling us to traverse time and space at will. Impressive, right?" Upon hearing Bulma's revelation, Luo Hao pondered thoughtfully. This time machine is quite remarkable. Bulma, if it is indeed a legitimate time machine, then your technological achievement is truly monumental, deserving of all the astonishment it elicits. As far as my memory serves, aside from the 12 universes, no other entity in the cosmos has devised a second time machine. It appears you have indeed created a groundbreaking invention worthy of your excitement. Meanwhile, Whis was rendered utterly speechless. Bulma, what did you say? You have actually created a time machine? Are you not aware that time machines are taboo throughout the universe? How could you have conceived such a thing? This is utterly unexpected. Observing their contrasting reactions, Bulma crossed her arms and addressed the two bewildered individuals. I am indifferent to any cosmic taboos. All I know is that this has been my dream for many years. However, I must thank you both. I had long faced insurmountable obstacles in terms of materials and energy, but since you brought back so many resources and equipment, I have finally overcome these challenges. Hehe. If the time machine is indeed a taboo, then Whis, you are the greatest accomplice to this taboo. Without your extraordinary cosmic materials, I could never have constructed such an extraordinary time machine. Upon hearing this, Whis abandoned his nonchalant demeanor, stating with solemnity, Miss Bulma, this is no jest. If this is truly a time machine, then it is undoubtedly the gravest taboo in the universe. It is essential to understand that the existence of a time machine could incite chaos across the entire spectrum of parallel dimensions. In simpler terms, should we traverse to the past using a time machine, even the slightest alteration could trigger a monumental butterfly effect. This phenomenon is unequivocally deemed unacceptable by both the human realm and the divine sphere. While I might turn a blind eye to ordinary teleportation, the matter of time travel is one that allows for no leniency whatsoever. Even someone as irreverent and carefree as Whis acknowledges the grave implications of a time machine, which rendered Bulma, who had been brimming with enthusiasm just moments ago, as wilted as a frost-bitten persimmon. This was her dream and her most significant invention, the culmination of years of arduous labor invested in the development of the time machine. However, it appears that her creation has transgressed the cosmic prohibitions. Though she harbors 100 grievances in her heart, the weight of Whis's solemn demeanor instills a sense of respect. After all, years of acquaintance have revealed that Whis is no ordinary being. His divine powers, experiences, and capabilities are indeed those of an exceptional deity. Given Whis's serious tone, it is evident that this matter is far from trivial. Despite Bulma's occasional airs of a spoiled heiress, she is not one to dismiss sound advice. With Whis having elaborated so thoroughly, it seems that her invention must be relegated to the confines of a museum. She had initially been eager to showcase her prowess before Luo Hao, but this has turned into a painful lesson. Alas, what was the purpose of bringing Whis here? It appears that he possesses a distinct fascination with the time machine. What now? The cold splash of reality has left Bulma feeling utterly defeated. Observing this scene, Luo Hao suddenly seemed to recall something and posed a question to Whis. Wait a moment. Whis, you spoke with such gravity and reason. Yet why do the Kais possess time rings? How do they have the ability to traverse time? This query sparked a glimmer of realization in Bulma. Indeed, if someone can use time rings, what are the Kais, and why do they hold the power to traverse time? Whis sighed slightly before clarifying. You refer to the Kais? They are the guardians and creators of the universe. Their divine rank is not significantly inferior to that of the destroyers, and they exist at least on an equal footing. However, Bulma was hardly concerned with the Kais origins and pressed on. I don't care who they are. Why do they possess time rings that enable time travel? Whis continued to elucidate. Strictly speaking, their time rings do not facilitate time travel in the conventional sense. Rather, they allow them to probe into future timelines to observe certain trajectories of cosmic development. That is their duty. As for traveling to the past, that is absolutely forbidden. Even wielding the divine power of the Kais and their artifacts, one cannot achieve a return to the past. This delineates the fundamental difference between a time machine and a time ring. Miss Bulma, you must understand that this matter is no jest. Each instance of your time travel will create an additional parallel world. The emergence of each parallel world inflicts irreversible damage upon our primary timeline. You should count yourself fortunate that I am here. Otherwise, Bulma immediately pressed for clarification. Chapter 31. Luo Hao accompanies Bulma to the future Whis side. Otherwise, if Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, were to learn of this, he would not hesitate to obliterate your time machine and the Earth entirely, leaving you no means of recovery. Humph. This falls within the purview of the Kais. However, should the enforcer, the god of destruction, become aware of your invention, the consequences could be dire. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that so-called god of destruction truly formidable? Is he more powerful than our Luo Hao? This question seemed to strike a nerve with Whis, who sighed softly. In comparison to Luo Hao, Lord Beerus is indeed insignificant. Ha ha ha. Then there's no problem at all, Bulma declared, her eyes twinkling with mischief. I understand your implication. You mean that traveling to the past with the time machine might be the greatest taboo in our universe, is that correct? Whis nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed, Miss Bulma. I assure you, this is no jest. Should you venture into the past and alter the flow of time, countless unforeseen events could unfold. This is undoubtedly the gravest of taboos, and such actions must be avoided. Bulma continued, since returning to the past is off the table. What if we were to explore the future? Surely that would not breach any taboos. You mentioned that the Kais can observe the universe's development and trajectory in the future. My time machine, after all, is a result of my tireless efforts. Thus, I assure you, I will not venture into the past. I merely wish to glimpse the future. Just a fleeting glance to satisfy my curiosity. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? With that, Bulma playfully leaned against Luo Hao. Luo Hao, will you accompany me? Surely that poses no issue. Regardless of any unexpected circumstances that may arise, having you by my side would ensure that I am safe. Initially, Luo Hao held little interest. For someone of his stature, a time machine was merely a trivial toy. He sensed that, should the need arise, with the restoration of his abilities, he could effortlessly tear open a rift in time with a mere gesture, making time travel a trivial pursuit. However, he had yet to fully regain his memories and powers, yet the time machine inexplicably beckoned him, seemingly holding the promise of a significant opportunity for the restoration of his strength and recollection. With a nod of acquiescence, Luo Hao remarked, very well. Since you are so earnest, I shall accompany you on this journey. To glimpse the future world may indeed bestow upon me delightful surprises. Consider it a respite from the monotony of tending to this restaurant daily. Moreover, Whis, much like an international sentinel, keeps a watchful eye on me, leaving me no opportunity to explore other universes. How excessive! The two oblivious souls quickly reached a harmonious agreement to employ the brand new time machine. Meanwhile, Whis found himself engulfed in helplessness. If it were merely Bulma, the use of the time machine would be unnecessary. Yet, her reasoning appears sound. And she has even enlisted Luo Hao. Since he wishes to go, I find myself powerless to oppose. Nevertheless, Whis attempted to dissuade him. Luo Hao, I advise against utilizing this time machine. It is, after all, a forbidden entity within the fabric of space-time, especially for someone of your ambiguous stature. Should any misfortune arise, I cannot guarantee that I can mitigate the consequences on your behalf. Luo Hao chuckled lightly. Whis, you worry too much. This time machine evokes a sense of calling. Perhaps it presents a unique opportunity for me. By the way, what did your task entail? Whis pondered for a moment. The Grand Priest stipulated that as long as you remain within the 7th universe, you may do as you please, and any wish shall be fulfilled. Indeed. Luo Hao's face brightened with a smile. After all, this endeavor is the culmination of Bulma's years of dedication. It would be disheartening to dampen her enthusiasm. Furthermore, our mere excursion into the future via the time machine does not infringe upon your task or our agreement. Why not take a break and clear our minds? A glimpse of the future Earth might reveal new delectable creations waiting to be savored. Do you not wish to partake in such experiences, Whis? This seemingly struck a chord with Whis, who had previously resolutely opposed allowing the two to defy the cosmic taboos. However, upon reflecting on Luo Hao's words, he considered that perhaps it was permissible to peer into the future without returning to the past. After all, The deities of various universes often employed time rings to observe the trajectory of the cosmos. As a distinguished angel, could he not also venture into the future? A minor faux pas would hardly be consequential, especially since Luo Hao suggested that delightful new culinary wonders might await. With this realization, Whis shed his previous solemn demeanor, his face lighting up with a smile. Very well, if we are to embark on this journey, I shall join you. Bulma, visibly displeased, interjected, Whis. Can't you exhibit a modicum of insight? Can't you see this as a date between Luo Hao and me? After considerable effort, I have finally constructed a time machine, solely to prevent you rascals from disturbing our intimate world. You still claim to be an angel, yet you speak of not traversing time and space at will? Are you truly willing to abandon your principles for a mere delicacy? Are you, indeed, a genuine angel? Luo Hao, do you really intend to bring this fellow along? At that moment, before Luo Hao could respond, Whis declared with righteous fervor, no matter what you undertake, do not think to rid yourselves of me. Who knows what mischief you may engage in with the time machine? In this regard, I shall assume the role of supervisor. Yes, a supervisor indeed. Moreover, my duty is to accompany Luo Hao. Do not harbor any illusions, for this is a principle. I am a principled angel, steadfast in fulfilling my mission. Furthermore, your relationship or personal matters can be entirely disregarded in my presence. I am not one to indulge in gossip. Chapter 32. Whis. I am merely a third wheel observing Whis's shameless remarks and demeanor. Bulma felt a sense of powerlessness. However, on a positive note, at least this character consented to let them use the time machine to glimpse the future. Thus, Bulma's efforts over the past years would not be in vain. Although there was a tinge of regret in not being able to explore the past and see what the world was like then, it was ultimately inconsequential since those events transpired long ago, and Bulma had no particular regrets. The prospect of witnessing her future self, the future Luo Hao, and the world yet to come was undeniably exhilarating. With this understanding, Bulma resolved to proceed without hesitation, quickly manipulating the controls on the adjacent panel, causing the time machine to emit a resonant hum. Luo Hao paused momentarily. Wait, are you saying Bulma is to be activated now? We merely discussed the plans. I must first recharge the time machine, as it consumes an immense amount of energy. I expect it will be ready in 3 days. You all should prepare accordingly. It seems inappropriate for the restaurant to remain closed for too long. 3 days hence, at 10 in the morning, we shall embark from this spot. Do not be late. Bulma threatened with a playful arrogance. Luo Hao, slightly taken aback, inquired, what? We have to wait 3 days? Didn't you just finish constructing it? Can't we take a look now and return? As Luo Hao expressed his skepticism, Whis enthusiastically nodded in agreement. This fellow was currently engrossed in devouring Bulma's enormous ice cream, seemingly oblivious to everything else. Bulma rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, what do you two understand? This is a time machine, not some ordinary rocking chair toy. Do not jest. This device is exceedingly energy-intensive. I have dismantled the energy cores of several of your main battleships to gather sufficient power for a journey through the time machine. Currently, we are merely recharging, which will require at least 2 days, and there are still some details that I need to fine-tune. Did Mr. Whis not mention that we can only venture into the future, not the past? You so-called gods indeed have many demands. Subsequently, Luo Hao pointed at Whis and remarked, he is the god. It has nothing to do with me. Bulma casually commented, you're insane. Ignoring Whis, who was indulging in a delectable ice cream, she added, you can say whatever you wish. 3 days later, the three of them, including a so-called angel, gathered here for this clandestine journey through time, uncertain of the novel experiences that awaited them. The only thing that surprised Bulma was that this fellow Whis was carrying a massive backpack. With a skeptical expression, Bulma inquired, Whis, are you fleeing? We are merely traveling to the future. What is the purpose of such a large pack? Whis retorted, who knows what the future holds? Is it not prudent to be well prepared? Well prepared? Luo Hao shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, Whis is primarily worried about not being able to enjoy the coffee I brew myself in the future. He even brought along our coffee machine. I am truly at a loss for words. A god, so gluttonous, is indeed quite extraordinary. Bulma, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, fine, carry it if you wish. It shouldn't have any drastic impact on my time machine. She then unplugged the time machine's charging cable, opened the hatch, and sat down inside. Enough chit-chat, Luo Hao. Your seat is behind you. Hurry and sit down, we are departing soon. I will adjust the equipment. Let's set the time for 10 days from now. Whis levitated to inspect the interior structure of the time machine, which surprisingly resembled a compact two-seater car, crafted quite impressively. It seems Bulma has indeed put considerable effort into creating a dual-passenger time machine. Wait, something is amiss. Whis suddenly recalled an important question. You both have places to sit. But where do I sit? Bulma replied curtly, isn't time pressing? I originally designed a two-seater time machine. Since you insisted on joining, I had no choice. There's a trunk behind the seats. You can make do and sit there. Whis's expression fell immediately. You two are being unreasonable. Clearly, you want me to be the third wheel. Then, with a quick flick of his wrist, Whis shoved the enormous backpack into the trunk of the time machine. That should suffice. Bulma looked at him disdainfully and said, what are you trying to do? Do you not know our family has prospered thanks to the universal capsule? Could you not create a universal capsule to house your coffee machine? Whis chuckled lightly, remaining silent. However, it was Luo Hao who provided an explanation on behalf of Whis. This guy is simply too lazy. I suggested he purchase a brand new coffee machine, but he refused, insisting on retaining the same model that has been in the shop for over a decade. To him, it embodies the familiar taste and quality. As for anything new, he just can't get accustomed to it. Don't be deceived by his angelic demeanor. He is quite particular. A slight deviation in flavor is unacceptable. Am I not right? Whis chuckled in agreement. Indeed, now that I find myself on Earth, I intend to relish its lifestyle and culinary delights. If we are to embark on a journey, surely I deserve to indulge just this once. Bulma interjected with a glare. If you place the coffee machine in the trunk, where will you sit? You can't expect to squeeze between the two of us. Your presence is already cumbersome enough. If you were to sit in between us, this time machine would become exceedingly cramped, and I certainly would not be pleased. Whis retorted. In plain terms, it seems you two never intended to include me. Luo Hao quickly raised his hands in surrender. It's not us. It's her. I would never entertain such ungrateful thoughts. Whis chuckled again. No matter. I am an angel and shall not hold any grudge against this little girl. Who are you calling a little girl? Bulma exclaimed angrily. Chapter 33. Bulma and her companions arrive 10 years later. Whis suddenly soared out of the time machine's cockpit, hovering lightly above it. All right, Miss Bulma. You may commence the time machine's operation now. This should suffice, yes? I shall not intrude upon your little world. As long as I can keep pace with the time machine, you won't be able to shake me off wherever you go. Is this arrangement satisfactory? Bulma, taken aback, exclaimed. Whis, are you trying to court danger? This is a time machine, not an ordinary aircraft. According to my theoretical calculations, if we engage in time travel, we risk encountering spatial storms. Without the protection of the cockpit, your life could be in peril at any moment. A mere misstep could lead to you being lost in the fabric of time, and regardless of where you end up, we would be powerless to rescue you. Whis clapped his hands. You little rascal, I didn't expect you to show such concern for others. Well done, for this. I shall certainly provide you with some reward in the future. Rest assured, I am a bona fide angel. If I cannot withstand a mere spatial storm or temporal rift, then I might as well be remade entirely. Enough chatter, let us set forth. I will support your time machine. That is my limit. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to awaken Lord Beerus, the Destroyer, and annihilate your time machine and all its schematics on the spot. This is a violation of the law, akin to bringing a policeman along to commit robbery. Have you not considered how outrageous that is? At this point, seeing Whis's unwavering confidence, Bulma ceased her further objections. With a decisive motion, the time machine's door was firmly sealed, and the activation button was pressed, producing a resonant hum as it gradually ascended into the air. Bulma then adjusted the time control knob to a decade ahead, her face adorned with a cheerful smile as she remarked, Luo Hao, let us venture into the future and see what awaits us in 10 years. However, Luo Hao shrugged nonchalantly and replied, it's merely a glimpse into what the future holds. I must admit, I am quite intrigued by this time machine. Yet, despite my curiosity, I possess a lingering intuition that I also harbor the ability to traverse time. I simply have yet to recall the specifics. Observing a slight shift in Bulma's expression, indicating her discontent, Luo Hao hastily rectified his words, saying, all right, you are the most brilliant scientist. No one can rival your expertise in this realm. Let us commence our journey and discover what the future truly has in store. I am genuinely looking forward to it. As for that fellow Whis, you need not concern yourself with him. Your time machine would be child's play for someone of his caliber. Upon hearing Luo Hao's reassurances, Bulma hesitated no longer. In a moment brimming with energy, she pressed the activation button, and with a whoosh, this remarkable embodiment of human ingenuity, accompanied by an idle angel, vanished from sight in an instant. Indeed, it disappeared without a trace. In the future timeline, concealed behind a massive stone, a rather sleazy figure peered intently toward a distant arena, muttering, "Why haven't they resolved this yet?" Truly frustrating. Clad in a black martial arts uniform, with a wild hairstyle and a small mustache, the man scoffed, "I cannot fathom where these golden-haired individuals have emerged from. Their strength exceeds my expectations. How is it that I, Satan, a world champion fighter, must hide here and watch from the shadows?" Thankfully, there were no journalists nearby, or my illustrious reputation would be tarnished beyond repair. Just as he contemplated this, a faint disturbance behind him caught his attention. What is that? At this hour, hadn't the military and reporters already vacated the premises? It was only my audacity that allowed me to remain here. Yet there seems to be some peculiar sound behind me. Turning toward the source of the noise, Satan beheld an oddly shaped object materializing in his midst. Strangely enough, it appeared to be adorned with a person whose attire was quite peculiar, notably featuring a yellow checkered apron. This was unmistakably the garb of a servant. What manner of absurdity is this? Do they not realize that the most perilous cell games are underway? Who are these reckless individuals daring to venture here? It seems prudent to tidy up my appearance. Should these individuals capture my image, the repercussions could be dire. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the peculiar figure attached to the machine regarding him with an odd gaze. Satan immediately straightened his posture, ready to bellow, "What are you staring at?" Suddenly feeling out of place, he noticed a fierce competition occurring nearby. If he raised his voice too much and drew the attention of that android named Sheru, it would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. That terrifying creature was truly formidable. One careless move could obliterate him without a trace. At that moment, Satan was making a ruckus, and with a loud bang, the hatch at the top of the strange device swung open, revealing a man and a woman who leaped out. This was none other than Luo Hao and Bulma, who had traveled through time to a decade in the future. They glanced around, puzzled. Is this truly the future? Why does it feel so desolate? If memory serves correctly, this should have been a small town, part of the suburbs. How has it transformed into a wasteland? Noticing the bewildered expression on Bulma's face, Luo Hao smiled slightly. It seems we have indeed arrived in the future. The air here gives me an unusual sensation. Regardless, it proves that your time machine has succeeded. We have successfully traversed to 10 years later, right, Whis? Upon seeing the calm Whis, Bulma gasped softly. You truly are remarkable. You bear no injuries at all, and your attire is devoid of even a wrinkle from the spatial turbulence. By the way, why on earth are you still wearing your apron from the shop on this trip? Is this some sort of advertisement? Whis glanced down and chuckled helplessly. Well, I've grown accustomed to wearing this work uniform over the years, and I forgot to take it off while coming out to play. However, Miss Bulma, do you have any queries regarding this journey? Chapter 34. 10 years later, Son Goku has grown so powerful. Bulma wore a distressed expression, fiddling uncertainly with the device resembling a phone watch, murmuring to herself, "The time seems accurate. This must be the future, yet it appears so desolate, imparting an odd feeling. Could there be an error in the time coordinates? If only someone could provide clarity." Whis rolled his eyes dramatically, gesturing toward a burly man squatting beside a boulder. "Isn't there a gentleman over there we could inquire with?" Following Whis's indication, Bulma indeed spotted a muscular man in martial arts attire staring blankly at the three of them. "Huh, indeed, there is someone here." Whis, with a hand on his forehead, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Bulma, what can I say about you? You didn't notice such a large figure?" Meanwhile, Satan, hiding behind the boulder, felt a bit irked. "Did you truly not see me, such a sizable person? And to describe me as a chunk is rather inappropriate." Just as he was about to express his frustration, he recalled that it was not the right time for such outbursts. He promptly gestured for the trio to approach quietly. What on earth are they doing, acting so mysteriously? As Whis, Luo Hao, and Bulma approached the colossal stone with an air of suspicion, they encountered a timid middle-aged man cowering behind it. He assumed a demeanor of trepidation and inquired, "Where on earth did you three emerge from? Are you unaware that a significant battle is unfolding here? Keep your voices down. Do not attract their attention, or you may find yourselves in mortal peril. Really? Haven't your parents warned you against wandering aimlessly? How many people in the world are still oblivious to the cell games? And of all places to hide, You chose to nestle beside me? If you make too much noise and draw their gaze, I cannot guarantee your safety. Despite my status as the world champion of martial arts, I am utterly powerless against that terrifying android. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, utterly speechless at the incessant chatter of this anxious man. However, Bulma, with her naturally cheerful disposition, leaped forward, standing before the quaking figure. With a beaming smile, she introduced herself. Hello, sir, my name is Bulma. May I ask what your name is? What is happening here with the Cell Games? Could you enlighten us? We have just arrived and are not well acquainted with the situation. Realizing they were three oblivious country bumpkins, the man felt a measure of relief wash over him. What a time to be so carefree. The world stands on the brink of destruction, and yet, here are individuals with the audacity to indulge in sightseeing. He gestured nonchalantly towards the arena. Do you see that stage over there? The creature resembling a cockroach is named Cell, a fearsome android of immense power. He has set up a tournament. Should anyone manage to defeat him, all would be well. However, if no one can match his strength within a single day, he will unleash his terrifying might to annihilate all of humanity on the spot. As for those golden beings battling him, I have no knowledge of their origins. It is simply the reality of the situation. As the world champion, I, Mr. Satan, will not abandon my post. I stand ready to support them. In that moment, Mr. Satan struck a pose of heroic valor, eliciting a flicker of concern in Bulma's eyes. The seemingly cowardly man exuded an aura of fear, and Bulma felt a pang of anxiety. Had she inadvertently stumbled into a momentous event during her first journey through time? She cast a glance towards Luo Hao, who merely smiled and shrugged, saying, Whis, it is your turn. Whis rolled his eyes in exasperation. Again with me? Very well. With a flick of his wrist, the gem atop his angelic staff shimmered, projecting a three-dimensional hologram before the four of them. Mr. Satan's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth are they doing? They even brought a holographic projector? What sort of equipment do young people carry these days? Then, his expression shifted in realization. Wait a moment. This is no ordinary three-dimensional projection, for what lies before the four is the vivid scene of a battle unfolding in the distant arena. Bulma scrutinized the figures depicted and, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, Why does this individual bear such a striking resemblance to Goku? Yet, that cannot be right. Why does he radiate a golden aura? Luo Hao merely smiled gently. This must be Goku 10 years hence. But the growth of these youngsters is indeed rapid. In just a decade, they have become remarkably powerful. Bulma pointed at a character within the projection who bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo, exclaiming, Look, that fellow seems to be the Demon King Piccolo. Wasn't he vanquished by Goku? How is he appearing here once more? Could it be that the future Piccolo has fully allied with Goku? Luo Hao chuckled softly. Who knows? With these individuals around, anything extraordinary is possible. After all, time has a way of resolving everything. Soon after, Bulma's gaze settled upon Vegeta, for in this era, she had never encountered him. She casually gestured and asked, And who might this mop-headed fellow be? Vados retorted with a hint of annoyance. So now you wish to inquire of this angel? Very well. This mop-headed individual is named Vegeta, a prince of the Saiyans. He should now be a member of Goku's team, likely here to safeguard Earth. Ah, I see. I never anticipated that a decade later, during our first temporal excursion, we would witness such a spectacular battle. Truly, this journey has not been in vain. She exclaimed. Who is that young man? He seems to be crackling with golden lightning and bears some resemblance to Goku. Vados promptly elucidated. That individual is likely Gohan, Goku's son. Bulma, perplexed, queried. When we departed, Goku had just wed. 10 years hence, his son should only be 9 years old. Remarkable indeed. But what is the situation here? Why are they engaged in combat with this entity named Cell? Chapter 35. Vados becomes incompetent. As the group continued their lackluster conversation, Mr. Satan observed, bewildered, the ease with which they spoke of the combatants in the arena. It seemed as though they were intimately familiar with those fighters. The tone and manner of their discourse suggested they hailed from the past. Was this peculiar device they traveled in a time machine? Impossible. The events of this day had already unfolded in such extraordinary fashion, with the abrupt emergence of a creature named Cell, followed by a cadre of formidable golden beings battling this monster. And here he was, the esteemed world champion, forced to conceal himself in this desolate spot, quietly observing the events unfold, alongside three mysterious individuals claiming to have arrived from the past via a time machine. What a chaotic scenario. Just as Mr. Satan was lost in contemplation. Bulma suddenly gasped in astonishment. The startled exclamation nearly caused Mr. Satan to lose his composure, prompting him to angrily lower his voice and retort. What is the matter with you, little girl? Why the theatrics? Do you not know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? With a furrowed brow, Bulma clutched the lapel of Luo Hao's garment, lamenting, Why am I absent from the ranks? Has my life tragically ended a decade hence? What shall I do about this? At this point, Luo Hao and Whis began to chuckle with evident amusement. Are you lot truly able to laugh at this moment? A decade later, and I am nowhere to be found. Given my disposition, I would undoubtedly partake in such lively affairs, whether in battle or otherwise. Is it conceivable that I have met with some misfortune? Bulma observed Luo Hao and Whis's laughter, which grew increasingly peculiar. Whis, however, paid no heed to Bulma's mild grievance. Instead, he activated a projector, casting a vivid image before the onlookers. Within this image, a visibly anxious Bulma was seen fixated on the television, observing the unfolding events. Oh, I see. They have refrained from allowing you to participate in this battle for your protection. Are you now reassured, Miss Bulma? According to my estimations, you are destined for longevity. Rest easy, for this is indeed accurate. After all, I am an omniscient angel. Upon witnessing her likeness on the screen, Bulma shifted her attention away from her previous concerns, focusing intently on the combat. It appears that Goku is not a match for this creature named Cell. The two were engaged in a fierce struggle, which proved quite entertaining. To her surprise, a decade later, such an intense battle still raged. Just as she pondered this, she noticed Goku step down from the ring, replaced by another combatant. Wait, isn't that tantamount to surrender? Why is that little fellow stepping in? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Luo Hao replied, perhaps he intends to give his son, Gohan, a chance to train? Who can say? However, as long as Whis and I are present, this Cell fellow will not cause any significant trouble. We shall merely observe this spectacle. Fear not, Mr. Satan. With us around, your safety is assured. Satan, however, cast a disdainful glance. You little ones think you can protect me? Yet, your ability to view the distant battle through projection suggests you are not ordinary beings. As the battle escalated, after several exchanges, Gohan successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiating with electric energy. An explosive wave of fury laid waste to the arrogant Cell, who then unleashed his remarkable regenerative abilities derived from the cells of Piccolo, restoring himself to full strength. However, the current Cell was no match for the Super Saiyan Gohan. Under the force of several powerful blows, he was compelled to expel Android 18 from his mouth. Indeed, much like the original text, the enraged and humiliated Cell, realizing that he was not facing the formidable Super Saiyans, Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks, chose instead to self-destruct, his body swelling ominously. Witnessing such a scene, Bulma let out a delicate gasp. How did this guy become so enormous? Luo Hao sighed softly. He must be contemplating self-destruction. However, given his energy, even in an incomplete state, this could obliterate Earth. What shall we do? Beside him, Bulma turned pale with fear. Should we hurriedly take the time machine and leave? It would be disastrous to be caught in the crossfire. Luo Hao reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Fear not, with me and Whis here. What danger could possibly befall you? Trust in Goku and his companions' wisdom. They will not allow this arrogant fiend to succeed. Moreover, even if he does, we have Whis with us. Whis, what good is he? Bulma asked skeptically. Luo Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. What do you mean, what good? Do you not recall when you recklessly fired a machine gun in my restaurant? Who do you think handled all the repairs afterward? Bulma chimed in, that was Whis. Exactly. Even if this villain possesses the power to annihilate Earth, with Whis at our side, he has the ability known as time reversal, which can turn back time by 5 minutes. What is there to worry about? Besides, we also have the Dragon Balls, do we not? Initially trembling with fear and preparing to board the time machine, Bulma recalled Whis's remarkable ability and felt a sense of relief. You're right. This fool, though he can eat and drink heartily, seems to have some utility in critical moments. Whis gave Bulma an exaggerated eye roll. You are the one who is useless. You are the one who indulges in food and drink. I am an omnipotent angel. You ought to show me some respect. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he lightly waved his staff and turned to Luo Hao, his expression troubled. Ah, it appears I have encountered an unexpected issue. Luo Hao, taken aback, inquired. What do you mean? Whis, are you not an omnipotent angel? Whis frowned. This is, after all, a future timeline, distinct from our own. Here, my angelic powers are partially affected. I just tested it. I cannot utilize the time reversal ability in this realm. Other minor spells are manageable, but employing time reversal here, with my current angelic strength, is beyond my reach. What? This revelation caused Bulma to stumble, nearly sitting down in shock. So Whis, does that mean you become ineffective in the future realm? Chapter 36. Luo Hao casually takes the angel's staff. Whis responded, somewhat irately. I merely stated that my angelic powers are somewhat diminished. After all, this is a future realm, which conflicts with our own and operates under different laws. Luo Hao chuckled lightly. No worries, for I am here. He took hold of Whis' angelic staff, leaving Whis in a state of profound shock, akin to turbulent waves crashing within him. How could this individual so effortlessly wield my angelic staff? This is a sacred artifact unique to the angelic lineage. Could it be that he too can harness the power of the angelic staff? If so, his identity is exceedingly peculiar. It seems all my previous conjectures were utterly misguided. Furthermore, these angelic staffs are typically assigned in a sequential manner. Even the high priest would not be able to casually utilize my staff. Could this fellow truly? Just as that thought crossed his mind, he observed Luo Hao gracefully twirling Whis' staff in the air, exclaiming, indeed, this is a marvelous artifact. Fear not, Bulma. Should anything arise unexpectedly, just entrust it to me. Haha, here my powers shall remain unaffected. Boastful are we? Bulma shot him a disapproving glance. This was the same individual who typically required her intervention for the slightest of matters, now claiming to possess power surpassing that of the angels? Preposterous. However, witnessing Luo Hao's confidence, Bulma chose not to dwell on their banter or Whis' astonishment. The scene swiftly shifted as Sun Wukong placed one hand on the self-destructing cell while the other pressed his fingers against his forehead, murmuring something inaudible. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Cell vanished from the spot. The Dragon Ball warriors nearby stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Bulma, now devoid of any inclination to admonish Luo Hao's antics, inquired, Whis, what? What just happened? Meanwhile, Luo Hao casually tossed the angelic staff back to Whis, saying, this sort of trivial task is best suited for Whis. Whis, with a furrowed brow, replied, very well, how ungracious of you. I expected you might perform something extraordinary with my staff. Must I take charge once more? Luo Hao clapped his hands together. Oh, let us leave the minor tasks to you. If any substantial endeavors are required, fear not, for I shall be here. At this moment, Whis lacked the inclination to engage in further repartee with Luo Hao. With a gentle flourish of his staff, the scene transformed, revealing a brand new three-dimensional projection before the onlookers. This time, the projection showcased a golden cloud, at the center of which floated a diminutive planet, suspended in tranquility. As the camera zoomed in, it unveiled a rotund figure with blue skin and sunglasses, none other than the carefree king of the north. He was leisurely enjoying hot pot and singing, reveling in his blissful existence. In the next instant, a colossal figure appeared before the king. The North King blinked in surprise, focusing his gaze to discover that it was Sun Wukong, who had transported the self-destructing cell right before him. This sight left the king in utter dismay. Wukong, what have you done? Sun Wukong offered an apologetic smile, stating, there is no other choice, Lord King. The situation is dire, and I can only sense your aura. However, he soon realized that Cell was in a state of extreme instability, on the verge of self-destruction. Without further ado, Sun Wukong let out a fierce shout as his golden aura suddenly retracted, revealing a crimson energy enveloping his form. This remarkable being had transcended the Super Saiyan state, transforming directly into the form of a Super Saiyan god. What a significant leap indeed. With the power of a Super Saiyan god coursing through him, Sun Wukong smiled confidently. Humph, Cell, with the energy you currently possess, you can at most destroy this planet. Do you truly believe you can harm me? You are far from achieving that. He reassured, fear not, Lord King. As long as I am here, you are in no danger. In the split second before Cell's impending self-detonation, Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered, pulling another figure behind him. The destruction of this planet was inconsequential. At worst, he could gather the Dragon Balls on Earth and restore King Kai's planet. Just then, amidst Cell's reluctant gaze, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the underworld. As the smoke cleared, Sun Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan God form, exhaling deeply in his normal state. Transforming into a Super Saiyan God is truly exhausting. With my current strength, I can only maintain it for 10 seconds at most. Any longer would be untenable. Yet, 10 seconds was sufficient. Cell, with this, your ultimate scheme has surely come to naught. He assured, rest easy, Lord King. I shall gather the Dragon Balls and ensure your planet is restored swiftly. However, upon uttering these words, Sun Wukong noticed the absence of King Kai's voice behind him. What is this? Could the explosion have rendered him speechless? Surely not. He is the esteemed North Kai. How could he lack such composure? When he turned around, he was utterly astonished to find not King Kai, but his pet Bubbles, the very gorilla with whom Sun Wukong had trained on King Kai's planet. Why is it you? He pondered, realizing in a moment of panic that he had inadvertently saved the pet instead of the king. With a perplexed expression, he asked, Bubbles, where is Lord King? Bubbles, with innocent eyes, looked back at Sun Wukong and made a gesture across his throat, indicating that the king had perished. This unfortunate blunder left Sun Wukong scratching his head in embarrassment. Oh no, I thought I had merely lost the king's planet, but in my moment of carelessness, I saved Bubbles while inadvertently allowing Lord King to meet his demise in that explosion. How will I ever explain this? At that moment, from the far end of the long snake way, a figure adorned with a halo appeared in the Yama-S hall. The king of the north bellowed in anger. Rarely do I have a holiday to indulge in life's pleasures, savoring hot pot and singing merrily. Yet, you wretched Wukong have brought that fiend before me. You have forced a dignified king of the north to report to the hall of Yama. What an utter disgrace. Wukong, mark my words, our feud is far from over. Chapter 37. Cell, thanks to the fusion with Piccolo's cells in the past. This thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and whether Wukong could hear it now was uncertain. However, what took Sun Wukong by surprise was the sight of a fragment not far from the explosion, writhing incessantly. This remnant triggered Wukong's alarm. Oh no, could it be? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the fragment underwent a remarkable transformation, bursting forth into the form of a completely renewed cell. At that moment, this resurrected cell erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, Sun Wukong, did you ever imagine? I am now an immortal being. As long as there exists even a morsel of flesh or a remnant, I shall remain indestructible. This is all thanks to my past integration with Piccolo's cells. The regenerative power is indeed formidable. Moreover, I can sense my strength has reached unprecedented heights. With a furious shout, Cell's entire body radiated a purple-gold hue, crackling with an array of lightning. Haha, the purple-gold lightning Cell has made his grand entrance. Sun Wukong, if you possess the ability to transform into your previous state, perhaps I might not stand a chance against you. However, if you still intend to confront me as a Super Saiyan, I must say you have no hope of victory. My patience has worn thin, yet I must admit, your previous move truly impressed me. Indeed, I too possess the remarkable learning ability of your Saiyan race. I have seemingly mastered instantaneous movement. To defeat you, I must obliterate you both physically and mentally. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, stammered, what do you intend to do? Cell smirked ominously. Now I realize your greatest concern lies with Earth and your friends. Sacrificing the king and King's planet earlier has laid bare your vulnerabilities. Sun Wukong, I have finally discerned your most significant weakness. Grinding his teeth, Sun Wukong retorted, damn it. I have already exhausted the transformation into Super Saiyan God. My stamina is depleted. If I were to face this resurrected Cell with the full power of a regular Super Saiyan, my chances of victory would be non-existent. What shall I do? Across from him, Cell continued to sneer, do not even think of stalling to recover your strength. I shall grant you no further opportunities. Haha, this time, I will use your instantaneous movement to return to Earth and annihilate that planet along with all its inhabitants before I return to finish you off. Do not fret. With my current strength, it is entirely within my capabilities. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong shouted, no, but it was already too late. Suddenly, Cell placed his index and middle fingers on his forehead and, in the blink of an eye, vanished before Sun Wukong. That damn bastard! Sun Wukong exclaimed in anger, immediately utilizing his own instantaneous movement to return to Earth. He cursed internally, this is bad. Earth is truly in grave danger. If Cell destroys the planet, the Dragon Balls and Piccolo will cease to exist, and that would be a real catastrophe. If I and all my companions perish here, wouldn't that render the Kai's sacrifice in vain? At that critical moment, 3 projections emitted from Whis's staff froze in midair, prompting an irate Bulma to voice her displeasure. Whis, what on earth is going on? You can't just pause the film halfway through. Why did it stop at such a crucial moment? Do you even know how to operate this? With Bulma's discontent echoing, Whis scratched his head and replied, well, this isn't my fault. The events over there have concluded, so it's only natural for the scene to halt. The protagonists in those images have already returned to Earth. Really? They've come back? Bulma queried, confused. Then what are we to do? According to Wukong, he shouldn't be able to contend with Cell right now. Whis shrugged, that's not my concern. Fighting isn't my forte. Besides, isn't your hero, Luo Hao, around? With him here, what do you have to worry about? Just as he spoke, an invisible ripple appeared behind the 4 of them. And in an instant, the once arrogant and imposing purple and gold Cell reappeared, crackling with electric energy. With a sinister grin, Cell proclaimed, "Heh, instantaneous movement is indeed quite useful. I finally returned to Earth. Son Wukong, bid farewell to your friends, for soon you shall reunite in the afterlife." At that moment, Cell's energy surged violently as he prepared to unleash a devastating attack to obliterate the Earth. However, he suddenly noticed 4 figures standing before him, 3 men and 1 woman, accompanied by a peculiar machine. Cell blinked in surprise. This is clearly Earth, but where did these 4 come from? The scruffy, bearded one looks like that fellow called Satan. Isn't he just a fool? Why hasn't he left the area? And what about the other 3? They seem to lack any energy or presence. Are they, like this fool, merely ordinary mortals? How unfortunate for you. But witnessing the moment of Earth's destruction might just be your stroke of luck. Yet, what puzzled Cell further was the calm demeanor on the faces of the 2 men and 1 woman before him. There was no sign of fear or terror. They appeared utterly composed, as if they were merely observing a fool before them. Did his existence not cast the shadow of dread it ought to have in the eyes of these earthlings? Only that jester named Satan seems to possess the kind of fear and despair in his eyes that Salu finds appealing. Upon witnessing this, Salu felt a twinge of doubt. Was his performance lacking? The 3 individuals before him appeared oblivious to their own peril. Nevertheless, none of this mattered anymore. Having resolved to annihilate the entire planet and watch Son Wukong perish in despair was the true fulfillment of his revenge. Without further hesitation, Salu unleashed his energy to its utmost limit, preparing to hurl a colossal blue energy sphere towards Earth. Yet, the young man across from him, gazing at him as if he were a fool, suddenly appeared directly in front of him. This human was courting death. The force emanating from Salu alone could reduce him to cosmic dust. How could he stand there so nonchalantly? Just as Salu pondered this, the tall, radiant youth gently extended a finger. Chapter 38. Salu was unexpectedly pierced to death by Luo Hao. That finger, devoid of any force, lightly tapped Salu's forehead, and a soft sound of impact echoed. Salu felt as though his body had become akin to foam, continuously dissolving into nothingness. The energy and might he had unleashed were instantly obliterated, as if they had never existed. Could he truly have been vanquished by such a casual gesture? How was this even possible? Accompanied by Salu's unwillingness to accept this fate, he could not even utter a final roar before being inexplicably slain on the spot by Luo Hao's fingertip. Luo Hao, blowing on his finger, remarked, "How disgusting. I never expected to be tasked with such filthy work." Meanwhile, Bulma cast a disdainful glance at Whis, who had just been shirking responsibility, and said, "Whis, you claim you're not good at fighting. Was that fellow truly strong? Our Luo Hao dispatched him with a mere fingertip. This alone explains why Luo Hao is the boss, while you shall forever remain a mere attendant." "Humph, so it is. You speak of your fighting prowess, yet I see you lack in every regard." Whis, at a loss for words, replied, "Very well. I've been in a better mood lately, or else I would have shown you, young lady, a thing or two. However, it appears Luo Hao's strength is indeed on the rise, though his aura and energy may seem negligible to us gods. His current power reaching such astonishing heights proves that his training has not been in vain. I distinctly recall the last time Luo Hao casually obliterated half a star system with a single punch against Frieza, and while this time it was merely a gentle tap, it produced no residual shockwaves. Otherwise, with Luo Hao's energy, such a fingertip attack would have surely decimated a significant portion of the entire galaxy. That would be his style. It seems this fellow is drawing ever closer to regaining his full strength. Yet, that last move felt reminiscent of a destroyer's divine power. Who exactly is this individual? His current identity has plunged Whis into a perplexing quandary. Whether he can wield his angelic staff remains uncertain. However, it shows no sign of rejecting Ro. That gentle gesture earlier seemed to unleash the full potency of a destroyer-esque power. Even if Beerus were to appear, he would find it impossible to match Ro's fluidity, leaving not a trace of energy to spill. This individual's identity grows increasingly enigmatic. For the moment, we shall set aside Whis' contemplative turmoil, as the true complexity lies with Goku, who has instantaneously returned to Earth. He is seen searching frantically, exclaiming, "Hey, everyone is still here. Did you see that?" To which Krillin, Vegeta, and Gohan respond with puzzled expressions. Piccolo exhales deeply. "You're unscathed? That is wonderful. That explosion didn't harm you? How did you manage that?" Goku continues to scan the surroundings. "Didn't you notice anything?" "What should we have noticed?" The group finally begins to grasp Goku's expression. He promptly recounts how he brought Cell to King Kai's planet, where the explosion occurred. Though he withstood the blast through some extraordinary means, it resulted in King Kai's demise. The most shocking revelation is that Cell, against all odds, did not perish but instead revived at a critical moment, augmenting his strength several-fold and plotting a profound strike against Earth. What terrifies everyone is that Cell seems to have mastered Goku's instant transmission, now lurking in an unknown location, poised to unleash a devastating attack on Earth. They all release their senses to detect any energy signatures, but there is nothing, no fluctuations at all. Could it be, Goku, that you are imagining things? Frustrated, Goku scratches his head. How is that possible? I distinctly felt his energy surge immensely, and he clearly stated his intention to retaliate against Earth. It cannot be a figment of my imagination, can it? Krillin muses. What if he didn't perfect his instant transmission and ended up somewhere else? Vegeta rolls his eyes dramatically, muttering "idiot" under his breath. Piccolo, showing no restraint, delivers a firm slap to Krillin's bald head, causing him to grimace in pain. Piccolo, what was that for? I was merely speculating. Your conjectures are utterly unreliable. Trunks interjects. Uncle Goku's instant transmission relies on his ability to sense energy. If it were as random as you suggest, it wouldn't be called instant transmission, would it? Uncle Krillin, can you at least make your assumptions credible? Feeling aggrieved, Krillin rubs his head and suddenly spots a rapidly approaching black dot in the distance, pointing. Hey, what is that? The group turns their vigilant gazes towards the horizon, where a speeding car hurtles toward the arena where they stand. Isn't that the car from earlier? Exclaimed Krillin, the first to react. Yes, that's the very vehicle that the one calling himself Satan drove off in when he fled. What's happening? Has he returned? Son Gohan, perplexed, inquired. What business does that eccentric uncle have coming back? The crowd grew increasingly bewildered. With a screeching halt, the car came to a steady stop before them. Satan leaped out of the vehicle, panting as he climbed onto the stage where everyone stood, and greeted Goku and the others. You needn't wait here any longer. That demon named Cell has surely been vanquished by me. You all may return to your affairs. His proclamation left the audience astounded. What on earth was happening? Even the usually calm Son Gohan exclaimed, Uncle Satan, are you jesting? You must leave this place at once. It is perilous here. Why had he returned after fleeing? Observing Gohan's demeanor and the collective confusion, Satan struck a bold pose, assuring them, Fear not. If my observations are accurate, that fellow named Cell has indeed been eradicated. However, despite his confident stance, he felt an increasing lack of conviction as he spoke. Chapter 39. The hasty conclusion of the Cell game. As he witnessed the mounting frustration among the crowd, Satan, like a deflated balloon, hurriedly clarified, Actually, this situation seems to be a mere coincidence for me. It unfolded as it did, and whether you believe it or not is up to you. Thus, he recounted the events that transpired nearby. Of course, this account had been shaped by Luo Hao's prior instructions, and Satan had modified it somewhat. Though his tale was a blend of truth and fabrication, it left the crowd in stunned silence. According to Mr. Satan's narrative, he had been observing the battle from behind a distant boulder, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Naturally, the crowd interpreted this as utter nonsense, assuming he had merely been too cowardly to venture far. As for the subsequent battles between Goku and Cell, involving teleportation and other feats, Satan confessed that he could not comprehend what was happening, only knowing that Goku had teleported away, then returned. At that critical moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in his concealed location. A shadow resembling Cell seemed to manifest before him. Just as this realization struck, Satan inexplicably felt the urge to sneeze. and he unleashed a tremendous sneeze that shattered the glass surface where the Cell apparition had appeared. In an instant, Cell vanished from Satan's sight. Thus, Satan confirmed that this Cell must have been struck down by a peculiar spell, vanquished by merely a sneeze. After observing that there was no further development, while the others waited in bewilderment, Satan hastily returned in his getaway vehicle to share this astonishing news. The formidable purple lightning Cell had indeed been shattered by Mr. Satan's sneeze. Mr. Satan spoke with fervor and conviction, yet the group sensed no residual energy from Cell. It seemed, as Mr. Satan claimed, that this world champion of combat had truly eradicated the android Cell with but a sneeze. How could this be possible? The only one deep in thought was Son Goku, who furrowed his brow and eventually addressed the group. This situation might indeed be plausible. What? Now not just Piccolo, but even Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, along with Gohan, rolled their eyes in unison. What on earth does that even mean? Such a powerful android could genuinely be obliterated by an ordinary Earthling's sneeze? Have you been affected by Cell's self-destruction? Yet Son Goku provided a rational explanation. This could very well be true. While I was training in instant transmission under Elder Pibra on Yardrat, he once mentioned that beginners using this skill improperly might find themselves lost in a spatial rift. Cell had just recently learned instant transmission himself, and during his first attempt, he likely had not yet mastered the technique. At the moment he teleported back to Earth, he might have inadvertently materialized next to Mr. Satan, at a time when the spatial fabric was particularly fragile. In that critical instant, Mr. Satan's sneeze could have shattered his reflection and coordinates, causing this being known as Cell to plunge into an infinite spatial rift. As for when he might return, that is a mystery known only to the heavens. Elder Pibra, who taught me instant transmission, seemed to suggest as much, which is why I am always cautious when using it. I never employ it in battle for fear that the residual energy could disrupt the precise location needed for the technique. He chuckled. It seems Cell's misdeeds have led to his own demise at the hands of Mr. Satan. With Son Goku's explanation, the group reluctantly accepted this absurd yet improbable rationale. However, it was Vegeta who posed the pivotal question. So, according to your theory, this Cell is now lost in the temporal maelstrom, potentially never to return, yet could reappear at any moment. Am I correct? Son Goku vigorously nodded. While the chances are slim, it is indeed a possibility. But this gives us a moment to breathe. From now on, we must all continue our training diligently to prevent Cell from returning to wreak havoc once more. Given the circumstances, lingering here holds no significance. Ha, Kakarot, you sly fellow. You have mastered a new transformation, yet kept it hidden. Humph, do not make me surpass you, for I will show you no mercy. Goku, however, could only manage a resigned smile. All right, Vegeta, it is not that I intentionally concealed my abilities. This transformation is exceedingly difficult to master. After extensive training, I can maintain it for at most 10 seconds. I initially thought it would serve as my trump card against you, yet it has now been revealed. In truth, it is quite simple. As for the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta, you shall have to comprehend it on your own. At this point, Vegeta snorted disdainfully and spat on the ground. Trunks, let us depart. In a flash, the two transformed into beams of crimson light and vanished before the onlookers. Piccolo and Krillin exchanged wide-eyed glances. Goku, is what you said true? Goku clenched his fists. As long as there are formidable opponents around. The blood within me boils with excitement. Gohan, let us not linger. We must continue our training upon our return. That being known as Cell could return to Earth at any moment, and with him, I find the motivation for improvement. Otherwise, convincing your mother would truly be a challenge. With that, Goku and Gohan also transformed into streaks of light and disappeared from sight. Left behind were Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, who exchanged perplexed glances. Was this grand spectacle of the Cell games truly coming to such an abrupt conclusion? Chapter 40. Bulma arrives at her future birthday celebration. The efforts and machinations of everyone involved culminated in a fierce battle that nearly led to the Earth's destruction, only to be resolved by a mere sneeze from a man named Satan. Observing the bewilderment of the crowd, Satan, without hesitation, sang merrily while driving away in his car. The stunned onlookers exchanged glances, offering each other well wishes before returning to their respective homes. Thus, the android incident concluded in an inexplicable manner, and Satan emerged as the true hero of Earth. Following Satan's departure, footage surfaced from an unknown source, documenting Mr. Satan's initial move of monkey steals the peach, followed by a powerful black tiger pounces, which sent the android cell reeling, causing him to spew blood and collapse, lifeless on the ground. The authenticity of this video was later verified by various experts, confirming that the battle was indeed genuine, captured in a single continuous shot. This evidence firmly established Mr. Satan as the hero who saved the world. As for the origin of the footage, opinions may vary. In general, one can confidently assert that any product crafted by Whis is of exceptional quality, leaving no room for ordinary mortals to discern any faults. However, the unfolding of events took a rather unfortunate turn when the hapless Sheru unwittingly teleported right before Luo Hao, who effortlessly dispatched him with a mere finger poke. Following this, Luo Hao conferred with Bulma. Although they had resolved the immediate crisis, revealing themselves to others could lead to considerable complications. They would need to elucidate their origins, clarify why they had not existed in this timeline, and explain how Luo Hao had so easily annihilated the formidable Super Purple Sheru on the spot. What a waste of breath this would entail. Moreover, the time machine remained there, continuously draining energy. Bulma wisely suggested that since the situation had been resolved and the future was now clearer, it would be prudent to return to her Universe 7. Her reasoning was sound. She could not afford to leave the time machine unattended, for any mishap could lead to dire consequences if they were unable to return. Having neutralized the danger, the group agreed that Mr. Satan, who happened to be nearby, could be provided with a flimsy excuse to take the blame, allowing him to assume the role of a hero in saving the world, a rather commendable choice. As for the ludicrous video, it was casually recorded by Whis. Indeed, given that it was an angelic recording, even if Earthlings were to study it for 1,000,000 years, they would never uncover any flaws or inconsistencies within it. The absurd excuse for Satan was concocted by Miss Bulma. Yet, what Bulma, with her astute intellect, failed to anticipate was that, in the end, this flimsy rationale would receive the endorsement of Sun Wukong, a truly fortuitous collaboration among teammates, yielding a remarkably seamless synergy. Thus, Mr. Satan emerged as a bona fide superhero capable of saving the world. Perhaps this is the fortune that befalls the foolish. Through it all, Mr. Satan remained in a state of utter bewilderment, while the quality of his life, whether aligned with his own expectations, is open to interpretation. Luo Hao, Bulma, and the auxiliary Whis did not linger in indecision. Each took their respective places as the time machine ascended into the sky, humming softly before vanishing in an instant. However, at the very moment the time machine disappeared, Bulma's voice echoed with a startled exclamation. "Oh no, I forgot to adjust the time coordinates. We won't be able to return to our parallel timeline. It seems we'll end up 10 years in the future." With Bulma's voice trailing off, the time machine completely disappeared into the fabric of this parallel space-time, leaving the nature of the world 10 years hence to the imagination. Outside, Whis wore a bittersweet smile. "Bulma, I know you must have done that on purpose, humph." In the future timeline, a luxurious mega oil tanker was gliding smoothly across the vast ocean. On the deck of this opulent cruise ship, a grand celebration was underway. Indeed, this was none other than Miss Bulma's birthday in the future timeline. She extended invitations to all her friends and chartered the largest cruise ship owned by her family as the venue for Miss Bulma's birthday celebration. Amidst the serene and tranquil festivities, an unfamiliar time machine abruptly materialized above the ship's deck, accompanied by a flicker of temporal ripples. Adorning the exterior of this time machine was a figure reminiscent of an angel. As the spatial ripples stabilized, Bulma's voice echoed from within the machine, exclaiming, "Oh no, the energy is about to deplete. We might crash." Shortly thereafter, a voice belonging to Rohan reassured her, "It's fine. We are directly above a cruise ship, so stopping here poses no issue." Bulma, puzzled, questioned, "Won't this cause panic among others?" "Enough with the chatter. You two, we've come to a halt." Whis shouted impatiently from outside. He then added, "Miss Bulma, I know you did this on purpose. Look, your little scheme has succeeded once more. And we've jumped another decade ahead." Bulma, with a gleam of triumph, replied, "Returning is quite simple. We have arrived in the future, not the past. As long as we are in the future, and as long as I exist, the time machine will undoubtedly be here. We can easily find a place to recharge and head back." Her reasoning seemed sound, leaving Whis momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Rohan opened the time machine's hatch and surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, "Wow, the environment here is quite delightful." Listening to Rohan, Bulma also glanced around and remarked, "Have we intruded upon someone else's party? Just look at the decorations and ambience. It appears to be a celebration." Suddenly, with Bulma's exclamation, she recognized familiar faces nearby. What is happening? Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Leping, why are they all here? Could it be? Rohan chuckled. Bulma, perhaps this is indeed your own birthday party. Bulma leaped from the time machine, linking arms with Rohan, and questioned, what are they all doing? Why is there no response to our arrival? They seemed transfixed, gazing skyward. What could they be watching? Didn't they notice such a commotion? Chapter 41. Seek V's in times of trouble. As Bulma pondered in confusion, the others remained oblivious to the presence of the three uninvited guests. The significant noise of the time machine failed to capture their attention, and each maintained a fixed gaze toward the heavens. What could they possibly be observing? Bulma particularly noted that Vegeta, with his spiky hair, appeared to be frowning at the sky. Is something happening up there? She wondered. She too glanced upward, but saw nothing amiss. The sky was a clear blue. A mere pleasant day. What on earth was going on? How could the environment a decade later appear in such a manner? It truly was perplexing. However, Bulma soon spotted a figure adorned with long, lustrous black hair. Who could this familiar individual be? After careful contemplation, she realized that his attire and stature matched perfectly. To her astonishment, it was Krillin. It was quite a rarity indeed. She could hardly believe that after a decade, he had gathered his hair into a ponytail. And it suited him rather well. If one did not scrutinize closely, he could easily be mistaken for someone else. Bulma approached and tapped Krillin on the shoulder. Hey, Krillin, what are you gazing at in the sky? Krillin cast a glance in her direction, puzzled, and replied, Miss Bulma, weren't you supposed to be changing clothes with Miss Emily? Why are you still here? You need to hide quickly. Haven't you heard about the battle in the sky? Goku has already gone to confront the enemy, and this adversary is exceptionally formidable. You should really take cover. At these words, Bulma felt utterly bewildered. What? Have I once again found myself amidst my companions? And this time, they are facing yet another formidable foe? What extraordinary luck. Noticing Krillin's indifferent demeanor, Bulma mused. It seems that I cannot extract any useful information from this fellow. Yet, since everyone seems so concerned, something incredible must be transpiring in the sky. A thought struck her. When in need, seek Whis. Bulma scanned her surroundings, only to realize that Whis had vanished right after making a sarcastic remark. Where has Whis gone? Luo Hao, have you seen him? Luo Hao chuckled lightly. It appears he has been taken away by someone. It's amusing to see Whis afraid. However, Krillin was right. Goku's growth over the years had indeed been impressive, yet the being descending from the sky seemed even more powerful. Can you see it as well? Of course. Is there anything difficult about that for me? Luo Hao shrugged helplessly, while Bulma, with a look of dismay, exclaimed, You all can see everything. Yet you pick on me for being unable to see anything? This is too much. Luo Hao, I don't care. I want to see too. Just as she finished her sentence, Luo Hao patted Bulma's shoulder gently. No need to look anymore. Goku has already descended. At this moment, a blue figure streaked through the air like a comet, seemingly hurled from outer space, transforming into a fiery glow before plunging into the unfathomable depths of the ocean with a resounding crash. Nearby, Vegeta coldly admonished, Kakarot, you fool. You still need me to make an appearance. Immediately, Vegeta underwent a remarkable transformation as a blue aura surged around him, and with a thunderous burst, he ascended into Super Saiyan Blue form. With a swift motion, he soared into the air, racing towards the unseen enemy. Piccolo darted into the depths, retrieving the exhausted Goku from the abyss and placing him gently on the deck of the cruise ship. At that moment, Krillin shouted, It's fine. Goku has merely exhausted his energy. He will be all right. Suddenly, he retrieved a mystical bean from his pocket and effortlessly tossed it into Goku's mouth. Goku chewed and swallowed the bean, instantly restoring his strength to its peak, and gracefully rose to his feet. That individual truly possesses remarkable prowess. Even in my Super Saiyan Blue form, I find myself at a disadvantage. To my surprise, Vegeta has also charged forward. It's quite rare to witness such determination from him. However, everyone, take heart. Observing Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien with their brows furrowed in concern, Goku reassured them, saying, Fear not. That individual harbors no ill intent, merely an overwhelming strength. It's indeed a formidable opponent. I shall engage further. It is a rare opportunity for us to hone our skills, so do not worry. With that, Goku unleashed his blue aura once more, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue state, and soared into the air, charging toward the adversary above. Seeing Goku unscathed and sensing no grave malice from the opponent, the group began to relax. After all, with both Vegeta and Goku unleashing their full power against this foe, they should stand a fighting chance, regardless of how fearsome he may be. At that moment, they suddenly noticed the presence of two new individuals alongside a time machine. Krillin, with his keen eye, pondered aloud. Bulma mentioned she was going to change outfits. How could she return so swiftly? Yet, the Bulma before him seemed markedly different from the one he had known for years. Despite her familiar visage, her hairstyle and clothing were unlike anything he had seen before. What could possibly be happening? Furthermore, a tall man with dark hair stood beside her. Who was he? Krillin's gaze then fell upon the time machine. Isn't that Ms. Bulma's prized invention, the time machine? Indeed, Krillin, you remain as astute as ever. Your deduction is spot on. Bulma continued, I've mastered the art of answering swiftly. Yes, we have traversed from 20 years prior. Impressive, isn't it? Wait, where's the version of me from this time? Krillin, still in shock, gradually regained his composure. This truly is the time machine of the ages. No wonder it seems so familiar. Bulma proudly patted her chest, declaring, I am indeed a genius. By the way, where has my counterpart gone? Krillin replied, somewhat exasperated. Do I really need to explain? She has gone to change outfits. After all, this is a surprise birthday party for you. But I didn't expect such unexpected guests. Chapter 42. Whis faces defeat, however. This unexpected guest did not pique Bulma's interest. She merely inquired, Krillin, did I not invent the time machine early on? Isn't it strange that the version of me in your timeline hasn't utilized it for travel? Krillin, with a furrowed brow, lamented. We once discussed with you from this timeline the notion of venturing out in a time machine to explore our surroundings. However, you mentioned a cosmic regulation that prohibits the reckless use of such devices, which is why your time machine has remained in a theoretical and experimental phase, never truly reaching practical application. It is surprising to discover that the past version of you indeed utilized the time machine to arrive in the present, thus expanding our horizons. By the way, who is this individual beside you? With Krillin's inquiry, Bulma was momentarily taken aback. What? You don't recognize him? This is my classmate, Luo Hao. We have been together for many years, and he has accompanied us in our quest for the Dragon Balls. Without him, we would not have made our acquaintance. You all seem oblivious to who he is, she added, as Piccolo, Krillin, and the others looked at Luo Hao with a bewildered expression, all shaking their heads in unison to indicate their lack of familiarity. Luo Hao, gently patting Bulma on the shoulder, remarked, I forgot to mention. I am one of a kind, existing solely within our timeline. It is impossible to locate my presence in any alternate realities. As for the reason, I cannot elucidate. It is merely a matter of fate, I suppose. Time and space are indeed wondrous phenomena. Having reached an impasse in explanation, the group chose not to dwell on the matter further. Bulma, redirecting the conversation, inquired, You mentioned two unexpected visitors. Who might they be? Krillin scratched his head. One resembles a humanoid cat, and the other is strikingly beautiful, claiming to be an angel. Humanoid cat? Angel? Bulma questioned, skepticism lacing her voice. What nonsense is this? Why do such peculiar beings always emerge from the future? Wait, did you say an angel? And quite beautiful? Krillin nodded emphatically, indeed. A ponytailed figure wielding a staff, proclaiming to be a genuine angel. What of it? Oh, then we have nothing to fear. Bulma exhaled deeply. We also have an angel with us on this temporal journey. Rest assured, our angel is male and undoubtedly far more formidable than the female angel you mentioned. Since they are both angels, it is unlikely there will be any conflict. As for the humanoid cat, I am certain Vegeta and Goku can handle him effortlessly. There is no need for concern. It seems we have once again become the Fire Brigade, appearing at crucial moments in pivotal places. The time machine was indeed a wise choice. While Bulma reveled in her self-praise, Piccolo interjected with a dismissive grunt. What are you two up to over there? Not far from the time machine, two curious little heads peeked out. They belonged to Trunks and Goten from the future, who appeared quite intrigued by the time machine, rummaging about with great enthusiasm. However, Bulma graciously remarked, Rest assured, Piccolo, there is no cause for concern. The energy of that time machine has been depleted. So no matter what those two little rascals do, there won't be any extraordinary mishaps. This much is truly reassuring. She then shifted her gaze to Luo Hao. Where has Whis gone? Luo Hao, with an exasperated expression, replied, after chatting for so long, "You only just remember Whis? Unfortunately, I must inform you that our angel is currently being thoroughly bested by that female angel." "Ah, what is happening?" Bulma asked, her face a picture of confusion. "Shouldn't you hurry and rescue Whis?" Luo Hao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "I cannot intervene here. After all, they are siblings. It is the elder sister's prerogative to discipline her younger brother. What can I say? Is it possible that after traversing time and space, we still encounter relatives? What a chaotic situation." Bulma felt her mind beginning to falter under the weight of this revelation. Meanwhile, Krillin and Piccolo stood nearby, equally bewildered. An angel? And they are relatives? Siblings at that? This is all rather convoluted. Following Luo Hao's indication, the group glanced towards an inconspicuous corner and indeed found two figures quietly suspended in the air. The woman had a firm grip on the man's ear, scolding him for something. At that moment, clarity dawned upon them. The two were unmistakably related, their skin tone, head shape, and hair color all strikingly similar. Indeed, they were siblings. Bulma, with a hint of skepticism, queried, "How can you be certain they are siblings and not a pair of lovers?" Luo Hao retorted, "Forgive me, but I inadvertently overheard their conversation. Whis is truly suffering, Sai? You really possess no empathy." Bulma, reveling in the situation, exclaimed, "Isn't Whis always proclaiming his strength and superiority as the mightiest angel? Who would have thought he would find himself in such a predicament? It is rather delightful." Luo Hao sighed in resignation. "Well, it appears that this fellow has indeed become a target for ridicule. Let us refrain from interrupting their sibling reunion." Meanwhile, Whis was inwardly lamenting, "You two rascals, why aren't you rushing to my aid? Sister, please, ouch." Opposite him, Bardoss showed no mercy, her delicate fingers pinching Whis's ear vigorously as she continued her reprimand. "You are far too mischievous. Do you not understand that the reckless use of a time machine is a cosmic taboo? You brazenly broke the law and even brought two mortals along for interstellar travel. If the Grand Minister were to discover this, I cannot fathom the punishment he would impose upon you." It seemed that Bardoss was genuinely angered this time. After all, traversing time and space with a time machine was indeed a grave violation, one that Whis was well aware of. However, he was on a secret mission of utmost importance, and he could not voice his grievances. Seeing Bardoss poised to continue her tirade, he quickly begged for mercy. "Sister Bardoss, I recognize my error, but this situation arose from a specific cause. May I be granted the opportunity to explain?" At this moment, the anger of Bardoss had subsided considerably. Given her status and divine powers, she could swiftly discern the intricacies of the situation. However, the covert mission assigned to Whis remained a mystery beyond her grasp. To her, it merely appeared as if her mischievous brother was frivolously traversing through time with two ordinary earthlings. What chaos could ensue from such antics? In Chapter 43, Reasoning with Compa, she was fortunate to encounter Whis. Had it been another angel or a different destroyer god, the consequences could have been dire. If this matter were to reach Lord Zeno, even their father, the High Priest, might not intervene to shield Whis from the repercussions of his reckless behavior. The more she contemplated, the more her ire grew, tightening her grip even further. Just as Bardoss was on the brink of losing her temper again, Whis quickly interjected, "Sister Bardoss, please do not misconstrue my actions. I have genuinely accepted a secret mission from the High Priest, which compelled me to act thus." "Is that so?" This revelation momentarily quelled Bardoss's fury. "You have accepted a secret task, yet does the High Priest condone such lawlessness, allowing you to frolic through time with two mere earthlings? Are you jesting? If you intend to deceive me, at least provide a more plausible explanation." Her irritation flared anew, but upon witnessing Whis's forlorn expression, her heart softened slightly. Could there be truth in his words? Indeed, if Whis sought to mislead or placate her, he would surely concoct a more credible rationale rather than resorting to such an absurd excuse. "Very well, I shall temporarily place my trust in you." At last, Bardoss relinquished her grip on Whis's ear, which had been tugged unceremoniously. Whis, with a face full of mock despair, pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, a skill he had mastered to elicit sympathy. Recognizing that he had successfully navigated Bardoss's scrutiny, he thought to inquire further, "By the way, Sister Bardoss, how did you come to be in our 7th universe? Moreover, that figure in the sky appears to be Lord Compa, does it not? What grievances do you have with this diminutive planet?" Bardoss retorted sharply, "Isn't this predicament your fault?" "My fault?" Whis replied, bewildered. What connection could my presence have with your arrival on this remote planet in the 7th universe? It seemed he was entirely oblivious to the circumstances. Vados contemplated, realizing he had indeed returned from the past, and was thus unfamiliar with the current state of affairs. Precisely because you are utterly unaware of the nature of your secret mission, you have been idly wandering around this planet day after day. Meanwhile, Lord Beerus, your destroyer god, merely slumbers incessantly, contributing to this negligence. Whis promptly raised his hands in surrender. All right, Sister Vados, please refrain from berating me further. Indeed, this is a clandestine mission, one orchestrated by my esteemed father, the Grand Priest. Pray, continue. What transpired thereafter? What followed? Bardos rolled her eyes elegantly and replied, naturally. Your furtive actions caught the attention of Lord Beerus, as well as that of Lord Kampa. Both turned their gaze simultaneously towards this unknown planet. On this very planet, the two lords discovered something exceedingly intriguing. It turned out to be a culinary paradise, a rare gem that sparked a rivalry between Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus. And then, Whis inquired, curiosity lighting up his demeanor. And then, quite simply, Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus resorted to their customary method and organized a cosmic tournament, wagering the fate of Earth through a 5-on-5 battle. Ultimately, Lord Kampa's Universe 6 team narrowly triumphed over your Universe 7 team, resulting in this planet being deemed a possession of our Universe 6. That is the crux of the matter. Whis, vexed, exclaimed, what did you say? Lord Beerus conceded this planet to your Universe 6? That is utterly unacceptable. This remark piqued Bardos's curiosity. What is unacceptable? It has already been lost to us. We are here to claim this planet for our Universe 6. Did you think there was another reason? Whis solemnly asserted. Under no circumstances can this planet be relinquished from Universe 7. That is an absolute boundary. This is directly tied to my confidential mission. Were it not for the stipulations of this condition, I would not have recklessly traversed through time with that individual. What mission are you executing? Bardos inquired, her suspicions deepening. Whis, realizing he could no longer remain silent, candidly expressed, the Grand Priest conveyed to me long ago that as long as this individual remains within Universe 7, any request he makes shall be granted. That is my directive. Thus, under these conditions, I shall endeavor to fulfill the wishes of that esteemed figure. In truth, I have been unable to decipher this individual's identity. All I know is that he is a childhood friend of my father. Given that this eminent person has awakened on this planet called Earth, it absolutely cannot be allowed to depart from Universe 7. Is it truly that grave? Bardos questioned, her expression one of skepticism. Whis, noting her lingering doubt, cryptically remarked, Sister Bardos, I fear not to disclose this. This individual is directly linked to the annihilation of the 6 universes. Is that information sufficiently shocking? Therefore, this is not a moment for levity. Bardos retorted sharply. Humph. You dare to reveal such confidential information? Are you attempting to drag me into this? Whis quickly capitulated. No, I had no such intention. I merely wished to convey the seriousness of this matter. Very well. Bardos rolled her eyes and remarked, since you speak so earnestly, I shall refrain from intervening in matters here. As for Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa's agreement, you may explain it to Lord Kampa yourself. It appears that Lord Kampa is still engaged in combat amidst the 2 blue-haired super scions in midair. As long as you can pacify Lord Kampa, I shall have no issues on my end. She chuckled. I never anticipated that you would accept such a weighty responsibility. It seems you have hidden depths. Sister, do you mean for me to reason with Lord Kampa? Bardos grinned. Indeed. If you can persuade Lord Kampa with logic, I shall certainly step aside. Chapter 44. Kampa, I am here to collect a debt. Whis, wearing a resigned expression, replied, well, if that is the case, I shall do my utmost to ensure that the lad holds back and does not inadvertently kill Lord Kampa on the spot. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to explain. Upon hearing this, Bardos's pupils dilated in shock. What? Are you suggesting that the individual you brought should show mercy? How is that even possible? Can you truly pose a threat to a god of destruction? Whis pondered for a moment before shrugging. After all, this is a different dimension. My divine power is constrained. Furthermore, it is a rule among our angelic kin that we must not act frivolously. Should we unleash our full strength, we would vanish. Sister Bardos is well aware of this. Bardos nodded vigorously, and then, I merely suggested reasoning with Lord Kampa. Whis offered a helpless smile. Indeed. Are you unaware of Lord Kampa's temperament? In cases where he is in the right, he spares no mercy. His reasoning often resorts to his fists. Bardos conceded. So you mean to say that the individual you brought possesses considerable strength? Is he truly? Whis nodded affirmatively. Precisely. He is the target of our mission. However, he may have only regained a fragment of his memory. I hope he can exercise restraint when engaging with Lord Kampa. Upon hearing Whis's words, Bardos felt a twinge of anxiety. What had initially seemed like a jest was turning out to be rather serious. She closed her eyes, wielding her angelic staff, and began to sense the surroundings. I have perceived him. He is merely an ordinary earthling. Although there is a subtle divine aura about him, it does not seem as magnificent as you describe. Whis responded, I cannot precisely articulate this. If he were merely an ordinary earthling, would I be following him across the vast expanse of parallel universes? Additionally, when the Grand Minister issued the task with such gravity, and Lord Zeno declared a retreat due to his awakening, it is clear that such a being cannot be taken lightly. To be candid, Sister Bardos, when we first met, he had only recently awakened for a few days, yet he effortlessly shattered my ultra instinct. At this revelation, Bardos's pupils widened in astonishment. He was able to break your ultra instinct just after awakening? Vistau remarked, the issue extends beyond this. During our last traversal to a specific temporal juncture, this individual audaciously wielded my angelic staff. At this revelation, Bados's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate 2 goose eggs. No way. Vis continued, moreover, there is a fool who dared to provoke him, and with just a single finger, he obliterated that fool into mere dust. This signifies that his strength is undeniably formidable, and he poses no challenge to the divine powers of angels, the destructive deities, or even our ultimate technique. Just such a terrifying entity. And you expect him to engage in rational discourse with Lord Kampa? I genuinely feel a pang of anxiety for Lord Kampa. At this moment, Bados's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he murmured, Vis, what kind of horrifying prodigy have you brought forth? Well then, enough said. It appears that this individual has already confronted Lord Kampa. By the way, what is his name? Vis shrugged. His name is Luo Hao, merely an ordinary earthling, as he claims. However, once he fully awakens, I am uncertain of his true identity. Only the Grand Priest of our time and space could provide clarity on this matter. But I lack the courage to inquire. Bados pondered for a moment and declared, all right, I shall handle this matter. With that, he vanished and reappeared at the center of the battlefield. Above the deck of the battlefield, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had completely reverted from their Super Saiyan Blue forms, each clutching their injured abdomens, struggling to rise. They exchanged glances. This fellow is indeed formidable. Who would have thought that after years of arduous training, we would find ourselves outmatched? Meanwhile, the arrogant rotund cat on the opposite side sneered coldly. You two are quite impressive, but alas, you've chosen me as your adversary. Prepare to endure my wrath. Although your presence may elevate our 7th universe's overall rating, before that, you shall taste a bit of hardship. Disrespecting a destroyer god is quite audacious. You think a modicum of divine power grants you the right to act with such arrogance? As Kampa's sinister laughter echoed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally grasped the meaning behind his words. You are a destroyer god? Isn't that Lord Beerus? Kampa retorted with a huff. What Beerus? I am Kampa. I am the destroyer god of the 6th universe. You may address me as Lord Kampa. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Kampa elaborated. As for this planet, it has been wagered against Lord Beerus of the 7th universe, and he has lost it to us in the bet. Henceforth, this planet shall belong to our 6th universe. My arrival is to collect the debt. Soon, you will accompany me back to the 6th universe with this planet in tow. Huh. With someone as powerful as I am shielding you, you should feel fortunate. To dare resist would surely warrant you some hardship. This left the multitude utterly astounded, rendered completely speechless. What? Our planet has been wagered? And it has been lost? This was simply unacceptable to the proud warriors. Yet, under the overwhelming force of absolute strength, they found themselves devoid of any means to resist, merely asserting, our Earth is ours to govern. Why should your whims dictate its fate? Kampa clenched his fists, chuckling. So, you wish to reason with me? Very well. I am the most reasonable of all the gods of destruction. Do you see this? My fist. Should you manage to defeat me, then the narrative shifts to your favor, and my previous words can be dismissed as mere folly. Does that align with your expectations? Observing the exhausted Sun Wukong, Vegeta bared his teeth. Is this what you call reasoning? And what of our universe's Lord Beerus? Kampa sneered. That lad is likely sulking in his realm of destruction right now. Having lost to me once more, it is hardly surprising. I have afforded him ample opportunity. He continued, now, enough of this idle chatter. The principles have been established. I trust you will thrive in my sixth universe. With that, Kampa erupted into raucous laughter, which abruptly ceased mid-cackle. Chapter 45. Luo Hao. Teach Kampa a lesson. An incongruous voice interjected. Is that so? So, Kampa, you wish to reason with us? Kampa glared furiously. Who dares to speak to me in such a manner? You shall address me as Lord Kampa. Humph. To utter my name so casually. It seems you seek your own demise. The dissonant voice approached Kampa, stating, very well, in front of this audience, I shall grant you a modicum of respect. Since we are discussing reason, allow me to clarify. The one with the mightiest fists dictates the terms. Kampa scoffed derisively. You, a mere mortal from Earth, dare to offend me, the god of destruction? You truly do not understand the peril you invite. However, you are correct on one point. We are all beings of reason. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, inquiring, who is this individual? The being before him is a god of destruction. Even if we united our strengths, we would be no match for him. Please, do not act recklessly. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin gazed intently at the advancing Luo Hao, pondering, this fellow is truly audacious. Does he believe that having come from a different timeline makes him invulnerable? Should he perish here, there would be no return. Amidst the crowd's concern, only Bulma, having returned from the past, shouted enthusiastically, Luo Hao, go for it. Teach this self-righteous feline a lesson. I know you are the best at reasoning. Humph. This character is far too arrogant, regardless of their so-called divine status. To wager our Earth is intolerable. Such insolence cannot be overlooked. This time, do not hold back. Teach him a lesson without hesitation. Oh, by the way, where is that rascal Whis? At a moment when we need support and encouragement, has he vanished? Amid Bulma's outcry, a graceful figure soon appeared before Kampa and Luo Hao. It was none other than Vados. With a swift motion of her staff, she immediately pulled the boisterous Kampa away. Lord Kampa, let us consider this matter settled. Kampa, upon hearing Vados' soft admonition, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Vados, what are you saying? At such a critical juncture, you suggest letting it go? Very well, while I can overlook other matters. This mere earthling dares to disregard the dignity of our god of destruction and provoke me. For this alone, I must teach him a proper lesson. Humph. Who would have thought that a simple little Earth, which I regard merely as a culinary planet, would host such audacious individuals willing to defy me, Lord Kampa? They truly do not comprehend the meaning of danger. This time, Vados, do not interfere. I shall make them understand the consequences of offending Lord Kampa. If I do not leave him with a face blooming like a peach flower, I will not fathom why flowers are so vividly red. Yet Vados spoke in a grave tone. Lord Kampa, everything I do is for your own good. Regardless of the situation, I implore you to relent. Let us depart from here. It is not too late. Otherwise what? Kampa rolled his eyes in response. Very well, I shall bear the consequences of whatever may arise. You need not concern yourself. Humph, a mere backwater planet dares to rebel. The ownership of this planet belongs to our sixth universe, a reality that cannot be altered. Even that arrogant Beerus has had to acquiesce. By the way, was it Whis who just appeared? Wasn't he sulking in the god of destruction's realm alongside Beerus? How could he possibly be here? Did he perhaps speak to you? And you, as the elder sister, are too soft-hearted to refuse him? There is no room for negotiation this time. I have earned this victory through my own merit. Humph. At this point, Vados let out a helpless sigh. Lord Kampa, I have said all that I can. If you choose to act stubbornly, then you shall bear the consequences. Vados thought to herself, I have done my utmost. This individual is now in a position from which he cannot retreat. Convincing Kampa to withdraw peacefully seems an impossible task. I can only hope that Whis will manage to persuade him to show restraint and not slay Lord Kampa on the spot. Otherwise, my side will truly struggle to explain the situation to the Grand Minister and the Omni-King. Meanwhile, Whis appeared before Luo Hao, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Luo Hao, may I discuss something with you? Luo Hao raised an eyebrow. What is it? I do enjoy engaging in reasoned discourse. This fellow named Kampa wishes to reason with me? That is perfectly acceptable. However, Whis immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stating, what I mean is not for you to reason with him, but to be cautious in your approach. After all, he is the god of destruction from the sixth universe. If you strike too hard and truly end up killing him, It would pose a significant problem for the sixth universe. Oh, so you are here to plead on his behalf. Very well, rest assured, in consideration of your request, I shall not be too harsh. Upon hearing Luo Hao's assurance, Whis exhaled a sigh of relief. However, Luo Hao continued, that Compa fellow is indeed exceedingly arrogant, wagering my home, Earth, as a stake to bring back to his sixth universe. Humph. Do they, the gods of destruction, have the liberty to arbitrarily decide the ownership of every celestial body? Is this merely a game to them? For this alone, he deserves a lesson. Otherwise, once we return to our cosmic realm, I shall have to deal with Beerus as well. Huh. To dare use my home as a wager and then lose it is utterly outrageous. As Bulma said, this is simply intolerable. Whis, in a state of agitation, wiped his brow, saying, all right, Luo Hao. It appears that their unreasonable actions precede this. Once we return to our main timeline, I shall earnestly counsel Lord Beerus and Lord Compa not to repeat such foolish mistakes. However, this time, you need only to teach Compa a lesson, but please, do not cause any fatalities. Otherwise, I would find it quite difficult to explain to Lady Vados. Vados? Luo Hao momentarily paused. The beautiful angel from earlier was indeed Vados? Just as I remembered, she is as stunning and ethereal as ever. I suddenly have an intriguing idea. Whis, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, what is it? What whimsical notion do you have now? Do share. Chapter 46. Luo Hao falls for Vados. Luo Hao chuckled. It's nothing much. Just that I wish to show leniency and spare this god of destruction named Compa. That poses no issue. However, I have a small request. What do you say, Whis? Can you grant it? Whis, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, muttered, what peculiar request do you have? Speak it, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate, provided it is within my capabilities. Luo Hao grinned. It's quite simple, really. From now on, I would like you to be my brother-in-law. Surely, that is acceptable? His words left Whis utterly astounded. Are you implying a future timeline? No. Whis, you are overthinking it. This is indeed a future timeline, and we are merely passing through. What I mean is, once we return to our main timeline, I shall actively pursue Vados to be my girlfriend. I am determined to marry her. Humph, I have only heard tales before, but this time, seeing is believing. Your sister, Vados, in terms of beauty, grace, and her celestial aura, has utterly captivated me. She is undoubtedly a perfect match. As long as you agree to be my brother-in-law in our main timeline, I shall comply with this small request and ensure I do not cause any trouble at this juncture. This left Whis in a state of hesitation. For him, this matter was hardly burdensome, and a simple acquiescence would suffice to move past it. However, he soon recalled the temperament of Bardos. If he truly returned to the primary timeline, that rascal Luo Hao might rush to the sixth universe to pursue Bardos, even proclaiming his willingness to become her little brother-in-law. In such a scenario, it was conceivable that he might not perish due to other circumstances, but could very well meet his demise at the hands of Sister Bardos. Nevertheless, upon further reflection, he found solace in the thought. If this fellow genuinely regained his full strength, there was little he could do to intervene. After all, matters of the heart require mutual affection to flourish. As for the means by which this lad could win Sister Bardos's heart, that was entirely his own endeavor. Thus, extending a favor in this regard seemed reasonable. If questioned, he could simply deny it vehemently. With that, Whis wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, conceding, very well. As long as you spare Compa this time and refrain from killing him, upon our return to the primary timeline, I shall do my utmost to assist you in courting my sister Bardos. I assure you of this. But I have an additional condition. An additional condition? This caught Luo Hao off guard. What peculiar demand could you possibly have? Whis, with utmost seriousness, replied, it is nothing extravagant. 100 cups of coffee. This is non-negotiable. In exchange for selling out my own sister, 100 cups of coffee is an absolute requirement. Once again, Luo Hao found himself at a loss for words, inwardly scoffing. So you value your sister's affection at the price of 100 cups of coffee? Very well, it's a deal. This time, Luo Hao was not inclined to dwell on the matter any longer. Initially, his banter with Whis had merely been jest. Yet he genuinely felt an undeniable spark upon encountering Bardos. However, given that she was an angel from the future timeline, any aspirations he harbored would have to wait until he returned to his primary timeline for proper pursuit. The adage rings true. Seeing is believing. Yet, the prospect of engaging in a passionate romance with Bardos now consumed his thoughts. As for how Bulma might react to this development, that was a matter of personal interpretation. For Luo Hao, he was quite clear on the distinctions. His relationship with Bulma leaned towards friendship, lacking the nuances of romantic love. Perhaps the length of their acquaintance had dulled any romantic inclinations. However, encountering Bardoss in the future timeline had indeed awakened in him the naive flutterings of youthful infatuation. Well, it seemed he had unwittingly experienced the innocent thrill that only a young heart could feel. Yet, all of this would have to wait until he returned to the primary timeline for further contemplation. Reflecting on Whis's concerns, he acknowledged the wisdom in his words. He must exercise restraint. Should he accidentally slay the god of destruction in that moment, it would likely create insurmountable complications in the future timeline. He was aware of certain celestial protocols. If one were to annihilate the god of destruction of a universe, the supreme Kai of that universe would inexplicably vanish, plunging the entire cosmos into a suffocating silence. The archangel overseeing this universe would subsequently fall into a state of slumber. And the future developments of this universe would require the guidance of the esteemed high priest and the omnipotent king. Should it truly come to pass that, through a moment of carelessness, I inadvertently caused the demise of Xiangpa, leading to the slumber of Bados, I would feel a twinge of regret. For the chaos instigated by Xiangpa would be borne by Bados. Perhaps this is the sentiment of affection that extends to all associated with a beloved. Indeed, it is Xiangpa who reaps the benefits of being in Bados's company. Otherwise, well, that is a matter for another time. First, I must deal with Xiangpa, this reckless destroyer. Before proceeding further, I then ascended into the air, hovering slowly. Xiangpa, come forth and let me witness the extent of your prowess as a destroyer. Yet Xiangpa merely cast a dismissive glance. Truly, the young are unafraid of the tiger. Very well, since you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back. Maintaining eye contact with me, Xiangpa was interrupted by a warning from Bados. Xiangpa, be cautious. Do not underestimate that individual strength. Upon hearing Bados's words, Xiangpa felt a wave of frustration. Are you truly the angel of our sixth universe? To caution me at such a critical moment against an ordinary mortal. With a huff, Xiangpa retorted, I understand. I shall bear all consequences. Truly, you meddle too much. This fellow exhibits considerable courage. I clench my fists. Very well, if you, Xiangpa, favor reasoning, let us engage in a dialogue. How do you intend to reason with me? Xiangpa sneered coldly. Against you, whose combat prowess barely registers. What method of reasoning is necessary? Can you withstand my destructive energy blast before continuing this conversation? With a swift motion, a purple-black energy sphere materialized before Xiangpa. To compel me to unleash such formidable destructive energy is a testament to your worth. Should you perish beneath my energy blast, it shall be a painless end. Consider it a favor to you, this audacious little brat. If you can endure this attack, we may continue our discourse. Chapter 47. The true nature of Luo Hao. With a piercing howl, the purple-black energy blast surged toward me at a speed beyond the ken of the onlookers. It seems that despite his casual demeanor, Xiangpa had heeded Bados's warning, commencing with a display of the destructive deity's might. After all, the gravity of Bados's solemn caution indicated that the individual before him was far from ordinary. Given this, I could only surmise that this opponent surpassed even the previous Super Saiyan who had transformed. Should Xiangpa falter, it would be a dire embarrassment, as this planet would become their sixth universe's private domain. If the inhabitants here showed no respect for Xiangpa, it would indeed be an untenable situation. However, what transpired next left Xiangpa utterly astounded. That individual had the audacity to extend a hand to intercept his destructive energy sphere. Truly, such an act was tantamount to courting death. At the very moment the energy sphere made contact with Luo Hao's palm, Xiangpa coldly bellowed, ignorant fool. Are you unaware that my destructive spheres cannot be deflected? That they cannot be obliterated? The moment they come into contact, a violent explosion will ensue. You seek your own demise, and do not blame me. Do not say I haven't warned you. Fortunately, the power I had gathered this time was not substantial. Otherwise, the destructive energy released would have indeed reduced this newly acquired planet to cosmic dust, a loss I could not afford. What unfolded next plunged Xiangpa into a state of utter bewilderment. His ostensibly benevolent warning had become the most poignant evidence of his folly. For the meticulously launched destructive energy sphere vanished in an instant, akin to a fleeting bubble, upon making contact with Luo Hao's palm, which he effortlessly crushed with a mere pinch. Not even a whisper of retaliation escaped Luo Hao. Xiangpa's unleashed destructive force sank without a trace, akin to a stone cast into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. His earlier bravado and concerns now served as a stinging testament to his humiliation. It appeared that this individual was indeed no ordinary foe, effortlessly neutralizing his attack. Quite the contrary. Xiangpa had initially presumed there would be no amusement to be found here. Perhaps this person would indeed bring him unexpected delight. With a startled expression, Xiangpa let out a sinister chuckle. You, my dear boy, are quite impressive, effortlessly nullifying my assault. It seems I underestimated you. Now, I shall take this seriously. Heh, if you can handle one so easily, what about hundreds? With that, Xiangpa raised both hands to the heavens, and behind him, hundreds of menacingly radiant destructive energy spheres materialized, encircling him closely. A cold smile graced Xiangpa's lips. Let us see how you withstand this. Should even one mishap occur, it shall trigger a chain reaction. At that moment, I shall not hesitate to annihilate this entire star system. After all, with Bardos here, she can merely rewind time once. Yet, this insolent being who dared to belittle the might of the god of destruction was utterly unforgivable. Prepare to meet your end. With a gentle flick of his finger, hundreds of destructive energy spheres whistled forth, hurtling toward Luo Hao. Observing this spectacle, Vegeta and Son Goku were left speechless. Just moments ago, a mere small destructive energy sphere had compelled them, while in their super blue transformation, to expend their full strength. Goku unleashed a super Kamehameha, while Vegeta fired a super Gallic gun, barely managing to deflect that singular attack. Yet here was this unknown youth, effortlessly obliterating the energy sphere with a single hand. It is evident that Kampa had not exerted himself to the fullest earlier. Now, with hundreds of energy orbs hurtling towards them, how could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Gazing into the abyss of despair reflected in their opponent's eyes, Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt for the first time the stark inadequacy of their own power. A profound sense of helplessness washing over them. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Krillin stood on the sidelines, completely out of their depth, merely staring in awe at the spectacle unfolding above. Initially, they had assumed this individual to be merely a companion brought by Miss Bulma, but it turned out he was a formidable force in disguise. If that were the case, perhaps the safety of their planet was still assured. However, the ensuing battle left them utterly bewildered. Even Bulma, who had been cheering them on, was rendered speechless. Wasn't he, this so-called god of destruction, supposed to be immensely powerful? Did he only know how to launch purple energy spheres? Moreover, the energy orbs in Luo Hao's hands resembled mere bubbles, bursting with the slightest squeeze. What was the significance of that? How utterly tedious. Bulma now found herself feeling rather bored and nudged Whis, who was wiping his brow. Whis, this battle is truly uninspiring. How about we take this opportunity to grab some delicious food? I'm feeling rather hungry. With a hint of sarcasm, Whis replied. Yet he promptly acquiesced to Bulma's suggestion. Indeed, since this is a genuine celebration of a birthday, there must be plenty of delectable treats. They soon spotted a rotund pink figure sprawled over a table, ravenously devouring a mountain of pudding. As Bulma approached to snag a few, she realized the pink figure was glaring at her with a look of hostility, as if to say, "These puddings are mine. Anyone who dares to touch them will face my wrath." Krillin quickly intervened. Don't mind him, Mr. Whis. This fellow is Majin Buu. He is not troublesome. Just a bit gluttonous. No need to worry. We'll prepare whatever you wish to eat. Whis chuckled softly. Let me have 2 servings of dessert, please. Krillin, quick on his feet, somehow produced a colossal ice cream cone resembling a torch, handing one to Bulma while stuffing the remainder into Whis's hands. Mr. Whis, please enjoy some dessert. Seeing Krillin's thoughtfulness, Whis did not linger on the matter. Instead, he shimmered and appeared beside Bardos, sharing half of the ice cream cone with her. Sister Bardos, do try this. The cuisine of this planet is quite delightful. Bardos' eyes sparkled. Hey, not bad. You've got a bit of conscience after all. Chapter 48. Kampa, it's over. I've hit a brick wall. Bardos took a lick of the ice cream cone Whis had offered, her eyebrows twitching in delight. Wow, this is really delicious. No wonder Lord Kampa is so determined to claim this planet. If I were in his position, I wouldn't let it slip away easily either. However, observing the fierce confrontation in the sky, her expression shifted to one of concern. At this moment, hundreds of destructive orbs, conjured from the essence of annihilation, surged wildly towards Luo Hao. His figure swayed slightly, and in an instant, it appeared as though he had manifested hundreds of duplicates, effortlessly grasping each of the destructive orbs in midair. Subsequently, all the forms converged into one, and with an extraordinary force, Luo Hao amalgamated the energy spheres unleashed by Kampa. Weighing the orb in his hand, he cast a puzzled glance at Kampa, inquiring, "You mentioned that this orb cannot be touched, as even a mere contact would cause an explosion, and it seems quite potent indeed. Yet, you launched so many at once, and none have detonated." He then squeezed the compressed, crimson orb radiating a dazzling glow, lightly prodding it. With a soft puff, it emitted no sound, vanishing at the mere touch of his fingertip. Now, it was Kampa's turn to be astounded. How was this individual capable of completely collecting the destructive energy orbs I launched? Furthermore, he possessed the power to consolidate them and effortlessly puncture one. What manner of energy is this? Evidently, this individual is no ordinary expert. It seems I have encountered a formidable opponent. However, I cannot afford to lose face here, having triumphed over Beerus, the esteemed god of destruction of the first universe. I cannot possibly be outdone by a mere mortal from Earth. With that thought, he resolved not to show any mercy. If I were to inflict significant devastation upon the seventh universe, Beerus, do not blame me. It is your people who have shown such lack of discernment, daring to insult us, the gods of destruction. Kampa's demeanor shifted as he suppressed his nonchalant attitude, and a torrent of purple energy surged forth from his being, a clear indication of a god of destruction summoning their full might. Intriguingly, streaks of red intertwined within the purple, suggesting that Kampa had attained a new and unique understanding of the force of destruction. From a distance, Beerus sighed softly. This has become quite troublesome. It appears that Lord Kampa is genuinely enraged. Look at him. He is prepared to unleash his full power. Beside him, Whis chuckled Sister Bados. The desserts here are indeed delightful. What was that you said? Lord Kampa is going all out? No worries. Bados shot him an exasperated glare. What do you mean, no worries? If trouble arises, won't it fall upon me to use time reversal? Whis merely smiled serenely. It's quite all right. As long as Luo Hao does not take this seriously and refrains from using his full strength, everything will be fine. This statement left Bados momentarily speechless, and she soon dismissed her uncooperative brother from her thoughts. Just because you hail from the past, do you think you are exempt from the consequences of what transpires here? You are likely still sulking alongside Beerus in the realm of the seventh universe. However, the unfolding battle proved to be beyond Bados's expectations. Indeed, as long as Luo Hao remains unperturbed, nothing poses a problem. The god of destruction, Kampa, has begun to take matters seriously. With both palms raised to the heavens, a torrent of destructive energy surged forth. What initially resembled a baseball-sized sphere of destructive energy, under Kampa's full exertion, transformed into a colossal orb akin to a truck. Observing this magnificent display of energy from below were Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin, who could already sense the overwhelming power emanating from the energy sphere. If this formidable entity were to unleash such a force upon the Earth, or even the entirety of the solar system, one might speculate that it could potentially collapse half the galaxy. It seems that Kampa had barely warmed up during his earlier engagement with Sun Wukong. If he truly applied himself, he would undoubtedly rank as the most formidable adept in the universe. The realization that they were battling such an immensely powerful deity instilled a sense of dread. Conversely, Luo Hao exhibited no signs of seriousness. Instead of interrupting or evading Kampa's fervent accumulation of destructive energy, he chose to savor the spectacle. Although Kampa exerted himself to the utmost, his efforts were riddled with flaws. Remarkably, Luo Hao, in a particularly jovial mood that day, began to offer pointers. Kampa, my dear fellow, what can I say? What purpose does your colossal energy sphere serve? Your destructive energy is evidently lacking in purity. Have you been rather lazy in refining your skills as a god of destruction? A grand fade indeed. While the energy appears formidable, in terms of purity and lethality, it seems to pose no real threat. It is no wonder that your prowess languishes at the bottom among all gods of destruction. Having been so mercilessly admonished, and with his vulnerabilities exposed, Kampa found himself in a state of furious embarrassment. You little rascal, you were so proud moments ago, and now you dare critique my cultivation? With that, Kampa resolved to demonstrate the true might of a god of destruction. Without further hesitation, He disregarded the potential devastation that the massive sphere of destructive energy could wreak upon the seventh universe and hurled it towards Luo Hao with a fierce roar. Luo Hao merely sighed softly, alas. You refuse to heed my advice about diligence. It appears that only a minor lesson will suffice for you to grasp the gravity of your situation. Do you believe that ascension to the rank of God of Destruction renders you invincible? He decided, however, to afford Whis some respect. Annihilating Kampa outright would not reflect well on him, as it would carry the semblance of bullying the lesser. As the enormous sphere of destructive energy hurtled toward him, Luo Hao simply raised his right hand with an air of nonchalance. A radiant, prismatic light flickered at his palm, and with a gentle wave, Kampa's colossal orb vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Remarkably, it was as if the sphere had never existed. Kampa stood there, utterly bewildered. How did you accomplish that? This is the destructive energy orb that I have devoted my entire life to create. How could this be possible? Even Xiang Pa could only mutter to himself. Chapter 49. Clean the staff and return it to me yet. Luo Hao waved his palm dismissively. You claim your energy is remarkably impure, yet you remain incredulous. If you could cultivate your destructive energy to a higher level, condensing such a considerable volume to the size of a baseball, perhaps I would take you seriously. But at present, your abilities are truly a disgrace to the God of Destruction. In the distance, Bardas's pupils suddenly constricted. This fellow. He can actually wield erasure technique. Whence did Whis uncover this individual? Why does he possess the erasure technique of Lord Zeno? How can this be? After all, Bardas's understanding vastly surpassed that of Xiang Pa. The subtle traces of energy fluctuations from Luo Hao's earlier actions had already put Bardas on high alert. This individual truly employs erasure technique. If he had merely used destructive energy to counteract Xiang Pa's, Bardas would have dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, Whis had previously mentioned that this person could potentially be the recently awakened great god of destruction, which would indeed align with logic if it were the great god utilizing destructive power. However, what had just transpired was evidently a unique skill of Lord Zeno, the erasure technique. What perplexed Bardas was the notion that this individual, who traversed through time and space, might be the great Lord Zeno himself. It seemed merely a legend. There were whispers of Lord Zeno having a brother known as the great Lord Zeno, yet they had never encountered him during their years of serving as angels. Legends, after all, are but tales, yet this individual had indeed demonstrated the erasure technique. If all this were true, then Lord Xiang Pa had unwittingly provoked an adversary beyond reckoning. Not merely a stumbling block, but rather, it appeared he had collided with an impenetrable wall. At this moment, Bardas genuinely began to sweat for Xiang Pa, while Whis chuckled. Ah, this is merely the beginning. You should continue watching. Then, they beheld the flustered Xiang Pa in midair, utterly devoid of the courage to launch another attack against Luo Hao. Luo Hao clapped his hands and remarked, If I were to strike you directly, my control over my power is not yet at a perfect 100. Should I inadvertently injure you, it would be a disservice to the audience below. How about this? I shall borrow a bit of another power, Whis. Whis promptly responded, Here. Hand me your angel staff. I shall use it. What? You wish to use my angel staff again? Luo Hao, you are rather inconsiderate. My staff is. Before he could finish, a flash of light appeared before Whis, and his staff materialized abruptly in front of him. As Whis was momentarily taken aback, he instinctively reached for his staff, only to find it completely unresponsive to his command. With a swift motion, it soared to Luo Hao's side, swirling around him as if it were inherently his, entirely disregarding Whis's orders. With a pained expression, Whis lamented, You rascal. Have you gone too far by seizing my angelic staff? Luo Hao merely smiled gently, replying, What can I say? You advised me to show mercy. And if I were to engage directly, I might inadvertently ruin this hefty feline. Utilizing your staff at least preserves some dignity, wouldn't you agree? Whis conceded, Very well. You always make a valid point, but remember to return it clean, otherwise, humph. What? Luo Hao retorted without reservation. Whis could only begrudgingly admit, All right. You are indeed right, but this is not a free service. 1 use equals 10 cups of coffee, no negotiations. Observing the joyful glint in Luo Hao's eyes and noticing him clenching his fist towards Xiang Pa, Whis weakly added, Fine, this time it's complimentary, but next time, there will be a charge. Subsequently, Whis tightly sealed his lips, refusing to utter another word, resembling a disgruntled spouse with a flushed face. Truly lacking in resolve. It appeared he would again face embarrassment before Sister Bados. Meanwhile, Bados was utterly dumbfounded. For it was indeed a rare occasion for an angel like her to exhibit such shock and disarray. Her astonishment reached its zenith, causing her ice cream cone to slip from her grasp and plunge into the sea. Over the years, she had never witnessed such a loss of composure. After all, she had not taken the matter of Luo Hao borrowing the angelic staff to heart, viewing it merely as a casual exchange between friends. However, what astonished Bados was that this individual had managed to summon Whis' angelic staff against his wishes, and even in the face of Whis' refusal, he had drawn it forth for his own use. This was a tactic reminiscent of her father, the esteemed high priest. How could this be? Not only was he adept at wielding destructive divine power, but he also possessed the formidable erasure technique of the king. Even if all this were within the realm of possibility, the fact that he could manipulate the angelic staff, a cherished artifact of their kind, with such ease left her grappling with confusion about his true identity. Given the skills Luo Hao had displayed, Bados found herself utterly bewildered. As perceptive as she was, she could not fathom the origins of this enigmatic figure. In the end, she could only cast a vacant gaze toward Whis, asking, "Whis, tell me the truth. Where on earth did you find this individual?" Whis, equally at a loss, shrugged and replied, "Bados, please do not press me further. I have revealed all that I know. I still maintain my previous assertion. All I know is that he is a childhood friend of my father. As for other matters, I have truly found no clues. I have already mentioned that he can wield my angelic staff and utilize the powers of the Great Destroyer. I never expected this fellow to even possess the abilities of the Omni-King. If we truly wish to unveil his identity, it seems the only course is to consult my father, the High Priest. Let us refrain from baseless speculation. Instead, you should pray for Lord Xiangpa's safety." Observing as Whis' staff circled around Luo Hao, Lord Xiangpa, who had earlier appeared utterly despondent, seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes immediately glimmered with fervent intensity. "So it is you, young man. Huh, now I finally understand. Humph, still pretending before me. Without Whis' assistance, could you have so effortlessly shattered my destroyer powers? Don't be absurd. After all this time, you are merely a paper tiger." Chapter 50, Lord Xiangpa. "May you seek your own fortune," he then pointed at Whis, who looked utterly bewildered, staring at Xiangpa. I'm just an onlooker. Why are you pointing at me?" Lord Xiangpa. However, Xiangpa, exhibiting no courtesy, retorted, "Humph, don't think for a moment that I am unaware. The individual before me is merely a paper tiger. It is you who have inadvertently revealed the truth, allowing them to evade detection. Are you not a neutral angel? When did you begin to side with humanity? This is truly excessive. For this transgression, I shall report you to the High Priest and the Omni-King. However, that is a matter for another time. For now, I must first expose this paper tiger before me, and then allow you all to perform your little act." I had always said, how could an ordinary human from Earth possibly rival Lord Xiangpa? Humph, having now unraveled your schemes, I shall grant you no further chances. As Xiangpa indulged in his self-satisfied, arrogant declaration, Bardos could only cover her forehead with one hand. Her expression darkened as she stared at this individual, who was truly at the bottom tier among the destroyers in both knowledge and strength. It was astonishing that he believed his formidable opponent before him was merely being aided by Whis to reach this level. One could only admire the vastness of Lord Xiangpa's imagination. This left Bardos in a state of utter disbelief. She longed to drag this ignorant fool, Xiangpa, away from Earth, for the embarrassment had been exceedingly great. Even if she, Bardos, were to enter the fray with all her might, she would have no confidence against such an opponent. Yet here was Xiangpa, accusing the other of being a paper tiger. This was utterly incomprehensible. What was most perplexing was his belief that Whis was somehow orchestrating this. How could that be? Even if Whis had such intentions, he lacked the capability. Could Whis, without exerting his full strength, truly eliminate the destructive energy of a destroyer's full display without a trace? This, indeed, was an overestimation of Whis' abilities. At this moment, Whis looked at Xiangpa on the battlefield with a sense of schadenfreude. Well, Lord Xiangpa, I can only say, may you seek your own fortune." Whis felt there was no need to explain anything further to this unfortunate, foolish cat. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, grasping Whis' staff, chuckled heartily. "I see. In that case, haha. If something extraordinary happens, it will be Whis who bears the brunt." Whis, with a face full of exasperation, replied, "No way. Am I really going to take the blame again? Fine. Do as you wish. I can't do anything about it now. Just remember to go easy on him. That is what you promised me. Luo Hao nodded lightly. All right then, since you are willing to take the blame, this matter will be much easier to handle. Suddenly, Luo Hao's expression changed, and an invisible energy erupted violently from his body. This was a unique divine power, even Bado's, Whis. And Xiangpa had never sensed such a formidable and vast energy. Xiangpa, who was about to hurl further insults, suddenly found himself unable to make a sound, as if his entire being was entirely controlled by this terrifying and overwhelming force. How could this be? He was the most powerful destroyer in the universe. How could he feel so powerless? Despite his struggles and attempts to harness his own power, his body was inexorably drawn towards Luo Hao, getting closer with each moment, leaving no room for resistance. What was happening? Was it this fellow's strength? It didn't seem likely. Such overwhelming might could only be felt from beings like the Omni-King or the Grand Minister. No, this individual before him was certainly not ordinary. Had all his previous speculations been wrong? Then, a scene unfolded before Xiangpa that left him utterly dumbfounded. His body floated to the jovial Luo Hao, who reached out a large hand and grasped Xiangpa by the back of his neck, forcefully pinning him over his knee. What was this guy planning? Just as Xiangpa feared, Luo Hao had indeed subdued him, placing him over his knee while wielding Whis' angelic staff, and began to spank Xiangpa's backside. With a resounding smack, Luo Hao scolded. This is what happens when you misbehave. This is what you get for robbing planets, and for gambling with various celestial bodies as your stakes. You need a lesson to ensure you don't go astray. His tone resembled that of a parent reprimanding a disobedient child, akin to a student being chastised with a stick, utterly devoid of any power to resist or even voice his indignation. Each resounding smack on Xiangpa's backside filled the mighty destroyer with a sense of utter humiliation. This truly was a profound disgrace. The opponent resorted to an exceedingly humiliating method to deal with him. However, no matter how much Xiangpa attempted to harness his divine power or employ his techniques, he found himself utterly incapable of mounting even the slightest resistance. Most disconcertingly, he was unable to utter a single sound. He had initially intended to hurl a few sharp words. Even if he could not defeat his adversary, he had never feared engaging in verbal sparring. Yet, he was now rendered incapable of both striking back and speaking out. The manner in which his opponent chose to confront a dignified god of destruction was so demeaning that Xiangpa would have preferred to be physically assaulted than to endure such an indignity. In a fit of rage, he rolled his eyes dramatically, seemingly fainting, which left Whis utterly speechless. This formidable figure indeed possessed an eccentric temperament. His notion of mercy was quite unexpected. However, such leniency was hardly welcome. It was alarming that the esteemed god of destruction from the sixth universe had been so profoundly humiliated as to lose consciousness. Seeing Xiangpa incapacitated on the ground, Luo Hao refrained from exposing the cat's little trick and casually tossed the angel's staff to the astonished Whis. Here, take it back. I've finished with it. As for cleaning, that is your concern. Whis sighed in resignation. Very well, my angel's staff, a top-tier instrument, has been reduced to a tool for disciplining unruly children. Only you, Luo Hao, could achieve such a feat. Chapter 51. The time machine exploded, and there was no turning back on the other hand. Luo Hao glanced at the fainting Xiangpa and smiled faintly. Well, teaching you a lesson is one thing, but should I truly be compelled to take action against you? It would indeed seem rather unjust. He then carelessly tossed the unconscious Xiangpa to Bardos. Upon receiving Xiangpa, Bardos found herself at a loss for words. What can I say, Lord Xiangpa? This is indeed a remarkable disgrace. Observing the expressions of those around him, Luo Hao could not resist adding a final jab. Honestly, it's quite unbecoming that your own unruly child is not properly managed, necessitating my intervention. Do you not realize that discipline breeds respect? He continued. All right, Bardos, for Whis' sake, I shall refrain from holding this against you. Quickly return your troublesome child to your sixth universe. As for the ownership of this planet, do not entertain any further thoughts. Otherwise, regardless of who comes, I shall confront them each time. Now, as for that pretender feigning unconsciousness, might you not awaken? Just as Xiangpa prepared to open his eyes and assert his authority, he felt a sudden sharp strike to his neck. The assailant was Bardos, who could no longer tolerate the spectacle. This individual had embarrassed himself beyond measure. Noticing the onlookers, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others, struggling to contain their amusement, Bardos acted decisively to prevent any further laughter, swiftly rendering the foolish Xiangpa unconscious once more. With a casual wave of his staff, not a single word was uttered, transforming into a resplendent beam of light reminiscent of the stars, enveloping the god of destruction, Kampa, and causing him to vanish from the spot. Thus, an extraordinary tempest concluded in the most absurd of manners. Observing the retreating figures of Bardos and Kampa, Whis let out a resigned sigh. It seems Bardos and Kampa shall never return to this planet called Earth. Have they truly embarrassed themselves to such an extent? With a melancholic gaze, Whis fixated upon Luo Hao, conveying an understanding look. Yet, Luo Hao could only shrug helplessly, replying, Whis, please refrain from looking at me in such a manner. I have honored my promise and have shown considerable restraint, did I not? I inflicted no irreversible harm upon Kampa. See how gentle I was, merely offering him a light reprimand with your staff. A sense of impotence surged within Whis. Is this what you call restraint? Imprisoning his mobility and administering a spank on the ground. Who taught you such methods? It's remarkable you could even conceive of it. Observing Whis' forlorn expression, Luo Hao concluded, however, this is indeed a permanent solution. At least Kampa should harbor no more thoughts or actions towards this planet for the remainder of his life. After all, Earth is my home. Upon hearing this, Whis paused momentarily, as if acknowledging the validity of Luo Hao's words. After all, Earth was the place where Luo Hao awakened. Given that certain individuals had cast their ambitions upon this planet, Luo Hao's actions were not excessively drastic when considered in the context of Earth's long-term safety and development. Whis pondered with a hint of melancholy. When I and Lord Beerus confront Kampa in the future, how will we manage? Just then, a piercing voice from Bulma interrupted his thoughts. What are you two up to? Don't touch that red button. Followed by a deafening explosion. Looking back, they found the time machine they had arrived and reduced to mere rubble by an inexplicable blast. Amidst the debris emerged two pitiful children, Trunks and Goten, who had just been playing on their time machine. Bulma surveyed the wreckage in fury. Didn't I tell you not to press that red button? Trunks, with an innocent expression, replied, Aunt Bulma, don't blame me. You said not to press it, and I truly didn't intend to. I merely brushed against it accidentally. Who knew this machine would self-destruct? Indeed, young one, you pressed the self-destruct button. This is quite troublesome. Looking at the sky, where Whis stood in a daze, he helplessly raised his hands. Well, I did install a self-destruct button on this time machine, and it seems this little rascal has unwittingly discovered it. Now, how shall we return to our own parallel universe? Luo Hao, do you have a solution? Just moments ago, Luo Hao and Whis exchanged a glance filled with despair. What shall we do? Piccolo, quick to react, swiftly maneuvered, grasping Trunks and Goten, who were still amidst the rubble, and brought them before Bulma. These two little rascals are far too mischievous. I had just warned against letting them meddle with your time machine. What shall we do now? Observing Piccolo's fierce demeanor, one might think he was merely providing an excuse for Trunks and Goten. Indeed, I had warned that they should not be allowed to play around. It was your consent. Bulma, and now, if there is a problem with your time machine, do not place the blame upon us. It seems that beneath Piccolo's cold exterior lies a rather considerate heart. At that moment, the most awkward predicament belonged to Goku and Vegeta. What shall we do now? Both appeared utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Luo Hao and Whis descended beside Bulma, witnessing the unfolding chaos, and simultaneously exclaimed, My coffee machine. They exchanged a knowing look, realizing the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing their words, Bulma's previously restrained anger erupted once more. You two fools. How can you be worrying about your coffee machine at a time like this? The time machine has exploded. Where can we possibly find another coffee machine? We are facing the prospect of being trapped in a parallel timeline. What shall we do? As the situation reached an impasse, Krillin devised a brilliant solution. He abruptly slapped his bald head and addressed the group. I have an idea. With everyone's attention now focused on him, Krillin smugly continued. Have you forgotten? In this timeline, Bulma, you have also created a brand new time machine. Why not use this one to return to your own timeline? If that doesn't work, you could use materials from Bulma's lab to construct another time machine and return to your past. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? At most, you would just need to stay here a bit longer. Hearing Krillin's suggestion, Bulma's eyes lit up. Yes, Krillin, I've always known you to be the cleverest. This idea is indeed splendid. Whis interjected. Could you perhaps help me recreate an identical coffee machine? The coffee brewed from that machine is the most delightful. Bulma, exasperated. rolled her eyes at Whis and retorted, "Get lost." Krillin, ever efficient, promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Bulma's number. After a brief exchange, he approached the group with a troubled expression. "What happened to the exuberance from just moments ago? Krillin, do tell." Bulma inquired anxiously. Krillin, with a sense of helplessness, shrugged and gestured to Bulma, explaining, "I am truly sorry, Miss Bulma, but I find myself powerless in this situation. I have already made contact with your present self." "What happened next?" Bulma inquired eagerly. "Well, Miss Bulma mentioned that her time machine had apparently come to the attention of a rogue named Whis." At this, Whis raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "How is this even related to me? Am I being insulted?" Krillin casually glanced at Whis. "These are the exact words of our Bulma from this timeline. She stated that after the time machine was discovered by someone named Whis, it was deemed a taboo of the entire universe and must be destroyed." Naturally, Miss Bulma disagreed. But that rogue Whis had the audacity to bring along a terrifying entity known as Beerus, the god of destruction. With a mere flick of his finger, he obliterated Miss Bulma's laboratory, claiming it was a thorough destruction to deter any future thoughts of such endeavors, lest they face grave consequences. Following this, the rogue vanished without a trace. The crowd suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "So that's what transpired." Whis wore a wry smile, pondering, "Ah, how splendid. I have inadvertently become the architect of my own misfortune. Is it not amusing that I, an angel of the seventh universe, find myself in this mundane little corner of the earth, accompanying Lord Beerus to dismantle someone's time machine? Is this what they call poetic justice?" However, he soon realized that the bald-headed fellow was intentionally casting aspersions upon him, clearly with malice. Yet, dwelling on it would yield no fruitful outcome. Krillin continued, "Because of this incident, every time I mention the time machine, Miss Bulma berates me mercilessly, claiming that not only has the laboratory been destroyed, but all her original designs have been completely obliterated by that god of destruction, leaving no remnants behind. As for how you wish to respond to the past, that is entirely up to your capabilities." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt her anger dissipate. Initially, she had held some hope, even without the time machine. She could recreate one with her laboratory and materials without too much effort. Now, however, everything had been utterly annihilated. She turned her gaze, filled with a hint of menace, towards Whis. Whis protested, "I am innocent. This matter does not pertain to my current self. It concerns my future self. Regardless of the timeline, it seems I am entangled. Therefore, I shall remain indifferent. You may handle it as you see fit." Ultimately, it was Luo Hao who intervened to ease the tension, saying, "All right, Bulma, do not hold Whis at fault. He is innocent in this matter. Who could have predicted such an uproar? Moreover, these two young ones did not intend any harm. But then again, why would you install a self-destruct mechanism in the time machine when you are neither lazy nor idle?" Bulma, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Was that something I intended to install? The materials you brought back already had that contraption attached. I merely found it unsightly and was too lazy to remove it. So I left it there. Who could have anticipated that these two little imps would activate it?" Luo Hao sighed helplessly. "No matter how many arguments we present, it is utterly meaningless. Now is not the time to shirk responsibility or seek excuses. We must find a way to return to our own timeline. Prolonged exposure to this future may yield adverse reactions in this universe." He then had a sudden epiphany. I might have a brilliant idea. Perhaps it just might succeed. Do you really have a plan?" Bulma and Whis exclaimed, their eyes lighting up. "What is it? Allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment." Luo Hao sighed softly. "I merely suggested we could give it a try." Immediately, a radiant aura enveloped Bulma and Whis, as he bid farewell to the others. "Until we meet again." In an instant, a flash of light occurred, and the three vanished without a trace. The onlookers, momentarily stunned by the inexplicable spectacle before them, remained in a daze. However, the first to regain composure was Sun Wukong, who scratched his head and turned to the still-dazed Vegeta, saying, "Well, Vegeta, just as I anticipated. Super Saiyan Blue is indeed not the pinnacle of our potential. It seems we still have ample room for improvement. That mysterious figure we just witnessed, despite being from the past, possesses unfathomable strength." Vegeta, surprisingly in agreement, nodded vigorously, "Indeed. I never imagined he could utterly overpower that formidable foe without breaking a sweat. Did you notice how he wielded that stick to strike the enemy's backside? It resembled a parent reprimanding a disobedient child. We have first-hand experience of that individual's prowess." Beside them, Piccolo coldly interjected, "Mind your words regarding that individual." He is no mere creature. He is the truly significant figure, Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe. If he were to overhear your conversation, the consequences for Earth would be dire. Krillin, puzzled, asked, "How do you know he is a god of destruction and one of such high standing?" Piccolo shot him an incredulous look. "Do not forget, I once held the title of Earth's Guardian. You think that position is easily acquired? Though the status of Earth's Guardian is modest, I can sense the level of divine power and rank held by others. Consider this. Above me is the Galactic King. Above him is the King of Worlds. Then the Grand Supreme Kai, followed by the Supreme Kai, and on par with them are the gods of destruction and angels. Does that not indicate his elevated status? In our universe, the god of destruction is the most powerful authority. Disrespecting such a figure would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions." "Ah, I see. The hierarchy of divine status is indeed intricate." Sun Wukong scratched his head. "I used to think that King Kai was the mightiest deity." "Humph. You all are truly overestimating things. However, I must admit, although this fellow named Kampa is the god of destruction from the sixth universe, since he has set his sights on Earth, we must be thoroughly prepared. Wukong, Vegeta, it seems your training regimen must commence ahead of schedule." This sentiment resonated deeply with both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, as they exchanged glances filled with fervent combat spirit. As true warriors of Scion lineage, they thrived on the challenge posed by formidable foes, drawing motivation and strength from adversity. Vegeta scoffed, "Very well, Kakarot. Let us see who can surpass that legendary god of destruction first. Otherwise," Krillin immediately interjected, "we will certainly strive for that." "Vegeta, Wukong, it's not just you. Piccolo, we too must intensify our training." Piccolo cast Krillin a look that conveyed the futility of his efforts. Krillin felt a wave of discouragement. Glancing over to Tien and Yamcha for support, the two silent companions were acutely aware of the widening chasm between their power and that of these formidable beings. Yamcha, resting his hands on his head, remarked with boredom, "What's the point of all this fighting? I'd much rather play baseball. I have no interest in indulging in your tedious games." In the depths of the cosmos, a brilliant blue light, akin to a star, flashed momentarily, revealing the swiftly moving Beerus and the feigning Kampa. Beerus rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Lord Kampa, we've arrived. Stop pretending to be unconscious and say what you need to." Kampa stealthily opened one eye to survey the vastness of space before sitting up with an irritated expression. "What bad luck. I never imagined I'd encounter resistance on this wretched planet." Beerus smiled gently. "Humph, Lord Kampa, you're truly flattering yourself. This is no mere resistance. You've hit a steel wall." Kampa retorted irritably, "Just a slight edge in strength. What's so shameful about being unable to defeat him? I can always rally a few other gods of destruction. There's no way this guy can best me. With my entourage, I will surely reclaim my dignity." "Don't be absurd." Beerus shot Kampa an exasperated look. "Lord Kampa, do you still not grasp the gravity of this situation?" "What severity?" Kampa asked, puzzled. Beerus genuinely worried for Kampa's intellect. "Have you not sensed anything peculiar about the individual you are facing?" Kampa fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, it was quite strange. He had not anticipated encountering anyone throughout the 12 universes that even a god of destruction could not handle. Reflecting on his battle with Luo Hao, Kampa began to sense that something was amiss. Yes, Bados observed that Kampa seemed to be gaining some insight and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "A being capable of wielding destruction energy, adept in the erasure techniques of Lord Zeno, and able to manipulate Whis' angel staff with effortless grace. Could this individual possibly be an ordinary person? Especially considering that final move of his, which could completely immobilize you. Even if your strength is lacking, you are still a legitimate god of destruction from the sixth universe. With but a flicker of his divine power, he could render you utterly speechless, as if a grown adult were reprimanding a child. Do you believe such feats could be accomplished by an ordinary individual? To be frank, this is all for Whis' sake, as he has been pleading for leniency on your behalf. Otherwise, it seems we would have to find a new god of destruction for our sixth universe. Is it truly that severe?" Kampa exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. "Have I truly stumbled upon a formidable adversary? Who is this individual, then?" Bados, growing increasingly exasperated, replied, "If I knew who he was, I would have alerted you sooner. Truth be told, I am just as clueless about his identity." "Then why the grave tone?" Kampa pressed. Bados reiterated, "All I know is that this person is a childhood acquaintance of the Grand Priest. As for his true identity, I remain in the dark." Ah, I see. So he is a childhood friend of the Grand Priest? How did I manage to provoke someone of such stature? What am I to do now? Thus, you should abandon any thoughts of revenge. It appears you have endured this beating in vain. Upon hearing this, Kampa shuddered violently. Revenge? Do not jest. Given his connections to both the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno, seeking vengeance would surely lead to my demise. Very well, he resolved. From this moment forth, I shall never return to the seventh universe. This place is far too perilous. Merely attempting to claim a planet here could lead to encountering such a monstrous figure. It is utterly unfathomable. It seems I must intensify my training to inherit the title of the great god of destruction. Perhaps then I might have the opportunity to exact retribution or at least reason with him. At this point, Bados was left utterly speechless by Kampa's naivety. Do you still harbor such delusions? If I had not knocked you unconscious and taken you away, who knows how this would have ended? Kampa, feeling dejected once more, countered. Once I elevate my abilities and inherit the title of the great god of destruction, I could stand equally with the Grand Priest. Could I not approach him for a discussion then? Such notions underestimate me, Bados retorted sharply. Though the likelihood of you inheriting the title of the great god of destruction is slim, should you be willing to exert effort, you may yet find yourself without an opportunity. Bados doused Kampa's hopes with cold reality. Do you even comprehend where these three individuals hail from? That raises another question. Kampa pondered. Where do they originate? Wasn't it Whis who brought them here? Is there more to this? Indeed, your earlier statement has jogged my memory. Could it be that Beerus has orchestrated a trap for me? I lament that this time, the earth has been so effortlessly surrendered to me, and I have been summoned to receive it personally. It appears I have been led into a trap. Such a formidable character has been lurking on earth, merely to witness my downfall. How audacious, Beerus! Your audacity knows no bounds. In Chapter 54, Luo Hao and his companions arrived upon a verdant plain. Upon hearing Kampa's soliloquy, Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Lord Kampa, can you not be more rational? Is your mind merely a vessel for fiction? Your imagination is astonishingly vivid. Do you truly believe such a powerful individual could be swayed by Lord Beerus? Moreover, if this indeed were a scheme orchestrated by Lord Beerus, and this formidable being were to discover that Beerus was the mastermind, do you think Lord Beerus would emerge unscathed? It is preposterous. I assert that you lack any opportunity for revenge. You truly possess no chance for retribution, even if you were to inherit the throne of the Omni-King. Why is this so? Kampa's mind was nearing a state of collapse, utterly overwhelmed. Beerus, showing little interest in prolonging the riddle, divulged. Let me be clear. These three individuals hail from the past. They traversed through time in a temporal machine for leisure and merely chanced upon you, and you inadvertently struck this steel plate. As for seeking revenge, unless you can return to the past, it is impossible. However, you are well aware that traversing time is the greatest taboo in the universe, and only the Supreme Kai, in their quest to observe the universe's workings, may venture into the future. It is inconceivable for any supreme deity inheriting divine status to return to the past. Should you desire to confront that individual from the past, even if you could overpower him, would you dare return? Are you not fearful of being obliterated by the very laws of time? This explanation left Kampa, who still harbored a glimmer of hope, utterly bewildered. Why did you not mention all these convoluted matters sooner? Very well, I concede. I have overthought this. Beerus, could you hasten your pace? I have resolved to flee this treacherous realm of Universe 7. I shall never again tread upon this universe in my lifetime. It is far too perilous. I hope that Beerus can navigate this situation wisely. Truly, I wonder from which parallel dimension this terrifying creature has emerged. I consider myself unfortunate to encounter such a being on another's territory. If I did not take the initiative, would that unfortunate soul not be Beerus himself? This time, Beerus owes me a significant favor for having taken the blame on his behalf. In a flash of light, three unexpected figures materialized upon the lush expanse. Bulma inhaled deeply. The air here is exquisite, imbued with a tranquil and harmonious essence. Where are we, Luo Hao? Yet, Luo Hao merely smiled mysteriously and offered no reply, while Whis suddenly smacked his forehead and exclaimed in realization, how did I not think of this? Luo Hao, your resourcefulness is truly impressive. Observing the incongruous response, Bulma inquired with skepticism, what does this have to do with our return to our own timeline? And where exactly are we? I must admit, it feels rather pleasant here. Vados chuckled lightly. This is indeed a remarkable place. Dare I say, We stand in the realm of the Kaishin. The realm of the Kaishin? What on earth is that? Where are we? I have never heard of it before. At this moment, Vados realized that while Miss Bulma was a genius in technology, her knowledge of the divine realm was akin to that of an innocent child. He promptly began to explain patiently. You are aware that we exist within a vast cosmic expanse, correct? Bulma nodded, of course. Within it, there are divine realms, mortal realms, and also the netherworld. You must have heard of these? Though Bulma expressed a hint of confusion, she indicated her understanding. To clarify, Earth belongs to the mortal realm, while the netherworld refers to the realm of the dead. Additionally, there are two other realms. One is the realm of destruction, where I reside with Lord Beerus, a domain exclusive to the gods of destruction. The other is the realm of the Kaishin, also known as the Kaishin realm. This is where we currently find ourselves, the abode of the Kaishin. Do you comprehend this, Miss Bulma? Bulma, however, appeared even more perplexed. You've said so much, but to what end? What I wish to know is how we can return to our normal parallel universe. I care not for realms or deities. To me, Luo Hao is the true god. That so-called god of destruction may claim to be the strongest in the universe, yet he was merely bested by Luo Hao with a swift reprimand. Had you not urged him to show restraint, he would likely have been vanquished on the spot. With that in mind, why should I fear any gods or spirits? Spare me the superfluous details. At this juncture, Vados could only wipe the sweat from his brow. Very well. It seems you have indeed found a formidable ally in Luo Hao. What use is my explanation? Even if all the gods of destruction were to unite, they would still pale in comparison to him. So what significance does it hold? What rationale can be presented? Let me be succinct. Among all the gods, only the Kaishin possesses the ability to traverse time and space, a fact that is indisputable. Upon hearing this, Bulma acknowledged her understanding. So, we must utilize the Kaishin's power to return to our past. Does that not make the Kaishin the greatest of all gods? Not quite. Vados quickly clarified for this mortal from Earth. In truth, the Kaishin cannot traverse time and space at will. They must comprehend the patterns of the universe's development. After all, the Kaishin are the creators and guardians, unlike the gods of destruction, whose purpose is solely to annihilate. One creates while the other destroys, thus maintaining the balance of the universe. Do you understand now, Miss Bulma? Observing Bulma's impending fury, I conceded. All right, I may have digressed once again. Let us return to the matter at hand. It appears that the Kaishin possess the ability to traverse to the future, but lack the means to journey back to the past. Thus, to summarize succinctly, is that correct? Ah, so that is the case. Then, Luo Hao, what is the purpose of bringing us here? After a moment's reflection, Luo Hao finally seized the opportunity to speak. Resting his chin in contemplation, he addressed Whis and Bulma with a measured tone. My plan is as follows. Luo Hao's notion was clear. Since only the Kaishin wield the power to traverse time and space, they must possess numerous temporal rings that pinpoint various coordinates across time. Chapter 55. Bulma, do indulge in some sustenance. Given the destruction of the time machine, what they truly lacked was not the energy to navigate back to their original parallel timeline, but rather the coordinates necessary to do so. If they could locate a time node coordinate within the Kaishin's repository that was relatively close to the point from which they had arrived, perhaps using the Kaishin's temporal ring, they could return to that specific time node. If such a node was unattainable, they would have to devise alternative strategies, albeit reluctantly. Such a whimsical idea was indeed surprising to Whis and Bulma. This fellow's imagination was quite extraordinary. Whis marveled. Though Luo Hao's proposal is audacious, its reliability is commendable. Indeed, what we truly lack is a coordinate and a node. If we could identify a similar time node coordinate, returning to the past parallel timeline might not be beyond the realm of possibility. Given Luo Hao's divine prowess, which allowed him to suspend Xiangpa midair and chastise him, it stood to reason that a mere release of divine energy could rend the fabric of space itself. However, indiscriminately tearing through space without a designated coordinate would lead to an infinite expanse of spatial rifts. If they were to encounter unforeseen spatial storms within these rifts, even someone as formidable as Whis would likely find the experience rather unpleasant. Although Luo Hao's idea was bold, it was at least plausible, prompting Whis to immediately endorse his proposition. It seemed that this visit to the Kaishin realm could not be in vain, though the current Kaishin appeared somewhat unconvincing to Whis. Perhaps the future version of him might undergo some transformation. For now, Whis could only hope for such a change. As for Bulma, Witnessing Whis nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain, she shot him an incredulous glare. You, of all people, were only thinking about your coffee machine during that unexpected incident? Humph. Thankfully, Luo Hao was here, otherwise the prospect of returning to our previous timeline would truly be in jeopardy. Now that everything has been clarified, you only just grasped the full extent of the situation? You dare to claim to be an omnipotent angel? Pray do not underestimate yourself. In response to Bulma's disdainful expression, Whis promptly asserted, very well. Since Luo Hao's plan holds substantial feasibility, I shall take charge of the remaining matters. What? Now it is time for Bulma and Luo Hao to experience a slight surprise. What does it mean to leave it to you? Whis shrugged and remarked, all right. For this time-traveling endeavor, I have, until now, merely been a bystander, not contributing much or accomplishing anything, always just a burden in the back. Now that Luo Hao has devised a new plan to return to the main timeline, I shall take on the remaining tasks. At least when it comes to the Supreme Kai, having me, an angel, present should facilitate communication. Humph. Since we are to borrow the other party's divine artifact and time ring, it is only fitting to have a familiar face. After all, would it not be rather undignified for two strangers to attempt a forceful acquisition? By the way, since we can leverage our connections, why waste breath? Seeing Whis's confidence, Bulma exchanged glances with Luo Hao, as if to say that his reasoning held merit. After all, they were all part of the same system, gods of the same rank, making communication more convenient. Although Whis's divine power was somewhat curtailed in this future timeline, borrowing an ordinary time ring and utilizing the other party's time coordinates should pose no significant issue. Since Whis is willing to act as the vanguard, both of them voiced no objections. With that, the self-assured Whis shimmered and transformed into a radiant light akin to the stars, vanishing from sight. Whis certainly exhibits remarkable efficiency. He leaves as swiftly as he arrives. Luo Hao remarked, Bulma, are you hungry? I have some snacks I brought back earlier. Would you like to indulge while Whis is away? Bulma's eyes lit up. That's wonderful, Luo Hao. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Whis may not have many flaws, but his gluttony is evident. He insists on competing with me for everything. Ever since his arrival, I've noticed a significant change in my physique. I've slimmed down considerably. All right. You claim to be overweight, yet you still manage to complain, Luo Hao replied. Before long, the vibrant green meadow echoed with Bulma's excited exclamations. Luo Hao, you truly are impressive. A whole lobster. Where did you procure this? How did I not notice? Oh, is that pudding? That pink, rotund character seems quite protective of it. To think you managed to acquire it. Quite remarkable. I never expected you to possess such a unique talent in this regard. Luo Hao sighed in exasperation. With so much food, how can you still chatter so endlessly? Thus, while Whis attended to his tasks, the two of them shamelessly devoured all the delectable earthly treats they could find. Just as they finished their feast, a brilliant light, reminiscent of the stars, flashed in the distance, and Whis's figure reappeared before them. Luo Hao and Bulma focused their gaze, noting that Whis's expression seemed rather unfavorable. Could it be that he had encountered some difficulty? It is quite perplexing. When he departed, he was brimming with confidence, articulating his intentions eloquently. In the realm of the divine, he is an angel, complemented by the presence of a supreme Kai and a god of destruction, all peers in stature. Surely, one would expect a modicum of respect when seeking a trivial favor. Yet, upon witnessing Whis's displeased countenance, it appears he has encountered unforeseen obstacles. Bulma, ever perceptive, handed Whis a cup of yogurt, saying, Whis, do not fret. Take a moment to enjoy this yogurt and gather your thoughts. What transpired? Whis accepted the yogurt and, in one swift motion, consumed the entire bottle. Savoring the flavor, he exhaled deeply, exclaiming, It infuriates me. The current Supreme Kai is utterly intolerable. Not only is he foolish and rigid, but his servant is completely unreasonable. It has been ages since I have been so vexed. Bulma and Luo Hao exchanged astonished glances. Indeed, throughout their acquaintance, Whis has been renowned for his amiable disposition, rarely allowing anything to ruffle his feathers to such an extent. Did the god of destruction actually strike you? Bulma inquired, bewildered. Not at all, Whis retorted, rolling his eyes at Bulma. You truly possess a unique perspective, my dear. A servant of a god of destruction daring to assault an angel? We are deities of considerable standing. We cannot simply brawl like ruffians. I merely meant to convey that their ignorance has rendered me utterly speechless. Now, do elucidate the matter without delay. Bulma, growing impatient, urged him to clarify. With a resigned sigh, Whis finally released the pent-up frustration from his chest and recounted his recent experiences. According to Whis, upon arriving at the Supreme Kai's estate, he encountered not the Supreme Kai himself, but rather his servant, Jebet. This arrogant individual failed to recognize him as an angel of this universe, adopting a demeanor that was decidedly dismissive, which greatly displeased Whis. However, recognizing the need to approach the situation with humility, he detailed the purpose of his visit and his request to meet Supreme Kai Shin, yet as a higher deity seeking an audience with a lower one. Such a respectful approach is quite rare. To Whis' dismay, Jebet exploited his ignorance and audacity, labeling him a fraud and demanding he be expelled. How could Whis possibly tolerate such insolence? In the midst of his discourse with Jebet, the insolent servant had the audacity to spit in Whis' face. As a dignified upper deity, Whis found himself unable to react, for Jebet was merely a servant of the Supreme Kai. Would anyone else not be driven to rage under such circumstances? That Whis maintained his composure and returned proves his remarkable poise. While the two were engaged in a heated debate akin to common street brawlers, Supreme Kai Shin made his entrance. Fortunately, the Supreme Kai Shin is not as ignorant as his servant Jebet, maintaining a certain distance with an air of dignity and decorum. Upon learning of Whis' origins, the Supreme Kai Shin's demeanor swiftly shifted. His reasoning stemmed from a recent incident involving a scoundrel named Beerus, who inadvertently unleashed the menace Majin Buu, causing him and Jebet considerable anxiety as they remained vigilant regarding Buu's movements. Given that Whis is a servant of Beerus, it was only natural for Shin to regard him with disdain. Despite Whis presenting his celestial identity, it seemed that this Supreme Kai was also woefully uninformed. An angel? What on earth is that? He had never seen one, nor did he recognize it. However, since Whis claimed to be Beerus' servant, his words held no weight in Shin's eyes. Remarkably powerful and brimming with confidence, Whis was effectively expelled from the realm by the Supreme Kai and his attendant. This was a situation even the most patient could not endure. Dejected, Whis returned to the encampment of Luo Hao and Bulma. Upon hearing Whis' account, Bulma could hardly contain her laughter. So this is the amicable Supreme Kai you mentioned? In contrast to Bulma's gleeful reaction, Luo Hao remained more grounded. It's rare for Whis to take the initiative in carrying out a task. If we further discourage him, he may become even more apathetic in the future. He casually inquired, "Did you try reasoning with them?" Whis, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "But this is a different time and space. My angelic powers are significantly restricted. Those two dismissed me as a fraud. I would have liked to reason with them, but my powers are limited. If reasoning fails and I were to be beaten, it would be even more humiliating. Therefore, since we are discussing reason, I believe it is more appropriate for you to intervene. After all, having known you for so long, you are the most reasonable person I know. I insist that you help me regain my dignity, otherwise." Whis was left speechless in his frustration. It is indeed a rare occurrence for a Supreme Kai to provoke the usually affable Whis to such an extent. One can only imagine the intensity of their exchange. Luo Hao then handed Whis a pudding. "All right, take a moment to calm down with this pudding. Since you couldn't make headway with the Supreme Kai, I'll take it upon myself." He turned to Bulma. "Prepare yourself. We shall pay a visit to the greatest Supreme Kai in this time and space, and see what tricks he has up his sleeve." At that moment, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Luo Hao's conversation with Whis. "Is the Supreme Kai you mentioned truly the greatest god of this time and space?" Receiving a positive confirmation from Whis, Bulma exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. Are we going to his homeland?" Luo Hao nodded. "What is it, Bulma? Do you have any questions?" Bulma suddenly thrust her fist into the air. "Fantastic. Of course, I have no questions." Suddenly, he extracted a universal capsule from his pocket, exclaiming, "Hee hee. This capsule has finally found its purpose." Meanwhile, Whis and Luo Hao stood beside him, their expressions filled with confusion. What does this universal capsule have to do with the home of the Supreme Kai? At that moment, the Supreme Kai, Shin, and his attendant, Jebet, were quietly suspended above Earth on a luxurious cruise ship, gazing at the slumbering Majin Buu on the deck. The two deities simultaneously released a sigh of relief. Fortunately, ever since he was defeated by Son Goku, Majin Buu has transformed completely, Shin remarked. Indeed, Jebet echoed, reflecting on the situation. Now, he seems to do nothing but eat and sleep, appearing incapable of causing any further harm to the universe. However, Shin furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Jebet, we cannot afford to let our guard down. After all, Majin Buu remains the most terrifying entity in this universe, regardless of how harmless he seems. We must remain vigilant and keep a close watch on his movements. Understood? Jebbit nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Your wisdom is unmatched, Supreme Kai. As if recalling something, Shin inquired, was that brazen trickster who just passed through here heading to our Supreme Kai realm? Jebbit pondered for a moment before responding. If my instincts serve me correctly, they utilized instantaneous movement from this very spot to reach our Supreme Kai realm. Chapter 57. A thief in the Supreme Kai's domain. At this point, Shin grew perplexed as he noticed Bulma angrily berating Krillin, Son Goku, and Vegeta. It seemed that Son Goku hadn't taken them there. Could it be that someone among them possessed the ability to use instantaneous movement? Who could it be? No. Something felt amiss. Shin frowned in contemplation. Jebbit, however, expressed his disbelief. What is there to worry about? Supreme Kai? With Majin Buu peacefully sleeping here and everyone engaging in conversation, what concerns do you have? Suddenly, the Supreme Kai's eyes widened in realization. Yes, I've just remembered. We're missing someone. Who? Jebbit asked. Son Gohan. Have you noticed? He is not among the crowd below. Jebbit quickly understood. Ah, that young man. Ever since the battle with Majin Buu, he has been training with our Supreme Kai's divine sword alongside that fellow named Beerus, hasn't he? If I recall correctly, he even participated in some cosmic tournament not long ago. There's nothing unusual beyond that. Moreover, that lad clearly cannot use instantaneous movement. It cannot possibly be him causing trouble. While this reasoning made some sense, Shin's confusion deepened. What on earth is happening? I can't shake this unsettling feeling. My instincts have never failed me before. Could it be? Indeed, Shin's intuition was correct. His ominous premonition was not unfounded. Currently, that individual was not at home, but was observing Majin Buu's actions on Earth alongside Jebbit. However, their residence in the Supreme Kai realm had indeed been breached, and by an audacious female thief at that. The thief in question is Bulma. At this moment, she is in the residence of the Kaioshin, accompanied by Luo Hao, both of them glancing around inquisitively. It seems that the arrogant fellow from earlier is not home. Where could they have gone? Even his servants are absent. I intended to vent some frustration on behalf of Whis, but it's baffling that Whis is not participating in our endeavor. I wonder what that fellow is thinking. Luo Hao remarked, shrugging helplessly. Perhaps he was too embarrassed after being reprimanded earlier? It appears the Kaioshin is indeed away. But that's all right. We came here to search for artifacts. As long as we locate his time-space ring, we should be able to return to our parallel dimension. Oh, so you mean that everything here is an artifact? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hao continued, if we follow your theory, that could indeed be understood thus. After all, the Kaioshin is the creator and protector of the entire universe. His divine status is on par with that of the god of destruction and angels. So the items he utilizes must certainly be genuine artifacts. Is that so? Splendid. We cannot return empty-handed, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. What do you mean? Luo Hao felt an ominous premonition. True to his expectations, Bulma did not disappoint him. Of course, we are taking everything. Since we've come to this treasure trove, it would be uncharacteristic of me to leave without anything. Do you remember the last time you and Whis went to reason with that fellow named Frieza? Didn't it end up benefiting me handsomely? Bulma continued. This time, we have the rare opportunity to visit the Kaioshin's residence. And it's not even our Kaioshin from our timeline, so why should we hold back? Moreover, I have never encountered so many artifacts in my life. Since we are here, do not let me down. My universal capsule is truly coming in handy. As Bulma rambled on, Luo Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Bulma indeed lived up to his expectations. She casually tossed out a universal capsule, and with a loud bang, a massive cargo truck materialized before them. Luo Hao facepalmed and gazed skyward. Bulma, do you genuinely intend to help this Kaioshin move? Bulma chuckled mischievously. Whether I am moving or not is irrelevant. I simply cannot return with regrets. After all, this grand expedition with the time machine to tour the future necessitates that I bring back souvenirs and local specialties from my father, mother, siblings, and numerous relatives. It is only proper, don't you think? Luo Hao, I hope you can understand me. If I were to bring back something ordinary, you know our family is the wealthiest in the world. We would never settle for mundane items. Having ventured into the divine realm and into the domicile of the Kaioshin, who just so happens to be absent, I cannot be blamed for my ruthless actions. With that, Bulma donned a set of powered armor, specifically designed for moving companies. and began the task of thoroughly emptying the abode of Kaishin Shin. The girl is indeed a remarkable technological prodigy. Her expertise in utilizing and dismantling structures is nothing short of extraordinary. She left no stone unturned, stripping away doors, windows, benches, chairs, beds, pots, pans, and even plants. Nothing was spared. Everything that could be moved was hastily crammed into her massive dump truck, and with a piercing scream, she caught Luo Hao's attention. Upon glancing over, Luo Hao realized that Bulma had discovered the warehouse of the Kaishin, which was brimming with treasures. Various time-space rings and divination crystal balls filled the room to the brim. Bulma, unreserved, proceeded to toss bags and bundles into her truck with relentless enthusiasm. As her heist continued, her heavy-duty truck quickly became overloaded. Looking around the Kaishin-S residence, all that remained was a heap of rubble and debris. Truly, nothing was left untouched. If Bulma's truck were any larger, it might have obliterated the very remnants of the Kaishin realm structures. It appears Bulma possesses an innate talent for thievery. Ever since her last escapade with Whis in plundering Frieza, her desire for such exploits has intensified. One can only imagine the distress that Kaishin Shin would feel upon his return. Just as they were about to depart, a sudden fluctuation in the air revealed Shin's figure. He had returned, evidently sensing something amiss and coming to investigate. Luo Hao, quick on his feet, knew that it was imperative to conceal the anomalies of the situation, otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Despite his opponent's lesser strength, he was still the esteemed Kaishin. With a swift movement, Luo Hao executed a precise strike to the neck of Kaishin Shin, who, having just teleported back and with little comprehension of the unfolding events, collapsed unconscious to the ground. In Chapter 58, Bulma had thoroughly emptied the Kaishin's home. At that moment, Bulma patted her chest in astonishment and inquired, "Who is this fellow?" Luo Hao, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Who else could it be? You've just dismantled the home of the Kaishin, so it could only be him. The near discovery by another would have been quite embarrassing." Bulma chuckled nonchalantly, "No worries." She then produced 2 handkerchiefs from her pocket, offering one to Luo Hao while keeping the other for herself. Luo Hao, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by this?" Bulma grinned mischievously. "If we're to embrace the life of thieves, we must do so with professionalism. It would be quite unfortunate to be recognized by the rightful owner without a disguise. What if his associates were to see us now? Hurry, put it on." She swiftly tied a black handkerchief around Luo Hao's face and donned a white one herself, declaring with a playful tone, "Life should have a sense of ceremony. Don't you think, Luo Hao?" Luo Hao could only respond with a bemused expression. "Is this really necessary?" With this handkerchief in hand, she truly resembled a thief. The principle of a thief is to never leave empty-handed, a motto that Bulma adheres to fervently. Observing the girl's exuberance, Luo Hao resigned himself to the fact that over the years, he and Whis had spoiled her, and she had now grown increasingly unruly. Should they venture into the realm of the destroyers, one could only wonder how many bricks would remain of Beerus's castle. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Bulma leapt into her heavy-duty truck, laden with the spoils from the Kaishin-S estate, preparing to depart from this tumultuous place. As she revved the engine and pressed the accelerator, Bulma's gaze followed Luo Hao's to the pair of patera earrings adorning the ears of the Kaishin Shin. "Oh, how could I have missed these treasures?" she exclaimed. With a swift pull of the handbrake, she jumped from her truck, racing towards Shin's patera earrings. At this moment, Luo Hao could only shake his head in disbelief. "You truly are a relentless opportunist, leaving nothing behind." Bulma retorted, "There are plenty of other trinkets. But I have never seen these earrings before. They must be quite valuable, especially since the Kaishin wears them daily. They should be his most prized possession." With that, Bulma placed one foot on the Kaishin's face and, with both hands, vigorously attempted to remove the earrings from his ears. After a while, exhausted and pouting, Bulma realized her efforts were in vain. "These are indeed formidable artifacts. I cannot remove them." Meanwhile, Luo Hao, seated in the truck, found it increasingly difficult to watch. After all, this was a dignified Kaishin, and despite being rendered unconscious by him, his natural defenses were not something an ordinary Earth girl could breach. Moreover, the patera earrings were firmly affixed to the Kaishin's ears. After several futile attempts, Bulma tilted her head and noticed Luo Hao chuckling at her expense. "You, come over here and help me. Do you expect me to do this all by myself?" Luo Hao hesitated before responding. "All right, you little rascal, having looted someone else's home. Do you still have the audacity to complain? You even want an accomplice? However, I must admit your taste is impeccable. These earrings are indeed the foremost treasure of the Kaioshin realm. Very well, since it is so, I do not mind playing the villain this time. In a flash, Luo Hao appeared beside the Kaioshin, deftly plucking the earrings from Shin's ears and handing them to Bulma. At that moment, Bulma finally caught her breath, rubbed her sore arms, and glanced at the earrings that Luo Hao had so effortlessly acquired. She rolled her eyes dramatically. I'm not interested anymore. You keep them. I exhausted myself over these worthless earrings. It's simply outrageous. Well, such words could only come from you, Miss Bulma. If that is the case, I shall let you be, Luo Hao replied with a shrug. Do as you please. I can't be bothered to intervene. Suddenly, he became aware of something amiss. For following Bulma's gaze, he discovered that she was fixated on a particular garment adorning the body of the Supreme Kai. Surely not. Was she really contemplating taking even the Supreme Kai's attire? Wasn't that a tad excessive? Indeed, Bulma did not disappoint Luo Hao. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed excitedly at the Supreme Kai's extraordinary cloak lying on the ground. Luo Hao, don't you think the garment worn by the Supreme Kai is divine apparel? Hee, wouldn't it be a pity not to take this? Upon hearing these words, Luo Hao found himself utterly at a loss for words. He had been thoroughly acquainted with Bulma's opportunistic nature. You can't be serious? Luo Hao realized his question was almost futile. Yet, Bulma nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, I am serious. We must take this. Why? Luo Hao ventured to ask a question he had long pondered. Bulma began counting on her fingers. You see, Goku married Chi-Chi, and I didn't present them with a suitable gift. When they have children, I ought to bring a token for the little one, right? I can't offer anything else of value. But since we are visiting the Supreme Kai's residence, I must bring something for the child. What does that have to do with the Supreme Kai's clothing? Luo Hao weakly inquired one last time. Bulma, hands on her hips, exclaimed, On our earth, we learned to use a magical garment to swaddle babies. It's the finest material for that purpose. Well, Luo Hao found himself devoid of any further retorts. Thus, without hesitation, he proceeded to strip the Supreme Kai of his remarkable cloak and, under Bulma's direction, remove the Supreme Kai's shoes as well. The Supreme Kai's situation could only be described as pitiable. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, the angel Whis, holding his staff, observed the scene unfolding at the Supreme Kai's abode in utter shock. He stood with one hand to his forehead, a frown etched on his face, unable to bear the sight. These two troublemakers had indeed emptied the Supreme Kai's home. Whether accompanying them on this temporal journey was a mistake remained uncertain. Although the time machine had malfunctioned, their visit to the Supreme Kai's realm might very well become the most ludicrous joke in the history of the 7th universe. Chapter 59. Bulma. We are the black and white duo at that moment. Whis expressed his own exasperation, acknowledging that this pair of audacious thieves had truly gone too far. Even if the opponent was weak, they were still a deity. How could they strip a god's home bare, leaving no articles of clothing or footwear behind? Was there no limit to their excess? Whis found himself utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the two culprits, brimming with enthusiasm, tossed the last remaining item onto the truck. Luo Hao pointed at the truck and said to Bulma, Are we really going to brazenly drive this heavy-duty truck back to Whis? That seems rather inconvenient. Bulma suddenly slapped her forehead and exclaimed, Of course. How could I have forgotten this crucial issue? I was well prepared for it. Immediately, she discovered a button at the rear of the heavy truck. With a gentle press, the truck, laden with cargo, abruptly transformed into a diminutive universal capsule, revealed before Bulma's eyes. See, this resolves everything. Luo Hao was left utterly astonished. If Dr. Briefs were to learn that his invention, the universal capsule, was employed by his clever daughter to assist the Supreme Kai in relocating, one could only wonder what thoughts would cross the mind of our esteemed scientist. Just as the two were basking in their triumph and preparing to depart, a sudden ripple appeared in the air, and the figure of the Supreme Kai, Shin, emerged, wearing a look of profound bewilderment. He pointed at Luo Hao and Bulma, demanding, Who are you two? What are you doing here? At that moment, both Bulma and Luo Hao were momentarily taken aback. Oh no, we've been discovered. They exchanged glances, relieved to find that their faces were concealed beneath the masks crafted by Bulma, thus preserving their anonymity. However, the figure of Jebet, now in a higher pitch, sternly inquired, What have you done here? Where's this place? Poor Jebet, unable to recognize his own home, felt a tingling in his shoulder as the masked assailant swiftly appeared beside him, while Bulma arrogantly proclaimed, "We, the black and white duo, hail from." She was abruptly interrupted as Jebbet sensed that his divine power was entirely sealed within him, rendering him utterly powerless. In a swift motion, the assailant discarded him into the sky as if he were mere refuse, and he vanished from sight. Bulma, who had been so boisterous moments ago, suddenly seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. She discreetly covered her mouth and glanced around, asking, "Luo Hao, I didn't say anything I shouldn't have, did I? Where did that guy go?" Luo Hao, with a resigned clap of his hands, replied, "Fortunately, I reacted quickly, and you halted just in time to avoid revealing our information. Otherwise, wouldn't he that have caused trouble for your future self on Earth? If this were to escalate and attract the attention of these individuals to Earth, it would surely involve Son Goku, Vegeta, and you in a considerable mess." Moreover, it seemed that Whis also had a stake in this situation. As he observed from a distance, stumbling slightly, "I was merely watching from afar. How could this possibly implicate me?" Reflecting on the close call, he acknowledged the risk involved. Realizing that Bulma had nearly let something slip, Bulma then inquired, "Oh, what about the one who just returned?" This time, it was Luo Hao who rolled his eyes dramatically. "I tossed him into the sky, allowing him to float for a while to buy us some time for our escape." As their conversation continued, they could faintly hear Jebbet's eerie and peculiar cries echoing from the sky above. The piercing scream startled Bulma, causing her to shiver. "Well, Luo Hao, I never imagined you possessed such a morbid sense of humor. Did you truly find amusement in tossing someone aside?" Inwardly, Luo Hao also harbored his own grievances. "Do you think I relished this? It would have been much simpler to knock him unconscious. My fear lies in you, dear girl, coveting that servant's attire, which might lead to undressing both him and his master. Where would I seek justification then? Wasn't I compelled into this predicament by you?" Luo Hao redirected Bulma's attention, saying, "All right, since they are deities, let them soar for a while. After all, these gods do enjoy flitting about. However, to avert further complications, we should first rendezvous with Whis. We have already prepared the items. Our priority must be to return to our parallel universe. Wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed. Returning home is our foremost task." Bulma seemed to have an epiphany as she linked her arm with Luo Hao's. "Let us go meet Whis." Meanwhile, Whis had already stowed away his angelic staff and extended his right hand, gazing at the speck in the sky. Akin to a satellite, this fellow truly discarded Jebbet as if he were refuse. The poor servant is still airborne. If my observations are correct, Luo Hao must have sealed away his divine powers. I wonder when he will manage to return to the Kaishin. Poor child. Indeed, Luo Hao's last statement holds merit. To evade entanglements for this timeline-s version of ourselves and Bulma, we should hasten back to our parallel reality. Remaining here for even a minute heightens the risk of being discovered, which is rather undesirable. In an instant, a ripple enveloped them, and Luo Hao and Bulma materialized beside Whis. Without hesitation, Whis accepted the time ring from Luo Hao, examining its markings. "Precisely. This should lead us to the parallel universe closest to our point of traversal. Once we return there, the temporal discrepancy should be minimal. Now, Luo Hao, if you harness your divine power, we can traverse back immediately. This visit has been rather inconspicuous, and I truly wish to spend not another second in this Kaishin realm. It has left me with a profound psychological imprint." He then shot Luo Hao a knowing glance, to which Luo Hao could only respond with a resigned smile. "All right. In the future, I must refrain from involving Miss Bulma in any mischief. Otherwise, it's not just Whis who will struggle to cope. I, too, find myself in a rather absurd predicament." Bulma, seemingly unfazed, continued to clasp Luo Hao's arm, murmuring, "Oh yes, I almost forgot. Shouldn't we remove all those bricks and stones from the Kaishin's residence? Wouldn't that leave them entirely without evidence?" Chapter 60. Luo Hao and the others finally returned to their parallel universe. Upon uttering this phrase, Whis and Luo Hao suddenly stiffened. Did I say something wrong? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Luo Hao and Whis seemed to have their souls reunited, instantly unleashing the divine power within their bodies. A flash of divine light enveloped Bulma and Whis completely. With a swish, the three vanished without a trace, returning to the previous parallel space. Just before departing, Bulma's words left Luo Hao with a sense of impotence. If he hesitated any longer, that girl might truly do something even more outrageous. At that point, it might be impossible to rectify the situation. Humph, This ambitious individual. Next time, if he were to keep a closer eye on the Kaishin realm, he might very well drag the entire realm back to Earth. Now, that would be beyond my capabilities. At this moment, as the three activated their time rings, Jebet, still soaring through the sky, plummeted like a meteor, crashing down towards the foot of a mountain with a resounding roar and a blaze of light. With a thunderous impact, Jebet found himself embedded in a massive pit, struggling for quite some time before he finally extricated himself from the rubble, brushing off the debris from his body. Although this minor damage posed no threat to Jebet, the servant of the Kaishin, it was an immense humiliation. How could he endure being discarded like refuse? Was that heap of ruins the Kaishin's residence? At this moment, Jebet's consciousness began to gradually return. No way. The coordinates were accurate, and the aura was unmistakable. Could it be that the Kaishin's home had been reduced to such a state? Impossible. This was the residence of the Kaishin. What had that man and woman just said? The woman claimed they were the twin demons? Were there formidable interstellar pirates emerging in the universe once again? Yet, no thief would dare to set their sights on the Kaishin's abode. That would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet. A fool's errand. Soon, Jebet felt the divine power sealed within him slowly merging back into his body. That individual had actually managed to overcome the seal. It seemed he was indeed a formidable adversary. This is bad. The Kaishin is in danger. This is dire. Without waiting for his body to fully recover, Jebet immediately assumed a combat stance and activated his signature skill, instant transmission. In a flash, he teleported to the side of Kaishin Shin, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. The man who had hurled him away and the arrogant woman proclaiming themselves as the twin demons seemed to have vanished. Witnessing the scene that resembled a wasteland left Jebet utterly astonished. What kind of intense battle had transpired to devastate the Kaishin's home in such a manner? Where had the Kaishin gone? Could he have fallen victim to foul play? With that thought, Jebet felt a wave of dread. If something had indeed befallen the Kaishin, it would spell immense trouble for him as the Kaishin's servant. Lowering his gaze, Jebet couldn't help but wear an expression of bemusement. For there lay the Supreme Kai, Shin, exposed and unconscious upon the ground. Without further hesitation, Jebet swiftly approached, casting a healing spell upon Shin. As the milky light gradually enveloped the Supreme Kai, the latter's brow twitched slightly. Witnessing the efficacy of the healing spell, Jebet sighed in relief. Despite the malevolence of the robbers, they had not laid a hand on the Supreme Kai, leaving a glimmer of hope for redemption. Though Jebet felt reassured, Shin, upon awakening, instinctively touched his neck, suddenly chilled by a brisk breeze. What is happening? Where am I? He glanced at his own exposed form, then at Jebet, whose expression was more sorrowful than comical, and finally at the ruins of what was once his home. At that moment, Shin felt as though a thunderclap had struck him, as if something within his heart had been shattered to pieces. Could this truly be the sensation of heartbreak? The pitiful state he found himself in, the bewildered Jebet, and the desolate wreckage left him too daunted to contemplate further. He raised his voice to the heavens in a furious roar. Who is responsible for this? His anguished outcry echoed across the land, while Jebet, who had just revived the Supreme Kai, stood beside him with utmost reverence, whispering a teasing remark. According to the descriptions, they refer to themselves as the twin demons. This is the only clue I have been able to gather. Supreme Kai, are you all right? Perhaps you should find something to wear. Such an appearance does little to uphold your dignity. Where's this place? If not for the current chaos clouding his thoughts, Shin would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sharp reprimand to his insufferable servant. Yet, what had Jebet just mentioned? That pair had introduced themselves as the twin demons? Had such formidable foes recently emerged in the cosmos, unbeknownst to him, the Supreme Kai? Nevertheless, these considerations paled in comparison to the immediate concern. Jebet was indeed correct. His current state was detrimental to the Supreme Kai's image, and it was unacceptable. With a swift incantation, divine power surged forth, and in an instant, a splendid garment adorned Shin's form. At that moment, the Supreme Kai fully regained his imposing demeanor. Suspended in midair, he stood with poise, surveying his surroundings. Struck by a profound silence, these two individuals were truly ruthless, having even taken his beloved flower pot, leaving debris scattered about. Who were these people? Shin fell into deep contemplation. As a being of immense stature in the universe, the creator and guardian, he seemed to have no enemies. The foes he had faced years prior, Babidi and Dabura, had perished in their last confrontation. Moreover, Majin Bu, under his scrutiny, had not caused any disturbances in recent years. Has a brand new adversary emerged, setting their sights on the God of the universe? It takes an audacious spirit to dare such a thing. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Unless every detail is uncovered, the God of the universe shall be utterly humiliated. With this thought in mind, the God of the universe, his face filled with indignation, bore an expression of unsaid words. Chapter 61. Bulma left a shoe print on the God of the universe's face. Meanwhile, Jebet, observing the change in the God of the universe's expression, felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed that the God of the universe was genuinely enraged. As a devoted servant, he ought to contribute in some way to ease the goddess' burden. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Jebet respectfully bowed to the God of the universe, Xian, and said, "My lord, I have an idea that may alleviate your troubles." Xian, in a hasty tone, replied, "Speak quickly. Spare me your pleasantries, for I am quite vexed." At this moment, the God of the universe disregarded his usual composure and decorum, raising his voice sharply. Jebet, however, mustered his courage and pointed to Xian's face. "My lord, the evidence I speak of is quite substantial. Those two rascals left a shoe print upon your countenance, which should serve as irrefutable proof." As Jebet's voice dwindled to a whisper, he realized the difficulty of broaching such a subject. Xian, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "What? They dared to leave a shoe print on my face? How utterly audacious!" With a flick of divine power, a mirror materialized in Xian's hand. Gazing into it, he beheld a diminutive shoe print starkly imprinted upon his visage. This was a blatant affront. Just as his emotions had begun to stabilize, Xian felt a surge of fury and the impulse to retaliate. "This is an open provocation. Jebet, the evidence is already upon my face. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Think of a way to capture this notorious duo, the so-called male and female scourge. I shall ensure they comprehend the true wrath of the God of the universe." Jebet pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "How about this, my lord? Let us report to the authorities." With a swift motion, Xian struck Jebet down to the ground, exclaiming, "Report to whom? I am the greatest deity in the cosmos, the God of the universe. What mortal policeman could possibly intervene in our affairs?" At this point, Jebet, lying on the ground, innocently looked up at Xian and said, "Oh, Lord Kaishin, how did you know that my sister works as a police officer at the Galactic Patrol headquarters?" Upon hearing Jebet's explanation, Kaishin Xian was momentarily taken aback. You truly have a sister employed at the patrol headquarters?" "Indeed," Jebet replied with an obsequious grin. "You are indeed the Lord Kaishin, possessing the uncanny ability to foresee even this. I recall never having mentioned it to you." At that moment, Kaishin, with one hand resting on his forehead, wore an expression of utter exasperation. "I am completely at a loss for words regarding you. However, if this version of Kaishin Xian were to learn that the instigator behind the burglary at his home was none other than the angelic ruler from Universe 7, along with an even more formidable figure, the Grand Minister's childhood friend, Luo Hao, one wonders how he would react. Would he still call for assistance? Even if he reported it to the Omni-King, it is doubtful anyone would come to his aid, especially given the temporal discrepancies involved. Yet, that is a matter for another time. Now, let us shift our attention back to the primary timeline. As the three individuals returned to the main timeline, a sudden burst of light and an unusual ripple occurred, and their silhouettes abruptly materialized mid-air. One of them, resembling an octopus, was clinging to another, embodying Luo Hao and Bulma's return to the primary timeline via the time ring. Beside them stood Whis, grinning as he observed the unfolding scene. "Bulma, my dear, do you not find it rather unladylike to be in such a position upon me?" Bulma's cheeks flushed in response. "I had no choice. Had I not clung to you, I would have surely fallen." Where are we? Have we returned?" Bulma inquired with suspicion. Whis provided a reassuring reply. "Yes, Miss Bulma, according to my perception, our temporal voyage has been remarkably successful. It was astonishing that Luo Hao's divine power truly enabled him to manipulate the Kaishin's time ring, with the coordinates remaining impeccable. Indeed, we have successfully returned to our primary timeline. Remarkably, there were no unforeseen complications. It is quite fortunate amidst the misfortunes." As Bulma focused her gaze downward, she noticed a solitary island jutting out from the sea. "Where's this?" Following Bulma's pointed finger, Luo Hao was momentarily startled. Could it be Kame House? Bulma voiced her curiosity. "Indeed, this should be Kame House, although we returned via the time ring without any discrepancies in the temporal coordinates." It seems the location has slightly shifted. Perhaps this is a side effect of our time travel? As the three rejoiced in their return to the primary timeline, a different scene was unfolding on the island below. There lay a figure clad in peculiar armor, a device affixed to his face, with hair cascading to his ankles, who was sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. Kakarot, you bastard! How dare you attack your own brother? Have you truly forgotten? Across from him, Sun Wukong, cradling his son's son Gohan, shouted with fierce indignation, I care not who you are. In my memory, there exists no elder brother such as you. Should you dare inflict any harm upon Earth, I shall never forgive you. Krillin, gritting his teeth, added, Is this how a brother behaves? Allowing your sibling to annihilate the very humans who raised him? How utterly outrageous. Bleeding and clutching his chest, Raditz responded with a grim chuckle, but none of that matters now. Haha, I have acquired the most crucial information. Rest assured, though I am no match for you. In 1 year, 2 extraordinarily fearsome scions shall arrive on this planet. When that time comes, you shall all meet your demise. He cackled. This planet holds no true value anyway. Chapter 62. Piccolo. This little Gohan possesses remarkable potential. Value? Krillin paused momentarily, however. The vital information you just revealed has already been transmitted to my 2 companions via the scanner on my face. It appears there exists something wondrous known as the Dragon Balls on Earth. Fear not, for in pursuit of this treasure, my companions will rush here with all their might. And you will surely perish. None shall escape. Kakarot, are you truly not considering this? Suddenly, Raditz, sprawled on the ground and continuously spitting blood, narrowed his eyes with a chilling glint and launched a concentrated energy blast towards Krillin. At that moment, Sun Wukong's aid was too late. He could only shout, Krillin, be careful. The energy blast hurtled towards Krillin, yet he remained remarkably composed. Squatting low, he steadied himself and released his energy. With a powerful kick, he sent Raditz's energy blast soaring into the air. A tremendous explosion resounded as the blast detonated mid-flight. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. That was close. It seems this guy's energy has diminished. Meanwhile, Raditz, nursing his wounds, muttered in frustration, What bad luck. That kick from Kakarot struck me in the abdomen. And I never anticipated this little one's fighting power would escalate so drastically, inflicting such grievous damage with a single blow. My energy has waned significantly. It is indeed unwise for me to linger on Earth much longer. His earlier attempt to ambush the loquacious bald-headed fighter had failed, revealing that their battle prowess fluctuates with their emotions. Very well, he thought. As long as I can depart this place and recover, I shall return. The fearsome scions he mentioned were no jest. He was certain that Nappa and Vegeta had received his transmission, with the Dragon Balls as the ultimate prize. He believed they would not disappoint him. Now kneeling on the ground, Raditz allowed a sly smile to creep across his face, contemplating, Haha, you little bald one are indeed formidable, but Kakarot, enjoy this last year while you can. From the crevices of his armor, he produced a diminutive remote control, pressing its buttons with a cacophony of clicks, laughing maniacally. I shall depart from this planet, but rest assured, I shall return. Krillin, visibly agitated, cast a wary glance at this terrifying figure and urged Goku, Hurry, Goku, capture him. If he truly returns with his companions, it could spell disaster. Yet, Goku bore an expression of exhilaration. Is that so? The stronger the adversary, the more invigorated I become. Ha ha. Krillin, forgive my impulsiveness. Raditz cackled ominously. Ha? Kakarot. In this regard, you undoubtedly possess the blood of a scion. However, I regret to inform you that the strength of my allies shall surpass your wildest imagination, and you will meet your demise in abject terror. Suddenly, a dark point in the sky rapidly expanded, revealing the mini spaceship summoned by Raditz's remote. With a resounding thud, the vessel hovered beside him. Raditz disdainfully regarded Goku, Gohan, Master Roshi, and Krillin, sneering, Poor Earthlings, soon you and Kakarot shall share the same fate. Stepping into his ship, he sealed the door, and with a loud boom, the craft ascended, preparing to leave this wretched planet. Raditz, disheartened by the unexpected resilience of Earth, had initially believed it to be a realm of weak fighters. To his astonishment, he found the inhabitants possessed formidable strength, and even with his battle power of 1200, he had gained naught but disappointment. His final ambush had failed to eliminate that insufferable little bald man. Yet, he consoled himself with the acquisition of vital information. Perhaps this journey was not in vain after all. As the spaceship ascended into the air, A furious voice erupted from behind the Kame house. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Special beam cannon. A violet spiral of light shot upwards, piercing through Raditz and his ship mid-flight. With a thunderous explosion, the vessel disintegrated in the sky, wounded and barely clinging to life. Raditz plummeted onto the sandy shores of Kame Island, coughing blood. He pointed a trembling finger at Goku, murmuring, "Killing me will be of no use. My comrades will come to Earth and resurrect me with your Dragon Balls." With that, his eyes closed, his legs stiffened, and he succumbed to death. At that moment, Goku whirled around, exclaiming, "Piccolo, what are you doing?" Startled, Master Roshi and Krillin gasped, "What? The Demon King Piccolo?" They quickly stepped aside. Emerging from the Kame house, the youthful figure of Piccolo appeared, brandishing a wave of energy. "Humph, Goku, you remain as soft-hearted as ever. You have experienced the terror of this foe's battle power firsthand. Though he is not our adversary, he has stated that he possesses two exceptionally formidable allies who will arrive on Earth in a year's time. If we do not eliminate their forces now, the combined might of the three will surely pose a significant challenge for us. I am the great Demon King Piccolo, and it is utterly unacceptable that anyone dares to set their sights on my planet. I shall seize every opportunity to eradicate them." At this moment, Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Piccolo's ambitions did not include him. Meanwhile, Piccolo's gaze, sharp as ice, fell upon the enraged son Goku, but he disregarded him, instead focusing on Goku's son, Gohan. "This young lad shows remarkable potential," he mused. "To be honest, Goku, I harbor no favorable impressions of you. However, your son's performance was commendable. He managed to withstand that attack from the one known as Raditz in a fit of rage. His potential is indeed extraordinary. If I could have him under my tutelage for a year before the arrival of those two terrifying scions, he might become a formidable ally." Chapter 63. Bulma. I have a surprise for everyone, however. Son Goku immediately embraced Gohan, exclaiming, "Don't even think about it. Piccolo, this is my son. Do you really believe I wouldn't teach him?" "Humph, you may be a good father, but that does not guarantee you will be a good teacher." At that moment, Piccolo suddenly lifted his head, his attention drawn to the sky. "Who is that? Who's there?" After a fierce shout, Bulma's voice rang out, Everyone's here. How wonderful." Descending from the sky were Bulma, Luo Hao, and the angel Whis. Krillin, reacting the quickest, waved his arms excitedly. "Miss Bulma, Luo Hao, and Whis, you're back. This is fantastic." As they landed before the group, the previously tense atmosphere between Son Goku and Piccolo dissipated instantly. Everyone approached, curiously observing the trio's sudden appearance. "What are you all staring at?" Bulma suddenly pointed at the child in Goku's arms. "Goku, is this your child?" Goku awkwardly smiled. "Yes, his name is Gohan. Sharing the name of my late grandfather." "Miss Bulma, how did you end up here? Weren't you all supposed to be traveling? How could you be gone for so many years?" "Years?" Bulma then noticed that both Krillin and Goku had indeed matured significantly since the time they parted ways. There was a noticeable gap since their departure. She turned to Luo Hao and Whis, asking, "What is going on?" At this moment, Whis provided an explanation for Luo Hao. "It's quite simple. We used a time machine when we left, but didn't it crash afterward? Utilizing the time ring of the King of Worlds, it is only natural to experience some discrepancies in temporal coordinates. Returning a few years late is quite normal. Fortunately, we managed to return, which is a stroke of luck amidst our misfortunes." Bulma, with a relieved pat on her chest, stammered, "So that's how it is. You gave me quite a scare." However, Luo Hao pointed at the figure of Raditz nearby. "Who is this fellow? How did he come to be here?" Just moments ago, they had sensed his distinct aura while suspended in midair. Upon mentioning this, the previously harmonious atmosphere turned somber, and with Krillin's explanation, they learned that this being was none other than Raditz, a scion and Goku's elder brother, who demanded that Goku join their ranks as interstellar pirates and eradicate all of humanity. Upon hearing this, Bulma erupted in anger. "Is there truly such a terrifying creature in this world? Piccolo, you were right to act. We must eliminate this wretched being." Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. Yet Bulma soon expressed her doubts. "Is it truly wise to let Gohan train under Piccolo? Goku, have you considered this?" At that moment, Goku wore a troubled expression. "Miss Bulma, you don't understand. I have immense faith in Piccolo's abilities. However, if I hand Gohan over to him, Chi-Chi will surely tear me to shreds upon our return." Bulma, finally grasping the situation, patted her head. "Now I see. Your resolve is quite firm. Very well. I shall refrain from further comments for now. I have a surprise for everyone. A surprise? Master Roshi asked, bewildered. To be honest, it's a miracle you all could return. Defeating this Raditz so easily was thanks to the gravity training room you left behind before your temporal journey. Without it, with the current abilities of Krillin, Goku, and Piccolo, they would stand no chance against Raditz. Indeed, that makes sense. Alright, let me show everyone the gift I brought back before we reminisce. With that, Bulma tossed a universal capsule onto the nearby beach, and with a resounding thud, a massive cargo truck materialized before them. What is this? Bulma smiled mysteriously. These are some local specialties that Luo Hao and I brought back from a place called the King of Worlds. I hope you all will not find them lacking. It's a token of my appreciation, as well as a memento of our time travel. Bulma then climbed onto the enormous cargo truck, rummaging through its contents. Her voice echoed from the truck bed as she muttered to herself, "This one is for Goku. Oh my, Gohan has grown so much. This one is for him. Ah, this item would suit Piccolo quite well." Meanwhile, Piccolo outside the cargo area asked in astonishment, "Wait, is there something for me as well?" "Miss Bulma, you truly are generous." 10 minutes later, everyone stood in stunned silence, holding their gifts, gazing at the triumphant Bulma, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over them. Beside them, Whis could hardly bear to witness the expressions of the crowd, casting a sidelong glance at the sky as if to proclaim his unfamiliarity with the woman in question. Meanwhile, Luo Hao wore a resigned smile, acknowledging, "It seems your gift has thoroughly left your companion in a state of utter bewilderment." At that moment, one could observe Sun Wukong, who inexplicably wielded a kitchen knife procured from the King Kai, while Piccolo stood there, dazed, clutching a brick. Krillin, on the other hand, held a flower pot of unknown origin, gazing blankly at Bulma. Even Master Roshi, cradling a teapot, queried, "Is this yet another one of your so-called local specialties?" To add to the absurdity, the turtle bore an enormous door panel, questioning whether Bulma had dismantled the very door from the King Kai's realm, placing it upon the turtle's back, ensuring no one was left empty-handed. The only one in a state of confusion was Gohan, who watched as this unfamiliar ant attempted to drape an exceedingly peculiar garment over him. This was none other than the divine outfit Bulma had stripped from the King Kai before her departure. However, given Gohan's diminutive stature, it was impossible for him to don it. Undeterred, Bulma exhibited her relentless spirit, persistently attempting to fit the garment onto him, causing Gohan considerable distress. Ultimately, Luo Hao, unable to endure the spectacle any longer, subtly gestured, sending a gentle beam of light toward the divine robe in Bulma's hands. As if commanded, the garment swiftly conformed snugly to Gohan's form. Perhaps this attire was indeed the most reliable gift among Bulma's offerings. Chapter 64, Luo Hao. How do you intend to train us? Sun Wukong, glancing at the kitchen knife in his hand, and then at Gohan's peculiar attire, expressed his sentiments. "I must thank you, Bulma. Although the design is rather eccentric, it appears to fit quite well." After much contemplation, that was the only phrase that seemed appropriate. Bulma, however, shot him a disapproving glare, retorting, "What do you know? This is a genuine divine artifact. Are you even aware of what that means? We encountered a fellow named King Kai Shin in the realm of the King Kai, and everything you possess was taken from his abode. Do you truly believe the belongings of such a prominent figure are anything less than divine artifacts? You lot are utterly oblivious to the grandeur of this world, bickering over trivialities." As Bulma vented her frustrations, Whis gazed helplessly at the sky, while Luo Hao wore a wry smile. Meanwhile, in the distance, Mr. Popo observed the trembling deity in the temple and inquired, "What troubles you, dear deity? Are you unwell?" The quaking deity, gripping his staff, lamented, "It is over. It appears we have stirred a great calamity." Mr. Popo, increasingly perplexed, pressed further, what event could possibly frighten the esteemed deity to such a degree? The deity of Earth murmured, "It seems that Bulma has truly provoked a figure far beyond her reckoning. I can only hope." At this juncture, the Earth deity fell silent, leaving Mr. Popo at a loss for words. Despite relentless inquiries, the deity remained obstinately reticent. While others remained oblivious, he, as a god, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Above him was the Galactic King, who in turn was overseen by the Kai, followed by the Grand Kai, and finally, the Supreme Kai. The mysterious aura emanating from the items brought back by Miss Bulma was unmistakably linked to the Supreme Kai's realm. As he sensed the enigmatic waves, he felt a profound unease. It seemed Bulma had indeed taken treasures from the Supreme Kai's domain. Was this not an egregious transgression? After all, this was the Supreme Kai. At this moment, the deity was utterly exasperated, gazing skyward in a state of despair, while Bulma on Korin Tower remained blissfully unaware, reveling in her newfound gifts. Observing the unresponsive crowd, she confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, these were all casually acquired with Luo Hao, and the rightful owner of these divine artifacts has raised no objections." This statement was, in fact, accurate, as the owner, Xian, had been rendered unconscious by Luo Hao. When Bulma noticed the group still in a stupor, she swore again. "Fear not. I vouch for these treasures in the name of Whis. They are undoubtedly authentic and devoid of any counterfeit." Whis, initially despondent, suddenly realized that his reputation had been cast to the winds. What was the point of invoking his name now? He inwardly lamented, "Oh, Lord of all, what sort of companions have I befriended?" Fortunately, this involved the Supreme Kai of the future. Had it been the Supreme Kai of the present, he would have been at a loss for words when next they crossed paths. Alas, it was a comfort to know it was merely a matter of the future. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Luo Hao seemed to recall something. "Miss Bulma, the gifts have been delivered. Shall we not discuss more serious matters?" "Is there any serious matter left? What could you possibly have in mind?" Bulma questioned, perplexed. Upon hearing serious matters, Whis appeared to awaken from his stupor. Indeed, if Luo Hao had not mentioned it, I would have been completely distracted by Bulma's disruptive antics. He had nearly forgotten the pressing issue at hand. He then inquired, "Luo Hao, are you suggesting?" Luo Hao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that is precisely my intention." "Very well, I support your idea." Thus, the two resumed their cryptic exchanges. The rest remained puzzled until Luo Hao finally provided the clarity they sought. "Our journey to the future has yielded considerable rewards. Not only have we acquired several divine artifacts, but we have also gathered some vital information. Consequently, I have resolved to establish a martial arts training class in collaboration with Whis. Indeed, it is fortuitous that we can seize the opportunity presented by the arrival of these scions on Earth to simultaneously enhance our martial prowess and technological techniques. I wonder if everyone is interested?" At this moment, Piccolo, Goku, Krillin, and others are wide-eyed with anticipation, and the answer is quite evident. Luo Hao inquired of Krillin, "How did Goku manage to triumph? It is remarkable that he could inflict severe injuries upon that scion, Raditz. This young man's strength does not seem overwhelmingly formidable." At this point, Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, explained, "The truth is that he captured my son, Gohan, as leverage, demanding that I kill 100 Earthlings within a day." Luo Hao nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, that does sound characteristic of a scion." And then, Gohan, distraught and wailing, prompted me to deliver a powerful blow, which incited his fury, leading him to threaten to eliminate everyone present. Whis, in a fit of indignation, remarked, "Frieza has truly fallen from grace, surrounding himself with such a disreputable crew, causing this chaotic mess. It is imperative that Lord Beerus impose some discipline. If this continues, it will tarnish his reputation." The others did not quite grasp Whis' statement, but Goku promptly continued his narration. "It was not solely to save Gohan. In my desperation, I engaged in combat with that fellow. Strangely, I inadvertently employed the technique you taught me." "Whis, what was it called? The Heart's Desire technique or the Ultimate Freedom technique?" One well-placed kick severely damaged his abdomen, leaving him sprawled on the ground, coughing blood. "That is essentially how it transpired." Thereafter, Whis commented, "That fellow's final ambush on Krillin appeared to deplete his strength, yet Krillin managed to deflect it. That is quite commendable." At this moment, Krillin, brimming with excitement, interjected, "Finally, it's my turn. Hee, I must express my gratitude for that gravity training chamber you all left behind. Goku and I used to frequent it for training. Although the specifics in my progress were modest, my strength has indeed been enhanced through that practice. Otherwise, we would have faced true peril this time. However, the Scion's power is indeed terrifying. Thanks to Goku's formidable display, we narrowly escaped danger. So Luo Hao, how do you plan to train us?" I can hardly contain my eagerness. Having clarified the situation, it is indeed an opportune moment to elevate everyone's strength. Should any unforeseen events arise in the future, and someone were to hand Earth over to that so-called god of destruction, Kampa, it would be a profound disgrace for Luo Hao. Whis has indeed recognized this, promptly responding, "Yes, indeed. Everyone must train diligently, for the sake of our future." Observing the skeptical expressions on everyone's faces, Bulma quickly chimed in. You are unaware. But in the future, we encounter a god of destruction named Kampa, who is quite formidable and seeks to reclaim our planet for his universe. Can we possibly tolerate such an affront? We happened to encounter Sun Wukong at that time. Wukong, although you are immensely powerful, you are still no match for that creature known as the god of destruction. I reckon even Chi-Chi would hardly recognize you after being bested so soundly. Fortunately, we caught up with you, and Luo Hao personally intervened, driving away that being named Xiangpa. Thus, peace was restored to Earth. Otherwise, we would all have been reduced to mere slaves of that creature from another dimension. Such severity. It seems I truly must dedicate myself to training. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with renewed determination. Just as everyone was filled with ambition, an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. It was Piccolo, who had been staring blankly while holding a brick. He coldly scoffed. Perhaps your training methods do not suit me. I have decided to train on my own. As for Son Gohan, I shall take him with me. He grinned. He is a potential asset. I hope I am not disappointed when those two terrifying scions return to Earth in a year. Without regard for whether Son Gohan or Son Wukong were willing, he swiftly wrapped an arm around Gohan's waist and soared into the sky, vanishing from view. Bulma gasped in astonishment. Luo Hao, why didn't you stop him? Luo Hao waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps Gohan training with Piccolo is indeed the right choice. It seemed that both Luo Hao and Whis had no objections. Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, but suppressed it. After all, Piccolo was correct in saying that being a loving father does not necessarily make one a competent teacher. Perhaps Gohan would indeed achieve great success under Piccolo's guidance. Watching as Gohan was taken away by Piccolo, it was a fait accompli, and no one voiced dissent. Only Krillin, with a mischievous thought, remarked, Wukong, I wonder how you will explain this to Chi-Chi upon your return. At this, Son Wukong felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, I have lost my son. And to make matters worse, he was taken by the demon King Piccolo. This will surely lead to significant trouble at home. Meanwhile, Krillin, with a grin, fanned the flames. Hey, Wukong, after all these years as brothers, I want to say I won't help you. Yet inwardly, he grumbled. Who told you to marry so early? Now I don't even have a girlfriend. You deserve it for being so henpecked. However, Son Wukong quickly replied, By the way, Krillin, it's fortuitous that you are here. I'll entrust you with this. He handed over the knife that Bulma had given him. Time is of the essence. I must learn martial arts from Luo Hao and Whis. Please take this divine artifact back home for me. And be sure to explain everything that has transpired here to Chi-Chi. I truly appreciate it. We have been brothers for so many years, and I have rarely asked anything of you. It turned out that he wanted Krillin to explain the situation to Chi-Chi, and since he was going there, he couldn't go empty-handed, could he? Subsequently, Bulma rummaged through the various discarded items she had traded from the Supreme Kai, extracting what she termed a divine mop, which she promptly handed to Krillin. You may as well take this artifact as a gift for Chi-Chi. It would be rather unfair otherwise, she declared. Krillin, balancing a flower pot atop his head, wielding a kitchen knife in one hand and the mop in the other, wore a wry smile as he remarked, You all seem a bit excessive. Are you afraid that Chi-Chi will beat me to a pulp at Goku's house? So you've prepared some formidable weapons for her? Observing the indifferent expressions on his companions' faces, it appeared they wholeheartedly supported Krillin's visit to Goku's home to clarify this predicament, which left him with a sense of resignation. Alas, it seemed he had chosen his friends poorly. Moments ago, he had relished their misfortune, only to feel as though he were hoisting a stone to crush his own foot. Nevertheless, Goku's reasoning held merit. The scions were soon to arrive on Earth, and it indeed was crucial to enhance one's martial prowess without delay. A visit would have to suffice. Surely with his skills, he would not meet his demise. This was Krillin's final hope. Suddenly, he recalled Goten's teacher. Of course, I can take Goten's teacher along. Surely Chi-Chi wouldn't fly into a rage then. However, upon tilting his head, he discovered that Goten's teacher had vanished without a trace. After a brief search, he found Goten's teacher conversing on the phone with Lu Ping and Tian Xinhan about attending a martial arts training course. This cunning individual was remarkably shrewd and had made a swift escape. Krillin gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to embark on this perilous journey himself. Without further hesitation, he steadied the flower pot, gripped the kitchen knife, and hefted the mop, taking to the skies. You all focus on the training objectives. I shall return shortly. If anything happens, don't forget to retrieve my remains. With that, he vanished into thin air. At this moment, Bulma clutched her belly, laughing heartily. Goku, you truly are something else. You often appear so simple and harmless, yet in critical moments, you devise such clever strategies. I am utterly in awe of you. In truth, Goku's actions were not a deliberate ploy against Krillin. Rather, his fervent desire to enhance his combat skills and master new techniques left no room for procrastination. After extensive growth and participation in various martial arts tournaments, the only techniques he could apply in comparison to Raditz were indeed those imparted to him by Luo Hao and Whis. Remarkably, he had executed a kick that severely injured Raditz. Otherwise, the outcome of their confrontation would have been uncertain. In terms of sheer strength, Raditz was not truly his match. With these two formidable beings having returned and now looming before him, if he were to return home to deliver the news and later seek out Luo Hao and Whis, he would undoubtedly squander precious training time. Chapter 66 Whis suggested they first return to the noodle shop to satisfy their hunger. Observing the fervent gaze of Sun Wukong, whose eyes burned with intensity, both Luo Hao and Whis felt a sense of helplessness. This fellow truly was a martial arts enthusiast, so engrossed in his training that he seemed to cast aside all else. Noticing the eager anticipation in Wukong's eyes, Whis quickly interjected to smooth things over. How about this? Let us first visit my noodle shop. It has been quite some time since we last savored Luo Hao's culinary skills. After a hearty meal, we can devise a new training plan. What do you think? Upon hearing mention of food, Wukong promptly dismissed thoughts of training, patting his belly and exclaiming, "Wonderful! I am indeed quite hungry. Without a full stomach, how can one muster the strength to practice?" At this remark, Whis' expression darkened, seemingly regretting his suggestion. Bulma, ever perceptive, greeted Master Roshi and asked him to inform Lu Ping, Tianjinhan, Krillin, and the others to gather at Luo Hao's restaurant once they were free, so they could collectively discuss their training strategies. After organizing her collection of worn artifacts, she patted Luo Hao on the shoulder, saying, "Shall we set off?" Amidst the myriad thoughts of the group, Luo Hao felt a pang of gratitude. It was rare to have such considerate friends. Without further ado, he vanished in a flash of divine light. At that moment, in the noodle shop in West Capital, Sun Wukong had already devoured 28 bowls of the signature egg noodles, exclaiming with delight, "Delicious! Luo Hao, your culinary skills remain as impressive as ever. You have not disappointed me." He called out, "Bring me another 10 bowls." Whis now wore a face of despair, regretting bringing the voracious Wukong to their restaurant. He had intended to indulge his own cravings, but discovered that the speed of noodle preparation could hardly keep pace with Wukong's insatiable appetite. This fellow truly was unmatched. Meanwhile, Bulma had already taken her leave from the two, as she needed to return home to announce her acquisition of numerous spoils. The damage to the time machine had been a significant blow to her, and regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to work tirelessly with the remaining materials to construct a new one. It seemed that this time machine held considerable potential, yet for now, such thoughts would remain a secret from Whis, the so-called angel. As for training, she was indifferent. The notion of science barely registered on her mind, for she had the formidable Luo Hao and Whis to rely on. No matter how powerful the adversary, could they truly surpass Luo Hao? This was the same individual who had once vanquished a formidable foe in the future, leaving them in despair. Ultimately, Bulma's intention to enhance Wukong's strength was to ensure that Earth would not be easily sacrificed in future gambles. Thus, this carefree girl promptly returned home, laden with all the artifacts she had acquired, eager to present them to her parents. After their meal, Sun Wukong, Whis, and Luo Hao found themselves in the small courtyard behind their noodle shop. For the first time, with such a solemnity, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of nervousness as he established his training regimen. As the three of them settled into position, Whis, with a gleaming smile, inquired, "Wukong, I have a question for you. Would you prefer to learn Lord Luo Hao's unfettered divine technique or my ultimate freedom technique?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong responded, "Of course. I wish to learn Lord Luo Hao's unfettered divine technique." This candid response left Whis momentarily speechless, as he pondered why Wukong was so forthright. Had he not even considered the merits of his own ultimate freedom technique? However, Sun Wukong promptly provided Whis with the answer he sought. Miss Bulma mentioned that when confronted by the formidable cat god of destruction, Lord Pampa, it was Luo Hao's unfettered divine technique that made that god weep and wail. In that moment, Whis, your ultimate freedom technique seemingly had little effect. It appears that in practical circumstances, the unfettered divine technique is indeed more formidable. Naturally, I wish to learn the most powerful technique. Remarkably, this declaration left Whis without any retort. He was content with Wukong's choice, as he preferred a leisurely existence. After all, he was a rather laid-back individual, and truly dedicating himself to teaching a disciple would indeed be an arduous task. With Sun Wukong's decision made, Whis felt a small victory in his subtle manipulation. Just as Whis was about to address Luo Hao, the latter patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder and said, "Wukong, you only know one side of the coin. You should first learn Whis' ultimate freedom technique, for it is the foundational practice of my unfettered divine technique. You must first master his ultimate freedom technique to reach a significant level of proficiency before you can aspire to learn my unfettered divine technique. It is impossible for one to run before they can walk. Thus, you must cultivate patience and achieve true mastery over Whis' technique before I can impart my unfettered divine technique to you. Many things cannot be rushed, wouldn't you agree?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, his gaze now fervently fixed on Whis. Although reluctantly accepting this newfound reality, he found a semblance of logic in every word spoken by Luo Hao. After all, his ultimate freedom technique had been imparted to him by the esteemed Grand Priest, and it was indeed a collaborative creation between Luo Hao and the Grand Priest. If it were to be acknowledged that the ultimate freedom technique serves as the gateway to the unfettered divine technique, then it was difficult to dispute that logic. It appeared that his plan to take the easy route would have to be abandoned. Yet, contemplating the dire consequences of his future laziness, he steeled himself, thinking that teaching a disciple should not be overly challenging. Sun Wukong, possessing a keen intellect, gathered his thoughts as Whis asked, "So, Wukong, during this time, how have you comprehended the unfettered divine technique and the ultimate freedom technique that Luo Hao and I have taught you? How have you practiced them to shine so brilliantly in battles against the Psiots?" This struck a nerve with Sun Wukong, who immediately donned a sorrowful expression and remarked, "The techniques you taught me are indeed formidable, yet after all this time spent in training, this is the only occasion I have truly succeeded. It was merely through a stroke of misfortune that I became embroiled in the battle against Raditz. In prior contests, whether it was the Grand Martial Arts Tournament or my decisive duel with Piccolo, I found no success, which has left me quite distressed. Is there perhaps a flaw in your teachings? They are powerful, yet utterly ineffective. I often find myself inexplicably injured while attempting to utilize your ultra instinct." Chapter 67. Whis. Let Sun Wukong learn techniques from King Kai. Whis was momentarily taken aback. How can this be? This is ultra instinct, the unique skill of angels. How dare you suggest my ultra instinct is weak? How have you approached your training? Did you not follow my guidance to perceive the essence of the earth and the rhythms of nature? Upon hearing Whis' words, Wukong felt a twinge of displeasure. He stepped back 2 paces, resting a hand upon the wall as he replied, "I have indeed endeavored to attune myself to nature and all its wonders. Just as you instructed, I often lean against the wall to sense the earth's pulse or embrace a tree to feel the breath of life. However, during these moments of connection, I frequently find myself inexplicably drifting into slumber. Truly, grasping the essence of anything feels remarkably arduous." At this point, Whis had resorted to resting his forehead against his hand, a look of utter exasperation adorning his face. "I meant to perceive nature and its laws. You, it appears, have merely been dozing against walls and hugging trees. Given this, the fact that you can even utilize ultra instinct is quite miraculous." Noticing Whis' troubled demeanor, Luo Hao interjected, "Ah, did you also mention that you trained in Miss Bulma's gravity chamber?" This time, Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed. I have now acclimated to nearly 20 times gravity. That gravity chamber is remarkably effective. Even a brief period of training there yields a significant enhancement in strength, far more reliable than the ultra instinct you taught me, which truly bolsters my power." At this moment, Whis was rendered speechless, contemplating. This fellow, clearly misguided in his training approach, dares to blame my technique for his lack of progress? Truth be told, I am reluctant to teach this pupil. However, these individuals are Earth's hope. I cannot allow future threats from other destroyers to compel me, an angel, to intervene. Furthermore, although Luo Hao possesses immense strength, I cannot allow such a being to engage in combat indiscriminately, lest he obliterate the entire universe. How could I possibly justify that? It seems I am left with no choice but to cultivate this pupil. I wonder when that spiky-haired Vegeta will make his appearance. Perhaps their rivalry could accelerate their growth. For now, all hopes rest on this young son Wukong. Observing Whis' pained expression as he faced difficulties, Luo Hao kindly interjected, "Whis, is it not a bit unreasonable to teach him the profound mastery of your ultimate technique, considering his lack of ability? Are we not inadvertently promoting premature growth? Perhaps he should first solidify his foundational skills, experimenting with simpler techniques before gradually grasping your ultimate art. This might lead to a more fruitful development." This remark struck Whis like a revelation. He suddenly smacked his forehead. "Indeed, my teachings are designed for deities and destroyers, yet here I am, attempting to challenge a mere Earth scion. If this individual were to fully comprehend my ultimate technique in such a short span, he might even dare to confront Lord Beerus, the destroyer." Realizing this, Whis awakened to the truth. It was not the fault of his technique, but rather the inadequacy of the student's abilities that raised concerns of hastening growth. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yes, I shall seek out the Kai. That fellow possesses a lower rank and lesser strength. If we consider a gradual approach, perhaps Goku could learn some esoteric techniques from him, yielding significant benefits. Exactly. Let him first study under the Kai for a time, and once he has matured, he can gradually experience the mastery of my ultimate technique, leading to genuine accomplishments. With this resolution, Whis donned a cunning smile reminiscent of a fox. "Goku, how about this? Given your current strength and level, I have found a more suitable teacher for you. Why not learn from him first? It might greatly enhance your growth." "What? Is that teacher stronger than you?" Goku inquired, puzzled. No, this teacher is somewhat weaker than I, but his techniques are perfectly suited for you." "Is that so?" Goku regarded Whis with skepticism, uncertain of his ulterior motives. Whis promptly clarified, "Did you not train in the gravity chamber and adapt to 20 times the normal gravity? The instructor I am introducing specializes in this area and practices a technique known as the Kaioken. In simple terms, it aims to synchronize your body's energy and coordination perfectly, using added physical strain to accumulate power. With your current physique, it could potentially double your fighting strength in an instant. This is undoubtedly the most appropriate technique for you. Goku, what do you think?" The prospect of instantly amplifying his strength twofold was exhilarating. Goku's excitement surged. "If that's the case, I am certainly willing. Where is this esteemed Kai? I wish to learn the Kaioken at once." With his scheme successfully set in motion, Whis let out a long sigh of relief and exchanged a glance with Luo Hao. Luo Hao regarded Whis with a teasing glint in his eye, remarking, "It seems I am not the only one who is indolent. You, my friend, are even lazier. Attempting to pass off your disciple son Wukong to the king of the worlds, claiming that the king's prowess is merely slightly inferior to yours. If son Wukong were to comprehend the vast chasm between the king's divine might and your angelic abilities, he would surely berate you mercilessly. Nevertheless, Whis, perhaps this is indeed a wise decision, for given his current strength, compelling him to grasp the ultra instinct would be an unreasonable burden." With a shrug, he continued, "Whis, why not escort Wukong on his journey? Let him learn the King's fist and hasten his cultivation." Whis raised an eyebrow, glancing at the bewildered son Wukong before looking at his staff, and inquired, "Right here? At this very moment?" This time, Luo Hao appeared perplexed. "What? Does one need to choose a suitable time to learn the king's techniques?" Whis, with an innocent shrug, replied, as a neutral angel, "I am not adept at matters of dispatching lives." Chapter 68. Whis delegates son Wukong to the king of the worlds. Upon hearing Whis' words, Luo Hao instantly grasped the situation and delivered a swift kick to Whis' rear, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? I meant for son Wukong to journey to the underworld to learn the King's fist from that fellow. Who suggested you should eliminate him and send him directly to the afterlife? Can you not be lazy in other ways?" Understanding dawned on Whis, whose face contorted into a grimace. "If you wish for him to arrive sooner, why must I undertake the trip?" Luo Hao feigned anger, prompting Whis to sidestep, muttering complaints. "With instant transmission, you still want me to escort him? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Luo Hao responded curtly, "Humph. It's because my custom coffee machine is about to arrive. You must hurry back. I need to calibrate the equipment. When you return, perhaps I shall have freshly brewed coffee. After all this time drinking alcohol, do you not desire a taste of new coffee?" "I see." Whis replied promptly, "Very well. Lord Luo Hao, I shall return at once." Meanwhile, son Wukong, caught in their conversation, seemed utterly lost. "What? Eliminate myself? Journey to the underworld? Seek the king of the gods? Learn the King's fist? What on earth is happening? And a coffee machine? How does any of this relate to my martial arts? Before he could voice his confusion, Whis approached, a radiant light akin to starlight emanating from his form. Without a moment's delay, he vanished entirely from sight. In that fleeting instant, Luo Hao believed he heard Sun Wukong's voice, lingering with a drawn-out "How will I return?" as it faded into the horizon. In the backyard, Luo Hao gazed at the distant glimmer of golden light, marveling at the efficiency of Whis. It seemed that, with food as a motivator, this fellow was far more industrious than he had anticipated. Perhaps he should provide Whis with more delectable treats, as it might inspire him to work even harder. Meanwhile, in midair, Whis suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me? In the underworld of the Nether Realm, at the end of the Serpent Path, the king of the realm was enjoying a hot pot while singing merrily. Today is yet another splendid day. A loud crash resonated from outside. Who dares to disturb my meal? Irritated, the king stepped outside and found a fellow sitting on the ground, grimacing in pain. Where did this fellow come from? Does he not realize that interrupting someone's meal is extremely rude? The king shot a disdainful glance at the intruder. In the air, Whis' voice echoed, "Study well, I shall take my leave." With a swift motion, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, seated on the ground, sighed helplessly. You truly are overbearing. Yet, this place feels quite different from Earth. A moment later, he seemed to notice the plump king of the realm and asked, "Are you the king of the realm?" The king, bewildered, nodded. "You come to my home and inquire who I am? Is that reasonable?" "Of course. I am the king of the realm." "No, wait. You should address me as your majesty. You impudent brat." Sun Wukong rubbed his sore backside and sprang to his feet. "Wonderful. Your majesty, I finally meet you. I am Sun Wukong from Earth, and in 1 year's time, our world will face a terrifying assault from the Scions. I have come to wait." The king interrupted. "You say you hail from Earth? Someone is planning to attack your planet, and you come here?" Sun Wukong showed no hesitation, sniffing the air. "Ah, your majesty, what is that delightful aroma?" The king, slightly annoyed, replied, "I was just about to dine. Speak your business quickly. By the way, how is it that you do not possess a halo of death? Which deity has taken the liberty to send you here?" "Taken the liberty?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, struggling to keep pace with the king's thoughts. "I merely heard that your king's fist is formidable and hope to learn martial arts from you." "Ah, I see." The king exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "If you wish to learn my martial arts, it is quite simple. I have but one rule. You must tell me a clever joke. If you can amuse me, then I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned gloomy as he sighed in disappointment, reflecting, "I never expected that learning martial arts here would come with such a peculiar requirement. It seems I am at a disadvantage. After all these years, aside from fighting, I truly lack the talent for humor. Moreover, to make this seasoned king laugh seems an insurmountable challenge." As Sun Wukong pondered deeply, the king of the realm secretly reveled in delight. "Haha, I despise those who rely on backdoor dealings. If you cannot amuse me, do you expect me to teach you martial arts? Not a chance. I care not who your master is or what esteemed position you hold. Here, attempting to take shortcuts is utterly futile." Just as the king of the realm basked in his own arrogance, he suddenly caught sight of Sun Wukong pointing fiercely at his nose. Instantly giving a resounding thumbs up and declaring with fervor, "Lord King, I have heard that your realm fist is unparalleled." The king of the realm felt as if struck by lightning. What is this fellow saying? My realm fist is unmatched? Who would believe such nonsense? A boisterous laugh erupted from him. "You rascal, your flattery is woefully lacking in sophistication. To declare my realm fist supreme in this universe is truly laughable." Just as this thought crossed his mind, he abruptly paused, gazing at the self-satisfied Sun Wukong, and said, "Lord King, you smiled. It seems you are indeed willing to impart your martial arts to me. So this rascal has been waiting for me. I, the king of clever repartee, have been outwitted by this foolish boy? How outrageous!" However, as the king of the realm, one must honor one's word. Reluctantly, he replied, "Very well. Since you exhibit such sincerity, I shall accept you as my pupil. You wish to learn martial arts from me, having come from Earth. Do you find the gravity here somewhat disorienting?" Sun Wukong flexed his ankles. "Indeed, it is quite heavy here." "Precisely," the king of the realm affirmed. "The gravity here is tenfold that of Earth. To live and train in these conditions, you must first acclimate to this weight. Thus, I propose this. Once you have adapted to the gravity here, return to seek me." Chapter 69. A feast devoured by Sun Wukong, a robust gorilla, suddenly appeared before the king of the realm. The king pointed at Sun Wukong. This is Baburus, my pet, who will accompany you to adjust to the planet's weight. If you can capture it without any external aid, you may then learn my advanced martial arts. Heh. I shall find you a task, as I must first enjoy my hot pot before it cools and loses its flavor. Just as the king of the realm prepared to retreat indoors, he witnessed Sun Wukong swiftly seize Baburus in his arms. Lord King, I have caught it. The king of the realm was taken aback. How is this possible? Aren't you from Earth? How could you have adapted to tenfold gravity so swiftly? Could it be? Could this fellow truly be a super genius? In response, Sun Wukong provided a most face-slapping revelation. Indeed, it's merely tenfold gravity. In fact, I have a gravity training room on Earth where I have already acclimated to 20-fold gravity. Haha, this poses no difficulty for me at all. At that moment, the king of the realm was utterly flabbergasted. This fellow, I have no idea from where he emerged, has managed to adapt to 20-fold gravity on Earth. This truly is excessive. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's elusive gaze caught the attention of the king of the realm. What are you up to this time? He inquired warily. Sun Wukong sniffed the air. What is that delightful aroma? Are you dining, my lord? I find myself rather hungry. Might I sample your culinary skills? The king of the realm paused momentarily. Aren't you the one who came here to learn martial arts? Do you also expect to dine for free? That seems rather excessive. You come to learn without paying tuition, and now you wish to feast as well? Sun Wukong rubbed his belly. Oh dear, I only had some noodles before coming, and I still feel rather peckish. If you could spare a bite, that would be splendid. Surely, you wish for me to learn quickly and depart, is that not so? Unexpectedly, he struck a chord with the king's hidden thoughts. Very well, since you insist, come in and join me for a meal. Try my hot pot. It is a new creation of mine, and I rarely share it with anyone else. Thus, Sun Wukong dashed into the king's chamber, where a lavish spread awaited him. His appetite surged. I won't hold back. In a flurry of motion, the king observed Sun Wukong's extraordinary talent for eating. It seemed this fellow was not only a super genius, but also a prodigy when it came to feasting. The table was laden with an array of hot pot ingredients. Astonishingly, the king had yet to take a single bite before Sun Wukong devoured everything. These were rare offerings from King Yama, meant for the king of the realm. And now they had all been consumed by Sun Wukong. How outrageous! The king thought. Wait a moment, what are you doing? He watched as Sun Wukong lifted the pot base, gulping it down without regard for its heat or spiciness. With a full belly, Sun Wukong patted his distended stomach. The taste is secondary. What matters is that I am full. Thank you for your hospitality, my lord. This fellow was indeed insufferable. Well, it's a rare hot pot meal, and this little rascal has spoiled it. Fine. Let us hasten to teach you what you wish to learn, and send you on your way to ease my mind. Thus, the king chose not to dwell on the matter. Come, you wanted to learn the king's fist, did you not? Step outside. I shall teach you this technique immediately. Not only that, but I will also impart my ultimate skill, the spirit bomb. Once you've learned, be swift in your departure. And so, 3 days later, Sun Wukong hurled the spirit bomb he had mastered towards a distant boulder, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left no trace. The king marveled. Your martial prowess matches your eating abilities. Truly a remarkable existence. I never anticipated that within just 3 days, you would not only master my king's fist, but also perfect the spirit bomb to an extraordinary level. Very well. I find that I have little left to impart to you. Wherever you originated, you may return. Our meeting is indeed serendipitous. What do you say? Can you depart now? At this moment, Sun Wukong glanced at the power in his hands and expressed his sincerest gratitude to the king of the universe. Thank you, esteemed king. I believe my stay here will be brief, yet it is an honor to have made your acquaintance. My heartfelt thanks once more. The king felt a sense of balance as this young man demonstrated such courtesy. However, he soon noticed that Sun Wukong had seated himself on the ground, showing no inclination to leave. Aren't you supposed to depart? Just moments ago, you bid me farewell with such emotion. What do you mean by sitting here? Yet, the king hesitated to usher him away, for their time together had fostered a semblance of affection. Moreover, Sun Wukong's rapid mastery of martial arts had drawn the king's admiration for his talent. After a brief interval, Sun Wukong lay back down on the ground. What is he doing now? The king pondered, perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire, he observed Sun Wukong turning over and prostrating himself on the entire planet. What on earth is this young man up to? The king could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, Aren't you intending to leave? What are you doing here? Sun Wukong replied meekly, I am here to train. I have imparted all that I can teach you. Do not squander your time here. Return to your Earth and seek out your gravity training room. The multiplying effects of the King's fist can be further enhanced, which may grant you greater assurance against your adversaries. Truly, do not waste your time with me. Sun Wukong tilted his head and gazed earnestly at the king. Esteemed king, your planet is indeed a treasure. The king, bewildered, responded, What do you mean by this? Sun Wukong elaborated slowly. I once had a master named Whis, who imparted to me a technique known as the Ultra Instinct. However, I struggled to grasp it while on Earth. Since my arrival at your King's planet, I have discovered that this small celestial body significantly aids my understanding of the Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. The king fell into profound contemplation. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. You mean the legendary technique? Chapter 70. Sun Wukong comprehends Ultra Instinct. The king's astonishment startled Sun Wukong. What? The legendary technique? I've never heard of it. He continued. There was merely a common blue-skinned fellow who perpetually wielded a staff, claiming that his Ultra Instinct was a formidable skill and encouraging me to train with him for a time. However, my progress has been inconsistent, and it seems not particularly extraordinary. The king pointed at Sun Wukong and exclaimed, You are utterly squandering a treasure. Do you have any idea what Ultra Instinct is? It is arguably the most powerful technique in this universe, and it can only be mastered by the mightiest deities. To me, it is merely a legend. If you had not confirmed that it is indeed the name of the Estra of ultimate freedom, I would have remained uncertain. My knowledge of this technique comes solely from the ancient texts found in the realm of the King of Worlds. You, my friend, find yourself amidst treasures yet remain oblivious, having failed to master it. How outrageous. What did you just say? There is a tendency for the Estra of ultimate freedom to develop on my planet? How is that possible? The King of Worlds has completely succumbed to madness. You rascal. With a master who possesses the Estra of ultimate freedom, you still come here to learn the King Fist? Regardless of the reason, are you trying to drive me to the brink of insanity? You've learned it. So go on your way, yet you must inform me of this? Is that not deliberately provoking me? Humph. Do not think it is only I. Even the King of Kings above me, the Divine King, has not qualified to learn the Estra of ultimate freedom. You, my dear fellow, someone has imparted it to you, yet you still cannot grasp it? Is this not enough to infuriate the divine? The King of Worlds continued to vent his frustrations, seething with rage. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong stood there, bewildered. My lord, are you in a fit of rage, or have you learned a new dance? At that moment, the King of Worlds felt utterly disheartened, lacking any desire to continue conversing with the mischievous Sun Wukong. Well, you claim that your understanding of the Estra of ultimate freedom has deepened on my planet. Why is that? Sun Wukong, looking perplexed, replied, My lord, you ask me? Who should I inquire? In any case, I have practiced for many years on Earth with little progress, but here, merely touching the ground of your planet evokes a peculiar sensation, the reason for which eludes me. Just sitting here, I felt a slight advancement in breaking through the bottleneck of the Estra of ultimate freedom. Lying there, I discovered that my comprehension of the Estra was accelerating. Subsequently, I prostrated myself on the ground, sensing the very veins and rhythms of the planet, which invigorated my progress in the Estra of ultimate freedom. The specifics remain unclear to me. At this juncture, the King of Worlds pondered for a moment and suddenly smacked his forehead. I understand. So that is the case. Witnessing the King's sudden enlightenment, Sun Wukong inquired, My lord, what have you realized? Do share. The King of Worlds admonished sharply. You are indeed a person of great fortune, having genuinely mastered the Estra of ultimate freedom. I understand why this technique has been inconsistent for you, as it is a skill only comprehensible to the divine. Without divine power as a foundation, no amount of diligent practice will yield progress in the Estra of ultimate freedom. This planet of mine was once forged by the great King of Worlds utilizing his divine power, thus providing the foundation upon which your Estra of ultimate freedom can flourish with remarkable speed. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. To think you have mastered the Estra of ultimate freedom. Had I known earlier, why bother with the King Fist? What a waste. Such a formidable technique. Even if you were to comprehend it for a millennium on Earth, you would only reach this level. However, should you dedicate a period of time to cultivation on my planet of kings, you might indeed achieve something remarkable. If you aspire to greater accomplishments in the future, the first step is to cultivate your divine power. At that point, when you grasp the ultimate freedom technique, you will reap the benefits with greater efficiency. Truly, you are a fortunate lad. I am now quite curious. Who is your master? To impart such a legendary technique unto you is no small feat. Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, he is merely a gluttonous fellow, always brandishing a cane. He claims his name is Whis. Do you know him, Lord of the Kings? A cane? Whis. I have never heard of him, came the response. But I assure you, this individual is certainly not ordinary. Not ordinary. I see nothing remarkable about him. He simply runs away quickly. From the outset, Sun Wukong held disdain for Whis' every action, as he perceived that Whis possessed no skills apart from indulging in pleasures. The only impression he retained was that Whis seemed particularly fearful of Luo Hao, perhaps due to some cosmic balance. Sun Wukong then scoffed, that so-called significant figure appears to me merely as a gluttonous slacker, unworthy of any particular attention. Moreover, the master he follows is even more extravagant, claiming to possess an upgraded technique known as the ultimate freedom technique. I suspect they are merely boasting. I have yet to see any remarkable prowess. When it comes to combat, it is still up to me. These two fellows, one bakes noodles, the other relishes coffee. At this juncture, the king was drenched in cold sweat. Enough. You must cease this talk. I do not wish to attract misfortune here, regardless of their identities. It seems I am yet to encounter them at my divine station. Very well, Wukong, cultivate diligently here. I shall provide for you with the finest sustenance. My goodness, who is this? They have sent such a distinguished individual. I had assumed he was a mere minor character, a backdoor schemer. It appears his master's divine power may even surpass that of the King of Kings. Within my understanding, the King of Kings is the highest-ranking minister in this universe. However, even the king seems unqualified to learn the ultimate freedom technique. This fellow's background is indeed formidable. It would be prudent not to offend him. Though this lad may be a bit foolish, his heart appears to be quite kind. Perhaps the discerning eyes of the great ones are drawn to such a disposition? Fortunately, I have already imparted all that he wishes to learn, and he may remain here for as long as he desires. Oh, it is best to cherish life and steer clear of such illustrious figures. For one sneeze from them could very well spell the end for both me and my planet of kings. Chapter 71. Beerus awakened by nightmares. Speaking of sneezing, there is presently an individual who is particularly troubled by the matter of sneezing. The individual in question is none other than Lord Beerus, the contemporary god of destruction of Universe 7. On Beerus planet, the weather remains persistently gloomy and dim, creating an ideal atmosphere for slumber. Lord Beerus is soundly asleep in his castle's chamber. Suddenly, two peculiar figures materialize above Beerus' castle, while the slumbering deity remains completely oblivious. It is a mystery how these two figures manage to stand before Beerus' bed, gazing at the greatest god of destruction in the 7th universe with frigid eyes. As if sensing something, the drowsy Beerus slowly opens his eyes. Upon focusing his gaze, he is struck with terror, for the two figures before him are none other than the Grand Priest and the Omni-King, who regard him with an unusual intensity. Beerus wonders how these esteemed figures arrived on his planet. Yet, their serene presence instantly dispels any irritation or vexation he may have felt upon waking. Clad in adorably whimsical pajamas, Beerus stands before them with utmost reverence, bowing deeply as he inquires, "Might I ask what brings you here, esteemed lords?" However, the Grand Priest and the Omni-King pay no heed to Beerus' respectful demeanor and begin conversing amongst themselves. The Omni-King asks, "What is the current comprehensive score of Universe 7? Grand Priest?" The Grand Priest coldly replies, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that it has fallen to a mere 35 points. Such a low score. Should we not devise a plan?" The Omni-King queries. The Grand Priest smirks ominously. "It is entirely at your discretion, my lord." "Very well. Since the comprehensive score has plummeted to 35, it seems their existence is no longer warranted," the Omni-King asserts. With a swift motion of his hand, Beerus observes a radiant flash as the Omni-King utilizes his divine power to probe, revealing that, aside from his domain, Universe 7 has seemingly been completely eradicated. It appears the Omni-King has employed an erasure technique to obliterate it. This revelation sends a wave of terror through Beerus, rendering him speechless. At this moment, he cannot bear to face these formidable figures and inwardly pleads, "Whis, where are you scoundrel? Universe 7 has been erased by the Omni-King. Are you merely standing by and watching this unfold? Why do you not come forth to assist me?" At that instant, he notices the Omni-King, who gazes at him with an unsettling intensity. Despite his internal calls for Whis, Beerus maintains a facade of utmost respect, for he stands before the most fearsome being, the Omni-King. Then, Beerus hears a chilling voice as the Grand Priest quietly states, "Given that the comprehensive score has plummeted to 35 and the universe no longer exists, does this realm still require a god of destruction?" The Omni-King seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Indeed, if the universe ceases to exist, what need is there for a destroyer? It would be wiser to erase everything in one fell swoop." In an instant, a flash of white light emanated from his hand, and Beerus was enveloped in darkness. What? Is everything gone? Is this how it ends? Suddenly, Beerus, who had been sleeping soundly in his grand bed, jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. As he sat there, panting heavily, he began to realize that perhaps he had just experienced a nightmare. It was terrifying. The dream felt so vividly real. He glanced around his room, surveyed his castle, and took in the atmosphere of Universe 7. Thankfully, it was merely a nightmare, and everything that the Omni-King had seemingly erased still existed. Typically known for his notorious morning grumpiness, this time Beerus had completely shed his unpleasant habits. Abruptly, he felt an itch in his nose, and towards the window he unleashed 2 tremendous sneezes, paying no heed to the destruction he might have caused to the planets outside. Humph. Now he was truly awakened from that dreadful dream. Did this signify some foreboding events to come? Why had the nightmare felt so authentic? Furthermore, the Grand Minister and the Omni-King had appeared simultaneously, directly erasing him and Universe 7 on the spot. Could it be that the points of Universe 7 had truly fallen below 35, inciting the displeasure of these 2 eminent figures, thereby targeting him? Although it was merely a nightmare, it had frightened Beerus considerably. After all, if the overall universe rating dipped below 35, the likelihood of erasure was quite significant. Lost in thought, rubbing his nose, Beerus suddenly recalled something. Seated in his pajamas, he called out loudly, "Whis! Whis! You rascal, why aren't you here yet? I have urgent matters to discuss." His piercing voice echoed throughout Beerus' planet, seemingly resonating in every corner. Yet, after calling for a while, he received no response. Had Whis taken advantage of his slumber to sneak out and frolic? How outrageous! This angel was indeed unreliable. At that moment, Beerus remained oblivious to the fact that he had not fulfilled his duties as a destroyer, spending his days in slumber while blaming those around him. Perhaps this was simply a reflection of Beerus's unique character. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, a weak voice emerged from the doorway of his chamber. It was the Oracle Fish, leaning against the doorframe with its frail body, sighing in resignation. "Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened." "Huh, it's the Oracle Fish. What happened to you? You seem quite weak. Why is that?" The Oracle Fish rolled its eyes in exasperation. "And you dare to ask? Just like you too. Still keeping pets? I seem to have fallen into a pit of misfortune, finding myself entangled in the realm of the gods of destruction of your 7th universe. One god of destruction spends his days in slumber, while the other angel is nowhere to be found. Could you both spare a thought for the feelings of your humble pet? How many years has it been since you last fed me fish food? I am so famished." Observing my emaciated state, the prophetic fish made even Beerus, the god of destruction, acutely aware of his own hunger. Thus, he inquired, "How is it possible you haven't eaten in years?" Chapter 72. The prophetic fish starved to skin and bones suddenly. Beerus smacked his forehead as if a thought had struck him, asking, "By the way, where has that rascal Whis gone? Why is there not a single word from him?" The prophetic fish retorted irritably, "As if you didn't know. A few years ago, Whis was summoned by the Grand Minister for some special mission, and since then he has vanished without a trace, never to return to the realm of destruction." What? This revelation left Beerus utterly stunned. It turned out that Whis was not frolicking about, but was engaged in a top-secret task from the Grand Minister. And he had been gone for many years. How could such a thing transpire within his own 7th universe? Why had he not even bid farewell before departing? Seeing the expression on Beerus's face, the prophetic fish understood his thoughts and promptly replied, "Humph, Lord Beerus, with your surly demeanor upon waking. Who would dare to disturb your slumber? You might end up dragging Whis into some further mischief. Furthermore, this is a highly classified mission orchestrated by the Grand Minister. Do you expect them to awaken you just to inform you?" It seemed there was some merit to the fish's words, but at least he had learned that Whis was off on a mission, which eased his mind somewhat. Since it was a task of significance, there must be something special at play. However, The protracted absence left Beerus filled with suspicion. Well, now was certainly not the time to fret over Whis. After all, both the universe and himself were on the brink of obliteration, making the concern for tasks and secrets seem rather trivial. He promptly addressed the prophetic fish. How did you end up here? Were you summoned by your incessant cries? The prophetic fish retorted, and you, after sleeping for over a decade. You finally awaken, yet do not even inquire about your pet. Look at me. I am so starved and frail that I can barely fly. Beerus replied, somewhat irritated. You, of all creatures, are being picky about your meals? Do you not know where the kitchen is? There are countless rare delicacies I have set aside, prepared for when I awoke from this slumber. Are you too lazy to make even a single trip to the kitchen? How could you allow yourself to become so emaciated? At this, the prophetic fish felt a twinge of indignation. How dare you say that? Whis took all the culinary delights with him when he left. And as for you, all those assorted treasures are sealed away with your divine power. I am merely an ordinary prophetic fish. How could I possibly break your seals? Lord Beerus, you jest. Beerus scratched the back of his head, as if recalling something. It seemed that the predictions of the oracle fish held some truth. In order to prevent the oracle fish and Whis from indulging, he had indeed sealed away all the delectable treats he had gathered using his divine powers before falling asleep. Little did he know, this had truly caused distress to the oracle fish. Subsequently, Beerus displayed an awkward smile and snapped his fingers in midair. Very well, I shall lift all the seals. You may eat and drink to your heart's content from now on. I must admit, I have been rather hard on you. The oracle fish gazed at Beerus with a look of deep grievance. Even if I am a fish with a mere 7 seconds of memory, this is quite excessive. For years, you have not provided me with a morsel to eat. Had it not been for the scraps lingering in the garden, I might have vanished upon your awakening. Nevertheless, you, Beerus, have some semblance of a conscience, as you at least remembered to inquire about my well-being. Unlike that scoundrel Whis, who has completely disappeared without a trace, not even bothering to check on my existence. I wonder what mischief you two are up to. Yet, Beerus, unusually in good spirits, replied, let us set aside the matter of Whis for now. By the way, may I ask, what is the current overall rating of our 7th universe? You dare to ask me? The oracle fish sighed, flapping its adorable fins in exasperation. Isn't that the responsibility of the angels and the destroyers? What significance does my answer hold? Beerus rolled his eyes. Isn't Whis away at the moment? I have just awakened, and you should be the one most informed about the rating of the 7th universe. Hurry and tell me. Beerus was beginning to lose his composure. Noticing Beerus' growing agitation, the oracle fish, grateful for the lifted food seal, chose not to prolong the discussion. It clasped its fins together in front of its chest, silently reciting a spell, and an unusual rune appeared above its head. The oracle fish then flapped its fins and addressed Beerus, Lord Beerus, as I have foretold. The comprehensive index rating of our 7th universe has now plummeted to 37 points. Indeed, that is correct, 37 points. What? Beerus exclaimed, his voice rising an octave. It has fallen to 37 points? How is this possible? I distinctly remember it being 42 points before I slept. Now it was the oracle fish's turn to be displeased. You asked me. My predictions seldom err, especially regarding such matters. If you doubt me, check for yourself. Beerus felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. How could this be? I clearly had 42 points before I slept. How could it have dropped to 37? However, if the universe's overall rating were to fall to 35 points, there would indeed be a risk of being erased by Lord Zeno. Was the nightmare he just experienced a warning? Yet, that could not be. He had arranged for contingencies before sleeping. Though Frieza's underling was of limited power, he was relentless when it came to the destruction of planets. Although this young man often wields his power with an air of arrogance, engaging in dubious activities under the guise of authority, it must be acknowledged that he has, at least, contributed significantly to the destruction of celestial bodies. In this regard, Beerus possesses a certain confidence. Otherwise, given his propensity for slumbering for decades at a time, the 7th universe would have long since been obliterated by Lord Zeno. Observing Beerus deep in thought, the oracle fish, unimpressed, yawned and rolled its eyes, stating, very well. I shan't linger here to chat with you. If you have inquiries, direct them to whomever you wish. With a huff, it added, thank goodness you awoke from that nightmare. Otherwise, I might have been the first oracle fish to perish from hunger in the realm of destruction. What a lamentable fate that would have been. Subsequently, the oracle fish began to float languidly, its empty belly guiding it towards the kitchen. Oh, you glutton. All you ever think about is eating. Beerus scoffed at the oracle fish, yet he had never considered that this gluttonous trait was somewhat characteristic of those on Beerus' planet. Chapter 73. I don't mind if Cooler acts as my proxy from the oracle fish to the angels, and then to his esteemed self as the god of destruction. It seems that each of them embodies the essence of a true Epicurean. Where was I? Ah, yes, Frieza. Has he truly been remiss in his duties? The tasks he was assigned must have been poorly executed. Otherwise, how could the overall rating of the 7th universe have plummeted so swiftly? If he had exerted even a modicum of effort, the cosmic index would surely exceed 4 points. It must be the fault of this fellow. Very well. It appears I have been dormant for far too long, allowing him to completely indulge himself. With that, Beerus raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with cold resolve. And with a snap of his fingers, a three-dimensional projection materialized before him. This was a newly conceived communicator, a manifestation of his divine power. On the other end of the communicator appeared the figure of a member of the Frost Demon clan, Frieza himself. Upon noticing that Beerus had initiated contact, Frieza stood attentively, trembling slightly, and greeted him with utmost reverence. Greetings, Lord Beerus. It has been quite some time. What brings you here? However, upon witnessing Frieza's surroundings, Beerus's initially accusatory tone softened into one of suspicion. Where exactly are you? Frieza, for once, sensed a hint of concern and was overwhelmed with emotion. Is Lord Beerus showing concern for me? I am truly touched. Enough with the pleasantries. Answer my question. Beerus snapped impatiently. This is our spaceship manufacturing workshop. Where else would I be? Frieza responded. In the spaceship manufacturing workshop? But why? However, Beerus grew increasingly skeptical. Why are you wasting your time in the spaceship manufacturing workshop instead of promptly executing the tasks and the planet destruction plan I assigned to you? Are you no longer interested in your duties, or do you harbor other intentions? Upon hearing these words, Frieza was struck with fear, his spirit nearly leaving him. Lord Beerus, you must understand that you have truly misunderstood me. What? Is there some peculiar circumstance that has arisen? Beerus's tone took on a slightly ominous quality. After all, the god of destruction was not one to be trifled with, and he had been abruptly awakened from a sound sleep by a nightmare. If he were to discover that this nightmare was merely a foreboding omen, he could accept it. However, if this omen was not due to his own actions, but rather the failure of the icy demon before him to diligently fulfill his orders, the consequences would be dire. Beerus scoffed coldly. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I would not hesitate to find a new representative. I have heard of your brother, Cooler. Hasn't he been eager to make contact with me? If you, Frieza, have lost your ambition, I would gladly consider Cooler as my new agent. At that moment, Frieza was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he stammered, Lord Beerus, you have truly wronged me this time. It is not that I have not exerted myself in conquering and destroying planets over these years. An unforeseen incident has occurred. However, as you mentioned, my brother Cooler is also in the spaceship manufacturing workshop, busy with his own endeavors. What? Cooler is also in the spaceship manufacturing workshop? Have your icy demon kin change careers? No longer cosmic pirates, but instead, spaceship manufacturers? Suddenly, with a flicker of his mind, another figure indeed appeared before them, the very Cooler. Wielding a spaceship, this fellow was genuinely occupied with the creation of interstellar vessels. What on earth is happening? Haven T, your icy demon clan always served the Zeno organization? How could such a wealthy pirate organization have fallen to this state? Moreover, how have two prodigies from the icy demon clan descended to the level of spaceship manufacturing? What is truly going on? If I do not receive a satisfactory answer, your existence will be rendered unnecessary. I shall personally arrive and reduce you to cosmic dust. Lord Beerus, you are still unaware of the underlying circumstances? Of course, I am unaware. Beerus replied curtly. If you do not clarify matters immediately, I shall terminate this conversation. When we next meet, I will converse with you using my destructive powers. Frieza wiped the cold sweat from his brow, bowing slightly in a show of deference, and began to recount the events of the past years. As he spoke, Beerus began to understand why the overall rating of the 7th universe had plummeted so rapidly in recent years. Once, the agent Frieza was quite diligent in his responsibilities. However, a few years ago, this fellow was robbed by Whis and a mysterious individual. That robbery resulted in the complete loss of Frieza's entire legion's advanced technological equipment. Unfortunately, the unfortunate Goldo also happened to be swept up in the chaos and was similarly plundered. As a consequence, Both factions found it exceedingly extravagant to engage in interstellar warfare or even to maintain communication and relay messages. The most unfortunate of all was his father, King Cold, and his brother, Goldo, who now often worked overtime at the spaceship manufacturing facility, participating in various supply tasks for the equipment. Frieza had long wished to vent his grievances to Beerus about this tragic fate, but Beerus had been in a deep slumber, leaving Frieza without a suitable opportunity, until now. Listening to Frieza's lamentations, it became evident that the issue was not Frieza's lack of effort or his legion's unwillingness to work. Rather, Whis and the mysterious individual had struck at Frieza's legion. If that were the case, it seemed unjust to blame Frieza for his recent failures in executing his missions. The rapid decline in the universe's overall rating appeared indeed to be linked to Whis. Beerus fell into contemplation once more. This was rather awkward. However, the insignificant figures on Frieza's side would hardly register in Beerus's mind. With a disdainful snort, Beerus declared, "I care not. Do not present me with excuses. Should I discover any further negligence in your tasks, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you and your entire legion. You would do well to take heed." With that, the communication was abruptly severed. Chapter 74. Beerus, soon I shall no longer be your subordinate. The once respectful Frieza's countenance darkened immediately. "Humph, Lord Beerus. It's only because I currently lack the strength to contend with you that I address you as Lord. Yet, while this may be the truth, I am aware of the Dragon Balls. Just wait. Once I utilize the Dragon Balls to attain immortality, what will a destroyer god be? In that time, will you not be beneath the feet of our Ice Demon clan? You may revel in your arrogance for now, before I fulfill my wish. You have a period in which to continue your reign as a destroyer god. Dodoria, how many days until our new fleet can set sail?" Dodoria replied with utmost deference. "Lord Frieza, our new fleet will be ready to embark in 3 days. Are there any commands?" Frieza pondered momentarily. "Very well. Instruct the Ginyu Force to prepare for battle. We shall mobilize the entire fleet and execute our previous plan for planet destruction. Yes, the planet destruction plan. We shall engage in full-scale war and obliterate all targeted planets. This is our foremost priority. Execute this at once." Dodoria immediately performed a standard respectful bow and turned to convey Frieza's orders, departing the command chamber. Meanwhile, the nearby Zarbon interjected, "Lord Frieza, did you not already receive the message relayed by Raditz? Isn't the pressing concern at present to seek the Dragon Balls? Why assign the Ginyu Force to carry out some annihilation plan? What urgency is there in such a trivial matter? Whether it is sooner or later makes little difference." Observing his favored subordinate, Frieza let out a slight sigh, internally cursing. If it weren't for Beerus meddling and hastening matters, there would be no need to implement any annihilation plan. We could simply pursue the Dragon Balls, make our wish, and return to vanquish Beerus, ensuring everything is resolved. However, now that Beerus has regained consciousness, Frieza deliberated for a moment and decided to comply with Lord Beerus's orders. Otherwise, he might find himself obliterated by that fellow Beerus before he even gathers the Dragon Balls to achieve immortality. It is wiser to proceed methodically, allowing the Ginyu Force to undertake the mission of exterminating planets as directed by Beerus. Without providing the explanation that Zarbon sought, Frieza inquired, "By the way, when can I expect the delivery of the new batch of detectors I ordered?" Zarbon checked the device in his hands and respectfully replied, "My Lord Frieza, that set of detectors has indeed departed from Lord Cooler, but it was intercepted by Lord Goldo's forces along the way. As for the estimated arrival time of the new detectors, it will likely take another year." Frieza immediately cursed, "Goldo, you scoundrel. At such a critical moment, you choose to hinder me. Without the detectors, what good is a journey to Namek? We would be unable to find anything. On such a vast planet, are we to send our small troops to search for a needle in a haystack? Urgently, I must push my father, Lord Cooler, to expedite the shipment and ensure we acquire the latest batch of detectors. Without them, accomplishing anything becomes exceedingly frustrating." Yet, upon further reflection, he chuckled coldly. However, it was undoubtedly wise to leave a few scion brats alive back then. Without the information relayed by that fool Raditz, how could we have known about the Dragon Balls? Alas, how regrettable it is that that simpleton Vegeta has set his sights on that insignificant place called Earth, unaware that the true origin of the Dragon Balls lies on Namek. "Very well, Zarbon, I entrust this matter entirely to you. You should have prepared sufficient small spacecraft by now. Keep enough troops in reserve, and as soon as the new detectors arrive, We shall set out for Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. I will credit you with the foremost achievement. As for that imbecile Dodoria, convey my orders to him. Once they embark, he must promptly oversee the fleet's construction. It is utterly vexing that my technology can only construct spacecraft and miniature spacecraft, while my father, Lord Cooler, possesses the technology for detectors. How infuriating. The sensation of being constrained is truly unpleasant. What on earth is that scoundrel Guldo doing? Frieza then mumbled to himself, as if recalling something. Very well. I hope this year passes swiftly. Beerus, soon I shall no longer be your subordinate. Amidst the eerie laughter, Frieza surprisingly instilled in Zabo a sense of spirited vitality. Could this truly be an illusion? After abruptly severing communication with Frieza and Cooler, Beerus sat in a state of discontent at his dining table. What on earth is this absurdity? Whis, you scoundrel. How could you possibly bring an inexplicable individual to rob my subordinates, seizing all their spacecraft and advanced technology? What kind of nonsense is this? Did the Grand Minister assign you such tasks as well? This is utterly preposterous. My delightful dreams are now dashed. It is indeed vexing. What on earth is Whis doing? Why can't I reach him? No, I must find Whis. Otherwise, everything remains incomprehensible. At this moment, Beerus had fully regained his composure from the earlier nightmare. Realizing that the root of all troubles lay with Whis, he then snapped his fingers in midair. Whis, you rascal. Connect to my communication at once. What are you so busy with that you dare ignore my calls? Even if you are executing some clandestine mission, you ought to inform me of your whereabouts or what you are engaged in, right? Time slipped away second by second, and Beerus's patience was gradually waning. After a full 5 minutes, the call remained unanswered. Whis, you scoundrel. What on earth are you doing? How dare you not answer my communications? With a sudden clap of his hands, a burst of violet divine energy surged forth, slowly coalescing into the semblance of a galaxy before Beerus. This appeared to be a place called the Milky Way. Judging by the manifestation of Beerus's divine power, he surmised, could Whis be in this remote galaxy? That would mean he is in the 7th universe. Since he is in the 7th universe, there should be no extraordinary incidents. Why, then, would Whis not answer my calls? Strange, there must be something amiss. Resolute in his decision, Beerus's divine power continued to surge forth uncontrollably, and the scene before him grew ever clearer. Chapter 75. Beerus is yet again weary. Accompanied by images of the Milky Way, the solar system, and Earth, one by one, the visuals gradually unfolded before Beerus. In a certain city on Earth, within a small noodle shop, Whis suddenly materialized before Beerus. The sight of Whis left Beerus utterly stunned. Is this truly my angel, Whis? In the image, Whis, donned in a hotel staff uniform, gazed at Beerus's projected likeness with a slight surprise. Oh? Why is it Lord Beerus? What brings you to me? We can discuss matters later. The restaurant is quite busy at the moment, and I have no time for idle chatter. By the way, you should promptly get some rest. Do not disturb my work. Well, that's all for now. I must hang up. With that, Whis's image completely vanished from Beerus's view. What on earth is going on? Beerus was infuriated. What was this fellow thinking? Did he believe that the patrons of the establishment were too occupied to engage in conversation? After all, he was a dignified god of destruction. This individual, did he possess some pressing matter that warranted the audacity to terminate both his communication and video connection? Did he not comprehend the immense power required for a god of destruction to pursue the whereabouts of an angel across such vast distances? The audacity of this individual to leave him hanging without a single word of explanation was utterly intolerable. As Beerus felt his temper rising, he realized that this was absolutely unacceptable. This individual must have something amiss. He was determined to uncover the truth. Did a trivial matter truly necessitate a journey to that remote planet for investigation? It was hardly worth it. Very well. He would reach out once more to ascertain what this fellow was up to. With that, Beerus forcefully summoned his divine power and re-established a mental connection with Whis. However, this time, no visuals were presented to Whis. Instead, he heard Whis's irritated voice. Lord Beerus, what is it that you wish? I have made it clear that I am quite busy. What could possibly be more significant than my summons? Beerus managed to suppress his anger and coldly inquired. You vanished for years. What on earth were you doing? At this, Whis paused slightly. Did the oracle fish fail to inform you? The oracle fish had indeed spoken. Yet it did not disclose that you were working as a servant in a hotel on a distant planet. What was the meaning of this? Whis sighed in resignation. Alas, this is beyond my control. The Grand Priest assigned me a top-secret mission that I must fulfill. Whis then inquired, Lord Beerus, what is the urgent matter that prompted you to seek me out? To be succinct, I am currently engaged in a highly confidential task and cannot afford any negligence. The consequences could be dire. This statement left Beerus in profound silence. Since this matter involved the Grand Priest, it must be of utmost importance, and it seemed Whis had his own burdens to bear. Thus, he resolved not to linger on the issue any longer. Beerus proceeded to recount the disturbing dream he had experienced. It turned out that his subordinate, the one named Frieza, had indeed caused some issues the previous year. However, the submission of those advanced technologies and equipment was entirely voluntary on Frieza and Cooler's part. We did not force them. How could the blame be shifted onto me? Moreover, I was engaged in a top-secret mission. How could I possibly indulge in such trivialities? Consider our statuses. How could we, as beings of our caliber, be confused about our relationship with a member of the Frieza clan? It is utterly preposterous. Very well, I shall not waste further words in explanation. Lord Beerus, you ought to keep a closer watch on your subordinates, attend to your rest, or whatever else you must do. The task at hand is of utmost importance. It is not merely the seventh universe that stands on the brink of peril, but rather the entirety of the cosmos could potentially be engulfed in profound danger. This is the extent of what I can convey to you. Should any further inquiries arise, you may consult the Grand Priest directly. With that, Whis once again severed communication with Beerus. Meanwhile, Beerus stood in stunned silence, utterly perplexed. What is the meaning of this? It appears to be of grave significance. Could Whis's mission truly bear such weight? If not only the seventh universe, but all universes are to be plunged into chaos, then this is indeed a monumental event. Moreover, Whis's assertions seem devoid of exaggeration. Anyone permitted to accompany him on such an undertaking must be of angelic or godly stature. Who else could possibly be worthy of Whis's trust, if not someone of such caliber? The thought seemed illogical. Even those of such exalted status, particularly with Whis present, would not embark on a venture to confront Frieza and Cooler. Yet, based on his own investigations, Frieza and Cooler had no apparent motive to deceive him. However, their losses were indeed substantial. Could there be an underlying secret yet to be uncovered? After a moment's contemplation, Beerus came to understand the gravity of the situation. Possessing too much knowledge could potentially prove detrimental, as it might lead to his demise by the hand of another, a fate not unheard of in the past. Thus, as long as he could maintain the universe's rating above 4 points, the seventh universe would remain safe from the whims of the Omni-King, allowing him to slumber peacefully. Suddenly, a yawn escaped Beerus, fatigue overtaking him. In his haste to summon Whis, it seemed his godly powers had been significantly depleted, and weariness surged through his mind once more. He found himself falling asleep again. As drowsiness washed over him, Beerus reassured himself. The plan to destroy the universe would remain in Frieza and Cooler's capable hands, and it should not significantly impact the universal index score. Furthermore, with Whis stationed at the helm, it was unlikely that any major complications would arise. It appeared that the more one knew, the more one could err. Thus, it would be wiser to return to a peaceful slumber, aligning with his true desires. Subsequently, Beerus left a message for Frieza, advising him to reach out should any unusual matters arise, and he would attend to them when necessary. As for Whis, upon the completion of his mission, he would undoubtedly return to the realm of destruction to provide a satisfactory explanation. Having pieced together the entirety of the situation, Beerus yawned once more, neglecting to greet the oracle fish, and promptly returned to his chamber. There, he reclined on his bed and swiftly drifted into the realm of dreams. Chapter 76. Nappa and Vegeta set course for Earth. It must be said, Lord Beerus possesses a truly expansive heart. Yet, in this instance, it is his subordinate, Frieza, who shall bear the brunt of the consequences. Awaiting the next awakening of Lord Beerus, perhaps a remarkable surprise will await him. However, at this moment, Beerus is entirely oblivious to the reasons behind Whis's enigmatic behavior. When the veil of these secrets is finally lifted, it will undoubtedly astonish Beerus. Of course, all of this is a matter for another time. Although Frieza has his own schemes and ulterior motives, his forces are still largely operating under Beerus's directives, wreaking havoc on planets and engaging in battles as instructed. The main contingent has already been dispatched, and it is unlikely that any significant disturbances will arise concerning the overall ratings of the seventh universe. For now, at least, it ensures that Beerus will not encounter any unforeseen complications. Yet, It is the subordinates of Frieza who suffer, for the current equipment and spaceships are exceedingly scarce. What once was an abundance of resources has transformed into a rarity, particularly for Nappa and Vegeta, who find themselves troubled on an unknown planet. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Vegeta cautiously disabled the communication function of his scouter and then barked at Nappa. "Nappa, prepare yourself. We are departing." Nappa, who had just settled down to rest, paused momentarily. "What is the matter, Vegeta? Are we not continuing to conquer this planet?" Vegeta snapped back. "Did you not hear what I said? Get ready, we are leaving immediately. Our destination is Earth." Nappa looked perplexed. "Why are we going to Earth? Once we conquer this planet, we could replenish our supplies." Vegeta scoffed. "Humph. It's all that fool Raditz' fault. He was killed on that place called Earth by a being with a power level under 3,000. Nappa chuckled. "That remote location. And there are actually individuals with a power level reaching 3,000? Quite surprising." He continued. "But Raditz was indeed unfortunate. He had a valuable scouter with him. Yet such a fate befell him. Could he not have fled?" Vegeta coldly retorted. "That waste of space couldn't he even escape? He lost both himself and his ship along with the scouter. Truly pathetic. Now we have to make another journey." Nappa sighed. "Indeed. That guy truly wasted a spaceship and a scouter. These resources are incredibly precious now. I currently lack a scouter to use. And I have no idea when the next batch will arrive at our headquarters. Otherwise, this situation becomes quite troublesome. These people are hiding like moles, and without a scouter, it's genuinely challenging to pinpoint their location. It's utterly vexing. Why waste so much time exerting ourselves on this remote planet?" Vegeta coldly interjected. "Enough, Nappa. Let us not waste any more breath here. Although Raditz, that useless fool, lost a spaceship and a scouter, it has certainly cost us dearly. However, he managed to relay a significant piece of intelligence. He had discovered a peculiar treasure of Earth, known as the Wish Pearl or Dragon Ball. When 7 of these are gathered, it seems that any wish can be granted. Haha, Nappa, ever since our Scion planet was shattered by that colossal meteor, this might be our chance to rise and free ourselves from the clutches of that scoundrel Frieza. Humph, this can be considered a notable achievement for Raditz." At this moment, Nappa gestured to Vegeta, signaling him to refrain from speaking recklessly, for the scanner possesses communication capabilities. Vegeta, rolling his eyes, retorted, "You fool. I have already disabled the communication function. Heh. Now our task is to travel to that planet, collect all the wish pearls, and fulfill our long-cherished desire for immortality. Once we attain eternal life, Frieza will surely pay for his misdeeds. Wish pearls, immortality. Vegeta, are you implying that your plan is? Of course. Do you not yet grasp my intentions? Very well, I understand, but we currently possess only a mini spaceship. Is it even capable of accommodating us?" Vegeta clenched his fists. Speaking with disdain, "That useless Raditz actually squandered one of our ships. We shall have to squeeze in." Nevertheless, this fool was defeated by a group of fighters with power levels around 3,000, so it seems we should not underestimate the inhabitants of that planet. The final transmission from the scanner indicated that those people can seemingly control their combat power through their emotions. If nothing unexpected arises, I could venture there alone. Yet to avert any unforeseen circumstances, you should accompany me. Although it is a one-person mini spaceship, we can still fit in together. How infuriating. That scoundrel Raditz expects us to help him resurrect? Humph, the fact that he ruined a precious spaceship and a scanner is utterly unforgivable. Very well. Once I become the strongest warrior in the universe, perhaps if I am in a good mood, I might consider avenging him." Nappa also clenched his fists, acknowledging. "It appears that the humans on that planet are indeed formidable. Raditz truly met his demise justly. For you to personally seek vengeance on his behalf is quite an honor for him." Without further ado, the mini spaceship quietly hovered before Vegeta and Nappa. The two squeezed in, forcing themselves into the confines of the vessel. Vegeta, feeling quite vexed, exclaimed, "Nappa, your size is too imposing. Could you perhaps distance yourself a bit?" Nappa, pressed against the wall of the spaceship, lamented, "Vegeta, I have no choice. This ship is exceedingly small. Are we not short on funds? If we had an extra ship, I would prefer not to be crammed in with you. Do you dare voice any objections?" Vegeta coldly retorted. Nappa immediately declared he had no objections. "Very well, since we are on a quest to seek out Earth's treasures. I suppose I can endure this inconvenience for a maximum of 9 months. In 9 months, we shall arrive at the place known as Earth. Alas, poor reptiles, savor these final 9 months of bliss." In an instant, The diminutive single-pod spaceship, carrying Nappa and Vegeta, surged toward Earth with remarkable speed. Chapter 77, Whis. In pain and pleasure, the terrifying Scions are poised to descend upon Earth in this sardine-can manner, while the inhabitants of Earth diligently prepare for the impending battle, tirelessly honing their skills and pouring forth their sweat to enhance their strength. Meanwhile, Piccolo remains generous, rigorously training Goku's son, Gohan, in a grueling regimen. Gohan has truly risen to the occasion, adapting to Piccolo's training methods within a mere 6 months, and his powers have been steadily advancing. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha have shed their previous lethargy, surprisingly committing themselves to daily training within the gravity chamber of the Capsule Corporation headquarters, striving to elevate their abilities. After all, the Scions arriving this time are an unknown force, leaving everyone with a sense of uncertainty. They cannot allow Goku to shoulder the burden alone. They too are warriors of Earth and must contribute their share of strength. In this regard, the collective effort of the group is evident to all. Interestingly, the most significant changes during this time have occurred in the enigmatic figure of Luo Hao. Since the group's return from the future, Whis has been astonished to witness Luo Hao's remarkable progress in recovering fragmented memories. Regardless of the extent of his memory restoration or whether his true identity can be discerned, Whis has little hope in this regard. However, some of the scenes he has regained since their return have left Whis profoundly shaken. Luo Hao's identity grows ever more mysterious. The more Whis learns, the more powerless he feels. Most importantly, Luo Hao's formidable strength has left Whis utterly astonished, as his power evolves with each passing day. Initially, Whis could sense a subtle divine energy emanating from Luo Hao, but now, as his power becomes more concealed, he increasingly resembles an ordinary person. In terms of energy and divine presence, even Whis, an angel, can no longer detect any trace of energy fluctuations, which has left him deeply unsettled. Even the Grand Minister or the Omni-King could not entirely suppress their power within themselves in such a manner. Yet, the growing pressure emanating from Luo Hao indicates that he is certainly no ordinary individual. The faint sense of oppression he exudes reveals that he has merely internalized his divine power and strength. As for the extent of his current power, perhaps only those at the level of the Grand Minister or the Omni-King can truly comprehend it. More alarmingly, his enhancement in strength appears to be an ongoing process, evolving day by day, which fills Whis with trepidation. It appears that prominent figures are indeed incomparable, standing apart from ordinary angels and destroyers alike. Currently, Whis can only console himself in such a manner. Although the prowess of this fellow, Luo Hao, continues to escalate without bounds. What astonishes Whis most is that this individual's growth seems limitless, transforming daily, from initial shock to horror, and eventually to a state of numbness. Whis has grown indifferent to Luo Hao's burgeoning strength. This individual resembles an insatiable abyss, perpetually growing stronger. As for the extent of his potential, Whis has lost interest in pursuing that inquiry. From the outset, as fragmented memories began to resurface, Whis diligently sought to uncover the identity of this enigmatic being. However, as the fragments became increasingly chaotic and the information more overwhelming, even a being as astute as Whis, endowed with remarkable cognitive capacity, felt a sense of impending collapse. What manner of monster is this individual? Regardless of Luo Hao's formidable strength or the disarray of his memories, at least he can now reside in the 7th universe, gradually recuperating, which Whis can only view as a positive phenomenon. It is no wonder that the Grand Priest spoke so gravely when assigning this task, instilling such fear in the Omni-King. Perhaps all of this does adhere to a semblance of logic. Ironically, after a prolonged slumber, Beerus has chosen to make a grand entrance on Earth, adopting a forceful demeanor ostensibly to defend his subordinate, Frieza. Should that be the case, the situation could become quite amusing. Ah, Lord Beerus, does your propensity for slumber absolve you of responsibility? If you were aware that this individual delivered a severe thrashing to Zampa upon his recent awakening in the future timeline, one might question whether you would dare provoke this significantly more powerful entity than before. Since Beerus reached out to Whis, he has genuinely worried that this reckless destroyer might impulsively venture to Earth, seeking out Luo Hao for retribution. With Beerus's brazen and unruly nature, an encounter with Luo Hao would surely result in Beerus suffering the consequences. Perhaps Whis's prayers and blessings have borne fruit. After several days, he noted that Beerus had not recklessly returned to Earth, allowing Whis to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, upon casting a reconnaissance spell, Whis discovered that Beerus, ever the slumbering giant, had once again succumbed to deep sleep after orchestrating matters concerning Frieza. This revelation prompted Whis to exhale with relief. Familiar with Beerus's character, Whis understands that this is indeed a unique situation warranting special attention. Faced with a being like Luo Hao, it is only a matter of time before Beerus finds himself at a disadvantage. However, due to the confidentiality of the task, Whis cannot divulge everything here to Beerus. Doing so might transgress a certain taboo, which is a dilemma for Whis. Although he finds many aspects of his partner Beerus unsatisfactory, the bond they have forged over the past 10,000 years is undeniable. Whis merely hopes that Beerus does not recklessly awaken and come seeking trouble. For now, he can only entrust Beerus's future fate to his modest blessings. Consequently, this period has been exceptionally fulfilling for Whis. Despite all the burdens of the dining club resting upon his shoulders, he experiences a bittersweet joy. The joy comes from indulging in the myriad culinary delights of Earth, while the pain, for an angel, is inconsequential. Chapter 78. Bulma kicks open the door of the Luo family, as Whis continues to engage with Luo Hao. Their friendship steadily deepens. From the various fragments of Luo Hao's memories, Whis has gleaned considerable insights about the future. It appears that in the forthcoming timeline, Beerus's loss of Earth is merely a minor prologue to the disputes between the 6th and 7th universes. Eventually, a so-called tournament of power is held. Such a development is astonishing. Although it only slowly unfolds within Luo Hao's memories, it at least signifies forthcoming events. Regardless of the aspect examined, one glaring issue emerges. They must enhance the strength of humanity across the universe. Only by bolstering the prowess of the universe's inhabitants and augmenting cosmic strength can the 7th universe thrive. The strength of others becomes inconsequential in the face of these events. Thus, it becomes evident that Whis has acquired a vital new task: to discover and cultivate exceptional talents. As these formidable warriors may be the foundation upon which he and Beerus establish their presence in the 7th universe. The realization of this necessity brings Whis considerable satisfaction. Yet he is further astonished by Luo Hao's apparent enthusiasm for this endeavor. He frequently dedicates his leisure time to mentoring Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha in their training. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 9 months have elapsed. One day, a colossal Scion spacecraft, resembling a comet, crashes heavily into a small town on the outskirts of West City. With a thunderous sound, the spacecraft creates a massive crater upon impact. As the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opens, 2 men, who have embraced in slumber for 9 months, emerge from the vessel. These are Nappa and Vegeta. Having arrived on Earth, Nappa stretches his waist and remarks, "It's quite cramped in here. Thankfully, we activated sleep mode. Otherwise, I can't imagine how we would have endured these 9 months." As soon as the words left his mouth, Nappa sensed a chilling murderous intent emanating from the direction of Vegeta. This is bad. He had spoken out of turn. It was not only himself who was in danger, but it seemed Vegeta was even more agitated. This could lead to trouble. Nappa, displaying a moment of cleverness, surveyed his surroundings and immediately raised both hands to the heavens, unleashing a powerful attack. With a thunderous roar, an innocent little town behind him was obliterated by the explosion of his energy wave, causing the murderous aura from Vegeta to gradually dissipate. At this moment, Nappa wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved. That was a close call. Fortunately, he had acted swiftly, annihilating that human settlement entirely. Otherwise, if others had witnessed him and Vegeta crammed together in the same spaceship, and if Vegeta had taken action, it would likely have resulted in a massacre, silencing everyone, including himself. He was fortunate to have reacted quickly indeed. Just as Nappa was celebrating his good fortune, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Something was still amiss. Suddenly recalling something important, he swiftly returned to the spaceship, cautiously retrieving their soul detector and respectfully placing it in Vegeta's hands. "Vegeta, what shall we do next?" At this, Vegeta's expression softened slightly. It appeared he had acted prudently, or he might not have known how perilous his situation truly was. However, Vegeta merely scoffed, slowly donning the detector upon his head. "Since you have already made contact with the natives of this planet, we are now to visit the mightiest warrior on this world." He pressed the button on the detector, which emitted a series of beeps, and then he pointed decisively in a direction. "There. Remarkably, there is indeed a being on this planet with a power level of 5,000. It seems we have underestimated them." Nappa was taken aback. What? A power level of 5,000? How is that possible? In this remote galaxy? On this unknown planet? Could there really be someone with such strength? He wondered if the detector was malfunctioning. Vegeta chuckled. Even if the detector were faulty, it matters not. 5,000 is still within our threshold. It is a pity that Beerus, in his foolishness, did not ascertain the situation properly before recklessly arriving at this peculiar planet. It is truly a rhythm of self-destruction. However, perhaps we shall discover new answers once we meet this individual. The game has only just begun. Naba, ever obsequious, exclaimed. Then let us go, Vegeta. The two ascended into the sky, soaring swiftly towards Piccolo's location. In West City, the door of Luo Hao's dining club was forcefully kicked open, and at that moment, a voice of impatience echoed from within. Who is it? Immediately, the tone of Whis's voice dropped an octave as he beheld the furious figure at the entrance, none other than the visibly distressed Bulma. Oh, Whis immediately greeted with a radiant smile. Isn't this Miss Bulma? What brings you here in person? Bulma, unrepentant, forcefully kicked open the door to the Luo Hao residence and glared at Whis with irritation, exclaiming, Where is that scoundrel Luo Hao? With an innocent expression, Whis pointed upstairs, stating, He should be training. Bulma huffed in annoyance. At a time like this, that guy is still training? She then stormed up the stairs. Indeed, only Miss Bulma could maintain such a fierce demeanor towards Luo Hao. With her audacity, she could easily be considered a goddess in Whis's eyes, albeit a tempestuous one. Bulma barged into Luo Hao's room, where she found him gazing blankly at the sky. Is this what Whis referred to as training? Bulma was somewhat perplexed, while Luo Hao turned his gaze away from the distance and smiled faintly. Oh? Bulma, what's the matter? Luo Hao, I heard from Whis that you were training? Indeed. Luo Hao replied earnestly. Nodding, I am diligently honing my skills. What's wrong? Bulma scoffed. You're just sitting there dazed, and yet you dare claim you're training? Your audacity is unmatched. Chapter 79. Should we send Whis to eliminate the two Scions? However, Bulma quickly recalled her primary purpose for coming and promptly explained to Luo Hao, Do you know? I just saw a news report. Those two terrifying Scions have arrived on Earth. Oh, is that so? Luo Hao replied with an impassive expression. You do realize I'm talking about those two dreadful Scions, right? Oh, so it's them. Receiving such a calm response unsettled Bulma entirely. Did you even hear what I said? Aren't you even a little surprised or excited? What is there to be surprised or excited about? Luo Hao countered. Fine. You have no idea how terrifying those two are. They've already reduced a small town outside West City to ruins. Quickly, turn on the television and see for yourself. Bulma expertly switched on Luo Hao's TV and focused intently on the earlier footage. Look. See how ruthless these two are. They've killed numerous Earthlings. Are you not astonished? How can you remain so composed? Luo Hao shrugged. Miss Bulma, what do you expect me to do? You should contact our friends immediately and stop them from destroying Earth. Isn't that what a guardian of Earth should do? Just like you've been told, Whis always says you're incredibly powerful. So what? Are you backing down now that you face these two terrifying Scions? Luo Hao sighed lightly. All right, if I truly need to take action, perhaps a bit of exercise wouldn't hurt. However, shouldn't we observe the situation first? As Bulma observed, it seemed as though a sudden thought struck her. After all, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin were still present. With their presence, the situation remained unchanged. Offering their counsel from the rear might prove to be more beneficial. Promptly, Bulma located the footage of the recent devastation wrought upon the town, pointing emphatically, Look at how detestable these two Scions are. By the way, this is quite troublesome. It appears that the entire transmission system over there has been obliterated. How are we to pursue the investigation now? Do you wish to see the live images? It was now Luo Hao's turn to inquire of Bulma. Bulma nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Of course. I am immensely interested in the events transpiring over there. Unfortunately, the various audiovisual systems were completely inoperable. Perhaps we should venture to the scene ourselves? Yet Luo Hao merely smiled faintly. With Whis around, is there any need to go to the site? We can observe what occurs there at any moment. Subsequently, Luo Hao gestured slightly, and Whis, who had been on the first floor repairing a door lock, wore a resigned smile. Here we go again. You truly are something else. My angel staff is nearing the point of becoming your own. You take it without so much as a word of whether I consent or not. My staff seems to lack any spine. With a mere wave, you appear here as if summoned. How utterly absurd. However, in this regard, Whis merely vented his frustrations without any real ire. He had previously made a concerted effort regarding the control of his angel staff. Yet, those earnest attempts had left him disheartened. As he simultaneously issued commands to the staff alongside Luo Hao, it appeared to obey Luo Hao utterly, disregarding its true master. No matter how much divine energy he infused into it, the staff seemed to operate independently, soaring towards Luo Hao as if it had no ties to him. This instilled a profound sense of helplessness within Whis. Very well, I shall be a mere bystander. I resign myself to this fate. During this moment of reflection, the staff once again inexplicably vanished from his sight. Was it yet another instance of borrowing without permission? Completing his lock repairs, Whis ascended to the second floor, only to find the two individuals engrossed in the holographic projections emanating from his angel staff. These two truly had no comprehension of the artifact's value, completely neglecting the television in favor of using his divine instrument as a projector. What were they observing? Through the staff's projection, he discerned two figures clad in scion armor soaring through the air. Could these truly be the scions they spoke of? At that moment, Bulma was utterly exhilarated. Pointing at the screen, "Wow, Whis' staff is indeed remarkable. It can show us anything we wish to see. I am beginning to believe that your powers are genuinely formidable. Why not do this? Send Whis away and eliminate those two scions." Whis had just reached the doorway when he stumbled slightly, exclaiming, "You truly hold me in high regard." Expecting me, a dignified angel, to confront two ordinary scions. Subsequently, Bulma murmured to herself, "I wonder if Whis' petite frame can withstand a confrontation with that burly fellow's bald head. If necessary, you might lend a hand. Perhaps the two of you combined could impart a profound lesson to these scions. Aren't you both reputed as true masters? There may still be hope for victory." Otherwise, at this point, Whis was rendered utterly speechless. A distinguished angel and childhood companion of the Grand Priest, reduced to needing teamwork to overcome mere scions? It was thanks to Miss Bulma's uniquely unconventional thought process that Whis found himself in a state of complete bewilderment. Meanwhile, Bulma paid no heed to Whis and Luo Hao's musings, intently observing the aerial maneuvers of the two scions, casually inquiring of Luo Hao, "Where are they headed?" Luo Hao replied with a faint smile, "They're likely seeking Piccolo. Considering Goku is currently absent from our Earth, they must be looking for the strongest being on the planet." "Ah, so Piccolo is now the mightiest on Earth. I had presumed it was you and Whis." Whis sighed in exasperation, watching coldly from the sidelines. "Well, it seems I've been compared to mere mortals. Very well. Given your perspective as an ordinary Earthling, I shall refrain from holding it against you." "Humph, who knew I, Whis, would be so magnanimous?" At that moment, Bulma suddenly recalled something. "Goku is not on Earth. Where have you sent him?" Luo Hao shrugged, stating, in anticipation of the arrival of these two scions, "Whis arranged for Goku to train in a special location. He probably hasn't received any news yet." Whis added, "We should soon learn of the scions' arrival. I trust Goku will return shortly. However, it may take some time. His training should be well underway, and eliminating these two scions should pose no issue, provided Goku can make it back." Chapter 80. Whis, take me back to Earth. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving a playful undertone in the other's eyes. Noticing their peculiar behavior, Bulma grew suspicious once more, fully engaging her sharp and agile mind. Observing the scene before her and the odd expressions on their faces, she seemed to recall something. Right. That scion, the little one named Vegeta, looks somewhat familiar. Wait, let me think. Yes, I remember now. We encountered this fellow named Vegeta in the future timeline, where he had seemingly become a warrior for Earth, fighting for its cause. Indeed. No wonder you two are acting so strangely and calmly. This fellow is currently a villain, but he will eventually be one of us. In the realm of the underworld, on the planet of King Kai, Sun Wukong reclined upon the verdant grass, his eyes gently closed, with his arms serving as a pillow, as he diligently practiced his Ultra Instinct technique. To be honest, this leisurely existence was quite delightful. Ever since he mastered Whis' Ultra Instinct, he felt an unprecedented surge of progress. Suddenly, a rather impractical voice broke through the tranquility. "Wukong, are you slacking off again?" It was none other than King Kai himself, his expression one of annoyance as he interrupted Wukong's training. Instantly, Wukong sprang up, a look of indignation crossing his face. "My lord King Kai, what do you mean by slacking off? I am here honing my Ultra Instinct, can you not see?" "Well, you always have an excuse," King Kai retorted. "However, there is an important matter I must convey to you." Wukong paused, a flicker of concern in his eyes. What? Are you sending me away again? But I have no intention of leaving, as my training here greatly benefits my technique. It is not merely a desire to linger. King Kai rapped Wukong on the forehead. What are you talking about? Am I so petty? I merely came to inform you of something significant. Significant news? Wukong's curiosity was piqued. What could be so important that it requires your personal attention? King Kai spoke gravely. The two formidable scions you were worried about have arrived on Earth. What? Wukong exclaimed, springing to attention. My lord King Kai, please repeat that. King Kai, exasperated, replied, must I repeat myself? Those two scions have indeed landed on Earth, and it appears they have already destroyed a small town. They are currently searching for your companions, according to my latest intelligence. He added, incredulously, and here you are, leisurely enjoying the scenery. Are you truly unconcerned, or simply oblivious? Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Well, thank you for the notification, my lord King Kai. It seems I must return to Earth immediately. Would you kindly assist me in my journey? King Kai stood momentarily in shock. What? You won't be returning? Wukong chuckled lightly. Actually, I cannot. I was brought here by a fellow named Whis, and as for how to return, I genuinely have no idea. King Kai's expression turned peculiar. Then why not promptly contact the one who brought you here to take you back? Do not even think about lingering here any longer. In the future, refrain from visiting my planet without reason. With utmost seriousness, Wukong bowed respectfully to King Kai. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your hospitality during my stay. I will not impose further, but please assist me in reaching Whis. What? King Kai blinked in surprise. You want me to contact Whis? Who is that? I do not know him. How could I possibly reach out to him? At this moment, Wukong scratched his head in confusion. This truly complicates matters. My lord King Kai, do you have any alternative means to send me back? King Kai pondered for a moment. Have you never traversed the Snake Way, which spans 1,000,000 kilometers? 1,000,000 kilometers of Snake Way? Wukong's expression was one of utter bewilderment, his gaze fixed on King Kai in a state of confusion. The king of the world spoke with a hint of irritation. It appears you truly know nothing. Very well, I shall be the benevolent one to the end. Place your arm on my back and silently invoke the name of the person you wish to contact, and you shall reach them. Let that individual come to fetch you, and you may return to Earth. Really, what a hassle to trouble me for this. Observing the king's glum demeanor, Sun Wukong hesitated no longer. After spending considerable time with the king, he had developed a measure of respect, yet when it came to business, he held no reservations. He placed his palm firmly on the king's back and silently recited Whis's name. Meanwhile, on Earth, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Wukong, is that you? Sun Wukong, equally surprised, exclaimed, Ah, Whis, I actually managed to connect with you. The king, somewhat irked, retorted, What kind of person do you think I am? To deceive a mere mortal like you? Speak quickly and do not waste my time. Sun Wukong, albeit a bit hesitant, replied, All right, Whis, do you have a moment? I've heard that those two scions have already arrived on Earth. My training here has reached a conclusion, so please hurry and come to retrieve me. Whis, slightly bewildered, responded, Wukong, can't you return on your own? Sun Wukong slapped his forehead in realization. Ah, if I were to return, I would need to traverse 1,000,000 kilometers Serpent Road. Who knows how long it would take me to reach Earth? Would it be too much trouble for you to come and get me? Whis sighed in frustration. Wukong, it's not that I don't want to come for you, but I truly cannot spare the time. My staff is currently monopolized by two individuals watching videos. You know, without the Angel S staff, I cannot accomplish anything. Think of a solution yourself. We'll talk later. Goodbye. With a definitive click, he ended the communication with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong and the king exchanged incredulous glances. Whis, the seemingly unflappable, had indeed left no room for criticism. However, as Whis had mentioned, his staff was occupied with those watching videos. What could be more important than the scions attacking Earth? This left Sun Wukong in a bit of a quandary. As for the alternative of running back by the Serpent Road, a few hours didn't seem too daunting. The king calculated with his fingers. Wukong, given your current strength, you should manage without much difficulty. It's estimated that in about 12 hours, you will reach the end of the Serpent Road. I can assist you further. I will inform the Earth's deity to await you at the road's end. Once you complete your journey through the Serpent Road, the Earth's deity shall escort you back to Earth. In this way, I shall have fulfilled my duty. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 81. Bulma takes on the role of an outside advisor without hesitation. Sun Wukong bid farewell to the king and immediately took flight. swiftly escaping the gravitational pull of the King's planet and landing upon the serpent road stretching for 1,000,000 kilometers. Wow. So this is the Snake Way. I must admit, I was entirely oblivious to it when I accompanied Whis, and I was swiftly led to King Kai's planet. Now, I must set forth with utmost determination. Otherwise, those two scions on Earth may remain unencountered. I wonder how formidable their powers truly are. Yet, the mere thought of engaging in battle with genuine masters sends exhilarating tremors through my body. At this moment, Sun Wukong has pushed his speed to its zenith, deftly maneuvering and soaring along the Snake Way. Ah, what an invigorating sensation this is. I never anticipated that this would be the location of King Kai's planet. I sincerely hope that the Lord of the Gods will successfully bring me back. Alas, what a hassle. Just then, I heard King Kai's voice. Wukong, have you set off? Sun Wukong, racing with all his might, replied, Yes, what's the matter, Lord Kai? King Kai sighed in resignation and said, You'd better hurry. I just observed that those two scions possess extraordinary strength. It seems your companions on Earth may not be their equals and could be in danger of being slain. I merely wish to caution you. As for the rest, you must take care of yourself. The Lord of the Gods should already be waiting for you at the end of Snake Way. Whether you can make it in time depends entirely on you. I see now. It appears that Earth is indeed facing a crisis. However, with Whis and Luo Hao present, Sun Wukong does not feel overly concerned. Yet, given King Kai's earnest warning, this is a being who would not casually misrepresent the situation. Should any harm befall his companions on Earth, that is something Sun Wukong would be loath to witness. On another note, the statuses of Whis and Luo Hao on Earth are immensely elevated, far beyond the reach of someone like King Kai, who can only perceive superficial threats. Had he known of the existence of these two extraordinary beings, he would not have worried about any potential danger facing Earth, nor would he have felt compelled to alert Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, this well-intentioned caution invigorated Sun Wukong, who then unleashed the King Kai fist he had learned from King Kai, dramatically doubling his speed. After reveling in this newfound velocity for a moment, Sun Wukong pondered, what if I return too late and those two scions are defeated by Piccolo and the others? What fun would there be in returning then? Thus, Sun Wukong shouted from midair, double King Kai fist. Once more, his speed increased exponentially as he raced furiously toward the end of Snake Way. At this moment, Sun Wukong felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Utilizing the double King Kai fist, while it does impose a certain toll on his stamina, remains entirely bearable. The sensation of this surge in power is truly delightful, as Sun Wukong's hearty laughter echoed through the air. Even the golden clouds below the Snake Way rippled in response to his aura. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong hastened on his journey, Ba and Vegeta successfully arrived at the frozen plateau where Piccolo resided. Suddenly, Piccolo turned sharply, coldly admonishing the others. Are you all ready? The opponents are almost here, and you are still dawdling. Behind him stood Son Gohan, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, all preoccupied with donning an array of armor and battle attire that astonishingly resembled that of the arriving scions. Son Gohan complained, Uncle Krillin, could you find me a smaller size? This armor feels a bit too large. Krillin sighed in response, Gohan, just make do with it. This is the smallest size available. Look at Kaiatsu. He can't even fit into his. Kaiatsu, it's just a scouter. You can wear it even if you don't know how to use it. At least it will look good, he added. Yamcha, Tien, are you two ready? Piccolo mentioned that the opponents are nearly here. Hurry up. We can't afford to make fools of ourselves. Yamcha, grinning, remarked, Krillin, where on earth did you procure such peculiar equipment? This armor is surprisingly good quality. Krillin chuckled sheepishly. Oh, I may have borrowed a few items from Bulma's little warehouse before we departed from the Capsule Corporation headquarters. I stumbled upon some real treasures. Although the armor styles are a bit outdated, their defensive capabilities are quite similar to what we usually train with. Since we are going to battle the scions, we ought to equip ourselves well. Tien held up a slightly larger piece of armor and asked Piccolo, Are you sure you don't want to try a set? Piccolo coldly scoffed, You, my friend, can rest assured that even if it costs me my life, I will not wear such outlandish attire. I am truly astonished by how you all look. He then glanced skyward at the two approaching dark figures. They are coming, Krillin exclaimed. Everyone, put on your scouters. These are high-tech devices designed by Miss Bulma, capable of detecting the opponent's power levels. However, for us, they seem somewhat redundant, as we can sense their energy signatures with our key sensing techniques. Still, As a communication device, it proves to be a worthwhile choice. At that moment, Bulma's irritated voice echoed from the scouter. Krillin, you rascal, you emptied my little warehouse. I will settle this with you later. The group paused in surprise, hearing Bulma's voice as Krillin meekly inquired, Miss Bulma, can you see what is happening here? Of course. Who do you think I am? You all better fight well and not waste my armor and scouters, or you will regret it. Especially you, Gohan. Stop wearing that outdated scouter. There should be a smaller one in the warehouse. Yes, just like that. Bulma unexpectedly took on the role of an off-field advisor in the home of Luo Hao, guiding everyone on how to don their equipment. Meanwhile, Piccolo called out in boredom, subsequently gazing upwards at the figures of Vegeta and Nappa hovering in the air. These two individuals undeniably exuded immense power. The aura they radiated made everyone feel uneasy. It was evident that the strength of these scions far surpassed that of the one known as Raditz. As Nappa and Vegeta descended swiftly before the gathering, both parties exchanged bewildered glances, perceiving an oddity in one another's expressions. Vegeta and Nappa were utterly perplexed as to why this group of Earth warriors from a remote planet possessed the latest model of scouters, adorned in battle suits and armor specifically designed for scions. Who were these people? Why did they bear equipment akin to their own? On the other hand, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Yamcha, and Tien Shinhan regarded Vegeta and Nappa with a peculiar gaze. Were these two truly the legendary scions? Their appearance resembled that of beggars. However, one could hardly blame Piccolo and Krillin for their odd looks. Vegeta and Nappa's condition was indeed rather disheveled. Particularly Nappa, clad in a specially designed scion battle armor, bore a missing section at the shoulder, seemingly obliterated by some ferocious attack. Additionally, he lacked a piece of waist protection, and two dark imprints marred his chest, suggesting he had endured considerable damage from a mysterious assault. While Vegeta's armor appeared significantly more intact than Nappa's and bore no visible damage, the sight of a hole in Vegeta's battle boots, revealing his big toe, elicited quiet laughter from the onlookers. Was this individual here to amuse? In stark contrast, Krillin and Gohan, along with the others, stood before the two extraterrestrial beings in pristine scion battle suits and armor, all gleaming and impeccably arranged. Each warrior possessed a scouter that sparkled, polished to a brilliant shine, radiating a fresh metallic luster, clearly a set of exquisite equipment. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa shared a single scouter that emitted sparks on Vegeta's face, as if it were on the verge of malfunction. At this moment, it was difficult to discern who truly represented the cosmic marauders. The role seemed entirely reversed. Vegeta and Nappa locked eyes with Gohan and Piccolo for a full 3 minutes. Yet Vegeta's carefully crafted words remained unspoken. Surprisingly, it was Gohan who first broke the awkward silence, tugging at Piccolo's cloak and gently inquiring, Uncle Piccolo, are these two beggars? This single remark struck Vegeta and Nappa like a bolt from the blue, rendering their bodies rigid. Arriving on this remote planet in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, I found myself mistaken for a beggar by a mere child. This is utterly intolerable. Vegeta's composure undoubtedly surpasses that of Nappa by a considerable margin. Just as Nappa was on the verge of exploding with rage, Vegeta clenched his fists and scoffed. You little brat, what do you know? How dare you flaunt our equipment, which you must have obtained by some means? Nappa, gritting his teeth, retorted, Humph. This is all Frieza's fault. I can't fathom how he has managed to cut off all our supplies over the past year. Their equipment seems sharper than ours, and it's truly disheartening. Yet Vegeta dismissed his concerns with a huff. Do not waste your breath on these insignificant fools. Our purpose here is to seek the Dragon Balls. He pressed a button on his sparking scouter, a smirk forming on his lips. I knew it. No wonder there is someone with a battle power exceeding 5,000. It's a Namekian. Humph. This is fortuitous, as the presence of a Namekian confirms the authenticity of the Dragon Ball's existence. Nappa, eliminate these scornful beings. But leave the Namekian for now. Once our wishes are realized, I shall personally dispose of him. However, it appeared that Kakarot was not among them, and I couldn't help but feel intrigued. Could it be that he anticipated our arrival and chose to hide? Nappa chuckled coldly. Very well, Vegeta, as you wish. Do they dare to disdain me? Humph. Once I vanquish them, I shall bring back all their equipment. I've truly been impoverished lately. Nevertheless, Vegeta, he added candidly, your shoes are in dire need of replacement. How could you have torn a hole in them last time? Quite embarrassing. At this moment, Vegeta's facade of calm shattered upon hearing Nappa's words, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, You insolent fool. I commanded you to slay them. Why are you flaunting your bravado before me? How dare they belittle us scions? Humph. We must not grant them a swift demise. I recall there were some seeds of the Cybermen left from our last battle. Use them to eliminate the weaker ones. As for the strong, you may take your time to eradicate them all. I shall not afford you another opportunity, should you fail to satisfy me. I won't hesitate to obliterate you here and now. Nappa, intimidated by Vegeta's imposing presence, fell silent. All right, I merely intended to offer you a friendly reminder. Was it necessary to become so enraged? Yet, upon witnessing the murderous glint in Vegeta's eyes, Nappa wisely suppressed his final remarks. Fear and trepidation were all he felt towards Vegeta. However, facing this group, Nappa's demeanor transformed into a sinister grin. Heh. Behold the Cybermen I have painstakingly saved for this moment. Let me show you what true terror entails. Though the Cybermen's strength is not formidable, it suffices against those with battle powers just over 1,000. Meanwhile, in West City, Whis, Bulma, and Luo Hao watched the unfolding battle, laughing uncontrollably. Especially Bulma, upon seeing Vegeta's shoes with a gaping toe, was in fits of laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks as she collapsed onto Luo Hao. Luo Hao. That Vegeta is truly amusing. His shoes have a hole. It's utterly hilarious. I can't stop laughing. Ha. The sound of Bulma's unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the dining club. At this moment, Whis, displaying his keen sense of timing, brought over 2 buckets of popcorn, one for Luo Hao and the other placed in front of himself. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he eagerly joined Luo Hao and Bulma in observing the unfolding battle. After enduring a long stretch of monotonous days, this rare spectacle of combat was indeed a delightful diversion. Bulma, feigning annoyance, remarked, Whis, you are exceptionally biased. What about my popcorn? You bring snacks while watching a blockbuster and neglect to offer me anything? Is that too much to ask? After all, I am a guest. Whis, momentarily taken aback, replied, I truly forgot about that. He handed his untouched cup of milk tea to Bulma, saying, Miss Bulma, please enjoy this while we continue watching. During the battle's intermission, I shall fetch you another bucket. Surely, that will suffice? Thus, the trio reached an unspoken agreement, quietly gazing into the distance. Chapter 83, Cultivators vs. Cultivators at the battle site. Nappa approached the crowd with a sinister grin. Humph, you wretches are hardly worthy of my attention. However, Vegeta has commanded me to dispatch you with these cultivators. These are the last 5 seeds I've painstakingly saved, a gesture of respect towards you. 5 against 5. It's perfectly matched. To be frank, each cultivator possesses a combat power of 1,200, so you'd best be cautious. Nappa declared as he punctured the ground with his finger, creating 5 holes to plant the seeds, which he then nourished with 5 drops of nutrient solution. Prepared to witness true terror, he cackled, awaiting the cultivator's emergence. Upon hearing cultivators, Krillin observed Nappa's actions and seemed to realize. It appears that this Nappa fellow has some cultivator seeds as well. I believe we have some in our warehouse. Without hesitation, Krillin dashed to the warehouse adjacent to Bulma's home. After a frantic search, Krillin emerged before Vegeta and Nappa, holding a large bottle. At that moment, both Vegeta and Nappa regarded the bottle with the eyes of someone witnessing a peculiar creature. Could that possibly contain cultivators? It seems there are hundreds of seeds within. How can this be? They exclaimed. Earthling, are you certain that what you possess are indeed cultivators? Don't jest. These are rare weapons. Yet, Krillin casually extracted 5 seeds from the bottle and planted them in the ground. I've planted plenty. Don't accuse me of bullying you. You truly seem to come from the countryside, appearing rather impoverished, don't you? Krillin turned to Gohan and remarked. That fellow's bottle of cultivation fluid appears to be rather scant, and have you noticed? The cultivators he has grown seem to be rather underdeveloped. Just look at them, and then look at mine. With that, Krillin placed the bottle of cultivators behind him and retrieved another bottle of nutrient solution. As the nutrient fluid dripped onto the 5 seeds planted in the ground, the cultivators sprang forth robustly. Meanwhile, the opponent, Nappa, narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, that is a cultivator, but from where did he procure such a large bottle of nutrient solution? Nevertheless, it was clear that the strength of his cultivators was significantly superior to his own. Could it truly be that the inadequacy of his nutrient solution had led to his soldiers' malnourishment? Vegeta, observing the scene, interjected with a stern warning, Nappa, be cautious. These cultivators are formidable, and it appears the enemy possesses our equipment. A smirk crossed his face as he mused. Perhaps we have stumbled upon a treasure. Not only can we seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill our wishes, but we may also receive a substantial supply of equipment. Indeed, this time, Earth had proven fortuitous. One could only wonder from where these ruffians had acquired such gear. Yet, none of that mattered. Once they vanquished their foes, they would interrogate them and uncover the truth. Do not show mercy. Let us strike swiftly. Naba echoed a sinister laugh. Very well. Just a few cultivators. I shall not regard them as a threat. Watch me. He pointed forward, and his cultivators charged ferociously. Without hesitation, Krillin commanded his own resilient cultivators to launch a counter-offensive against Naba's forces. Amidst a flurry of punches, kicks, and explosions, it became evident that Naba's cultivators were no match for Krillin's, who swiftly toppled them to the ground. The sound of 5 consecutive explosions resulted in significant losses for Krillin's side, leaving only 2 half-damaged cultivators standing. In that moment, Krillin, astonished, murmured, "This guy is indeed ruthless. He can even self-destruct." It seems we still have much to learn about this advanced technology. However, such valuable resources should not be squandered. With a decisive gesture, he sent the 2 remaining cultivators charging towards Naba. In an instant, before Naba could react, 2 resounding blasts erupted as Krillin's last cultivators self-destructed. As the smoke began to clear, Naba's appearance seemed increasingly dismal. A large section of armor had been blown off his shoulder, and his knee bore severe scorch marks. This technique is indeed formidable. At that moment, Vegeta was rendered speechless. "You fool, the cultivators are powerful, yet you engage them head-on. I hardly know what to say. Must I truly intervene? Is it worth my personal involvement to deal with these insignificant insects?" Naba, with a mocking grin, declared, "Do not be angry, Vegeta. I shall handle the rest. They are merely pitiful ants. Should I, the great Naba, take this seriously, they will not have a chance to struggle. Naba, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Otherwise, do not blame me." Naba shivered slightly, realizing he had indeed been overly arrogant. From Vegeta's tone, he sensed that the prince's fury had reached its zenith. "Very well, you seek your demise." Naba then pointed at Krillin's head. "You, little bald one. How audacious of you. Come forth first. I shall deal with you, and you may consider whether to approach me together or one by one. I do not mind granting you a few extra moments of life. Humph, little bald one, your fate is sealed. Unleash whatever techniques you possess." Krillin, undeterred by Naba's taunts, boldly leaped into the midst of the battlefield. "I am not little bald one. I am Krillin. Bring it on, big bald one." Naba was momentarily taken aback. This insolent fellow dared to call him big bald one. Very well, he was courting disaster. Since he was so eager to meet his end, Naba would not hold back. Piccolo let out a low grunt. "Krillin, be cautious. This foe is formidable. Unleash your full energy. Do not falter here." Krillin was momentarily startled. "This guy is strong?" "Thank you, Piccolo." With a fierce shout, Krillin summoned his energy, amplifying his power to its utmost potential. The last scion had met his demise at Piccolo's hands before Krillin could engage. This time, he would show no mercy. "You have truly made a grave mistake." Chapter 84. Piccolo's power continues to rise as Krillin's aura intensified. Vegeta, observing from the sidelines, scoffed, "Impossible. Power levels of 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Little bald one, how can your power fluctuate so drastically? This is unfathomable. Naba, be wary. This individual is not to be trifled with. His power has surged beyond 5,600. 5,600? How can that be?" Naba stood agape, utterly astonished. This is merely an ordinary earthling from this remote galaxy. How can he possess a power level exceeding 5,000? He is not an Omni-King. Vegeta retorted with a scoff. "How should I know? It seems their power levels can fluctuate with their emotions. Do not underestimate him. With your power of 7,000, you should be fine against someone with over 5,000. Exercise caution. Avoid being caught off guard or sustaining serious injuries. Defeating him should be manageable. Do not worry, for I shall be here." "Huh. I never anticipated these fellows could bring us such delightful surprises. Perhaps we have indeed struck gold this time." Vegeta, brimming with confidence, surveyed the group with a disdainful expression. "I hope you do not disappoint me." At this moment, the battle between Krillin and Nappa had escalated into a fervent clash, where both combatants discarded any pretense of tentative exploration, engaging in an all-out assault. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their fierce confrontation. Despite Krillin's energy reaching its zenith and his spirit surging to unprecedented heights, he remained somewhat inferior in overall strength compared to Nappa, a point that Vegeta had not erred in asserting. During the fray, Nappa delivered a punishing kick that sent a figure hurtling through the air, crashing into a distant mountain peak. Emerging from the rubble, Krillin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "This hulking brute is indeed remarkably formidable. I am truly outmatched." Yet, he was not rendered unconscious by Nappa's blow. Regaining his composure, he resolved to continue the fight against Nappa. At this juncture, Tien and Yamcha voiced their discontent. Yamcha exclaimed, "What are you doing? You've already lost. It's our turn now." Tien, seething with frustration, added, "Are you really going to hog all the glory?" Yamcha shrugged. "Come on, Tien, show some loyalty. It should be my turn at least." Vegeta, gritting his teeth, interjected, "What do you fools think this is? A game? A tournament? This is a life and death struggle. Nappa, do not hesitate. Eliminate them all." Nappa, cracking his knuckles, replied, "As you wish, Vegeta. Though this little fellow lacks a bit in strength, he certainly adds excitement to the fight. As for the others, I wouldn't mind dispatching them one by one." At that moment, Piccolo interrupted the bickering between Tien and Yamcha with a cold snort. "Enough of your squabbling. Neither of you stands a chance against him. Just watch me." He then removed his weighted cloak and helmet, casting them aside with a clang. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. This guy is still wearing weighted clothing? No wonder his power level has risen. This Namekian is no ordinary foe. Subsequently, Piccolo turned his gaze towards Vegeta's scouter. "Why don't you take a good look at our power levels? With your band of Scions, do you really believe you can invade my Earth? How audacious!" With fists clenched, Piccolo unleashed a series of roars, elevating his own energy to the utmost. Meanwhile, Vegeta's scouter displayed fluctuating readings. Power level 5600, 6000, 6500, 7000. Astonishingly, it continued to rise. 8000, 8380. "Nappa, come back. You are no match for this Namekian." Nappa, slightly taken aback, responded, "This Namekian? Vegeta, is your scouter malfunctioning?" Vegeta scoffed. "You fool. The energy emanating from this individual is entirely different from that of the previous foes. You are certainly outmatched. Behold my prowess. I never anticipated that such formidable experts could exist on this remote planet. Indeed, they possess the ability to harness their emotions to enhance their combat capabilities, truly a challenging adversary." As the formidable Bick unleashed his full aura, he smirked slightly. "What's the matter? Are you afraid now? Aren't you the fearsome Scions? Is this the extent of your courage? Heh, big guy, I can assure you that you are certainly no match for me. And you, little one, cease your idle chatter. Do you only know how to boast? Let me inform you, if Son Goku were present, our combined strength would ensure you wouldn't even have the chance to leave this planet. Heh, enjoy this fleeting moment of joy, for you may not have another opportunity." Vegeta paused momentarily. "Son Goku, are you referring to Kakarot? Ah, it suddenly dawns on me. Where has that scoundrel gone? Is he hiding? What is the situation? Tell me, where is that traitor among us Scions?" Meanwhile, Son Goku remained in the underworld, traversing the snake path. He had halted his frantic sprint. Now standing at the edge of the path, supporting himself on his legs, panting heavily while wiping the sweat from his brow. This is indeed exhausting. Relying on the Kaioken for travel seems a rather foolish plan. If I don't hurry, I might truly miss my chance. The strain and energy depletion from this technique are quite formidable. While it may be suitable for brief skirmishes, employing it for sustained flight is taxing on the body. With a sense of helplessness, Goku glanced at his trembling limbs and suddenly recalled something. Of course. Why have I been relying solely on the Kaioken? Have I forgotten the Ultra Instinct I've been meditating on for the past 6 months on King Kaia's planet? Yes, I can utilize Ultra Instinct. With this thought, Goku slowly closed his eyes. This is how Whis taught me to harness Ultra Instinct. In an instant, Goku vanished from his position, as if he had employed instant transmission. The next moment, the Earth's god, anxiously awaiting at the end of the snake path, was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure beside him. "Goku, is that really you? How did you arrive so swiftly?" The god of Earth blinked in astonishment at Goku's presence. Chapter 85. The corpse of that bizarre being Goku, equally bewildered, gazed at the god before him. Is this truly Ultra Instinct? I never imagined it possessed such miraculous capabilities. In that fleeting moment, the remaining distance of 23 snake paths had been traversed in an instant. Truly unexpected strength. Whis and Luo Hao are indeed the legendary masters among masters. Well, lamenting over it now serves no purpose. Yet, the unpredictability of Ultra Instinct leaves me quite vexed. Goku soon shook off his confusion and inquired, Lord God, how do I return to Earth? The celestial deity wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and remarked, you truly are one for excessive chatter. Those two scions have been on Earth for quite some time now. If you do not hasten back, you may very well find yourself gathering their remains. He urged, quickly place your arm upon my back, and I shall immediately transport you back to Earth. Son Goku complied and, with a swift motion, returned to the deity's sanctuary. Upon arrival, Son Goku opened his eyes in awe, exclaiming, wow, we've reached the sanctuary already. That's impressive. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he realized, it may be a bit distant, but I should still make it in time. With a mighty leap, Son Goku descended from the celestial palace. As he passed by Krillin Tower, the wise Krillin tossed him 2 sins of beans, advising, Goku, restore your stamina before proceeding. For now, there should be no immediate danger. Goku gratefully accepted the beans and flew with great determination towards the battlefield of Piccolo and Krillin. Upon starting his journey, he promptly consumed a senzu bean, savoring its rejuvenating properties. In an instant, his energy and stamina were fully replenished, and he marveled at the efficacy of the beans. At that moment, Goku's confidence soared to its zenith. With a fierce shout, he invoked Kaioken, doubling his strength and speed as he raced towards the battleground of Vegeta and Nappa. Suddenly, he found himself suspended in midair, retracting the Kaioken technique. How foolish of me, he mused. I was about to utilize Kaioken again, completely forgetting about the Ultra Instinct. How careless. He pondered the implications of employing Kaioken over such a distance, realizing it would likely exhaust him. With newfound clarity, Goku slowly closed his eyes and attuned himself to the positions of his comrades, silently praying, may Ultra Instinct once again manifest its extraordinary prowess. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after issuing a warning to Nappa, Vegeta's scouter suddenly emitted an alarming beep. What is happening? He inquired, tilting his head towards the horizon. Nappa, alter our strategy. Nappa, taken aback, questioned, what is it? Vegeta snapped back, I've detected another foe with a power level of around 8,000. Quite the unexpected surprise. However, it seems that this individual is rather distant. We must eliminate our current adversaries before they can regroup. Otherwise, it will become a significant inconvenience for us. He commanded, leave this Namekian to me, the rest are yours. Act swiftly and decisively, and spare me any further chatter. Nappa clenched his teeth, muttering about the emergence of yet another formidable opponent. At that moment, Piccolo sensed the tension and bellowed, everyone, hold nothing back. Give it your all, or we shall be in grave trouble. These scions seemed prepared to fight to the death. Tien and Yamcha exchanged determined glances, unleashing their full power. It was evident that they were on the brink of a desperate struggle. This was indeed a critical moment. Krillin, however, was considerably concerned about Son Gohan, who appeared momentarily dazed in the face of the overwhelming pressure from the crowd. After all, he was still but a child. Despite having undergone a year of rigorous training with Piccolo, he had yet to witness such grand spectacles. In the midst of this chaotic melee, it was all too easy for him to fall into a state of stupor. Meanwhile, Krillin, distracted for but a moment, fell victim to a swift strike from Nappa, which delivered a devastating blow. With a resounding crack, one of his arms was broken by Nappa's sneaky kick. At that moment, Krillin helplessly cradled his severed limb, muttering, you truly are a cunning one. Nappa chuckled menacingly. This is no fair duel. Vegeta has given orders to eliminate all of you before that fellow arrives. Heh. Bald little one, you are the first, but fret not. Your companions will soon join you. Son Gohan, filled with guilt, helped Krillin to his feet, saying, Uncle Krillin, I'm so sorry. It's my fault you're hurt. Krillin shook his head. It's all right. I still have one arm left. I can manage him. Piccolo sneered. You two fools, stop dawdling. Hurry up. With that, he prepared to charge at Nappa, but as he moved, he found himself confronted by Vegeta, who stood coldly with arms crossed before him. Namekian, what is your rush? Your opponent is me. Haha, don't even think about pulling any tricks in my presence. Piccolo was taken aback by the speed of this diminutive scion, realizing his eyes could not keep pace. It was indeed terrifying. Clearly, he was the true adversary. Meanwhile, Nappa cackled from afar. Do you two have any last words? If not, I won't mind sending you on your way. With that, He summoned a surge of energy in his right hand, preparing to unleash it upon Krillin and Son Gohan. At that moment, Tien and Kairatsu rushed forward to intervene. But it was too late. Krillin gritted his teeth. Haha, I have my secret technique. Do you think you can obliterate me so easily? Dream on. In an instant, he dashed in front of Son Gohan, raising his remaining arm skyward, murmuring, Kienzan. A disc-like energy wave materialized above Krillin, aimed directly at Nappa. Haha, take this. You scoundrel, my Kienzan. With a powerful hum, the energy disc hurtled towards Nappa. As he gathered his own energy, Nappa dismissed the thin, circular wave, scoffing, Baldy. Your stamina and fighting power have plummeted to a new low. What harm could such a feeble attack possibly inflict upon me? Don't be ridiculous. Suddenly, Vegeta's voice pierced through. Nappa, you fool. Watch out. Just as he uttered those words, Nappa hesitated, but by the time he sought to evade Krillin's Kienzan, it was far too late. With a resonant buzz, the entire energy sphere cleaved through Nappa's body, bisecting the formidable scion, leaving his lifeless form sprawled on the ground. Remarkably, it had succeeded. Chapter 86. Goku, it's entrusted to you. Krillin fiercely swung his fist. Huh? You foolish idiot, underestimate me no longer. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Tien and Yamcha stood frozen in disbelief. Gohan, too, was struck dumb, as if by a thunderbolt. This is truly impressive. Uncle Krillin, how did you master such a powerful technique? Krillin chuckled. This past year has not been in vain. I have developed this ultimate skill through my own enlightenment, capable of shattering anything. Humph, that fool underestimated me, thinking I would be helpless with one arm severed. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Nappa, you imbecile. After all these years of battle experience, you couldn't even discern your opponent's moves, and you succumbed here in such a pitiful manner. However, it seems that you Namekians are not much stronger than Nappa. At that moment, Piccolo had yet to recover from Nappa's demise, still in a state of shock. Watching Krillin's display, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Vegeta had launched a surprise attack, showing no regard for martial ethics. Yet, Piccolo's consciousness began to waver. The force of that punch was both heavy and powerful. With a resounding impact, Vegeta retracted his brutal strike aimed at Piccolo. Humph, Namekian. Do not think yourself superior to Nappa. Heh, once I dispatch you, with your battle power of 8,000, Kakarot will arrive too late to pose a threat. You underestimate us, Science. Vegeta then concentrated a more formidable energy blast in his right hand, pressing it against Piccolo's chest. Heh, Namekian. You may rest easy as you meet your demise. I intended to save you for last, but the timing is not in my favor. Nevertheless, it suffices that I acquire information about your Namekian kind. As for the Dragon Balls, once I reach Namek, everything will be resolved. Your life is of no consequence to me now. Perish. With that, Vegeta prepared to unleash his energy. Suddenly, a sharp voice erupted from behind him. Kaioken. A flash of red light struck Vegeta at his waist like a bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, he was successfully ambushed, two fists colliding with his midsection, propelling the once-feared Scion into the air. The energy blast Vegeta had conjured narrowly grazed Piccolo's shoulder, shooting off into the distance. That was close, Goku murmured. Having nearly eliminated Piccolo in an instant, the strength of this Scion is indeed terrifying. As the crowd discerned the figure appearing behind Vegeta, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Goku, fortunately, you made it just in time. It was a close call. However, Piccolo coldly scoffed. Son Goku, who asked you to save me? If it weren't for that Scion's ambush earlier, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Stubborn as a mule, Goku glanced at the unsteady Piccolo and said, All right, enough of your stubbornness. What purpose does this serve? He then retrieved a Senzu bean from his belt, split it in half, and tossed one half to Piccolo and the other to Krillin. You both are gravely injured, but fear not. I shall handle this Scion. I feel an inexplicable fate binding me to him. At this moment, Goku gazed at Vegeta hovering above, a sense of anticipation swelling within him. For some reason, this individual exhilarates me. Perhaps he truly is my lifelong rival. Heal your wounds first. The rest will be entrusted to me. As Piccolo and Krillin consumed the halves of the Senzu bean, their injuries healed instantaneously. Observing the entire process, Vegeta's pupils narrowed slightly. What on earth is that Kakarot holding? It completely restores the little bald one's severed arm and this Namekian's injuries. If only there were more of these, would they not become immortal? This indeed presents a dilemma. Yet, despite the trouble, they are still mere insects compared to my power. Vegeta laughed maniacally in the air. You insignificant ants have truly provoked me. Come at me together, for I shall not grant you any chances this time. Humph. Even with such miraculous items, I shall not allow you the opportunity to use them. Under a single lethal strike, do you think there is any chance to consume such extraordinary medicine? However, this reveals new information. This item seems even more miraculous than our medical pods. After eliminating all of you, perhaps such wondrous beings will still exist on Earth? Carrying a few for self-preservation is indeed a wise choice. As a token of my gratitude, I shall systematically obliterate each of you without allowing you any suffering. Be thankful for my mercy. Shall you come at me together, or how will you proceed? Vegeta taunted the group from above, while Goku slowly ascended, adopting a confrontational stance against Vegeta. Just you? Do you really think we need to join forces? Defeat me first. Piccolo, take them away from here. This fellow is far too powerful. Leave it to me. Leave it to you? Piccolo gritted his teeth and retorted angrily. You arrogant fool. Do you believe you can face him alone? Without my assistance, that is impossible. Krillin, placing a reassuring hand on Piccolo's shoulder, said, Piccolo, this is not the time for pride. You felt the terrifying power Goku unleashed just now, didn't you? Our levels, compared to Goku and this sinister scion, are clearly not on the same plane. Here, we will only hinder Goku. It is wiser for us to withdraw to a safe distance and observe the battle without participating. I believe this is what Goku desires. Piccolo gritted his teeth, expressing his dissatisfaction. Humph. There won't be another opportunity like this. With that, Goku soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. Krillin, Gohan, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu exchanged glances. Goku, it's all up to you. They all exclaimed in unison, then took flight towards Piccolo's direction. Chapter 87. Goku is bloodied by Vegeta. Vegeta watched as the others departed, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into raucous laughter midair. Kakarot, your foolishness has truly broadened my horizons. Initially, I was somewhat overwhelmed by your group's full frontal assault, but now that you stand alone, I hardly regard you as a threat. Nonetheless, it is fortunate for you. You had a chance at victory, but you have squandered it. Once I deal with you, the remainder will be no match for me. Haha, this is a death wish of your own making. Goku chuckled. You really excel at boasting, don't you? But allow me to offer a piece of advice. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Do you have any final words to impart? Goku gestured towards Vegeta's shoes, revealing his toes. Next time you come to Earth, could you perhaps wear a new pair of shoes? Do you find it appealing to expose your toes? This remark caused Vegeta's complexion to shift through shades of blue, red, and white. This is an utter humiliation. I have come here to battle for my life, and yet you concern yourself with my footwear? What of it? Does it trouble you in any way? No, this is intentional. He seeks to provoke me. In an instant, Vegeta discerned Goku's tactic and regained his composure. Kakarot, is this your psychological warfare? Unfortunately for you, it holds no significance for me. I acknowledge that your previous maneuver can unleash an explosive surge of power, elevating your strength to unprecedented heights. I now grant you the opportunity to unleash that technique openly. Otherwise, do not blame me for denying you the chance. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku paused slightly. The full power technique. Oh, you mean the Kaioken? No, I won't employ that against you. While it temporarily boosts my strength and energy, it depletes my stamina excessively. I have a superior technique in store for you. Prepare to witness the true martial arts imparted by a genuine master. Vegeta scoffed coldly, dismissing Goku's declaration. Do not feign bravado here, Kakarot. Do not blame me for denying you an opportunity. This is a path you have chosen for yourself. Yet, internally, Vegeta was apprehensive. This guy is so confident. Does he truly possess a more formidable technique yet to be revealed? Perhaps it is a trap. Yes, it must be a trap. His power is far inferior to mine. He must be attempting to ensnare me. I must remain vigilant. However, on the surface, Vegeta displayed a terrifying grin. Here I come, instantly unleashing his full power. He charged directly towards Goku's face. At that moment, Goku, brimming with confidence, faced this formidable adversary without immediately resorting to the Kaioken. Instead, he disregarded Vegeta's onslaught, slowly closed his eyes, and sought inner tranquility, murmuring, Ultra Instinct. The audacity of utilizing Ultra Instinct in battle left Vegeta momentarily stunned as he thought. That rascal Kakarot isn't adopting any defensive or offensive stance and has even closed his eyes. Is this truly a trap? Just as he was about to unleash a full-force attack, Vegeta hesitated, pondering, what should I do? A punch or no punch? Ultimately, he decided to lightly jab as a test. If there were indeed a trap, he could still defend himself. Thus, Vegeta's tentative punch landed softly on Goku's nose. Goku, devoid of any defense or countermeasures, was struck by Vegeta's gentle blow. With a resounding thud, Goku was sent flying backward, landing several dozen meters away. Plopping down onto the ground, slowly opening his eyes, Goku murmured, "Oh dear, this time Ultra Instinct didn't succeed. This technique is indeed troublesome." Noticing the blood streaming from his nose, he wiped it away and stood up, stating, "Ultra Instinct is powerful, but it's so unreliable. How vexing." Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had delivered the light punch, stood frozen in disbelief. "Is this what you call an advanced technique? Your so-called invincible move? My ordinary probing attack nearly inflicted serious harm upon you, you scoundrel. Had I known, I would have attacked with full force. That strike could have decided the outcome." At that moment, regret filled Vegeta's heart, having been utterly deceived by Kakarot's pretentious demeanor. "I am Prince Vegeta, and yet I have been toyed with by a lower-class warrior. This is an utter disgrace." However, the most aggrieved were not Vegeta, but the three spectators at the Luo family residence. At that moment, Bulma stared at the bloodied Goku, utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Turning to Whis, she saw him covering his face with his hands, seemingly unable to show his face, mumbling, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Witnessing Whis in such a state, Bulma burst into laughter and turned to Luo, asking, "Is this what Whis's proud technique looks like? It seems rather ineffective. Look, Goku is still bleeding, could it be?" Luo provided Bulma with an explanation, also offering Whis a way out. One can only say that Whis's technique is indeed profound and enigmatic. However, Goku's level of understanding is insufficient, preventing him from fully grasping its essence, resulting in its inconsistent effectiveness. Yet, if this technique is employed adeptly, the present foe, Vegeta, would hardly stand a chance against Goku, would he, Whis? At that moment, Whis revealed a grateful glance through his fingers, conceding, "Well, that is one way to interpret it." Nonetheless, Goku's audacity is commendable. To dare confront an opponent with the Ultra Instinct technique right from the outset is truly admirable. Perhaps during this time with King Kai, Goku has experienced a significant breakthrough with his Ultra Instinct, yet its application in actual combat remains somewhat tenuous. Whis adjusted his mood and remarked with resignation. Bulma, perplexed, pointed at Vegeta's tattered armor and inquired, "Why does this fellow's gear seem so familiar? Did you perhaps raid his lair for the equipment last time?" Whis paused slightly, then fell into contemplation. "It appears we did not raid them. No, not raiding, but borrowing. Indeed, we are prominent figures. How could we possibly seize from mere foot soldiers?" Right, Luo Hao? Chapter 88. Vegeta wiped the blood from his lips, while Luo Hao rubbed his stiffened face, barely suppressing a laugh, and asserted earnestly, "The individual we sought was named Frieza and Cooler, who seem to have no connection to this Vegeta. However, I have heard that this Vegeta is indeed under Frieza's command. And perhaps the equipment we borrowed from Whis has left their logistics in disarray. It stands to reason. Acquiring such a large quantity of gear at once would likely leave them unable to replenish their supplies for years, especially since these items are consumables for battle. Well, let us not worry ourselves on their behalf. After all, he is the invader on Earth, while we are its defenders. As for the raggedness of his attire, so be it. However, do you not have any objections regarding Krillin making off with your little stash?" Bulma exclaimed in anger, "That Krillin will certainly face my wrath. Those items are my collectibles, and he has the audacity to distribute them as if they were common goods. Yet, it matters not. We are all engaged in battle for the sake of Earth. Fortunately, Krillin did not pilfer my spaceship. Otherwise, I would truly have a bone to pick with him." Then, as if recalling something, Bulma remarked, "It seems Goku is no match for this Vegeta. Should we not go assist him? What if Goku falters? Would not Earth be in peril?" Luo Hao offered her a reassuring glance, saying, "Miss Bulma, your concern is leading you to anxiety. Have we not ventured into the future? In that timeline, you witnessed Goku and Vegeta. They are both thriving and have even become good friends. This was merely their initial encounter. Perhaps due to this meeting and the ensuing battle, the two may have developed a mutual admiration for one another. For now, let us refrain from causing any disturbances. Moreover, Even if unforeseen events transpire, with both Whis and myself present, should you not feel at ease? However, Bulma regarded both Luo Hao and Whis with a skeptical gaze. You two certainly do not appear to be reliable individuals. Very well, let us not dwell further on this. Let us focus on the unfolding spectacle, as Goku is about to unleash his full potential. Let us cheer for him. Bulma, ever carefree, seemed unfazed by the prospect of Son Goku's potential failure, reassured by the knowledge that she had witnessed the future timelines where Earth continued to thrive. Thus she felt no need to fret. On the periphery of the battlefield, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Gohan furrowed their brows. What is happening with Goku? He has been knocked down by a single punch, and is even bleeding. Piccolo, hovering in the air, scoffed disdainfully. That fool Goku. Always putting on a show. The so-called technique he learned, the Ultra Instinct, is evidently an unreliable method. How ludicrous. To confront a formidable foe with closed eyes and no defensive posture. I cannot fathom his reasoning. Krillin quickly interjected. However, when Goku first returned, he indeed had a technique that could amplify his strength and speed exponentially. That must be his trump card, right? Was his previous move intended to deceive this fellow named Vegeta? This young man may not seem particularly clever, yet he possesses a wealth of combat experience, proving to be a worthy adversary. It appears none of us here are his match. Gohan expressed his concern. Is Dad going to be all right? Piccolo offered him a reassuring glance. You, my boy, should take this opportunity to learn. After a year of training with me, you haven't even had a chance to strike. You must practice diligently, for the energy within you surpasses that of your father. Really? Gohan felt a flicker of confusion. Indeed, during the recent encounter with that Beau, he had been rendered utterly speechless, unable to act. After a year of training together, Gohan held considerable faith in Piccolo's strength. Since Uncle Piccolo assured him of his father's safety, he believed there would be no issue. Perhaps through future battles and training, he would evolve into a competent warrior, he mused. Krillin hesitated before speaking. Gohan, you've been training with Piccolo for a year. Once this ordeal concludes, you should return home promptly. Your mother is likely beside herself with worry. Is that so? Gohan lowered his head, feeling a deep sense of obligation. In truth, his aspiration was not to become a martial artist, but rather a distinguished scholar. However, with Earth frequently facing peril, he felt compelled to act. Yet, reflecting on the past year of rigorous training, he found himself longing for home. On the battlefield, Son Goku continued to wipe away the blood trickling from his nose, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, I had hoped to avoid utilizing such a physically taxing technique, but it seems there is no other choice. It appears that the ordinary me is indeed no match for you. Vegeta, seething with anger, exclaimed, You scoundrel! You've made me squander such a splendid opportunity. But remember this, your fortune has reached its limit. Now, prepare to experience the wrath of Vegeta. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged at Goku with all his might. This time, he held nothing back. Should he falter again due to Goku's peculiar techniques, he would truly be unworthy of the title of an exceptional warrior. Goku, undeterred, immediately activated his double Kaioken technique. A series of thunderous clashes erupted as their fists and feet met head-on, a relentless exchange of blows. In this state, Goku clearly surpassed Vegeta in both strength and speed, forcing Vegeta to retreat step by step. Vegeta, astonished, thought to himself, this fool's power has evidently surged since our last encounter. Is this what he refers to as a technique that consumes vast amounts of stamina? Yet trading stamina for enhanced assault and velocity is a formidable skill. I never anticipated Kakarot possessed such an extraordinary technique. I must remain vigilant and not grow complacent. However, as he pondered, a lapse in focus presented an opening, which Goku seized with a flurry of fierce strikes, landing 3 powerful punches in quick succession. Vegeta seethed with fury, lamenting the missed opportunity that had been laid before him, now squandered as Kakarot evaded his grasp. Now, having taken the initiative, the situation had grown precarious. Yet, he found himself unable to counter Goku's relentless assault. Forced into a defensive position, overwhelmed with frustration, Vegeta was ultimately sent soaring into the sky by a brutal kick from Goku. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he distanced himself from Goku's relentless onslaught. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he thought, this rascal truly shows no mercy. Chapter 89. Goku and Vegeta's energy wave. Meanwhile, Goku, having unleashed a series of attacks, took a moment to catch his breath. The burden of the double Kaioken is considerable, Yet I feel fine for now. This Vegeta is indeed formidable. Despite my full effort and the activation of my double Kaioken, he has only sustained minor injuries. His strength cannot be underestimated. Nonetheless, he was relieved that his current stamina was still within manageable limits. Prolonged engagement could spell disaster. He resolved to end the battle swiftly. Gritting his teeth, Goku gazed up at Vegeta, who, in turn, was seething with frustration. This guy has completely surpassed me in both speed and power. Humph. It seems close combat will yield me no advantage. In that case, let him taste my ultimate energy attack. With that, Vegeta assumed a poised stance, his palms facing backward, and shouted at Goku, "Kakarot, I concede that you excel in close combat, but can you withstand my long-range energy assault? Prepare to experience my ultimate technique, the final flash." As Sun Wukong contemplated a swift resolution, he was taken aback to find that this adversary was intent on matching him blow for blow. Throughout his life, he had never been bested in such exchanges. Thus, he resolved to determine the victor with a single, decisive strike. Instantly, Sun Wukong assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, and both combatants began to amass energy, unleashing a ferocious onslaught simultaneously. In midair, Vegeta launched his signature Gallic Gun, while Sun Wukong countered with the double Kaioken, unwavering in his approach. With a resounding crash, their energy blasts collided in the sky, each vying for dominance. Remarkably, their energies were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, acknowledging the formidable nature of Vegeta's Gallic Gun. However, the Kamehameha was no trivial technique. With the double Kaioken enhancing his power, Sun Wukong was indeed slightly superior to Vegeta. Yet, the Kamehameha began to visibly devour the Gallic Gun's energy, inch by inch. At that moment, Vegeta's rage surged, igniting a fierce determination within him. Veins bulged on his forehead, pulsating with his fury. That scoundrel Kakarot possessed such a potent move. Yet, as a proud prince, he refused to succumb. Vegeta channeled his wrath to its zenith, and astonishingly, the Gallic Gun began to strengthen once more. It was evident that Vegeta was a prodigy in combat, a claim he did not boast idly. In the brief time since arriving on Earth, he had learned to manipulate his power through sheer emotion. His strength was no longer the mere 18,000. It was nearing 20,000. If he survived this fierce battle, his strength could potentially surge past 50,000. Such talent was extraordinary. He was truly the finest prince among the Saiyans. His combat experience and innate growth potential were indeed commendable. Vegeta, gritting his teeth to vent his pent-up fury, found his power steadily escalating. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had once held a slight advantage while utilizing the double Kaioken to unleash the Kamehameha, found that Vegeta had now leveled the playing field. Anxiety gnawed at Sun Wukong. Having activated the double Kaioken mode, he understood that should this contest of wills persist without a resolution, he would be the one to suffer from exhaustion and the strain on his body. Recognizing the necessity for decisive action, Sun Wukong bellowed, his muscles swelling with renewed vigor, an effulgent pink aura radiating outward. With a fierce shout, he declared, "Triple Kaioken." With a thunderous explosion, his energy surged to a new magnitude. This time, the Kamehameha surged forth, overwhelming and repelling Vegeta's Gallic Gun entirely. As Vegeta beheld the Kamehameha hurtling toward him, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, he roared, "No!" Vegeta was abruptly launched into the sky by Goku's Kamehameha wave, along with his power-enhancing cannon. After unleashing his attack, Goku panted heavily, acknowledging the tremendous strain of the triple Kaioken. Yet, he felt a sense of satisfaction, convinced that his opponent had not perished, and thought to himself that this was merely a demonstration of his might. It appeared that the Kaioken could not be utilized effectively, and he resolved to employ the Ultra Instinct technique should another opportunity arise to confront this formidable foe. In the midst of the sky, Vegeta exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the Kamehameha's impact. At that moment, his appearance was more radiant than ever. His once sturdy armor had been reduced to mere fragments clinging to his tattered battle suit, and the sparking scouter had disintegrated into cosmic dust during their clash. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Vegeta, and despite his anger, he let out a ferocious roar. "Kakarot, how can a lowly warrior possess such immense power? In both close combat and energy clashes, he utterly overwhelms me. I am the most exceptional warrior among the Saiyans. When I was born, my battle power was 1200, while Kakarot's was a mere 2. Yet now I find myself unable to defeat him. No, something must be amiss. As his strength gradually returned, Vegeta suddenly regained his composure. Indeed, regardless of the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Kakarot, the latter had mentioned that his technique was tremendously taxing. With that in mind, Vegeta resolved to unveil his ultimate technique. Humph. Kakarot, you must now regret the absence of your tail. It is your greatest weakness. With this thought, Vegeta shook off his previous despondency, adjusted his attire, and swiftly dove towards the ground, determined to demonstrate what it truly meant to be a Saiyan. Meanwhile, Goku on the ground gazed up at Vegeta, pondering whether he would descend. This adversary was indeed tenacious. The burden of the triple Kaioken had been immense, yet Vegeta still remained unvanquished, an intimidating prospect indeed. Nevertheless, if Vegeta dared to descend, he likely possessed even greater hidden strength. Well then, in this narrow encounter, the brave shall prevail. I must summon every last ounce of my energy. I cannot allow this individual to harm the earth. As Vegeta hovered in the air, observing Goku, who was now panting and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, an unsettling realization struck him. Was this the side effect of the technique he had mentioned? No. Kakarot was attempting to ensnare him in a trap. He could not afford to be careless. Humph, no matter what stance you take now, I will not launch an easy assault, nor will I squander the opportunity to attack. Vegeta declared fiercely, as a lowly warrior. Your ability to contend with me to this extent is already a testament to your pride. Yet your fortunes have come to an end, Kakarot. Surrender now and cease your futile struggles. This time, let me demonstrate the utter failure of existing without a tail. Although creating an artificial moon will drain a significant portion of my power, it is an endeavor worth undertaking. Now, writhe in despair and agony. Chapter 90. Son Goku was struck into the mountain by Vegeta's palm. What sort of chaotic nonsense is this? Goku stared in bewilderment at the smug Vegeta before him. Whatever techniques you possess, unleash them. Do not utter words I cannot comprehend. Vegeta, filled with resentment, retorted. Are you still pretending with me? If that is the case, I shall not hold back. It appears you remain oblivious to the dire predicament you face. Are you not aware that we Saiyans can transform into great apes? Suddenly, Vegeta paused, recalling something. Yes, as a lowly warrior, how could you possibly know? Upon transforming into a great ape, you would undoubtedly lose consciousness and rationality. However, you are not me. I am of royal Saiyan blood, and even in my great ape form, I shall retain my wits. Now, suffer in your fear and struggle in vain. Kakarot, brace yourself. With that, Vegeta raised one hand to the heavens, fervently gathering his energy. Goku, sensing the impending threat, became acutely vigilant. Is this guy gathering energy blasts again? The last blast was his utmost effort. Why does this one feel different? Moreover, his attack seems directed at the sky. What could this possibly signify? While Goku remained suspicious, he maintained his heightened alertness. Vegeta, panting heavily, hurled the amassed energy ball into the sky, whereupon a brilliant light flashed, and a colossal full moon emerged, suspended high above. Goku, momentarily taken aback, pondered, what does this mean? Creating a full moon? What purpose does it serve? Vegeta, breathless yet furious, shouted at the moon, Kakarot, wail in despair, transform into a great ape. As Vegeta's roar echoed, his form began to change, swelling enormously. His black fur, face, arms, and legs morphed into that of a gigantic ape. Goku stood in utter shock. What on earth is happening? The onlookers, Krillin, Tien, Yamchu, Piccolo, and Gohan, were equally astonished. This guy can transform into a terrifying great ape. Realization struck Krillin like a jolt of lightning. That's right. Goku used to transform into a great ape as well, but wasn't the moon destroyed by Piccolo? He turned to Piccolo, seeking clarification, but Piccolo merely rolled his eyes. What are you looking at me for? That Saiyan clearly created another moon, using his own energy to facilitate his transformation. Unfortunately, Goku's tail has yet to regrow. This is quite troublesome. What shall we do, Piccolo? With a sly grin, Piccolo remarked, it matters not. Should Goku prove no match for him, I have another plan. I shall obliterate that moon. Without it, that Saiyan will have no tricks up his sleeve. Let us observe for now. Perhaps Goku possesses a method to counter him. However, I must admit, finding a strategy against this creature seems quite challenging. Krillin expressed his profound lack of confidence. Tien hesitantly suggested, should we not destroy the moon he has created? Yet Piccolo shook his head, asserting, Now is not the opportune moment. The Scion's focus is entirely on Goku. If we were to destroy his moon, he might react in fury, unleashing all his power upon the Earth. Even if we could withstand it, the planet itself could not endure such an onslaught. Should the planet explode, all would be lost. I fear this fiend may resort to self-destruction, taking us down with him, which would be utterly futile. At Piccolo's words, the group felt a chill. Indeed, this proud Scion might well be capable of such madness. Very well, let us continue to observe. Meanwhile, Goku found himself in a tense standoff with the transformed Vegeta, who had become a giant ape. In a sudden burst of incredible speed, Vegeta appeared before Goku, who was caught completely off guard. With a swift motion, Vegeta struck Goku, sending him soaring like a mere fly into the distant mountains. A thunderous crash echoed as Goku collided with the peaks, reducing them to a heap of rubble. Struggling to extricate himself from the debris, Goku reflected. This creature is indeed formidable. The strength bestowed by this transformation is utterly staggering. Despite unleashing the full might of my double Kaioken, I was still sent flying by a single blow. Clearly, he does not intend to finish me off just yet. This transformation is truly terrifying. Is this the pinnacle of the Scion power? Conversely, Vegeta was dissatisfied with his recent attack. With a sinister chuckle, he taunted, Kakarot. You still believe this is my true strength? This was merely an appetizer. You have incited my wrath. Let me be frank. Our Scion giant transformation is not simply a tenfold increase in power. It represents a comprehensive enhancement of both defense and speed. Now, you shall witness true terror. I had intended to toy with you, but congratulations, I have altered my plan. I shall dispatch you in a single blow, denying you any chance to retaliate. Kakarot, brace yourself for my judgment. With that, Vegeta's crimson eyes glinted with malice as he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a fearsome energy blast. This was none other than Vegeta's giant ape roar. As the attack surged forth, Goku's pupils dilated in shock. The power and speed were overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond his ability to withstand or counter. Now, all that Sun Wukong can contemplate is evasion. Should he fail to dodge, he would undoubtedly be obliterated by Vegeta on the spot. The velocity of the energy blast is astonishing, exerting an inexplicable and formidable pressure on Sun Wukong. He accelerates to the utmost limit of his speed, yet still finds himself unable to evade. With a fierce roar, he declares, five-fold Kaioken. This time, he breaks through to an entirely new realm, and under the influence of the five-fold Kaioken, Sun Wukong barely manages to evade Vegeta's ferocious great ape roar. The energy blast released by Vegeta grazes Sun Wukong's shoulder, hurtling past him like a shooting star. In that moment, as Sun Wukong observes the trail left by the energy blast in the distance, the shock within him churns like a tempest, refusing to settle. Chapter 91. Sun Wukong slowly closes his eyes. The speed and energy of this adversary are simply terrifying, far beyond his capacity to combat. In that previous strike, he had maximized the five-fold Kaioken to its limits, yet it was only just sufficient to evade a fatal blow. His body, merely grazed by the energy blast, has already rendered his left arm severely injured. This foe is indeed a harbinger of terror. However, Vegeta, upon witnessing the aftermath of his great ape roar, is momentarily taken aback. Kakarot, you truly possess hidden depths, managing to evade my lethal attack. I underestimated you. Nevertheless, he continues, well, although I intended to grant you a swift end, I have now changed my mind. I have decided to savor the torment, as I cannot forego the opportunity to toy with such an entertaining opponent. With a series of heavy steps, he advances slowly towards Sun Wukong, the oppressive and despairing aura filling Vegeta with exhilaration at the prospect of annihilating him. Sun Wukong, with one hand pressing against his immobile, grievously injured left arm, gasps for breath. The affliction is not limited to his arm. The endurance of his entire body has reached its zenith. In that fleeting moment, despite unleashing the full energy of the five-fold Kaioken, the strain on his body is immense. Now, every part of him aches as if it were not his own, a realization that fills Sun Wukong with profound despair. The side effects of the Kaioken manifest starkly. What is to be done? This adversary's strength far exceeds his imagination, and the Vegeta before him now is incomparable to the one who had yet to transform into a great ape. Could it truly be, as this Scion claims, that the great ape transformation is the ultimate technique of their race? If that is indeed the case, Then what Sun Wukong faces is an unprecedented predicament. No, not merely a predicament, but a hopeless situation. Observing the menacingly grinning great ape Vegeta approach, Sun Wukong finds himself devoid of effective strategies to contend with this foe, whose defenses, power, and speed have multiplied tenfold. If the Kaioken has proven ineffective, what hope remains? As Vegeta draws near, Sun Wukong, in utter despair, closes his eyes. The once formidable scion, who was once the unparalleled protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, slowly closed his eyes. Indeed, in a circumstance where the Kaioken proved ineffective, Goku found himself devoid of any viable strategy to confront the terrifying great ape before him. Behind him lay the earth, a realm he cherished and vowed to protect. Standing menacingly before him was Vegeta, grinning wickedly as he raised a fist high. Humph, Kakarot. Aren't you supposed to be good at dodging? What's the matter now? No evasion? You've even closed your eyes in despair. Fear not, for even with your eyes shut, I shall show no mercy. You will perish painfully before me. Prepare yourself. Vegeta, in his great ape form, unleashed a devastating punch towards the defenseless Goku. Meanwhile, in the distance, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others stood in stunned silence. The reversal was staggering. It seemed Goku had no capacity for resistance at all. What could they possibly do now? Piccolo, hurry and destroy the moon, Krillin urged. Yet Piccolo muttered to himself. It's too late to eliminate the moon now. Goku's stamina appears to have dwindled to a critical level. Even if this brute had not transformed into a great ape, Goku would still be no match for him. This is a dire predicament, Sai. Farther away, 3 observers using a staff to watch were equally taken aback. Vegeta's transformation into a great ape was indeed terrifying. They had initially thought it merely amplified his strength, but were astonished by the significant enhancement in speed and energy attacks. Goku was truly in grave trouble. Bulma gently covered her mouth with her hand, exclaiming, "Oh no, Luo Hao, hurry and save Goku." As Vegeta's colossal fist descended, Bulma gasped and tightly shut her eyes, unable to bear the thought of Goku being reduced to pulp by such a blow. However, the sounds that followed prompted her to cautiously open her beautiful eyes, only to find not Goku crushed into oblivion, but a bewildered Vegeta staring blankly ahead. Glancing around, Bulma noticed that Whis and Luo Hao remained calmly observing the battle, seemingly unfazed and unperturbed. What on earth was happening? Upon examining the scene, it became evident that the most bewildered of all was the transformed great ape Vegeta. His powerful punch had struck nothing but air, creating a massive crater in the ground instead. Where had that scoundrel Kakarot vanished to? After searching in every direction, he found no trace of Goku, leaving the great ape Vegeta quite astonished. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed something and looked up at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, where he beheld Goku floating serenely in midair, eyes closed in tranquil suspension. Kakarot, you scoundrel, how did you manage to achieve this? How is it that you still possess the energy to evade my attack? Yet, in your current state, how could you possibly evade my lethal strike? With Vegeta's inquiry lingering in the air, Goku gradually opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I had just closed my eyes in despair. How did I escape this fatal blow? However, Goku soon found solace in the situation. As I mentioned earlier, my ultimate technique is called the Ultra Instinct, and it seems you are truly lacking in knowledge. Although I may have engaged you directly, matching energy with you is beneath me. The true mastery lies in the Ultra Instinct, allowing you to witness what a genuine super technique entails. With that said, Goku slowly closed his eyes once more midair. This act was nothing short of a blatant disregard for the transformed Vegeta. How could Vegeta tolerate such insolence? He immediately soared into the sky, unleashing a furious assault in his great ape form against Goku. Bang! Bang! After a series of strikes, he discovered that all his attacks were landing on nothing but air. Chapter 92. If you can, go ahead though. Goku kept his eyes shut. He astonishingly evaded Vegeta's attacks with unexpected speed. No matter how much Vegeta attempted to elevate his combat power to its zenith, he was unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Goku. Is this truly the Ultra Instinct that Kakarot speaks of? However, it seems your technique only facilitates evasion, rather than offense, Vegeta mused, still harboring a flicker of hope. The technique employed by Goku is known as Ultra Instinct, yet reality is often harsh. And the cruel truth is even more devastating. Despite Vegeta's relentless assault, each strike only deepened his astonishment. This opponent's speed was beyond anything he could comprehend, and Goku's body radiated an aura of energy that seemed to continuously emanate outward. Vegeta's pupils constricted in realization. Is this the energy of Ultra Instinct? Why does his body exude a power reminiscent of the vast cosmos? What is this rhythm? Vegeta could no longer fathom the brilliance of Goku's energy, which sparkled like the night sky, while outside the fray, Gohan's eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be that my father still has a chance to win? Krillin, Piccolo. What is this technique? Why wasn't it employed earlier? Meanwhile, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Yamcha exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting an ancient wisdom. This must be the Ultra Instinct taught by Whis. Although they had learned this technique from a young age, they had never taken it seriously, dismissing it as a fabrication from a mere noodle shop assistant. Never did they anticipate that, at this crucial moment, Goku would truly manifest the Ultra Instinct. Moreover, this technique seemed to live up to its promise, as even the formidable Kaioken appeared to be utterly ineffective against it. As the battle unfolded, Sun Wukong merely smiled, a subtle uplift at the corners of his mouth revealing a sincere expression. Vegeta, my friend, do you believe this is merely a technique for evasion? You are gravely mistaken. In an instant, radiating a brilliance akin to the stars, Sun Wukong vanished and reappeared directly beneath Vegeta's chest, delivering a gentle yet forceful punch, sending the transformed giant ape Vegeta soaring through the air, contorting into a shrimp-like posture. With this blow, Vegeta's massive form was hurled backwards with a resounding force, careening for several dozen miles before barely stabilizing himself, crashing down to the ground with a thud. How is this possible? This single strike sent the giant ape Vegeta flying, retreating a staggering distance. Now on the ground, Vegeta lay prostrate, his colossal ape visage etched with an expression of incredulous terror. How could such power emanate from Kakarot? His strength seemed to occupy an entirely different dimension. This overwhelming assault was so formidable that even Vegeta in his giant form could not withstand it. The ferocity of the attack had left him severely injured, now kneeling and coughing up blood. Meanwhile, onlookers were plunged into a state of existential doubt. Is this truly the mastery of Ultra Instinct as taught by Whis? Witnessing such might, it was indeed an incredibly balanced and potent technique. The most astonished of all was Bulma, who stood at the sidelines, staff in hand, observing the entire spectacle. Though she was entirely unversed in martial arts, Bulma was left utterly astounded by Vegeta's plight. Whis, is your Ultra Instinct truly not a fabrication? How can it be so terrifying? At that moment, Whis remained composed, seemingly producing a nail file from thin air, leisurely grooming his nails as he remarked, "Haha. Do you not understand? My Ultra Instinct is the most powerful technique in this universe. It is merely because Wukong's strength is so lacking that he cannot even utilize a fraction of its potential. Even now, he is thousands of times away from mastering the foundational aspect of Ultra Instinct. Yet it is more than sufficient to deal with this scion before us. It feels akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, a rather extravagant waste." Observing Whis's ostentatious demeanor, Bulma, filled with curiosity, queried, "But wait. That Kaioken technique Wukong employed seemed quite formidable as well, amplifying his energy several times over. Is your Ultra Instinct truly superior to Kaioken?" Whis, barely lifting an eyelid, replied dismissively, "Miss Bulma, that is your ignorance speaking. What is Kaioken compared to my Ultra Instinct? It is merely a child's play." Upon witnessing Whis's self-satisfied expression, Bulma could no longer contain her frustration. This guy is insufferable. Give him a little praise, and he acts as if he owns the world. Mention his weight, and he starts to puff up. Disregarding the pompous individual nearby, I turned to the quietly observing Luo Hao and inquired, "Luo Hao, is what Whis said true? Is his Ultra Instinct technique truly that formidable?" Luo Hao responded with a faint smile, "Indeed, Whis is not mistaken. That technique known as the King's Fist pales in comparison to Whis's Ultra Instinct. Is it truly that impressive?" Bulma expressed her skepticism. However, Luo Hao's next remark caused Whis, who had been composed, to visibly falter. While Ultra Instinct is, without a doubt, an exceptional technique, it is merely a creation from my earlier years. When juxtaposed with my current skill in the art of unfettered will, the differences are as vast as heaven and earth. Let Whis bask in his glory for a while. This statement caused Whis's expression to sour instantly. Was it necessary for you to say that? Must I not have a moment to revel in my prowess? Whis silently lamented. Observing the disheartened Whis and the earnest Luo Hao, Bulma rolled her eyes at the two of them. I can't be bothered with you two. You claim to be impressive, yet here you are, merely exchanging flattery. If you possess such skill, why not step up and face the formidable opponent instead of leaving Goku to confront him alone? At that moment, Bulma paid little heed to the conversation between Whis and Luo Hao. Nevertheless, the two had no desire to argue with an ordinary Earth girl, as her understanding was still far removed from the realm of gods of destruction and angels. Chapter 93. Son Goku utilizes the Spirit Bomb surprisingly. Goku managed to successfully employ Ultra Instinct against his adversary, a feat that astonished Whis. He had never anticipated that, given their current combat prowess, they could truly harness Ultra Instinct, and that it would prove effective in battle. Could this boy truly be a genius? Whis pondered. Over the years spent on Earth, he had unconsciously imparted the principles of Ultra Instinct to all those he could teach, including Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo, all of whom had learned from Whis. Even Master Roshi had been fortunate enough to hear Whis' teachings on Ultra Instinct. Yet, it was unexpected that none regarded Whis as a formidable master or angel. They merely viewed him as Luo Hao's subordinate. In this regard, the depth and power of Ultra Instinct remained completely misunderstood, with no one considering the possibility of dedicating their spare time to mastering its intricacies. However, even if they were to strive earnestly in their training and research, grasping the subtleties of Ultra Instinct with their current capabilities would remain an insurmountable challenge. Despite years of proximity to Whis, Beerus had only managed to glean a superficial understanding of Ultra Instinct. However, this time, Sun Wukong truly managed to apply the technique of the ultimate freedom in combat, which indeed suggests that this lad may possess a certain aptitude for its cultivation. Nevertheless, the subsequent scenes of battle caused 3 dark lines to appear on Whis' forehead, gradually sliding down. On the battlefield, the transformed giant ape, Vegeta, lay on the ground, incessantly coughing up blood. Although Vegeta's emotions were tumultuous, his years of combat experience kept him perpetually vigilant against Sun Wukong's relentless assaults or sneak attacks. Could it be that Kakarot is so merciful as to only deliver a heavy blow without following up for the kill? How could that be possible? Gradually regaining his composure, Vegeta made an effort to survey his surroundings, inwardly grumbling. Could Kakarot be concocting some scheme? Why has he not continued his fierce assault or pursued for the finishing blow? This is contrary to the principles of a warrior. Finally confirming that no immediate danger lurked nearby, Vegeta slowly raised his colossal head, his crimson eyes gazing at Sun Wukong, who was inexplicably hovering in the air, showing no intention of pursuing. What is that rascal up to? Now, it was not only Vegeta who was perplexed. Even Piccolo and Krillin were utterly baffled. What is Wukong scheming? Clearly, he holds the advantage. Why not seize the moment to launch a fierce attack and decisively defeat Vegeta? What is he hesitating for? In truth, Sun Wukong was painfully aware of his own predicament. He longed to continue his pursuit. However, as often happens, reality proved contrary to his desires, for the miraculous sensation he had just experienced began to fade away. Indeed, the exhilarating evasion and exhilarating attacks brought forth by the ultimate freedom technique had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Along with the heavy pressure and pain that once again enveloped his body, he felt utterly unfortunate. Could it be that his ultimate freedom technique could only manifest for a fleeting moment, and even then, it was unreliable? Observing the distant, teetering Vegeta who lay on the ground, expelling blood, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, his body was completely immobilized. What could he do? His left arm bore severe wounds, while his right arm could barely be lifted, and the ultimate freedom technique had ceased to respond. Not only was the technique uncooperative, but his entire body was gradually succumbing to exhaustion, and his consciousness was slipping into a state of confusion. What could he possibly do? At that moment, Sun Wukong was engulfed in despair when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Of course, I still have that technique. While this fellow is catching his breath, I might as well employ this move. Perhaps I can achieve a decisive victory. Thus, Sun Wukong slowly raised his intact right arm towards the sky, silently uttering 3 words, Spirit Bomb. Indeed, this was the second ultimate technique he had learned from the King of Worlds, the Spirit Bomb. In the context of the erratic mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, perhaps only the Spirit Bomb can deliver the final blow to this formidable scion. Utilizing the Spirit Bomb is indeed Goku's last resort, and its efficacy remains highly uncertain. After all, had Vegeta not transformed into a great ape, The power of the spirit bomb should have been sufficient to bring him to the brink of death. However, given Vegeta's current form as a great ape, it is dubious whether the meager energy gathered from Earth could inflict fatal injuries upon him. Yet, with no superior alternatives at hand and Goku's body teetering on the edge of collapse, he has no choice but to gamble on this desperate measure. Seizing the moment while Vegeta remains unaware, Goku's thoughts turn to gathering energy. High above, a sphere of energy, no larger than a ping-pong ball, slowly accumulates, absorbing the life force from various beings on Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta, somewhat unnerved by Goku's erratic mastery of Ultra Instinct, remains vigilant. Although he perceives Goku's strange demeanor, he cannot ascertain his intentions. Vegeta carefully observes his surroundings, wary of any potential traps set by Goku. His stamina leaves no room for error. A single misstep could mean that even if he transforms into a more powerful great ape, he might still fall short against Goku and his allies. Before him stands only Kakarot, and he lacks absolute confidence in securing victory, especially with a horde of warriors, each boasting power levels of 3,000, 5,000, and 8,000, lurking nearby, which fills Vegeta with profound regret. He reflects that he should have eradicated these foes before Kakarot's return, but alas. A single miscalculation has led to an enduring regret, and there are no remedies for such folly. In truth, Vegeta has squandered the best opportunity to vanquish Goku, allowing him to gather energy unimpeded and prepare for his ultimate attack. If this were a typical online game, it would be the height of foolishness to permit a powerful mage to channel their strongest spell without intervention. At this moment, Goku furrows his brow. Although Vegeta has afforded him ample time to concentrate the spirit bomb, now expanded to the size of a desk, it appears to be the utmost limit of energy that Earth's life forms can provide. Yet, with such a meager reserve, it seems insufficient to contend with the great ape before him. Goku hesitates, contemplating whether to unleash this spirit bomb, as it represents his final offensive maneuver. In the distance, Krillin and Piccolo have caught sight of Goku's actions and the spirit bomb above, puzzled as to why the two are still locked in confrontation. Goku's spirit bomb has reached its maximum potential. Why does he not attack Vegeta? What is he waiting for? Meanwhile, Vegeta remained vigilant, casting suspicious glances around him, utterly oblivious to the imminent peril looming above like a sharpened sword. What mischief were these two engaged in? The onlookers were utterly baffled. Even Piccolo had forgotten his intention to obliterate the artificial moon created by Vegeta. Had he acted promptly to eradicate this moon, Goku's spirit bomb would have undoubtedly been unleashed upon Vegeta without hesitation. There would be no question that even in his ordinary form, Vegeta could not withstand the combined energy of Earth's life forces. Even if he survived, he would surely be gravely wounded and devoid of any capacity to resist. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Whis, with a resigned expression, realized that although Goku was a prodigy, his mastery of the Ultra Instinct seemed to falter once again. What could one say about this fellow? His most cherished technique had become a mere trifle in his hands. Was his expectation perhaps too lofty? Yet, as the energy of the spirit bomb gathered in midair, Whis and Luo Hao remained silent, while Bulma, in a fit of anxiety, shouted sternly, "Goku, what on earth are you dawdling for? Vegeta clearly hasn't noticed your spirit bomb. You must let it descend and strike him." At that moment, Luo Hao shot Bulma an exasperated glance. "What do you know, girl?" Goku is clearly aware that the energy of this spirit bomb is insufficient to vanquish the foe before him. This is his final resort. Realizing this, Vegeta stood in a daze. Instead of wasting time shouting, "Why not extend your hand skyward?" It would at least lend a modicum of assistance to Goku's spirit bomb. His energy could only be maximized by harnessing the collective energy of everyone present. Otherwise, do you think Goku has been standing here idly for so long? Bulma, mimicking the action, raised her palm towards the heavens. Suddenly, she felt a peculiar shift within her body, as if a fragment of energy had been inexplicably siphoned away. So that is how it works. This is the essence of Goku's spirit bomb. Now Bulma understood its purpose. But she then turned her gaze suspiciously towards Luo Hao and Whis. "Why aren't you two assisting Goku? Just standing by to watch? I have contributed my share." Whis, with a wry smile, replied, "Miss Bulma, are you certain you wish for us to lend our energy as well? If that were the case, Goku's spirit bomb, far from merely obliterating that transformed giant ape scion, might reduce the entire solar system to mere remnants. Whis explained with a pained smile, but Bulma scoffed. You're just trying to scare me. Ever since I met you, you've been boasting. I don't believe you. Luo Hao, lend a hand for me. At least for Goku. After all, he is our friend. What do you say? Please help. However, Luo Hao found himself in a rather challenging predicament. What Whis stated was indeed true. After enduring a lengthy period of cultivation and the restoration of his memories, his mastery over power had significantly surpassed that of the time when he had confronted Frieza. Although he sensed a hint of danger, he nodded in agreement. Very well. This is ultimately Sun Wukong's last resort. If I can offer assistance, I shall do so. Immediately, Whis comprehended his intent, but as he raised his hand towards the heavens, Luo Hao admonished him. Whis, what are you doing? With a resigned sigh, Whis replied, I wish to contribute a modicum of angelic power to Wukong. Perhaps he might truly defeat Vegeta with this aid. I shall endeavor to minimize my contribution. Luo Hao, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Whis, perhaps you should refrain. It is not that I doubt your strength. Rather, your power is exceedingly formidable. Should you miscalculate your force, it could indeed result in calamity. Allow me to handle this. I have reached a new pinnacle in my control over power and shall not repeat the errors made during the Frieza incident. At this juncture, Bulma, growing impatient once more, interjected, You too. Is there nothing beyond mutual flattery and boasting that you can engage in? Hurry, or else that great ape might soon detect the spirit bomb in the sky, and the consequences will be dire. Very well, let us commence, Luo Hao declared, extending his palm towards the sky. Yet, in an instant, he withdrew it. A wisp of pearly divine energy vanished into the ether. In the next moment, a bewildering spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The spirit bomb, which had ceased to expand, suddenly surged with vitality, swelling from the size of a desk to that of a small mountain, hovering in the air like a colossal sun. The energy was overwhelmingly potent, and Vegeta, surveying his surroundings, quickly noticed the anomaly above. He glanced upwards in shock, exclaiming, What in the world is that? So immense, so formidable, so magnificent. Could it be that Kakarot has secretly amassed this terrifying energy? Impossible. The energy contained within this bomb was beyond what even Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, could withstand. Where did this power originate? Had Kakarot truly gathered such energy? Was this his hidden trump card? It was utterly terrifying. The beings on Earth were astonishingly formidable, each one more powerful than the last. Moreover, Kakarot had seemingly mastered numerous extraordinary techniques from unknown sources. Though inconsistently effective, every move instilled in Vegeta a deep-seated dread. This place was perilously dangerous. Should he survive this onslaught, he would make haste to vacate the planet and never return. What of the Dragon Balls? What of this and that? None of it mattered more than his own life. Chapter 95. Is my spirit bomb really this powerful? At present, Vegeta harbors an intense loathing for that scoundrel Raditz. Even in death, he has delivered an unreliable message, utterly disregarding the combat prowess of Earth's indigenous inhabitants, which has led Vegeta to lament his decision regarding this mission. Yet, despite his regrets and inner turmoil, Son Goku finds himself unable to control the immense spirit bomb suspended in midair. With a sharp exclamation, he gestures downwards with one arm, sending the colossal energy sphere, infused with a trace of divine power from Luo Hao, hurtling directly towards the transformed giant ape, Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This fool truly hurled the massive energy ball at him. How could he possibly withstand such a force? However, escape is no longer an option. The enormous energy bomb has locked onto him. As the attack draws near, Vegeta desperately cries out, Kakarot, do you wish for this planet to perish alongside me? This statement jolts Son Goku with realization. Indeed, why has the seemingly feeble spirit bomb suddenly gained such ominous strength? If it were to detonate, the ensuing shockwave could reduce the entire Earth to cosmic dust, a chilling possibility. Yet, the arrow is on the string and must be released. Even if he wished to retract it, Goku lacks the means to do so. Witnessing the dire predicament unfolding, Bulma stands frozen in shock. What should we do? Is Earth truly doomed? Are we finished? I am still so young and beautiful. Whis, Luo Hao, think of something quickly. Aren't you supposed to be divine beings? Aren't you invincible? Can't you just stand by and watch the Earth face annihilation? Whis, however, merely smiles nonchalantly. If it is to be destroyed, then so be it. There is nothing I can do. Heh. Determined to ignore the pretentiousness of Whis, Bulma turns to Luo Hao, her eyes brimming with tears, and sighs helplessly. All right. I suppose I have dug my own grave. There's truly no one to turn to for justice. Originally, she had mastered the control of her divine powers to such an extent that such an incident should not have occurred. However, Luo Hao underestimated the spirit bomb's capacity for energy absorption, inadvertently allowing it to harness more of his divine power, resulting in this disastrous outcome. Yet, should it be destroyed, it would not be a tragedy. With Whis around, a time rewind could easily rectify the situation. Nonetheless, this is the Earth that nurtured him, the galaxy he cherishes most dearly. The thought of inadvertently causing the demise of all life in the galaxy and humanity on Earth due to a trivial mistake weighs heavily on his conscience. Realizing that he can indeed rectify the pit he has dug, Luo Hao, upon seeing Whis' gleeful expression, can hardly suppress his irritation. You will have your day. Mark my words. Without further ado, he vanishes from sight, teleporting directly to the battlefield where Son Goku and Vegeta are engaged. At this moment, Vegeta found himself confronted by an overwhelming surge of energy, a force that surged towards him with relentless ferocity, pushing him to the brink of despair. Fear enveloped his soul, its weight pressing heavily upon him. Although he was unaware of the origin of this formidable power, the suffocating aura instilled a profound terror within him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure materialized before him. Who was this individual, and how had they come to be here? As if in a trance, Vegeta was momentarily paralyzed by the next unfolding event. The stranger turned and bestowed upon him a reassuring smile. With a mere wave of his hand, the insurmountable energy blast was effortlessly swatted away, soaring skyward like a fleeting comet, vanishing without a trace, as though nothing had transpired. Was it truly resolved? Had the crisis been averted so simply? Vegeta remained in a state of shock, the harrowing scene still vivid in his mind. The Earth was indeed a terrifying place. And what of Kakarot, that scoundrel, whose divine intervention had enabled such a dreadful attack? It was likely that for an extended period, Vegeta would be haunted by the psychological ramifications of Goku's energy blast. Perhaps the extent of this mental scar exceeded even Vegeta's imagination, while Goku himself was now equally stunned. Is that Luo Hao? Vegeta gasped. How did you come to be here? What happened to the energy blast? Luo Hao merely clapped his hands and sighed with resignation. Well, I understand that carelessly discarding energy blasts is rather uncivilized, but it was unavoidable. Fear not, my friend. Someone will undoubtedly take care of that energy blast. We need not concern ourselves with it any further. Humph, these individuals are always scheming. Consider this my gift to them. Goku, stop fixating on these trivial matters. How are you holding up? Are your injuries severe? Goku remained bewildered. What is happening here? I don't comprehend any of this. And how could my energy blast have been so fearsome? What is going on? I simply cannot grasp it. Excessive explanations would serve only as a veil, lacking any substantive meaning. Meanwhile, outside the fray, Piccolo and Krillin were beginning to regain their senses. What had just transpired? As the group remained in a state of shock, it was Krillin who first snapped back to reality. He pointed in disbelief. Look, that's Luo Hao. How did he end up here? It seems he swatted away Goku's energy blast. Thank goodness. This guy actually came to our rescue. How is that even possible? A blast that even Goku couldn't control was effortlessly deflected by Luo Hao. Could it be that he is indeed a formidable expert? What do you think, Piccolo? Piccolo, equally bewildered, replied. This individual has always claimed to be exceptionally skilled, yet he lacks any notable achievements. I truly cannot discern just how powerful he is. However, I cannot help but feel that his subordinate, Tien, appears to be quite formidable. This time, it is none other than Luo Hao himself who has stepped in to save the day. Perhaps our planet is not fated for destruction after all. Reflecting on the terrifying apocalyptic scene from earlier, everyone feels a lingering sense of dread. Krillin is about to respond when he suddenly senses a dramatic shift in energy behind him. What? He turns to see Tien unleashing his full power. Tien, what are you doing? Krillin asks in astonishment. Chapter 96. Everyone stands before Goku and Luo Hao, yet Tien pays no heed to him. You are all too complacent. Even amidst such a crisis, you have yet to recognize the source of the danger. Humph, Piccolo, you have become indecisive again. What is happening? Tien, why are you blaming us? Piccolo and Krillin both express their confusion. Tien then assumes a stance reminiscent of a Kamehameha, aimed at the artificial moon suspended in the sky. With a resounding blast, he fires a powerful energy wave. A tremendous explosion reverberates, and the artificial moon created by Vegeta vanishes abruptly. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tien remarks, "Without this, I believe that fearsome scion will no longer be able to transform. If he cannot transform now, given his current strength and abilities, perhaps we can work together to rescue Goku and Luo Hao. The earlier crisis would be averted. Honestly, you two should have prioritized destroying that artificial moon. Yet you were merely spectators, delaying our efforts." Though Tien's disdain is unfounded, it leaves Piccolo and Krillin momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was a straightforward problem that became complicated. Resulting in such a commotion, it is quite unexpected. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who had been shaken moments ago, suddenly perceives the situation. Those bastards. They truly destroyed my artificial moon. Vegeta gradually reverts from his great ape form to that of an ordinary human. Clenching his fists and grinding his teeth, he growls, "Humph! Remember this, you scoundrels. I shall show no mercy from now on. I care not who you are. You will not withstand my previous terrifying onslaught. Your luck has run out. Now, Kakarot, prepare to die alongside your friends." With clenched teeth, Vegeta channels his energy, unleashing his signature abilities. His power surges, and he bellows, "You have forced my hand. Do not blame me." Luo Hao nods slightly, acknowledging, though this fellow's strength is lacking, his fighting spirit and indomitable will are commendable. Perhaps he is indeed a candidate worth nurturing. Contemplating this, Luo Hao displays an expression of admiration. "It seems my judgment is rather astute." Behind him, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although his body was immobilized, he bellowed fiercely, "Luo Hao, quickly evade. This fellow is determined to fight to the death." Luo Hao was well aware that Vegeta was indeed desperate, but he understood that with his meager energy, he posed no real threat to himself. Nevertheless, he found no inclination to explain this to Sun Wukong. The onlookers, Piccolo, Tianjinhan, Krillin, Lepin, and even Son Gohan, were equally astonished. They sensed the accumulation of Vegeta's energy and the ferocity of his intent to fight. Upon witnessing Luo Hao and Sun Wukong elevate their own energy to its zenith, the collective astonishment grew even more profound. At this moment, hesitation was not an option. With a flurry of movement, they propelled themselves to the side of Sun Wukong and Luo Hao, encircling the two like an ironclad fortress. Is he truly prepared to risk everything? Everyone, be cautious. They were taken aback to see their companions, in this critical moment, refusing to abandon the duo, instead bravely stepping forward to shield them from Vegeta's lethal strike. A warmth surged in the hearts of Sun Wukong and Luo Hao. Although these individuals often displayed a lack of seriousness and possessed limited strength, their unwavering loyalty in this pivotal moment shifted Luo Hao's perception of them. It appeared that these youngsters were indeed worthy of his and Whis' guidance. Though currently lacking in power, their steadfastness suggested they might one day become the pillars of the seventh universe. Strength can be cultivated, but character and virtue are invaluable treasures. Vegeta, having amassed his energy and intensity to its peak, was momentarily taken aback by the actions of his adversaries. Then, a fearsome and twisted smile crept across his face. "You fools, knowing full well you are walking to your doom, you still refuse to evade. Are you eager to meet your end?" Although he felt moved by their sincere camaraderie, he scoffed, "In the face of death, all words are meaningless. Allow me to demonstrate my most formidable technique." Vegeta extended his arms outward, unleashing energy that erupted in a 360-degree explosion around him. This was a technique of mutual destruction, an all-encompassing blast that obliterated everything within its reach. This was the most powerful attack Vegeta could muster. The 360-degree explosion left no escape for anyone or anything within its radius, annihilating all in its path. And it was part of Vegeta's cunning strategy. If he relied solely on this attack, eliminating either Kakarot or the one who had deflected his energy blast would only inflict limited harm on the outsiders. He could very well perish on this distant planet. However, by drawing all their attention towards him and then unleashing his cataclysmic explosion, he could ensnare them completely. Even if he exhausted his last ounce of strength, he could summon his spaceship and escape this cursed place. Upon returning to planet Frieza 79 to undergo treatment and restore his strength, he anticipated a triumphant comeback. By that time, his adversaries would have perished, leaving no formidable opponent on Earth to challenge him. At that moment, he would gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire for immortality. His plans remained impeccably orchestrated. How foolish these Earthlings were. oblivious to the necessity of evasion, choosing instead to accompany Kakarot to their demise. Vegeta, brimming with self-satisfaction, reveled in the success of his scheme, unleashing energy with reckless abandon. This time, he held nothing back, casting aside his life and potential in that singular moment. His overwhelming aura surged forth like a wild, unbridled beast, venting his fury and discontent. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others maximized their powers, fortifying their defenses. The success of this crucial strike rested upon their capabilities and resolve. At that instant, Luo Hao, situated closest to Vegeta, regarded the latter's maneuver with indifference, his gaze directed skyward, contemplating the vast cosmos. With a sigh of resignation, he murmured a hope that this time, he might extend a greeting to them. Chapter 97. The target of the spirit bomb turns out to be the King's palace, although the others failed to comprehend his words. Luo Hao's composure elicited a modicum of alarm among them. The most anxious of all was Son Goku, who shouted, "Luo Hao, be careful." Yet, Luo Hao's thoughts were carried along with the colossal spirit bomb he had propelled into the depths of the universe. Once it exited Earth's atmosphere, the spirit bomb transformed, achieving the first cosmic velocity and traversing the seventh universe at full speed. Despite lacking such energy initially, Luo Hao's strike propelled it to velocities typically reserved for celestial beings. Soaring wildly through the cosmos, by some stroke of fate, this formidable spirit bomb encountered no celestial bodies or systems in its path, gliding unobstructed into the void beyond the seventh universe, inflicting not a shred of devastation upon any planets or galaxies. In due course, it traversed the layer of mysterious mist enveloping the void. After a period of flight, the spirit bomb emerged from the enigmatic haze, its destination revealed to be a colossal jellyfish floating in the air, atop which stood the king's palace. Could it be that the target of this spirit bomb was indeed the king's palace? How could that be? Surely, it must be mere coincidence. Perhaps it truly was a chance occurrence. On the vast plaza atop the immense jellyfish, the Grand Minister stood solemnly at the entrance of the king's palace, facing two individuals who bowed before him. One is the fourth universe angel, Conic, bowing respectfully, and the other is the fourth universe god of destruction, Lord Katra, kneeling on one knee. By some strange twist of fate, these two individuals have arrived at the Grand Priest's temple at this very moment to report on the matters of the fourth universe. While the Grand Priest listens to their accounts, his eyebrows suddenly raise, and his gaze sharpens as he focuses on the distance. Could it be that presence belongs to that individual? No, wait, what is Whis doing? Wasn't it said that he must not leave the seventh universe? How could he fail at such a trivial task? After a moment of careful sensing, the Grand Priest's expression gradually softens. Fortunately, it is merely an energy sphere infused with that individual's essence, not the individual himself. Well then, there should be no issue. However, the Grand Priest's brow furrows once more. Wait, an energy sphere from the seventh universe is indeed imbued with that individual's essence? What is going on? Is that individual attempting to greet me? But such a greeting is quite peculiar. The Grand Priest's pupils narrow sharply. No, this is not a typical greeting. The target of this energy sphere is the Grand Priest's temple. What on earth does that insolent brat intend to do? Hasn't he caused enough turmoil for the Grand King? It has barely been a moment since his awakening, and he already resorts to such a flamboyant gesture. How outrageous! Just as the Grand Priest hesitates, the super energy sphere launched by Luo Hao from Earth hurtles towards the apex of the Grand King's palace, aiming directly at the character Quan atop the temple's roof. This brat truly dares to attempt reducing the Grand King's temple to dust. Unbelievable. However, this is not a time for indecision. The Grand Priest casts aside his lofty demeanor and authority, his body tensing as golden light flares, and his pupils emit a brilliant glow. At the instant the super energy sphere strikes directly above the Grand King's palace, the Grand Priest's divine power surges forth wildly, and miraculously, the energy sphere dissipates without explosion, entirely negated by the Grand Priest's might. Yet, the outcome leaves the Grand Priest with a bewildered expression. For the entire roof of the Grand Priest's temple has been left in utter disarray from this unexpected assault. Once a grand character Quan, it is now reduced to an enormous character Wong, with the entire upper section obliterated. From the base of the Grand Priest's temple, one can now observe the bizarre scenery of the void above. What a predicament! In this moment, the Grand Priest is utterly stunned. This individual's greeting is truly unprecedented. All he can do is offer a bitter smile. while Katra and Konik, who stand beside him in reverent attendance, are equally entranced by the extraordinary spectacle. What is this situation? We merely came to report, yet we are witnessing such a thrilling scene. Upon witnessing the ever-changing expression of the high priest, the two were taken aback internally. It had been many years since they had seen the high priest exhibit such a loss of composure, adorned with an array of emotions that were truly a sight unseen for a century. To speak of a century, even a millennium would be a rare miracle. As they strained their stiff necks to behold the entirety of the All-King's temple, they were utterly petrified, as if the very fabric of time had been paused. The scene frozen in that instant. The first to regain his senses was Konik, who gently pinched his own cheek. Ketla, however, took a more direct approach, sharply slapping himself to ascertain whether he was ensnared in a dream. The sanctum they revered, the All-King's temple, had been left in ruins, the entire ceiling obliterated by the recent assault. Who could possess such audacity to dare attack the All-King's temple in the presence of both the High Priest and the All-King? Casting a glance back at the High Priest, he bore only a wry smile, devoid of anger or fury. This was an unabashed provocation. The two realized that their visit for duty was indeed well worth it, as they were privy to such a horrifying spectacle. Yet, it was Konik who first reacted, promptly whispering to Ketla, "My lord Ketla, should we not make a swift exit?" Ketla paused momentarily, casting a questioning glance, but Konik was quick to respond. "It seems we have witnessed something we ought not to have seen. Are we in danger of being silenced?" At this moment, Ketla felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this was an unprecedented occurrence in the universe. What kind of terrifying figure would dare to publicly challenge the authority of the High Priest and the All-King in such a manner? Moreover, the entire sequence of events had unfolded right before their eyes. Surely, these significant figures would not allow such an embarrassment to go unpunished, would they? After all, eliminating witnesses is often the most prudent course of action. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, this individual was indeed audacious, not only bold but remarkably powerful. Almost beyond belief. Even the divine power and energy of the High Priest had merely preserved half of the All-King's palace. Had the High Priest not intervened, it was likely that the entire palace would have been reduced to cosmic dust by that energy blast. Chapter 98. The All-King. He must have arrived. This was the All-King's temple, the repository of the universe's most formidable artifact. What could be the state of the All-King within the palace now? As the two were lost in contemplation, they suddenly noticed the High Priest displaying a peculiar smile. With a deep sigh, he radiated a golden light and vanished from sight, presumably entering the All-King's temple directly. At this moment, Konik and Ketla found themselves in a state of internal conflict, pondering whether they should follow him inside. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for grand revelations. Konik and Katra exchanged a glance, caught in a tumultuous struggle between the allure of spectacle and the preservation of their own lives. Should they watch or avert their gaze? Ultimately, the flames of their curiosity blazed fiercely, consuming their trepidations regarding life and death, as well as the imagined threats that loomed over them. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, they boldly followed in the footsteps of the High Priest, step by step, toward the dilapidated royal palace. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Although it is often said that curiosity killed the cat, Katra considered himself the cat's nemesis, a formidable rat. It had yet to be said that curiosity could kill a rat, and thus he reassured himself in that moment. Locking eyes with Konik, he declared, "We must see this." Without hesitation, the two strode confidently into the inner sanctum of the royal palace. Upon reaching the throne of the sovereign, an astonishing scene shattered their preconceptions, leaving them utterly bewildered. How could such a spectacle unfold before the esteemed sovereign and the High Priest? Before them, the once majestic figure of the sovereign, who was typically unyielding and omnipotent, was now cowering beneath his own throne, with only his posterior and legs visible, trembling in fear as if fleeing from an unseen terror. Even more peculiar was the sight of the High Priest, who, instead of hovering majestically, was patiently squatting on the ground, observing the sovereign's hidden form and seemingly engaged in quiet discourse. This tableau irrevocably shattered the worldviews of Katra and Konik. Had they witnessed something they ought not to have? A quiet shock reverberated within them. Yet, the conversation between the High Priest and the sovereign soon drifted into their ears. Has he arrived? Is it truly him? How terrifying! That individual has actually come to me, the sovereign exclaimed. Did I not vow to retreat and never see him again? Meanwhile, the High Priest, still crouched, reassured him. Do not be afraid, Sovereign, it is truly not he. At this, the Sovereign retorted vehemently, impossible. I can sense his presence. He must be here. Do not deceive me. Inform him that I am not here. I absolutely refuse to meet him. The High Priest, wearing an expression of resignation, replied, Sovereign, I assure you, I have no reason to deceive you. That was merely an energy projectile from the seventh universe that fortuitously struck our palace. As for him, he remains in a state of incomplete awakening and cannot possibly reach our royal sanctuary. Please rest assured. Upon hearing the High Priest's explanation, the Sovereign cautiously lifted a corner of the throne to reveal a charming little head, alertly scanning the surroundings. Discovering that the feared figure had not materialized, he finally exhaled. Relieved. At that moment, the Sovereign obediently crawled out from beneath his throne. Although his body still trembled slightly, further observation confirmed that the anticipated figure had not materialized. The Omni-King patted his chest and muttered, That scared me to death. He then gazed at the enormous rift in the sky, where, astonishingly, he sensed the presence of that scoundrel. However, this rogue had truly overstepped, knowing full well how terrified he made him. He had the audacity to launch an energy sphere to frighten him. If it weren't for his utter helplessness against him, the Omni-King would have relished the thought of erasing both him and the seventh universe in one fell swoop. Yet, with that rogue's existence, the plan to obliterate the seventh universe seemed akin to courting death. As the Omni-King regained his composure, the Grand Priest silently breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow had been rather excessive, causing chaos and launching a terrifying energy sphere that had even blown the roof off the Omni-King's palace. What was he truly up to? How did Whis manage to carry out his mission? Truly, not a single word of caution was given, resulting in such a blunder. Fortunately, the Omni-King showed no intention of holding a grudge. However, judging by the expression on the Omni-King's face, it seemed he was not merely choosing not to hold it against them, but rather was too intimidated to do so. Seeing the Omni-King return to normalcy, the Grand Priest felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the two guards beside the Omni-King knelt tremulously, apologizing. My apologies, Your Majesty. It was our failure to protect you that caused your fright. At that moment, the Omni-King found his courage, as long as that rogue did not appear. Who else in this universe could instill fear in him? He waved his hand dismissively, saying, This matter does not concern you. It is beyond your capacity to handle. At this moment, the Omni-King's gaze fell upon the onlookers, Konik and Katra. What brings you two here? Upon meeting the Omni-King's cold and forbidding gaze, Konik and Katra shivered in fear. It seemed they had witnessed an embarrassing scene that would surely lead to dire consequences. Unable to utter a single mocking word, they were apprehensive. It was the Grand Priest who stepped in to alleviate their predicament. The fourth universe has been performing admirably of late. Konik and Katra were sent here to report to me, and upon witnessing this unexpected incident, they intended to protect Your Majesty at the earliest opportunity. We hope for your understanding. The Omni-King coldly huffed. Very well, I shall deal with you two later. His attention then shifted back to the Grand Priest. By the way, Grand Priest, did you not send Whis on that covert mission? How could such an incident occur? What is the explanation for this? The Grand Priest sighed softly. Indeed, it is partly my oversight. A moment of inattention has led to this unforeseen occurrence. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall provide you with an explanation. Chapter 99. The conflict on Earth captures the attention of the Omni-King. The Omni-King, however, was immediately discontent. Must I wait? I demand an explanation now. Immediately clarify the situation. I must receive a lucid response. Otherwise, I find myself in disquieting distress. This individual casually launched an energy orb that obliterated my entire palace. Should any further mishap occur, with this rogue manifesting in our realm of nothingness, would it not plunge the entire universe into utter chaos? In the past, I was merely a subordinate attending to his whims. Must I endure such indignity once more? At this juncture, the king's words abruptly ceased, for he discerned not only the Supreme Priest's peculiar gaze upon him, but also noted that Katra and Konik were utterly engulfed in astonishment. What grand figure could possibly manifest in the seventh universe, compelling the king to attend to his needs? Moreover, the sheer terror of this individual might render even the king himself trembling. The magnitude of such information is indeed overwhelming. The two had entirely relinquished any sense of fear, igniting the flames of gossip to their utmost potential. Observing their expressions, the king retorted with irritation, You two are fortunate indeed to have overheard things best left unspoken. I trust no further elaboration is necessary. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to replace the angel and destroyer of universe for entirely. Upon hearing the king's frigid utterance, Konik and Katra nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains, signaling their understanding and resolve to remain discreet. The king, observing their countenance, felt satisfied. These two had indeed stumbled upon secrets they ought not to know, yet it mattered little to him. Should even a whisper of this information escape, it would likely necessitate the abdication of the current ruler of Universe 4. The supreme priest surveyed the atmosphere, sensing an unsettling dissonance. It appeared the king had been somewhat rattled, now speaking incoherently. To alleviate this awkward ambience, the supreme priest promptly summoned his long-neglected angelic scepter. Striking it forcefully against the air, a brand new holographic projection materialized abruptly before the king, Konik, and Katra. Within this projection, Whis was seen nonchalantly holding the scepter, gazing into the distance, sipping tea, and munching on what resembled popcorn. Witnessing Whis's calm demeanor as he held the scepter and observed the holographic display, the supreme priest's ire surged. Whis, you scoundrel, how are you so leisurely? Are you oblivious to the magnitude of the calamity caused by the very being you were assigned to monitor? You are indulging yourself while chaos ensues. Have you dismissed my orders as mere trifles? Yet, soon after, the supreme priest felt a pang of defeat. Indeed, Whis had committed no fault. His task was merely to keep an eye on this rogue, and as long as he remained within the confines of the seventh universe, Whis's mission could not be deemed a failure. It was also rather unfortunate that the initial assignment had not been conveyed with clarity. Next time, he must emphasize the necessity of maintaining close proximity to this rogue. Otherwise, should any further anomalies arise, he would truly find himself at a loss in addressing the king. The staff held by the Supreme Kai shimmered slightly, revealing the figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It appeared that these two individuals were the instigators behind the recent energy blast. Are these two rascals truly the ones responsible? How could such feeble beings, hardly more significant than ants, unleash such a terrifying assault? The scene flickered again, this time displaying the visage of Luo Hao, marking the first occasion since his rebirth that the Supreme Kai truly regarded his appearance and form. Upon seeing Luo Hao, the Supreme Kai felt little, yet the Grand Zeno beside him was completely unsettled. His eyes widened in shock, and he trembled with agitation. It's him? No doubt about it. I would recognize this fellow even if he were reduced to ashes. Noticing the Grand Zeno's rising distress, the Supreme Kai forced a wry smile and explained, Your Excellency, since you are aware it is him, why the anxiety? He is still in the seventh universe, not in our void realm or the Grand Zeno Palace. So let us not dwell on him, shall we? However, the Grand Zeno retorted, somewhat irked, Humph. As if I am unaware of your connection? This fellow has always been protective of you since childhood. Yet, he has never shown me any courtesy. He has committed countless misdeeds, and I have always been the one to clean up after him. At this point, the Grand Zeno felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. It seemed his reputation had indeed taken a hit. He quickly composed himself and stated, Didn't you send Whis to assist Luo Hao? Where is that rascal now? Are we to allow Luo Hao to recklessly unleash energy blasts? Look at this. Even my Grand Zeno Palace has had its roof blown off. If we do not rein him in, I shudder to think of the consequences. I can only pray that Whis fulfills his duties diligently. The Supreme Kai shrugged his shoulders and reassured the Grand Zeno. Calm down, do not fret. Rest assured, Whis is dependable in his tasks. As the Supreme Kai offered his comfort, the projection before them switched to Whis. Meanwhile, on Earth, Whis was enjoying the spectacle, munching on popcorn and sipping milk tea, appearing quite relaxed, yet inwardly delighted. This Vegeta truly believes himself above all, provoking Luo Hao. I wonder what kind of chaos Luo Hao will unleash. Just as Whis reveled in this mischief, a void figure suddenly materialized in midair, leaving him utterly astounded. This was none other than the Grand Zeno and the Supreme Kai, together emanating the projection of a deity. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Bulma in the room remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, fixated on the projection emitted by Whis' staff. Yet, Whis felt an inexplicable, immense pressure. What is the meaning of this? How could this conflict on Earth capture the attention of the Grand Zeno and the Supreme Kai? Moreover, the two individuals appeared quite menacing. Had I inadvertently stirred up some trouble? No, that could not be the case. I had accomplished my task admirably, merely indulging in popcorn, sipping milk tea, and singing merrily. without engaging in any misdeeds. Additionally, that fellow, Luo Hao, remained steadfast on Earth, having provoked no incidents whatsoever. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated my mind. Could it be related to that terrifying super spirit bomb? Chapter 100. The task of restoring the palace of the Omni-King is entrusted to you too in a flash. I directed my gaze to the space behind the Omni-King and the Grand Priest. Suddenly, everything became clear. The super spirit bomb that had been launched had fortuitously struck the palace of the Omni-King. As the projection emitted by the Grand Priest revealed the palace's roof utterly devastated. Witnessing this ghastly sight, I began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I stretched my stiff neck and turned my attention to the faces of the Grand Priest and the Omni-King. From the Omni-King's gaze, I sensed a perilous glint. Casting a stunned glance at the Grand Priest, who was typically benevolent, I was taken aback to see his expression darken to the color of a charred pot. This was dire. I had not anticipated that, despite all precautions, Luo Hao would resort to such a ploy. I had truly landed myself in a significant predicament. However, it seemed that these two esteemed figures had not yet fully resolved to hold me accountable, suggesting there might still be a chance for redemption. Instantly shedding my earlier languid demeanor, I knelt upon one knee, bowing deeply before the Grand Priest and the Omni-King, acknowledging my fault and pledging to accept their guidance humbly. Vowing to rectify my mistakes and ensuring that I would not err again. The abrupt transformation in my demeanor caught the attention of the irate Grand Priest and the Omni-King, momentarily startling them. It appeared that this individual was indeed worthy of teaching, recognizing his own missteps. Consequently, they refrained from pressing the poor little angel further, for he was already the most capable subordinate of the Grand Priest. With this in mind, the Grand Priest coldly uttered a single phrase, "Take care of yourself," before abruptly terminating the communication. At that moment, I was drenched in sweat, my angelic robe thoroughly soaked, yet it seemed there was still an opportunity for atonement. Without a moment's hesitation, I retracted Bulma's scepter, which she had been using to view the images, and without a word, I vanished in a dazzling flash of light. Bulma, who had been enjoying the spectacle, suddenly noticed the abrupt disappearance of both Luo Hao and me, muttering to herself, "Where have those two gone? Leaving me all alone here. What sort of trick is this? Hey, Whis, where are you?" At that instant, no matter how loudly Bulma called, she would receive no response from me, for I had already instantaneously appeared beside Luo Hao, inwardly lamenting, "You truly are a handful. I left your side for barely a few minutes, and you have already created such chaos. Goodness, one cannot afford to relax even for a moment. When one ventures out for a bit of leisure, it necessitates financial resources. The very presence of you, my esteemed leader, appears to be a matter of life and death. In an instant, you have managed to obliterate the entire temple of the Omni-King. If I were to distance myself from you for even a little longer, who knows what dreadful calamities might ensue. It now seems that both the Omni-King and the Grand Priest are teetering on the precipice of fury. Should any further mishap occur, heavens forbid, I dare say the entire seventh universe may find itself in peril. As for the future, Vados can hardly contemplate it further. The only recourse is to rectify the situation swiftly. If no further errors are committed henceforth, perhaps we can weather this storm. This is the most prudent course of action Vados can devise at this moment. At this juncture, the Omni-King experiences a profound sense of helplessness. After a brief interval, he gradually regains his composure. Reflecting upon the fear he felt in the presence of Luo Hao, one can only imagine the plight of Vados, that poor little angel, who has executed his duties to such an extent. Indeed, Vados has performed remarkably well. To demand more would be a tad unreasonable. Yet, witnessing the Grand Priest, who appears to be in excruciating distress, massaging his temples incessantly, it seems he, too, lacks a particularly effective solution. Very well, let us take a step back and embrace a broader perspective. The Omni-King can only comfort himself with this thought, as long as this individual remains within the seventh universe. Perhaps until his strength and memory are fully restored, this may indeed be the most prudent choice, a notion the Omni-King clings to for solace. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest breathes a sigh of relief. Let this unexpected incident conclude here. Perhaps this is the optimal outcome, as long as it draws Vados' attention. Judging by Vados' demeanor, it appears he has a cordial relationship with Luo Hao. So long as no significant disturbances arise, it is unlikely that Luo Hao will cause any considerable upheaval. Vados, you have my utmost gratitude. The Grand Priest silently prays for Vados to exhibit even greater resolve and diligence. At this point, all that remains is fervent prayer. There are no other viable alternatives. The demeanor of the two esteemed figures utterly petrifies Konik and Katra, who observe from across the way. Is it truly as simple as exchanging a glance and uttering a single line? The instigator, who has dismantled the very roof of the Omni Palace, is none other than Vados, the architect of turmoil in the seventh universe. Astonishingly, not a single harsh word was spoken, merely a cautionary remark. Take care, before hanging up. The Omni-King did not erupt in anger. He merely conveyed a silent threat with his gaze. This is utterly incongruous with the established persona of the Omni-King. Has the very essence of the Omni-King's character crumbled before our eyes? And was the Grand Priest's response truly limited to a solitary phrase? This can only imply that Vados is favored as your own progeny, while Konik is merely your godson, muses Katra internally. Were such an incident to transpire in their fourth universe, it is likely that both the angels and the gods of destruction would have been obliterated in the wrath of the Omni-King, leaving not a trace behind. The two individuals were still engaged in hushed murmurs when an ominous premonition suddenly washed over them. Lord Zeno, his expression inscrutable, addressed them directly. Are you two here to report? Konik and Ketla gradually came to their senses, dropping to one knee in a respectful bow, replying, Yes, Lord Zeno. The omnipotent ruler then inquired, Very well. Has your reporting been completed? They nodded in unison, affirming, Indeed. Casting a glance at the vanished palace ceiling, Zeno coldly remarked, Since your task is complete, the responsibility of repairing the palace now falls upon you too. You have 3 days. Should you fail, I will not hesitate to erase you from existence. What is the meaning of this? This is utterly unjust. Upon hearing the decree from Zeno, Konik and Ketla were left utterly bewildered. This calamity is not of our making. Why must we undertake the repairs? Is it not a bit unreasonable? Chapter 101. Only Luo Hao can confront Zeno in that moment. Ketla, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, boldly retorted, Lord Zeno, this seems rather unreasonable. We are not the architects of this misfortune. Why must we bear the burden of restoring your palace? A glint of cold light flickered in Zeno's eyes. What? Ketla, do you dare voice dissent? As soon as the words escaped Zeno's lips, Ketla regretted his audacity. How could he have the gall to confront the omnipotent ruler? Meanwhile, Konik quickly interjected, I apologize, Lord Zeno. Ketla did not mean it that way. We willingly accept the task of restoring your temple. It is an honor to serve you. They promptly shifted from kneeling on one knee to both knees. Ketla also expressed his willingness to repair the palace, vowing to exert every effort within the 3 days, hoping that Zeno would overlook his earlier words. What a stroke of bad luck. Is this what they call an unjust calamity? They had merely come to report and now found themselves embroiled in such a predicament. Although they had encountered various intriguing rumors and gossip, they were ultimately left to shoulder the consequences of the troubles instigated by Whis of Universe 7. This debt shall surely be laid at the feet of Beerus. Ketla grumbled within, vowing to exact retribution when the opportunity arose. This fellow is but a defeated subordinate. While they had no means to confront Lord Zeno, dealing with Beerus was another matter entirely. There, they held the upper hand. The chilling voice of Zeno interrupted their thoughts. You have 3 days. I grant you but 3 days. Should I find your work unsatisfactory, the consequences will rest upon your shoulders. With a flash of golden light, Zeno vanished from sight. Where he sought to vent his dissatisfaction and frustration remained a mystery. Who truly bore the greater misfortune now? One who dared provoke Zeno's ire. At least they could take solace in the fact that although Ketla and Konik were tasked with repairing the palace, they would not face any immediate peril. As for which universe would bear the brunt of Zeno's wrath, that remained a matter of speculation. The great priest sighed in resignation. Well, you lot could have provoked anyone. Yet you chose to antagonize the king of all, that harbinger of calamity. Though this lad may appear harmless and endearing, when truly enraged, his wrath is not something mere mortals can bear. The only one capable of managing this little tyrant is likely Luo Hao. Let us hope that in time, Luo Hao fully matures and regains his memories. Perhaps he could even persuade the king of all to amend his peculiar habits and flaws. As for now, observing these two unfortunate souls, the great priest commented, Very well, commence your efforts. 3 days is indeed a tight time frame. Upon the king's abrupt departure, Konik swiftly returned to his normal demeanor alongside Ketla. Counting on his fingers, he remarked, Ketla, There's no need for undue worry. It has only been 9 minutes since the palace's destruction. My time reversal skill should allow us to revert to the state of 10 minutes prior. If I exert myself fully, it is conceivable that the palace could reappear unscathed before us. At this juncture, having summoned his angelic scepter, he added, given the urgency, I must act quickly, soon. My time reversal may no longer suffice to restore the king's palace. However, as he spoke, the great priest's words fell like a bucket of cold water, awakening Konnik to reality. The great priest lamented, "You wretched boy, always seeking shortcuts. If time reversal could mend the king's temple, would he grant you 3 days? He is merely irate, not foolish. Do you think I am the simpleton here? Time reversal is not an option." Konnik paused, momentarily taken aback. When Ketla interjected with a question, "What is the matter?" Konnik's time reversal has reached an advanced level. Reverting to a state from 10 minutes ago should pose no problem. Could it be? Before he could finish, the great priest shook his head in resignation. Indeed, as you surmise, time reversal is a unique skill of our angelic lineage, effective in the ordinary cosmos. Even if the entire universe were to perish, time reversal would restore it to its former state without issue. However, do not forget where we are, within the void realm, the palace of the king of all. Within this realm and the confines of the king's palace, time reversal is ineffective. Do you comprehend? This is the epicenter of the universe, where the fabric of space and time is extraordinarily stable. It cannot be altered at our whim. With that, he continued, for now, it falls upon you two to labor diligently. As for the materials needed to restore the king's palace, I shall procure them for you. The task is urgent and demanding. Make haste in your endeavors. The great priest bestowed upon the pair a knowing smile, and in a sudden flash of golden light, a pile of bricks and construction materials materialized before Konnik and Ketla. You must work swiftly. Should you fail to accomplish this task, the king of all's wrath will be upon you, and I cannot shield you from it. In an instant, the grand priest vanished, leaving behind the astonished Konnik and Quitella. On the battlefield of Earth, Vegeta was fervently gathering energy, emitting a hissing roar from his throat. His fury had reached its zenith. Only by fully concentrating all his energy and releasing it in an exhilarating manner could he elevate his soul and body, freeing himself from all worries. He yearned for the events before him to dissolve into cosmic dust, a necessity to satiate his current feelings of profound anger and sorrow. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood on high alert, but only Luo Hao observed Vegeta's performance with a bemused expression. Was this fellow suffering from constipation? As Luo Hao posed the question, dark lines appeared on the faces of those around him. How could he think such a thing? Clearly, that individual named Vegeta was preparing a grand move. Yet, oddly enough, it did seem to make a twisted sort of sense. Watching Vegeta's agonizing struggle to unleash his power did resemble the plight of constipation. Just as the crowd found themselves caught between laughter and tears, a streak of light flashed across the sky. Whis, racing towards them, descended like a resplendent star, landing before everyone. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Whis furrowed his brow slightly. This group was still engaged in such antics. How utterly vexing. Observing Luo Hao's amused demeanor as he watched Vegeta's display, Vegeta's hissing cries had pushed Whis' patience to its limit. Chapter 102 Whis. Look at the trouble you've caused. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis conjured an invisible energy barrier resembling an empty bowl, abruptly enclosing the still hissing Vegeta within it. This not only isolated Vegeta's momentum, but also suppressed his energy, color, and sound beneath the unseen dome. Finally, the world fell silent. Witnessing Whis' intervention, which directly subdued Vegeta, the onlookers were left in shock. They had no idea Whis possessed such power. Had they known, they wouldn't have remained so tense. Exchanging resigned glances, they pondered what Whis intended to do. This fellow was known for his penchant for stirring up trouble. Surely something significant had compelled both Whis and Luo Hao to appear in person. They awaited Whis' explanation. Upon hearing Vegeta's furious roars, Whis cast a weary and reproachful look at Luo Hao, extending his right hand and repeatedly pointing a finger at him. Do you even comprehend the chaos you have caused? He stammered, repeating you 6 times, ultimately finding himself at a loss for words. His complexion, once resembling that of a smurf, turned a deep shade of black due to his anger, glistening ominously. The crowd looked on, astonished. Having known Whis for many years, this is the first time I have witnessed such an expression on his face. It seems that he has indeed been provoked by that rascal, Luo Hao. to the point where his blue skin tinged with red fury has turned black. Observing the glossy black visage of Whis, Luo Hao merely shrugged and blinked his innocent, wide eyes at Whis, asking, "What's wrong, Whis? Have I committed another blunder? Why do you look this way? Please, don't be angry. Let us discuss this calmly." In his heart, Whis silently roared in indignation. "Calmly discuss? You've blown up the entire palace of the king and expect me to speak calmly? Humph. You are one who only sheds tears when faced with a coffin, feigning ignorance. Allow me to reveal the extent of your misdeeds." With a cold huff, Whis decided not to dwell further on the matter with Luo Hao. He waved his staff with a flourish, and a colossal projection appeared before everyone. "What is this place? It's so beautiful," exclaimed Beak and Krillin, astonished by what they beheld. Before them was the magnificent palace of the king, situated atop a gigantic jellyfish in the realm of nothingness. "What is this place? The surroundings are so stunning." The onlookers were entranced by the breathtaking scenery. Yet Whis, with a hint of irritation, interjected, "What are you all staring at? I directed your attention to the palace in the center of the image. Do you know to whom that palace belongs? It is none other than the palace of the king, personally guarded by the Grand Priest. Now, take a look at what has become of that palace." Krillin, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "The king? The Grand Priest? Who are they? It seems we are unfamiliar with them. But their palace is quite splendid, I assent it. Who are those two figures? Could they be the king and the Grand Priest you mentioned?" At this point, Whis paused, following Krillin's pointing finger, and noticed that in front of the dilapidated palace, there were no signs of the Grand Priest or the king. Instead, there were only the unfortunate Konik and Ketla, both donning construction hats, helplessly affixing tiles to the ground. Konik appeared to fare even worse than Ketla, as he balanced on one leg against the palace wall, using his divine power to continuously lay the bricks handed to him by Ketla. What a farce. These are not the king and the Grand Priest. They are clearly two bricklayers repairing the king's palace. This revelation left Whis utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Whis's scrutiny caught the attention of Konik and Ketla, who glared back at the screen with eyes ablaze with fury. Ketla, glaring at Whis, shouted, "Whis, you scoundrel! What have you done? How did I, the destroyer of the fourth universe, end up here repairing the king's palace? Look at my waist, it's worn thin. My destructive powers are being wasted on cutting bricks. What are we going to do about this, Whis? Should I go confront Beerus and settle the score for this predicament?" In the midst of the air, Konik, who was tirelessly laying bricks against the wall, exclaimed with indignation, "Whis, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. All the celestial power I have cultivated over the years has been expended on the construction of the Palace of Zeno. You are well aware that this is a supreme artifact. Ordinary bricks and stones are utterly incapable of serving any purpose. Each brick must be infused with the utmost extent of my divine energy to restore it to its original form. Moreover, the High Priest and Lord Zeno have granted only 3 days for this task. If we fail to complete it within this time frame, our universe will be mercilessly obliterated. You are the architect of this chaos. Whis, you scoundrel, what mischief have you wrought?" As their accusations and roars echoed, Whis felt a pang of guilt. It seemed he had not only offended Lord Zeno and the High Priest, but had also unwittingly implicated 2 unfortunate souls, who appeared to be taking the blame for him and Beerus. At that moment, Whis sought to clarify, turning to gesture towards Piccolo, Goku, and the others, awkwardly explaining, "Actually, it wasn't me, it was them." He then pointed to Goku, declaring that energy blast was crafted by him. This revelation only served to intensify the fury of Ketla and Konik. "Whis, you have truly regressed. Who are these people behind you? We are not blind. They are merely ordinary earthlings. Even if they were immensely powerful, could they possibly unleash such a fearsome energy to topple the roof of the Palace of Zeno? Do not jest. If you wish to evade responsibility, must you resort to such juvenile tactics?" Ketla, now thoroughly incensed, huffed, "If not for the time constraints, I would drag Beerus out of his den right now for a thorough questioning. Though I may have had some past grievances with Beerus, I would not stoop to such petty revenge. During our mission to report to the Palace of Zeno, you create such a tumult and expect Konik and me to bear the brunt of it? Whis, do you not think you have gone a tad too far?" Whis found himself in a precarious predicament, defensively lamenting, "This is truly not my fault. I am also a victim." He then observed Ketla relentlessly wielding his destruction energy to slice through the building materials, emitting furious growls as he did so. It was evident that Ketla was genuinely furious. Meanwhile, Konik, hovering in the air, grew weary of Whis and ultimately declared, "Very well. Ketla, we find ourselves under this roof and must acquiesce for now, but rest assured, we shall exact retribution for this affront. Whis, mark my words. Once Ketla and I are free to act, I shall personally visit your Universe 7 to confront you and Beerus, and you shall both pay the true price for your actions. Do not presume that just because you are the High Priestess' biological son, you can bully me, the High Priestess' godson." With a sudden cold laugh, he abruptly ended the video call with Whis. On the other side of the screen, Whis stared at a flurry of static, mockingly uttering, "Gentlemen, do you believe this is merely a misunderstanding?" He remained transfixed, gazing at the snow-covered screen, lost in a stupor. It seemed that a significant predicament had indeed arisen. Meanwhile, Luo Hao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, patted Whis on the shoulder and inquired, "Hey Whis, what's the matter? Are they formidable opponents?" "No worries. If they dare to cause trouble, I'm here for you. By the way, where are those esteemed officials you mentioned? I haven't seen them around yet. I must admit, after all these years, I do miss them." Whis stretched his stiff neck and slowly turned his head, forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else, and quipped, "Luo Hao, this time the trouble is indeed considerable." Observing Whis's despondent demeanor, Luo Hao shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "It's nothing. If those esteemed officials or that brat from the royal family dare to trouble you, rest assured, I've got this covered. Humph, those two won't stir up any real trouble while I'm around." With that said, Whis felt a wave of despair wash over him. Indeed, while those high-ranking figures may not hold you accountable, they have countless ways to make my existence a living hell. After all, this was my duty. Even if the two esteemed ones were to recognize that you were the mastermind behind this mess and chose not to take it out on a mere angel like me, you must also acknowledge that those two, Konik and Ketla, are intent on devouring me whole. This predicament is indeed escalating. While the prominent figures may overlook you, these minor characters are a true nuisance. Konik and Ketla are notorious for their vengeful natures among the gods of destruction and angels. Provoking them is akin to entangling oneself with a stubborn piece of toffee, impossible to shake off. It seems that soon my days with Lord Beerus will be filled with unimaginable hardship. Oh dear, what am I to do? How careless of me to have brought about such a catastrophic disaster. Reflecting on the situation, I pondered, Konik and Ketla, you two unfortunate souls, why must you meddle at such a time? Are you unaware of the terrifying anomaly that exists within our seventh universe? I too am at a loss. If I had any means to avert this calamity, we wouldn't have reached such dire consequences. The blame cannot fall on me or Lord Beerus. It is solely your fault. Thinking of Beerus, Whis gritted his teeth in frustration. You, the god of destruction, chose not to appear when it mattered most to shield me. Now I, a mere angel, must bear the brunt of this misfortune. I must say, I cannot manage this burden. It is far too great to bear. As Whis wallowed in despair, Vegeta seemed to have reached the zenith of his power, completely oblivious to the invisible energy that enveloped him, trapping him in place. He closed his eyes and let out a heart-wrenching roar, his body extending infinitely as he unleashed every ounce of fury and strength within him. A full-scale assault, unrestrained in every direction. You scoundrels! I shall leave no survivors. This victory shall undeniably be mine. How dare you disrupt my transformation into a mighty ape and disregard my formidable attack? You wretches shall meet your demise. After a cathartic release, Vegeta slowly opened his weary eyes, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. His full-powered assault, an explosion of energy, had failed to even disturb the nearby terrain. Kakarot, that blue-skinned fool, along with the one named Luo Hao and the Namekian, were casually conversing as if they were oblivious to the existence of the so-called Prince of the Science. The terrifying blow he had just unleashed appeared to have left them utterly unaffected. Glancing skyward, he noted that his overwhelming force had not even disturbed a single cloud in the heavens. Was he truly unleashing his full potential, or merely releasing a trivial puff of air? Vegeta began to question his very existence. What was this madness? His power and energy had evidently reached a critical threshold. Even the slightest movement of his hands or legs should have produced a forceful impact. This visit to Earth had thrust upon him an overwhelming array of shocks. He had never witnessed such astonishing phenomena since his birth. Yet, everything felt like a nightmarish reality. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of his adversaries, Vegeta felt a sense of despair. Not only was he unable to attack, but even speaking seemed a daunting task. Grinding his teeth, he surveyed the group before him, each brimming with combat potential. Clearly disadvantaged, Vegeta's mind fixated solely on escaping this terrifying planet, healing his wounds, and seeking allies to annihilate every human on this world. How could he endure such a grave humiliation? Any further bravado or desperate attempts might cost him his life, yet his adversaries seemed unfazed. With a cold snort, Vegeta declared, "You will all come to regret this. But this prince shall no longer entertain you. We shall meet again." He then retrieved a remote control for a spaceship from the crevices of his battered armor. With a few gentle presses, he stood trembling, awaiting the arrival of his vessel. At this moment, Vegeta was utterly despondent, recognizing his lack of any viable chance of victory. He was, however, wise enough to know when to retreat. Chapter 104. Vegeta struck by lightning. Vegeta's singular thought was to hastily depart this planet, escape this dreadful place, and return to planet Frieza 79 to recuperate, planning his next moves with patience. However, it seemed that no one on the opposing side cared about his actions, which allowed Vegeta to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these fools remained oblivious to the fact that when Scions are brought to the brink of death and subsequently recover to their former glory, their power can multiply exponentially. At that time, I shall return to easily crush these insignificant ants. Humph, Kakarot. By then, I shall grant you no chances. You currently regard me as inconsequential, but you will soon learn of my true strength. Presently, Vegeta's thoughts began to spiral into chaos. To be precise, it was not that he had been rendered foolish by his opponents, but rather that he had been infuriated by them. The feeling of being disregarded and treated as a mere shadow was utterly intolerable for the proud Vegeta. Yet, the reality remained unchanged. In an instant, Vegeta's patched spacecraft quietly docked beside him. The hatch opened violently, and upon seeing the tattered state of his ship adorned with a patch, Vegeta could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Glancing down at his battle shoes, he noticed that one of his toes was exposed, leaving him at a loss for words. Originally, he had intended to profit handsomely from this trip to Earth, but it now seemed that he had not only lost his lady but also suffered losses in battle. That wretched Ba had perished here, leaving him in an even more disheveled state. It was best to leave this nightmarish place behind. That was of utmost importance. In truth, one cannot entirely blame the others for treating Vegeta as inconsequential. After all, during the release of his ultimate technique, he had been ensnared by Whis in a peculiar energy shield. Furthermore, the residual force of his attack had failed to convey any real threat to outsiders. It was akin to shouting in a soundproof room. Once he emerged, others naturally disregarded the Scion who had expended all his energy, as he posed no threat. The primary reason for this neglect was that Whis and Luo Hao were engaged in a heated debate regarding Goku's future training direction. As a bona fide angel, Whis had swiftly analyzed the circumstances surrounding today's events, ultimately attributing everything to one pivotal issue: Son Goku's usage of the Spirit Bomb. Had he not utilized the Spirit Bomb, he would not have absorbed even a sliver of Luo Hao's energy. Without that minute energy, the terrifying Spirit Bomb would never have manifested. If this dreadful Spirit Bomb had not appeared, it would not have inexplicably flown to the King of All's palace and collapsed its rooftop. All these troubles stemmed from the Spirit Bomb. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Goku's energy, his energy wave would not have reached the King of All's palace in the void. Although Whis contemplated blaming Luo Hao for meddling, it was undeniable that he was a force even the Grand Minister and the King of All could not provoke. Yes, it was all the fault of that accursed Spirit Bomb. Thus, Whis remained resolute in his confidence regarding training, firmly establishing the direction for Son Goku's development towards the Ultra Instinct technique. Wukong, henceforth, you must devote all your energy to mastering my ultimate freedom technique. You are well aware that it is this very technique that has extricated you from peril on numerous occasions. Any mention of techniques, such as the King's Fist or Spirit Bomb, is mere folly. Disregard those trivial matters. Son Wukong scratched the back of his head, pondering. The ultimate freedom technique, you say? Yet, this method is oftentimes inconsistent. While it can achieve remarkable feats, it can also leave one feeling helpless. Whis, with great patience, elucidated. This inconsistency arises from your current martial prowess being too rudimentary. As you gradually enhance your strength, you will come to appreciate the true might of the ultimate freedom technique. In this regard, Whis remained steadfastly confident. However, Luo Hao held a divergent perspective. From the fragments of his fragmented memories, he recalled certain knowledge regarding the Scions. To Luo Hao, it was evident that Wukong should not be compelled to forcibly embrace the so-called angelic ultimate freedom technique, for hastening growth yields no benefit to his current state. Moreover, regarding Whis' application of the ultimate freedom technique, Luo Hao speculated that his own technique, the unfettered divine skill, might prove to be even more formidable. After all, the ultimate freedom technique is merely a foundational practice, while the unfettered divine skill represents a more expansive approach. Nevertheless, neither technique is comprehensible or attainable for the group at present. Wukong's immediate focus should be on solidifying his foundation and gradually elevating his power. Anything beyond that would be a jest. Subsequently, Whis, with a hint of resignation, cast a healing spell upon everyone. Instantly, Wukong felt a substantial surge in his strength, providing him with a vivid understanding of the Scion heritage. No wonder he had always surpassed others. It was due to the Scion's unique constitution. The one who revealed this insight was none other than Luo Hao. This fellow truly seems to possess boundless knowledge and capabilities. It is astonishing to think he was once a formidable being, aware even of the slightest traits of the Scions on Earth. While the group deliberated their future training paths, Vegeta had already summoned his spaceship, preparing to depart cautiously from this planet, which had brought him endless nightmares. Upon stepping into the vessel, he suddenly heard a remark that left him utterly astonished. He overheard Luo Hao, patting Kakarot's shoulder, proclaiming, "Wukong, I suggest you pursue the Super Saiyan path. After all, it is the true lineage of our race. As for the ultimate freedom technique, you may study it later, once you have established a solid foundation." Upon hearing this, Vegeta, seated in the cockpit of his spaceship, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, completely petrified in place. What? Super Saiyan? Is that not of our Scion lineage? Am I mistaken? Who is that individual? Why does he mention the word Super Saiyan? This revelation held an irresistible allure for Vegeta. In an unexpected turn of events, Vegeta did not activate the spacecraft. Instead, he laboriously crawled out of the cockpit, straining to hear as he approached the group engaged in conversation. However, neither Luo Hao, Whis, nor the others acknowledged Vegeta's presence, remaining absorbed in their discussion concerning the Super Saiyan transformation. Chapter 105, Goku. Give it your all. Luo Hao casually raised his hands in a gesture of suggestion, stating, "I propose that Goku pursue the path of the Super Saiyan. Although the progress may be gradual, it offers a steady and reliable enhancement of your strength, which I believe will ultimately benefit the overall assessment of the universe." Initially, Whis intended to counter this argument further, but upon hearing the mention of the universe's overall assessment, he fell silent. Could it be that the transformation into a Super Saiyan has some influence on the cosmic rating? If that were the case, he would wholeheartedly support Luo Hao. Seeing the curious expressions on Whis and the others as they watched him, Luo Hao shrugged and remarked, "I only possess fragmented memories. I know that the Scion race can transform into Super Saions, becoming immensely powerful warriors, and that this formidable transformation is an innate gift of their kind. If one could truly master this transformation, it would undoubtedly yield great benefits for our universe." As the others listened, albeit somewhat confused, Whis grasped the meaning behind Luo Hao's words. "Ah, so that is how it is." Luo Hao then patted Goku on the shoulder and encouraged him. "You, my friend, are tantalizingly close to achieving what you seek. With a bit more training and the right opportunity, you may indeed succeed in your transformation. You could become the new hope and pillar of this universe." Whis, recalling his own experiences with Luo Hao and Bulma in the future timeline, found himself at a loss for words, realizing the truth in Luo Hao's assertion. Suddenly, everyone paused in surprise as they noticed Vegeta, the Scion who had intended to flee, standing awkwardly among them, his ear nearly pressed against Luo Hao's face. What is this creature doing? Wasn't he supposed to leave Earth? Why is he now mingling with us like one of our comrades? What nefarious intentions does this wicked Scion harbor? The group instinctively assumed defensive postures, yet Vegeta remained oblivious to their reactions, fixated on Luo Hao. "Repeat what you just said. Do you possess knowledge of our Scion's secrets? How do you know?" With a menacing tone, he added, "If you refuse to disclose it, I shall annihilate you on the spot, regardless of who you are. Knowing the great secret of our Scion race, I cannot allow you to live." Amidst Vegeta's fervent declarations, he suddenly sensed a peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. After surveying the surroundings once more, he discovered that Piccolo, Krillin, Whis, and Tien were all gazing at Vegeta with incredulity, as if questioning whether Goku had somehow damaged his mind. How could he, in such a weakened state, still threaten Luo Hao? Did he not comprehend the caliber of the individual he was confronting? This was someone who could effortlessly extinguish his life with but a flick of his hand. Though they had not encountered Luo Hao before, they were persuaded by the hints Whis had provided. Meanwhile, upon receiving Whis's healing technique, Goku's energy and injuries had fully restored to their peak condition. Observing Vegeta's intrusion, he clenched his fists and chuckled. Vegeta, in your current condition, you are no match for me. Are you still here boasting? Vegeta, however, remained unfazed by the dire circumstance before him, coldly snorting, Kakarot, what do you understand? This is an absolute secret of our Saiyan lineage. Who was this individual? How could he possibly be aware of the Super Saiyan phenomenon? It is not something I can elucidate now. Once I regain my strength, I shall return to deal with you. All you have done is acquire a method of healing that has amplified your energy, but no matter how much stronger you become, you are still a lowly warrior. Once I recover and transform into a Super Saiyan, you will truly grasp the essence of terror. By the way, you still haven't answered my earlier question. Luo Hao retorted with a dramatic eye roll. Who do you think you are? Just because you ask, must I divulge an answer? Honestly, the atmosphere had become quite tense, and the effects of Vegeta's last attack were gradually dissipating. His stamina was slowly returning, rekindling a flicker of confidence within him. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. You fools are truly ignorant. Since this boy knows the secret of the Super Saiyan, I must take him away and interrogate him later. If I can extract the secrets of the Super Saiyan from him, I shall hold dominion over this universe. What Frieza? What Ginyu Force? All mere illusions. Seizing the moment before they could react, he resolved to abduct Luo Hao. Yes, he would take this individual away, subject him to rigorous interrogation, and uncover the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. Once he achieved that, Kakarot, Frieza, and the Ginyu Force would be but fleeting shadows. With this determination, Vegeta swiftly extended his hand and, with a decisive motion, seized Luo Hao's wrist. Now you cannot escape. These fools had truly underestimated him, allowing him to strike with success. Regaining his focus, he was determined to carry out his plan to abduct Luo Hao. At this moment, Vegeta's heart was filled with splendid visions of the future. Once he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he would seize the Dragon Balls and fulfill his plan for immortality. At that time, would the entire universe not tremble beneath his feet? Vegeta's ambition had reached unprecedented heights. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was taken aback by a bewildering sight. The warriors, Piccolo, Krillin, Goku, Tien, gazed at him with what could only be described as idiotic expressions, with the exception of Whis, who murmured to himself in incomprehensible words. Why were they looking at him with such foolishness? Should they not be blaming themselves for their inadequate protection, allowing him to capture this opportunity to become a Super Saiyan? Why did their expressions seem so peculiar? Chapter 106. Vegeta becomes a level 2 disability. Well, never mind their thoughts. The priority was to achieve his own modest goals. The spaceship was nearby, and the target was already in hand. Once he left this planet, he could threaten and interrogate anywhere, and everything would be resolved effortlessly. Although his physical condition had reached a critical point, kidnapping a couple of individuals was still entirely feasible. Even a small spaceship could accommodate 2 people. Even that hulking Bew could fit inside, let alone these ordinary Earthlings. All plans seemed so perfect. Just as Vegeta was enthusiastically preparing to put his plans into action, an unexpected occurrence transpired quietly. He discovered that the wrist of the person he held, Luo Hao, was as unyielding as an iron tower, no matter how hard he tried. He could not budge him in the slightest. Luo Hao looked back at him with a most peculiar gaze, sending a chill down Vegeta's spine. Did this individual not realize he was being kidnapped? Was he rendered speechless by fear? No, something was amiss. It had to be. But where was the peculiarity? Vegeta could not grasp it at that moment. The subsequent consequences left him seething with disbelief, almost unable to comprehend the scene before him. The shock rendered him momentarily frozen. Despite his body being on the brink of collapse, it was inconceivable that he could not move even an ordinary Earthling. Indeed, he was utterly immovable. No matter how he changed his angle or exerted his strength, Luo Hao's wrist felt as if it were forged from steel, not yielding even the slightest tremor. How could this be? Vegeta silently cursed. Even if you were truly made of iron, my strength should be enough to drag you away." At that moment, Vegeta was resolute, gritting his teeth fiercely. Regardless of whatever special means you employ, before true power, all else is mere illusion. Suddenly, Vegeta channeled the remnants of his waning strength into his palm. A flash of light illuminated his efforts as he fiercely grasped Luo Hao's wrist, intending to drag him onto his spaceship. With a resounding thud, the anticipated occurred. The immovable Luo Hao exhibited no reaction, while the exertion of Vegeta resulted in his own arm becoming dislocated. At that moment, Vegeta's astonishment reached its zenith. What manner of being was this? Why did his utmost effort fail to budge Luo Hao even slightly, instead rendering his own left arm completely dislocated? What was happening? Vegeta, cradling his dislocated arm, stood frozen in disbelief. Was this not merely an ordinary earthling? His plan had been to abduct this individual, yet here he was confronted with an unforeseen circumstance. What kind of existence was this person? Why had his arm been dislocated? Was he hallucinating? Vegeta struggled to confront reality, but the sharp pangs of pain radiating from his arm plunged his psyche into turmoil. This individual must possess some peculiar power, otherwise, why would these earthlings regard him with such strange looks? However, Vegeta's wrath began to boil. Given his scion nature, he was not one to be easily placated. Though his earlier exertion had somewhat alleviated his violent emotions, the current shock had completely derailed his capacity for rational thought. His singular goal was to capture Luo Hao. Indeed, the secret of the Super Saiyan lay within him. As long as he could seize him, all would be well. Humph, if I cannot take him by holding his wrist, then I shall first knock him unconscious. Surely that would pose no issue. Capturing an unconscious foe was a trivial task for him. Suppressing the agony of his dislocated arm, Vegeta let out a cold chuckle. "You fools. Even now, you cannot hope to stop me." In a flash, he darted behind Luo Hao, raising his uninjured right arm, poised to strike with the edge of his hand toward Luo Hao's neck. "First, I shall render you unconscious, then I will take you away." How amusing that these fools are merely spectating. At this moment, the onlookers were even more perplexed. Had the Saiyan Prince been rendered foolish by Goku? What was he doing? Did he truly intend to abduct Luo Hao? What a jest! With so many present, they would be concerned about anyone else. But not a single worry arose regarding Luo Hao. Instead, they found themselves silently praying for Vegeta. Just moments prior, they had occupied opposing sides. Yet now they were amused by Vegeta's comical and foolish antics. Indeed, it is rather ironic how one inadvertently strikes upon sensitive topics. You may have encountered a formidable obstacle, but to challenge an indestructible shield is truly a reckless endeavor, akin to courting one's own demise without awareness. The consequences, as anticipated, manifested curiously upon Vegeta. When he forcefully struck the back of Luo Hao's neck with a chopping motion, a chilling crack echoed, signaling a fracture. Yet, Luo Hao appeared entirely unperturbed, innocently tilting his head as if untouched by the encounter. Turning back, Vegeta found himself in a state of disbelief, gazing blankly at his fractured palm before glancing at Luo Hao's neck. What manner of being was this? His full-powered strike had elicited no response from Luo Hao, yet had resulted in his own injury. What terrifying entity was he facing? Even after an intense battle with Kakarot, he had not sustained such irreversible harm. Now, a mere tug and a strike had dislocated one arm and fractured the wrist of the other. What kind of absurdity was this? At that moment, Vegeta stood in utter shock. Was it merely his intent to take Luo Hao away? Must it result in such debilitating injury? Despite the surreal nature of unfolding events, Vegeta could endure them, but the peculiar gazes of those around him rendered him utterly unsettled. Were they looking upon him as a fool? A simpleton? Was it sympathy or pity? Why were they regarding him with such expressions? Wasn't this individual before him merely an ordinary earthling? Was there some extraordinary aspect he failed to perceive? Chapter 107. Vegeta's energy wave rebounded, however. To Luo Hao, Vegeta's prolonged attention rendered him nothing more than an ordinary earthling, for he sensed no trace of energy emanating from Luo Hao. Having fought on Earth for an extended period, he had gradually mastered the technique of sensing a warrior's aura, enabling him to gauge their position and strength. Although his proficiency in this skill was not yet refined, he could at least ascertain the strength and location of an opponent without the aid of a scouter, marking a significant achievement for Vegeta since his arrival on Earth. It must be acknowledged that a true combat genius possesses a distinctive ability to acquire useful skills by simply observing and engaging a few times. He had managed to grasp the Z fighter's aura sensing ability, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, despite his acute perception, he could not detect a single ripple of energy or formidable essence from this being named Luo Hao. What made this individual's physique so extraordinarily resilient? Resolving to cast aside these thoughts, Vegeta scoffed. You wretches, gaze upon me with such expressions. Very well. If I cannot attain victory, I shall ensure you do not either. Kakarot, if you wish to comprehend the transformation into a Super Saiyan, you might as well pray for the next life. Since I cannot achieve this transformation, I shall obliterate it here and now. Though my hands are gravely injured, I can still muster the strength for one final strike. With clenched teeth and bloodshot eyes, Vegeta bore an intense gaze at the foolhardy expression on Luo Hao's face, simmering with growing hatred. You have forced my hand. He then positioned his dislocated left hand and fractured right hand as if to unleash a ki blast, earning Krillin's admiration for Vegeta's tenacity. Despite his severe injuries, this fellow is truly relentless. Piccolo, shaking his head in exasperation, mused, well, this kid is indeed a person of unwavering resolve. These fools still have time to critique themselves. Vegeta was seething with rage, and nearby, Goku extended a hand towards him, uttering a single word, don't. Kakarot, now you wish to stop me? Alas, it is too late. I shall grant you no opportunity. You wish to become a Super Saiyan? Not a chance. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed all his remaining aura and energy once more. Though the pain had somewhat curtailed his power, he remained confident in obliterating this ordinary earthling before him. However, the outcome once again defied Vegeta's expectations. He poured every ounce of his strength into launching the energy blast, only for it to be rebounded by this seemingly mundane human in a most peculiar manner. Indeed, there was no explosion nor deviation upon mere contact with the opponent's skin. It rebounded entirely. How is this possible? This is a ki blast. It should explode on impact. As Vegeta stood bewildered, the rebounding energy blast struck him squarely in the face with a resounding crash. This time, there was no unexpected outcome. The energy he had unleashed had fully detonated upon his own visage. With a sudden jolt, a sensation of impact left Vegeta in a state of utter confusion. What manner of creature is this? He cannot be moved, cannot be slain, and even the force of my ki blast has been deflected. At last, realization dawned upon him. No wonder those around him regarded him with such disdainful expressions. Vegeta began to grasp the truth. This individual must indeed be the true master. Had he foolishly launched a surprise attack against the strongest among them? Was this not akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot? This was the final flicker of consciousness before Vegeta succumbed to an endless abyss of darkness. As for what transpired thereafter, it was of no concern to him. As Vegeta lay there, charred and twitching from his own energy blast, Whis placed a hand to his forehead, gazing at Goku with a bemused expression. He murmured, Goku, is your Saiyan race truly composed of such formidable beings? This is quite an eye-opener. Goku, however, looked at Whis with a puzzled expression, replying, Mr. Whis, what are you saying? I don't understand. Whis inwardly sighed, realizing that his inquiry might have been somewhat inappropriate. Yet, observing everyone's expressions, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the chasm between their realms and that of angels and destroyers was still vast. Perhaps in the future, Goku and Vegeta would grasp the profound implications of his question. Meanwhile, Krillin shrugged and approached the twitching Vegeta, grasping his tail and hoisting him into the air. Glancing at Vegeta's disheveled appearance and his worn-out shoes revealing his toes, Krillin thought to himself that this fellow was rather destitute and lacked any valuable resources. However, leaving him unattended didn't seem quite right. He then turned to the instigator, Luo Hao, and asked, So, Luo Hao, how should we deal with this guy? Luo Hao merely shrugged, saying, It doesn't matter. Do as you please. This minor character shouldn't trouble me. His nonchalance was striking, especially considering he was the one who had ultimately rendered Vegeta unconscious. Though he appeared harmless, there was an unsettling aura about him. Krillin then shifted his gaze back to Goku, who raised an eyebrow and remarked, Let him go. I have a feeling we'll have a fair chance to battle him in the future. It wouldn't be wise to abandon such a strong adversary. Forgive my impulsiveness. Krillin, Goku added. Krillin frowned, stating, Goku, you truly are soft-hearted. At that moment, Whis seemed to recall something, saying, Indeed, Krillin, let us return Vegeta to his original spaceship. Keeping him on Earth would only waste resources. He pondered, realizing that Vegeta was already quite impoverished. Leaving him on Earth would yield little benefit, so it was better to set him free. Suddenly, Whis brightened, smiling at Krillin. Perhaps this fellow may fight for Earth in the future. What? This statement left Krillin momentarily stunned. You mean this guy might actually fight for Earth? In Chapter 108, Vegeta finally departed from Earth. Observing Whis's calm demeanor, which did not seem like a jest, Krillin reconsidered, pondering that perhaps this individual had indeed ventured into the future, and that the future version of Vegeta might experience unforeseen adventures. Well then, since everyone appeared to have no objections, let us release this fellow. Soon after, he glanced at Vegeta's patched personal mini-spaceship and sighed helplessly. It was truly pitiful to see how these scions had fallen into such dire straits. Shoes with holes, and a ship adorned with patches. However, upon reflection, if this individual were to indeed contribute to Earth in the future, then forming a benevolent connection now would seem prudent. He then gestured to Gohan, instructing him to fetch a new pair of shoes and a set of armor, along with a scouter, to leave Vegeta with a token of goodwill. This fellow was in such destitution that he could hardly bear to witness it. Gohan nodded in bewilderment. Uncle Krillin, you truly have a heart of gold. Krillin patted his own head, affirming, of course. Yet, internally he mused, well, this gift won't go unrewarded. After all, it's merely some surplus from Miss Bulma. Even if I give it away, the worst that could happen is a little admonishment from her later. If I don't give it, I'll likely miss my chance to connect with him. Consider it a simple act of kindness. He simply could not stand to see the scion visiting Earth in such unfortunate circumstances. Sighing, he thought, this is just how hospitable we Earthlings are. He proceeded to load the gifts into the dilapidated spaceship along with Vegeta. As the ship's hatch slowly closed with a whoosh, it took off from Earth automatically. This segment of the tale reached its conclusion, and everyone returned to their respective homes, resuming their usual activities. The only source of inner turmoil was Gohan, who was torn about whether to go home directly. After all, he had been away for over a year and had fallen behind on his assignments and studies. Leaving him at a loss as to how to explain it all to Chi-Chi, Goku immediately sensed Gohan's apprehension. He too was reluctant to face the wrath of Chi-Chi and was uncertain how to justify his absence. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others went about their business, paying no heed to Goku's worries. Only Krillin let out a long sigh of relief, saying, well, no matter what happens, as long as you two return. Goten's teacher might have a somewhat easier time. He couldn't help but wonder how Gohan had fared training with Piccolo over the past year, and whether Goku had been training as well. Chi-Chi had nearly dismantled Master Roshi's house during this time, and he hoped everything would resolve smoothly. Before departing, Whis left everyone with an ominous message. You are all aware of how formidable this scion is. To be frank, he has even more terrifying adversaries looming behind him. So it would be wise to prepare for any eventualities. I present you with an opportunity. I will be opening a brand new martial arts school alongside Luo Hao. Should you wish to partake in our training sessions, do not hesitate to sign up. Moreover, we will enhance your abilities. If interested, feel free to contact Miss Bulma. That is all. With that, he shimmered and transformed into a radiant light, vanishing alongside Luo Hao. Everyone stood dumbfounded, while Luo Hao, rushing toward a restaurant, grumbled, Whis, what are you doing? Are you asking for trouble? The establishment of this restaurant is quite commendable. However, why venture into the realm of martial arts schools or training programs? What could possibly be the rationale behind this? With a chuckle, Whis replied, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to enhance their capabilities in preparation for future cosmic evaluations. Yet, within Whis's thoughts, a torrent of complaints surged. Humph, it is all for you. If that rascal Goku were to unleash another spirit bomb, you would undoubtedly have to exert your divine powers once more. How will I manage the current predicament? To ensure that Goku and his companions embark on a proper path of cultivation and to mitigate any unnecessary calamities and troubles for myself. Enhancing their strength is indeed the prudent choice. Whis's musings were of little concern to Luo Hao, who had already adeptly resolved the issues at hand. He surmised that Bulma, back at home, was likely in a state of furious agitation. Thus, the immediate priority for Luo Hao was to devise a strategy to appease the enraged Bulma. 15 days later, on planet Frieza 79, the green button outside the medical chamber pulsated with a verdant glow, signifying the completion of medical procedures. As the healing liquid within the chamber gradually receded, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, astonished to find himself awake once more. A stroke of fortune indeed. However, prior to this moment, He thought, those wretched beings shall await my return. I will soon make them aware of a Scion's wrath. At this moment, Vegeta, gritting his teeth, stepped out of the healing pod, while a sycophantic attendant approached him with an obsequious demeanor, addressing him in a reverent tone. Esteemed Lord Vegeta, your medical expenses have completely depleted all your credit points within the Frieza planetary system. Should you require any additional services, you lack the sufficient credit to cover the costs. Vegeta huffed in annoyance. I understand. Spare me your superfluous chatter. How utterly exasperating. This remark struck a nerve, for the situation was painfully clear. He was utterly broke. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise. Despite the attendant's claim of his financial ruin, before him lay an entirely new set of battle attire and armor. Although the design was somewhat peculiar, there was no denying that it was indeed new. How could this be? He was certain he was out of funds. Why then was this splendid equipment presented before him? The obsequious attendant, eager to please, promptly explained, My Lord Vegeta, this equipment is not provided by our planet 79. It is something you brought back with you. It seems someone gifted this luxurious set to your spacecraft, which has left me quite astonished. Vegeta paused, momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? I returned from that impoverished place called Earth. Could it be that those Earthlings have bestowed this upon me? How outrageous. This is nothing short of flaunting wealth. Chapter 109. Vegeta's determination to thwart Frieza. Vegeta suddenly recalled that when he and Nappa first arrived on Earth, these individuals appeared to have indeed opened a warehouse filled with an array of items. Not only were battle armor suits present, but even rare strategic resources for cultivation seemed to be in abundance. Furthermore, it appeared that each of these individuals possessed a brand new model of a scouter, which was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Had he truly fallen to the depths of relying on the charity of Earthlings? However, Vegeta swiftly regained his composure. All things could be set aside. Regardless of the Earthling's intentions or motives, this equipment had been presented to him. Why not take advantage of it? It was certainly preferable to wearing those shoes that exposed his toes. Perhaps next time he visited Earth, as a gesture of gratitude, he could grant them a swift demise instead. Initially, he had contemplated tormenting those insufferable creatures, but now that his power had surged significantly, expressing his thanks by annihilating them on the spot could alleviate their suffering. Consider it a form of grace. With a sinister grin, Vegeta pondered this when he suddenly realized something and looked up to inquire of his obsequious subordinate. What about the set of equipment I discarded? The subordinate, with an air of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. Lord Vegeta, are you referring to that tattered suit? Noticing Vegeta's displeased expression, the subordinate quickly adjusted his tone. Oh, Lord Vegeta, it is as follows. The equipment you discarded has already been paid to the planet's warehouse as repair fees for your spaceship. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, Lord Vegeta? It seemed he was indeed left with nothing. Had it not been for the battle suit and armor gifted by the Earthlings, he might have had to face his next battle in utter disgrace. A profound sense of desolation engulfed Vegeta. When had he sunk so low within Frieza's ranks that he had to rely on a backwater planet for sustenance? Very well. All of this would eventually pass. He would treat it as a fleeting nightmare. Soon, Vegeta composed himself and donned the brand new armor. Indeed, the material and design fit his physique quite well. The Earthlings had shown commendable consideration in this regard. Glancing at his pristine boots, he felt a wave of bittersweet nostalgia. Finally, he was free from those shoes that revealed his toes. Nevertheless, the Dragon Balls of Earth and the secret of the Super Saiyan were treasures he must obtain. Did these fools think that such trifling favors would spare Earth from his wrath? What a laugh! With his expression hardening, Vegeta promptly strode towards the hatch, heading directly for his spaceship. Meanwhile, the obsequious subordinate called out after him, Lord Vegeta, you have forgotten your scouter. Without turning back, Vegeta replied, Humph. I no longer have any use for such devices. I shall be bold and unyielding. The subordinate stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, Lord Vegeta, are you not aware that this is a brand new scouter? It costs a considerable amount of Frieza credits. However, upon witnessing Vegeta's indifference, the young subordinate, bewildered, uttered, very well. Has this fellow encountered some wealthy benefactor? At the bend of the corridor, Vegeta encountered the very last person he wished to see in his lifetime, his arch-rival, Cho-E. With a mocking expression, Cho-E gazed at the resplendent Vegeta and sarcastically remarked, Oh, I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be our illustrious Saiyan Prince. Quite impressive. It seems you have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune to be adorned so splendidly. Yet, the material and style do not appear to originate from our Frieza planet. Have you perhaps charmed some affluent lady outside? Humph, as if you could manage that. Vegeta, however, retorted icily, Cho-E, you scoundrel, do not obstruct my path. I have no time for your prattle. Step aside immediately. Cho-E, with a sneer, replied, foolish wretch. Let me enlighten you. Had it not been for Lord Frieza's magnanimity, you would have perished long ago, leaving no trace behind. Vegeta's eyes narrowed sharply. What of Frieza? Cho-E continued. Humph. Unless you divulged the secrets of the Dragon Balls during your conversation with Raditz, Lord Frieza would remain oblivious. He has now assembled his legion, heading towards Namek. Once Lord Frieza fulfills his desire for immortality, your band of scions will have reached the zenith of arrogance. What? Such a calamity is unfolding? This was indeed disastrous. He had inadvertently disclosed such crucial information. This was a catastrophe. It was imperative to reach that planet before Frieza, to seek out the Dragon Balls and fulfill his own aspiration for immortality. The next step would be to journey to Earth to uncover the secrets of the Super Saiyan and locate the Dragon Balls there. Yes, the plan must be altered. Frieza must be thwarted. Demonstrating swift decisiveness, Vegeta immediately retraced his steps to where his subordinate stood, still in a daze, and snatched the device from his hands, donning it upon his face. The subordinate weakly inquired, Lord Vegeta, did you not say you would give it to me? Vegeta snapped, get lost. In an instant, he accelerated to his utmost speed, darting towards his spacecraft, plunging into it, and racing towards Namek. Behind him, Cho-E, taken aback by Vegeta's abrupt maneuver, exclaimed, Vegeta, you rogue. I still have important information to share, and you dare to flee like this? Without hesitation, Cho-E dashed into his own ship, hastily following Vegeta as they departed from Frieza Planet number 79. In West City, at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, within Miss Bulma's laboratory, formerly known as a laboratory, it was now more aptly termed a research base. Following the fierce battle with Vegeta, Whis and Luo Hao resolved to establish a martial arts training class, garnering Miss Bulma's enthusiastic support. Without delay, Bulma decided to transform the entire golf course surrounding the laboratory into a brand new research facility. Indeed, it was a base. The training base has been furnished with an array of gravity chambers, medical pods, and an extensive collection of high-tech equipment and materials seized from Frieza's fleet. This can be regarded as Bulma's substantial contribution to the training program for Whis and Luo Hao. The opulence of the base is simply astonishing. The equipment, functionality, and auxiliary support have reached an unparalleled standard. Even soldiers from the Vegeta army would be taken aback by the technological sophistication here, which rivals that of the training facilities at Frieza's headquarters. Chapter 110. Luo Hao tours the newly established training base at this moment. Whis was delightfully guiding the somewhat aloof Luo Hao through the newly constructed facility. Observing familiar faces engaged in rigorous training within the gravity chambers, Luo Hao felt a sense of incredulity. Did these individuals not require a life outside of this relentless pursuit? What was the purpose of such exhaustive practice? Whis, we merely intended to provide them with some minor guidance, did we not? What is the meaning behind this extensive operation? Luo Hao inquired. Whis chuckled softly. There is little choice in the matter. The burdens of the future loom large. After all, this group will ultimately bear the responsibility of upholding our standards. Wouldn't you agree, Luo Hao? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Hao found merit in Whis' reasoning, but then sighed. But what about Goku? Doesn't he need to return home? With a broad smile, Whis replied, Goku would hardly dare return. You know well the nature of his wife, Chi-Chi. Luo Hao shivered at the thought of Goku's wife, a realization dawning upon him. So, Goku's fervent training was not without justification. It made sense why he was so dedicated. As they walked, Whis pointed to a pristine white area. Behold, this is the new medical pod crafted by Miss Bulma. Even if someone is on the brink of collapse during training, the presence of this medical technology ensures a swift recovery, allowing them to rejoin their regimen promptly. With such a training marvel, I am confident their abilities will enhance significantly. Should any unusual events occur on Earth in the future, we shall not face the same turmoil as with the spirit bomb. What turmoil regarding the spirit bomb? Luo Hao queried, a look of skepticism on his face. Whis wiped his brow and said, Ah, you truly are unaware of everything, aren't you? Very well, if you don't know, then let us leave it at that. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Hao pressed on. So, Whis, we must certainly devise a training plan for this martial arts program. That should be straightforward enough, yes? With a snap of his fingers, Whis summoned a stack of documents, equal to his height, and handed them to Luo Hao. Here. This is the training plan I have prepared for each individual. It contains detailed specifics. You may select the elements you wish to review, and I shall assist you further, as the volume of information is quite extensive. Upon gazing at the towering pile of documents, Luo Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared that Whis, indeed, was quite serious about this endeavor. Since this angel was determined to undertake a significant task, Luo Hao felt no valid reason to hinder his efforts. After glancing through the extensive catalog of materials, Luo Hao inquired of Whis, "You need not provide me with such a detailed introduction. Simply tell me what your training plan entails." Whis replied with a faint smile, "My training regimen is rather straightforward. Train until one can no longer endure. Then push even harder." At that moment, 3 crows soared across the sky, leaving behind 6 dots, leaving Luo Hao utterly astounded, speechless. Although he was momentarily at a loss, he couldn't shake the feeling that Whis was somewhat peculiar. Had something transpired that he was unaware of? Why did it seem that, while pushing Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin to their limits, Whis exhibited a hint of pleasure on his face? Was there a sense of vindication in his enjoyment of training these individuals? This was indeed a rather bizarre scene. As Whis elaborated, Luo Hao began to appreciate the significant advantages this training facility provided in enhancing everyone's abilities. However, it is universally acknowledged that effort and reward are often in direct proportion. Just as Whis animatedly boasted about his recent accomplishments, he suddenly became rigid, and with a dazed expression, withdrew his staff from the void. The staff emitted a rather urgent glow, prompting Whis to furrow his brow. It was an urgent communication. Moreover, it was classified and urgent. Could it be? What was destined to arrive would inevitably come. Whis stood there momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure, bidding farewell to Luo Hao before vanishing without a trace. Luo Hao was left with a perplexed expression. This enigmatic fellow, was there truly something significant occurring? Regardless, it was unlikely that he would stir up any trouble on Earth. He could do as he pleased. Observing Sun Wukong, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien Shenron, and Lu Ping fervently training in the gravity chamber, Luo Hao couldn't help but reflect. This truly was a world dedicated to cultivation. Perhaps granting them a bit of peace was a prudent foundation for the future. Whis' approach seemed quite sound, regardless of Luo Hao's thoughts. Whis hastened to a secret chamber unknown to others. Upon entering the chamber, Whis wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hoping he had not arrived too late. With a deft wave of his staff, he set up numerous layers of barriers around the room. After establishing the protective wards, Whis exhaled deeply. Watching the incessant notifications urging him to connect the communication, he suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. What was meant to come would indeed arrive, and he must face it with courage. Whis, you are a valiant angel. Do not fear authority. Do not dread the ominous news. At worst, it may result in a demotion. The novice angel is not without experience. It is merely a matter of gradually ascending from the level of Mels. What is there to fear? What is destined to arrive will inevitably come. Whether one extends their neck or withdraws it, the outcome remains the same. Thus, with a valiant spirit, Whis established the connection for this classified and urgent communication. As he had envisioned, the elegant figure of the high priest indeed appeared on the other side. Whis, maintaining a calm demeanor, bowed respectfully to the high priest. Before the high priest could speak, Whis preemptively addressed him. Your Excellency, High Priest, I wonder what instructions you have for me. I acknowledge my previous mistake. I accept full responsibility for my error, and I humbly request your punishment. To his surprise, Whis exhibited an admirable mindset, devoid of any inclination to evade blame or concoct excuses. As he prepared himself to face the high priest's righteous wrath and the subsequent repercussions, his worst-case scenario was merely to be demoted back to a novice angel and start anew, a thought that lingered in his mind. However, the high priest's demeanor left Whis in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 111. The high priest entrusts Whis with a secret mission contrary to his usual sternness. The high priest regarded Whis with a gentle gaze, clearing his throat softly before a voice as melodious as a celestial choir floated into Whis' ears. Whis, let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on the past. It is of no consequence. I am not here to reprimand you. Hearing such benevolent words from the high priest plunged Whis further into confusion. He had mentally prepared for an intense confrontation, fully expecting the high priest's fury. Yet, to his astonishment, the high priest approached him with such warmth. Was he hallucinating? Or perhaps experiencing auditory illusions? Noticing Whis' perplexed expression, the high priest sighed with resignation and continued in a gentle tone. My dear Whis, I understand that this incident was unforeseen, and you did not intend for it to occur. Since it has happened, simply exercise caution in the future. I shall bear the consequences for now. So you need not carry any psychological burdens. Just focus on executing your tasks diligently. Could it truly be so? Whis stood there, utterly dumbfounded. But, Your Excellency, this is completely uncharacteristic of you. Observing Whis still dazed and bewildered, the high priest cleared his throat once more. Well then, let us not dwell on that. Although this incident has caused significant loss and adverse repercussions, look behind me. In an instant, the high priest's figure shifted, revealing the magnificent and fully restored divine palace standing before Whis. He was momentarily taken aback. Your Excellency, has it truly been repaired just like that? Without any lingering repercussions? The materials used to construct the divine palace are exceedingly rare and precious. They are beyond my current financial means. How on earth was this accomplished? The high priest chuckled softly. I have already assured you that there is no need for any pressure. As you can see, the materials used for the restoration of the All-King's temple were provided by me, your father. Therefore, let bygones be bygones. As for the labor costs and the actual restoration work, it is being handled by Konik and Ketla, who are currently here for their report. I have not wasted their efforts. I supplied the materials and allowed them to work here. So, you need not worry about the future. Understanding dawned upon Whis. Well, since the All-King has approved this, then it is not a matter of great concern. However, he suddenly recalled a serious issue. High Priest, did you say that Ketla and Konik are responsible for the restoration of the All-King's palace? Won't those two be furious with me? The High Priest waved his hand reassuringly. Do not fret. I have strictly instructed them to keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, they will not disclose it, even if they harbor a slight grudge against you. Time will surely dilute all grievances. Perhaps, in the future, you can offer them some compensation. Enough of these trivial matters. I have an important task to assign to you. Upon hearing about the significant task, Whis thought to himself, so this has all been a prelude to a greater undertaking. It seems the main event is about to commence. However, he soon calmed himself, acknowledging the gravity of his previous misdeeds. Having bombarded the All-King's palace and uprooted its roof was no small offense. The high priest had brushed it aside with such ease, taking all the blame upon himself. It was entirely understandable that he might now assign Whis some less than savory tasks. Immediately, Whis' demeanor shifted to one of composure, and he earnestly said, Thank you for your protection and care, High Priest. Please, let me know what you require. His gaze was resolute, ready to face any challenge. The high priest cleared his throat, his face slightly flushed. It is not a major issue. Merely a small task that should be easily accomplished by you. If you can execute it well, then everything else will fall into place. A small task that is easily accomplished? Whis felt a wave of skepticism. If he were to believe the high priest's words, he would no longer be the angel Whis. Yet, he concealed any signs of disdain or doubt, responding with utmost respect. I humbly request you to elaborate on the task, High Priest. The high priest subdued his playful demeanor and said thoughtfully, You have been getting along well with that fellow, Luo Hao. Haven to you? Whis nodded vigorously, indeed. He is not only powerful, but also remarkably gentle in temperament, without any airs of superiority. I have been getting along quite well with him. Is it that you wish to meet him, High Priest? Upon hearing this, Whis distinctly noticed the high priest's body stiffen momentarily, followed by a barely perceptible shiver. The high priest's expression grew solemn at once. No, there is no intention to meet him. I am merely conveying a directive from Lord Quanwang. How does this involve Lord Quanwang? Whis inquired, a look of skepticism etched on his face. High Priest, if there is something to discuss, please speak plainly. There is no need for such obfuscation. It is rather unpleasing. The high priest's face flushed with embarrassment. Very well, I shall convey the message directly. Since you have a good rapport with that fellow, Luo Hao, I will be straightforward. Recently, due to the destruction of the palace, Lord Quanwang has been rather bored and has shown a desire to peruse Luo Hao's unfettered technique. Do you grasp my meaning? In an instant, Whis comprehended everything. His father was intent on acquiring Luo Hao's coveted technique. How enlightening. His heart felt as clear as a mirror, instantly grasping the entire situation. He promptly suppressed this surging emotion deep within and replied in a mechanical tone. Is this truly Lord Xuanwang's directive? The high priest's face reddened further, and he cleared his throat. Indeed, it is Lord Quanwang who wishes to borrow it. He merely intends to borrow it, without any ulterior motives. If you have the opportunity, casually mention to Luo Hao that Lord Quanwang wishes to borrow his unfettered technique. If it is inconvenient, then let it be. Do not press the matter. Remember, do not insist. Whis internally scoffed coldly. How absurd. If you wish to learn the technique, just say so plainly. Why hide behind Lord Xuanwang's name? Merely a casual borrowing? It is nothing short of an attempt to pilfer knowledge. How disingenuous. Yet, considering that the high priest is, after all, a steward of the masses and their leader, it would indeed be disrespectful to lay bare the truth too overtly. Chapter 112. I assure you the seventh universe is safe with that. Whis solemnly addressed the high priest. Very well. I will ensure the task is fulfilled to the best of my abilities and procure the unfettered technique for you. What other directives does Lord Quanwang have? The high priest pondered for a moment before stating. Discretion. Yes, that is it, discretion. This matter must remain confidential. It is of the utmost secrecy, understood, Whis? Whis internally rolled his eyes. What secrecy? Are you worried that I might confront Lord Quanwang about this, and the whole affair would unravel? Is my father truly so concerned over acquiring a mere technique? Must it be conducted in such a furtive manner? However, given the high priest's earnest demeanor, he dared not expose this secret overtly. Understood. I will exert all my efforts to accomplish this task, he affirmed. Is this satisfactory? High priest. The high priest was evidently pleased with Whis's response. Excellent. You are indeed the promising young man I have always believed you to be. But do not be so formal with me. When others are present, you may address me as high priest, but in private, simply call me father. Why maintain such distance? With a sense of disdain, Whis thought to himself. Humph, dear father, is this truly a case of striking with one hand while offering a sweet date with the other? It appears that the true scapegoat should be Lord Zeno. However, that is not the crux of the matter. Although this task presents certain challenges, given my current rapport with Luo Hao, I believe it should not pose an insurmountable problem. Suddenly, as if recollecting something important, Whis promptly inquired, Father, there is another matter I must report. The Grand Minister raised an eyebrow. What is it, Whis? Your Universe 7 seems to be functioning well. Why aren't you on Earth diligently fulfilling your duties? What could possibly warrant a report to me? Whis shrugged, a look of helplessness adorning his face. I find myself in a predicament. Recently, after Lord Beerus awakened, he mentioned being plagued by a recurring nightmare. He expressed concerns that due to a decline in our universe's overall rating, Lord Zeno and you might decide to erase Universe 7 entirely. Is there any truth to this? This issue had been weighing heavily on Whis, preventing him from executing his tasks with peace of mind, and he earnestly sought a clear response from the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister, internally cursing the audacity of the young one, responded with a serious demeanor. Very well, I understand. Universe 7 shall proceed as it should. I assure you that your universe will remain safe until you complete these two tasks. Does that suffice? With the Grand Minister's assurance, Whis felt a wave of satisfaction. Well, since I have my father's promise, the next time Lord Beerus inquires, I will have a response at the ready, sparing myself from his incessant slumber and the burden of all responsibility. After all, if my secret mission on Earth were to indeed lower Universe 7's rating, it would not be fair for Beerus to unjustly bear the consequences, especially not in the midst of his dreams. With this thought, Whis smiled brightly. All right, Grand Minister, no. Dear father, please await good news. I shall endeavor to fulfill your request promptly. The Grand Minister smiled slightly. Very well, Whis. I shan't prolong our conversation. To be frank, Lord Zeno was genuinely startled by recent events, and I must now go to reassure him. That will be all. With that, he abruptly ended the call. After hanging up, Whis could not help but pout in frustration. What is this situation? It seems I truly find myself in a quandary. Regardless of how absurd the tasks above may be, the mischief I've caused is undeniable, yet I face no repercussions. However, the greater challenge lies in how to broach the subject with Luo Hao. Though he typically exhibits a refined demeanor, devoid of anger or arrogance, requesting his ultimate technique in such a direct manner feels rather inappropriate. How does one even approach this? This predicament has left Whis thoroughly perplexed. Now, it is not only Whis who finds himself in a predicament. Within the confines of the base, ever since Whis departed, Luo Hao has been aimlessly wandering about. Observing this novel base evokes a multitude of sentiments within him. It appears that Whis, when serious, is indeed quite reliable. Just as Luo Hao meanders without purpose, a figure suddenly flashes before him. A furious silhouette stands resolutely in his path. It is none other than Bulma. This individual has been absent for an extended period. What could possibly bring her to obstruct his way in the corridor of the base? Luo Hao wears a perplexed expression. Yet upon witnessing Bulma's furious demeanor, he discreetly gasps in alarm. It would be wise to avoid rousing the ire of this young lady. One cannot fathom which unfortunate soul has provoked Miss Bulma's discontent. This formidable and tempestuous Sing seizes Luo Hao's arm and, without a backward glance, dashes away with reckless abandon. All those present are left astonished. What scene is unfolding now? What affliction has befallen this young lady today, directing her ire towards Mr. Luo Hao? Truly, Luo Hao seems to be having a streak of bad luck. However, he does not resist or make any move, allowing Bulma to lead him as she pleases. What peculiar whim has seized her today? It is utterly bewildering. With a resounding slam, Bulma kicks open the door to her office, roughly tossing Luo Hao inside before shutting the door behind her. This maneuver leaves the onlookers quite taken aback. Could it be that Miss Bulma has taken a fancy to this? It hardly seems likely, and one cannot help but feel pity for Luo Hao, uncertain of what fate awaits him. Once inside the office, Luo Hao casts a casual glance at Bulma. What is it? What troubles you that you are in such a hurry? I must remind you, I am not someone to be trifled with. Observing that Luo Hao still possesses the composure to jest, Bulma rolls her eyes dramatically. You still have the gall to joke at a time like this? This is no time for levity. I am in quite a predicament. A predicament? Luo Hao raises an eyebrow in surprise. What issue could possibly elude the grasp of such a brilliant prodigy as yourself? Is it truly that dire? Pray elucidate. Chapter 113. Luo Hao agrees to Bulma's request. Noticing that Luo Hao does not dwell on her earlier actions, Bulma adopts a more serious demeanor. She produces a pile of experimental materials and places them before Luo Hao, sighing in resignation. I had hoped to keep this to myself, as it is quite embarrassing, but I can no longer endure it. Luo Hao, I need your assistance in devising a solution. Luo Hao glances at the documents before him. Is this truly your predicament? Bulma replies exasperatedly. This is merely experimental data. Very well, I shall speak plainly. Ever since the time machine we created self-destructed, I have manufactured 78 more time machines. Yet each one has met with catastrophic failure at the final stage of testing, resulting in a complete self-detonation. This revelation left Luo Hao momentarily startled. What? They all self-destructed? How did that happen? Now, it was Bulma's turn to appear even more vexed, casting a resentful glance at Luo Hao. This is precisely why I sought you out. If I could ascertain the cause, would I have come to you for assistance? Luo Hao fell into a brief contemplation. Could it be that there is an issue with your design and improvement plans? This remark directly provoked Bulma's displeasure. Am I likely to encounter any problems in matters of technology? Don't be ridiculous. Consider this. I successfully constructed the first time machine. How could subsequent models possibly encounter unforeseen complications? There must be some unknown factors at play. Very well, if that is the case, what does your summoning of me signify? Luo Hao inquired. Bulma took a deep breath and extended her palm towards him. What does this mean? Luo Hao gazed at Bulma with a bewildered expression. What has gotten into you lately? You are being so cryptic and only speaking half of what needs to be said. Hurry up. If there is something to discuss, let us address it. If not, I must return to rest, as I have no time for your nonsense. Nonsense? All right. Since you are being so straightforward, I shall be blunt. I need you to procure another batch of those spaceships you retrieved with Whis last time. What? Have you exhausted all those ships? Luo Hao expressed his astonishment. This girl was indeed audacious. The last batch of ships obtained constituted the entire arsenal of both Gula and Frieza's forces. Could it be that Bulma consumed them all in such a brief span? During his recent visit to the experimental base, he had observed numerous warships and models left by Frieza's army, still neatly arranged there. Was it possible that Bulma, frustrated by setbacks with the time machine, intended to raid Frieza for her own satisfaction? Noticing Luo Hao's skeptical gaze, Bulma sheepishly provided an explanation. It's not without reason. Each time machine requires the power engines from those ships you've brought back. Only the energy cores within those engines can serve as the power source for the time machines. Thus, for every time machine that becomes inoperative, we lose an energy core from one of Frieza's flagship warships. You brought back a total of 80 ships. And now all the energy cores are entirely depleted. If I wish to develop new time machines, it is an impossible task without those energy cores. Energy cores, you say? Can't you replicate them? With your intellect and capabilities, it should be feasible, Luo Hao suggested. Bulma sighed, her expression one of resignation. The materials and structure of their ship's energy cores are unique substances. I've been unable to find any suitable substitutes on Earth or nearby planets. In essence, their energy cores are singular. To create entirely new time machines, we must seek out another batch of the same type of spacecraft. Do you understand now? Luo Hao finally grasped the situation's intricacies. It turned out that the dilemma lay within the time machines. He had suspected that Miss Bulma was acting mysteriously of late. It was indeed due to her struggles with the time machines. To my astonishment, the energy core of Frieza's fleet turned out to be an essential component for the time machine. I then remarked to Bulma, "You're an adult now. Why engage in trivial disputes over the time machine? We've already experienced one journey through time, which was merely a taste of life. Why do you still insist on constructing an entirely new time machine?" Bulma, however, retorted rather irately, "Isn't that rather dull? You are well aware that I have thoroughly explored the technological advancements on Earth. There is truly nothing novel left for me to investigate. I cannot simply idle away my time. What do you suggest I do? Luo Hao, please assist me." In an unexpected display of vulnerability, Bulma adopted a charmingly coy demeanor, leaving Luo Hao feeling exasperated. This girl was employing her usual tactics again. Resolutely, Luo Hao steeled himself and replied, "No way. This time, I absolutely refuse to get involved. I've already provided you with a viable energy core. If you can't manage it, why come seeking help now? Other matters may be negotiable. But if you expect me to venture out to procure equipment for you again, that truly is unacceptable." With that, Luo Hao turned to leave Bulma's office. Just then, a cunning glimmer appeared in Bulma's eyes, and she swiftly revealed her trump card. From a corner, she produced a stack of tickets and dramatically placed them before Luo Hao. He was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What mischief are you up to now?" Bulma triumphantly declared, "Well, since you deem my research on the time machine a waste of time, I shall no longer contest it. Instead, look here, these are concert tickets. And these are reservations for tomorrow's restaurant. All these are my plans for the upcoming week. How about it? To avoid a monotonous existence, you shall accompany me. We'll attend the concert first, then dine together." As Bulma elaborated her plans, Luo Hao felt his head spinning. "Fine, I cannot allow this girl to be idle. Otherwise, my own life may become unbearably tedious. Given her persistent nature, constantly attending concerts and dining out would surely drive me to despair. Where would my own life fit into that?" However, had it not been for Luo Hao's previous identity, he might have entirely disregarded Bulma's whims. Yet, since awakening, his feelings for her had grown progressively stronger, leaving him in a predicament. Consequently, Luo Hao promptly resolved, "All right, I shall acquire another batch of Frieza's fleet energy cores for Bulma. If I can keep her occupied, perhaps my own life will be a tad more tranquil." With this determination, Luo Hao wasted no time in articulating, "All right, Bulma, your modest request poses no challenge for me. However, I must ask for a few days to comply. I will consult Whis and inquire about the organization of Frieza and Cooler's forces to see if there are any surplus fleets available for our time machine's materials. That should suffice, correct?" Chapter 114. Luo Hao consented to this interstellar journey, only to find Bulma sporting a sly smile that suggested her cunning plan had come to fruition. Could it be that this fellow harbored some extraordinary scheme of which he was unaware? Luo Hao felt a twinge of confusion as he observed Bulma's smug expression. "Humph. You thought you could evade responsibility, but alas, I have already devised a solution for you." With that, Bulma retrieved a brand new detector from her drawer and affixed it to her head. Pressing a button on the device, she proclaimed, Luo Hao, I have done my homework this time. Do not think you can shirk your duties with excuses." Luo Hao, bewildered, gazed at Bulma. "What does this mean? I am not intentionally avoiding anything. I truly need to consult with Whis first. At the very least, I must ascertain the location of Frieza's army, right? The vast universe is so expansive. How can I not pinpoint their position? Where am I to find you an appropriate fleet?" Bulma, still brimming with pride, responded, "I have already considered all of that. The detectors you brought back last time also serve as communication tools for Frieza's army. Furthermore, I have intercepted all of their recent communications. It seems Frieza has indeed organized a new fleet, and their objective is planet Namek. where they seek to discover a brand new set of Dragon Balls. Yes, Dragon Balls. Do you know that Piccolo is an Namekian? Luo Hao remained perplexed, but nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, but what does this have to do with Piccolo? Bulma explained. Perhaps Vegeta and Raditz conversations led Frieza to learn that the Namekians can create Dragon Balls. Now, with a newly organized fleet, Frieza aims to journey to Piccolo's homeland, planet Namek, to fulfill some arcane desire. Therefore, you need not consult Whis. I have pinpointed Frieza's fleet's location. All you need to do is accompany Whis to planet Namek and retrieve their spacecraft for me. What do you say? How about it? Not a chance. Luo Hao shook his head in resignation. You, my dear girl, are relentless in your pursuit of the time machine, employing every means at your disposal. Even so, I must still confer with Whis. After all, planet Namek is not exactly nearby. It will take time to travel there and back. At that moment, Bulma snapped her fingers decisively. This time, there is no need for your assistance. To be frank, I have already prepared the spaceship for the journey to planet Namek. Hehe. As long as you take me along, the rest of the arrangements will be your concern no longer. What? You intend to accompany us? Bulma replied, brimming with confidence. Of course. The spaceship I personally crafted is now the fastest vessel traversing the cosmos. It incorporates all the advanced technology from Frieza's ships, save for the propulsion system, which I designed and constructed anew, while the remainder is comprised of materials and equipment salvaged from their vessels. This time, I too wish to experience the sensation of cosmic navigation, not merely time travel, but also to embark on an interstellar journey. What do you say? Take me along. Take me along. Bulma has once again activated her nagging mode, and Luo Hao finds himself grappling with a splitting headache. Here she comes again. Well, even if you are all prepared, we must at least inform Whis, right? After all, Frieza and Cooler are subordinates of Whis' friend. It wouldn't be quite proper to continually borrow equipment from others forcefully, would it? Very well. Regardless of the propriety, we should indeed greet Whis. Upon hearing this, Bulma pondered for a moment. It seems Luo Hao's words hold some merit. After all, he is indeed one of Whis' associates, and it is necessary to extend a greeting. However, since Luo Hao has already consented to this interstellar voyage, all other concerns may yield to the momentum of this endeavor. A smile suddenly brightened Bulma's face, dispelling her earlier melancholy and exasperation as she executed a complete turnaround. All right, Luo Hao, I shall not detain you any longer. Hurry back and discuss matters with Whis. And, will it just be the three of us going this time? Can we not bring anyone else along? Now it was Luo Hao's turn to feel a bit disheartened. Must you insist on bringing the whole family along for an interstellar trip? Is that truly necessary? Yet Bulma smiled brightly. Since we are heading to Namek, we must bring Piccolo along, right? He has never returned to his homeland either. Sigh. Very well. I shall not concern myself with such matters. You may decide whom to bring. I will inform Whis, and we can discuss it later. Thus, Luo Hao hastily departed from Bulma's office. Once outside, he felt a wave of frustration. Have I been too indulgent with this girl? Have I truly spoiled her to the point of making such unreasonable demands, to which I found myself acquiescing? However, upon reflection, this seems intricately linked to the nature of my cultivation. The heart's desire technique, indeed. It appears to function just as I envisioned, acting upon my thoughts. Everything flowing from the heart and manifesting as inspiration. As long as I do not harbor aversion or reluctance, I can acquiesce to any request made by others. Yet, should I feel an insurmountable conflict within regarding a task, I would ultimately refuse. Everything must align with my heart's whims. It seems Bulma holds a significant place in my heart. Very well, I shall consider it as indulging her. Yet, Luo Hao soon found himself troubled again. How should I broach this matter with Whis? After all, the last time we plundered Frieza and Cooler's fleet, it felt somewhat unfair to Whis. Now, to embark on another raid so soon, can their fleet truly recover in such a brief span? Moreover, based on the information Bulma provided, they aim to travel to Namek. Could it be that they intend to seek the Dragon Balls to restore their fleet's power? Well, I shall cast aside these concerns. Why trouble myself with such thoughts? A sudden spark of clarity illuminated Luo Hao's mind. I understand now. I finally comprehend. Now I finally comprehend why Bulma's time machine perpetually fails. It must be the mischief of that rascal Whis. Indeed, ever since Bulma returned from her last time travel, she has carelessly piled all the various artifacts she pilfered from the Kaioshin in the backyard of the Luo Hao residence. Each time Whis lays eyes on that heap of looted debris, He incessantly murmurs about the grave sins committed, lamenting such actions as utterly reprehensible. Chapter 115. Whis unintentionally confesses time travel is inherently a taboo across the universe, a privilege exclusively reserved for the Kaishin, with all other deities and mortals strictly forbidden from engaging in it. Moreover, time machines are fundamentally products of temporal anomalies, entities that ought not to exist. Yet, Bulma audaciously utilized the time machine for 2 consecutive journeys and even engaged in looting the Kaishin in the future. This certainly poses a colossal dilemma. Perhaps it is a predicament that Whis must gradually rectify himself. Whis has been fretting over this matter for an indeterminate duration, to the extent that Luo Hao's ears have grown calloused from his incessant mutterings. It appears that the architect of Bulma's time machine failures is indeed that rascal Whis. Without a doubt, to prevent any further damage or repercussions to the future timeline, this cunning fellow resorts to underhanded tactics. It must be so. With this realization, Luo Hao deftly connected all the dots. Whis, who typically emanates warmth and gentility, is, in fact, rather mischievous. Well then, since you have dug this pit, you shall be the one to fill it. Do you think that by destroying all of Bulma's time machines, she would simply relent? That girl has instead turned the focus onto herself. Since her life is fraught with difficulties, she intends to ensure Whis does not fare any better. However, a peculiar sensation arose within him. Perhaps this journey to Namek is a call of fate, destined to unfold according to his desires. Thus, it seems prudent to proceed with this venture. Yet, as for you, Whis, do you think you can evade responsibility? Absolutely not. You shall be dragged along, you insufferable brat. Humph, do you intend to let me bear the blame? Not a chance. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Whis emerging from an obscure corner, staff in hand, humming a tune as he approached Luo Hao. Luo Hao, unyielding, promptly obstructed Whis's path. Upon witnessing this scene, Whis was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, he had just been collaborating with the Grand Minister on how to manage Luo Hao's capricious abilities. Before he could formulate a response, he found himself confronted directly. With a hint of trepidation, Whis asked, "Luo Hao, what brings you here? What are you doing?" Observing Whis's furtive demeanor, Luo Hao chose not to dwell on the boy's secretive tendencies. After all, every person harbors undisclosed secrets, and Luo Hao had little interest in probing further. However, noticing Whis's suspicious behavior, he promptly relayed Bulma's request directly to him. After hearing this, Whis shook his head vigorously, adamantly refusing. No, absolutely not. I would rather die than go. What do Namek and Frieza's fleet have to do with me? He sighed inwardly. Oh, Luo Hao, please refrain from looking at me with such a gaze. Whis was internally grumbling. What? You still intend to confront Frieza? Must you be so unreasonable? Even if one were to exploit a situation, one should not do so at the expense of a single entity. In such a brief period, can Frieza's fleet possibly recuperate? If we venture forth again, that fellow Frieza will surely be reduced to begging for scraps. He scoffed, recalling the last encounter when that rascal somehow managed to reach Lord Beerus, who, in his gluttonous nature, had come to me to demand answers. I barely managed to appease him then. And if such a situation were to arise again, I truly would not know how to handle Lord Beerus, that tempestuous character. This fellow truly doesn't comprehend the value of sustenance. He places me in a dilemma. At this moment, Whis resolutely decided that no matter what, he would no longer involve himself in their petty disputes. As for your desire to rob Frieza, go ahead. Just ensure that it does not fall upon my shoulders, for I cannot possibly explain it to Lord Beerus. Observing Whis's shifting gaze, Luo Hao was convinced that Whis was concealing something from him, but he dismissed the thought. With a light-hearted tone, Luo Hao casually remarked, I wonder why Miss Bulma's time machines have been exploding one after another? Whis, you must be behind this. Whis immediately retorted, this has nothing to do with me. I haven't interfered in any way. How could you blame me for their self-destruction? He quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. Noticing Luo Hao's mocking expression, he recognized that he had inadvertently confessed, which was quite unfortunate. He had been preoccupied with contemplating Lord Beerus and Frieza's fleet, only to be ensnared by Luo Hao's inquiry, leaving him at a loss for an explanation. Nevertheless, Whis maintained a nonchalant demeanor. All right, even if I were the culprit. What of it? Originally, time machines are a taboo in this universe. The previous time travel already contravened my principles as an angel. To think of crafting more time machines? Not a chance. Humph, Luo Hao, Do not even entertain the thought. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Whis asked, Luo Hao, could it be? Have you already promised Bulma? Are you really planning to accompany her to Namek? Luo Hao surprisingly nodded with an air of casualness. Yes, I have indeed agreed to Miss Bulma, and I will be going to Namek with her. What of it? Is there a problem? At this moment, Whis's expression turned grave, his hand on his forehead as he gazed at Luo Hao with a look of exasperation. You, my friend, could you not uphold some principles? Have you become Bulma's devoted follower, complying with every whim she expresses? She wants you to go to Namek, and off you go. Is that truly wise? However, Luo Hao merely shrugged his shoulders and spoke with a nonchalant air. This matter cannot truly be blamed on Bulma. First and foremost, the predicament on Namek was instigated by you. I am merely cleaning up your mess. As a good brother, isn't it only right for me to help you bear the burden? Secondly, Bulma's request holds little significance for me. You know that I practice the art of following my heart. Since this endeavor does not contradict my innermost desires, and I have a vague feeling that this journey to Namek may yield novel discoveries and enigmatic experiences, I find it worthwhile to embark on this trip. Is there truly an issue with my going? At this moment, Whis was utterly at a loss for words. Very well. You could have simply stated your desire for a leisurely escape rather than concocting so many elaborate justifications, presenting yourself in such a grandiloquent manner. He then solemnly declared, regardless of your reasoning, I adamantly refuse to accompany you this time. I will not go, no matter what. Humph, let us see how you will manage without me. Chapter 116. Ketra and Konik depart from the Void Realm. Luo Hao casually remarked, this time, it is not just me. It seems that Goku and Piccolo are also headed there. Moreover, I heard from Miss Bulma that a fellow named Vegeta is apparently on Namek as well. Perhaps they will engage in a brand new battle, which I genuinely look forward to. Upon hearing this, Whis' eyes widened in alarm, his pupils contracting to the size of pinheads. Are you saying Goku intends to battle that Vegeta again, and you will be present? Luo Hao leisurely nodded. Indeed. It is quite possible. Should Goku employ that spirit bomb technique, I might very well lend my assistance. What? This statement rendered Whis as if struck by a petrifying spell, his entire being frozen in place. Are you seriously considering using that spirit bomb again? Surely the last debacle has not yet subsided, and you wish to revisit it? Goku, my dear fellow, my urgency in urging you to enhance your strength is precisely to prevent you from resorting to that dreadful skill, is it not? Well then, Whis promptly adjusted his mindset and resolutely assured Luo Hao, when do we depart? Count me in, I must partake in this. Humph, you think you can leave me behind? No chance. Witnessing Whis' sudden and dramatic change of heart, Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback. It appears that the previous ordeal with the spirit bomb has not truly frightened Whis. On the platform outside the king's palace, Ketra and Konik stood respectfully, awaiting the inspection of Lord Zeno. Meanwhile, Zeno flitted around the newly constructed palace, casting a cursory glance before nodding in approval. It seems that the recent renovations have indeed met with Lord Zeno's satisfaction. As the Grand King observed the two diligent workers who had toiled for 3 days to restore the Grand King's palace, he merely nodded slightly. From a spatial rift, he retrieved 2 lollipops, intending to offer one to Ketla and Konik. However, recalling something, he snatched one back, leaving only a single lollipop. Just as Ketla reached out to accept it, the Grand King seemed to change his mind once more, letting out a cold huff before retracting the last lollipop as well. Thus, he departed, leaving Ketla and Konik in a state of shock as he flew back to his palace without a backward glance. Despite their relentless efforts over 3 days and nights, tirelessly attacking and striving to complete the repairs within the designated time frame, the Grand King offered not a single word of praise, merely huffing as he left. Had he not intended to reward them with 2 lollipops? Now, not even a scrap of candy wrapper remained. What could this possibly mean? What was the Grand King's true sentiment? Had their respectful demeanor offended this formidable figure? The situation was utterly perplexing. Yet, the two dared not voice their anger or even display a hint of emotion. After all, this was the Grand King they were dealing with. They could only swallow their grievances, teeth clenched and bloodied. At this moment, the indignation swelling within Ketla and Konik was unparalleled, and they longed to leave this sorrowful place swiftly, returning to devise strategies for the 4th universe. Indeed, they decided that visits to the Grand King's temple should be minimized in the future, as each encounter felt like a layer of skin being stripped away. Just as they hesitated, preparing to depart the Grand King's temple, A ghostly scene unfolded before them. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the area, and the Grand Minister appeared silently before them. The Grand Minister regarded them with an expression that seemed able to penetrate their thoughts, staring intently at the two conflicted souls. Are you two truly intent on leaving the Grand King's temple like this? Upon realizing they had been caught in their thoughts, the two nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. Konnik, eager to respond, interjected, "Yes, our work here is complete." The Grand King offered no further instructions. Grand Minister, might Ketla and I return to the fourth universe? Ketla nodded in agreement, affirmatively indicating his desire to leave this painful place and concoct plans for retribution against that insufferable Beerus. Indeed, one can endure only so much, they thought. Their resentment had reached its zenith, and the Grand Minister, as if seeing into their very souls, calmly advised, "You two should refrain from harboring any thoughts of vengeance. I strongly recommend you return to your fourth universe. The matters of the seventh universe are beyond your involvement." With that, he turned to glance once more at the newly restored Grand King's temple, offering a faint praise. "I must admit, I did not expect your craftsmanship to be quite this commendable." After toiling for an entire day, the Grand King merely uttered a dismissive humph, while the High Priest offered a meager compliment on their craftsmanship. Was there truly nothing more to follow? Just as the two were still harboring hopes, the High Priest gently waved his hand, asking, "What are you two still doing here? Do you expect me to invite you to dinner?" It seemed they were indeed being shown the door. A mere verbal commendation was all they received, with nothing else to offer. Gritting their teeth, the two made no further delay. In a flash, Konnik summoned his angelic staff, and a radiant beam of light, akin to the brilliance of stars, enveloped both him and Katra, whisking them away, leaving no trace upon the plaza of the Grand King's temple. "Those two," the High Priest scoffed, a disdainful chuckle escaping his lips. "I know they won't let this go easily. Alas, I hope they heed my counsel. Venturing to the seventh universe will surely ruffle Lord Luo Hao's feathers. Yet, it is often said that good advice falls on deaf ears. Well, I have spoken my piece. If they choose to seek their own misfortune, there is little I can do. I can only hope Lord Luo Hao refrains from making too much of a stir, or else we may find ourselves in a precarious situation. But I must admit, Konnik and Katra do possess remarkable skills. Perhaps I shall invite them again to restore my palace to its former glory? Quite splendid indeed." At this moment, Katra and Konnik had swiftly crossed beyond the boundaries of the void. The next instant, they found themselves within the realm of the fourth universe. Both exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over them. Katra, in a fit of rage, hurled his hard hat into the cosmic void and vehemently addressed Konnik. "Konnik, can you tolerate this?" "I cannot. It infuriates me." Konnik, also removing his hard hat, shrugged helplessly and replied, "Do you have any other thoughts, Katra? Did you not hear the High Priest's instructions?" Recalling the High Priest's admonition just before their departure, Quitra's anger subsided into a chilling calm, and he seethed. "Konnik, what do we call this situation? Is this not a senseless calamity?" After laboriously honing the destructive power for centuries, it was all squandered on the restoration of the Grand King's temple and the mundane task of moving bricks. Where's the justice in this? The chaos wrought by Beerus has forced you and me to foot the bill. In the end, we received nothing more than a single compliment on our craftsmanship from the High Priest, not even a lollipop from the Grand King. Can you endure this? I truly cannot. Yet Konnik, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, lamented, "To be honest, am I not in the same plight? After painstakingly cultivating the angelic power for centuries, I too find it intolerable that it was all expended on palace repairs. I cannot swallow this indignation. Whis has not provided me with an explanation, and truthfully, I cannot bear it either." Thus, two irate angels and a god of destruction unwittingly found common ground in their shared frustration. As the astute Kitra's eyes flickered with a sudden realization, he pondered, did not the Grand Priest admonish us to refrain from causing disturbances in the seventh universe? Should any issues arise, we are ill-equipped to bear the consequences. However, is it not permissible for us to seek clarification? Let us venture into the seventh universe. It is likely that Beerus is there, ensconced in slumber. I suspect that the origins of this predicament are attributable to that rascal Whis. While we shall not confront Beerus, surely we can investigate the matter at hand. Upon hearing Kitra's words, Konnik's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Indeed, though we have endured a certain level of indignity, even if we forego vengeance or trouble with Beerus, it is only reasonable to ascertain the facts surrounding this affair. We must receive some form of accountability, must we not? Even in the absence of an explanation, we must uncover the circumstances that led to our misfortune. Keitra, you are truly a genius. With purpose. The duo executed a sharp 180-degree turn in their flight, their destination now set for the 7th universe. Conic, too, harbored a tempest of frustration. Although every angel is typically amiable, there are those who exhibit a more tempestuous temperament. In light of their evident mistreatment, even if they cannot exact revenge, the lack of clarity regarding the events would leave both Conic and Keitra unable to swallow their grievances. Thus, with a spirit of inquiry, they sped towards the 7th universe. Completely disregarding the Grand Priest's counsel, they resolved to avoid provoking Beerus and Whis, yet they demanded a reasonable explanation for the unfolding events. As they soared into the 7th universe, they entered the vast expanse of space surrounding planet Cooled. A fully equipped fleet was boldly conducting its routine cosmic patrol. Among this fleet, a beaming figure gazed intently out into the celestial void, none other than Cooler, the brother of Frieza. Recently, Cooler had been riding high on a wave of triumph, unable to conceal the grin that graced his countenance. Leaning against the viewport of this newly commissioned battleship, his spirits soared. Years prior, his entire fleet had been lawfully commandeered by a certain Luo Hao and Whis, plunging Cooler's forces into a state of destitution, barely scraping by through a haphazard existence. Yet luck had smiled upon him. After several years of recuperation, Cooler's fleet and army had gradually regained their vitality, clearing all previous debts. Remarkably, he had even secured a new fleet of battleships from his father, King Cooled, which invigorated him further, filling him with exuberance and delight. With such splendid equipment and capabilities, his dreams of fortune seemed within reach, as he envisioned leading such an opulent fleet into battle. Those lucrative planets would surely fall into his grasp. What fills Gula with a sense of pride and accomplishment is the recent allocation of brand new warships. It is utterly astonishing that Frieza's foolish brother did not personally approach King Kurd to claim his rightful share, instead dispatching the 5 imbeciles of the Jinyu force. How could they possibly be considered rivals? With a mere flick of his hand, Gula reduced those 5 Jinyu fools to tears, leaving them with neither the energy nor the inclination to contest the ownership of the fleet. Thus, he successfully commandeered the entirety of the 100 warships for himself, while Frieza was left with only a few so-called new model detectors. He should ponder how he'll explain this to Frieza. However, that is of no concern to Gula. He suddenly finds himself admiring their father, King Kurd, as a figure of remarkable wisdom and strength, truly an idol in his eyes. With this newly acquired fleet, Gula felt an overwhelming sense of invigoration, almost as if he were floating on air. As his spirits soared, he took a delicate sip of the red wine in his hand, reveling in the beauty of his current circumstances. Suddenly, the hatch of the command ship swung open with a swift motion, and his devoted aide stood before him with utmost respect. Gula frowned. What is it? Is there something amiss? The aide, maintaining his respectful demeanor, replied, My Lord Gula, the fleet is fully prepared, and the Legion is ready. May I inquire about our next destination? Gula pondered for a moment before inquiring, Where is that unfortunate brother of mine at present? Investigate his whereabouts. The aide promptly pressed the device atop his head and soon delivered the information Gula sought. Reporting to you, my Lord Gula. It appears that Lord Frieza is currently en route to a place called Namek. However, he hesitated as Gula waved his hand to halt the report. That fellow is indeed relentless. Yet, one must admire his ambition. Is the allure of immortality truly that great? He seeks the Dragon Balls on Namek? Very well. Let us relay the orders. Our target is Namek, full speed ahead. I must deliver a delightful surprise to my dear brother. With the aide's affirming response, he stepped forward, and the entire fleet, invigorated, adjusted its course and accelerated to full throttle, a flash of light marking their swift departure. The newly supplied warships boasted capabilities that rendered their predecessors obsolete, particularly in terms of speed, which was nothing short of breathtaking. As Gula gently caressed the hull of this brand new warship, he mused to himself, with the current speed of the fleet, the travel time to Namek should be comparable to that of Frieza. This is what one might call losing sight of the big picture while fixating on trifles. Frieza, your ambition has indeed become a case of misplaced priorities. Why are you so compliant this time, sending only the Jinyu force to seize your share of the fleet? I never anticipated that you would employ such a clever ruse. Your primary objective remains the Dragon Balls on Namek, and you seek to shake me off in order to pursue them independently, fulfilling your desire for immortality. Unfortunately, your grand design is destined to fail. You could never have envisioned that the new warships provided by my father, King Cold, would enhance our speed to such extraordinary heights. I suspect you have just arrived at Namek, while I shall soon follow. By then, the ownership of the Dragon Balls may very well be in contention. The entire fleet is now under my command, and once I seize your Dragon Balls, your chances of recovery will be severely diminished. In that moment, Gula's pride swelled as he beheld the fleet racing towards Namek with unprecedented velocity. A self-satisfied grin graced his lips, almost rendering him restless with excitement. Yet, at the pinnacle of his elation, the entire fleet abruptly came to a halt in the void of space, every ship suspended in stillness. Gula was momentarily taken aback. This was a critical juncture. Should time be squandered, the rights to the Dragon Balls would surely fall to Frieza, rendering his efforts futile. He quickly summoned his aide. What is happening? Why has the fleet halted in midair? His aide, drenched in sweat, frantically relayed the situation. Lord Gula, there are two peculiar individuals suspended in our path, and their intentions are unclear, which is why the fleet has ceased its advance. What? Gula seethed with anger. What is this? How dare anyone obstruct our fleet's course? That is tantamount to courting death. However, in truth, Gula was indeed courting disaster. His earlier bravado had led him to a precarious state. He foolishly neglected to have his aide transmit the projections of these strange intruders to his command ship and instead carelessly commanded, eliminate them on the spot. Must I be informed of such trivial matters? If my journey is delayed, I won't hesitate to annihilate all of you here. Receiving Gula's orders, the aide immediately complied without hesitation, issuing an attack command to the entire fleet through the detectors. Gula was recklessly charging ahead like a wild dog unleashed. On the opposing side stood the two peculiar figures, Konik and Katra, who had just crossed from the fourth universe into the seventh. They had arrived with a sense of urgency and were astonished to discover this peculiar fleet. Katra marveled. What a lavish fleet has emerged from nowhere. Based on the technology involved, this fleet would rank among the elite even in our fourth universe. And now it appears to be barreling directly towards us. Could this be a greeting from Beerus? It is indeed perplexing. Although this is not one's domain, it hardly warrants sending these mere pawns to greet oneself. I cannot fathom the motivations of these individuals from the seventh universe. Just as Kitra and Konik found themselves engulfed in confusion, the opposing fleet unexpectedly commenced a novel maneuver. The heavy artillery within the fleet began to pivot their ominous barrels directly towards the direction of Kitra and Konik, plunging the destroyer and the angel into a state of utter dismay. Their sole purpose for arriving in the seventh universe was to investigate the inexplicable obliteration of the Zeno's temple. Why then, were they suddenly the targets of a full-scale assault by the inhabitants of this universe? Who had granted them such audacity? Did the seventh universe exist devoid of divine entities? Without so much as an inquiry or a response from the concerned parties, they proceeded to launch an offensive against the two unsuspecting visitors. Such folly is akin to striking a rock with an egg, an utter miscalculation. A sinister smile crept across Kitra's face as he thought, very well. Konik and I arrived here harboring a wealth of grievances. Since these individuals show such disrespect towards the divine, rushing forth to meet their demise, I shall not hesitate to assist them on their journey. Immediately, the fleet unleashed a torrential barrage of artillery upon Kitra and Konik. Simultaneously, the hatches of several colossal warships began to open, and warriors clad in standardized armor surged forth from the vessels, launching an all-out assault on the unwelcome guests. This was the first command issued by Lord Gula, an opportunity for their legion to finally execute the long-awaited extermination of these peculiar beings. Oh, this was certainly no time for leniency. Should they succeed in eliminating these two rascals on the spot, regardless of whose heads they claimed, substantial rewards would surely be bestowed upon them by Lord Gula. This fervent ambition coursed through the ranks of Gula's subordinates, unaware that they were not merely confronting ordinary adversaries, but rather had inadvertently engaged with a force as formidable as Diamond. Little did they realize, even their commander Gula, if he were to comprehend that he had ordered an attack against the destroyer Kitra of the fourth universe and the ruling angel Konik, would likely be struck with terror. Yet, fate often weaves its intricate tapestry in the most ironic of ways. As the ill-fated Gula, brimming with confidence, initiated an assault on his gravest enemies. The inevitable repercussions were all too clear. At this moment, a massive spaceship, emitting plumes of black smoke, gracefully descended onto the surface of Namek. As the vessel stilled, Frieza in the command cabin exhaled a long sigh of relief, casting a sidelong glance at the shattered wine glass in his hand, followed by a resigned look at the diminutive craft he had traveled in. A surge of resentment filled his heart as he pondered, where can I seek redress? A few years prior, that inexplicable rogue had plundered his legion, leaving him burdened with astronomical debts. After years of frugality and self-denial, I have finally repaid all my foreign debts, hoping that my future days may be somewhat brighter. Yet, I possess a hope that others can scarcely imagine. The Dragon Balls. Chapter 119. The Annihilation of the Gula Fleet? Indeed, the Dragon Balls are now Frieza's sole beacon of hope. After all, the god of destruction, Beerus, looms like a lethal sword over Frieza, capable of striking him down at any moment. Only by gathering the Dragon Balls and fulfilling my wish for immortality can I disregard Beerus. At that point, not only Beerus, but even my father, King Cold, and Gula, would be but fleeting shadows in my eyes. However, before that, I must endure humiliation for the sake of survival, gather the Dragon Balls, and realize my wish. Otherwise, all is in vain. It is truly unexpected that Gula, that scoundrel, has mastered the fifth transformation. Given his current overwhelming power, he has won renewed favor from King Cold. The outcome of this situation has indeed taken Frieza by surprise. According to reports from the Ginyu Force, this fleet allocation has humiliated them with only 5 scouts. How disgraceful. Yet, Frieza soon let out a sinister laugh. Gula, even if you take away the entire fleet, what of it? By exploiting this time difference, I will independently venture to Namek, gather the Dragon Balls, and fulfill my wish. Heh. At that time, everything you possess will be mine. And what is mine will remain mine. With this thought, Frieza burst into laughter. Then, his expression hardened. He had arrived at Namek. And now was not the time to waste. He immediately shouted towards the hatch, Dodoria, open the hatch. Dodoria appeared before Frieza, bowing respectfully, and cautiously inquired, My Lord Frieza, what are your orders? Frieza replied coolly, Is the army fully prepared? Yes, my Lord Frieza, Dodoria answered with utmost care. Very well. Disperse the entire army to seek out the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls on Namek. This is of utmost urgency. Dodoria accepted the command, intending to leave the command cabin, when suddenly, the hatch was violently kicked open, leaving a large hole, and a familiar figure rushed in, causing Frieza's pupils to constrict. Who is this? How dare they act so recklessly? Are they unaware that our ship is in a severely damaged state, incapable of withstanding any violent assault? If this strike were to reduce the ship to mere rubble, it would be disastrous. Upon recognizing the intruder, Frieza felt a wave of anger wash over him. It was his subordinate, the general, Zarbin. Zarbin, you fool, what are you doing? Do you wish for death? Do you not understand my rules, nor our ship's dire condition? At this moment, Sabo was oblivious to the established decorum, drenched in sweat and trembling as he rushed before Frieza, forgetting even the customary bow and kneel. He shouted loudly, Lord Frieza, something terrible has happened. This is truly dire. Witnessing Sabo's uncharacteristic disarray, Dodoria was equally astonished. Given Sabo's usual composure and wisdom, what event could possibly have thrown him into such a state of disarray? It was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, Frieza surprisingly exhibited neither anger nor reproach. Instead, he calmly inquired, Sabo, please take your time and explain the matter. Reassured by Frieza's response, Sabo appeared to regain his composure, taking a deep breath before earnestly reporting, I must inform you, Lord Frieza, that we have just received urgent news from the Ginyu Force. Lord Gula's fleet is headed for Namek. Upon hearing this, a sly smile crept across Frieza's lips. Ah, so it is this matter. I have anticipated this development. Gula has been a thorn in my side for years, which is precisely why I have avoided Namek. If it weren't for his greed in seizing 99 of the equipment quota from my father, King Cold, I would not have had the opportunity to arrive at Namek ahead of him. Rest assured, even if his newly formed fleet rushes here at full speed, they will arrive too late. By the time they get here, I will have already gathered the Dragon Balls and made my wish. Just them. Enough of this triviality. There is no need for such alarm. However, Sabo remained in a state of shock, his eyes still reflecting terror as he gazed at Frieza. Frieza, slightly furrowing his brow, remarked, I have explained everything clearly. What are you still doing here? On the side, Dodoria impatiently rubbed his hands together, angrily addressing Sabo. What is wrong with you? Why are you stammering? Can't you convey everything at once? If you keep this up, I might just have to teach you a lesson. Despite their outwardly tumultuous relationship, there existed a bond between Dodoria and Sabo, a tacit understanding of mutual reliance while serving under Frieza. If Sabo inadvertently angered Frieza, he could very well meet his demise at Frieza's hands. Thus, Dodoria felt compelled to intervene before Frieza acted, hoping to temper the situation and perhaps save Sabo's life, adhering to their unspoken rule of survival. Yet, Sabo disregarded Dodoria's good intentions and the icy glint in Frieza's eyes, continuing to report the intelligence he had received. Lord Frieza, this is indeed a grave situation. What about Lord Gula? Frieza, now genuinely growing impatient, retorted, is it merely that Gula intends to come to Namek? Am I to fear him? We have been here for so long, and I still cannot manage these Dragon Balls. Do not jest. At this moment, Sabo delivered a piece of news that left everyone utterly petrified. Lord Gula's fleet has seemingly been annihilated. What? This revelation completely stunned Frieza and Dodoria, rendering them motionless in the command chamber, as if time itself had been paused. A full 10 seconds passed without a single sound, accompanied only by Frieza's heavy breaths. How is this possible? Dodoria, still reeling from the shock of the news, stammered, Lord Gula's fleet has been completely wiped out? How can this be? Frieza, gritting his teeth, demanded, Sabo, clarify this matter. Who confirmed the total destruction of Gula's fleet? How could this happen? Who could possibly achieve such a feat? In our universe, who could stand against our Frost Demon clan? Furthermore, after years of accumulation, Gula's forces were indeed formidable, bolstered by the full support of his father, Lord Kurd. They should be well-equipped and well-fed, so how could they have perished? Wasn't their target planet Namek? Chapter 120. Who is this mouse? Amid Frieza's rapid-fire inquiries, Sabo wiped the cold sweat from his brow and began to explain, this information comes from the Ginyu Force, who relayed that at the moment they separated from Lord Gula's fleet, they only managed to secure 5 probes. As they hastened towards planet Namek, they observed that Gula's fleet seemed to come to an abrupt halt in midair, as if encountering some adversary with whom they were destined to clash. Consequently, a disagreement ensued, and Lord Gula's fleet launched an all-out assault against the 2 peculiar beings before them. However, a strange occurrence followed. Frieza, filled with frustration, wished he could silence Sabo with a single blow. Enough with the preamble. Get to the crux of the matter. Sabo gathered his thoughts and, stammering less, finally articulated, ultimately, those 2 strange individuals inflicted no damage whatsoever. Instead, a purplish-red aura flashed around them, and then Lord Gula and his entire legion vanished without a trace. That is the essence of the situation. What? Upon hearing this, Frieza's pupils dilated in disbelief. A purplish-red light caused Gula's entire fleet to disappear? And then what? At last, Sabo managed to compose himself fully, articulating clearly without hesitation. Subsequently, the Ginyu Force utilized their new probes to scan for any signs of Lord Gula and his fleet, only to find no targets whatsoever. They had inexplicably vanished. The Ginyu Force could not decipher the reasons behind this anomaly, and those 5 individuals lacked the courage to return for further investigation, opting instead to relay the news to us. They are now racing back as swiftly as possible. So this is how it is. Frieza fell into deep contemplation. A purplish-red aura? That cannot be. Could it be Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? That is incorrect. Lord Beerus is clearly still fast asleep in his realm of destruction. Moreover, that fellow Whis would never engage in combat indiscriminately, for he is an angel. However, the opponent wielded a purplish-red energy, undoubtedly the energy of destruction. Yet, who were those 2 individuals? They appeared as a pair, effortlessly obliterating Gula's entire fleet, leaving not a trace behind. It seems Gula had no opportunity to defend himself and was reduced to cosmic dust in an instant. Who, besides a god of destruction, possesses such formidable power? Yet, it certainly cannot be Lord Beerus. I am, after all, a subordinate of Lord Beerus, and surely he would consider the well-being of our frozen demon clan's fleet. After all, many of my clandestine missions have been executed on behalf of Lord Beerus. And would Gula be foolish enough to attack Lord Beerus? That is inconceivable, given the multitude of impossibilities. A pressing question arises. What manner of being could render Gula and his fleet utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye, without affording them a chance to resist? Observing Frieza, who had fallen into deep contemplation, Zeno suddenly slapped his forehead. My apologies, Lord Frieza. There is yet another matter I failed to clarify. Another matter? Frieza frowned. Do not interrupt my train of thought. It seems our Gula has landed in truly grave trouble. I hope it does not implicate us. You just mentioned there was something else. Speak plainly. Frieza was seething with anger. Had it not been for Zebo's unwavering loyalty, he would have likely dispatched him on the spot. Zebo, without further hesitation, continued. It appears that the Jinyu Force transmitted some footage to us before their withdrawal. Perhaps within that footage, you, Lord Frieza, might discern some useful clues. So that is how it is, you rogue. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Quickly, transmit the footage to me. Following Zebo's manipulation of the device, a segment of information was uploaded to the antiquated spacecraft occupied by Frieza. With a gentle press of a button, a three-dimensional projection materialized before the three of them. They scrutinized the chaotic imagery, although captured in haste. It was sufficient to discern the nature of those peculiar individuals. From a distance, one could see a figure wielding a long staff, remarkably similar to the scepter of the angel Whis. This individual also sported long, silvery hair and donned a robe identical to that of Angel Whis, clearly an angel indeed. Beside him stood another figure, grasping purplish-red energy, whose attire astonishingly mirrored that of Lord Beerus. The only thing that perplexed Frieza was the revelation that this peculiar individual was, in fact, a mouse, adorned with an earring identical to that of the god of destruction, Beerus. This ornament must signify his divine status as a destroyer, indicating he, too, was a deity of destruction. This realization illuminated Frieza's understanding of the situation. Although this creature was not Beerus, it was likely another god of destruction of comparable stature. Alas, it seemed that Cooler had truly sought his own demise. It was not merely a quest for death, but a reckless charge akin to a wild dog unleashed, racing forth with no regard for the consequences. Was this impudent fellow not always yearning to forge a connection with a god of destruction, hoping to latch on to such a powerful ally? Now that the opportunity lay before him, why did he fail to cherish it? Instead, he commanded his fleet to launch an assault against these two unknown gods and angels, leaving Frieza utterly speechless. At that moment, Frieza was engulfed by waves of helplessness. Yet a sudden chill coursed through him. No, the god of destruction Beerus had proclaimed himself the greatest deity of this universe, the sole destroyer. So from whence did this mouse emerge? Could he be a false god? That too seemed implausible. The energy and decisiveness with which this being acted were undeniably those of a god of destruction. But where did he originate? Should this matter not be immediately reported to Lord Beerus? Otherwise, the entire universe could descend into unprecedented chaos. Furthermore, the figure behind him, wielding a staff, exuded no hint of malevolence, yet the air of indifference he projected sent a shiver down Frieza's spine. Chapter 121. The complete annihilation of planet Cooler. Could it be that this being, alongside the mouse, was indeed a terrifying deity? Yet that didn't quite align with his experiences with Whis, who radiated warmth and amiability. Why then did this individual emanate coldness and disdain? It was indeed a stark contrast. Yet both evoked an abyssal terror within Frieza. Regardless, it seemed Cooler had met his misfortune, having encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Despite any misfortune, Frieza still had Lord Beerus as his backing. Besides, this entire affair transpired in Cooler's domain, light years away from his own concerns. So there was no need for him to fret. His sole focus should be on seeking the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for immortality. No matter who this individual might be, Frieza would not regard him with any significance. With that thought, a slight smile crept upon Frieza's lips. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Cooler, that fool, not only sought to curry favor with him at Planet Cooler, but now dared to invade Namek in pursuit of his Dragon Balls. Now that he had faced utter defeat, he was certainly paying the price. Good riddance. Once he perished, the future of the Frost Demons would rest solely in Frieza's hands, leaving his father, King Cooler, without choices. Indeed, it seemed fate was lending a hand. Just then, the scanner on Saban's forehead emitted several beeps. Is there yet another piece of news that has arrived? Frieza gazed at Sabo with suspicion, hoping to glean some fresh information. At that moment, Sabo, who had just managed to steady his nerves, found himself teetering on the brink of despair. He collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. What dreadful tidings could this be? Today's calamities seemed more numerous than those of the past several decades combined. However, being Frieza, he maintained his composure. Such tranquility was a crucial attribute that had allowed him to survive thus far. He placed a reassuring hand on Sabo's shoulder and said, "Sabo, speak plainly. There is no need for such theatrics. You are embarrassing me. Even the obliteration of Gula's fleet hardly constitutes a crisis. So what could possibly surpass the loss of an entire fleet?" At this moment, Sabo began to regain his composure from the turmoil of war. With a gaze filled with despair, he murmured, "It is truly over, my Lord Frieza." Frieza, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, "What is it? Be clear and concise, and spare me your rambling." Sabo's hesitance was unbecoming of his stature as Frieza's foremost general. He continued to murmur the unfolding events. Not only has Lord Gula's fleet been utterly annihilated, but also the fleet dispatched by Lord Kurter has met the same fate. And then, what happened? Frieza, bracing himself for the worst, furrowed his brow and urged, "Speak swiftly. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you myself, sparing you the fate of awaiting that terrifying individual to do so." Sabo shivered at the realization. Indeed, the being before him was Lord Frieza, and perhaps his own reactions had been excessively dramatic. Frieza's piercing gaze jolted Sabo fully awake. He composed himself, recognizing that if the sky were to fall, there would be a tall figure to bear the burden. Sabo promptly stated, "Not only has Lord Kurter's fleet been completely obliterated, but it appears that the entirety of Kurter's planet and the Lord himself have also vanished without a trace." This revelation struck Frieza's heart like a thunderclap. This was monumental news. The destruction of both his father, Lord Kurter, and his fleet, alongside the annihilation of Kurter's planet, was a calamity of unimaginable proportions. How could such a cataclysm occur? This was indeed the most severe blow and terror faced by the Ice Demon clan. Moreover, even other factions would be powerless in this matter, for it truly entailed a conflict involving divine entities. Could it be that a holy war was approaching? Frieza's hand trembled involuntarily, and then he inquired, his concern for his own safety palpable, while the despairing Sabo murmured, "The Jinyu force is hastening towards Namek. But whether those two harbingers of death can accompany them is known only to the heavens." At this moment, all the messages had been reported, and Sabo, like a marionette drained of its life force, crumpled helplessly to the ground. Beside him, Dodoria was left utterly speechless, stunned by the relentless waves of information. His eyes devoid of focus, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions in a shadowy turmoil. Frieza, gritting his teeth as if resolved, coldly commanded, "Sabo, Dodoria, you too. Immediately gather all soldiers from the Legion and distribute the last two detectors. Split into two teams and search for the Dragon Balls on this planet with utmost speed. Spare no effort. Remember, speed is of the essence." With Frieza's orders echoing in their ears, Sabo and Dodoria wasted no time. Quickly bursting through the hatch with the two detectors in hand, mobilizing their respective troops to scour the two directions of Namek in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Alone in the command pod, Frieza gazed at the clear sky outside, contemplating that fortune often favors the bold. Regardless of the outcome, collecting the Dragon Balls was imperative. However, he was prepared for any eventuality. With a swift motion, he summoned a surge of energy, causing a black box to emerge from a concealed corner of the command pod. Hovering before him, casting a glance at the box, Frieza felt a surge of reassurance. Its presence might just be his last resort for survival. Without it, he wouldn't have dared to waste any time searching for the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and a beam of crimson energy shot forth from them. Contrary to expectations, the black box did not explode under Frieza's attack, but began to rotate slowly in midair, as if it had triggered some hidden mechanism, revealing delicate silver patterns across its surface. What manner of sorcery is this? Perhaps it was indeed Frieza's treasure. As Frieza's energy infusion concluded, the small black box gently descended before him, and with a soft click, it slowly opened to reveal a silver button, no larger than a button itself. Frieza, treating it as a precious gem, carefully grasped the button in his palm. This was the source of all his courage. He owed a debt of gratitude to Lord Beerus. Without him, this button would not exist. Truth be told, Frieza felt a certain unease within himself. Recently, Beerus had discovered that the Grand Zeno had gifted a summoning button to select friends, prompting Beerus to devise this ingenious method. Thus, he also bestowed upon his subordinate Frieza a button of similar nature, while sternly admonishing him that it must not be pressed without a grave matter or a life-threatening situation. Otherwise, without the need for Beerus' intervention, The unique energy of this button would utterly obliterate Frieza amidst a terrifying surge of destructive energy. This could be perceived as a peculiar form of privilege granted by Beerus to Frieza. Gazing at the diminutive button, Frieza felt a sense of reassurance. Regardless of the true nature of those two formidable beings, within this universe, he had the formidable presence of Lord Beerus to back him. As long as those two arrived a tad later, granting him the time to gather the Dragon Balls and fulfill his desire for immortality, everything would be inconsequential. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, the existence of this button would enable him to summon Lord Beerus to Namek, thus buying him precious time. With this thought, a faint smile finally graced Frieza's lips. Very well, now that all preparations are complete, it rests upon Dodoria and Zabon's actions, as well as the progress of locating the Dragon Balls. Although Namek is relatively large among planets, aided by the capabilities of the detector, finding the 7 Dragon Balls should prove to be a simple task. Moreover, Frieza was well aware of the combat prowess of the Namekians. Their strongest warriors barely reached 3,000 to 4,000, while Dodoria and Zabon collectively boasted a strength of 20,000 to 30,000, supplemented by numerous subordinates, making the search for the Dragon Balls a manageable endeavor. Now, he merely awaited the fruits of his labor. As long as he adeptly controlled this button to summon Beerus, everything would lie within his grasp. However, to preemptively press the button and summon Lord Beerus was a notion Frieza dared not entertain, should he actually do so. Who could withstand the wrath of Lord Beerus? Yet, despite the fear instilled in him by the fates of Cooler and King Cold, a flicker of excitement surged within him. Perhaps this time he truly could emerge as the greatest victor. If he were to gather the Dragon Balls and realize his wish, and subsequently, due to the downfall of Cooler and King Cold, his status within the Frieza force might ascend dramatically. At that juncture, he thought, not only his fleet and army but everything would unfold as he envisioned. Perhaps this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. As long as he could endure this calamity, all would evolve into something more splendid. Frieza began to slowly immerse himself in the fantasies of his own making. In the outskirts of West City, Bulma stood triumphantly before the crowd. Opposite her, individuals found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. It was the early hours of the morning when Bulma summoned Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Whis to this gathering, their expressions reflecting their confusion regarding Bulma's exuberance. What could possibly be the purpose of this early summons? However, Bulma flashed them an enigmatic smile. Haha, the moment of witnessing a miracle is nigh. Bulma, with a swift motion, extracted a compact remote control from her pocket. Her deft manipulation of the device triggered a tremendous rumble, causing the very earth to tremble, leaving those unaware to mistakenly believe an earthquake had occurred. However, the 4 individuals before her were far from convinced that this was merely a natural phenomenon. Before them, the expansive plain transformed dramatically as a colossal spaceship, resembling a small city, ascended gracefully from the ground. Could this be the ingenious creation of Miss Bulma? How had she engineered such an immense vessel? At first glance, it appeared akin to a space fortress, truly a testament to Bulma's remarkable ingenuity. The magnificent ship, grand in size, unfolded before the astonished eyes of Luo Hao and Whis. The 4 gazed, spellbound, yet Luo Hao turned to Bulma, who seemed delightfully absorbed in her creation, and remarked, "Bulma, is it really necessary to go to such extremes? What is this? Are we not in the realm of Dragon Ball fanfiction? Have you perhaps mistaken the script? Are you embarking on a space fortress theme?" Bulma, seemingly perplexed, shot Luo Hao an exaggerated eye roll. "What do you know? This is my latest masterpiece, which I have aptly named the Space Fortress." "Oh, how did you guess the name of my new spaceship?" "Well, fine, consider it a lucky guess," replied Bulma, her pride evident. Meanwhile, Piccolo, with a puzzled expression, pointed towards a cylindrical structure behind the enormous ship and inquired, "Miss Bulma, what is that?" With an air of triumph, Bulma responded, "What do you think?" "That is, of course, the engine of this magnificent vessel. Without a powerful engine, how could it possibly deserve the name Space Fortress? This represents the pinnacle of my technological achievements. What do you think?" Krillin and Tien Haven T had the fortune to witness my superb creation. "Goku, why are you spacing out?" Bulma called out. Goku scratched his head and asked, "What is the purpose of such a massive spaceship? What have you equipped it with?" Bulma smiled mysteriously and replied, "It's entirely empty inside, despite its warship-like appearance. In reality, it is a colossal transport vessel." "A transport vessel? What on earth do you need such a large one for?" Aren't you going out to borrow an energy core? Do you really need a transport ship of this size? It's practically the size of a city. Whis, seemingly enlightened, interjected, Bulma, have you constructed this gigantic battleship with the intention of relocating Frieza and Cooler-S forces entirely? Are you preparing to help them move house? I must say, I'm quite impressed. Bulma retorted, Humph, I am well aware of how much equipment you brought back last time. Since I am personally involved this time, I cannot allow any unforeseen circumstances like before. I have meticulously planned and prepared, which is why I built this enormous ship. How about that? At least my efforts won't make you feel embarrassed. However, Luo Hao weakly pointed to the numerous cables and attachments outside the spaceship, asking, what do all these external appendages mean? Bulma responded with an even more triumphant smile, what do you think? I'm merely being cautious. No matter how large the spaceship is, the internal space is always limited. These external cables and attachments are prepared for additional equipment. In case we encounter a planetary fortress or gear that cannot fit inside the spaceship, we can simply attach it to the outside and bring it back, right? It turned out that this young lady had indeed considered every minute detail, leaving everyone speechless. It seemed that the notion of embarking on a so-called space journey was merely a facade. The true intention was to plunder the possessions of others. Bulma had even set her sights on other people's planetary fortresses. What a mad scientist she was. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Bulma casually tossed a universal capsule in front of them. With a resounding pop, an array of spacesuits mysteriously appeared before them. Their gazes followed the capsule to the ground, and they beheld the odd assortment of earth-toned spacesuits. What a large head, what hideous attire. What is the purpose of this? Bulma extended a slender finger and earnestly stated, for humanity's inaugural journey into space, we must be thoroughly prepared. Behold, these are custom-made spacesuits for each of you. How do they fit? Try them on. The first to protest was Piccolo. His head shook vigorously like a rattle, and he vehemently declared, what is this? I would rather die than wear it. No way. Absolutely not. Sun Wukong glanced at the suit in his hands, assessing its material. Miss Bulma, is there any significance to wearing this? It seems rather unattractive. Meanwhile, Whis gazed upwards, seemingly oblivious to the suits and helmets. Luo Hao wore a disheartened expression as he remarked, is this your special gift for us? By the way, didn't Krillin and Gohan also express a desire to embark on a space journey? Why haven't we seen them? Bulma replied irritably, to be honest, those guys have quite unique tastes. When I mentioned the idea of a space voyage, they eagerly expressed their intent to join. But when I suggested these specially designed spacesuits, they declined, claiming they wouldn't participate in this journey because they found the design too ugly and unworthy of their taste. Piccolo nodded vigorously, indeed. Great minds think alike. I refuse to wear such an unsightly outfit. Wukong, will you wear it? Sun Wukong, not wanting to dwell on the suit any longer, picked up the metallic mask atop the suit and timidly inquired, Miss Bulma, what is this? Noticing that Sun Wukong had touched upon the crux of the matter, Bulma laughed triumphantly. This is the true essence of my spacesuit. Though this outfit may appear unsightly and cumbersome, its true essence lies within the helmet. Luo Hao and Whis have returned with an array of advanced extraterrestrial technology, and I have crafted these all-metal helmets inspired by their designs and my own vision. Do not underestimate these seemingly trivial items. Once donned, they will endow you with the capability to survive in the cosmos. While time may be limited, at least you shan't meet a swift demise due to a planetary explosion or detachment from the spacecraft. This, indeed, is the finest gift I have prepared for you all. Although I am thoroughly prepared for this interstellar journey, who can say if this vessel will withstand the cosmic storms? I have yet to experience it myself. Thus, I have assembled this brand new spacesuit and survival helmet. Their presence will provide the utmost protection for your lives. Oh, it turns out this was a kind gesture from Miss Bulma, which left everyone somewhat perplexed, gazing at the helmet that resembled a pig's head when worn. The group fell into a stunned silence. Furthermore, the suit's color was a rather unappealing shade of brown, rendering it even less desirable. Observing the expressions of discomfort on everyone's faces, Bulma let out a huff. This is my heartfelt offering. If you truly disapprove, then perhaps you need not accompany me on this space voyage. I can go alone. After putting in so much effort. To be met with disdain. Are your tastes truly so lacking? Piccolo, however, spoke earnestly. Very well, Miss Bulma, regardless of the attire, you must take me to Namek. I absolutely wish to see it. Goku immediately affirmed. Yes, if Piccolo is going, then I am going too. Miss Bulma, did you not mention that someone named Vegeta would also be going to Namek? For that reason alone, you cannot leave me behind. He chuckled, determined not to let that fellow escape again on Earth. This time, he would not afford him any opportunities. Every ounce of training must not go to waste. Though the garments may be rather unattractive, a little patience will suffice. Upon hearing this, Whis appeared displeased. Goku, so you only just learned that Vegeta will be on Namek. And that is why you wish to go? Goku, with a puzzled nod, replied, Yes, I only just made my decision. What of it, Mr. Whis? Whis looked at Luo Hao with a mix of indignation and despair. Luo Hao, did you just deceive me? Luo Hao feigned innocence. What? Whis, do you have a problem? Are you going or not? With a resigned sigh, Whis conceded. Well, since that dangerous fellow Goku is going, I truly have no reason to abstain. I might as well accompany you all. It would be quite dull on Earth otherwise. Miss Bulma, I wonder how the entertainment and dining facilities are arranged within your spacecraft? Do you require my assistance? Chapter 124. Bulma asks Frieza for equipment in this regard. Bulma confidently declared, Humph, do not underestimate my strength and taste. This grand spaceship, though much of its space is vacant, has been meticulously designed by me. Each individual has their own private room, along with dedicated gyms. And I have prepared a comprehensive array of amenities for dining, entertainment, and swimming. Do not belittle my space fortress. This is currently the most luxurious, fastest, and most robust giant spaceship that humanity can create. So what do you say? If there are no objections, let us don our spacesuits and set off. The group fell into silence. With such an impressive spaceship designed, was there truly a need for spacesuits? Luo Hao, with a righteous demeanor, stated, Given the safety of your ship, is there really any necessity for us to wear them? Perhaps we should stow the spacesuits away and only wear them if absolutely required. Bulma pondered for a moment and realized the validity of his point. After all, wearing such cumbersome spacesuits inside a luxurious and perfect spaceship seemed rather inappropriate. She eventually acquiesced, saying, All right, just keep them handy and prioritize safety. After all, in critical moments, they could be life-saving artifacts. Observing the reluctant expressions of her companions, Bulma smiled mysteriously. Do not underestimate my spacesuits. They come with surprises. You noticed the red button at the center of the suit, right? If anything unexpected occurs, pressing this button might yield unforeseen results. But do refrain from pressing it recklessly. It's a one-time product, and there will indeed be surprises. With a flick of her beautiful ponytail, Bulma dashed into her space fortress. Meanwhile, Whis scrutinized Luo Hao's expression and asked, Luo Hao, are you certain you wish to accompany this girl on her escapade? I have previously researched that planet, Namek, and I fail to see the significance of this journey. Luo Hao, with a mysterious smile, replied, Well, I must say, I have a peculiar premonition about this trip to Namek. It may indeed yield unexpected rewards. Whis, you should trust me. My instincts are rather accurate. Whis, slightly exasperated, responded, Very well, you are the boss, and your word is final. In that case, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Whis called out, Miss Bulma, please hold on. Bulma turned back, her face a mixture of suspicion and annoyance. This guy has been a hindrance all along, and now that the moment is upon us, he calls me back. Does he have yet another trick up his sleeve? She shot Whis an exasperated glance. Mr. Whis, what is it? Speak quickly. We are about to depart. Whis shrugged his shoulders and addressed Bulma. We have already agreed to accompany you to Namek. There is no turning back now. So why the anxiety? I simply have a question that I must express. Mr. Whis, could you, the omniscient and omnipotent angel, possibly have any issues? Bulma's tone was surprisingly candid, refraining from further mocking Whis, despite her long-standing grievances regarding his indecisiveness and lethargy. Nevertheless, Whis was indeed a formidable angel, and Bulma deemed it unnecessary to engage in further disputes over this matter. With fervor, Whis exclaimed, Are you intending to borrow some brand new warships from Frieza and his army? Bulma nodded vigorously. Indeed, that is my true objective. After all, the experimental materials you brought back last time have been entirely utilized. In pursuit of further advancements for my time machine, I must seek their assistance in acquiring additional energy cores. Is there a problem? Haven't I already conveyed this to you? Whis, adopting a cherubic expression, replied, Miss Bulma, have you forgotten? The Dragon Balls exist on Earth as well. Why not make a wish to the Eternal Dragon to gather more of these energy cores? Why must you venture to Namek again? ISNT that a redundant endeavor? To expend such effort for a colossal spaceship, while risking a tarnished reputation, seems ill-advised. After all, Frieza's army is affiliated with the Sith organization, under the dominion of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Your overt endeavor to borrow equipment could be perceived as an attempt to raid a band of brigands, which carries certain risks, both ethically and logically. Bulma, taken aback by Whis's remarks, soon broke into a smile. Oh, Mr. Whis, it appears I have overestimated your capabilities. Surely, I am capable of contemplating these matters myself. To be candid, I had gathered the Dragon Balls not long ago and made a wish to the Eternal Dragon, but alas. The Earth's dragon, constrained by its limited powers, declared that my wish could not be fulfilled. What? It cannot be fulfilled? What did the dragon say? Whis inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Bulma retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. The dragon stated that the materials and energy cores I sought are high-tech products from extraterrestrial realms, which cannot be found on Earth as substitutes. Consequently, my wish remains ungranted. To procure suitable high-tech products for my Time Machine's energy core, I have no choice but to set my sights on Frieza's army. Furthermore, I previously mentioned that you are merely borrowing, not robbing. If you accompany me to borrow a little more, I am confident that Frieza will not be so miserly. Besides, you share a long-standing relationship with him, do you not? Whis, with one hand on his forehead, bore an expression of resigned disbelief. Very well. It seems you have indeed accounted for this. The Earth's dragon is truly inept, unable to resolve even such minor extraterrestrial matters. Yet you wish to exploit my name in this venture? Fine. For the sake of Goku and Rohan, I shall accompany you on this journey. Perhaps a delightful surprise awaits us. Thus, Whis and Bulma ceased their entanglements, and the group smoothly boarded the colossal spacecraft, the Space Fortress, crafted by Bulma. Within the command cabin of this magnificent vessel, everyone marveled at its exquisite design and masterful craftsmanship. Particularly, Piccolo discovered a training room adjacent to him, presumably prepared for his own use. Chapter 125. Off we go. To Namek Piccolo's side, acknowledging Bulma's thoughtful efforts in equipping each individual with a corresponding training facility. However, he lamented the unfortunate appearance of her spacesuits, which had deterred many from participating in this journey. Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, gazed down at a gravity training room the size of a football field, exclaiming in admiration, "This is such a considerate design. The gravity equipment here can amplify Earth's gravity by 200 times. It truly seems tailored for me," and Goku was exceedingly pleased. Meanwhile, Whis and Luo Hao exchanged bewildered glances, both expressing their astonishment. "Are we genuinely going to board Miss Bulma's spaceship?" Whis sighed, remarking, "Truly, fate plays amusing tricks. Here I am, a dignified cosmic angel, reduced to needing a spaceship for travel. It's rather laughable." Luo Hao, equally exasperated, replied, "Come now, Whis, be content. At least we have a spaceship to board. Do you wish to fly by yourself? I cannot fathom your thoughts." Continuing with resignation, Whis stated, "Fine. Last time you had me hauling an assortment of peculiar items back, and now that someone is willing to assist, I shall refrain from exerting myself. Honestly, if others had seen me during that last endeavor, my dignity as an angel would have been utterly compromised, reduced to that of a scavenger. How absurd. Very well. Let us consider this a vacation to refresh our spirits." The two observed calmly as Bulma excitedly maneuvered her colossal vessel, commanding, "Let us depart for Namek." Suddenly, the entire ship emitted a resonating hum, and the immense engine at the rear radiated a violet glow. With a thunderous roar, the spacecraft ascended, propelling itself into the boundless void. At that moment, Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, was sipping tea at the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. He gazed skyward, witnessing the dazzling streak of light, and mused, "Has she finally set off?" Beside him, his wife, Dr. Brief's beloved, known as Bulma's mother, approached carrying an exquisite fruit platter, expressing her thoughts. "This girl is becoming increasingly spoiled by you. Now she has even constructed such a grand spaceship. I truly wonder what her aspirations are for the future." Dr. Briefs responded with a sense of contentment. "It's nothing to worry about. Let her be, for she is self-sufficient and can indulge her whims. As long as it doesn't lead to any major troubles, it's all fine by me." However, one cannot help but acknowledge that this girl has indeed surpassed her predecessors. My modest research into the structure of space-time collapse merely led to the creation of an all-purpose capsule. Yet she has devoted all her energies to the development of a time-space shuttle. Nevertheless, such an endeavor represents an innovative approach to technology that may very well yield significant advancements for humanity's society. Given that it poses no threat to our civilization, we shall observe its evolution with patience. Accompanied by the blessings of the elders, the spaceship, grandly dubbed the Space Fortress, swiftly departed from the solar system. With a radiant demeanor, Bulma emerged from the command cabin and exuberantly proclaimed to the assembly, "How about that? My rhythm is quite splendid, isn't it? In this very moment, we have already traversed beyond the solar system." She continued, "Humph, we shall reach planet Namek in less than 5 days." To her surprise, she found no one to share in her enthusiasm, as she stood there alone, buoyant with excitement. Piccolo, however, merely scoffed coldly, stating, "You all carry on with your business. I shall continue my training." With that, he emphatically shut the door to his training chamber, retreating into his meditation room to practice his techniques. Meanwhile, Son Goku scratched his head, unperturbed by the apparent awkwardness, and offered Bulma an innocent smile before heading toward his gravity training room. Seemingly indifferent to both Bulma's words and the technological marvel surrounding them, his primary objective was to acclimate swiftly to the higher gravitational forces, as only then would his Kaioken technique unleash its full potential. This was indeed the principal reason he had chosen to accompany Bulma on this cosmic journey. As long as his training remained uninterrupted, he was amenable to any endeavor. In a distant, inconspicuous corner, Whis and Luo Hao languidly reclined in boredom. Whis lethargically exclaimed, "What is this so-called high-tech marvel? The speed is abysmally slow. It will take 5 days to reach planet Namek. I find myself regretting not utilizing my angelic powers." He sighed, 5 days. How shall we endure this?" Luo Hao, unusually, did not counter his sentiments but instead nodded in agreement. Indeed, to be confined within this hollow vessel for 5 days is quite unbearable. At this point, Bulma, overhearing their exchange, teetered on the brink of fury, her demeanor shifting from a docile lady to a furious dragon. She stormed before them, teeth clenched, and declared, "Humph! What are you two rascals discussing? Do you look down upon my high-tech creation? This is the result of my relentless effort and dedication. While Piccolo and Goku may not comprehend its worth, you, one an omniscient angel and the other a close ally of an angel, dare to question my spaceship? Do you have any objections to reaching planet Namek in 5 days? Do you even realize how remarkably swift that is? Just a year ago, even the swiftest spacecraft designed by my father would require a staggering 4,000 years to traverse from Earth to Namek. That is indeed 4,000 years. Yet my creation accomplishes the journey in a mere 5 days. 5 days. Do you grasp the magnitude of this concept? Are you aware of the velocity it entails? And here you are nitpicking. Do you possess a means to expedite my ship's arrival? If you genuinely can, I would not hesitate to wager with you." With that, Bulma crossed her arms, casting a provocative glance at Whis. "So, Whis, do you dare to take me on in a bet?" Whis, however, languidly reclined on the table. "What is there to wager with a mere girl like you? Will you unveil some extraordinary surprise?" Chapter 126. A bet between Whis and Bulma. Bulma's eyes gleamed with mischief as a clever idea struck her. "Very well, Whis, I know precisely what you desire. Should I lose, it would be quite simple. I shall craft an entirely new coffee machine, one that produces the finest coffee on Earth. Is this not the very option you have longed for? I assure you, the coffee brewed by this machine will far surpass that concocted by Luo Hao. What do you say?" "This is my utmost sincerity." At this juncture, Luo Hao's eyes suddenly brightened. "Bulma, considering your technological prowess, creating such a coffee machine should not pose a significant challenge. However, the sincerity behind it is indeed commendable. Since you are willing to wager, I am more than willing to indulge. Now, what is your other stipulation?" Bulma's expression transformed, revealing her radiant countenance. "Naturally, should you lose, you must refrain from sabotaging my future endeavors, particularly if I endeavor to create a time machine. No more underhanded tactics that could lead to the failure of my plans." Upon hearing this, Whis found himself momentarily speechless. He had assumed his subtle maneuvers were well concealed, yet this girl had discerned his intentions. Nevertheless, upon reflection, it seemed rather absurd for an angel of his stature to be wagering against an ordinary woman from Earth. If he were to lose, he might as well find a block of tofu to throw himself against. This girl truly has no sense of her limitations. daring to engage me in such a wager. Yet, he soon found peace with the notion. Very well, Miss Bulma. Since you are willing to craft a new coffee machine for me, I shall indulge you in this game. What shall we wager? Bulma scoffed. What else could we wager? Did you not claim that my ship is sluggish? If you can propel my ship towards Namek at a speed 10 times greater than its current velocity, I shall concede. However, if not, then I emerge victorious. How does that sound? Is this request not reasonable? Reasonable indeed. Quite reasonable, Whis mused internally. Oh, what a ludicrous notion. Humph. I am well aware of the abilities of your vessel. I am, after all, an omnipotent angel. Prior to boarding, I had already conducted a comprehensive scan of this colossal spacecraft. Through scanning, Whis had long since discerned that this spaceship, in terms of both structure and material, could only increase its velocity threefold at most. Any further acceleration would result in its disintegration in the vastness of space. Bulma, surely aware of the ship's structural integrity and the limits of its speed, was presenting him with an absurd tenfold challenge, a clear paradox. This girl was attempting to entrap Whis. It was evident that she held a considerable interest in the time machine and was acutely aware of Whis's greatest weakness, his fondness for the coffee crafted by Luo Hao. By wagering the coffee machine, she had deftly struck at Whis's vulnerability. In a fleeting moment, Whis comprehended all the critical points. Very well. It seemed he had recently indulged in childlike whims, finding amusement in engaging with Bulma's playful antics. Nonetheless, if she wished to play, then play they would. After all, this journey had been rather dull, and a little teasing of Bulma would be delightful. With a sudden resurgence of youthful spirit, Whis earnestly nodded. All right, Miss Bulma. As you wish. Let us commence. Bulma, wearing a sly smile, thought to herself, Whis, no matter how formidable you are, can you truly maintain control over such a vast ship? Don't be ridiculous. I am well aware of the caliber of the vessel I have created. When you falter, my spacesuit may prove to be pivotal, and then you shall witness a genuine surprise. These two individuals, each harboring their own intentions, were brazenly using this brand new colossal spaceship as a wager, seemingly indifferent to the lives of those aboard. Only Luo Hao, recognizing that these two were indeed indulging in youthful frivolity, let out a weary sigh. Have you both been living too leisurely on Earth? How can there still be such trivial souls among you? Angels not resembling angels and humans not resembling humans. Truly, words failed him. Yet, observing their spirited enthusiasm, he decided not to interrupt, thinking, if they wish to play, let them play. A peculiar sensation, however, loomed ever closer. Luo Hao was now more preoccupied with the potential events awaiting them on planet Meat than the frivolities unfolding before him. Meanwhile, Whis flashed a smile. Miss Bulma, I am about to begin, so be prepared. Bulma, with a triumphant tone, replied, Humph, what can you possibly do? I stand here watching, and the ship has already reached a constant speed. If you can fulfill your promise, I shall see it from right here. Mr. Whis, do not disappoint me. Whis, opting for no further trivial conversation, effortlessly summoned his angel's staff. Upon seeing the staff, Bulma felt a twinge of conflict within. Whis is commendable in every regard. Except for his stinginess, this staff is as precious to him as a beloved spouse, guarded fiercely from all touch. How miserly indeed. Humph. Could presenting his staff truly lead to something unexpected? Let us await his performance. With a faint smile, Whis gently tapped his staff against the deck of the spaceship, producing 3 soft vibrations. As the celestial power flowed through, the engines roared to life with a ferocity reminiscent of a beast's growl, injecting a surge of vitality into the colossal vessel. It surged forward like a wild dog freed from restraint, accelerating madly into the vastness of space. This sudden burst took Bulma by surprise, as the red alert alarms blared within the command chamber, echoing in everyone's ears. The spaceship now traversed the cosmos at thrice its previous speed. Bulma found herself in a state of sheer astonishment. Whis had indeed dared to push the ship to its limits. But was there any way to further increase its speed? To do so would risk disintegration. Fortunately, she had prepared adequately, distributing space suits to everyone. Soon they would realize the significance of such preparations. Those who had previously looked down upon her advanced technology were utterly mistaken. Lost in her triumph, Bulma remained unaware of Whis's confident demeanor. He struck the deck once more with his staff, enveloping the entire spaceship in his formidable celestial power. Remarkably, his divine energy shielded the vessel from any potential disintegration. regardless of the speed it achieved. This was an unexpected strategy for Bulma, who could not fathom the extent of Whis' capabilities as an all-powerful angel. The limitations of her mortal perspective prevented her from grasping the true depth of his strength. As Whis surrounded the ship with divine protection, fresh angelic energy surged into the engines, which emitted a desperate roar as the spaceship accelerated once more. Fourfold, fivefold, eightfold, ninefold, tenfold. It truly reached the astonishing speed of 10 times its previous velocity. Bulma was left pale and breathless, astonished that the ship traversed the cosmos at such unimaginable speed, yet remained intact. She was utterly perplexed. How had Whis managed this feat? Meanwhile, Whis sighed inwardly, pondering his own predicament. Why was he engaging in such trivial games with an ordinary girl from Earth? What was transpiring within him? Had he truly been influenced by Luo Hao? That seemed unlikely. Despite spending much time with Luo Hao, any influence he may have had should not have altered his angelic essence so profoundly. It remains uncertain whether such a transformation is beneficial or detrimental. The current iteration of Whis appears to be gradually distancing himself from the divine realm, embodying a semblance of an ordinary human. Could this be what is referred to as being grounded? Whis remains utterly perplexed by this state of affairs. Accompanying his whimsical antics, the spaceship hurtles towards Namek at an astonishing velocity. However, in Whis' eyes, this speed is still a dismal failure. After all, as an angel, he possesses mastery over the first cosmic velocity. In other words, among all beings in the universe, only angels can achieve such swiftness. The only phenomenon that can surpass them is the so-called instantaneous movement. Yet, this method is considered a taboo in the cosmos, and neither the destroyers nor the angels can wield such a unique skill. The ability to utilize instantaneous movement is confined solely to the Kaioshians and the Omni-King. While a few rare human races have also mastered this technique, its usage is strictly prohibited. Perhaps this is a forbidden art. Yet aboard their vessel is an individual not bound by such restrictions, Luo Hao. Observing Bulma and Whis engaging in a contest of wills, Luo Hao is bemused by Whis' gleeful demeanor, as he employs his angelic powers to amplify the spaceship's speed tenfold in a rather juvenile manner. Whis, how utterly tedious you are, engaging in such trivial games with Bulma. And Bulma, dear girl, you truly are courting disaster. Of all the individuals to wager with, why choose this omniscient angel? A loss was inevitable. Look, Bulma appears on the verge of tears, which only adds to Luo Hao's exasperation. Witnessing these two frivolous characters, Luo Hao feels a sense of resignation. Has he truly encountered such peculiar company? This awakening has brought him face to face with such extraordinary personalities. Perhaps it is simply his fate. Perhaps spending more time with such individuals will alter his own disposition. Whether this change will be for better or worse is yet to be determined. But it is time to bring this farce to a close. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Son Goku, having rushed from the training room, emerge in a state of bewilderment at the unfolding events. What is happening here? Did we not just depart from Earth? Why is the spaceship sounding alarms? Is it on the verge of disintegration? Observing the stark contrast in expressions among the four, Luo Hao resolves to end this comedic episode. With a single hand braced against the floor, he calls out to Whis, "Enough of this nonsense." Whis, momentarily taken aback, realizes he has indeed been caught in a predicament. He reflects on why he has been competing with Miss Bulma in such a manner. A wave of regret washes over Whis' mind. Yet he promptly decides to retract the angelic energy he had expelled, allowing the spaceship to decelerate to a normal pace, while the angelic aura enveloping the vessel gradually returns to him. Is this truly how it concludes? With a gentle hum, the spaceship shuddered slightly, and a radiant glow enveloped Luo Hao's body. While the others were still caught up in the alarm triggered by the vessel, they suddenly realized that the entire spaceship had completely suspended itself in the void, neither advancing nor retreating, as if it had reached its destination, quietly hovering in the expanse of space. Whis was momentarily taken aback. "Luo Hao, what have you done?" Luo Hao, however, simply smiled faintly, lifted his hand from the floor, and gently clapped. "Well, your little farce should come to an end. I can only say that we have arrived at our destination. Do you believe your competition holds any significance now?" Upon hearing this, Whis remained largely unperturbed, but it was Bulma who was the first to be struck with astonishment. She dashed to her control panel, and with a flurry of operations, a holographic three-dimensional projection materialized before her. Gazing at the colossal planet in the projection, Bulma was rendered speechless. Is this Namek? Indeed. It perfectly matched the plan. Moreover, 3 stars were slowly orbiting in the distance. Could these be the 3 suns of the Namek system? How could such a thing occur? Bulma was entirely bewildered. Meanwhile, Luo Hao shrugged. I have no idea why this happened. Perhaps Whis did something peculiar or employed some wondrous spell. But it seems we instantaneously arrived in the outer space of Namek. Bulma, let us not dwell on the minutiae. We must find a way to land, as we should have reached our destination. What? Bulma was utterly flabbergasted. Are you nonchalantly telling me that in this very instant, we have arrived at Namek? This cannot be true. Joking isn't done like this. Yet, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, it was unmistakably Namek. A journey that was supposed to take 5 days of full-speed travel had, in the span of a mere jest, been accomplished. Chapter 128. Bulma's spaceship lands on Namek. Whis, however, was fully aware. Humph, Luo Hao, you scoundrel. Earlier you mocked me for flaunting my angelic powers, yet here you are, effortlessly employing your whimsical mastery to teleport this enormous spaceship directly to the surface of Namek. Accuse me of cheating, call me shameless. But it appears you are the one, even more brazen. You achieved this remarkable feat and then attempted to shift the blame onto me. Am I to be the infamous scapegoat? Observing the playful glint in Luo Hao's eyes, Whis was left speechless. All right, you are the boss, and your word is final. Since we have arrived, there's little point in continuing the debate. This gesture granted Whis an exit from the conversation. Besides Bulma, the most astonished were Piccolo and Son Goku, who were utterly unable to accept the current reality. These two, who were like blank slates aside from their training, were now being told they were headed to Namek, only to be informed the next moment that they had already arrived. The 2 individuals had yet to embark on their training, and they had not even fully grasped the layout of their own training room. Yet astonishingly, they had already arrived at their destination. How peculiar indeed. However, despite their surprise, they swiftly urged Bulma to descend, as a brand new planet unfolded before them, igniting their excitement. Particularly for Piccolo, after all these years, returning to his homeland was truly a rare opportunity. Gazing at the colossal green planet of Namek, his heart brimmed with boundless imagination. While Bulma remained perplexed about how they had instantaneously reached the surface of Namek, Luo Hao helplessly clapped his hands and remarked, Miss Bulma, shouldn't we find a place to land? It seems rather inappropriate to be hovering in the outer space of someone else's planet. Moreover, have you forgotten our purpose for visiting Namek? Luo Hao's words jolted Bulma into realization, and she quickly understood. Yes. They were here to borrow equipment from that rascal Frieza. How could they simply linger in midair, dazed and confused? With Bulma's awakening, a flurry of operations ensued, and various components on the spaceship began scanning and searching. Soon, a brand new image materialized before them. Yet, Bulma's expression soured, resembling that of someone who had just eaten bitter melon. What dreadful luck. What's wrong? Luo Hao casually inquired. Observing Bulma's despondent demeanor, he was puzzled and asked, Miss Bulma, weren't you just full of enthusiasm? What's there to be dissatisfied about upon arriving at Namek so swiftly? Bulma, wearing a frown, replied, Do you even understand? I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Luo Hao shook his head. You're such a bore, still in the mood for jokes? Your gloom seems feigned. Thus, he randomly chose, Let us hear the good news. Good news? Humph. Bulma maintained her morose expression. I believe I have located that Frieza you mentioned. He is currently on Namek. Isn't that good news? Luo Hao nodded indifferently and glanced at Whis, who also showed no objections. Frieza's presence on Namek was anticipated by Whis, so could there possibly be any discrepancies? Before Luo Hao could pose another question, Bulma continued. Now for the bad news, which is a dire blow to me. Whis and Luo Hao exchanged glances. What could cause Bulma such distress? With a fuming expression, Bulma exclaimed, That damned Frieza. He only brought a single warship, just one. After all the effort I put into designing a massive transport ship, and enduring such hardship to come to Namek in search of this wealthy individual named Frieza, he has merely one warship. Before her stood Bulma, utterly exasperated, pointing at the dark object on the screen, exclaiming, Is this truly the only spaceship that Frieza has brought? What on earth is he playing at? After all these years, is he still this impoverished? The vast array of equipment you previously retrieved, wasn't he that all his? Why has Frieza fallen to such depths of destitution? This is simply intolerable. What shall we do? Whis, Luo Hao, you both must provide me with an explanation. Faced with Bulma's irrationality, Luo Hao merely smiled wryly, responding, "Miss Bulma, it seems that your concerns are largely a product of your own imagination. First, regarding your inquiry about borrowing equipment from Frieza, he has no connection to me. The last time, I simply asked him for assistance, and he is merely a subordinate of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction served by Whis. Ultimately, it has nothing to do with me. If you have questions, you ought to direct them to Whis. Secondly, why is he in such dire straits? That, too, has no bearing on me. Why not pose your inquiries to Mr. Whis?" At this, Bulma's ire was redirected towards Whis, her gaze sharpened with intent. Whis shot Luo Hao a disdainful look. "You certainly know how to shift the blame, don't you?" Yet, he helplessly shrugged, adding, "To be candid, it is somewhat surprising that Frieza's forces are in such a state of ruin. I had assumed that the frost demons possessed more strength in the universe than this." However, seeing the murderous glint in Bulma's eyes, he had no choice but to offer a justification. "Might it not be that you overlooked something? Perhaps you are merely witnessing the tip of the iceberg. There may well be additional forces lurking behind." Hearing this, Bulma felt a twinge of realization. Perhaps she had indeed acted hastily. This could very well be merely the vanguard of Frieza's army, considering her spaceship had arrived instantaneously on Namek, possibly missing the larger contingent. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With Whis and Luo Hao as her allies, she felt reassured. A spaceship is still a spaceship, and even a mosquito's leg is a morsel of meat. With that, she disregarded the two and casually pressed the landing button of the ship. Thus, the massive transport vessel began to descend slowly toward the location of Frieza's ship on Namek. Chapter 129. The Dragon Balls have been assembled as the spaceship glided through the atmosphere. Luo Hao cast a resigned glance at Whis. "Let us hope this time we do not disappoint Miss Bulma. Otherwise, your wish for coffee on Earth may indeed evaporate." Whis, slightly taken aback, replied, "What? Are you suggesting that without Miss Bulma's coffee machine, I cannot enjoy exquisite coffee? Do not jest. I am an omniscient angel." Luo Hao sighed in resignation. "Very well. Even if you possess the world's finest coffee machine, what difference does it make? Currently, all coffee beans on Earth are monopolized by the enterprise of Miss Bulma. Would you still dare to wield your angelic powers to pilfer her coffee beans? If so, V's, you have truly succumbed to a state of moral decline. Is that so?" It appears V's is somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Clearly, one must tread carefully around Miss Bulma, for she is none other than the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual. "I understand now, Luo Hao, why you often find yourself accommodating Miss Bulma's peculiar requests. It seems you are left with little choice." Luo Hao, however, waved his hand dismissively. "I am not like you. After all, she is my classmate and friend, and I will do my utmost to assist her. But any notion of coercion, do not even entertain it. Heh, I can see through your mischievous intentions. Do not think I am unaware. I simply choose not to engage in your petty games." Upon hearing these words, V suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be that Luo Hao had uncovered the plans and intentions of the Grand Priest? Impossible. This fellow could not possibly be privy to such information. Moreover, the Grand Priest has been exceedingly discreet regarding this matter. It cannot be. Absolutely no whispers of this should escape. As long as the Grand Priest remains silent, I too will remain mum. Unless Luo Hao possesses the ability to read minds, how could he possibly discern such thoughts? Observing the clarity in Luo Hao's gaze, devoid of any strange or sinister undertones, allowed V's to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Yet, a lingering sense of strangeness pervaded the air. Perhaps it is prudent to be more candid with this friend. Nevertheless, that is a matter for another time. Let us take one step at a time. There is no point in overthinking the situation now. Let us first witness the peculiar events that may unfold on Namek. However, seeing Luo Hao's air of confidence, it seems quite possible that some extraordinary encounter awaits us. Subsequently, V's unleashed his angelic powers, conducting a comprehensive scan of the entire Namek planet. Following the scan, V's expression gradually stiffened, for he had discerned the distinct differences in this journey to Namek, plunging him into deep contemplation. Such events are indeed peculiar. Yet, since we have arrived, we must make the best of it. Perhaps these occurrences are destined to transpire. With this thought in mind, and glancing at Luo Hao beside him, V's felt a sense of reassurance. The colossal spaceship, the battle fortress, slowly descended onto the surface of Namek, landing directly opposite Frieza's spacecraft. With a thunderous roar, the ship settled firmly on the ground, The hatch gradually opened, and Luo Hao, Whis, Bulma, Goku, and Piccolo stepped out, finally setting foot on the soil of Namek. Suddenly, the incessant chatter of Bulma ceased, as an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes, leaving her utterly astounded. For she beheld 7 individuals kneeling in perfect alignment at the entrance of Frieza's spacecraft. Indeed, clad in battle attire, they knelt in perfect alignment. Each individual cradling a colossal Dragon Ball, approximately the size of a basketball, far surpassing the ones found on Earth. Could this truly be the Dragon Balls of Namek? This notion left Bulma in a state of bewilderment. Yet, as she glanced at each figure, she realized none were familiar. What on earth was transpiring? Why were these 7 individuals uniformly kneeling at the entrance of Frieza's spaceship, each clasping a Dragon Ball? As Bulma peered towards the last figure, although she did not recognize the first 6, the final one appeared somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in her mind. Of course, the last individual was none other than Vegeta. Yes, the very same scion from the battle on Earth. What was he doing here, in such an enigmatic manner, clutching a 7-star Dragon Ball? This left Bulma utterly perplexed, and beside her, Goku and Piccolo were equally ensnared in confusion. What was the meaning of this gathering? Were they engaged in some sort of ritual or celebration? Why had they assembled all 7 Dragon Balls, yet showed no intention of using them, instead kneeling in unison? Luo Hao observed with a wry expression directed at Whis, who sighed, fully comprehending the situation, internally lamenting, "Conic and Katra, you two truly possess a peculiar sense of humor. Do you believe such an introduction could intimidate me?" Nonetheless, since they had arrived, it was only courteous to extend a greeting. However, one must consider that those who approach with ill intent rarely come bearing good tidings. The fact that Conic and Katra could stealthily arrive in their 7th universe suggested they harbored ulterior motives. Given the theatricality of their entrance, it appeared their grievances ran deep. Despite the past camaraderie between Conic and himself, it was unlikely they would part on amicable terms. Yet the animosity between Katra and Beerus was profound, characterized by their long-standing rivalry, whether in arm wrestling contests or their perpetual cat-and-mouse games, representing an irreconcilable conflict. The duo's decision to wait here, rather than directly confront Beerus on his planet, hinted at the emergence of some unusual circumstance. Well, every bride must eventually meet her in-laws. Bulma gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls, her eyes shimmering with excitement. What a serendipitous turn of events. To find the Dragon Balls of Namek in such an effortless manner is simply splendid. Even without acquiring Frieza's fleet, having the Dragon Balls makes this journey worthwhile. With such sizable Dragon Balls, their latent powers must surely far exceed those of Earth's. Perhaps, just perhaps, my wishes may indeed come to fruition. As Bulma prepared to approach and inquire, a peculiar occurrence transpired. In Chapter 130, a voice emanated from the depths of Frieza's spaceship, discordant and jarring. It began with a sinister, cackling laugh, followed by a chilling proclamation. "Ah, the Dragon Balls have been gathered for you. After all this time, have you not devised a strategy to counter me? Do not claim I have not granted you an opportunity. That chance has passed, if you failed to seize it. Do not blame my ruthless nature. Heh. Pitiful insects, your lack of reverence for the divine and for the god of destruction shall lead to your extinction. Do not cast blame upon me now." Accompanied by this strange voice, the 7 individuals kneeling outside were drenched in sweat, their shock rendering them speechless. Vegeta, pale and gritting his teeth, trembled with apprehension. Was this fiend truly intent on annihilating them? Among the 6 unfamiliar figures to Bulma was none other than Frieza, the universe's tyrant and the very target of their intended heist. Frieza had lost all semblance of regal authority and the dignity of his station, much like Vegeta, who knelt silently, clutching a Dragon Ball, his expression a tumultuous storm of emotions. Nearby, the 5 subordinates, the elite members of Frieza's Ginyu Force, each grasped a Dragon Ball, their faces reflecting a struggle against despair. All 7 individuals, upon hearing the dissonant voice from within the spaceship, exhibited a myriad of reactions, caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Frieza and Vegeta remained entangled in indecision. Despite having gathered the Dragon Balls, they found themselves at an impasse. The prospect of Wishes granting them immortality was within reach, yet they soon discovered that no matter their efforts, the 7 Dragon Balls remained inert, devoid of any intention to fulfill their desires, driving them to the brink of madness. This had once been their final glimmer of hope, now extinguished. Moreover, The terrifying voice only allowed them a mere quarter of an hour. Once the time elapsed, action would be taken against them. Would they truly meet their demise here? Should their wishes remain unfulfilled? Vegeta, particularly distressed, had rushed to Namek upon learning of Frieza's quest for the Dragon Balls. Little did he know, his arrival marked the onset of his misfortunes. The first casualty was the relentless Kaiatsu, who, failing to land his spacecraft on Namek, was struck from midair, obliterated in an explosion that reduced both the ship and his body to cosmic dust, leaving him with no place to rest in death. This is merely the beginning of the terror. However, what unfolds before Vegeta's eyes is Frieza's legion on Namek, vanishing inexplicably like a flock of bewildered chickens in a flash of crimson light. In an instant, even Frieza's formidable generals, Dodoria and Zarbon, were effortlessly obliterated. Akin to squashing a bug, the once mighty cosmic tyrant, Lord Frieza himself, found himself devoid of any courage to resist or even stand his ground. He knelt on both knees, murmuring in disbelief, "How is this possible? A god of destruction? Where did this god of destruction come from? It cannot be. Absolutely impossible." Frieza appeared to succumb to a frenzy, muttering incoherently, his eyes devoid of life. Is this truly the cosmic emperor Vegeta once knew? How could such an event transpire? As the subsequent bizarre scene unfolded, Vegeta was once again left in shock, losing even the courage to flee. 5 miniature personal spacecraft arrived, bearing the strongest combat force under Frieza's command, the Ginyu Force. As they descended upon Namek, the moment these 5 individuals stepped out of their ships, they encountered the mouse-like figure and the one wielding a scepter, instantly losing all resolve to resist or retaliate. They murmured in disbelief, "Demons? How could these 2 demons be here? Lord Cooler's fleet, Lord Goldo's fleet," but there were no further developments, as everyone stood in a stupor, leaving Vegeta utterly perplexed. From whence did these 2 come? How could they possess such overwhelming power? Even the tyrant Frieza and his Ginyu Force had completely lost their will to fight. This plunged Vegeta into despair. Just when the situation seemed most dire, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mouse-like being, seemingly altering his plan, began to patiently inquire about Frieza, the Ginyu Force, and Vegeta's purpose for arriving on Namek. Remarkably, Frieza, as if compelled by some unseen force, divulged the secrets of the Dragon Balls and their intentions without reservation. This revelation plunged the ruthless killer into a contemplative silence. Then, with a sinister grin, the mouse-like figure proclaimed, "Very well, I shall not deny you an opportunity. Perhaps this is a turning point." He gestured to the silver-haired figure behind him, who waved his scepter, unleashing a brilliant silver light that manifested an astonishing sight before all present. 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a basketball, soared towards him without need for collection or search. With a mere flick of his scepter, he gathered all 7 Dragon Balls on Namek effortlessly. The enigmatic mouse, adorned in peculiar attire, flashed a sly grin at the 7 individuals before him. "Do not say I have not granted you an opportunity," he declared. "The 7 Dragon Balls are now assembled. If you wish to fulfill your desires, do so swiftly. However, you have but a quarter of an hour. Should you fail to overcome me in that time, do not blame me for not affording you a chance." With that, 2 of them relinquished the Dragon Balls and returned to Frieza's spaceship alongside the silver-haired figure wielding a staff. Meanwhile, Frieza and the Ginyu Force, including Vegeta, remained frozen in disbelief, each clutching a Dragon Ball, lost in contemplation on how to grant their wish for immortality to defeat the terrifying fiend. Chapter 131. The Ginyu Force abandons Frieza. Moments ticked by, yet no strategy or method for utilizing the Dragon Balls emerged, plunging them once more into a state of confusion. What was the sinister mouse truly scheming? Suddenly, the colossal spaceship descended from the sky, and an epiphany struck the group. Were the mouse and the mysterious silver-haired figure awaiting this very vessel? However, when figures emerged from the ship, Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. It was them. Could it be that these 2 dreadful demons were anticipating the arrival of these Earthlings? Impossible. While marginally stronger than himself, they were merely humans of comparable strength. How could they possibly rival these malevolent beings? Were these demons overly optimistic about the Earthlings' capabilities? As Vegeta grappled with his bewilderment, a startling scene unfolded before him. To his astonishment, it was the 5 members of the Ginyu Force who appeared next. Having communicated through shared conviction and exchanged glances, they seemed to have reached a resolute decision. With a peculiar smile directed at Frieza, they simultaneously cast their Dragon Balls before him, which transformed into a radiant arc and scattered across the sky, each fleeing in different directions. The Ginyu Force captain, fleeing fastest of all, shouted, "Lord Frieza, hold the enemy at bay. We shall train diligently and return to avenge you. Take care." In that pivotal moment, these individuals abandoned Lord Frieza to preserve their own lives, each escaping in haste. Yet, Vegeta did not perceive fury or terror in Frieza's eyes. Instead, he glimpsed a flicker of pity. How could this be? Frieza, of all beings, harboring compassion? Once more, a scene of dread unfolded before Vegeta as a calm voice resonated from within Frieza's ship. "A bunch of fools." No sooner had the words been uttered than a flash of crimson light erupted, obliterating the fleeing Ginyu Force, rendering them utterly non-existent. Instant annihilation. Once again, they were vanquished in an instant. What manner of peculiar crimson light is this? Yet, gazing upon this hue, it flickers briefly, and the formidable Ginyu Force has once again been reduced to cosmic dust, as if they had never existed at all. Observing Frieza's countenance, it seems that everything unfolds precisely as he anticipated, which fills Vegeta with an even greater sense of dread. Could it be that this fiend Frieza is familiar with this terrifying creature? It appears as though every action taken by this entity is anticipated by Frieza, who possesses the audacity to provoke such a formidable being. As the hatch of Frieza's spacecraft slowly opens, the rodent-like figure and the silver-haired youth wielding a staff step forth, poised to render their final judgment upon them. Vegeta's heart is a tumult of emotions, utterly astonished. In stark contrast, Frieza is engulfed in a state of shock. The earlier trembling fear in his eyes has vanished, replaced by the silhouette of Whis. Is there a connection between all of this? Well, it is evident that the current situation has entirely surpassed Vegeta's control, rendering him as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block. Since he is unable to resist, he decides to embrace the moment and savor it. In this bizarre atmosphere, it is Whis who first breaks the silence. With an air of exasperation, he stands before them, pointing at Quatella and Konik, and states, "Do you two find this amusing? Arriving in our 7th universe without a sound, what is the meaning of this disturbance? When did it become the turn of the gods of destruction and angels from your 4th universe to impose their will upon us? Is this not a tad excessive?" As Whis poses his inquiry, it is not Goku or Piccolo who are taken aback, but rather Vegeta and Frieza across from him. Whis' words seem to connect all the dots in Frieza's mind, so that's why these two individuals exhibit such grotesque strength. And their attire closely resembles that of Lord Whis and Lord Beerus. Their prowess and abilities are not vastly inferior to those of Lord Beerus, indicating they are indeed terrifying super gods of destruction. Yet, from whence do these gods of destruction hail? Frieza is utterly perplexed. After all, in this universe, his allegiance lies with Lord Beerus, and these individuals appear to hold no regard for Beerus's authority, while the angelic figure behind them seems to possess abilities not dissimilar to Whis'. These two monsters have materialized out of thin air, and not even Gula, King Cold, nor Frieza himself possessed the capacity to withstand them. They are left at the mercy of their whims. However, Whis' mere utterance has elucidated all of Frieza's confusions. It becomes clear that these two are formidable figures from another universe. Though the concept of other universes remains shrouded in mystery, one fact stands certain. This entity must be akin to Lord Beerus, explaining their fearsome strength and overwhelming capabilities. It appears he has encountered a true iron wall. Gula, you scoundrel, even if you wish for your own demise, do not drag us down with you. Now, it appears that not only Gula and his legion, but also the Kurds of Planet King, and including Frieza, are likely to provoke the entire Frozen Demon clan, ensnaring them all in this ironclad trap. Contemplating all of this, Frieza found himself utterly engulfed in despair, collapsing to the ground in a state of desolation. He no longer knew where to voice his grievances. Yet, in this moment of bleakness, a sudden twist of fate emerged. The individual known as Katra, who claimed to be a god of destruction, approached Frieza with a warm demeanor, gently patting his shoulder and saying, "Well done, young one. Perhaps today is your fortunate day. You need not perish just yet." Upon hearing this, Frieza's pupils dilated in shock. Could it be? Is there still a chance for redemption? Why would this mad god of destruction suddenly spare him? With a sly grin, Katra continued, "Your luck is indeed remarkable. This being called Whis arrived rather promptly. I need you to undertake a task for me, and should you succeed, we can settle our affairs once and for all." In that instant, A flicker of hope reignited in Frieza's eyes. Chapter 132. Katra, shall we engage in a wager? Who would willingly embrace death when there is a glimmer of survival? Although the meaning behind Quitra's words eluded him, it seemed that individuals of such stature were decisive and unwavering. If he was offered a chance at survival, perhaps he truly need not face death. At that moment, Frieza's desire to live was rekindled, while Vegeta, standing by, was utterly perplexed. For him, understanding the situation was impossible. Like a mere bystander, he stood bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding drama. After all, to him, Frieza was an insurmountable entity, a figure of untouchable stature. In the midst of his confusion, Katra suddenly darted toward the newly arrived Whis, confronting him with a fierce exclamation. "Whis, you bastard! You are the cause of all this. Do not think that just because you've arrived, I am powerless against you. Now tell me, where is that scoundrel Beerus hiding? What have you two done? Shouldn't you and Konik provide us with a reasonable explanation?" At this moment, Katra was not the only one brimming with anger. Konik stood beside him, casting a dark glare at Whis. Whis, however, appeared bewildered. "What are you two up to? Were you not intending to stir trouble in our 7th universe? How can you approach so brazenly?" Observing Whis' innocent demeanor only fueled Quitra's ire further. Scanning the crowd, he quickly spotted Piccolo and Son Goku. Yes, it was precisely these two, especially the one named Son Goku, whose energy felt inexplicably familiar. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the spirit bomb that wreaked havoc upon the royal palace must surely contain the essence of that Son Wukong. So, it turns out that he is the instigator. Given the circumstances, Vados, do you intend to persist in this charade? However, since Beerus is not present, it would be inappropriate for Katra, as the god of destruction, to unleash his wrath upon Vados, the angel. Likewise, Konik finds himself unable to accuse Vados of any wrongdoing, as the spirit bomb bears no direct connection to him, despite its origin from their 7th universe. Both are left pondering in their hearts, convinced that Beerus is orchestrating some underhanded scheme, and that this Son Wukong is undoubtedly involved. Given his lingering presence, the audacity of Vados to remain here, feigning innocence and playfulness, is utterly intolerable. With this thought, Katra and Konik's ire rises. Yet they recall the Grand Priest's admonition before their departure, understanding that they cannot dismiss his words lightly. Such behavior is not in their character. In a moment of unspoken understanding, they exchange glances and seem to reach a consensus. Vados, since that is the case, allow us to clarify that our arrival in the 7th universe was not intended to incite trouble. Not here to cause a ruckus? Vados muses, slightly perplexed by their intent. Then what brings you two here, stirring up chaos? It seems you have even vanquished several of Lord Beerus's subordinates. Surely an explanation is warranted? In unison, Katra and Konik let out a sinister chuckle. Well, it appears one does not shed tears until facing the grave. Truth be told, we were indeed instructed by the Grand Priest not to instigate conflict in your 7th universe. However, the reckless fools beneath us launched a full-scale assault. And as gods of destruction, we cannot simply allow ourselves to be slaughtered. Upon hearing this, Vados begins to comprehend their predicament. Indeed, it seems reasonable that arrogant beings like Gula and King Kurd would face dire consequences should they dare to attack a god of destruction, who could easily retaliate and obliterate them on the spot. It is a matter of survival, and one cannot discern who is right or wrong in such a situation. As for Frieza, they can only lament their misfortune, having provoked a being of such caliber. It is merely bad luck. They cannot blame society for their plight. However, the abrupt arrival of these two suggests that they are here to resolve some pressing issue. Contemplating this, Vados inquires, "Were you not in the temple reporting to Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest? How do you find the time to venture into our 7th universe?" At the mention of their report, the expressions of Katra and Konik darken considerably. Katra, filled with rage, bellows at Vados, "I have no time for your trivialities. Tell me, where is that rascal Beerus? Bring him forth to speak with me. What do you angels mean by this? Only engaged in clandestine activities behind the scenes, hastily. Surrender that fellow Beerus to me." At this point, Whis appeared even more bewildered. "What do you mean by what has happened to our angels? Are you searching for Lord Beerus? It seems he is still slumbering away in the god of destruction realm." Without further elaboration, Whis lightly waved his staff, and a projection materialized before everyone. Within this projection lay a vast bedroom, featuring an enormous bed, upon which reclined a creature resembling a humanoid feline. Who else but Beerus? Frieza's pupils contracted slightly as he observed. Indeed, Whis appears to have a connection with this Beerus character. And it seems this destroyer named Quitella has some ties to Lord Beerus as well. Clearly, these influential figures are not to be trifled with. Perhaps aligning with their intentions may grant me a chance at survival. However, I find myself in a quandary. As this Quitella does not seem to pale in comparison to Lord Beerus, it appears that danger truly looms. Yet, at that moment, Quitella's gaze fixated on Beerus, who remained blissfully asleep, seemingly unaware of the calamity that has befallen your seventh universe. Ultimately, it is I and Conic who bear the brunt, while you continue to nap. And Whis, that rascal, parades around with the instigator of this chaos. This is simply intolerable. With this thought, Quitella's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he cackled. Very well. Since Beerus is in slumber, let us converse, Whis. Our visit to the seventh universe was not to stir trouble. We merely wish to engage in a wager with you. Surely, that poses no issue, does it? A wager? Whis paused momentarily. Do you two truly have an interest in such a contest? Chapter 133. Quitella prepares the soul contract. After all, Whis has the formidable Luo Hao as his backing. Even if Quitella and Conic were to wreak havoc, Luo Hao would be able to handle them. Whis is adept at rational discourse, yet should matters turn hostile, he is not one to be trifled with. Every individual possesses a semblance of ire. And since their arrival in the seventh universe, these two have unleashed chaos, disregarding Beerus entirely. Moreover, their arrival was not without intent. It is evident their target is none other than those under Lord Beerus' command, clearly fixating on Beerus himself. Given this clarity of purpose, retreating is not in Whis' nature. Thus, he resolved to ascertain the true intentions of these two. With a casual shrug, Whis declared, since you wish to wager, let it be so. Do as you please. I shall respond to whatever you throw my way. Seeing Whis' readiness, Quitella and Conic were momentarily taken aback. Very well. We had anticipated that Whis would use Beerus' slumber as an excuse to evade, and had prepared an array of arguments. To our surprise, Whis has readily accepted. Having made a commitment, Quitella hesitated no longer. With a snap of his fingers, an ancient and weathered scroll materialized, suspended in the air. Whis' eyes widened in astonishment. This was a soul contract. Lord Quitella, what do you mean by this? He inquired. Quitella cackled ominously. Oh, it's nothing much. Since we are engaging in a wager, we ought to formalize it with a written agreement, don't you think? Black and white, crystal clear. When the time comes, it won't be said that I, Quitella, took advantage of Lord Beerus while he slumbered to bully a mere angel. This arrangement seems fair, does it not? This is the soul contract I have prepared, and I have already signed it alongside Conic. Once you and Beerus append your signatures, our wager shall be established, and thereafter, we shall leave everything to fate. What do you say? Whis furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that these two had evidently come well prepared, even having the soul contract ready. Very well. Let us see what mischief you two have concocted. Whis remarked with a hint of amusement. Do not think that just because you, Quitella, once triumphed over Lord Beerus in an arm wrestling contest, you can arrive in our seventh universe with such arrogance. I, Whis, am not to be underestimated. Quitella, undeterred, swiftly handed the soul contract to Whis. Whis accepted it without hesitation, unfurling the document to scrutinize its contents. It became evident that these two had sinister intentions upon their arrival in the seventh universe. The contract stipulated the preparation for 3 battles, following a best-of-3 format. Victory would be claimed by the one who won 2 out of 3. But with only Quitella and Conic present, did they have ulterior motives? Would Conic indeed step into the fray himself? Would Quitella challenge Beerus? Surely not. Was this fellow intent on provoking a conflict between the 2 universes? However, as he read further into the conditions of the wager, Whis' pupils dilated in shock. The stakes were extraordinarily high. The structure of the contest required 3 victories. Yet it did not specify who could participate, which could very well be a trap set by them. But the final wager was explicitly stated, 5 planets, each with a comprehensive index rating exceeding 50. 5. Such an audacious gamble. Whis raised an eyebrow, while Conic and Quitella exchanged knowing glances, signaling that their scheme might indeed succeed. Whis, we are merely concerned that you might refuse. Should you dare to sign this contract, everything they have lost during their time in the Omni-King's palace can be recovered. Quitella and Conic had come to the 7th universe with plans in place, unafraid of Whis' refusal to play along. If you choose not to sign, to engage in this wager, Then Beerus shall remain in slumber while they wreak havoc in the 7th universe, creating enough turmoil to give you a headache. However, for the Destroyer Gods, venturing into other universes poses no significant risk as long as they refrain from taking the initiative. It is often the unwitting individuals who challenge them. Even if they retaliate, it would suffice to keep Whis occupied for a considerable duration, and this fact alleviates any concerns regarding Whis's unwillingness to compromise. Moreover, despite the substantial stakes involved, they remain well within Whis's jurisdiction. As the ruling angel of a universe, presenting 5 planets with an aggregate score exceeding 50 is the pinnacle of Whis's authority. In this regard, Katra and Konik have refrained from employing any other tactics. Should the stakes escalate beyond this threshold, it would surpass Whis's capabilities, providing him with a valid excuse to withdraw. With this in mind, Katra and Konik are resolute in their approach, having made ample preparations. After all, these 5 planets, each boasting a composite score above 50, represent a considerable fortune for any universe. To elaborate succinctly, planets with an aggregate score above 50 are invaluable treasures to every universe. Why is this so? Because within the formation of the cosmos, the composite score index serves as the paramount criterion for evaluating a universe. A universe with a notably low composite score risks being ruthlessly obliterated by the Omni-King. Thus, it is a standard of competition among the various universes. Otherwise, the Destroyer Gods and angels would languish in idleness, engaging in trivial pursuits, leading to a chaotic universe devoid of prospects, an outcome that both the Omni-King and the Grand Minister wish to avert. Consequently, planets with a composite score exceeding 50 are the very foundation of existence within these universes, and their emergence is not a matter of happenstance. Each one requires eons of gradual accumulation and sedimentation before occasionally manifesting as a rare gem. This process originates from the Supreme Kai, as the establishment of a universe necessitates the continual creation and development of new planets inhabited by humanity. Following their predetermined trajectories, these planets perpetually reproduce and evolve, gradually elevating their composite scores from 10 to 20, then to 30, a protracted and unhurried journey. However, as humanity on these planets reaches certain heights, deviations may arise, potentially giving rise to malevolent forces or ideologies. Such planets that veer onto a misguided path either self-destruct due to internal contradictions or attract the attention of the Destroyer Gods, who may annihilate them, leading to the obliteration of planets capable of enhancing the universe's composite score. Chapter 134. Luo Hao. The stakes are rather modest thus. The resources of each universe are finite, and the planets created by the Supreme Kai are limited. In truth, those that attain the status of top-tier planets, with composite scores exceeding 50, are exceedingly rare, with each universe housing only around 100 of them. Presenting 5 of these as stakes already constitutes a significant fortune for any universe. These 5 planets may have taken millions of years to gradually form, thus qualifying as treasures of the cosmos. Unbeknownst to many, Konik and Ketla scheme to seize this opportune moment while Beerus slumbers, attempting to take a substantial advantage from Whis. Their intentions are indeed nefarious. However, Whis, with clarity of thought, gazes upon the soul contract, comprehending its implications entirely. Do these two truly believe the 7th universe is but a soft fruit? Do they think that just because Lord Beerus is asleep, I am incapable of dealing with them? They remain blissfully unaware of the formidable entity lurking within the 7th universe. Otherwise, would they dare to act so recklessly with such timid resolve? Perhaps this presents an opportunity. Whis's eyes flicker with a new plan brewing within his mind. Meanwhile, Ketla and Konik exchange glances, each perceiving disdain reflected in the other's eyes. Perhaps Whis might indeed fall into their trap. Should he dare to sign this soul contract, the subsequent events would surely be dictated by them. Prior to their arrival, they had already conspired that, irrespective of the circumstances, a best-of-3 format would ensure victory, as long as both Ketla and Konik were present. Though Konik often remains inconspicuous, he possesses the capability to match Whis. While a guaranteed win cannot be claimed, at least the odds would be evenly balanced. Even if the two do not reach a stalemate, Ketla is confident in his prowess. He has not squandered his years, unlike Beerus, who seems perpetually lost in slumber. During their previous arm wrestling contest, Ketla narrowly outperformed Beerus. Should they engage in competition, it would pose no challenge for them. Moreover, prior to their arrival, they conducted thorough research on the 7th universe. The mightiest beings here are the Frost Demons, including the vanquished Gula and King Cold, along with the notorious Frieza. Though some formidable beings yet remain hidden, these three currently represent the apex of power. Gula and King Cold have already been effortlessly dispatched into the void of space by Ketla, leaving only Frieza, who appears thoroughly intimidated. Given Ketla's recent display of authority, compelling Frieza to battle on their behalf poses no issue. Thus, who else in this universe could stand against them? They must first seize the 5 planets with a comprehensive rating exceeding 50 in the 7th universe. If they can claim these 5 planets, it would indeed be a decisive victory, settling all scores, both new and old. And should Whis, in a moment of impulse, affix his signature, their scheme would come to fruition. Yet, Whis's gaze continues to flicker, revealing he is deeply contemplative. As long as he remains engaged in thought without outright refusal, it appears their plan still holds promise. Yawning beside them, Luo Hao approached Whis with an air of ennui, nonchalantly seizing the indecisive soul contract from Whis's hands. He scrutinized it before yawning again, exclaiming, "What did I expect? It's merely a promissory note for a wager." In simpler terms, these individuals are merely attempting to take advantage of our 7th universe. Do they truly believe we lack talent here? While Beerus is napping, it seems Whis, you might indeed be on the brink of being taken advantage of. However, it matters not. I shall handle everything. Do they truly think our 7th universe is so easily bullied? Seeing Luo Hao display such formidable confidence, Whis's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had awaited this answer for quite some time, fearing Luo Hao might remain silent. Once Luo Hao spoke, he thought, regardless of whether they are Ketla or Konik, even if they doubled their numbers, I shall stand my ground. I fear not their uprising. Observing such an imposing figure influencing Whis's thoughts, Konik and Ketla exchanged glances, beginning to assess the audacious speaker with caution. This individual spoke with great bravado and seemed to sway Whis's mindset. Could he truly be an extraordinary figure? At that moment, regardless of Ketla's methods, no clues about Luo Hao's true nature surfaced. He appeared to be an ordinary human, lacking any discernible uniqueness. Konik, utilizing the staff in his possession, conducted various scans and observations, only to discover nothing unusual. It turned out he was just a common fellow, perhaps possessing some inexplicable connection with Whis. Perhaps he was a friend of Whis, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, daring to act on Whis's behalf and exhibiting a demeanor that dismissed both the god of destruction and the angel. Was he merely a frog in a well, croaking in ignorance? With such a character present, it seemed like a stroke of luck. Perhaps with this troublemaker around, Whis might impulsively agree to sign the soul contract, thus completing half of their plan for their visit to the 7th universe. How fortuitous, indeed. Why had they not known of such talent in the 7th universe before? As the two exchanged knowing smiles, Whis raised his hand to inscribe his signature on the contract, when suddenly, the audacious Luo Hao interjected, "Wait." This exclamation startled Ketla and Konik. "You rascal, you were the one proposing the signature, and now you tell us to wait? What trickery are you planning?" At that moment, Ketla and Konik wished nothing more than to silence this troublemaker once and for all. Truly, did he intend to cause further disruption? With a nonchalant gesture, Luo Hao patted Whis on the shoulder and remarked, "Whis, considering that Lord Ketla and Konik have traveled from afar, do you not think this wager is somewhat trivial?" Upon the utterance of those words, the 2 angels and 1 destroyer present felt their pupils constrict, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Is this still considered small? 5 planets with a comprehensive rating exceeding 50. Let us not forget that, even when the entirety of the 7th universe is considered, it boasts merely 95 planets in total. After so many years of development, the count has yet to surpass 100. Presenting 5 of them is already the utmost limit that Whis can endure. Chapter 135. Whis, awaiting the spectacle indeed, 95 planets constitute their entire fortune. To wager 5 planets is, for Whis, the pinnacle of authority he possesses as the angel of the 7th universe. He lacks the prerogative to propose a larger wager. Any increase in stakes would necessitate the simultaneous agreement of both the destroyer and the angel to activate such a contract. The fact that Katra and Konik set the wager at 5 planets indicates their keen understanding of Whis's limitations. They are aware that he can only operate within that boundary. Should the number surpass this limit, Whis would lose his agency in the matter, inevitably drawing the attention of Beerus. At that juncture, the outcome would be uncertain. Thus, if the stakes were to be raised, the loss would fall upon them. as if this minor strategy had already been entirely grasped by Luo Hao. Calmly, Luo Hao regarded the visiting destroyer and angel, casually stating, "Indeed, your wager is exceedingly modest. I have no interest in indulging in your trivialities. However, if you want to increase the stakes a bit, I might consider representing Whis and finalize this contract." "What? Increase the stakes?" Katra, seemingly compelled by some unseen force, inquired. "Very well, how much do you propose? I am genuinely curious about the extent of your ambition." Luo Hao, unfazed by Quitra's provocation, leisurely replied, "5 planets lack excitement. Let us set our wager at 50 planets. This would be equitable for both parties. Your entire 4th universe possesses only 97 planets rated above 50. So presenting 50 would indeed be a considerable sacrifice, but gambling is meant to invoke thrill, is it not? 5 planets are simply too paltry." Upon hearing this audacious individual so casually escalate the wager tenfold, Katra and Konik were rendered utterly speechless. What does he take this for? A mere game? This is 50 planets. The entire 7th universe comprises only 95 planets, and their 4th universe totals a mere 97. How could he so effortlessly propose 50 planets as a wager? Katra seemed to recollect something, suddenly pointing at Luo Hao. "You, first, clarify your identity." He then burst into laughter, directing his finger at Whis. "Whis, I must confess, I underestimated you. I never imagined you would resort to employing such a pawn to evade a contract with us. It truly opens my eyes." At this moment, upon hearing Quitra's insights, Konik was jolted from his astonishment. Indeed, it was evident that Whis was too intimidated to sign the contract for the 5-star wager, resorting instead to an inexplicable decoy to deliberately escalate the stakes, thereby undermining their confidence in entering the agreement. Thus, it became clear that Lord Quitra's unparalleled wisdom had astutely unraveled Whis's cunning scheme. The two men, in an instant, conjured myriad conspiracies and plots, envisioning Whis as an enigmatic figure of considerable depth. In the midst of his bewilderment, Whis could only manage a wry smile. "Well, truth be told, I have no stake in this matter whatsoever. It is entirely up to that fellow, Luo Hao, to decide. However, your imagination regarding me is quite excessive." Yet, Whis contemplated. Since Luo Hao wished to engage in such a manner, it indicated that this individual possessed complete assurance in his approach. With that understanding, Whis found himself eager to witness these two troublemakers suffer a significant setback, should they not face a substantial downfall. The friction and entanglements between the 7th universe and the 4th universe would persist, as the two men eagerly thrust their necks forward. It would indeed be remiss not to deliver a decisive blow, thus doing justice to Katra and Konik. This could be seen as a proverbial killing of 2 birds with 1 stone. After this maneuver, it would serve as a warning to others against provoking the 7th universe without due cause. With a smirk, Whis resolved to play along, feigning confusion. "What are you saying?" Seeing this expression on Whis's face, Katra felt even more assured, pointing at Luo Hao and exclaiming, "Heh, yet your choice of this decoy is rather excessive. Do you genuinely believe we would shy away from signing? Very well, do not offer us any excuses. Is it not merely to amplify the wager tenfold? I am more than willing to engage." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Konik. Though a foreboding sensation lingered within him, after a moment's reflection, he felt reassured. Was it not merely a matter of multiplying the stakes? With Whis as the sole participant, even if they were to offer 50 stars as the wager, the absence of Beerus meant that such a contract could never come to fruition. Moreover, such a vast wager would undoubtedly intimidate even Beerus himself from affixing his signature. With this realization, Konik found peace in his thoughts. This decoy was undoubtedly intentional, indicating that the stakes had escalated significantly. The individuals from the 7th universe were indeed cunning. Yet they faced none other than the illustrious Katra and the extraordinarily astute Konik. Otherwise, they might have truly succeeded in their ploy against Whis. Without hesitation, Konik unleashed a surge of angelic power, which drifted like a whispering breeze into Quitra's grasp. Katra, undeterred, emanated a radiant violet light, merging completely with Konik's angelic energy into the essence of the soul contract scroll. As the scroll resonated with a humming sound, upon unfolding it, they discovered that the wager had been altered to 50 stars, each with an aggregate rating exceeding 50. This undoubtedly stands as the grandest gamble in the cosmos. Never before have any destroyer or angel dared to endorse such an audacious wager. To summon forth the utmost reserves for a perilous gamble of this magnitude is, indeed, an unprecedented act. Witnessing Konik and Kitra completing their signatures, they cast triumphant glances at Whis, who, in contrast, displayed a hint of pity. These two were recklessly charging ahead like wild hounds unleashed, heedless of the consequences. Very well, since reason proves futile against such reckless spirits. Whis did not hesitate. His angelic powers surged forth uncontrollably, and with a swift motion, he inscribed his name at the base of the contract. At that moment, Kitra let out a sinister chuckle. Whis, do you truly believe I am but a child of 3? Whis paused, taken aback. What? I have consented and signed. The wager and contract are now binding. Does Lord Kitra wish to retract? Kitra, with an eerie grin, replied, Whis, spare me your petty schemes. Do not embarrass yourself before me. As an angel, you are limited to signing contracts for at most 5 planets. Yet this entails 50, given your status and capabilities. Do you truly think you can claim half of the 7th universe's wealth? Do not jest. Unless you procure the signature of Beerus, do not presume we are mere children to be trifled with. A casual signature does not suffice to validate this substantial wager. Without the signatures of both an angel and a destroyer, this contract holds no validity. Attempting to utilize such tactics to dismiss us, regardless of the outcome, would mean you would not acknowledge your debts, correct, Whis? Your intentions are rather devious. I never imagined the little angel Whis would become so cunning. I have underestimated you. Confronted with Kitra's scornful barbs, Whis felt a surge of indignation. You two have no sense of decency, coming to our 7th universe merely to provoke and create chaos, carelessly disrupting our equilibrium. Were it not for the intervention of the Grand Priest, I would have confronted you long ago. Yet, you persist in escalating matters. This cannot stand. Every being possesses their limits. Just as Whis was about to unleash his fury, a languid voice interjected, as Luo Hao once again took the reins. Very well. Are you suggesting Whis' signature is worthless? Shall I add mine to the contract? This provoked another fit of raucous laughter from Kitra. You? A mere pawn. What significance does your signature hold? Do you really believe that with your endorsement, our soul contract would become valid? Do not jest. Our side has already finalized the contract. Unless you bring Beerus to sign, all discussions are moot. It remains 5 planets. The wager stands as it is. What say you, Whis? Can you refrain from lurking in the shadows? What business do you have sending a mere pawn to handle matters? With a sudden roar, Kitra exclaimed, Whis, do you dare to assert that everything in the entire 7th universe is entirely managed by your so-called friend? If you have the audacity to delegate authority, then I shall believe in you. Witnessing Kitra's formal outburst, Whis could only let out a weary smile. Very well, as you wish. I hereby entrust all my affairs to Luo Hao. From this moment forth, I shall no longer concern myself with trivial matters. Are you satisfied now? This declaration left Kitra momentarily speechless, as the audacity of Whis to entrust everything to Luo Hao seemed preposterous. Humph, yet another scheme. Whis, how absurd you are. In response, the man he had dismissed as a mere pawn, Luo Hao, gently clapped his hands and stated, Whis, there is no need for further discourse with them. These two clearly seek trouble. If that is the case, let us indulge them. As for the soul contract, Kitra is correct. Without the signatures of both a destroyer and an angel, it appears that the agreement involving 50 planets with an average score above 50 cannot be established. Therefore, why not summon Beerus to sign it? This statement left not only Whis dumbfounded, but also rendered Kitra and Konik utterly bewildered. You, a mere pawn, truly believe you can summon the destroyer of the 7th universe to sign such a monumental wager? Are we fools? The next moment unfolded before Kitra and Konik in utter disbelief. Luo Hao boldly seized the signed soul contract scroll from Whis' hand, laying it flat before him. What was he doing? Was he truly preparing to sign it himself? Watching Luo Hao's actions, both Konik and Kitra were left utterly astonished. Luo Hao extended a finger from his right hand, which inexplicably transformed into a faint golden hue. With a swift motion, he seemed to slice through the very fabric of space, revealing a shimmering golden rift before him. What was this fellow doing? Could he genuinely create a spatial rift? And could he extract something extraordinary from it? Soon, an astonishing sight unfolded. Whis' angelic staff projected the image of Beerus, the slumbering destroyer, and within that 3-dimensional projection, a golden fissure indeed appeared, precisely above Beerus' grand bed. From this rift emerged a hand, one that seemed eerily familiar. As Katra's pupils constricted, he realized with a jolt that the hand visible from Whis' staff belonged to none other than Luo Hao. Could he truly create spatial rifts? No, it must be an illusion. It had to be a mere trick of the eye. It is neither an illusion nor a mere sleight of hand. How could an ordinary mortal possibly breach the cosmic rifts between universes at will? Even as a god of destruction, such feats would be far from effortless. How could this individual possess such extraordinary power? This is merely a planet inhabited by mortals in the seventh universe, yet he operates in the realm of destruction. The barriers separating the mortal realm from the divine are insurmountable. How on earth has he achieved this? Humph, let us observe how you weave your intricate deceptions. In that moment, Katra and Konik could no longer maintain their composure. For from the spatial rift, a hand reached forth and, as if it had found its mark, seized Beerus by the neck. Indeed, this hand, extending from the rift, had grasped Beerus's throat while he remained blissfully unaware, soundly asleep. This spectacle plunged the gods of destruction and angels present into utter disarray. What kind of absurdity is this? As the god of destruction of the seventh universe, he displays an utter lack of vigilance. To be asleep in his own domain, only to be inexplicably seized by someone through a cosmic rift, while he remains oblivious and continues to slumber, is truly astonishing. Could it all be an illusion? Yet, their hopeful delusions were swiftly shattered. Chapter 137. Bruce presses the cat paw on the soul contract. Without hesitation, Luo Hao, in that very moment of seizing Beerus's neck, swiftly utilized the spatial rift to pull Beerus's essence to the surface of Namek. Indeed, Beerus was dragged forth like a lifeless dog, brought directly before Katra. Katra could distinctly sense the god of destruction's energy emanating from Beerus's form. This was no fabrication. Given his divine status and the energy waves radiating from him, this must indeed be Beerus himself. Could this also be an illusion? At this moment, Katra rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing he might be mistaken or that some trickery was at play. In the next instant, Luo Hao did not keep the astonished pair waiting. He forcefully placed Beerus's palm upon the soul contract before him. However, merely imprinting the hand was futile. After all, this was not Beerus's destructive power. Although his essence was present, without the infusion of destructive energy, the contract remained inert. Katra looked mockingly at this clueless intruder, thinking, this individual may possess remarkable illusionary skills, but to assume the authority of a god of destruction is utterly impossible. After all, a soul contract is a sacred and equitable agreement. Without the divine power of a god of destruction or angel, one cannot expect mere illusions to compel acceptance. Yet, once again, Luo Hao shattered their perspectives. Luo Hao pressed down on Beerus's paw, furrowing his brow in frustration upon realizing it was futile. To his astonishment, the audacious fellow kicked Beerus squarely in the rear. This was an attack on a god of destruction. Was he not afraid that Beerus would awaken and obliterate him on the spot? Yet, a miracle unfolded. The paw resting on the contract emitted a faint aura of divine destruction, and with a sudden whoosh, the entire soul contract trembled violently, manifesting a successful signing. How could this be possible? The fluidity of this operation left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. The technique of signing for another was executed with such grace, as if rehearsed countless times. Who exactly was this pawn summoned by Whis, possessing such extraordinary abilities? Not only could he summon beings from afar, but he had also brought forth the mighty god of destruction, Beerus, which was astounding in itself. What was even more terrifying was his ability to have Beerus sign the soul contract while he remained in slumber, a stroke of genius. No, even the gods could not achieve such a feat. At this moment, Katra and Konik found themselves utterly disoriented. It was beyond mere integrity. Their entire worldview had been shattered beyond repair, leaving their hearts as crushed as dumpling filling. But what left them even more stupefied was the unfolding scene. Witnessing Beerus complete the signing of the contract, it became effective, and then this fellow, Luo Hao, treated Beerus like a mere sack of refuse, casually tossing him back into the rift of space. How was this even possible? The golden light of the spatial rift gradually faded, and through Whis' staff, they beheld the spectacle of Beerus being unceremoniously returned to his grand bed, continuing his deep slumber in the realm of destruction. All of this transpired without Beerus awakening, manipulated like a puppet at the whim of another. Was this truly the god of destruction of Universe 7? Had the deities of Universe 7 fallen to such depths, reduced to mere playthings of ordinary mortals? How could this be? The two shook their heads, rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the surreal events before them. Yet, the soul contract was undeniably present, pulsating in the air as if imbued with life, generating subtle vibrations. Now, Katra and Konik were left utterly dumbfounded. The contract had been completed, and they could scarcely believe that this individual had indeed summoned Beerus and successfully signed the agreement. What transpired next was yet another unexpected twist that unfolded before their eyes. The humming contract in midair suddenly split into 3 copies. One floated delicately into Whis's hand, while another gracefully drifted into Konik's grasp. Was this the manifestation of a successful signing? Such a significant wager had never been made before, and this time, it was clearly acknowledged by the 2 great universes, being signed by both an angel and a god of destruction from the 2 realms. What astonished the crowd the most was that previous wagers typically consisted of only 2 copies, one for each party involved. However, this time, an unexpected 3rd copy appeared. Perhaps due to the staggering stakes involved, this 3rd document transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring skyward directly toward the royal palace of the realm of nothingness. Could it be that the stakes were so monumental that a copy needed to be sent to the Lord of the Realm? With this thought, Luo Hao swiftly approached Whis, gazing at the still-dazed angel and destroyer, and said with a grin, "Now that the wager has been established, how shall we proceed? You two should come down quickly." Indeed, although the wager had been signed, the terms of the contest had yet to be agreed upon, leaving Katra and Konik in a state of bewilderment once more. Who granted this fellow such confidence to sign a wager without defining its terms? Nevertheless, it appeared that there was still ample room for negotiation. Once fully regained from their initial shock, Katra and Konik realized that as long as they could manipulate the established rules slightly, perhaps they could still gain the upper hand over the 7th universe. Setting aside thoughts of this arrogant character's origins and his extraordinary methods, they understood that even with the contract in place, the manner of the contest remained theirs to decide. With this in mind, Katra promptly unveiled his ultimate proposition, stating pensively, "Very well, since that is the case, let our wager officially commence. As per tradition, in a contest between universes, strength must prevail, and we shall let our fists do the talking. What say you?" Before Whis could nod in agreement, Luo Hao clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. That is indeed the essence of it. Actions speak louder than words, and the might of our fists will pave the way. I wholeheartedly concur. Now please share your ideas." Chapter 138. Goku, "You will fight first," Katra immediately declared with righteous fervor. "In that case, we shall hold 3 matches, best 2 out of 3. Whoever emerges victorious in 2 rounds shall claim the ultimate victory. This seems most fair and reasonable, does it not?" Luo Hao observed Quitra's expression, fully aware that the matter was likely more complex than it appeared. Nevertheless, since the proposal had been made, he chuckled and replied, "No matter how elaborate your schemes may be, I shall be ready to respond." Seeing Luo Hao nodding confidently, Katra inwardly sighed. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. But as long as he maintained a semblance of decorum, there might still be a glimmer of hope. With a hearty laugh, Katra pointed at Frieza, stating, "This fellow should now be considered my subordinate, correct? He shall represent us in the first match. Do not accuse us of unfair practices, since you speak so nobly. I shall not hesitate to reveal the second match as well." He gestured toward Konik behind him, adding, "Our angel of the 4th universe, Konik, will compete in the second match. As for me, as the god of destruction of the 4th universe, I shall take charge of the ultimate showdown, a best-of-3 format. What say you? Do you dare accept? If you hesitate, I shall graciously acknowledge your concession, allowing you to forfeit half of the wager, merely offering 25 stars instead." With that, he erupted into hearty laughter. Upon hearing this, Luo Hao chuckled to himself, realizing the cunning nature of this individual. How clever to arrange for Frieza to fight in the first match, a clear ploy, given that he is one of our human representatives from the 7th universe. It appears that within the entirety of the cosmos, few possess strength surpassing that of Frieza. Thus, this character, named Ketral, has indeed seized a favorable opportunity. Gradually, Luo Hao's mind settled. Humph, Ketral is quite the schemer, sending forth an ordinary mortal for the first round. That means we too cannot deploy angels or gods of destruction and must respond with our own mortals. His second choice, remarkably, is Konik. As an angel, while he cannot fight at full capacity, there must be a significant reason for his involvement in specific circumstances, hinting at intricate ulterior motives. Regarding the best-of-3 format, Should they triumph in the first two matches, the third round would render our choice of combatant against Ketral seemingly irrelevant. It becomes evident that this character is pursuing a particular strategy, first employing a mortal to restrict us from sending forth our powerful figures, followed by deploying the formidable Angel Conic, whose prowess slightly outweighs that of a god of destruction, considering that the Kais of various universes are indeed disciples of angels. Although angels typically operate with discretion and neutrality, this time Conic is playing the role of a combatant. Ultimately, regardless of the outcomes of the initial two rounds, the final confrontation will see Ketral himself take the stage. Even if Beerus were to personally intervene at that juncture, it would not guarantee a definitive victory over Ketral. This serves as a dual-layered insurance for that clever lad. First, he sends forth an ordinary human to hold his ground, then the strongest angel, and finally, he himself, the god of destruction, to conclude the affair. Truly, he has crafted a masterful scheme. However, no matter what tricks you may employ, they remain trivial in my eyes. Luo Hao's eyes sparkled with determination as he addressed Ketral. Very well, since the rules have been established, let us not squander time and commence without delay. However, Vados furrowed her brow and interjected. Luo Hao, you should not have returned Lord Beerus to his domain. Since Ketral has instigated this confrontation, it is only fitting for Lord Beerus to take the field personally. Otherwise, our chances of triumph are exceedingly slim. Moreover, it is apparent that they intend to deploy Frieza in the first match. He is one of our humans from the 7th universe. Yet now he must exert himself for their 4th universe. This is simply unacceptable. Even if he is an ally, there is no justification for turning against one's own. In response to Vados' grievances, Luo Hao gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, "It matters not, Vados. Given that these individuals are clearly seeking a conflict, can you reason with them? As I have said before, Ketral is entirely correct. Everything is resolved through strength. Rest assured." Thus, upon reaching this point and observing Luo Hao's composed demeanor, Whis felt no further need for contemplation. However, as he gazed at the formidable Frieza opposite him, a torrent of resentment brewed within. It is truly astonishing that, despite being a master of the 7th universe, we find ourselves entangled in the affairs of your 4th universe. Your shamelessness has opened my eyes to new depths. Nevertheless, Luo Hao's reasoning holds merit. Since the adversary seeks confrontation, even in the absence of Frieza, he would likely resort to other means to provoke us. So let the games begin. With a determined stride, Whis stepped forward, ready to enter the fray. Humph. Although I am an angel unable to unleash my full might, dealing with a mere Frieza poses no challenge whatsoever. Moreover, given Luo Hao's prowess, subduing Conic will be a trivial matter. Therefore, let us engage in a best-of-3 format. We shall secure the first 2 victories, and for the 3rd round, it matters not who Ketla's opponent may be. Victory is assured, even if we wager 50 planets. Once we triumph in this contest, all will be justifiable. Observing Whis' eager anticipation, Ketla raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Could it be that this Whis dares to tread where others would not, personally descending to confront an ordinary mortal with angelic power? Recognizing Ketla's expression, Luo Hao understood his unspoken thoughts and firmly grasped Whis' arm, stating, "Whis, your involvement is unnecessary. Since our opponent wishes to play, let us engage in a thrilling spectacle and showcase the strength of humanity from the 7th universe. It would be unreasonable to employ an angel's divine authority against a mere mortal, and doing so could incite Ketla and Conic to escalate their provocations further. Fear not. I will handle this. I shall resolve everything with my fists, subduing these troublemakers not just into submission, but utterly shattering their confidence, ensuring that none would dare to vex us in the future." Chuckling, Luo Hao continued, "Did you truly believe I would let you enter the fray? Do not jest." Whis was momentarily taken aback. "Not me? Are you truly prepared to confront Frieza yourself, Luo Hao? Surely you jest. With your current strength?" Luo Hao waved his hand dismissively. "You misunderstand. Do I need to face Frieza myself? Come, Goku, step forward and take the first match." Chapter 139. Conic constructs the duel arena. Meanwhile, Goku, still a bystander in this unfolding drama, looked bewildered and pointed to himself. "Me? You can't be serious. While I've grown considerably stronger lately, facing this guy seems rather far-fetched, doesn't it?" Despite Goku's confidence in his newfound strength, the prospect of directly confronting the cosmic tyrant Frieza filled him with trepidation. This was not merely a contest of victory or defeat. It was a wager that would determine the fate of the entire universe, leaving Goku in a state of anxious uncertainty, akin to a bucket of water being drawn from a well, completely at a loss as to what Luo Hao truly had in store. Beside them, Vegeta clenched his teeth and exclaimed with fury, "Kakarot, do not jest. How could you possibly stand against Frieza? Even if your power surpasses mine by a fraction. Do not be foolish when it comes to this creature known as Frieza. Do you not realize that my home planet, Vegeta, was obliterated by his hand? This is an ancient grudge we Scions carry." At that moment, Frieza, having shaken off his earlier confusion, understood that facing these two Scions, well, one of them, at least, would be a trivial task. Yet, witnessing the domineering presence of Quitella and Konik, he recognized them as formidable foes beyond his reach. Initially inclined to decline participation in the impending battle against Universe 7, he feared that even a victory would render his existence in that universe untenable. However, given the current circumstances, if he chose not to engage, he might very well meet his demise right there. Quitella, astute in the ways of human nature, patted Frieza on the shoulder and said, "Fear not. As long as you triumph in this battle, I shall shoulder all future matters for you, including if you choose to abandon Universe 7 and join me in Universe 4. There, you shall reign supreme. Do not think that only Beerus can serve as your ally. I am a destroyer whose power eclipses that of Beerus himself. With my support, what do you have to fear?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Frieza understood that this individual was indeed serious. Very well, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Since his opponent had made a significant promise, he trusted that such a figure would not deceive him. Thus, if he could vanquish this ordinary scion before him, it would bring closure to his current tribulations. After all, as the ruler of the universe, Frieza's greatest fear lay in the scions. The emergence of the legendary Super Saiyan or the dreaded Majin Buu would spell catastrophe for his cold-blooded race. Given that Whis showed no intention of unleashing Majin Buu, Frieza regarded an ordinary scion as beneath his concern. No matter how formidable, could this being truly pose a threat to him? Much like Vegeta beside him, who, in Frieza's eyes, resembled mere ants on the ground, easily squashed at will. Now, with yet another challenger of seemingly equal strength to Vegeta, could this truly lead to any unexpected complications? What a joke. Frieza, fully restored to his confidence as the Emperor of the universe, prepared to strike down the oblivious scion before him, fulfilling the task assigned by the God of Destruction of Universe 4, thus ensuring his own survival. Vegeta, however, seethed beside him. "Frieza, you traitor of Universe 7, how could you so readily acquiesce to the God of Destruction of Universe 4? Do you not feel a shred of shame?" Despite Vegeta's fervent protests, Frieza remained indifferent, inwardly cursing, "You foolish buffoon, what do you understand?" In the face of a formidable adversary, should one refuse to yield, the immediate consequence could be a swift demise. Contemplating this, Frieza steeled himself and truly prepared for battle. At this moment, Luo Hao discerned the reality of the situation. Since the opponent exhibited such a lack of boundaries, he too harbored no reservations. If a game was to be played, then let it be played thoroughly. It seemed that his instincts were correct. The arrival of Namek would indeed yield significant rewards. With a wager of 50 planets at stake, it was likely that, while the 7th universe may not ascend to the top immediately, securing a place among the top 3 should be feasible. As for how the 7th universe would navigate thereafter, that would be their concern. This peculiar sense of anticipation enveloped Luo Hao, rendering his mood unexpectedly delightful. He called out to the distant Konik, "Ah, is that not the Angel Konik? Since the wager has been established and the rules set, I have a modest request. Could you assist in the creation of a ring for the contest?" Surprised, Konik pointed to himself. "What? You want me to construct a ring for you? Why?" Luo Hao shrugged, explaining, "First, a ring crafted by your divine angelic power would possess superior sturdiness, allowing us to observe the match seamlessly. Second, I've heard from Whis that your craftsmanship is commendable, particularly suited for masonry work." Upon hearing this, Whis wore a puzzled expression, while Konik's irritation flared. "This is intentional. You must be aware of what transpired between me and Katra at the Zeno's palace, and now you deliberately bring it up to humiliate me. You have gone too far." However, upon catching Katra's affirming gaze, he reconsidered. "It matters not. Your criticisms are inconsequential. As long as we can achieve victory in the match and profit significantly within your 7th universe, everything can be reclaimed." Let you revel in your momentary triumph. What does it matter? Konik quickly tempered his anger, donning a subtle smile. Very well, since you hold my skills in such high regard. I shall not shy away from the challenge. With a gentle wave of his angelic staff, a grand arena materialized before the gathered spectators, meticulously crafted to resemble the esteemed tournament grounds of Earth. As the arena took shape, Sun Wukong felt an uncanny familiarity wash over him. How nostalgic. Is this Namek? It feels as though I have returned to Earth for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Indeed, with such an environment, I am eager to step into the ring. Chapter 140. Luo Hao was notoriously protective of his own, while Frieza wasted no time with idle chatter. His life now hung by a thread. Without hesitation, he leaped onto the brand-new arena crafted by Konik. Under Luo Hao's guidance, Sun Wukong ascended to the stage as well. Whis raised an eyebrow, suppressing his inquiry, but ultimately could not resist whispering to Luo Hao, "Is Goku going to be all right? This is no jest." Luo Hao offered Whis a reassuring glance. "Since we are to engage, let us partake in something thrilling. Given that this is a contest between humans, it wouldn't be fitting for a deity like you to intervene. If that were the case, who would face Konik? Are you suggesting I take on Konik? Do not jest. I have no interest in bullying the young." "What? You intend for me to compete against Konik?" Whis, perplexed, responded, "Surely you jest. What do you mean by this?" Luo Hao chuckled lightly. "It's nothing much. I have heard that angels cannot fight at full capacity, but I have yet to witness a battle between angels. This is the perfect opportunity for me to observe. Besides, Whis, I have considerable faith in you. Even if you are not a match for that fellow Konik, I trust you can ensure a stalemate." "Yes?" Upon hearing Luo Hao's rather morbid amusement, a chill ran down Whis' spine. "You, of all people, still harbor such thoughts at this juncture? You wish to witness an angelic duel? Had you voiced this desire sooner, I could have easily arranged for someone to entertain you. We are, after all, wagering 50 serious stakes. Can we afford such levity? Moreover, the rules are crystal clear, a best of 3. If we inadvertently lose this time, half of Universe 7 could be obliterated due to your whims." Contemplating Luo Hao's status, Whis decided to suppress his complaints. He firmly believed that Luo Hao would not jeopardize him, and given Luo Hao's attachment to Universe 7, he would not engage in anything frivolous that could threaten its future. His feelings for Universe 7, if nothing else, were on par with Whis' and Beerus'. After all, this individual awakened in the Earth of Universe 7, and his protective nature toward Earth and its inhabitants was well known. Reflecting on the impending sorrow of Ketla and Konik, one could ponder Luo Hao's motives for such recklessness. Perhaps he had his reasons. Over time, Whis had come to understand Luo Hao quite well. If this fellow wished to indulge in a wild escapade, then so be it. After all, at the end of the day, when everything reached the Omni-King, Luo Hao would be there to uphold his stature. Such an ally should not be taken for granted. Once Luo Hao's true identity became public, opportunities to secure planets with an overall rating exceeding 50 would be scarce. This time, it was indeed Quitella who delivered himself to our doorstep, and one might say that his fate is rather unfortunate. All of Luo Hao's machinations seemed to serve as a clever guise to conceal his true identity, aiming to reap substantial profits, with the ultimate goal being the welfare of their 7th universe. At this moment, Frieza and Sun Wukong stood poised on the arena, ready to engage in combat. Yet, in the midst of this tension, Vegeta bellowed in anger, "Kakarot, you foolish buffoon. Frieza's battle power is a staggering 530,000. With your meager abilities, how could you possibly hope to contend with him? Spare us the embarrassment." He added, "No way, Luo Hao, allow me to take your place." This proclamation surprised the onlookers. When did Vegeta become so melodramatic? It was indeed somewhat perplexing. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, declaring, "Vegeta, the me standing here now is entirely different from the one you knew back on Earth. Don't you dare compare my earthly strength to that of this opponent." However, he continued, "That said, with a fighter of such caliber present, I can feel the blood within me boiling. Leave this to me. I assure you, I shall handle everything." Frieza, with a sinister grin, fixed his gaze upon Sun Wukong and remarked, "You ignorant wild monkey. It was I who obliterated planet Vegeta. I was deeply apprehensive about the legend of the Super Saiyan emerging among your kind, but all of that has become mere vapor now. The remnants of the Saiyans have dwindled to just one, Vegeta, and to my surprise, another stands before me. This time, I shall eradicate you all in one fell swoop, ensuring my future tranquility." With that, Frieza clenched his fists, stating, "But I regret to inform you. What you see is merely the surface of our frost demon lineage. We possess the ability to transform, and I fear I may disappoint you." Frieza adjusted his aura and unleashed a fearsome roar, causing his form to dissolve into a cloud of smoke. Within that mist, his power surged unmistakably. What is happening? Could it be that this individual can enhance his combat prowess through transformation? Although there were no visible changes at first glance, the force emanating from Frieza's body sent shivers down the spines of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This adversary was indeed augmenting his strength. As Frieza's aura receded, his second form materialized before Sun Wukong. Beside them, Piccolo and Bulma were left astonished. Who would have thought that this traitor from the 7th universe harbored such hidden strengths? It was truly unexpected. However, Bulma dismissed Frieza's transformations, recalling that he had once served as an underling to the god of destruction, Whis. Thus, what significance did his power hold? At this moment, Bulma's thoughts were primarily occupied by the figure resembling Whis, adorned in similar attire and wielding an angelic staff, Konik. In an instant, Bulma seemed to recall another individual. Indeed, it is the illustrious Bados that one encounters in the realm of the future. The mere thought of Bados fills Bulma with an overwhelming sense of pressure. After all, in terms of beauty and elegance, Bulma possesses a considerable amount of confidence in herself. However, ever since that fleeting glance at Bados, her self-assurance in this regard has waned significantly. Now, upon witnessing this Konik, Bulma finds herself internally lamenting. Chapter 141. Frieza surprisingly transforms before Luo Hao. Initially, Bulma had presumed that all angels were strikingly handsome or beautiful. Yet she is taken aback to find this Konik sporting a prominent fringe that obscures his visage. With this revelation, Bulma releases a long, relieved sigh. It seems that the number of beautiful angels and dashing angels is rather limited. Just how many siblings does Whis have? I must inquire with Luo Hao about this matter. Humph, it appears that my competitiveness is truly teetering on the brink of peril. Meanwhile, Piccolo gazes in bewilderment at Frieza, who is reveling in his transformation, secretly bemoaning his fate. He had thought that Vegeta was already a formidable and extraordinary opponent, and that Goku's primary focus this time would be on Vegeta. After a period of intense training, Piccolo has indeed seen a significant enhancement in his own power. Yet, witnessing Frieza's transformation leaves him feeling utterly disheartened. He had believed that their ability to regenerate limbs was an extraordinary talent. But observing this creature enhance his combat abilities through transformation instills a vague sense of dread within Piccolo. This being, who claims the title of the Cosmic Emperor, is he truly as terrifying as he seems? The most astonishing reaction comes from Vegeta. He stands trembling, his legs quaking, and his teeth chattering. Does Frieza typically rely on a mere ordinary form rather than a combat form? In this transformed state, his aura and energy appear to have amplified exponentially. This revelation plunges the proud prince into a state of utter confusion. How can one possibly contend with this? Even in his initial form, Vegeta felt utterly outmatched, let alone now that this being can instantaneously alter his form and combat strength. It is a rhythm that spells disaster. Humph, Kakarot, with your meager strength, do you truly believe you can triumph against such a Frieza? It is utterly inconceivable. Having completed his transformation, Frieza surveys the quaking Vegeta and the blissful Goku, choosing not to rush in for an attack, but instead offering a faint smile. Humph, two ignorant wild monkeys. Do you truly believe this is my limit? Do not be absurd. This marks my first battle on behalf of the esteemed Lord Katra. I must at least show a modicum of sincerity. Since Luo Hao and Whis are present, there is no need for me to conceal my true capabilities. Although I had intended to keep my trump cards hidden, with such esteemed figures in attendance, it would be rather disrespectful to the audience to withhold them. Very well. Your name is Son Goku, is it not? I shall not grant you even a fleeting opportunity to retaliate. Allow me to reveal to you the true extent of my prowess, Frieza. With another furious roar, Frieza unleashed a tremendous vortex around his form. Is it possible that this fiend can transform once more? At that moment, Vegeta found himself in a frenzied state. Just moments ago, he believed he was cornered, only to discover that this being named Frieza possessed yet another transformation. He had once fancied challenging Frieza, contemplating a direct approach, or perhaps a more cunning strategy. Little did he know that Frieza harbored such an array of hidden strengths. Indeed, it was utterly terrifying. As Vegeta's dread escalated, Frieza did not disappoint. He effortlessly transitioned into his assault form, the long-standing combat stance of the Frost Demon clan. Whenever faced with battle or extraordinary circumstances, the Frost Demons would adopt this form to confront their adversaries. Not only does it exude an aura of malevolence and terror, with its elongated visage adorned by various horns, but it also represents a balanced state of offense and defense. While his ultimate form would elevate Frieza's power to a staggering 12 million, maintaining such a state proves challenging, often resulting in the unintentional destruction of planets or stars, which would be a significant loss for the Frost Demon clan. Thus, they refrain from utilizing their ultimate form unless confronted by formidable foes. However, against deities of destruction and angels, even Frieza, having mastered his 10th transformation, would find himself outmatched. This was a reality he accepted. Adapting to strength, Frieza demonstrated remarkable flexibility in this regard. Yet, facing merely an ordinary scion, he believed that employing his assault form was a mark of utmost respect for his opponent. Perhaps this adversary truly possessed strength worthy of witnessing his assault form. Just as they prepared to engage, a languid voice from Goku interjected, "Hey, Katra, you're being a bit unfair, aren't you? Choosing someone who plays with transformations? This match seems rather imbalanced." Katra shrugged, sporting a smug grin. "A match is a match. We merely selected the participants. Who says they cannot transform to enhance their power? I see no violation here." "Well, such cunning is truly shameless," remarked Luo Hao, finding amusement in Frieza's display of transformation. "What? Are you suggesting that transforming isn't a foul?" At this moment, Katra was too absorbed in his triumph to ponder further, declaring with pride, "Of course. Transformation is an ability of their race. What is there to discuss? The one with the greatest strength shall ultimately emerge victorious. Is this not the essence of our cosmic laws? Is it not true that the one with the mightiest fist holds the power? What do the opinions of others matter? Furthermore, this is merely a matter of relying on one's own abilities. Why complicate things?" I never anticipated that Katra would still be here, seeking excuses for transformation. In that case, Luo Hao smiled faintly and said, "Very well, if we are to engage in transformation, grant me a minute. Is it merely a game of transformation? We are capable too." "A minute?" Katra cast a scornful glance at Luo Hao, remarking, "All right, I won't accuse you of unfairness. I'll give you 3 minutes. Do you truly believe you can teach your comrades to transform in that time? Don't be ridiculous." "Humph, I am well aware that although these two are scions, they are nothing more than ordinary combatants. Do they possess any extraordinary talents that would enable them to transform? I find that hard to believe. Are you truly capable of broadening my horizons? If you succeed, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall concede this round." Chapter 142. Luo Hao seeks to borrow the angelic staff of Whis. It appears that Katra is fully confident that Luo Hao cannot facilitate Goku's transformation. After all, transformative races are exceedingly rare across the vast cosmos. One cannot simply utter words and expect the other to transform. That would be absurd. Witnessing Quitra's unwavering confidence, Konik furrowed his brow. He felt an inexplicable strangeness about Luo Hao. Despite sensing no trace of energy or divine power emanating from him, there was an unsettling aura that suggested great danger. While Kitra boasted defiantly, Konik's unease only intensified, instilling within him a profound sense of foreboding. Yet, this sensation was merely a facet of his innate abilities, an enigma he could not articulate. Why did he experience such profound mystery? At this moment, Konik was utterly perplexed. However, as events have unfolded to this point, he could only allow Katra to continue his performance. Whatever the consequences may be, those would be subject to individual interpretation. Konik could only silently pray that this individual harbored no terrifying secrets. Yet, hope remains hope, forever lingering, regardless of the turmoil within Konik's heart. Katra stood unabashed at the edge of the arena. What is the matter? Are you incapable of enabling your comrades to transform? If not, then hurry along with whatever you intend to do. However, if you wish to concede, I would not object. Haha, remember this. Should you forfeit now, I will consider taking only half of your wager. How does that sound? A reasonable request, wouldn't you agree? Haha, half of it amounts to 25. That should be ample for your 7th universe to enjoy a hearty drink. Observing Quitra's audacity, Whis raised an eyebrow, pondering, Luo Hao, my dear fellow. What precisely are you planning? Can you truly elicit any transformation from this scion, known as Sun Wukong? After all, this lad has grown right before our very eyes. For Sun Wukong, we are intimately familiar with him. Is there anything particularly special about him that could possibly escape my perception as an angel? Let us not indulge in jest. Luo Hao, what methods do you possess? Hurry and reveal them. At this moment, Luo Hao was stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. Indeed, based on his fragmented memories, he did recall some aspects regarding the Scions. There exists a legend that speaks of the progenitor of the Scions from their era, a name he could not quite remember, yet he did recall that this ancestor possessed various transformations and engaged in a multitude of flamboyant displays, which had indeed left a faint imprint on Luo Hao's past self. However, the passage of time had rendered these memories hazy, coupled with his recent awakening, causing his recollection to remain incomplete. What he was certain of was that Scions, upon experiencing considerable emotional fluctuations and meeting certain conditions, could indeed undergo transformations. As for the nature of these transformations, he seemed unable to recall the specific terms, perhaps something akin to Super Saiyan? Nevertheless, such details were no longer pertinent. Given his understanding of Sun Wukong, the integration of Scion cells within him had evidently reached the threshold necessary for transformation. What remained was merely the need to provoke sufficient emotional upheaval within Sun Wukong. If he could incite a powerful surge of emotion, it was conceivable that Sun Wukong could achieve transformation. Observing the current scenario, it seemed impossible for Sun Wukong to defeat Frieza solely relying on his Kaioken and Spirit Bomb without transforming. Yet, Luo Hao held unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong. If only he could stir his emotions to elicit excitement or intense fluctuations, perhaps he could indeed triumph over Frieza. Initially, Luo Hao had been quite confident in his arrangements, but it surely would not do for the first match to result in defeat solely due to Sun Wukong. It was truly unexpected that Frieza would resort to such cunning tactics. Even under duress, compelled to serve Quitella, there was no need to act so ruthlessly. Perhaps it was time to properly educate Frieza, as his origins lay within the seventh universe, though his motivations remained a mystery. As a subordinate of Beerus, he so easily defected to Quitella's side. Was it perhaps because he perceived himself as easy prey? Did he not leave a sufficiently profound impression the last time? Yet, such musings are a diversion. The pressing matter at hand is to enable Sun Wukong to decisively confront Frieza with absolute power. Otherwise, all discussions would be mere empty rhetoric, subject to ridicule. Since Sun Wukong had seemingly attained the prerequisites for becoming a Super Saiyan, it was merely necessary to instigate a significant emotional upheaval within him. However, this predicament left Luo Hao in a quandary. Given Sun Wukong's carefree demeanor, how could one possibly evoke a profound emotional upheaval within him? Should he resort to choking Piccolo before his very eyes? Or perhaps simply flatten Bulma? Such extreme actions might indeed provoke a transformation in the young monkey. Yet, Luo Hao swiftly cast aside these impractical thoughts. After all, Piccolo, Bulma, and Sun Wukong were considered friends, albeit with significant disparities in status and ability. They were cherished comrades who had grown up together. To orchestrate such malevolent deeds merely to incite a transformation in Sun Wukong would weigh heavily on his conscience. Indeed, one's identity, decisions, and cultivation techniques must align with one's inner convictions. Any action that contravenes one's heart cannot be undertaken. Resolute in following his inclinations, he pondered what vulnerabilities Sun Wukong possessed that might trigger an intense emotional response. Suddenly, Luo Hao snapped his fingers midair. As a revelation struck him, he had remembered Sun Wukong's Achilles heel. Yes, a direct assault on this weakness could potentially yield the desired reaction. With this thought, Luo Hao wasted no time. His eyes gleamed with determination as he turned to Whis and commanded, "Hand it over." Whis furrowed his brow. "I possess nothing of value. What do you seek from me? Could it be?" Luo Hao grinned mischievously. "No need for speculation. Just lend me your staff. This time, it will serve a significant purpose." Whis raised an eyebrow. "Surely you jest. Do you intend to?" The memory of Luo Hao's previous rage in the future realm resurfaced, where he had seized the angel's staff from Vados and unleashed a torrent of punishment upon the god of destruction, Kampa. Was he about to unleash his wrath once more, wielding his staff against Quitella? Chapter 143. Can the angel's staff be borrowed? Yet, the current circumstances were entirely distinct from those in the future. A wager had been established, and regardless of how severely Quitella might be beaten, should they lose this bet, the seventh universe would face catastrophic consequences. Realizing this, Whis was poised to offer further counsel. But Luo Hao interrupted impatiently. "Oh, Fret not. I have a plan. Quickly, lend me your staff. This match's outcome may hinge upon it. Whis found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. You better not be reckless. However, considering Luo Hao's stature, Whis refrained from prolonging the debate. With a swift gesture, he delicately placed his angel's staff into Luo Hao's hands. Just be careful with it, will you? Do not damage my staff. This, astonishingly, was Whis's primary concern at that moment. Meanwhile, Luo Hao shot him a look of exasperation. You worry too much. Do you honestly think I would ruin your staff? What a preposterous notion. At this moment, although the matter appeared trivial, Luo Hao grasped the angel's staff in his hands and lightly tapped it. Not bad. The quality is quite satisfactory, though the divine power contained within seems slightly inferior to that of Bado's. Such a nonchalant action, however, stirred a tempest on Quitra's side. The first to exhibit excitement was Frieza, who, well aware of Luo Hao's formidable prowess, understood that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate half a planet, a feat far beyond Frieza's capacity to withstand. Yet here he was, wielding an angel's staff, bearing a fierce expression akin to that of a villain, which incited a flicker of anxiety within Frieza. Could it be that this individual, Luo Hao, was indeed straying from the expected norms? If this Luo Hao were to personally engage in combat, Frieza mused, not only could he not hope to contend, he might not even possess the opportunity to resist, likely being annihilated on the spot. If that were to occur, what would be the point? To carry the infamy of a tarnished legacy only to be dispatched by a single blow from his adversary would be a tragic fate indeed. Frieza, subtly retreating a couple of steps, contemplated concealing himself behind Quatre. However, Quatre cast a piercing glance at Frieza. Is there truly any need for such trepidation? That fellow, Luo Hao, has already entered into a soul contract. Should he dare to deviate from the agreed terms, it will undoubtedly be your Universe 7 that will rue the day. If that were to transpire, Frieza, your demise would be quite justifiable, wouldn't it? At this moment, Quatre eagerly anticipated Luo Hao's breach of protocol, which would enable him to obtain the immense fortune he desired. In stark contrast to Quatre and Frieza's sentiments stood the angel Konik, positioned behind Quatre. Although Konik's face betrayed no emotion, a tempest of turmoil churned within him, completely clouding his thoughts and reason. How is this possible? That is the angel's staff of Whis. When the Grand Priest bestowed the supreme artifact upon each angel, it was with strict orders that these staffs were to be regarded as personal possessions, bound to each individual angel. No one, aside from the angels themselves, could dare to touch or wield their staffs lightly. If Whis's staff were to fall into Konik's hands, he would possess neither the ability nor the means to utilize it. This means that as long as the staff exists, so does the angel. Should anything happen to the staff, the corresponding angel would vanish without a trace. The immutable law governing these divine artifacts seemed to have altered in the presence of this Luo Hao, who could somehow wield Whis's staff. How could this be? This revelation utterly dismantled Konik's understanding and perceptions accumulated over his long tenure as an angel. Was the Grand Priest deceiving them? Could Angel's staff be borrowed and shared? How could this possibly be? In the countless years that have passed, Konik has also conducted experiments. After all, having collaborated with Ketla for so many years, Ketla has not been devoid of thoughts regarding Konik's angelic staff, yet each attempt has culminated in failure. It is not merely a matter of wielding it lightly or using it as an ordinary weapon. Ketla cannot even touch Konik's angelic staff, for once such thoughts arise, the staff manifests an overwhelming resistance. Were it not for Konik's utmost restraint, the power contained within the staff would suffice to obliterate Ketla on the spot. Thus, in terms of ownership and utilization of the angelic staff, Konik possesses considerable confidence. However, the antics of the two individuals opposite him have completely transcended his understanding. This is impossible. At this moment, Konik can only mockingly reiterate in his mind, impossible, impossible, it cannot be. Yet, in the next instant, Luo Hao's actions rendered the legitimate angel Konik once again petrified. For in Luo Hao's grasp was Whis's angelic staff, and he made no ostentatious gestures, merely holding it quietly. As a glimmer of golden light flashed from the staff, it seemed to suffer an immense grievance. Once brimming with vigor, it suddenly lost all momentum, wilting dramatically, collapsing entirely in Luo Hao's palm. It resembled a lump of dough that had been kneaded for far too long, now slack and lifeless. Is this the rhythm of subjugating the angelic staff? Konik's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He felt that the shock he experienced this year completely overturned all his previous knowledge. Not even the events that transpired in the royal palace had astounded him so profoundly. The staff, now resembling limp noodles, indeed underwent a peculiar transformation in Luo Hao's hands. Without hesitation, Luo Hao began to knead the limp angelic staff, as if intent on pulverizing it into dust. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Whis was now gasping for breath in agony, for that was his cherished artifact, brutally mishandled by this individual. What could Luo Hao possibly desire? Did he harbor a grudge against him, or had Whis unknowingly offended him at some point? Now, aside from the two angels who felt an urge to explode in place, the remaining onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. What is this rascal Luo Hao up to? Does this have any special relation to Sun Wukong's transformations? Regardless of the speculations swirling among the crowd, events would continue to unfold. Though Ketla stood in a state of dumbfoundedness, he remained resolute within. Humph. I wonder what this fellow can truly conjure. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gazed at Luo Hao with a perplexed expression. What on earth is this guy trying to accomplish? Luo Hao indeed did not disappoint the crowd. Accompanied by a series of kneading and rubbing, the angelic staff in his hand underwent a transformation into a completely new form, albeit one that left everyone utterly bewildered. He had somehow morphed Whis' staff into an enormous syringe. Yes, a syringe. Gazing at his proud creation, Luo Hao chuckled slyly to himself, thinking, humph, I never anticipated that my shape-shifting skills would be quite this impressive. However, having not practiced for some time, there might be a few minor imperfections, but that is of little consequence. As long as I can assist Sun Wukong in successfully transforming, that is more than sufficient. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is this fellow Luo Hao doing? Piccolo and Bulma were equally perplexed. What is this kid thinking? Producing such an enormous syringe at such a critical moment? Only Whis observed Luo Hao with an expression that suggested deep contemplation, though his pained countenance was unmistakable. For Whis, witnessing the fate of his staff was a source of heartache that rendered him almost breathless. Meanwhile, Luo Hao wore a sinister grin as he fixated on the now slightly trembling Sun Wukong, offering him a frosty smile. Hee, Wukong, do not blame me. I am merely aiding you in your quest to become a Super Saiyan. Without this assistance, it would likely take you years to achieve success. With no other options, he felt compelled to resort to this drastic measure to secure victory in the competition. Sun Wukong, however, gasped in dismay upon seeing the large syringe in Luo Hao's hand, his legs turning to jelly in fright. Is this really meant for me? At that moment, he could think only of escaping, for Luo Hao was indeed a terrifying presence. Sun Wukong suddenly realized that, having known this individual for such a long time, Luo Hao was the one who understood all his weaknesses and flaws better than anyone. If he decided to target Sun Wukong, it would be alarmingly easy. Furthermore, given Sun Wukong's carefree disposition and pure soul, he typically felt no fear. Yet, his greatest vulnerability lay in his aversion to syringes. Any encounter with a doctor or syringe would amplify his terror to an overwhelming degree. This was one of Sun Wukong's most significant shortcomings. Nevertheless, Luo Hao showed no mercy. Understanding that a strong emotional response was essential for Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan, he believed that a swift jab with the syringe might be the quickest and most direct method. Having made bold claims, Luo Hao felt compelled to fulfill his task within a minute. Otherwise, he risked losing face. With that in mind, he approached Sun Wukong, the enormous syringe in hand. Grinning maliciously, Wukong, don't worry, it will just be a quick jab, it won't hurt. But Sun Wukong continued to retreat. No way. Are you serious? I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. Please let me go. Yet, despite Sun Wukong's pleas for mercy, Luo Hao showed no signs of compassion. Poised to thrust the massive syringe into Sun Wukong's body. After Sun Wukong's pleas for mercy proved futile, he let out a mournful wail and turned to flee. Yet, Luo Hao, as if endowed with foresight, anticipated Sun Wukong's actions. It was a mystery from whence he drew such strength and speed. For just as Sun Wukong leaped into the air, Luo Hao swiftly maneuvered behind him and sent the fleeing monkey crashing to the ground. At this moment, Sun Wukong seemed to have lost even the courage to rise. As he prepared to crawl, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his posterior. Turning to look, he was horrified to discover that Luo Hao had indeed inserted a massive syringe, complete with needle, directly into his backside. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Sun Wukong erupted in fury. Accompanied by a piercing cry, a surge of golden energy erupted from within him, cascading forth from his chest. In an instant, his aura and energy ascended to an entirely different echelon. Had he truly succeeded? Luo Hao's eyes brightened as he promptly withdrew the syringe from Sun Wukong's rear. Still kneeling on the ground, Sun Wukong was engulfed in golden flames, his hair standing erect, and his black pupils transformed into a brilliant blue. Could this be the legendary transformation into a Super Saiyan? At this moment, Sun Wukong was oblivious to the pain in his backside, instead reveling in the overwhelming power surging through him, realizing that his heightened emotions had indeed triggered an extraordinary metamorphosis. This turn of events left Vegeta, who had been reveling in schadenfreude, utterly dumbfounded. Could this truly be the fabled Super Saiyan? How is it possible? This imbecile, Kakarot, with such meager strength, merely an ordinary low-tier warrior, could not possibly become the legendary Super Saiyan. Piccolo and Bulma were also rendered speechless. This was undeniably a defiance of reason. Meanwhile, Frieza stood astounded, completely disheveled by the revelation. Was it truly possible to wield such a transformation among Saiyans? Yet, the one most conflicted was Katra. For as a god of destruction, he could distinctly sense that although this Saiyan had been no match for Frieza prior to his transformation, the emergence of the golden flames had marked a profound qualitative change in Sun Wukong. Others may not perceive it, but Katra, in his divine capacity, could clearly discern the elevation of energy levels within him. This represented a staggering 50-fold increase. How could this seemingly ordinary Saiyan possess such immense potential? This utterly shattered Quitra's understanding. While it was conceivable that transformations could enhance combat prowess, a mere metamorphosis resulting in a 50-fold augmentation was unfathomable. Now, Quitra's gaze towards Luo Hao became tinged with an odd suspicion. Could this fellow have played a trick? Yet that seemed implausible. The device he wielded was unmistakably Whis' staff, beyond question, and it was inconceivable that he could infuse Whis' angelic power into this Saiyan. If there were even a hint of deceit, one could rely solely on their keen perception and strength to prevent any form of duplicity. Clearly, it is the latent potential and abilities within that individual which, upon transformation, have amplified his combat prowess by 50-fold. Although this enhancement is considerable, it remains a testament to this individual's own strength. Chapter 145. Luo Hao gazed at Whis, who wore an expression of deep melancholy. It appears that this battle is not as straightforward as he had envisioned. Perhaps Kitra, too, is engulfed in a tumult of emotions, brimming with resentment. The unexpected twist of transformation, accompanied by such a remarkable ability, has truly taken him by surprise. Nevertheless, he still harbors a degree of confidence in Frieza. The one known as Gula has attained the 5th transformation, while Frieza seems to have only reached the 4th stage. There may indeed be a chance for victory. Regardless, his confidence is not absolute. Ultimately, Kitra places his hopes on Konik and himself. Should Frieza be the initial combatant, even if defeat ensues, he retains a measure of assurance. Let us observe how events unfold. Kitra's capacity for self-regulation is remarkably potent. Meanwhile, Konik has calmed down considerably from the explosive encounter moments ago. This individual is clearly no ordinary being. The prowess displayed suggests a profound connection with the angelic lineage. Perhaps Lord Kitra has indeed encountered a formidable opponent this time. Regardless of victory or defeat, this experience has broadened Konik's horizons. No matter the outcome, as long as he reports the events to the Grand Priest and the Omni-King, it may well become his crowning achievement. Very well, in light of this, he shall watch the situation unfold with a sense of tranquility. Though this individual possesses the ability to induce transformations in the Saiyan, the mystery of how he has acquired Whis' staff is certainly a tantalizing enigma. While he may not fully grasp it, one thing remains certain. The incident at the Omni-King's palace is undoubtedly linked to this Luo Hao. Konik is quite confident in this regard. Given the series of maneuvers this individual has just displayed, the anomaly at the Omni-King's palace must surely be his handiwork. Yet, how fortunate Whis is that such a significant figure has emerged in their 7th universe. Reflecting on this, a sense of imbalance stirs within him. However, Konik recalls the Grand Priest's admonition before departing. Thus, perhaps this visit to the 7th universe with Lord Kitra was indeed a misstep. Nevertheless, having arrived, he shall adapt to the circumstances. As for the notion of competition, it has ceased to occupy his thoughts. Intriguingly, the situation grows ever more captivating. Currently, Konic's sole objective is to uncover the true identity of this Luo Hao and understand the divine authority he wields to stir the waters of the seventh universe. Regardless of the chaos he may unleash, the Grand Priest and the Omni-King are ultimately accountable for the outcomes. Upon reflecting on this, Konic felt his previously heightened anxiety dissipate entirely. Although this approach was somewhat unconventional, he believed that as long as they escalated the situation sufficiently, eventually, a high-ranking priest and the king would intervene on their behalf. With this thought, Konic found solace. Very well, he decided to continue observing how events would unfold. At this moment, Sun Wukong, despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan, was still immersed in the overwhelming power surging within him. Was this truly his own strength? Was the transformation that Luo Hao had described indeed manifested in this manner? It was entirely beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, Vegeta seethed with frustration, cursing under his breath, a true Super Saiyan. How could that buffoon Kakarot get ahead of me? He considered himself the most exceptional genius among the Saiyans. How could he be outpaced by a lower-class warrior? Furthermore, judging by their current strengths, Kakarot should not be significantly stronger than him. However, in terms of combat spirit, Vegeta was convinced he surpassed Sun Wukong by leaps and bounds. Yet, why had this individual become a Super Saiyan? If Luo Hao was to be believed, a drastic emotional upheaval could trigger the transformation. Given Vegeta's current tumultuous state of mind, akin to a roller coaster, why could he not achieve the same transformation? Perhaps there were secrets yet to be uncovered. Regardless, after this matter concluded, he resolved to stay close to this Luo Hao fellow. With him, perhaps Vegeta might truly have a chance to become the next Super Saiyan. He could not allow Kakarot to outshine him. Vegeta was gnashing his teeth, filled with resentment, wishing he could slap himself. Observing Sun Wukong's continued bewilderment, Luo Hao glanced at the syringe in his hand and sighed in resignation. Suddenly, he turned his head and noticed Whis' mournful gaze. That look sent shivers down Luo Hao's spine. How could an angel possess such sorrowful eyes? Reflecting on it, he understood. After all, he had used Whis' staff to jab Sun Wukong. It was no surprise that Whis was in a foul mood. He recalled that when he had wielded Beerus' staff to strike Kampa, Whis' expression had been rather peculiar. Was there an unbreakable bond between an angel and their staff? Perhaps he owed Whis an apology. With this thought, Luo Hao gently spread his hands and began to manipulate the massive syringe once more. Soon a staff, bright and new as ever, materialized in his grasp. How had he managed to restore it? Now, not only Konic and Ketla, but even Whis was thoroughly unsettled. Initially, they had assumed Luo Hao intended to use his staff to strike Ketla, but they were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. While onlookers outside were merely entertained, Whis, being directly involved, was fully aware of the underlying dynamics. From the moment his scepter was seized by Luo Hao, a mournful cry resonated from the angel scepter. Indeed, the angel scepter was intrinsically linked to his very soul. Even if he were willing, its refusal made it exceedingly difficult for another to wield it. Yet, under the oppressive aura of Luo Hao, his scepter displayed no capacity for resistance, succumbing effortlessly to that individual's grasp. Perhaps it was merely a matter of temporary loss, with the scepter to be returned to Whis after its use. However, to Whis' astonishment, this individual employed a unique method and technique. How he managed it was beyond comprehension, using the transformed scepter to prod the posterior of the being known as Saiyan. Regardless of the insults directed at his scepter, it appeared devoid of any power to retaliate, the disparity in their levels being insurmountably vast. Whis never anticipated that this individual could achieve such a feat. Chapter 146. Konic, I shall take the second round ultimately. What left Whis most astounded was not only this individual's ability to alter the form of his scepter, but also to revert it back to its original state. This was a feat far more challenging than merely damaging a scepter. Could this truly be the legendary art of boundless manipulation? Was this the essence of his miraculous technique? To toy with his scepter in such a manner was indeed unparalleled. In truth, the melancholy that enveloped Whis was not solely due to Luo Hao wielding the angel scepter as a syringe to jab at Sun Wukong. Rather, it stemmed from the profound humiliation the scepter conveyed after being transformed. The scepter's immense disgrace evoked a sorrowful glint in Whis' eyes. After all, it takes a remarkable individual to elicit such peculiar emotions from an angel. However, as the scepter returned to its original form, Luo Hao exhibited no concern, casually tossing the scepter back to Whis. To his surprise, Whis heard a joyful hum emanating from his scepter mid-air, as if it longed to reclaim its former exuberance. My dear scepter, how you have suffered. With this thought, Whis gently cradled the scepter back into his grasp. Upon contact with Whis' palm, the scepter emitted a resonant hum. Was it one of indignation, lamentation, or sorrow? A whirlwind of emotions flooded Whis' soul. He nearly shed tears at the thought of the indignities his scepter had endured, all thanks to that rascal Luo Hao. Was it truly necessary for the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Such indignities inflicted upon his weapon were wholly unwarranted. Meanwhile, Luo Hao remained oblivious to Whis' mournful gaze and the scepter's palpable dissatisfaction, merely patting son Wukong on the shoulder. Wukong, this is all I can do for you. Your task now is to deliver a thorough beating to that fellow named Frieza. Heh. If you emerge victorious, perhaps I shall surprise you greatly. At this, son Wukong retorted with irritation. What surprise could you possibly have for me? I hope it isn't yet another fright. You have truly gone too far. Knowing my profound fear of needles, you still chose to brandish one to frighten me. Now, it seems I have been entirely abandoned at my grandmother's house. However, Luo Hao paid no heed to son Wukong's complaints and merely chuckled. Regardless, your strength has received a tremendous boost, has it not? At this, son Wukong found himself at a loss for a retort. As the two engaged in their aimless and unproductive banter, a cold voice interjected from the side. Enough, you two. This has gone on long enough. We have wasted ample time already. Let us commence. Clearly, Lord Kitra was growing impatient. Thus, without further ado, the match was set to begin. In a swift leap, Luo Hao bounded to Vis's side and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Vis, do not be so stingy. Take good care of your staff, and it shall recover. Vis, feeling as though his heart were bleeding, replied, It is easy for you to say. This is not your sacred artifact. As anticipated by Luo Hao, the transformed Super Saiyan son Wukong faced the cosmic tyrant Frieza without any unforeseen complications. Son Wukong proceeded to rain down blows upon Frieza, subduing him with ease, and the outcome was as expected. The only source of frustration for Kitra was that the warrior he had held in high regard, Frieza, was quite literally being ground into the dirt by son Wukong in his Super Saiyan form. It appeared that this son Wukong was unlike other Saiyans, as he refrained from delivering a lethal blow to Frieza, merely rendering him unconscious, akin to discarding a tattered sack at Kitra's feet. Kitra was now filled with regret, lamenting that he should not have allowed them to engage in transformations, a decision that had backfired spectacularly. It was evident that Frieza had no fight left in him. How could this son Wukong possess such latent potential? Though perplexed, the outcome of the first match was sealed. They had lost. With gritted teeth, Kitra hesitated not a moment longer, clenched his fists, and prepared to enter the fray himself. With me, Kitra, even if you send two against me, I shall not fear. Facing two opponents was no formidable challenge for him. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in his abilities, unless the seventh universe's Beerus personally intervened. Kitra held little regard for the others. Even if Beerus did show up, Kitra remained steadfast in his confidence, recalling that in the arm wrestling competition of yore, he had once shattered Beerus's arm. Though he appeared as an ordinary oversized rat, this rodent was the most formidable in the universe, and in this regard, Kitra retained his resolute assurance. Just as Kitra was about to take the stage, an ethereal angelic staff appeared before him, halting him midair. Kitra was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that it was his angel, Konik, who wielded the staff. With a gentle sigh, Konik advised, My Lord Kitra, it would be prudent to remain patient. As the final champion, it is best if you save your strength for the end. Allow me to handle the second match. We cannot afford another loss. Kitra retorted, somewhat irately, What do you mean, Konik? Are you suggesting that I would lose to them if I personally participated in the second match? Do not jest. Although you are an angel, and many of your skills and abilities have been imparted to us, do not forget that as an angel, you cannot fight at full capacity. Should the opponent prove exceedingly formidable, requiring your utmost effort, you risk vanishing without a trace. In such a case, I would rather forfeit our wager than lose a competent partner like you. At this, Konik felt a flicker of emotion. He had not anticipated that, despite Kitra's usual flippancy, he would genuinely consider Konik's well-being in a critical moment. However, Konik soon sighed again. My Lord Kitra, my decision to step in is not solely about our wager. Do you not find the individual named Luo Hao rather peculiar? Prompted by Konik's observation, Kitra began to sense the strangeness surrounding Luo Hao. Indeed, Luo Hao's identity and abilities were far from ordinary, placing him on an entirely different echelon compared to the typical individuals Kitra encountered. Chapter 147. The Battle of Angels. Although Kitra recognized the peculiarities of Luo Hao's methods, he did not regard his strength with much concern. After all, in the vast cosmos, angels were restricted from unleashing their full power. In Kitra's lexicon, only a destroyer could contend with another destroyer. Everyone else was beneath his notice. Naturally, the great priest of the void and the king of all were an entirely different category, distinct from beings within the common universe. Yet, seeing the unwavering determination in Konic's eyes, a twinge of unease stirred within Kitra. Speak plainly, what is your reasoning? Why must you personally enter the fray? Konic sighed once more. This is not without cause. I sense that Luo Hao's identity is extremely enigmatic, and his capabilities transcend conventional understanding. I believe it would be prudent for me to take the field, at least to ascertain his weaknesses or hidden cards. Knowing both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. Even if I cannot fight at full strength, I can at least gauge the opponent's capabilities. Imagine if I were to uncover all his secrets. When you take the stage, my Lord Kitra, what surprises could they possibly spring upon us? It would be impossible. However, should I take the final position, my inability to fully exert my abilities would significantly diminish my combat effectiveness. What say you, my Lord Kitra? Kitra pondered for a moment, realizing the wisdom in allowing Konic to test the waters first. Although Konic is unable to unleash his full power, even if he cannot vanquish the enemy, he is at least assured of not facing defeat. As long as Konic either draws or wins this round, he will have ample opportunity to return to the arena, particularly since Beerus is not present and the opponent's strongest contender appears to be the sullen Whis. Once Whis is dealt with, this fellow named Luo Hao will pose no further challenges. After deliberating for a considerable time, Kitra promptly resolved, very well. You shall personally take the stage in the second round, but take heed, do not engage in a fierce battle, for I cannot withstand the wrath of the Grand Priest. Konic responded with a reassuring gaze. Do you doubt me? I would never embark on a reckless endeavor. It all depends on whom they send out this time. At this juncture, Konic stepped forward, wielding his angelic staff, and smiled at Whis. Heh, for the second round, I am your opponent. Who do you intend to send forth? Seeing Konic so composed and unperturbed, Whis was momentarily taken aback. What? The opponent is sending an angel into battle for the second round? This completely disrupted Whis's expectations. As he had anticipated Kitra would take the field, believing that with a mere display of skill, Luo Hao could easily overcome him. In a best-of-3 format, having already secured 2 victories, the third round would seemingly require no further conflict. However, the unexpected appearance of the fourth universe's angel, Konic, raised questions. Did they not realize that angels cannot fight at full strength, or did they believe that an angel could effortlessly handle Luo Hao? The opponent's lack of understanding of Luo Hao's true capabilities was evident, leaving Whis in a state of turmoil. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he found some solace. Konic was indeed employing a clever ruse, confident that the presence of a legitimate angel would intimidate any opponent from a lesser universe. Moreover, Konic seemed determined to test the waters, as they could not afford further losses. Should Konic take the field, even if they emerged victorious, it would undoubtedly lead to monumental repercussions. The fallout from causing an angel's downfall over such a trivial matter would be hard to explain to the Grand Priest and Zeno. Realizing this, Whis recognized Konic's audacious strategy. He was emboldened by the belief that no ordinary human could rival an angel. And if they sent a true expert against the angel, they would only find themselves bound and limited. Regardless of Luo Hao's strength, facing a genuine angel, even one he could overpower, would lead to dire consequences. If he were to force Konic to exert his full strength, the entire universe would suffer irreparable damage, and the situation would escalate to monumental proportions. With this in mind, Whis sighed softly. Konic, you truly have gone too far. However, Whis soon devised a countermeasure. You truly have no idea of the terrifying existence you face. Reflecting on Luo Hao's identity, he thought, if you were aware of Luo Hao's true nature, you would likely hesitate to participate so eagerly in this battle, wouldn't you? And you, Kitra, foolish as you are, cannot even perceive the strength of your opponent. It truly tarnishes your title as the foremost destroyer of Universe 4. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity for me to witness Luo Hao's true prowess. Humph. Though I cannot engage in a full-fledged battle against Luo Hao. If you, Conic, seek your own demise, do not blame me. With a hearty laugh, Whis was about to push Luo Hao into the fray, when Luo Hao, arms crossed, raised his chin towards Katra. Very well, since you are so insistent on this match. If you send forth your angel, I suppose it would be somewhat unfair for me to send another. Whis, you shall take the second round. Whis was momentarily taken aback. What? This fellow dares to let me take the field? Pointing to himself, he exclaimed, Are you referring to me? Do you truly wish for me to participate in the second round? Luo Hao nodded earnestly. Of course, this is a once-in-a-millennium angelic battle. While it may be rather dull, I have never witnessed such an event and wish to bear witness. What say you, Lord Katra? Katra was left speechless. What is this? An angel versus an angel? I have never seen such conflict among angels before. Be it the 12 angels or the 12 destroyers, I have only heard of disputes between destroyers and Kaioshin's, or among destroyers themselves. Yet, throughout my tenure as a destroyer, I have never witnessed a battle between angels. While I have heard whispers of minor frictions among certain angels, never have I seen them engage in combat. Luo Hao's suggestion sparked a glimmer of anticipation in Katra. Perhaps this time, he might indeed witness something extraordinary. Chapter 148. Luo Hao comes to Namek for a vacation. Allowing Conic and Whis to engage in battle might very well be the most significant piece of gossip to emerge in these thousands of years. Even if this is shared later, it seems worthy of being recorded in history. The notion of angels clashing with one another had never crossed my mind. And it is thanks to this creative individual named Luo Hao. Not only does he wish to see it, but I too am filled with eagerness. Quitra's heart brimmed with anticipation. I sincerely hope that Whis agrees to this proposition. In terms of power, the clash between these two could indeed be earth-shattering, rendering day and night devoid of light, but that is a matter for another time. At the very least, both angels have mastered the art of time reversal to an elevated degree, even if the seventh universe suffers some unique damage. As long as one possesses even a trace of divine energy, the complete power of time reversal can be utilized, ensuring that the seventh universe will not incur irreversible harm. Should the battle reach a dire conclusion, the Grand Minister would undoubtedly intervene. Could they truly dare to create such a commotion? It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. Given the timid and cautious natures of Conic and Whis, could they genuinely attract the attention of the Grand Priest? Well, although this entire scenario defies expectations, witnessing a full-scale battle among angels would indeed render the journey worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Kitra bobbed his head enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Splendid. Splendid. I am genuinely looking forward to it. I have never witnessed a clash between angels. However, Kitra soon realized that, considering his own identity and position, uttering such words seemed rather inappropriate. It should have been that fellow named Luo Hao expressing this sentiment. Caught in a moment of exuberance, he had failed to consider the feelings of Conic and Whis, inadvertently nodding in agreement. Yet, having spoken, akin to spilled water, it seemed futile to regret now. Indeed, upon reflection, it was Conic who insisted on taking the stage, so it was entirely reasonable for the other side to send Whis into the fray. Kitra had cast aside all burdens, and regardless of the outcome, being able to witness a celestial battle was undeniably worthwhile. Conic twisted his stiff neck and glanced at Kitra. Observing Kitra's exuberant demeanor, he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. Lord Kitra, how eager you are to witness our heavenly conflict. Yet, upon further contemplation, since his adulthood, having been assigned by his father, the Grand Priest, to oversee the fourth universe, he had indeed never seen siblings engaging in battle. Perhaps this would set a precedent. Nevertheless, it mattered little. They were all siblings, and a spar with Whis was not a significant affair. A mere internal conflict among angels. Past absence does not guarantee future lack. With this realization, Conic felt at ease, and with a calm smile, he declared, Well then, Whis, shall we commence? Whis, with an air of reluctant acceptance, managed a wry smile. Very well, since reaching adulthood, I have not engaged in sparring with my siblings. Let us consider this our bout. With a sigh, Whis bowed his head and proceeded to the center of the arena. Conic followed suit, making his way to the stage without further hesitation. The most astonished of all was Bulma, who had been observing the spectacle from the sidelines. With great enthusiasm, she grasped Luo Hao's arm and exclaimed, Luo Hao, I must say, I am truly enlightened this time. Have you not always claimed that Whis is a master? I am quite eager to witness a battle of such prowess. Should we perhaps distance ourselves a bit? I have heard that battles among masters can cause extensive destruction. Is that not the case? Luo Hao, however, merely stifled a yawn. Indeed, but battles between angels are rather dull. Bulma, please release my arm. Your worry seems somewhat misplaced. Do you truly believe that Whis will engage in physical combat like Goku or Piccolo? Allow me to enlighten you. Whis is a genuine angel, a true master among angels. His strength is beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. Bulma let out a cold snort, saying, "Humph. What else do I not know? Can this guy really pull off something spectacular? Regardless, shouldn't we be prepared to spectate? After all, this is my first official glimpse of Whis in action." Luo Hao pondered for a moment, realizing that Bulma's point held some merit. Observing the eager expressions of Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta, Luo Hao mused. These three are hopelessly outmatched by Whis. If they hope for victory, they are merely deluding themselves, as the gap in their abilities is insurmountable. Moreover, Bulma, a seemingly ordinary genius girl from Earth, has developed an interest in such violent confrontations. Has she perhaps been influenced by spending too much time with me? Yet, none of this truly matters. If we are to witness the clash of angels, we should do so with clarity. With that, Luo Hao extended a hand towards Bulma, saying, "Hand it over, Bulma." Bulma was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" Luo Hao retorted, "What else could it be? Of course. It's the interstellar cooking utensils you prepared. Aren't you going to pull them out? What? New cooking tools?" Whis is about to engage in a life and death battle with his opponent, and you still have the leisure to think about cooking? Bulma questioned incredulously. Luo Hao clapped his hands and replied, "You're overthinking it. Whis' match against his opponent holds no comparative value, and their battle will likely drag on for quite some time, which could be rather dull. I cannot quite explain why I feel this way, but if we are to enjoy the spectacle, shouldn't we indulge ourselves a little?" Bulma contemplated for a moment. That seems reasonable. Goku's battle with Frieza was over so swiftly that I hardly had time to process it. Now, with this upcoming match promising to be lengthy and exhausting, why not have someone prepare some delightful treats? A smile spread across Bulma's face as she promptly retrieved a brand new universal capsule from her pocket. With a pop, an array of various cooking utensils from Earth materialized before them. Piccolo, Goku, and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances, bemused at the antics of the two. How amusing. Did they not comprehend the nature of their mission and plans for Namek? Were they truly under the impression that this was merely a vacation? However, seeing Bulma so well prepared, Luo Hao felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed the girl genuinely viewed this journey to Namek as a typical interstellar getaway. Very well, if it is a vacation, let us indulge in a feast befitting the occasion. Chapter 149. Vegeta resolutely aligns with Luo Hao as Whis and Konnik took their positions and exchanged greetings. It was evident that both displayed a modicum of martial ethics, a rare sight indeed. Meanwhile, Katra was fixedly gazing at Konnik and Whis, his eyes ablaze with anticipation. In Katra's perception, angels are not a race renowned for their prowess in battle, although he had honed his skills and abilities under the meticulous guidance of Konnik. Witnessing Konnik engage in combat with an equally formidable opponent like Whis was an unprecedented experience for Katra. Meanwhile, Luo Hao cheerfully greeted Katra, inquiring, "My Lord Katra, are you merely going to stand there watching? Why not consider joining our little gathering?" "What? You expect me to attend a gathering with your lot? Don't be ridiculous." Katra stood there, exuding an air of cool indifference, scoffing softly as he crossed his arms, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the clash between Konnik and Whis. Missing even the slightest detail of their confrontation would be an immense loss. Among the many deities of destruction, witnessing a genuine battle between angels was indeed a rarity. The thought filled Katra with a flicker of pride. How utterly ignorant these humans of the seventh universe are. Such a rare celestial conflict. And they wish to indulge in a barbecue soiree? They truly lack a sense of priorities. Associating with you lot is a disgrace in itself. Were it not for the significant stakes of this wager, I would not waste my time here with you. As Whis and Konnik took their positions, they exchanged a knowing smile. Whis summoned his angelic scepter, while Konnik, with a subtle shift, presented his own divine artifact before them. Thus, both held their angelic scepters, their bodies gently levitating as they gazed into each other's eyes with an intensity that resembled two warm-hearted individuals engaged in deep conversation. What could this possibly signify? Katra pondered, filled with an abundance of doubt. On the other side, after Luo Hao's jest, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Bulma set up a barbecue grill she had brought from Earth, while Goku and Piccolo sat leisurely, skewering meat. Only Vegeta appeared perplexed by the behavior of both parties. Are they truly preparing for an outdoor barbecue? What are these Earthlings thinking? Although Keitra maintained a facade of nonchalance, he felt a surge of tension within. It appeared that this celestial battle would not be as straightforward as he had anticipated. Considering the identities of Whis and Konik, Vegeta too was engulfed in anxiety. As Vegeta wrestled with his unease, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find Goku, who was busy tending to the barbecue. Goku smiled at Vegeta. Vegeta, would you like to give it a try? You need to be well fed to have the strength to fight. Perhaps after they finish, we can engage in the battle you have been anticipating. Gazing at Goku's amicable demeanor, Vegeta felt a surge of irritation. His teeth clenched in frustration. You fool. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Moments ago, I distinctly observed that you had mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Now, you wish to engage me in battle? This is hardly a contest of equal standing. Is it possible that this seemingly simpleton harbors a cunning nature? Does he intend to seize this opportunity to eliminate me on the spot? No, it cannot be. Kakarot, that lowly being, has somehow attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. How is this conceivable? Even now, Vegeta remains reluctant to confront reality, yet the truth strikes him with resounding clarity. Before mastering this transformation, he may never truly rival Son Goku, a notion Vegeta comprehends well. Casting a glance at Frieza, who lies unconscious after being bested by Goku, he resembles a discarded rag, carelessly tossed aside. Nevertheless, this individual has long proclaimed himself the Emperor of the universe. Though his current prowess is lacking, the future remains uncertain. The collective animosity of the Saiyan race now rests upon Vegeta and the unconscious Frieza, leaving Vegeta in a tumult of emotions, far too distracted to engage in thoughtful contemplation. Observing Son Goku, Vegeta recalls that, based on his strength, Goku was hardly a match for him on Earth. Yet, in such a brief time, he has learned the art of transformation into a Super Saiyan, thanks largely to that individual named Luo Hao. With nothing more than a colossal syringe, Luo Hao has enabled Kakarot, this worthless being, to become a Super Saiyan, and has even forced his ultimate adversary, Frieza, into submission. Though difficult to accept, it seems that everything originates from this enigmatic figure, Luo Hao, whom Vegeta has witnessed firsthand. This individual has not only dealt with those present, but appears to overshadow even his greatest ally, Beerus. What exceptional qualities does this Earthling possess? He is certainly not an ordinary person. However, all curiosity and speculation are swiftly cast aside by Vegeta. What he needs most urgently is to augment his strength. Only by enhancing his power can he hope to comprehend and rationalize everything that has transpired. If he can successfully transform into a Super Saiyan in the future and crush Kakarot beneath him, all will be made clear. Perhaps this is the opportune moment to infiltrate Earth? Currently, Luo Hao seems entirely indifferent to his presence, while Kakarot has extended a gesture of goodwill. Even Piccolo has fallen silent. As Frieza remains deeply unconscious, it may be wise to cultivate a rapport with them, as it could afford him the chance to become a Super Saiyan himself. Now, enduring humiliation and aligning himself with Luo Hao for a time may indeed yield significant breakthroughs. Resolved, Vegeta clenches his teeth and steels his determination. Though his eyes are bloodshot and his expression betrays reluctance, he manages to force a smile. Approaching the barbecue grill and hastily shoving skewers of meat into his mouth. Humph, regardless of your circumstances, I must learn the art of the Super Saiyan. Otherwise, where would I, Vegeta, find my place in this world and the universe? Thus, Vegeta resolutely aligned himself with Luo Hao's faction. Chapter 150. The two angels engage in a fierce battle. Vegeta's audacious actions left Goku and Piccolo momentarily taken aback. How could this proud Saiyan so swiftly choose our side? Moreover, he was indulging himself without a hint of hesitation, as if he were not an outsider at all. A glance at Luo Hao revealed that this individual seemed entirely unfazed by Vegeta's antics. It appeared that Luo Hao cared not for the opinions or actions of someone as insignificant as Vegeta. Well, since the esteemed Luo Hao had yet to voice any objections, Goku and Piccolo decided to disregard the matter. After all, even Frieza had been subdued by Goku. What new trouble could this minor Vegeta possibly stir up? Meanwhile, Ketla showed no inclination to engage with such a trivial character, for in his eyes, Vegeta's abilities were hardly worth noting. However, What truly vexed Ketla was unfolding before him. On the arena, Konik merely held his staff lightly, gazing at Whis with a faint smile, neither unleashing his power nor adopting a combat stance. He simply pointed his staff gently towards Whis. In an uncanny synchrony, Whis mirrored Konik's gesture, also lightly pointing his staff back. Thus, the staffs of both parties encountered one another in midair, touching softly, devoid of any force or energy. With that gentle contact, the two staffs began to coalesce slowly in the air. What is this? Is this truly the nature of combat between angels? Both wielders of the staffs displayed solemn expressions, gradually closing their eyes. Ketla's mind was tumultuous. Was there some ritual to be observed in the battle between angels? He had never heard of such a thing. While he had listened to Konik speak of friction and disputes among angels, he had never heard of a formal battle. Was this encounter with Whis to be accompanied by some angelic ceremony? That seemed utterly unreasonable. Now Ketla racked his brain, unable to recall any prior experiences regarding conflicts among angels that could enlighten him. This was utterly unconventional. If this was what constituted a battle between angels, it bordered on the absurd. This jest seemed rather excessive. Meanwhile, Luo Hao remained remarkably composed, letting out a sigh. Indeed, as his memory suggested, battles among angels were rather tedious. He wondered how long Whis and Konik would prolong this encounter. Fortunately, he had prepared well. Otherwise, this period would have been exceedingly arduous. After all, whether a match was visually captivating or intensely thrilling was secondary. At least it could help pass the time. However, observing the celestial duel, the two stood silently, their eyes closed, engaged in a mental struggle. This scene lacked any sense of beauty or thrill. At that moment, Luo Hao remained focused on his barbecue, pondering that rather than squander time amidst their conflict, it would be more prudent to satiate his hunger. Perhaps that was the pressing matter at hand. Witnessing the bewildered expressions of the onlookers, he could not help but sigh softly. He wondered how long the battle between the angels would persist. It was not their fault, after all, for none had ever witnessed such a confrontation among angels. With this thought, Luo Hao sighed gently, contemplating that perhaps if his barbecue were more delectable, it might entice Whis' appetite, potentially hastening the conclusion of the conflict with Konik. Otherwise, it was truly uncertain how long the battle would endure. Yet, it mattered little. For the ideal adversaries for angels are other angels. Any other combatant, regardless of victory or defeat, seemed to yield unfavorable outcomes for them. Since Konik had taken the initiative to engage, there was little to be done. Allowing Whis to take the stage would be the most sensible course of action. With this in mind, he could later deal with Katra, ensuring a certain victory. Bulma, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo were utterly perplexed by this sequence of events. Bulma, anxious, tugged at Luo Hao's sleeve, inquiring, "Luo Hao, what is that fellow Whis doing? Are they performing some sort of ritual?" Luo Hao gently shook his head. "No, their duel has commenced. Did you not see? It appears to be quite intense." "What?" Even the tech-savvy Bulma was now thoroughly unsettled. The two merely stood there, eyes closed, smiling at one another. Was this truly what a battle between angels entailed? Their staffs seemed to merely graze against each other in midair. Had the competition already begun? How dull. Indeed. Luo Hao raised his hands in exasperation. "I told you earlier, the conflict among angels lacks any significance." Very well. They must have created their own spiritual realm, engaging in sparring within that space. After all, the angels' powers are immensely formidable. If they were to practice in ordinary cosmic space, it could inflict irreversible damage upon the universe, which is something they wish to avoid. In other words, the angelic race is a peace-loving one, and expecting them to engage in frenzied combat is rather unrealistic. However, should they wish to assess their strengths, they would construct an entirely new spiritual realm, where they could fully experience various aspects of their abilities. This would be their optimal choice. Are you not aware that if Whis were to unleash his full power, he would inexplicably vanish? With Luo Hao's series of explanations, Bulma grew even more bewildered. All right, I did not anticipate that this legendary master adhered to so many rules. Thus, Luo Hao spread his hands. It is unavoidable. To prevent any unforeseen incidents among the angels, they can only contend with one another, and that is the most suitable resolution. As you indulge in the barbecue, perhaps I have grilled it a tad longer, enhancing its flavor. If Whis succumbs to temptation, he may awaken sooner, I hope. Bulma can only sigh in resignation. Meanwhile, Goku and Piccolo seem somewhat unconvinced, inquiring, "Luo Hao, isn't this their ritual? Could it be that they only maintain this posture?" That seems improbable. Observing Goku and Piccolo's skepticism, Luo Hao chuckles. It matters not. You may watch as you please, provided you do not disturb them. Who knows how long this might last? On the surface, their strengths appear evenly matched, yet victories can still be distinguished. However, should they engage in full battle here, our universe might not endure the consequences. Even if it could withstand it, these two would unleash their true fury and might vanish simultaneously. You surely would not wish to lose a friend like Whis, would you? The two nod vigorously in agreement. Chapter 151. The dull battle of angels given the circumstances. Perhaps it is best to refrain from allowing them to battle in the manner of angels. However, do not expect to witness an exciting spectacle. If you desire to see their angelic showdown, an alternative avenue exists, though it seems premature to discuss it now. Should such an event occur again in the future, you may consult with Whis about observing them within their soul space, which may significantly enhance your martial arts prowess. Nevertheless, pondering these matters is futile at present. Let us seize this opportunity to enjoy the meal instead. So, how does my barbecue taste? Goku, relishing the food, exclaims, hee hee. I previously only knew you as a master of noodles, but your barbecue is even more delectable. I also heard from Whis that your coffee is exceptional. Luo Hao retorts. Somewhat irked, Goku, you truly are excessive. Have I become your personal chef? Your appetite is insatiable. If you were an ordinary person, I could accommodate you. But look at Piccolo. He is satisfied with merely a cup of water. Piccolo, unimpressed, responds, we Namekians have no choice. We only drink water and require none of these extravagant dishes. Goku, with a disdainful expression, remarks, Piccolo, you are admirable in many respects, yet you fail to enjoy life. What of it, old monkey? Can you transform into a Super Saiyan and claim superiority? Piccolo counters defiantly. These two, inexplicably embroiled in a verbal sparring match, draw Bulma's irritated gaze towards the gluttonous Vegeta, who is devouring his food. She wonders, how long has it been since this guy last ate? Why does he eat with such fervor, akin to Goku? Is this a peculiar trait of all Saiyans? Initially, Vegeta intended to partake merely symbolically, but upon tasting the barbecue, he finds it irresistible. I have never encountered such exquisite food. How is this possible? This individual possesses not only extraordinary strength, but also formidable culinary skills. Why is his cooking so delicious? It is no wonder that even servants like Whis, under Lord Beerus, willingly remain by Luo Hao's side. Luo Hao has the remarkable ability to attract skilled individuals solely through the allure of exquisite cuisine, if that is indeed the case. Perhaps enhancing his culinary skills would be a prudent endeavor, although it is difficult to discern the true prowess of Whis. The presence of the formidable destroyer god Katra on the opposing side suggests that Whis is far from an ordinary being. It is evident that, in the absence of Lord Beerus, Katra has been in constant negotiation with Whis, indicating the latter's significant status in this realm. This realization brings clarity. Frieza, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, who fears nothing and no one, harbors a profound dread of Lord Beerus. Katra, possessing a status akin to that of Beerus, is undoubtedly a formidable figure. Thus, while Vegeta appears to indulge himself, his focus remains steadfastly on the interactions between Whis and Konik. Given that both parties have declared this a battle of the century, it warrants heightened attention. Additionally, one must not overlook Luo Hao. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor and nonchalance, he exudes an air that suggests he is no ordinary individual. Consequently, the onlookers remain entirely engrossed in the actions of the two angels, Whis and Konik, intent on not missing a single moment of their engagement. However, the two have left the audience with a profound sense of disappointment as time flows swiftly, like a gentle stream, passing unhurriedly. A minute slips by, and they stand there, silent, wielding their staffs, their expressions grave, eyes tightly shut, seemingly embroiled in a battle of souls, yet outwardly, there is no sign of change. Thus, 5 minutes pass, then 10, and soon 30 minutes have elapsed. Bulma, patting her round belly, exclaims her satisfaction and loses interest in the duel between Whis and Konik, leisurely wandering off to attend to her own matters. An hour and a half later, Goku and Vegeta find themselves utterly unable to consume any more sustenance. These two Saiyans, now bored, engage in their own pursuits. Piccolo, who had been intently observing the battle, yawns in disinterest, questioning whether the two are indeed fighting. Even Goku and the prodigious Vegeta have lost their enthusiasm. What on earth is happening here? As Piccolo yawns, Time continues its slow passage. 3 hours, 5 hours, and soon an entire day quietly slips away, with even Frieza, deeply unconscious on the ground, beginning to stir. Upon awakening to the current scene, Frieza is perplexed. What on earth is happening? Why does he feel such intense pain? It seems he has been in slumber for an extended period. Katra, meanwhile, trembles slightly. Whether from excitement or rage remains unclear. Yet, the fact that Lord Katra still stands here suggests that the devastation he has wrought may not have caused irreversible harm. Since that is the case, let us continue to feign death, awaiting their decision on the victor. Perhaps one might even seize an opportunity amidst the chaos. Thus, our esteemed cosmic emperor, Lord Frieza, lies upon the cold floor, persisting in his charade. For if he were to awaken now, whether confronted by Quintella or Son Goku, he would find himself in a rather awkward predicament. Hence, Frieza opts to maintain his ruse. On this fateful day, the once confident Quintella has now descended into a state of utter confusion. What is truly transpiring? Is this celestial battle merely two beings staring blankly at one another? This is indeed a most unexpected turn of events. Never did he anticipate that Konnik and Whis would resort to such tactics. Well, since the situation has unfolded, he must quietly await the ensuing results. Observing Whis and his companions indulging in their leisure, basking in the sun and listening to music, one cannot help but question if this truly embodies the essence of a sacred battle. Each one appears to be rather bored. Do they not comprehend that the outcome of this conflict determines the fate of two universes? Their impractical demeanor is astonishing. Currently, Quintella finds himself more infuriated by their nonchalance than by the impending clash between the two angels, nearly suffering an aneurysm from his rage. Chapter 152, Bulma's Brazen Theft. However, upon reflection, he finds solace in the absurdity of it all. As a god of destruction, he certainly understands the significance of this battle. But what do these mere mortals from an ordinary universe truly grasp? It is quite ridiculous to engage in earnest debate with such beings. As long as Whis still draws breath, his soul contract remains inextricably linked to him. Even if the matter escalates to the Omni-King and the Grand Priest, he will have a voice. With this thought, Quintella finds peace. Regardless of the outcome of this pivotal second match, he retains confidence in his ability to turn the tide, provided Beerus does not intervene. On that note, even if Beerus were to arrive, what could he possibly achieve? Would he dare to engage in a battle within this ordinary cosmic expanse? Even if Beerus were to forsake everything and truly challenge him, Quintella is no pushover. At that moment, the entire seventh universe shall tremble beneath my feet. As long as you acknowledge your transgressions, I shall reclaim these 50 planets for our fourth universe, elevating it to one of the highest-ranking realms. At that juncture, even the Omni-King and the Grand Priest would find no justification to erase our fourth universe. At that time, the seventh universe shall become mere history. Once the seventh universe is obliterated, the sixth universe shall not endure for long either. Zampa Bardas, your days of comfort are numbered, yet you remain oblivious to the fierce battle unfolding here. If you were to become aware, who knows what the future holds? Thus, time gradually flowed by, and 3 days quietly passed. The two magnificent angels remained standing silently in the arena, each wielding a scepter and bearing solemn expressions. The crowd had wholly succumbed to a state of frenzy. Is this truly the legendary battle of angels? 3 days had elapsed, and grass had already begun to sprout upon their forms, yet neither had exhibited the slightest movement nor a hint of alteration in their expressions. They simply stood there in tranquil stillness. How much longer must this endure? The onlookers had entirely diverted their attention from the two angels. Time moved swiftly, and the spectators were not idle. Bulma was the first to realize that watching the duel of the angels was indeed a waste of her life. Seizing the opportunity while the cosmic tyrant Frieza lay unconscious, she did not hesitate to dash towards Frieza's sole remaining vintage spacecraft, boldly dismantling the final energy engine on board. Perhaps this was her last hope of creating an entirely new time machine? With such audacity in her scientific endeavors, Miss Bulma truly possessed a remarkable spirit. In the realm of technological prowess, one could always look back. While Bulma busied herself with her pursuits, Piccolo and Goku also found their respective tasks. For continuing to watch the angelic duel was undeniably tedious. Suddenly, Goku recalled that their spaceship housed a brand new gravity chamber and training room. Since boredom prevailed, he thought it best to continue his training there to enhance his strength. After all, Luo Hao had once informed him that even achieving Super Saiyan status did not represent the zenith of a Saiyon's potential, recognizing the opportunity for further growth. Goku resolutely trained in the gravity chamber. As for someone like him, any means to augment his powers was acceptable. Thus, Goku maintained his training intensity in his Super Saiyan form. Indeed, he had learned from Luo Hao that mere ordinary training would not yield significant improvements. By consistently sustaining his Super Saiyan state, he would gradually acclimate to it, ultimately allowing him to reach his full Super Saiyan power. This would lay a solid foundation for his future transformations into Super Saiyan 2 or Super Saiyan 3. With a clear training direction established, he would no longer squander time and boldly engaged in intense training before Vegeta and Piccolo. At that moment, Goku's training left Vegeta utterly astonished, his frustration mounting. This Kakarot, astonishingly, seemed entirely unperturbed, having devised a training plan and relentlessly pursuing improvement right before him. Was he not strong enough already? If this continued, perhaps his own strength would drift further away from Goku's. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to the proud Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's thoughts were fixated on the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. How foolish of him. In his obsession with the battle between the two angels, he had completely overlooked the existence of the Dragon Balls. Wasn't his purpose in coming to Namek to gather all 7 Dragon Balls in order to fulfill his desire for immortality? Even if immortality seemed unattainable, he could at least wish for the dragon to grant him the power to become a Super Saiyan, thus narrowing the gap between himself and Kakarot. Resolute in his decision, he was determined to act. With everyone preoccupied and seemingly engaged in their own affairs, he thought to himself that acquiring the Dragon Balls would effortlessly resolve all his dilemmas. However, he soon realized to his dismay that despite the lack of attention on the 7 Dragon Balls, no matter how he arranged them or the intensity of his desires, they remained unresponsive, as if they were mere lifeless objects. This realization drove Vegeta into a frenzy. Although he had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, he appeared to lack the knowledge to utilize them, plunging him into a deep state of turmoil. The irony of having the Dragon Balls before him, yet being unable to use them, was not lost on him. Vegeta's frustration mounted as he cursed his fate. What a wretched predicament he found himself in. Unable to avenge Frieza, witnessing Kakarot's rapid ascension in power while he felt like a mere fool, caught in a limbo of indecision. How could his proud nature endure such a fate? Now, all hope lay before him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Eventually, Vegeta concluded that he could no longer waste time in this manner. Oh, wasn't there a Namekian named Piccolo? Perhaps this Piccolo would possess some innovative ideas. Thus, Vegeta feigned indifference and redirected his focus to the battle between Whis and Konnik, deliberately choosing to ignore the Dragon Balls. Yet, his heart remained tumultuously fixated on their fate. In Chapter 153, Vegeta's relentless ambition persisted. Piccolo's actions did not disappoint Vegeta, for he suddenly heard a transmission, as if receiving some directive. Piccolo gently extended a finger, pointing towards the assembled Dragon Balls, and to Vegeta's astonishment, they began to ascend into the air, whisked away to an unknown destination. This maneuver went unnoticed by the others, save for Vegeta, who thought, could it be that this fellow intends to claim the Dragon Balls? If so, he mused, all he needed to do was follow him discreetly, and perhaps he would uncover the secret of the Dragon Balls, thereby fulfilling his own wish. Without hesitation, Vegeta ascended after Piccolo, who remained oblivious to his presence. Wholly engrossed in the matter of the Dragon Balls, he had merely received a telepathic message from the Grand Elder, instructing him to return to the Grand Elder's residence with the 7 Dragon Balls. Although the recent conflict on Namek had not inflicted widespread devastation, the Namekians had previously endured assaults from Frieza's army. In an effort to recover from these losses, the Grand Elder communicated with Piccolo, urging him to ensure the safe return of all Dragon Balls. By making a wish with the Dragon Balls, it was possible to restore the Namekian people to their former state, which elucidated Piccolo's sudden departure with the 7 Dragon Balls. However, he had not anticipated that the treacherous Vegeta would trail him, fixating his ambitions on the Dragon Balls. Soon, the unfortunate Vegeta realized that although Piccolo had brought the Dragon Balls to the Grand Elder of the Namekians, his desire to claim them for himself was utterly dashed. Before any wish could be granted, the Grand Elder's guardian, Nail, inexplicably chose to fuse with Piccolo. The resulting Namekian's combat prowess skyrocketed, rendering Vegeta, who had been stealthily following, exposed and powerless. Vegeta, wishing to assert his dominance, thought to himself, "Now, there are no formidable warriors or protectors around. Can these Namekians truly contend with me, Vegeta?" He believed that by threatening the life of the Grand Elder, he could ascertain the method of utilizing the 7 Dragon Balls. To him, the Namekians surrounding him were but weaklings. Thus, Vegeta revealed his malevolent nature, preying upon the weak, with the ultimate goal of obtaining the method to use the Dragon Balls. However, what Vegeta did not foresee was that the fusion of Nail with Piccolo resulted in a power level far beyond his imagination. No matter how fiercely Vegeta struggled, he was but a mere shadow in the presence of this fused Piccolo. Was this truly an ordinary Namekian? It was akin to confronting a Super Namekian. After being thoroughly defeated, Vegeta found himself gasping for breath on the ground, utterly helpless, as he watched the Namekians summon the Eternal Dragon with their unique language, fulfilling their so-called wishes. Though the Eternal Dragon had emerged, it seemed entirely disconnected from Vegeta, who had just endured a brutal beating. In that moment, despair enveloped him. Yet, remarkably, this Namekian named Piccolo refrained from delivering the final blow to Vegeta, seemingly due to the Grand Elder's intercession. Thus, the battered Vegeta was brought back to the arena by Piccolo, and unbeknownst to him, he was subsequently placed in the medical chamber of Frieza's spaceship. Perhaps in a twist of fate, the medical pod swiftly healed Vegeta's injuries, and he sensed that, following this grievous ordeal, his combat power had been significantly enhanced. In the boundless contemplation of the Scion's physical prowess, Vegeta's heart once again stirred with the desire to confront Piccolo. However, this time he paused to reflect. Despite his recent enhancement in strength, he found himself at a noticeable disadvantage against Son Goku, who had attained the form of a Super Saiyan, and against the fused Piccolo. Realizing this, he understood the folly of acting impulsively. Instead, he resolved to focus his thoughts on how to transform into a Super Saiyan, for that was the true path to augmenting his combat abilities. If he wished to achieve this transformation, the most reliable course of action would be to seek out Luo Hao. After all, it was through Luo Hao's remarkable interventions that scoundrel Kakarot had indeed managed to become a Super Saiyan, thus placing all hope upon Luo Hao's shoulders. Yet, a new dilemma arose. This enigmatic figure, Luo Hao, seemed shrouded in mystery. Extracting the secrets of the Scions from him would necessitate one of two methods, either subjecting him to severe interrogation or, if Luo Hao possessed formidable power, employing alternative strategies to gradually elicit the method of transformation from him. With his mind made up, Vegeta hesitated no longer. There was ample time ahead, and the lineup for the next match remained uncertain. Should Luo Hao personally participate, he might unveil the true extent of his abilities. Although the tides of battle were unclear, it seemed impractical to invest all his energy in the elusive Dragon Balls, especially considering that Kakarot and Piccolo's strengths were beyond his reach. Thus, he chose to endure, a tactic in which Vegeta excelled, stoic perseverance. Indeed, Vegeta managed to restrain himself, blending innocuously into Whis' camp, presenting himself as a docile figure. His current demeanor piqued the curiosity of Son Goku and Bulma. How could such a proud individual return from an outing with Piccolo severely wounded? It appeared as though he had undergone some psychological upheaval. His behavior transformed entirely from his former self. Nonetheless, this transformation would not garner much attention from others. After all, Vegeta was merely an ordinary figure, one of the lowest ranks. The focus of the crowd remained steadfastly on the two unmoving combatants, Konik and Whis, who had yet to determine a victor after such an extended period. All eyes had turned towards Luo Hao, especially since he had previously yawned and deemed their battle dull. As if he possessed foresight. Could it be that he truly had the gift of precognition? Or perhaps he was privy to the myriad intricacies and hidden secrets of battles between angels. Chapter 154. Whis, I have lost at this moment. Luo Hao was engaged in an activity that left everyone bewildered. Out of sheer boredom, he procured a small booklet from an unknown source and, equipped with a fountain pen, began to sit there, scribbling and sketching on the pages while giggling to himself in a manner that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Was this man driven to madness? The tedium of the angelic battle had evidently pushed him to the brink of mental collapse. Ketral observed Luo Hao with a look of disdain, pondering the peculiarities of this individual. Why was the civilization of their universe still so primitive? Were they truly yet to enter the electronic age, still resorting to pen and paper for their writings? This bafflement left even him, a destroyer god of the fourth universe, utterly confounded. The simple tools Luo Hao wielded, a mere pen and paper, were being used for some enigmatic purpose as he continued to write and laugh foolishly. Was there any connection between his antics and the ongoing angelic conflict? Surely not. Given the current standoff between Whis and Konnik, it appeared that neither side had the upper hand, suggesting a third match would be necessary. Had Luo Hao given any thought to who might represent him in this impending contest? Surely he would take the field himself. Who could possibly stand against a destroyer god like him? Perhaps he was devising a strategy in this moment. However, Luo Hao's subsequent actions left Bulma and the others equally perplexed. Abruptly, he tore his completed work into shreds, scattering it into cosmic dust, seemingly dissatisfied. After a period of deep contemplation, he retrieved yet another booklet and resumed his scribbling. Was he dissatisfied with his previous creation? Had he opted for a fresh start? This cycle of writing and tearing persisted for over a dozen iterations, until at last, following a serene chuckle, he tucked the final draft into his pocket with ease. What on earth was he up to? Was he concocting some deceptive scheme? Yet, that notion felt misplaced. After all, this man was merely the proprietor of a noodle shop. Lacking any significant accomplishments aside from the extraordinary event of transforming Sun Wukong into a Super Saiyan, which had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Bulma found herself with little energy to devote to Luo Hao. Once more, her attention shifted to Piccolo, who felt a sudden chill. "Miss Bulma, what do you mean by this?" he inquired. With a mischievous grin, Bulma replied, "Oh dear. I completely overlooked a crucial question. I heard that you have returned the Dragon Balls to your elder on Namek. Might I borrow them for a moment?" Piccolo, taken aback, expressed his confusion. "What would you want with our Dragon Balls?" Bulma chuckled. "Of course, we need to create the energy core for the time machine. You see, this character named Frieza appears to be quite impoverished. Constructing an entirely new time machine might indeed require the assistance of your Dragon Balls from Namek. The dragon on our Earth is utterly ineffective. It cannot even fulfill my modest wish with the current equipment. How frustrating." At this moment, Piccolo interjected. "Our Dragon Balls on Namek are indeed omnipotent, but we must wait 130 days before we can make another wish. While we can grant 3 wishes at once, our dragon also requires a cooldown period." "Ah, I see," Bulma acknowledged, satisfied with the answer. "So 130 days from now? Perhaps we can return then." With a smirk, she added, "As long as we have the dragon from here, my wishes will surely be granted." Contemplating this, she dismissed her minor disappointment at only acquiring an energy core during this visit to Namek. Although she had dismantled Frieza's ship into pieces, she felt no remorse. After all, that individual was a disgrace to the 7th universe and hardly a commendable being, especially given his evident poverty. What troubled her now was that she had initially intended to borrow additional ships and equipment from Frieza, only to discover him lying unconscious on the ground, leaving her uncertain whether he was truly incapacitated or merely feigning death. With the Dragon Balls now capable of granting wishes, she resolved to move past her concerns regarding Frieza. Her current frustration lay in the ongoing battle between Whis and Konnik. How long would it take for a victor to emerge? Just as the spectators began to lose patience, the 2 angels in the arena suddenly trembled, their staffs gradually separating. Could this signal the end of their contest? Indeed, the crowd's anticipation was not in vain. Konnik and Whis slowly distanced themselves, their staffs no longer interlocked, but returned to their respective grips. The 2 angels then opened their eyes, exchanged gentle smiles, devoid of any taunts or insults, radiating a warm camaraderie towards one another. However, the most anxious among them was the god of destruction of the 4th universe, Katra. He swiftly approached Konnik, inquiring, "Konnik, how is the battle progressing? I did not expect the fight between you angels to last this long." Konnik responded with a resigned smile. "My apologies, Lord Katra, but I regret to inform you that I believe I have lost this battle." "What? You lost?" Katra exclaimed in shock. "How can this be? You have not sustained any injuries nor been repelled by your opponent. How can you claim defeat?" Across from him, Whis also smiled, suddenly receiving a soul transmission from Luo Hao. Luo Hao sternly commanded, "Whis, you must not allow Konnik to concede. If he surrenders, how will I have the opportunity to deal with Katra? No, this time it must be counted as a draw." Whis was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to a realization. It seemed Luo Hao had been bottling up his frustrations in the 7th universe. Observing his enhanced strength compared to their previous encounter with Xiangpa, it was evident that he required a true master to help him advance in his control of power. In an instant, Whis understood Luo Hao's strategy. Given his friend's request, it would be unreasonable to hinder him. With a mischievous smile, Whis addressed Konik and Katra, stating, "In fact, I have lost this match." This revelation left not only Konik but also Katra in a state of bewilderment. What were these two angels up to? They had engaged in a rather lackluster battle for such an extended period, without a hint of physical confrontation. Now, having just concluded, both sides were suddenly conceding. Was there truly such a twist in the tale? At that moment, Katra felt a flicker of unexpected joy, for regardless of the circumstances, both sides conceding indicated that the match ended in a stalemate. If that were the case, he still had a chance to compete in the third round. Otherwise, if Konik's assertion held true, he would have already lost to Whis, negating the need for a third match. Understanding Whis's playful smile, Konik seemed to grasp the situation. Inwardly lamenting, "Lord Katra, do you think this is a good turn of events? I suspect Whis and Luo Hao are concocting some scheme." "Very well. Since you insist on pursuing a third battle, I shall refrain from protest." Thus, Konik sighed resignedly. "All right, Lord Katra. Let us consider this as a draw between Whis and myself. Are you satisfied now?" "Indeed, I am satisfied," Katra responded eagerly. Such a significant wager was akin to a sacrifice for him. Losing the match without having taken the field was unacceptable. Now, as long as there was an opportunity for him to participate in the decisive round, he had no objections. Presently, the score stood at 1 loss and 1 draw. If he could secure victory in the third game, there remained a chance for reversal. As for the battle between Whis and Konik, the outcome was ultimately at the discretion of the two angels. If he were to win the third round, the results would read 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw, leaving room for discussion. After all, the sole contract between both parties was binding, and there was still a chance for determination. As long as he did not concede on the spot, all would be well. With Katra now at ease, he was no longer in a hurry to initiate the third match, instead turning his attention to Whis and Konik. "What were you two up to just now? Engaging in such a tepid battle, despite the outcome being clear, is rather perplexing. As outsiders, how could we possibly perceive the nuances of your contest? What exactly were you competing over? Why does the clash between you feel so mundane?" Observing Ketla's expression of gloom and skepticism while the others cast eager glances at Whis and Konik, one could sense their hope that the recently embattled angel would deliver a resolution satisfactory to both parties. Exchanging a glance with Whis, Konik felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards him for granting him a modicum of dignity in front of the assembly. The fact that he conceded publicly, regardless of any ulterior motives or cunning plans, allowed him to maintain a semblance of the esteem befitting a ruler of the fourth universe. Contemplating this, he refrained from further entanglement, gesturing to the crowd with open hands and candidly stating, "In truth, our battles as angels are unavoidable, for our powers are exceedingly formidable. Should we engage in close combat or unleash energy blasts, the fabric of this universe would likely be unable to withstand it. Even if we have not yet determined a victor, the very space around us could collapse under the repercussions of our clash, which would be grossly unfair to the cosmos. Moreover, we angels are inherently a neutral race. Any disputes involving destroyers, mortals, or deities hold no bearing on us. Our purpose is to maintain the cosmic balance and ensure the universe's progression, which is the fundamental reason for our existence. Should we violate this principle, our existence would lose all significance. Thus, if our conflict were to inflict irreversible damage upon the universe, it would signify the end of our lives as well." Konik began to explain this gravely to the gathering. However, Ketla, unwilling to concede, interjected, "That is not entirely accurate, Konik. If such a catastrophe were to transpire, do you not possess a skill known as time reversal? Even if immense harm were inflicted upon the universe, could you not simply reverse time by 10 minutes, rendering it as though nothing had transpired? What irreversible concerns could there be?" Konik shot Ketla a pointed glare, exclaiming, "I never expected the one dismantling the argument to be our own destroyer." Konik was well aware of Ketla's nature. If he did not clarify the matter, Ketla would undoubtedly persist in his inquiries. Thus, Konik raised his hands in resignation and elaborated, "It is fortunate that Lord Ketla has touched upon the crux of the issue. Time reversal is indeed a skill every angel must master. However, the duration of reversal is contingent upon our cultivation. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that time reversal has a cooldown period. Each use significantly depletes our divine energy. Our angelic powers are accumulated gradually over time. They cannot simply be summoned at will. Thus, The instances we can utilize time reversal are contingent upon our own strength. This point, Lord Ketla, you must acknowledge, correct? Ketla nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, it seems that is indeed the case. Whenever extraordinary events occur, should Konik forcefully employ time reversal, he will invariably experience a period of weakness thereafter. Konik continued to elucidate, indeed, given these limitations, both Whis and I are deities among angels in the cosmos. If a fierce conflict were to erupt between us, not only would the residual energy of this universe struggle to withstand the aftermath, but it could also lead to the annihilation of an entire universe, allowing time reversal to revert to its current state. However, after such a grand battle, whether we could still harness our remaining angelic power for time reversal remains uncertain. Even if it were possible, should we engage in a prolonged struggle without inflicting any harm upon one another, merely destroying the battleground and then exerting our powers to restore it, what significance would that hold? It would not determine a victor. Thus, Ketla inquired, so, you resorted to another method of combat? Chapter 156. The perfect arena for duel at this moment. Upon witnessing that Ketla had finally grasped the essence of the matter, Konik nodded in resignation and stated, yes, therefore, if we angels truly find ourselves in conflict or competition, we must adopt an alternative approach. What does this alternative entail? Simply sitting in silence. Ketla continued to press for clarification. After much explanation from Konik, the matter remained convoluted, prompting Whis to cast an impatient glance at both Ketla and Konik. Such a straightforward concept has been made overly complex by the two of you. Allow me to clarify. Whis interjected, taking the lead in the conversation. In simpler terms, to ensure fairness and reason in our battles, we create a soul space utilizing both of our angelic powers. All our conflict and strength are channeled within this soul space, which preserves our divine energy while yielding equitable and just outcomes. That is the essence of the matter. From the outside, it merely appears that we are staring at each other in silence. Does this explanation resonate with you, Lord Ketla? With Whis' elucidation, Ketla comprehended the situation fully. The two had indeed constructed an entirely new soul space in which to engage in combat. Yet, an ominous feeling enveloped Ketla. Although this was a conflict among angels, how could outsiders discern the outcome? Who could ascertain the criteria for victory? Was there no possibility of leniency? This statement, however, offended Konik. Do you suggest, Lord Ketla, that I would intentionally concede? I am an angel of our fourth universe. Within the soul space, Whis and I have engaged in numerous contests. Truthfully, I find myself lacking in comparison, as Whis indeed possesses a slight edge over me. Whis humbly waved his hand, saying, no, in truth, we are merely evenly matched. Observing Whis' graciousness, Katra chose not to press the matter further. Indeed, conceding defeat in front of everyone would be rather difficult to justify. Since it could be described as a tie, Katra and Konik were willing to acquiesce. With a glimmer of inspiration, Katra inquired, is it truly the case that only your angels can engage in battle within the realm of the soul? Can others not spectate? This question struck a nerve with Konik. Does Lord Katra still doubt the existence of the soul realm between our worlds? Noticing Konik's rising ire, Katra quickly gestured dismissively, No, what I mean is, if your soul realm can be utilized, perhaps we could consider holding the next match within that space. Upon hearing Quitra's proposition, Konik and Whis' eyes lit up in realization. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. If there are any gods of destruction or beings of similar caliber with grievances to settle, engaging in a contest within the soul realm would indeed avoid any detrimental effects on the universe. Moreover, it seems there would be no significant drain on our divine powers. This truly is the most ideal arena for combat. It appeared that Katra was not only formidable in strength, but also quite astute. Exchanging a knowing glance, Konik and Whis quickly grasped Quitra's intent. He likely wished to conduct the third match within the soul realm. Very well, it was a reasonable request. Considering his position as the god of destruction from Universe 4, causing too much commotion in Universe 7's battles would indeed be inappropriate. It seemed both parties understood this. Whis glanced at Luo Hao, who appeared rather bored and was yawning. Very well, the soul realm it is. Though it is not out of the question to compete in the physical universe, it does carry a hint of bullying. If you, Katra, intend to personally participate in the third match, I would not mind joining you. However, regarding the venue for the finals, you may decide, whether in the physical universe or the soul realm crafted by the angels, I have no preference. Katra cracked his knuckles, grinning at Luo Hao. In the physical universe, you know I am a true god of destruction. Should I unleash my full might, it would hardly benefit your Universe 7. Since the angels can create such a splendid environment and serve as impartial referees, why not engage in a thrilling battle within the soul realm they have fashioned? Luo Hao scoffed at Quitra's theatrical display. Are you sure about entering the soul realm? Will you not regret this? Quitra, with a defiant roar, declared, Humph. Do you think I, a dignified god of destruction, would jest with beings such as yourselves? Let this be a decisive contest. Should I lose, not only will our wager be fulfilled unconditionally, but I shall also bow to you in deference whenever we meet henceforth. What say you? This is a privilege that others have never experienced. Heh, consider it a benefit I bestow upon you. However, if you were to lose, would you be willing to bow before me in deference, just as you would before that fellow, Beerus? Luo Hao chuckled softly. That's not something I can decide. Oh, you cannot make that decision? Whis replied with a faint smile. Very well, if you emerge victorious, I shall act on behalf of Lord Beerus, ensuring that your fourth universe will retreat whenever they encounter you. All right then, let us hasten to establish the soul space. I am genuinely curious to experience what it is like. How much of my combat power can I unleash within it? I hope your soul space can withstand my destructive energy. At this point, Quitra confidently clenched his tiny paws, brimming with self-assurance. After all, being constrained by the universe means that a god of destruction cannot wield their powers freely, which is a significant diminishment and limitation for one of their kind. Now that there exists a soul space, the most suitable arena for a duel, it is only natural to venture into it. Yet, the opposing party, blissfully unaware, mistakenly believes they have gained an advantage. Little do they know, a god of destruction capable of unleashing their full potential is an undeniably fearsome entity. Perhaps they have never experienced such a confrontation before. This time, the arrogant Luo Hao will learn the bitter fruits of his hubris. However, Luo Hao dismissed Quitra's threats with a nonchalant air, simply stating, in that case, let us commence. Regrettably, Goku and Piccolo would not witness our battle. Chapter 157. Luo Hao enters the fray. Goku scratched his head, casually remarking, It's fine, Luo Hao. Is this Quitra really that formidable? Is there even anything in his combat that I could learn from? Don't be ridiculous. But if you win this time, perhaps you could further enlighten me on more advanced techniques. Last time, you mentioned maintaining the Super Saiyan form. I've actually gained some insights. If I can sustain it, I feel my strength is continuously growing. Luo Hao, how did you discover the secrets of the Super Saiyan? Luo Hao replied with a warm smile. It's quite simple. If you can maintain this state, you will likely be near the threshold of the second transformation of the Super Saiyan. What? There is a second form of the Super Saiyan? How can that be? Goku looked utterly bewildered, his expression one of disbelief. Luo Hao refrained from elaborating further. Just follow my training advice, and your strength will continue to ascend indefinitely. At this juncture, Vegeta, who had been eavesdropping intently, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. There is a second form of the Super Saiyan? What transformation is this? How many more secrets does Luo Hao possess? It seems that my choice of team was indeed the right one. Had I followed that Quitra or the one called Kinnick, failure would likely have left me with naught but scraps. As long as Luo Hao can triumph over Quitra, his choice will undoubtedly be vindicated. Presently, Vegeta gazes down at the seemingly lifeless Frieza with a look of pity. What a shame. Your power is formidable, yet your vision appears woefully narrow. Vegeta's mind swirls with endless musings. Meanwhile, Goku catches sight of Piccolo, who is fused with Nail, and exclaims with joy, Piccolo, I am astonished by the remarkable enhancement of your energy. Have you encountered some extraordinary fortuity? Piccolo chuckles, it's nothing much. I received some unexpected blessings from the Grand Elder, which have bolstered my strength recently. However, Goku, there remains a considerable gap compared to your Super Saiyan form. Goku responds with enthusiasm, all right then, let us not waste time here. Piccolo, allow me to gauge the extent of your newfound power. The two eagerly move aside to spar, seemingly oblivious to the impending battle between Quitra, the weary god of destruction from Universe 4, which incites Quitra's ire. You insolent fools. Do you dare to underestimate me? Luo Hao, unfazed, retorts, you requested to battle in the soul space. The onlookers cannot perceive it, so what grievances do you have? Enough idle chatter, let us conclude this swiftly. You must fulfill your promise and proceed without further delay. My noodle shop is set to open. What? A noodle shop? This revelation leaves Konik and Kitra utterly bewildered. What is this fellow's true purpose? Amidst the cosmic conflict, he is preoccupied with his noodle shop. They are at a loss to comprehend the thought processes of the humans from Earth and Universe 7. Meanwhile, Whis offers a subtle smile, exchanging a knowing glance with Konik. The two ascend into the air, gracefully positioning themselves at the center of both parties. With seamless coordination, Konik and Whis gently cross their angelic staffs before them, then simultaneously address Luo Hao and Kitra. The soul space has been constructed. Please, step inside. How do we enter? Kitra inquires, bewildered. Surely, you cannot expect us to fight in such an ambiguous manner between you? Konik, slightly exasperated, explains, it's quite simple, Lord Kitra. Just place your arm on my back, and you will enter the soul space I have created. The same applies to Whis, who adds, anyone wishing to engage in battle within the soul space need only place their hand on my back. Whis, somewhat irritated, chides Konik. Have you never explained such a simple matter to Lord Kitra? Must you elaborate on it here? Kitra rolls his eyes dramatically. Who would use the soul space for combat under normal circumstances? It is hardly surprising that this was not mentioned. Does Beerus from Universe 7 often enter your soul space? With this statement, Whis found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that Konik made a compelling point, leaving him speechless. No longer wishing to dwell on the matter, he turned his attention to Luo Hao, who was quite familiar with the intricacies of the soul space. For Luo Hao, the realm of the soul was not shrouded in mystery. Since he had chosen to engage in battle within this ethereal domain, he had no desire to display an ostentatious prowess. Revealing his true strength in the ordinary universe could potentially instill a psychological shadow over others. The thought of retreating to a secluded life on Earth seemed increasingly unrealistic. Meanwhile, Bulma excitedly cheered for Luo Hao, urging him to prevail. Her enthusiasm gave the impression that she was sending him off to combat a gopher, a sentiment that left Kitra and Konik feeling perplexed. Was this woman jesting? Indeed. The thought processes of the humans from Universe 7 were markedly different from their own. Although Whis possessed an air of mystery, Luo Hao exuded an aura of unpredictability, prompting Kitra to consider that perhaps it would be worthwhile to teach him a lesson in the soul space. Resolute in her decision, Kitra refrained from further entanglements. After all, within this shared realm, regardless of the outcome, the first witnesses to any result would be the two angels who had constructed the soul space, thereby eliminating any possibility of foul play. It seemed a prudent choice, awakening long-dormant fervor within Kitra, allowing her to fully unleash her capabilities with a sense of exhilarating fulfillment. In that moment, she failed to contemplate the possibility of not being a match for Luo Hao. Her blind admiration for her own strength blinded her to such considerations. Thus, Kitra placed her hand upon Konik's back, and with a surge of invisible light, she vanished from her location. It appeared she had truly entered a peculiar space. Perhaps the unique characteristic of the soul space constructed by angels, wherein not only mental faculties, but also physical forms would seamlessly merge. Chapter 158. Konik, if you're unsatisfied, you may depart. Although Kitra was uncertain of the limitations and influences she might encounter within, she harbored complete trust in Konik's every maneuver. Opposite her, Luo Hao displayed no hesitation whatsoever. He did not pose a single inquiry, instead offering Bulma a reassuring glance. With a gentle hand placed upon Whis' back, he too vanished in a swift motion. In this manner, both individuals found themselves enveloped within a wondrous space. Perhaps this was the enigmatic soul space that few had the privilege to know. Only angels could forge such a stable and expansive soul realm. Even those with the ability to create such spaces would likely falter under the weight of a destroyer-level confrontation. However, when it came to two great angels, the scenario was altogether different. Upon entering the ethereal realm of the soul, Quitella was immediately engulfed by a disorienting darkness. Suddenly, a bright light pierced through, revealing that she stood amidst an eerie jungle. How could she have found herself in a forest on an alien planet? Was this a special location? Meanwhile, the resigned voice of Konik echoed in her ears. Lady Quitella, welcome to my soul space. This is the actual representation of my inner sanctum. Actual representation? What does that entail? How does it differ from the battles to come? Quitella inquired, her expression one of skepticism. Just then, Konik continued to elucidate. It is nothing extraordinary. This is merely a fragment of my soul space, a minuscule personal domain under my control. If you follow this path through the woods and open the grand door ahead, You shall enter the battlefield space that I established alongside Whis. There, you will encounter your adversary, Luo Hao. Your battleground lies within that realm. Is this clear? Contemplating this, Quitella grasped the situation. She was still under Konic's influence, and beyond that door lay the main battlefield, where she might confront her foe, Luo Hao. With this understanding, she hesitated no longer. Ah, so that is how it is. Very well. I shall meet this fellow named Luo Hao and witness the terrifying prowess that the seventh universe has cultivated. How audacious of him to challenge a god of destruction. He remains blissfully unaware of the true might that such a deity can unleash. How naive he is. Let us enlighten these ignorant souls. She mused. Just then, a thought struck her, prompting her to ask, Conic, is this truly the depths of your soul? Could it be? From afar, Conic's voice responded, Indeed. Lady Quitella, as you can see, this is the innermost sanctum of my being, the greatest vulnerability of our kind. Are you satisfied with this revelation? Understanding dawned upon Quitella as she sighed contentedly. I merely wish to express that your innermost sanctum is, surprisingly, a tranquil forest. Is there an issue with that, Lady Quitella? Conic inquired. Quitella chuckled softly. I must confess, your taste is rather lacking. This environment feels overwhelmingly oppressive. Upon hearing this, Conic's voice escalated in pitch. What? Lady Quitella, is there something else amiss? If you are dissatisfied, you may choose to exit. I could expel you instantly. Would that suffice? Nay, I was merely jesting, Quitella replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her tone. To her surprise, Conic's temperament had evidently intensified. What was intended as a light-hearted quip had clearly struck a nerve. Nonetheless, the opportunity to glimpse the serenity nestled within the depths of Conic's soul made the journey worthwhile. As Quitella strolled towards the grand door, Whis was met with even more taunts from Luo Hao. Upon entering the soul space of Whis, Luo Hao found himself not amid a forest, but rather confronted with an elongated corridor. Where could this be? Suddenly, a recollection sparked in his mind. This corridor resembled one from the ancient castle of that destructive fellow, Beerus. It was indeed surprising that Whis' soul space manifested in such an archaic castle form. Observing the dimly lit passage, with torches crackling alongside, Luo Hao could not help but inwardly scoff. It seems this fellow is quite audacious, akin to a naive calf unafraid of tigers. Has the Grand Minister failed to inform them that the soul space created by angels is their most vulnerable aspect? Should an adversary's power surpass that of an angel, sharing their soul space could prove perilously detrimental. If Luo Hao were of malevolent intent, causing mischief within Whis' soul space would inflict irrevocable harm upon him. This audacious young man truly dares to leave his soul space so unguarded, allowing others to enter, which only attests to his utter inexperience. Any seasoned individual would never allow such negligence. It appears that both Whis and Conic are novices in constructing a new spatial battlefield. Perhaps it is time for Luo Hao to seize the opportunity to impart a lesson to them. These reckless individuals have indeed laid bare their hearts, and fortunately, it is only he and Quitra who have entered. Given Quitra's limited power, he would not cause any significant disruption here. Had Luo Hao been an evil villain, both Whis and Quitra would have faced dire consequences. Were an outer demon to enter, these two would likely not even grasp the peril they were in. Being controlled by an enemy would also inflict grave harm upon the Omni-King and the Grand Minister. Determined, Luo Hao resolved. Thankfully, preparations were made outside. While it may be prudent to teach Whis a small lesson, it is best not to intervene personally. Instead, he should find a way to allow the Grand Minister to educate his sons properly. Must he concern himself with every matter? Reflecting on this was of no consequence. With a gentle pat on the stone wall of the corridor, Luo Hao allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Whis, I never would have imagined your soul space to be so ancient and serene. It truly exceeds my expectations. At that moment, Whis' cheerful voice echoed through the corridor. What? Luo Hao, do you have any objections to this? Oh, none at all. Luo Hao merely sighed deeply. I must say, seeing you usually so nonchalant, I never anticipated such a composed facet of your character. Yet, Whis' indifferent voice responded, What? Is there a problem? Chapter 159. Vis attains the art of unfettered while Luo Hao gently tapped the wall of the corridor, expressing his helplessness with a sigh. Vis, in the future, it is imperative to exercise caution in many matters, particularly regarding any thoughts that dwell deep within your soul. Do not carelessly expose them to others. Though you typically handle affairs with a nonchalant demeanor, embodying a sense of strategic retreat. This time, your interaction with Kinnick has indeed been somewhat careless. Is that so? Whis fell into a brief silence, pondering, could there truly be any impropriety in this? Noticing that Luo Hao had ceased speaking, Whis too succumbed to silence. What sort of being is Whis? An exceptionally astute angel. Although Luo Hao refrained from articulating his thoughts completely, he recognized that he had indeed acted with a degree of recklessness. He acknowledged his lack of understanding and resolved to inquire more thoroughly with the high priest when the opportunity arose. Perhaps this endeavor had not been executed as judiciously as it should have been. However, having chosen to allow the other party entry, one must maintain absolute trust in them. Luo Hao's reminder could be perceived as an act of goodwill, perhaps. Presently, Whis could only conceal this benevolence deep within his heart, slowly coming to terms with it. Thus, Luo Hao gradually approached the end of the corridor, where an ancient wooden door stood before him. He smiled softly, pondering the outcome of the fusion of souls between Whis and Kinnick, eagerly anticipating the results. Just as he was about to push the grand door open, Whis' voice interrupted. "What is the matter, Luo Hao? Do you still have inquiries regarding this? Is this soul space not a random occurrence?" Luo Hao was momentarily taken aback. Random occurrence? Surely you jest, Whis. You two have already managed to create a battlefield within the soul space, yet remain oblivious to some fundamental principles of it? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you. It is rather straightforward. The internal structure of each individual's soul space is determined by the deepest, hidden aspects of their character. For instance, if it were Makalita or Bardos, their soul spaces would be entirely distinct from yours, as they are female angels, with their technical structures evolving according to their unique personalities. All right, I can comprehend that, but once two individuals fuse, the outcome will depend on the amalgamation of both personalities. For example, the fusion of Kinnick's character with yours will result in a space dictated by your traits. In essence, the compatibility of one angel with another will yield a space that is entirely unique. However, one certainty remains, based on your combined strengths. The stability of this space will pose no issue. Having said this, Luo Hao refrained from further elaboration and, with a swift motion, forcefully pushed open the ancient wooden door. Before him unfolded a vast and magnificent garden, reminiscent of the grand gardens behind an ancient castle. So, it is in this manner. It appears my assessment of Kinnick's character was quite accurate. With a sudden smile, Luo Hao remarked to Whis, "I never anticipated that the spatial architecture you two have created is so exquisitely perfect, so harmoniously aligned. It seems you and Kinnick truly make for a splendid duo." Having said this, he stepped forward, beginning to exit, while Whis paused momentarily, bewildered. What does this mean? Seeing that Luo Hao had no intention of elaborating, Whis chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, the collaboration with Kinnick in constructing the soul space platform for their duel was essential. And pondering such issues seemed futile, especially considering the uncertainty of future alliances with Kinnick. As Luo Hao was about to cross the threshold, he unexpectedly slipped, and a small object tumbled into the corridor of Whis' soul space with a soft thud. What is this? Yet, Luo Hao remained oblivious, stepping into the shared space. Entering the battlefield that lay before them, the object that had fallen landed precisely inside the great door, a curious occurrence in Whis' exclusive domain. Initially taken aback, Whis soon noticed a figure standing quietly at the end of the corridor. Staring at the object on the ground, he found himself momentarily entranced. At this moment, Whis had discovered he could project his soul entirely within his soul space, a unique trait he had just unearthed. He was astonished that he could accomplish things within his soul space that were otherwise unattainable. Could this be the domain spoken of by the Grand Priest? However, given the Grand Priest's formidable power, his domain encompassed a vast expanse, while Whis seemed limited to maneuvering within his own soul space. How enlightening! Upon seeing the small booklet on the ground, Whis' pupils narrowed to pinpricks, his heart racing wildly. How could Luo Hao have dropped such a significant item into his soul space? This was a treasure long coveted by the Grand Priest. It lay quietly before Whis, leaving him utterly disoriented. How could this be? Wasn't this a top-secret mission assigned by the Grand Priest, now seemingly so effortlessly accomplished? Gazing at the book titled Effortless Mastery, its letters somewhat crooked yet unmistakably inscribed by Luo Hao, Whis was incredulous. Had this individual, in a moment of carelessness, unwittingly dropped this treasured technique right before him? At this instant, Whis could hardly believe his own eyes and senses. Everything was unfolding far too swiftly. leaving him in a state of bewilderment. In pursuit of this profound technique and in fulfillment of the clandestine mission assigned by the esteemed high priest, Whis had previously exhausted every mental resource and employed various stratagems, endeavoring to obtain the coveted manual of the unfettered divine art from Luo Hao without arousing his suspicions. To his astonishment, the very individual had carelessly cast this treasure within his reach just before the battle commenced. At this moment, Whis glanced around and realized he was ensconced within his own soul space, a realm unnoticed by any outsiders. The sole external presence, Luo Hao, remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 160. Whis anticipates Luo Hao's surprise with great effort. Whis compelled himself to calm his racing thoughts. Though the circumstances appeared almost too fortuitous to accept, reality remained steadfast. Since the mission could be accomplished with such ease, Whis hesitated no longer. In a flash, he darted towards the precious manuscript, seizing the unfettered divine art that Luo Hao had inadvertently discarded. The texture was akin to a thin, ordinary sheet of paper produced on Earth. Yet the divine energy it exuded was unmistakable and genuine. Truly, this was a remarkable treasure. Ah, Luo Hao, I never anticipated your myriad endeavors here would culminate in such a delightful surprise for me. Perhaps this is the greatest boon of my journey to Mike Star? Regardless of your dealings with Konik and Quatella, the High Priest shall provide you with a safety net. It seems this misfortune has turned into a blessing. Whis now yearned to conclude this tedious battle swiftly, irrespective of the outcome, so he could return instantaneously to the All-King's temple in the Void Realm, locate the High Priest, and fulfill this highly confidential task assigned to him. He chuckled to himself, envisioning how his status and everything associated with it would undergo a profound transformation. Yet, despite his lofty aspirations, reality remained harsh. After all, he and Konik were embroiled in a life-and-death struggle involving two formidable figures. With this understanding, Whis felt a sense of reassurance. He forcefully suppressed his surging emotions and excitement, maintaining an outward demeanor of grace and composure. Yet, he held the manuscript delicately, wary of damaging this precious artifact. Internally, Whis grappled with the temptation to glimpse the contents of this coveted technique, one that even the High Priest yearned for. According to Luo Hao, the supreme freedom technique entrusted to them by the High Priest seemed to have been derived from this very manual. How potent must this original technique be? Several times, Whis felt the urge to sneak a peek, but ultimately, reason prevailed over desire. Subsequently, Whis harnessed this effortlessly acquired technique, enveloping it within his celestial angelic power, allowing it to rest quietly within the folds of his divine robe. This truly served as a profound reassurance. Well, now that all preparations were complete, it was time to witness what surprises this fellow, Luo Hao, could possibly bring forth. Although Whis had never doubted Luo Hao's capabilities, engaging in battle against Ketra, the foremost entity among the destroyers, was no trivial matter. He couldn't help but wonder what astonishing actions Luo Hao might undertake while facing a fully committed destroyer. Whis was brimming with anticipation. With a sense of calm instilled within him, Whis floated serenely in the air above the battlefield, locking eyes with Konik as they stood in mutual regard. He offered Konik a subtle smile, remarking on their swift reunion. Konik chuckled in response, expressing hope that the soul space would serve its intended purpose. At that moment, Whis felt an overwhelming joy bubbling within him. Having just navigated a minor mishap, he had remarkably managed to surpass expectations, plunging him into a state of exhilaration. Nevertheless, he knew better than to reveal any internal turmoil in front of Konik. Feigning nonchalance, Whis casually remarked, "Konik, given the time that has passed, Ketra's strength may well exceed our expectations." Konik, with an air of feigned lament, replied, "Who could argue with that? Last time, it was merely by chance that I bested Lord Beerus in a half-hearted bout. I wonder how someone from your 7th universe dares to challenge a destroyer? Who instilled such audacity within him?" Whis, seizing the moment with no one else around, was asked by Konik, "Can you speak candidly with me? Is this fellow your disciple? Are you preparing to groom a candidate for the role of destroyer?" Whis, taken aback, responded with mild incredulity, "Surely, you jest. How could I engage in such childish endeavors? Constructing a soul space for you, only to send my disciple to battle against you? That is preposterous. His opponent is none other than Lord Ketra." Seeing Whis's earnestness, Konik was somewhat taken aback. "If that is the case, can you reveal to me the true identity of this Luo Hao? What gives him the audacity to toy with us here? Moreover, He has even signed that soul contract on behalf of Lord Beerus. Such an occurrence is utterly inconceivable. And yet, this young man appears utterly unconcerned. Tell me, what is his true identity? Whis, Konnik pressed, given that we have reached this juncture. Can you not disclose the truth within the soul space? Whis, with a bright smile, simply replied, guess. And then, there was silence. Whis remained there, smiling enigmatically. While Konnik seethed in frustration, how outrageous. Forcing him to guess? If it were possible to guess, why would he even ask? Moreover, this is your 7th universe, not our 4th universe. Even if I were an omniscient angel in the 4th universe, would I possess the divine power to probe into the secrets of this individual in your 7th universe? It would be quite remarkable if you, Whis, did not turn against me. However, since you are reluctant to speak, I shall refrain from making a fool of myself. Soon, when the two of us engage in combat, the victor will be unmistakably revealed. At that time, even if you wish to conceal something, it will be futile. Yet, observing your calm demeanor, it seems you have considerable confidence in that Luo Hao. Nonetheless, it appears that the only beings capable of causing Lord Katra any trouble in this universe are Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest, does it not? Even if Lord Beerus were to personally intervene, it seems unlikely he would succeed. Therefore, I shall not waste further words with you. I am eager to witness the unique abilities of this Luo Hao. Can he merely employ ordinary techniques? Furthermore, given Whis's actions, the usage of his angelic staff suggests a potential connection between them. This individual, shrouded in mystery, appears to be biding his time. Who knows what covert maneuvers he might be orchestrating behind the scenes? Very well, I shall not dwell on this any longer. Chapter 161. Quitra's all-out effort beneath the battlefield. The atmosphere starkly contrasts the seemingly gentle demeanor above. Katra emerges from the realm of souls, striding confidently to the center of the arena. Observing his surroundings, he exudes an aura of destruction, attuning himself to the ambience. Quite remarkable, Katra murmurs. The spatial structure here is indeed exceptionally stable. I never anticipated that two angels could fabricate such an excellent combat environment. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Perhaps it is time to reveal my true prowess to my opponent. However, the moment Katra spots Luo Hao, he is instantly consumed by rage, seething with indignation. For this individual is leisurely enjoying the scenery, seemingly unperturbed. Does this appear to him as a soul space battle? He meanders about like a carefree bystander, utterly dismissive of Quitra's presence. What could this individual possibly mean by such behavior? Currently, Luo Hao's attention is not fixated on the eager Katra, but rather on reflecting upon the recent incident when he dropped that secret manuscript, pondering whether his actions were flawless or if any flaws might be detected by Whis. Yet, judging by the present circumstances, it seems he has performed exceptionally well. His plan appears to have borne considerable fruit. This may indeed be a prudent choice. Although he is aware that Whis has been sent by the Grand Priest to undertake certain special tasks, seizing this opportunity to outmaneuver the Grand Priest might even evoke some nostalgic memories from his childhood. At this moment, Luo Hao's spirits are remarkably high, observing the seemingly harmless Katra before him. Yet, this image is far from delightful in Quitra's eyes. Such a bold young man, daring to disregard the presence of a god of destruction. Perhaps this fellow has encountered other deities in the past, deeming them too weak to warrant his attention. Yet now, facing one of his own kind in such a peculiar battleground, he must certainly deliver a surprise to this arrogant individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Kitra resolved to take action, showing no inclination to hold back or engage in further banter with his opponent. After all, the current score stood at 1 loss and 1 draw. Should he falter, he would be left with no opportunity to redeem himself. Such arrogance and pretentiousness were not characteristic of Kitra. He had firmly decided to bring his adversary crashing to the ground with a single strike, lest he suffer the disgrace of failing. Stabilizing his stance, Kitra unleashed a powerful roar, causing an overwhelming surge of rich, purplish-red energy to erupt from within him. This was the quintessential manifestation of a god of destruction's might. Was he truly prepared to exert his full strength right from the onset? In midair, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this god of destruction was overly eager, elevating his powers to such heights from the very beginning? Did he intend to settle the contest with a single blow? Surely not. Even if Lord Beerus were present, he would first assess his opponent's strength before launching into full force. Observing Whis's astonished expression, Konnik couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, no more guessing, is there? You may not be aware of Lord Kitra's nature. He always gives his all, regardless of the adversary he faces. Do not presume that every god of destruction is like Lord Beerus from your 7th universe, who prefers to play coy. If he senses formidable strength in his opponent, he merely becomes stronger. But Lord Keetra harbors no such sinister inclinations. As long as his opponent is an enemy, he will unleash all his power to obliterate them. Perhaps this time, you shall indeed receive a grand surprise. Regretting your earlier assumptions now, are you? Witnessing Whis's bewildered countenance, Konnik felt an overwhelming sense of pride swelling within him. Well done. Truly worthy of being the god of destruction from the 4th universe. Keetra did not disappoint Konnik, summoning the full extent of his destructive energy. With a gentle clasp of his hands, the entire divine power inexplicably vanished without a trace. This left Whis even more astonished. This is no ordinary destructive energy. It must be Keetra's own mastery of self-ultimate technique. I never anticipated that he could cultivate such profound mastery over it. Not only can he elevate his destructive energy to its zenith, but he can also harness the self-ultimate technique to confine all that power within, allowing not a single ounce to escape. With that sheer energy, the strength he now exuded surpassed that of Lord Beerus at his peak. It is truly remarkable that the god of destruction from the 4th universe possesses such formidable prowess. Given his ability to completely suppress the destructive divine power within himself, one cannot help but ponder the magnitude of his instantaneous combat prowess. Even Vados, an angel, felt a shiver traverse his spine. It is indeed true that a master reveals their skill with a single maneuver. While Vados was aware that Keetra's power slightly surpassed that of Beerus, it was merely by a hair's breadth. Perhaps Keetra's physical strength eclipsed Beerus's. Yet in terms of the application of destructive divine power and the cultivation of self-ultimate techniques, the two were neck and neck. This was a product of their long-standing rivalry over the years. Unexpectedly, within the realm of the soul, Keetra emerged with all his cards laid bare, demonstrating an unwavering commitment from the outset. If his opponent had been Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe, rather than Luo Hao, it would have been Beerus's defeat, without question. The cunning Keetra, who had chosen to reveal all his trump cards so readily, truly astonished Vados. Although Vados held unwavering confidence in Luo Hao, the ferocity and adeptness of Keetra's techniques stirred a sense of trepidation within him, leading to diminished faith in Luo Hao's capabilities. In stark contrast, Luo Hao appeared utterly unfazed by Keetra's formidable prowess, leisurely admiring the scenery around him. Vados, filled with mounting anxiety, thought, Luo Hao, my dear brother, do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Do you understand the level of mastery Keetra has achieved with his self-ultimate techniques? He has successfully internalized the destructive divine power, a feat that would require considerable effort even from the Grand Minister himself. Though Keetra currently held the title of God of Destruction of the 4th universe, the methods he employed suggested that should he face the Grand Minister, any underestimation on the latter's part would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. It is truly remarkable how Keetra possesses such profound mastery, a testament to the underestimation of the world's heroes.